Chapter 1, Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Why? Why exactly? In the dimly lit makeshift shelter, Sun Guangjun seemed to have had a nightmare, struggling to sit up from the bed, his eyes blank as he looked around at everything that was both unfamiliar and familiar. What is this? Shaking his head hard, Sun Guangjun reached up to pinch his face, confirming that this was not a dream, and waves of emotion surged in his heart. 10 years after the apocalypse, Sun Guangjun, through his relentless effort, finally gathered enough resources and successfully broke through the bottleneck, advancing to a level 7 ability user. But just as he had just leveled up, a sharp knife suddenly pierced his heart. At the moment when he was completely unprepared, this strike was undoubtedly fatal to Sun Guangjun. Before collapsing, Sun Guangjun twisted his neck with all his strength, and what he saw before his eyes was Zhou Yilin and a man's shadow flickering in and out of the light beside her. Her former beauty remained, but the smile that once made her look like a helpless bird was gone, replaced by unmasked malice and determination. Had he treated her badly? Or was there something he had done wrong to her? Until the moment he breathed his last, Sun Guangjun still couldn't understand why all this was happening. Then, he was reborn here. Yes, Sun Guangjun was absolutely certain that he had been reborn in a time before the apocalypse had started. And at that moment, he was a laborer, working in Neon City. Maybe, it's because heaven saw how miserable my death was and gave me a chance to start over. With a self-mocking smile, Sun Guangjun stood up, walked out of the shelter, and gazed at Tokyo under the night sky, still pondering what had happened just before his death. At his happiest moment, he had been backstabbed by the person closest to him. Sun Guangjun had to admit that he was indeed a failure. Indeed, in the 10 years of the apocalypse, countless ability users had awakened, including some exceptionally talented ones. Within the Dragon Kingdom alone, there were 9 monarchs, countless kings and near-kings, all playing an irreplaceable role in humanity's fight against the zombies. In contrast, Sun Guangjun had average talent. Although he had awakened Earth-based powers, his abilities weren't like other Earth-type users who could create earthen walls, shields, spikes, or mud pits. Instead, his power was Earth submersion, or better called Earth movement technique. That's right, just like the Earth Spirit Monkey in the Investiture of the Gods, Sun Guangjun could tunnel underground and move at incredible speed, covering thousands of miles a day without any difficulty. What was even more crucial was that this skill had no grade, and its energy consumption was minimal. Such a skill was an ultimate treasure for escaping and surviving. However, while this escape skill was great, in a team, it was practically useless. It had no offensive power, not even a little. While others were fighting zombies, Sun Guangjun could only play the role of a bystander, contributing nothing. This also meant that Sun Guangjun's status in the team was not high, and he was often assigned to tasks like reconnaissance or guarding, making him a peripheral member of the group. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun had a family heirloom, the mountain and river ring, which provided him with a storage space, making his life a little easier. It was precisely because of the mountain and river ring that Sun Guangjun was able to gather enough resources to advance to level 7 during the 10 years of the apocalypse. But he never dreamed that the day he leveled up would also be the day of his death. Yes, the mountain and river ring. When he thought of this, Sun Guangjun hurriedly raised his hand, and on the ring finger of his left hand was an ancient and simple ring, neither gold nor jade. Seeing that the mountain and river ring was safe and sound, Sun Guangjun let out a long sigh of relief. With this treasure and his rebirth before the apocalypse, how could he not carve out a world of his own in the future? At this moment, Sun Guangjun's mind shifted, and he wondered if Zhou Yilin's betrayal had something to do with the mountain and river ring. Since ancient times, wealth has moved people's hearts. The ancients were not wrong about this. Zhou Yilin, just you wait. In this life, I will settle both old and new grudges together. But for now, activating the mountain river ring is the most important thing. Sun Guangjun is now in the Shinagawa district of Tokyo, Neon Country. This is a construction site that has been completed and is about to be handed over, and as a worker abroad, Sun Guangjun is one of the last to stay, only waiting for the handover to return home. Most people have already left, and the whole site is very quiet. He walked around near the work shed, made sure no one was paying attention to this place, then turned around and went back to his room. The fellow workers who shared the room had all returned home, and the 8-person room felt empty. With the experience from the previous life, Sun Guangjun found a small knife, and without hesitation, cut a wound on his right index finger, then pressed the bleeding finger tightly on the mountain river ring on his left ring finger. But in the next moment, Sun Guangjun froze. The mountain river ring did not react at all. This is not right. In the previous life, it was in the 4th year of the apocalypse, when Sun Guangjun was injured and accidentally let the wound touch the mountain river ring. The blood was absorbed by the ring, and only then did he discover the secret of the ring and gain the space inside it. But this time, the mountain river ring did not react at all. What is going on? Could it be? Suddenly, Sun Guangjun's heart moved. Enter. Focusing his mind, Sun Guangjun carefully activated the command. In the next instant, his vision blurred, and he appeared in a gray space. The space was not big, only about 1 acre in size, surrounded by mist as thick as substance. In the center, there was a lonely straw hut. Beside the hut, there was a well, and Sun Guangjun was standing at the door of the hut. The mountain river ring space has shrunk to this. Looks like my chance to be reborn this time must have been because of the mountain river ring. Shaking his head, Sun Guangjun finally understood. The reason he got another chance at life was entirely because of this ancestral treasure on his hand. And to save him, the mountain river ring's vast space that once held mountains and rivers had become this tiny scene before his eyes. Yes, in the 10th year of the apocalypse, Sun Guangjun had always hidden something from his team. Others only knew he had a space, but not that the space was vast and could store living beings. And the straw hut inside the mountain river ring space, though it looked ordinary outside, held a world inside. It was a huge warehouse where time stood still. Outside the hut, there were mountains, waters, flowers, trees, and even cultivated farmland where crops could grow. In other words, as long as he had the mountain river ring, Sun Guangjun could support all the needs of a large force on his own. In fact, in the past life, Sun Guangjun had already realized that his team was not trustworthy enough to share life and death. That's why he hid the true function of the mountain river ring and tried to lower his presence, planning to one day leave the team and find a true home. But before he could carry out the plan, he was betrayed. Sigh. With a light sigh, Sun Guangjun turned around, ready to enter the straw hut to take a look. The space had shrunk. He didn't know whether the warehouse inside had changed in size. Ha! Old buddy, you're here too? As soon as he turned, Sun Guangjun's eyes were caught by a sword stuck at the door of the hut. He stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed the sword hilt tightly. Buzz! Just as Sun Guangjun pulled out the sword, a sudden change occurred. A yellow earthy light spread from the sword, climbing up Sun Guangjun's arm, then wrapping around his entire body. The light shone even brighter. In an instant, the entire mountain river ring space was filled with earthy yellow light. The yellowish light that filled the entire space curled back and disappeared into his body. Ha ha! The earth walking technique, you've come back too. Sun Guangjun never imagined that not only did the mountain and river ring bring back his soul weapon, the star sword, but it also brought back the earth walking technique along with it. The star sword was the long sword stuck at the entrance of the thatched hut. After awakening their abilities, the supernatural beings can use the energy inside their bodies to forge a weapon, making it their soul weapon. This was something that the first 5th-tier powerhouse discovered during the first 3 years of the apocalypse and then spread it. Before the apocalypse, Sun Guangjun had some background in martial arts. After the apocalypse arrived, in order to protect himself, he picked up his old skills again and chose the familiar long sword as his weapon. Naturally, when it came to forging his soul weapon, Sun Guangjun chose his long sword, which he named the Star Sword. After several years of continuous forging, although the Star Sword could not compare to the divine weapons in the hands of top-tier powerhouses, in the present time before the apocalypse, it was definitely one of the best, especially its sharpness, which was likely unmatched in the world. Feeling joyful, Sun Guangjun quickly checked the situation in the thatched hut's warehouse and then left the mountain and river ring space. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Although the mountain and river ring was severely damaged and its space became smaller than ever, the thatched hut warehouse wasn't much affected, except that all the supplies inside are gone. With so many advantages, still in the time before the apocalypse, as long as I prepare well, will the apocalypse really be that terrifying? Sitting in the empty factory shed, Sun Guangjun muttered to himself. The mountain and river ring was a very magical item, divided into 2 regions, and the separation was that lonely thatched hut. Or rather, the thatched hut was the entrance to another region, a nearly infinite still space where anything placed inside remained unchanged when taken out. However, life during the apocalypse was harsh, and the activation of the mountain and river ring happened in the 4th year of the apocalypse. By then, most of the crops had vanished due to natural disasters, and animals had either mutated or become zombies, making it impossible for Sun Guangjun to fully utilize the mountain and river ring. Moreover, he had to hide it from the team, who had eyes as sharp as wolves. He pulled out his phone and checked the time, July 1st, 2037, 1:45 a.m. There was still an entire month left before the apocalypse began on July 31st. Thinking about the high temperatures, heavy rains, extreme cold, polar nights, and endless zombies and mutated creatures that would come after the apocalypse began, Sun Guangjun felt an urgent sense of time running out. Now that I have the mountain and river ring and the earth walking technique as advantages, and I'm in Neon, it seems like not doing something would be a waste of this heaven-sent opportunity. He opened the map on his phone, muttering to himself as he scrolled through the screen, looking for a target to strike. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and he had so many things to prepare for. Suddenly, Sun Guangjun's finger stopped on the screen, pointing at the Japan Bank's headquarters. I heard that Japan Bank's underground vault holds most of Neon's gold reserves, totaling over 800 tons. Looking at this string of characters, Sun Guangjun's lips curled into a faint smile. Just in time, the mountain and river ring needs an upgrade to open a bigger space. This 800 tons of gold is just what I need. As the owner of the mountain and river ring, Sun Guangjun naturally knew that the size of the space inside could be upgraded, and the condition for upgrading was to obtain gold and various jade stones for the mountain and river ring to absorb. In fact, in his previous life, the space inside the mountain and river ring was almost limitless. With the resources Sun Guangjun could access at that time, he could never fill it up no matter what. What Sun Guangjun needed to do now was to find a way to restore the former glory of the mountain river ring, and then use it as a foundation to prepare for the coming end times. Now that he had a goal, Sun Guangjun needed to first plan out the steps of action. After all, that was the central bank of a country, a financial stronghold. Even though he had the supreme tool of earth travel technique, he still needed a proper plan before acting. Half an hour later, Sun Guangjun suddenly stood up, identified the direction, and his body began to sink without any warning. In just 1 second, Sun Guangjun's whole body merged into the concrete ground beneath his feet and disappeared inside the construction shed. About 5 kilometers away, the Shinagawa police station was brightly lit in the middle of the night, yet almost no one was moving around. In the basement's weapon warehouse, where no one should have been, a figure was standing there, staring and foolishly smiling at the neatly arranged guns and ammunition. Yes, this person was Sun Guangjun, and he came here to get weapons for self-defense. Although it was just the Shinagawa police station, and not very large in scale, the weapons in the armory were quite complete. There were standard-issue Nambu M60 revolvers and SIG P230 JP pistols used by regular officers, a whole rack of more than 10 MP5 submachine guns, a few Remington M870 shotguns, and even several boxes of tear gas piled in a corner. Looking at all these weapons and ammo, Sun Guangjun's eyes sparkled. He picked up an M60, admired it for a while, loaded it with bullets, and casually stuffed the gun into his tall boots. Then he grabbed a P230, inserted a magazine, tucked it into the back of his waist, and even stuffed a few full magazines into his pockets. After arming himself, Sun Guangjun began walking around the weapon warehouse, waving his left hand repeatedly. Not just the weapons, even the shelves, he stored all of them into the thatched warehouse of the mountain river ring. In less than 5 minutes, the weapon warehouse, which was several hundred square meters in size, became completely empty. Over 100 guns, along with bullets and other gear, all disappeared without a trace. Looking around at his masterpiece, Sun Guangjun was very satisfied. Sayonara. With a gentle wave of his hand, Sun Guangjun took all the equipment and left behind the empty warehouse. After such an easy success, Sun Guangjun had no intention to continue raiding more police stations. The small guns and toys in the hands of Japanese cops simply couldn't impress him. Having 100 or so for self-defense was enough. Leaving the Shinagawa police station, Sun Guangjun did not return to the construction site. He was the last guard on the site and usually had very little to do. Before the shift change, no one would pay attention to him, especially not in the middle of the night. Using the convenience of earth travel technique, Sun Guangjun appeared in a small forest of a nearby park. From the mountain river ring, he took out a black combat uniform, along with a helmet, and equipped himself piece by piece. He used a large mask to cover half of his face, rested a bit, and once again sank into the ground. Earlier in the police station's armory, Sun Guangjun didn't disguise himself, because the arrogant Japanese police never installed surveillance in their own base. But for the next actions, he would be exposed to cameras more than once, and Sun Guangjun didn't want his noble face to be recorded and become a wanted person in Japan. Using this police gear as a disguise was just perfect. Soon, Sun Guangjun's figure appeared inside a large supermarket less than 3 kilometers away from the police station in a straight line. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, when most people were deep asleep. The supermarket was very quiet. Other than the shelves filled with goods, only the surveillance cameras were tirelessly working. Looking at the huge shopping area that was tens of thousands of square meters, Sun Guangjun smiled. All these dazzling goods were his now. $0 purchase, start. With a snap of his fingers, Sun Guangjun's figure began to move quickly, and as he ran, large shelves along with the products on them kept disappearing. In just a few minutes, the entire market, along with the warehouse behind it covering thousands of square meters, became empty. Not even a scrap of paper was left. Chapter 3, Emptying the Vault. Shock. Costco was hit by masked thieves in the middle of the night. The entire store was looted. Shock. Aeon Supermarket met the same fate as Costco. More than 10 supermarkets were looted overnight, suspected to be by the same person. Tokyo was hit by a massive robbery. The police have done nothing. The supermarket thief appears in Tokyo. Japan faces an unprecedented crisis. Details. The supermarket thief wore full police gear, suspected to be an insider from the police station. Shock. The Shinagawa police station's weapon vault was stolen. All weapons disappeared. Before dawn, as early shift employees started their work at various supermarkets, the news of the theft began to spread and gain momentum. Shocked articles flooded the internet, and vehicles with sirens rushed through the streets. The whole of Tokyo started to panic. As the news about the theft of Shinagawa police station's weapon vault was revealed, the panic began to grow. Crowds even started to gather for protests on the streets. As the cause of all this chaos, Sun Guangjun had already arrived at 211 Nyanbashi, Truku. Here stood the famous Bank of Japan, also known as the BOJ headquarters. Since most of the thefts had happened in Shinagawa district, the unrest hadn't yet reached the Chua district, and the people on the streets were walking hurriedly, though the overall atmosphere was still relatively calm. Sun Guangjun, dressed in full SWAT gear, holding an MP5, stood at the northwest corner of the bank building, just like a patrol officer standing guard on the street. One had to admit, the Japanese authorities responded quickly. After receiving reports of the supermarket thefts and the Shinagawa police station's weapon vault robbery, they immediately deployed armed SWAT teams throughout Tokyo, preparing for any further robberies and to give the public reassurance. Unfortunately, no matter how tight the defense was, it was all useless in front of Sun Guangjun, who was using cheats. At this time, at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters, located at 111 Kanda, Chiyoda, a group of senior police officers sat at a conference table, staring at the projection screen in front of them. On the screen, Sun Guangjun, fully disguised, appeared from a corner, entered the dark supermarket, and as he moved quickly, every shelf he passed vanished. The last scene showed the man in black waving goodbye to the empty supermarket before disappearing. The screen switched, and the same scene replayed. After all the videos were shown, the police commissioner, Hiroshi Kojima, seated at the head of the table, spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone, please speak freely. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Matsumoto Kayanaga, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, cleared his throat and said, "Commissioner, based on the current intelligence, these thefts seem to have been carried out by the same person. The equipment the suspect is wearing is likely stolen from the Shinagawa police station's weapon vault. According to the timeline, we can confirm that the suspect first stole from the Shinagawa police station, obtained the weapons, and then proceeded with a series of thefts. The current difficulty lies in how the suspect was able to enter the various supermarkets. Through traffic surveillance around the locations of the thefts, no trace of the suspect has been found. Additionally, based on the times of the thefts, the possibility of an insider being involved can be ruled out. It can be said that the suspect appeared as if out of nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously, which is truly baffling. Equally puzzling is the suspect's method of committing the crime. The goods vanished along with the shelves, an unprecedented scene. Considering all the clues, it seems that only supernatural methods could explain this. As soon as Kiyoshi Matsumoto finished speaking, a police inspector loudly declared, "Absurd. Everyone here knows that there is no such thing as supernatural methods in this world. Then how do you explain the footage captured by the surveillance cameras? Who can guarantee that the surveillance footage is definitely real? I think you're just being unreasonable. Enough of the noise. Let's first think of a way to stop such things from happening again." Soon, the whole conference room became a chaotic mess, with everyone expressing their opinions, yet no one could come up with a practical solution. Sun Guangjun had no idea that his actions had turned the police headquarters into a mess. After standing at the street corner for a while and confirming that no one was paying attention, he turned around and, pretending to patrol, walked towards the nearby building. Soon, Sun Guangjun arrived at a deserted corner, looked up at the nearby bank building, then vanished in an instant. Following the planned direction, Sun Guangjun went dozens of meters underground, then headed straight to the bottom of the bank. Oh no! Damn it! Just as Sun Guangjun was about to break through the ground into the vault, a sharp pain came from above his head. Looking up, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn! This Japanese bank is so careful, even the ground is made of titanium alloy. Of course, this small problem was nothing to Sun Guangjun. He circled underground and not only determined the extent of the titanium alloy floor but also examined all the seams carefully. Moreover, during this process, Sun Guangjun made an unexpected discovery. Beneath the titanium alloy floor, several large amounts of explosives were buried in various places, totaling several tons in weight. Such a good thing obviously couldn't be wasted, so Sun Guangjun happily stored all the discovered explosives in the Shanha ring, adding a new item to his collection. After finishing these tasks, Sun Guangjun took out the stellar sword from the Shanha ring, carefully inserted the sword's tip into the seam of the titanium alloy floor, and cut through the connecting tenons. Soon, a 2-meter square, 20-centimeter thick piece of titanium alloy floor was successfully removed by Sun Guangjun, revealing the granite layer beneath. Then, Sun Guangjun's figure passed through the granite and appeared inside the vault. Whoa! No wonder this is the headquarters of the Japanese bank, there's so much gold. As soon as Sun Guangjun broke through the ground, he was almost blinded by the sight of the gold. There was no way around it. The vault was neatly packed with countless gold bars, all weighing 1 kilogram each, shining with an enticing golden light. No matter how strong one's willpower is, anyone placed in the middle of this sea of gold would probably find it hard to control their inner desires. According to reports, Japan's gold reserves of over 840 tons are mostly stored in this vault. And now, all of this gold belongs to Sun Guangjun. With a shout, Sun Guangjun swung his arm widely, eagerly absorbing all the gold in sight into the Shanha ring. More than 800 tons of gold could not possibly fit into just one room. In fact, the entire underground vault had hundreds of rooms. In addition to gold, it stored a significant amount of silver in Japan's large foreign exchange reserves. Through Sun Guangjun's relentless effort, all the gold, silver, and various cash bills were all moved into the Shanhao ring. Even the titanium alloy floor on the ground was pried up and taken. By the time Sun Guangjun left, the once glorious underground vault, it has become a bare, primitive cave, no longer shining with its past glory. Chapter 4, Wu Feng. As night fell, the once brightly lit Ginza, filled with bustling crowds, seemed unaffected by the series of thefts from the previous night. People continued to come and go, maintaining the vibrancy it once had. Even when news broke this afternoon about the theft of the underground vault at the Bank of Japan, things remained the same here. So what if there was a theft? Does it concern ordinary people? What if the national treasury was stolen? That's something for the country to deal with, not for us common folks to worry about. Moreover, the thief who orchestrated these crimes came and went without a trace. Is that something the average person could be involved in? As surveillance footage from major stores began to surface, the Neon citizens, who were already used to disasters, quickly adapted. This must be some supernatural phenomenon. Let the country handle it. We just need to live our lives and not cause trouble for the government. In private, many people even began to treat the mysterious thief as their new idol. In this situation, Tokyo's order miraculously returned to normal. The parade of people on the streets dispersed, people went back to work, students went back to school, and everyone was just waiting for the government to issue new announcements. As for the time after work? Of course, the singing continued, the drinking continued, and the dancing continued. As night fell, at the CHF bar in Ginza's 5th district, the peak business hour had not yet arrived. There were only a few guests quietly sipping their drinks and whispering to each other. Wu Feng, the owner of CHF Bar, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office on the 2nd floor, watching the dazzling lights and lively nightlife outside, a faint, enigmatic smile curling on his lips. He was gently swirling the cocktail glass in his hand. Wu Feng was 37 years old, in the prime of his life. Born in Neon, as a person from the Dragon Kingdom, he not only ran this bar but also had another little-known identity, the largest international money launderer in Tokyo. Although born in Neon and having rarely set foot on Dragon Kingdom soil, Wu Feng had a deep-seated bloodline that made him feel no affection for the people of Neon. Today, upon learning that the mysterious thief had visited Tokyo, not only looting more than a dozen supermarkets but also sweeping away over 800 tons of gold reserves from the Bank of Japan's underground vault, along with a massive amount of foreign exchange cash said to be worth trillions of dollars, Wu Feng was extremely pleased. Serves them right. This was the truest voice of Wu Feng's heart at that moment. Bang! 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 Just as Wu Feng was lost in thoughts about the mysterious thief, wishing he could worship them, a knock on the door sounded. Come in. Wu Feng quickly adjusted his mood, returned to his desk, and said in a deep voice. As the door opened, Wu Feng's loyal subordinate, Koji Tanaka, walked in and respectfully said, "Boss, a mysterious guest has come downstairs, asking for you by name. He says he has a big business deal to discuss. Please bring him up." Wu Feng had no reason to doubt. Anyone who came to see him personally must be no ordinary person, likely representing a large sum of profit. How could he refuse? Yes. Koji Tanaka respectfully left, and not long after, he brought a person inside. What should I call you? Wu Feng waved his hand, signaling Koji Tanaka to leave, his curiosity piqued by the visitor. This person was cautious, wrapped up tightly in layers. You can call me Sunday. The man sat confidently across from Wu Feng and spoke in Mandarin. I'm here to exchange a piece of news for the opportunity to do business with you, Mr. Wu. Oh? A person from the Dragon Kingdom? Wu Feng switched to fluent Mandarin, smiling. I'm open for business here. Since you're from the Dragon Kingdom, there's no need for any exchange. However, I'm curious about the news you have. There is a bit of interest. Why don't you go ahead and tell me? Really? Sun Guangjun smiled, but his entire face was covered by a mask and sunglasses, so Wu Feng couldn't see his smile. What if it's about your son, Wu Yang? What? Do you have news about Xiao Yang? As soon as Sun Guangjun finished speaking, Wu Feng's face immediately changed. It's not surprising that Wu Feng was shocked. After all, just a few days ago, his only son, Wu Yang, had been kidnapped. What was strange was that the kidnappers didn't make any demands, they just disappeared somewhere in the vast city of Tokyo. Wu Feng controlled a massive money laundering syndicate, with countless subordinates, and his wife, Xiaolin Qingzi, was the daughter of the vice president of the Sumiyoshi Kai, Xiaolin Dai. Their son being kidnapped was no small matter. But no matter how the two great forces searched all over Tokyo, the kidnappers seemed to have disappeared into thin air, not leaving a trace. They even sent him a message, telling him not to waste his efforts. As long as he agreed to their conditions, Wu Yang would be returned safely. However, the kidnappers never mentioned what those conditions were. When Wu Feng received this news, he was both happy and worried. He was happy that his son's life was probably not in danger, but worried about what the kidnappers actually wanted. Now, hearing Sun Guangjun's words suddenly, it's no wonder that Wu Feng's expression changed. As for how Sun Guangjun knew about these things, it was because Wu Feng was an old acquaintance of his. To be precise, in the past life, Sun Guangjun and Wu Feng knew each other, and their relationship was pretty good. These things were things Wu Feng had told Sun Guangjun himself. In the past life, after the apocalypse broke out, Wu Feng returned to the country, and by chance, met Sun Guangjun, who was struggling to survive. The two's personalities clicked, and they became close friends who shared everything. Later, they even joined the same team. Unfortunately, in the third year of the apocalypse, during an encounter with zombies, Wu Feng stayed behind to cover the others and never made it back to the camp. This time, Sun Guangjun accidentally collected a large amount of foreign currency cash in an underground vault but couldn't bring it back to the country openly. Thinking that Wu Feng worked in this line of business, he took the opportunity to meet his old friend, believing that with Wu Feng's skills, he could find a way to launder the money. Originally, with the Mountain River token in hand, Sun Guangjun could have gathered enough supplies in Japan to survive the apocalypse without needing money, but after wreaking havoc in Japan, he still had to return to his homeland. This was unavoidable. At the beginning of the apocalypse, disasters kept occurring, and Japan didn't even last a year before it was destroyed. Sun Guangjun wasn't going to stay there to be buried with them. When it came to returning to the country, problems arose. Sun Guangjun, an orphan, had no property in the country and little savings. If he could bring back even a small portion of this unexpected wealth, with the time left until the apocalypse, it would be enough for him to build a safe house. Thus, Sun Guangjun came to the CHF bar, handling his own matters while also meeting an old friend, hoping to make up for the regrets of the past life. So, are you saying that Mr. Sun is in cahoots with the kidnappers? Wu Feng, who had been through many storms, quickly calmed down. Go ahead, what exactly do you want? Money? Or something else? Boss Wu, you misunderstood. Hearing this, Sun Guangjun quickly waved his hand and said, how could I possibly be in cahoots with the kidnappers? I just happened to hear about this matter and, having something to ask of Boss Wu, shamelessly made this request. If Boss Wu doesn't believe me, I'll tell you right now where your son is. Chapter 5, Business. As Sun Guangjun gave an address, Wu Feng took out his phone and made a few calls. Only then did his expression slowly ease. For a moment, the office fell into silence. Both of them didn't say a word. Not long after, Wu Feng's phone suddenly rang urgently. Hello, alright, I got it. After a few brief words, Wu Feng put down his phone and said, Haha, Mr. Sun, I really have to thank you for the news. Just now, my subordinate called, Xiao Yang has been saved and is on the way home. Then congratulations. Sun Guangjun said lightly, with Boss Wu's methods, I believe the kidnappers must have been caught, right? Well, it's time to interrogate the mastermind behind it. Of course. Wu Feng nodded arrogantly and said, daring to kidnap my son, they should be prepared to die. No matter who was behind it, they're as good as dead. Alright, Mr. Sun, now, it's time to talk about what kind of business you want to do with me. Looking at Wu Feng, who exuded an air of dominance, Sun Guangjun secretly curled his lips. He probably wouldn't speak so confidently if he really knew who was behind the scenes. It wasn't that Sun Guangjun was scheming or enjoying the drama, but this whole thing with the Wu family was a bit too dramatic, and the outcome was too tragic. In his past life, Sun Guangjun had heard Wu Feng say it with his own mouth, the person who had masterminded the kidnapping of Wu Yang was none other than his wife, Wu Yang's biological mother, Shaolin Qingzi. In the end, it was all a struggle for profit. It was just that Wu Feng and Wu Yang were the ones who suffered. The Wu family had arrived in Japan during his grandfather's generation. After 3 generations of hard work, by Wu Feng's time, the power in his hands was no small matter. He could not say that he could shake Tokyo with a stump, but with just a word, he could stir up a storm. As for Wu Feng's marriage to Shaolin Qingzi, to put it bluntly, it was a family union, a combination of interests. If it weren't to consolidate and elevate the family's status, Wu Feng, with his hatred for small daily life, would never have married the daughter of a Yakuza boss. Shaolin Qingzi's father, Shaolin Dai, was the second in command of the Sumiyoshi Kai, and he was also an ambitious man. By marrying his daughter to Wu Feng, Shaolin Dai was hoping to gain a powerful ally to fight for the top position. However, over time, Shaolin Dai gradually realized that Wu Feng, this son-in-law, wasn't so easy to control, and there was always a risk that things could slip out of his hands. So, under Shaolin Dai's instructions, Shaolin Qingzi secretly planned the kidnapping of her own son, hoping to use her son's disappearance to disturb Wu Feng's mind and vigilance, and secretly get rid of this obstacle. At that time, the massive money laundering group built by the Wu family over 3 generations would become the property of Shaolin Qingzi and her father. However, things went wrong from the start. The 3 subordinates sent by Shaolin Qingzi to kidnap Wu Yang, after succeeding, suddenly felt that the money Shaolin Qingzi had given them was too little and wanted greater profits. So, they didn't follow Shaolin Qingzi's instructions and instead found a place to hide. Shaolin Qingzi didn't expect her subordinates to betray her at the last minute. Enraged, she flatly rejected their request for more money and immediately sent more people to capture them. Now, the kidnappers hid even deeper. But the two major groups were pushing hard, almost turning Tokyo upside down. Although the three kidnappers were slippery, hiding and running wasn't easy. In the previous life, the three guys held out for more than 20 days before finally collapsing under the pressure of the two major groups. But they knew they had offended Xiaolin Qingzi and her father, so they decided to be bold and called Wu Feng, demanding a ransom of $1 million. What kind of person was Wu Feng? He had read the 36 stratagems since he was young. With the kidnappers' lead, Wu Feng set a trap, and when the ransom was delivered, he successfully captured the three kidnappers. After a round of questioning, it was finally revealed that all of this came from the hands of the person lying beside him. Just as Wu Feng was gathering people and preparing to go to war with the Xiaolin family, the apocalypse suddenly arrived. Even more tragically, Wu Yan, a child under 5 years old, after nearly a month of imprisonment in fear, fell severely ill as soon as he was rescued. The first wave of disaster in the apocalypse was extreme heat, with temperatures reaching 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Wu Yan ultimately couldn't survive. After losing his beloved son, Wu Feng ruthlessly gathered all his forces and launched a relentless revenge against the Xiaolin family. But the Xiaolin family wasn't to be underestimated either. Having been well prepared, their counterattack was not so easy to bear. After several battles, Wu Feng not only gained no advantage but, due to the presence of outsiders and the scorching weather, his subordinates lost heart. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat and had to flee Neon alone. After traveling for a while, Wu Feng finally returned to his homeland, where he met Sun Guangjun. As for the Xiaolin family, whether they were destroyed in the natural disasters of the apocalypse or met another fate is unknown. Anyway, Neon didn't survive the first year of the apocalypse and collapsed as a nation. The past flashed through Wu Feng's mind, and Sun Guangjun said, "Boss Wu, here's the thing, I have a sum of cash, and I want to use your channel to transfer it back to the country. Don't worry, the handling fee can be whatever it is, even a bit high is fine." Transfer money to the country? That's easy, Wu Feng said with a smile. This is exactly what I do. Helping a brother out like this is just what I should do. No need to mention handling fees. He raised his hand to scratch his nose, only to touch the mask instead. Sun Guangjun awkwardly said, "Boss Wu, this cash is a bit much. The required fees should still be charged." "A lot?" Wu Feng waved his hand and said, "Looks like brother Sun underestimated my abilities. To put it bluntly, even if it's several billion, tens of billions, it's nothing for me." Hearing this, Sun Guangjun didn't hold back. "Alright, then let's start by transferring 500 million US dollars. "How much?" 500 million? USD? Cash? Wu Feng had thought Sun Guangjun might only have a couple 100,000 at most, nothing too big. Who would have expected him to say 500 million, and in US dollars too? Looking at Sun Guangjun, although he was dressed modestly, he didn't look like a wealthy man at all. Besides, in this day and age, who still hides so much cash at home? Suddenly, Wu Feng's mind clicked. A large amount of cash, and it's USD, could it be? It's a bit much. Sun Guangjun, unaware of Wu Feng's thoughts, smiled sheepishly and said, "Then, how about a bit less, say 300 million? Brother Sun misunderstood. Wu Feng waved his hand and said, "I don't think the amount is too big. I just didn't expect that you, brother Sun, are so low-key, holding such a large sum of cash. I just wonder, are you willing to share where this cash came from?" "I can't tell you." Sun Guangjun shook his head without hesitation. After all, this money came from the underground vault of the Japanese bank. How could he say that? Chapter 6, Buying a Company. Faced with Sun Guangjun's firm refusal, Wu Feng didn't get angry. He simply smiled knowingly and said, "Brother Sun, don't worry. This deal can be done. But before we proceed, shouldn't we formally introduce ourselves?" As he spoke, Wu Feng pointed to the mask on Sun Guangjun's face. My bad, my bad." Since Wu Feng had agreed to help with the money transfer, he didn't press further about the source of the cash. Sun Guangjun laughed heartily, took off his mask, sunglasses, and hat, revealing his true face. "Such a young man?" Wu Feng had heard Sun Guangjun's voice earlier and knew he was young, but he didn't expect him to be so young. He looked to be just in his early 20s. Sun Guangjun laughed and said, "I'm not that young anymore, I'm already 25. By the way, my name is Sun Guangjun." "Guangjun? Isn't that just a wee character?" Wu Feng laughed and said, 25 isn't considered young, but compared to me, you're definitely still a young man." Sun Guangjun smiled and said, "Brother Wu, you are right. I used to be called Sun Hui, and only after I turned 18 did I change my name to Guangjun." For some reason, Wu Feng looked at Sun Guangjun's excessively youthful face, and he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He then thought of the possibility he had been guessing, and once again, he truly admired him. This kid really has some tricks up his sleeve. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Wu Feng asked, "Brother, you know the rules here, right?" "I know." Wu Feng nodded and said, "9 out, 13 in. My 500 million USD, as long as 300 million comes through, that's fine. The remaining 200 million is for transaction fees." "Brother is straightforward." Wu Feng gave a thumbs up and said, "However, I have another idea. I don't know if you'd like to hear it?" "Oh?" Sun Guangjun's eyes lit up, and he said, "What good idea do you have, brother?" Wu Feng said, "Brother, whether it's 300 million or 500 million, it's not a small amount. You should know the domestic policies better than I do. A large sum of cash coming in like this, it will probably be difficult to explain once you return to the country. So, to avoid trouble, we need to find another way. For example, we could do the transfer under a company's name. I happen to have a few offshore companies in hand, and I can transfer one to you, then move your money into that company's account. This way, after you return to the country, whatever you need to do, you can do it under the name of this offshore company. Sometimes it's even more convenient than using your own name. With that, even if it's 3 or 5 billion, or even 30 or 50 billion, it's no big deal. As for your personal spending here, I can transfer several million into your account first. As for the reason, just say it's a thank you for saving my life. That way, I won't take advantage of you. The transaction fee will be 200 million, and the 300 million will go directly into the company account. As for the company, I'll give it to you for free, plus I'll transfer 50 million USD into your personal account. What do you think, brother? How do you feel about this idea?" "Brother Wu, you're brilliant." Sun Guangjun gave a thumbs up, and he was genuinely impressed by Wu Feng's quick wit. With the help of the offshore company, after returning to the country, he could easily use the investment name to recruit a few people and prepare materials domestically. And as for setting up the safe house, he could use the money from his personal account to get things ready first. This way, it wouldn't affect his continued $0 purchases abroad, and there would be people working for him back in the country. It was truly a win-win. After thinking for a moment, Sun Guangjun turned to Wu Feng and said, "Brother, there's one problem. Will the transfer of the company take a long time? To be honest with you, I plan to return to the country in a week, and all this money is what I'll need at that time." "It won't." Wu Feng waved his hand and said, "The offshore companies I have staff locally. Changing the name of a company, it won't even take a day to complete. When you return to the country, I'll make sure to get your domestic investment procedures all taken care of. You won't have any delay in accessing the funds. By the way, when the time comes, I'll arrange for a few people to help you out, making it easier for you to do business in the country." Hearing that Sun Guangjun would still be staying for another week before returning to the country, Wu Feng's heart stirred. It seemed this kid was planning to keep causing trouble here in Japan. That's right, Wu Feng had already mentally concluded that Sun Guangjun was the mastermind behind the series of supermarket thefts last night, and the mysterious thief who had emptied the underground gold vault of the Japan Bank. As for the source of that 500 million USD, aside from the foreign exchange reserves from the underground gold vault, was there anywhere else it could have come from? Although Wu Feng couldn't understand exactly what method Sun Guangjun had used, his gut feeling told him that this seemingly harmless young man was definitely a master hiding his abilities. For no other reason, just because he had messed with the little daily life, Wu Feng was willing to help him without hesitation. What's more, this man was the life savior of his son, right? Besides, he didn't help for free. The service fee that should have been given, he didn't take a single penny less, and even got more. Wu Feng's arrangements pleased Sun Guangjun very much, and he thanked him repeatedly. "Old brother, you're really a master. These arrangements have truly helped me a lot. By the way, I've brought the money, it's downstairs. Do you want to have someone receive it first?" "The money has been brought?" Wu Feng's eyelid twitched. He thought to himself, this little brother really had some guts. Didn't he know that the police in all of Tokyo were looking for him? Yet he still dared to flaunt so much cash in the open? You should know, $100 million would have a volume of 1.5 cubic meters, 500 million would be 7.5 cubic meters, and the weight would even reach more than 5 tons. A regular van would be almost half full just to carry it. Sun Guangjun didn't know what Wu Feng was thinking. He casually tossed out a set of car keys and said, "Old brother, the car is in the ground-level parking lot, license plate number 741. Just have your people drive it away." This car was normally used on the construction site to purchase materials. The boss planned to deal with it before returning to the country, and it was left for Sun Guangjun's use on ordinary days. After getting his hands on the money this morning, Sun Guangjun went back to the construction site, first put the $500 million into sacks in the shed, then drove the car here and quietly placed the sacks in the trunk before coming to see Wu Feng. "Alright, I'll have someone take care of it." After taking the car keys, Wu Feng said, "Brother, hand me your passport, leave a copy, and give me a contact number. Once everything is sorted, someone will get in touch with you." "No problem." Sun Guangjun handed over his passport to Wu Feng, left his bank card number and phone number, then immediately bid farewell. It was still just after nightfall, the perfect time to act. He couldn't waste any more time like this. Brother, wait. Seeing Sun Guangjun about to leave, Wu Feng quickly stopped him and said, if you still have more cash on you, I can help you process some of it. Of course, not too much, though. Within 50 billion, that's fine. Having guessed Sun Guangjun's identity, Wu Feng dared not say anything too bold. His money laundering group might be strong, but against a national central bank's foreign exchange reserves, they were helpless. All right, old brother, I'll come find you when I need something. Looking at the half-smile expression on Wu Feng's face, Sun Guangjun knew he had probably guessed something, but didn't mind. He waved his hand and left in a rather carefree manner. Chapter 7, Continue the Plunder. Sun Guangjun left with ease, and Wu Feng was still thinking of sending him downstairs. But as soon as he stepped out the door, Sun Guangjun's figure had already disappeared. Wu Feng shook his head helplessly, then thought about heading back to his office. There was still a pile of things waiting for him to handle there. Just as he turned around, Wu Feng noticed a black bag at the office door. He didn't know when it had appeared, and it was rather large. Looking at the shape bulging from the surface of the bag, Wu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked around, confirming that the hallway was empty, before picking up the bag and heading back to his office. He opened the bag and took a quick look inside, and his eyes narrowed immediately. Inside the bag were 5 MP5 submachine guns, over a dozen revolvers, and quite a few bullets. Ha, my brother is really clever, knowing exactly what I need right now. Thinking about the news his subordinates had just reported, Wu Feng's brows furrowed for a moment, then relaxed, a cold, vicious look spreading across his face. Without mentioning how Wu Feng would handle the upcoming marital conflict, after leaving CHF bar, Sun Guangjun found a secluded corner, his body flickering, and disappeared into the ground. Once underground, Sun Guangjun's earthwalking technique allowed him to ignore obstacles and travel straight ahead, of course, as long as he didn't encounter any metal layers. As for mountains, rocks, or concrete, everything was under control. It was still early, and people were coming and going in the business district. Sun Guangjun didn't stay long, but headed straight for the Tokyo Industrial Zone. At this hour, except for those factories that ran 24/7, most of the workshops were already empty and silent. Once here, Sun Guangjun was like a dragon entering the sea, moving as freely as a fish in water. Rice processing plant, taken. Canned food factory, taken. Machinery factory, taken. Precision instrument research center, taken. All along the way, whether large or small factories, as long as Sun Guangjun came across them, there was no hesitation, just one word, taken. And Sun Guangjun wasn't just taking the finished products in the warehouses, he took everything, raw materials, production equipment, everything. Wherever he passed, only the buildings were left, everything else gone, like he scraped the land 3 feet deep. After 4 or 5 hours of work, seeing it was close to midnight, Sun Guangjun prepared to return to the business district to take those shops, supermarkets, and malls he had long had his eyes on. But underground it was hard to tell direction, so Sun Guangjun found an open space, came out to the surface, and wanted to check where he was, then find the road back. Under the pitch-black night, Sun Guangjun realized he was in the middle of a ranch. Neon's ranches were very different from those back home. Their business model mainly focused on experience-based marketing, diversified services, and eco-friendly development. Simply put, this place was not just a ranch, it also processed agricultural products deeply and even had amusement park functions. There was no one at night. Sun Guangjun walked around and found that this ranch raised quite a lot: pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, even a few little ponies. Well now, since I ran into it, I can't let it go. Just right to test the new function of the mountain river ring. With a sneaky smile, Sun Guangjun waved his big hand and started wildly collecting all the poultry and livestock. That's right, with over 800 tons of gold from the Bank of Japan, the mountain river ring had regained some of its former glory. Sun Guangjun himself didn't really understand how it worked. In his past life, he only knew that the mountain river ring could take in anything. But once gold or jade went in, it disappeared completely. At first, Sun Guangjun couldn't figure it out, but over time he slowly realized the mountain river ring's space was growing. In other words, the vanished gold and jade were actually absorbed by the mountain river ring and became food to help it grow. In his past life, because of the mountain river ring's space, Sun Guangjun wasn't just the scout before the battle, he was also the best choice to clean up the battlefield afterward. With such convenience, any gold or jade he found, Sun Guangjun quietly kept for himself and fed to the mountain river ring. Luckily, after the apocalypse came, the most important and expensive resources were food and clean water. Gold and jewelry became things no one wanted, all of it ended up in Sun Guangjun's hands. If you entered the mountain river ring now, you'd see that the space once only an acre large had become vast and boundless. Around the thatched hut and warehouse were plots of fertile land, all cleared and ready, hundreds of acres in total, with small paths laid out in a well pattern through the fields. None of the land had been planted yet, and Sun Guangjun didn't have the mind to tend it now. The apocalypse was coming soon. There wasn't even enough time to prepare supplies. Farming could wait until after it began. Before that, he only needed to prepare the seeds. Outside the farmland was endless grassland, and in the distance, you could see the shapes of mountains and forests. As the master of the mountain river ring, Sun Guangjun of course knew this area was where living things were kept. The animals and poultry he took in could live here just fine. The dense grass on the ground is their natural food. Moreover, the flowers, plants, and trees found outside can also be transplanted here. With such convenient conditions, Sun Guangjun was like a fish in water on the farm. Not long after, the entire breeding area was emptied by Sun Guangjun, over 100 pigs, more than 200 sheep, nearly 100 cows, thousands of chickens, ducks, and geese, along with the feed and breeding equipment, all of it was taken into the mountain river ring. Looking at the empty chicken coops and duck houses, Sun Guangjun sighed with relief. Compared to those supplies, these living creatures were far more precious. In the end of the world, under the harsh environmental conditions, nearly all of the animals raised by humans were extinct. Chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats, which used to be common, had become rarer than giant pandas. What Sun Guangjun was doing now was like preserving a spark for the future, and it was also an important measure for sustainable development. After finishing with the breeding area, Sun Guangjun went to the processing and storage areas, taking all the supplies and equipment with him. In the garage, Sun Guangjun found 2 off-road vehicles, a pickup truck, 3 refrigerated box trucks, and even a Kawasaki H2 heavy motorcycle. After doing all this, Sun Guangjun, with a full load, happily arrived at the planting area, the largest area on the entire farm. On the 500 to 600 acres of land, crops like rice, corn, strawberries, and watermelons were planted in an orderly manner, and the orchard nearby had apple, orange, peach, and grape trees. Laughing heartily, Sun Guangjun quickly ran through the farmland. Under the moonlight, as Sun Guangjun ran, large patches of farmland, along with the crops on them, vanished into thin air, leaving behind one after another of square, deep pits. Well, the real-life version of scraping the earth by 3 feet was officially on. Chapter 8, Toyosa Fish Market. Around 10 p.m., on the road in front of the farm, Sun Guangjun, dressed in black, sat on the Kawasaki H2, blowing a flying kiss. The next moment, the deep roar of the engine erupted, and the pitch-black motorcycle transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the thick night. With the Kawasaki H2, Sun Guangjun simply gave up using the earth walking technique to travel underground. Although the earth walking technique consumed relatively little, it wasn't without cost. Besides, Sun Guangjun's current abilities were brought back by the Star Sword, and the level was only 1, so the little spiritual energy he had couldn't sustain long-term use. If it weren't for the mountain river ring's replenishment these past few days, Sun Guangjun wouldn't have been able to accomplish the string of feats. Speaking of this, we must mention another magical aspect of the mountain river ring. It's the well next to the thatched cottage. The well isn't large, with an opening of less than a meter, and a depth of only 2 or 3 meters. What's magical is that this well never runs dry. No matter how much water is consumed, it always stays full. And the greatest function of this water is that it can restore fatigue and replenish Sun Guangjun's spiritual energy. In other words, as long as the water in the mountain river ring's well doesn't run dry, Sun Guangjun can continuously use his abilities. However, now with better transportation, Sun Guangjun didn't need to tire himself out like that anymore. The Kawasaki H2, with a maximum speed of 400 km per hour, is the best vehicle for the roads of Tokyo in the middle of the night. This time, Sun Guangjun's destination was Ginza. Of course, it wasn't to find Wufeng, but the countless shops there, specifically, the outdoor gear and daily necessities shops. In the end of the world, luxury goods naturally lost their market, but since he passed by, wouldn't it be a shame not to take advantage and grab a few things? Moreover, increasing the workload for the Metropolitan Police Department was something Sun Guangjun was happy to see. So, in the night, the 8 blocks of Ginza had bad luck. Following the principle of taking advantage of the passing flock, Sun Guangjun walked along, and every store, big or small, fell under his harmful hands. Whether it was the display items in the window or the stock in the warehouse, everything went into the mountain river bracelet. And to be honest, he really found quite a lot of good things, like tents, backpacks, sleeping bags, moisture-proof pads, air mattresses, climbing ropes, rock pegs, safety belts, ascenders, descenders, big and small padlocks, rope loops, ice picks, rock hammers, crampons, snow poles, helmets, snowshoes, alpine glasses, down jackets and pants, windproof jackets and pants, sweater pants, gloves, alpine boots, cold-resistant hats, ice cones, snow cones, cooking utensils, stoves, multifunctional water bottles, straws, water purification cups, compasses, binoculars, contour maps, waterproof lights, various knives, speedboats, rubber boats, cars, motorcycles, jet skis, and so on. Besides that, there were all kinds of luxury goods, covering clothing, food, housing, transportation, nothing was missed. Of course, these were all the empty shops, places like bars and nightclubs that were still operating at night. Sun Guangjun would not visit them. Sun Guangjun was very fast, and in a few hours, he had almost finished exploring Ginza, collecting countless treasures. Just past 3 in the morning, in a remote alley not far from Ginza, Sun Guangjun, sitting astride a Kawasaki H2, waved goodbye to the still dazzling lights of Ginza, twisted the throttle, and rode away. To be honest, in such a large Ginza, how could it be emptied in just 3 or 4 hours? There were still quite a few good things left, but Sun Guangjun had a bigger target tonight, and he simply had no time to delay here. With the roar of the engine, the Kawasaki H2, like a black ghost, rushed up the elevated bridge, heading straight for Toyosu. Toyosu Fish Market. This was Sun Guangjun's biggest target tonight. Toyosu Market was completely relocated from the inner area of Tsukiji Market. It was not only the largest agricultural wholesale trading market in all of Neon but also gathered a large number of food stalls. Every day, people flooded in to trade, visit, and in this place, one could not only witness the famous tuna auctions but also enjoy various Neon specialties. The entire Toyosu Fish Market covered an area of 400,000 square meters, divided into 4 buildings: the Produce Building, Management Facilities Building, Seafood Unloading Area Building, and Seafood Wholesale Area Building. Here stocked tens of thousands of tons of seafood from around the world, and the tuna auction at 5 in the morning had become a major spectacle, with the Fish King's price often reaching tens of millions during the New Year auctions. Unlike the open management of the resident market, Toyosu Fish Market had a closed market area with heavy restrictions. Visitors could not enter the core area, but these restrictions were nothing but decorations for Sun Guangjun. With the convenience of ground travel techniques, Sun Guangjun easily entered the market's core area. Before 4 in the morning, the large market had already begun to bustle. Under the bright lights, the entire market looked like daytime, with busy workers bustling back and forth, preparing for a new day's transactions. The scene before him did not daunt Sun Guangjun. From underground, he easily entered the cold storage of Toyosu Fish Market. The heavy cold storage door clearly could not block Sun Guangjun, and those advanced locks became mere decorations. Inside the cold storage, white mist swirled, and under the weak light, various seafood piled up into small mountains. Mackerel, salmon, sole, rockfish, Spanish mackerel, blue-spotted grouper, Antarctic icefish, sole, jellyfish, squid, various shellfish, tiger crabs, blue crabs, king crabs, emperor crabs, lobsters, abalone, sea urchins, octopus, large yellow croaker, dragonhead fish, pomfret, various groupers, eel. Names you could recognize and names you couldn't, there were hundreds of varieties. Near the cold storage door, there were densely packed thousands of tuna laid out on the ground. Focusing on bluefin, with yellowfin, longfin, and big eye all present, all the tuna have had their tails and fins cut off, washed clean, just like little piglets ready for slaughter, waiting for the auction to start at 5 in the morning. Many varieties here are precious seafood, which Sun Guangjun rarely gets to eat, but now there are over 10,000 tons, just waiting for him to take for free. Not to mention anything else, just this feeling is really damn great. However, facing the readily available seafood, Sun Guangjun did not rush to take action, but instead pulled out 2 new South M60 revolvers. I wonder what those fools were thinking, putting so many cameras in the warehouse? While grumbling, Sun Guangjun raised his hand and fired a shot, blowing up the closest camera. In the enclosed space, the gunfire was especially loud and dull. Since he had started, Sun Guangjun no longer delayed, targeting the cameras in the cold storage, shooting one by one until all were destroyed before he stopped. Removing the spent cartridges from the magazine, Sun Guangjun reloaded, and with a smirk muttered, "These little bastards' junk is really trash, only 5 rounds in the magazine. If a real fight broke out, swapping out the magazine would tire a person out." Chapter 9, Sweeping It All Away. Putting away the fully loaded handgun, Sun Guangjun waved his hand, "Free purchase, let's go." He began to run in the vast cold storage. As he waved his hands, one pile after another of precious seafood was moved into his storage ring. In the market's monitoring room, 2 drowsy security guards paid no attention to the cold storage's surveillance footage. Normally, no one could enter the cold storage. Besides, with the temperature so low, even if someone did enter, they'd quickly freeze into a zombie. One security guard stretched and yawned widely, wanting to lie on the table to sleep, his eyes instinctively glancing at the cold storage monitoring screen, before resting his head on his arm. It was almost dawn. If he could sleep for a little while, he would soon be able to change shifts. In a daze, the guard felt that something was off, so he lifted his sleepy eyes again and glanced at the monitoring screen. His expression instantly froze. What's going on? Why are all the cameras blacked out? With a jolt, the guard quickly picked up the mouse and started reviewing the footage. Soon, the guard saw on the screen a masked person in all-black special police gear, calmly aiming a police revolver at the camera. Then a spark exploded, and the screen fell into darkness. Seemingly unable to believe his eyes, the guard rubbed them hard, looking at the other cameras. He then let out a scream. What? It's a masked thief. The sudden scream startled the other guard, who was dozing off, and he jumped up, only to accidentally knock his knee against the corner of the table, wincing in pain and opening his mouth to curse, but was drawn in by his partner's pointing direction. The frame froze at the moment Sun Guangjun fired his gun. What is happening? Recognizing the familiar background, the other guard quickly realized this was happening inside the cold storage and anxiously asked. Masked thief. What? The two guards stared at each other, their eyes filled with fear and unease. In the next moment, both jumped up as if mad, one grabbing the phone and dialing frantically, while the other immediately hit the alarm button. Emergency! 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 The piercing alarm echoed throughout the Fengzhou market. The busy staff all looked up, and soon, frantic shouts came from the loudspeaker, finally clarifying the situation for the bewildered people. A masked thief has invaded Fengzhou fish market. Right inside the cold storage. Although it sounds like a fantasy, due to their duty, security personnel rushed into the market and surrounded the cold storage. On the other side, the situation was quickly reported up the chain, and the police department received the report immediately. In no time, countless people and vehicles surged from all directions towards the Toyosa fish market. Before long, numerous police cars came rushing in from every street, and many officers set up a cordon outside the market, beginning to evacuate the crowd inside, while large numbers of heavily armed SWAT members rushed into the market to surround the cold storage. The entire Toyosa fish market was in chaos, resembling a pot of boiling soup. With the SWAT team's arrival, hundreds of security personnel and staff, nervously holding sticks or shields in front of the cold storage door, were organized to begin evacuation. The officers aimed their guns at the heavy door, each one looking serious and on high alert. It must be said that the emergency response speed of the footbath chickens was quite good. Thousands of staff quickly evacuated, and the drivers in the parking lot also left the market, with police lines set up at every entrance and exit. Before long, the large Toyosa fish market had become empty except for the officers surrounding the cold storage, with the sound of helicopters buzzing in the sky, while various patrol boats were navigating back and forth on the sea in the distance, creating an apparent encirclement. Causing such a commotion, Sun Guangjun actually did it on purpose. Although the cold storage held tens of thousands of tons of inventory, for the Toyosa fish market, which had a daily trading volume of tens of thousands of tons, this was just a small part, with plenty of fish scattered across the 4 buildings, including a large number of fresh seafood. The mountain river ring could now store living creatures, and these vigorous seafood were Sun Guangjun's targets. Moreover, the police department's attention was drawn here, making Sun Guangjun's subsequent actions much easier. Toyosa fish market? That was just a small target for Sun Guangjun, there were even bigger targets waiting ahead. As the military and police took control of the entire Toyosa fish market, Sun Guangjun had quietly arrived at the monitoring room, where all the lines were cut with a wave of the Star Sword, and then he swept away all the equipment here before heading to the parking lot, where hundreds of seafood transport vehicles and refrigerated trucks were parked. Next, Sun Guangjun visited the dining area on the 3rd floor of the management facility building. Many popular old restaurants from the Tsukiji market had settled here, hosting large numbers of tourists every day. Now, all the prepared ingredients and finished products, as well as semi-finished products, belonged to Sun Guangjun. Each restaurant's ingredients, seasonings, kitchen utensils, tableware, and even the tables and chairs were swept away by Sun Guangjun. After leaving the management facility building, Sun Guangjun visited the green fruit building, where countless vegetables and fruits all became his spoils. After wandering around, almost all the supplies, vehicles, equipment, and forklifts from the 4 buildings that made Toyosa Fish Market famous were collected by Sun Guangjun into the mountain river ring. Well, it was another bountiful day. Having completed all this, Sun Guangjun smiled proudly, activated his earth-walking technique, and calmly left the net of encirclement. Inside the market, the cold storage was completely surrounded, with hundreds of heavily armed SWAT officers outside the heavy door, while snipers in the distance aimed their sights at this location. Masked thief, you have been surrounded, hurry up and come out to surrender, this is your only way out. A negotiator holding a loudspeaker was desperately trying to persuade the surrender from inside the cold storage. In the monitoring room, several high-ranking officials from the police department hurriedly arrived here, initially planning to use the monitoring equipment to control the movements of the entire market and direct the capture operation, but all the equipment had already been cleared away by Sun Guangjun. In desperation, they could only use this place as a temporary command center. In these past 2 days, the big shots of the Metropolitan Police Department felt immense pressure, as so many supermarkets had been robbed without a clue, even the central bank's gold reserves were emptied, and the whole country was demanding accountability from them. Fortunately, heaven opened its eyes, and Aunt Amaterasu blessed them. The detestable masked thief actually revealed his tracks at the Toyosa fish market, so how could they not catch him and leave him for the new year? Thus, the forces the Metropolitan Police Department could mobilize were almost all gathered in the tiny Toyosu area, determined to bring the masked thief to justice. When the sun rose and the first rays of dawn appeared in the sky, the big shots finally lost their patience and ordered a strong attack on the cold storage. Boom! With a loud bang from the C4 explosives, the special police rushed into the open cold storage doors, but all they saw was an empty space. Where was the shadow of the masked thief? Chapter 10, Ambition. Just as the big shots of the Metropolitan Police Department were furiously looking at the empty cold storage, a series of bad news came one after another. In the entire Tokyo metropolitan area, over 100 factories, warehouses, stores, and farms had been robbed, and importantly, not a single one of the 8 blocks in Ginzo escaped, with countless luxury goods stolen. Now adding to that, the Toyosu fish market was swept clean, and the suspect escaped under heavy encirclement. News of this sent shockwaves throughout Japan, and people were wailing, even chanting aliens have come to Japan. This slogan reminded the Japanese high-ups, facing such a series of unbelievable thefts, they were in a dire situation. Wasn't this an excuse? Thus, the Japanese cabinet hastily issued a notice to all citizens, essentially telling the people that the recent series of thefts were suspected to be committed by aliens with supernatural abilities, and the government was actively coordinating to establish contact with them. Once the announcement was made, it unexpectedly brought about positive benefits. Everyone in Japan was excited, aliens were great, and if they could establish contact, wouldn't this mean Japan would have a huge opportunity? After all, with so many countries on Blue Planet, why are the aliens only gathering materials in Japan and not bothering with others? Doesn't this mean that aliens have the best impression of Japan? Welcome aliens! Call on the country to hurry and negotiate with the aliens, to keep all their advanced technology in Japan. Japan welcomes the greatest opportunity in history. Similar voices continuously emerged across Japan, and the originally anxious hearts of the people began to settle down. Although theft reports kept coming in, the original panic disappeared, replaced instead by hope and ambition. For Sun Guangjun, this was an unexpected delight, as at least the upcoming actions faced fewer obstacles. After leaving Toyosu Fish Market, Sun Guangjun visited several shipyards and docks near Toyosu. The military and police had basically blocked off the entire Toyosu. These places were mostly empty, and the ships docked by the shore were just waiting for Sun Guangjun to choose from. Sun Guangjun was not picky. Not only did he take various types of ships, but unfinished products and various boards and equipment in the warehouses could not escape. He even collected 7 or 8 gantry cranes. After finishing all this, Sun Guangjun left with a wave, departing from the Tokyo metropolitan area. In the following days, news of alien visits continued to pour in from all corners of Japan. Today it was one factory that was cleared out, tomorrow it was livestock from a farm that vanished overnight. Various types of news kept coming. Sun Guangjun was also going crazy, day and night, either collecting various materials or on the way to collect materials. Even if exposed occasionally, he didn't care. After all, the Foot Basin chickens regarded him as an alien, welcoming him as if they were about to worship him. Of course, it was still best to avoid face-to-face situations. If unavoidable, Sun Guangjun didn't mind solving problems with a few bullets. The end of the world was coming anyway, and these people were most likely going to die. Dying a little earlier would allow them to be reborn sooner. He hoped they could find a good reincarnation in their next lives. Amen. 5 days later, Sun Guangjun finally returned to near Tokyo. To be precise, it was Shiga Prefecture, over 300 kilometers away from Tokyo, the ancient Omi, also known for its fresh waters, part of the Osaka metropolitan area. He came here because it has Japan's largest freshwater lake, Lake Biwa. Lake Biwa covers an area of over 670 square kilometers, with a storage capacity of over 27 billion cubic meters, providing water for 14 million people in the Kinki region. It is known as the Lake of Life and is regarded as a symbol of Japan, just like Mount Fuji. The ecosystem of Lake Biwa is incredibly rich, with over 1,000 species of plants and animals thriving here. There are about 46 species of fish, around 40 species of shellfish, and about 70 kinds of aquatic plants, making it a treasure trove of Japanese freshwater fish. The pearl farming here is also quite famous. In the apocalypse, due to various natural disasters, freshwater became an extremely precious resource. Sun Guangjun was preparing for this, and Lake Biwa was definitely one of the targets he couldn't miss. In fact, Sun Guangjun had long planned this. Besides Lake Biwa, he wouldn't let the Great Lakes in America or Lake Baikal and Big Bear get away. Especially Lake Baikal, as the largest freshwater lake on Blue Star, with a surface elevation of over 400 meters, it is the only large body of water on Blue Star that hasn't been polluted in the apocalypse. With the rich freshwater resources here, the surviving big bears were not missing out on any benefits in the apocalypse. Under the cover of night, Sun Guangjun drove a speedboat, racing across the surface of Lake Biwa and stopped when he estimated he was at the deepest point. He jumped into the water, secured the speedboat, and the mountain river ring on his left hand emitted a faint glow. In the next moment, a large whirlpool rapidly formed on the lake surface centered around Sun Guangjun, expanding larger and larger. At that time, if someone looked from above, they would notice that the entire surface of Lake Biwa was rapidly descending. In just a moment, the southern lake area, which had an average depth of only over 4 meters, began to reveal large areas of dried lakebed, the area continually expanding. 3 hours after Sun Guangjun left, the enormous Lake Biwa had completely transformed. The once vast and misty lake surface had vanished, leaving only small and large puddles, and the uneven lakebed world was exposed to the public for the first time. At midnight, in the manager's office on the second floor of CHF Bar, Sun Guangjun sat comfortably across from Wu Feng, leisurely swirling the wineglass in his hand. "Brother, I truly admire you. You are the one." Wu Feng gave Sun Guangjun a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. With the weapons and ammunition left by Sun Guangjun last time, Wu Feng had already confirmed in his heart that the so-called masked thief causing chaos in Japan was sitting right in front of him, the seemingly harmless young man. Although he didn't know what method Sun Guangjun used, Wu Feng was filled with respect for him. This guy, by himself, stirred an entire country, which was something many Chinese yearned for but couldn't achieve. It's all small stuff. Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said with a smile, Wu Ge, I'm planning to go back to my country. Before I leave, I want to ask you for a little favor. Say no more. Wu Feng nodded and said, brother, whatever you need, just let me know. It's no problem, as long as I can do it, there's no second thought. By the way, the offshore company you bought has completed the handover procedures. I've arranged for 2 people, who have already arrived in the country. You can contact them when you go back. Thank you, brother Wu. Sun Guangjun gratefully clasped his hands and stated his request. Chapter 11, The Things Left by Sun Guangjun. July 8, 2037, at exactly 1 a.m. CHF Bar. Wu Feng sat behind the large desk, his eyes fixed on the big door that had just closed. Just now, Sun Guangjun had already taken his leave, yet the words he spoke kept echoing in Wu Feng's ears. Brother Wu, listen to your brother's advice, it's best to go back home quickly. Don't worry about the business here, material possessions are nothing but clouds. If possible, prepare a sturdy place to live, gather more supplies, it will be beneficial. His words were not overly explicit, but Wu Feng's heart was in turmoil. If it were someone else, unaware of Sun Guangjun's background, such words might only provoke a disdainful smile. However, Wu Feng could almost confirm Sun Guangjun's identity as a masked bandit. Coupled with the boy's actions during this time, a question emerged in his mind, was something big about to happen? Otherwise, how could one explain this boy's frenzied looting recently? Forget about what those neon people shouted about welcoming aliens, only Wu Feng knew in his heart that Sun Guangjun's actions were not just a random spree. Look at the things he collected: food, vegetables, fruits, livestock, chicken, duck, fish, meat, eggs, milk, tea, salt, various seasonings, alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks, drinking water, this is what to eat and drink, clothing, shoes, cold weather supplies, outdoor gear, this is what to wear, fuel, coal, timber, building materials, steel, vehicles, ships, this is for use. Food, clothing, and shelter, all of Sun Guangjun's actions revolved around these 3 words. Plus, his few words before leaving were about accommodation. Food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities. What does this indicate? It shows that this kid definitely has some kind of prediction about the not-so-distant future. Everything he has done has been in preparation for that prediction. As for the machinery that vanished at the same time, Wu Feng would rather believe it was just a casual act by Sun Guangjun. While grabbing a handful, he found something for the chickens to do. If Wu Feng had Sun Guangjun's strength, he wouldn't mind doing the same. Could it be that the end of the world is about to come? Thinking about his own money laundering group tangled in a fierce conflict with the Yakuza, Wu Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. Yes, the neon is great, but ultimately it is not his territory. Despite the Wu family's 3 generations working hard to build a huge empire, here, they remain outsiders. When interests align, everyone is good to each other, but once their roots are touched, they will immediately turn against you. Take the current conflict with the Yakuza as an example. Even though Wu Feng had justifiable reasons, the Kobayashi family not only schemed against the Wu family's business but also used his son as a bait. Yet those neon people did not care about this. Regardless of how big your contradiction is, you still must make sacrifices for our interests. Especially now, what time is it? Alien invaders are rampaging across the neon. At this time, you want to stir things up, isn't that ignoring the bigger picture? No matter how big the contradiction is, at this critical juncture, you must set it aside and find ways to help the country find the aliens and make contact. That is the most important thing. In recent days, many big shots have sent messages to Wu Feng, urging him to calm down. Moreover, the neon people under his command were starting to show signs of not following orders. Everything was urging Wu Feng to make a decision quickly. He rubbed his forehead. Wu Feng raised his wineglass and took a big gulp, clenching his fist and slamming it hard on the table. Damn it, let's start making preparations and see what Sun Guangjun's next move is. If it really doesn't work, going back home is an option. I can always give up the assets here in Neon. Having made up his mind, Wu Feng called a few trusted subordinates and stood up to leave the office. He still had to deal with the things Sun Guangjun left behind. In a manor on the outskirts of Tokyo, this was a property the Wu family had purchased years ago, and through 3 generations of management, it had already been transformed into a fortress. However, this was the secret base the Wu family kept for themselves, usually staffed by only a few personnel and not in use. During the day, Wu Feng received a call from Sun Guangjun asking him to find a spacious, sturdy, and secret place as he had some things to leave for him. Now, Wu Feng was here to check out what Sun Guangjun had left behind. In a warehouse underground in the manor, Wu Feng entered alone and could not help but take a sharp breath at what was before him. What lay ahead were several small mountains, all massive bundles of cash. US dollars, British pounds, euros, yen. According to Wu Feng's rough estimate, just this amount was easily in the hundreds of billions. Notice, the hundreds of billions here refers to US dollars. Next to the mountains of cash, there were several large boxes piled up, and through the open lids, he could see they were neatly arranged, all assault rifles. Specifically, it was the most advanced Type 20 rifles currently in service in Neon, also known as the Fenghe 5.56 automatic rifle. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Feng turned over a weapons crate, and what caught his eye was 5 M249 light machine guns, alongside 3 M82 Barrett anti-material sniper rifles and 3 Carl Gustav M2 recoilless rifles. Looking at these heavy weapons, Wu Feng's eyes narrowed. Thinking of the recent reports that aliens had visited several military bases of the Neon Self-Defense Force, along with the theft from several armories, Wu Feng was 100% certain of Sun Guangjun's identity and felt more grateful to this little brother. To be honest, firearms like these were not lacking for someone like Wu Feng, a big shot in the underworld. With his connections, getting a few guns was a piece of cake, but they were usually just handguns or submachine guns, some older weapons like AK-47s, and at most a few M870 shotguns. Obtaining such the latest heavy equipment was entirely impossible. There was no denying that the weapons left by Sun Guangjun significantly enhanced Wu Feng's power, and the Barrett M82 gave him the potential to take out Xiao Lindai and her father from a distance. Even though he had decided to leave Neon, Wu Feng still held onto his hatred for Xiao Lindai and her father, who had almost harmed his son. That hate had not diminished at all, but it was just that after the incident, the father and daughter had been hiding and were always accompanied by a large number of bodyguards, making it impossible to find an opportunity to strike. Now, Wu Feng only needed to find a sharpshooter among his trusted subordinates, set up an ambush at a high point near the Xiao family, and he would have a chance to take out these two headaches, even if they were in a bulletproof car. With the Barrett M82's effective range of 1850 meters and a maximum range of 6,800 meters, achieving this goal was not difficult at all. Chapter 12, The Ouyang Sisters. July 8, 10 a.m. Dressed in designer leisure wear, Sun Guangjun walked confidently into the international terminal of Narita Airport. 10 minutes later, the plane took off, heading straight for Qing City in Longhua. Qing City, a famous coastal city, known for its beautiful scenery, is a crucial central city on the coast of Longhua, a seaside resort, and an international port city. This is where Sun Guangjun chose to settle down. Rather than returning to my hometown, where my ex-girlfriend's family would exploit and drain me. Of course, Sun Guangjun's hometown is not very far from Qing City, about 300 kilometers away, a small county town. According to Sun Guangjun's temper, before leaving, he definitely left a small gift for Neon, the Tokyo Port Container Terminal. As a port terminal with a daily throughput of over 10,000 standard containers, it has nearly 1 million square meters of container yard, with a maximum design capacity of 5 million boxes. Last night, after leaving Wufeng, Sun Guangjun visited the place and received all the over 1 million containers in the yard into the Shanhua Ring. What's inside the containers, Sun Guangjun didn't bother to check for now. He'll slowly open the blind boxes when he has time later. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed on time, and Sun Guangjun swung his hands, strolling out of the airport without even carrying a piece of luggage. As soon as he arrived at the arrival hall, Sun Guangjun's gaze fixed. Right in front of him, a huge sign was held high, with white background and black text, Sun Guangjun. The text was arranged in 3 lines, with Chinese characters, letters, and kana. Everything was complete. The key was that the sign was not the most eye-catching part. The people under the sign were 2 tall young ladies, standing under the sign, looked like they were there to pick someone up. The 2 women were wearing pink and white professional outfits, with 4 long, slender legs clad in flesh-colored stockings, their delicate feet stepping on matching high heels with red soles. Goodness, speed attack shoes. If those long legs were lifted up, wouldn't it be the legendary red soles facing the sky, boundless magical power? The 2 women stood gracefully, curving where they should, standing elegantly, reminiscent of willows swaying in the wind. Looking at their faces. Heavens, 2 beautiful faces were surprisingly identical, one icy and the other sweet, both with almond-shaped eyes, willow-leaf brows, oval faces, high noses, and tiny cherry-like mouths. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them stunning beauties. Seeing these 2 identical pretty faces, Sun Guangjun finally understood why the men in the arrival hall, regardless of age, always sneaked glances in the same direction. Before these 2 lovely faces, even after experiencing 10 years of the apocalypse, Sun Guangjun's calm heart couldn't help but ripple slightly. Sweet or salty, pure or alluring, this is exactly what such a divine face means, right? At the same time, a surge of pride filled Sun Guangjun's heart, as they were here to pick him up. It seems this is what Wufeng said last night, the staff already arranged domestically. Thinking of Wufeng's inscrutable smile at that moment, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. Brother Wu, you're amazing. This arrangement is fantastic. As Sun Guangjun was dazed, the 2 women exchanged glances, put down the big sign in their hands, and walked over with charm. Hello, Mr. Sun. The woman in the pink suit smiled brightly, giving off a sense of blooming flowers, her voice sweet. We are the staff from MKL International Investment Group, Longhua Branch, and Mr. Wu arranged for us to pick you up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ouyang Feiyu, currently serving as the CFO of the company. This is Ouyang Feishue, the CEO of the company. Whoa, a beautiful CEO. Looking at Ouyang Feiyu's blossoming smile and Ouyang Feishue's cool demeanor, Sun Guangjun felt a bit excited. Of course, Sun Guangjun still had to pretend to maintain a serious appearance. These are his two big managers, and he couldn't offend them. Before the apocalypse, he prepared shelters, collected supplies, and still needed their strong support. Hello, both of you, I am Sun Guangjun. Showing what he thought was a friendly smile, Sun Guangjun said, "Thank you for coming to pick me up. Let's go, we'll head to the hotel first. Let's talk after we get settled." "Alright, Mr. Sun, this way please." The two women seemed already used to the various gazes falling on them. Even when faced with Sun Guangjun's somewhat lecherous look, they didn't show any displeasure and respectfully led the way ahead. After exiting the arrival hall, Ouyang Feishue directly got into a twilight purple Rolls-Royce Cullinan, while Ouyang Feiyu opened the back door, invited Sun Guangjun to get in, and without any hesitation, followed him in. "This car was bought by my sister herself." Seemingly afraid that Sun Guangjun might misunderstand, Ouyang Feiyu explained as they got in, then began to introduce the company's situation. MKL International Investment Group is the offshore company that Sun Guangjun bought from Wufeng. According to Ouyang Feiyu's introduction, the company has established a branch in Longhua, right here in Qing City, and has already made contact with the Qing City side, currently investigating investment projects. In terms of personnel, besides the two Ouyang sisters who are high-level executives, they have already recruited over 20 temporary staff, whose positions will be decided once Sun Guangjun, the boss, settles in. Sun Guangjun naturally wouldn't care about such trivial matters. What he needed were people who could work for him. As long as they could fulfill his requirements in the next month and a half, everything else could be discussed. With a wave of his hand, Sun Guangjun said calmly, "You can arrange these matters. Remember, my request is very simple. In the coming period, you need to fulfill my requirements without any discounts. Aside from that, matters like personnel arrangements and salary treatment can be decided as you see fit." "Understood, Mr. Sunday." Ouyang Feiyu nodded, picked up another folder, and said, "Your first task for us is to find a villa with enough land and high altitude. Currently, there are 3 targets, all of which can be immediately purchased and transferred. Here are pictures of the villas and the community environment." When Sun Guangjun contacted Wufeng yesterday, Wufeng had asked him what the first thing he wanted to do after returning home was, and Sun Guangjun casually said he wanted to buy a villa to improve his living environment. At that time, Wufeng had inquired about his specific requirements but didn't say much more, not expecting the two women to be so efficient in their work, choosing targets in less than a day. After receiving the folder and glancing through it, Sun Guangjun was quickly attracted to one villa. The villa is located in a community called Qilin Mountain Villa, built against a small hill, with more than 20 apartment buildings at the foot, which are multi-story buildings, unlike other communities that often have dozens of floors high like pigeon coops. Along the slope of the hill, there are grouped villas with unique designs, laid out in an orderly manner. The target chosen for Sun Guangjun by the Ouyang sisters is Villa number 1 in the community, located at the highest point close to the mountain top. The villa covers an area of over 1,000 square meters, with 2 floors above ground and 1 underground, surrounded by 7 to 8 acres of gentle hillside, all part of the villa's territory, dotted with several beautiful flower beds as well as green lawns and a small swimming pool. What pleased Sun Guangjun the most was that the villa's elevation is high enough. According to the information, it is over 300 meters above sea level. "This is it." He lightly tapped the picture with his finger and said in an undeniable tone, "Take it down at the fastest speed, no matter how much it costs." Chapter 13, Homecoming. "Yes, boss." Receiving Sun Guangjun's order, Ouyang Feiyu agreed without hesitation. The car was moving quickly, and soon they entered the city, arriving at the pre-booked 5-star hotel, Hilton Hotel. Sun Guangjun's personal bank card now has $50 million, which is equivalent to over 360 million Longhua currency. This money was transferred by Wufeng to Sun Guangjun's card in the name of repaying a life-saving grace, more than enough to cover the costs of purchasing a villa. After handing over the bank card to the Ouyang sisters and writing a power of attorney for them, Sun Guangjun let the sisters go be busy. Entering the presidential suite, Sun Guangjun completely relaxed. Finally back to the country, it was also time to truly unwind and release the tightly wound nerves. A week after his rebirth, Sun Guangjun had been busy scouring the neon lights, and one could say that not a moment during this week had been relaxing for him. In 1 week, Sun Guangjun had almost traveled across all of Neon, from Wakanai City in Hokkaido in the north to Ibusuki City and Minami-Osumi Town in Kyushu in the south, leaving behind his footprints and legends almost everywhere. The result of this sleeplessness was that the warehouse of the mountain river ring now held various resources measured in trillions of tons, with hundreds of acres of arable land in the living space filled with fruits, vegetables, grains, fruit trees, and a large amount of forest resources uprooted and planted at the edges of distant grasslands. In terms of animal resources, besides various common poultry and livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, cats, horses, cows, sheep, and pigs, there were also a large number of wild animals living in the grasslands and forests. Animals like antelopes, macaques, sika deer, wolves, minks, black bears, brown bears, green pheasants, sparrowhawks, red foxes, badgers, honshu moles, ryukyu flying foxes, little mice, and other unique neon animal resources, not to mention a large number of animals collected from zoos like lions, tigers, leopards, black bears, wild boars, elephants, wolves, foxes, chimpanzees, baboons, camels, yaks, monkeys, swans, skylarks, squirrels, red-bellied golden pheasants, kangaroos, flamingos, peacocks, hippos, cranes, and various common birds. All their shadows could be seen in the mountain river ring, even including 8 national treasures. According to records, there are a total of 9 national treasures, giant pandas, living in Japan, with 4 in Ueno Zoo, 4 in Adventure World in Wakayama, and 1 in Kobe City Aji Zoo. Now, except for the one in Kobe City Aji Zoo, all the others had been brought back by Sun Guangjun. If not for really having no time, he would definitely have brought that last one back too. A family has to be complete and tidy. However, Sun Guangjun had already planned that after the apocalypse breaks out, he would go to Neon one more time, and that would be the day when this national treasure would come home. After enjoying a comfortable bath, Sun Guangjun lay on the soft and cozy big bed in the presidential suite, feeling not sleepy for the moment, with his mind constantly contemplating the upcoming plans. The current stockpile of resources in the mountain river ring was enough to support him to survive in the apocalypse. Calculating on the basis of an individual's yearly consumption of 100 kilograms of grains, 200 kilograms of vegetables, 50 kilograms of meat, and 100 kilograms of fruits, even with several hundred or thousands of people, he could completely afford to sustain them. Under normal circumstances, with this kind of situation, Sun Guangjun had no need to take risks by going out again, but his plan was to stay in the country for a week to finalize the shelter matters, while the Ouyang sisters would supervise the operations and purchase various resources, and he would set off for America. On this journey, in addition to gathering various food resources, Sun Guangjun had 2 main goals. One was the Great Lakes area rich in freshwater resources, and the other was military supplies. Although he had swept through several self-defense force bases in Neon and obtained a batch of weapons and equipment, including various firearms, mortars, howitzers, armored vehicles, main battle tanks, self-propelled artillery, anti-aircraft guns, multiple rocket launchers, armed helicopters, air-to-ground, ground-to-ground, and ground-to-air missiles, the quantity was still limited. Where in the world is there the most weapons and equipment? Answering this question, you could easily guess that everyone would say, America. And this was Sun Guangjun's biggest reason for making this trip. The apocalypse has arrived, and supernatural powers are flourishing. The power of firearms can no longer threaten high-level supernatural beings, and due to the collapse of the industrial system, it cannot be replenished in time, gradually fading from the stage of history. However, this process is gradual, not an overnight change. As a supernatural awakener, becoming powerful requires enough time, and during this time, firearms still hold great power. Compared to the gun violence abroad, Sun Guangjun hopes to bring back a large number of weapons and equipment to the country through his own efforts. While weakening enemies and strengthening himself, he does not mind buying or giving these items to his fellow countrymen, at least to increase their survival chances in the apocalypse. Of course, while pursuing big goals, when passing by those large ports, Sun Guangjun would definitely take the opportunity to steal a little, and finding something for the folks in America to do while he was busy was not a bad idea. The plan was mostly in shape, and Sun Guangjun felt waves of fatigue sweeping over him. He yawned, adjusted his pillow, and closed his eyes peacefully, ready for a good sleep. Ah, the feeling of being home is so good. This damn sense of security. Ding-a-ling. Just as Sun Guangjun was about to drift off to sleep, the phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. Zhou Yilin? Looking at the familiar name and number on the screen, Sun Guangjun frowned deeply. In his previous life, it was this childhood sweetheart who at the happiest moment, dealt him the cruelest blow, completely forgetting how her family had once drained him dry. When Sun Guangjun was very young, his parents died in a car accident, leaving him alone, and he was adopted by a distant uncle's family. But this uncle's family only sought the wealth left by Sun Guangjun's parents, and once they got it, their attitude towards him changed drastically. In such circumstances, Sun Guangjun's life can be imagined. He woke up earlier than the rooster, slept later than the dog, worked harder than a donkey, and ate worse than a pig. Under the pressure of life, young Sun Guangjun learned to endure humiliation and bear burdens, and it was during that time that he met Zhou Yilin, who was only 2 months younger than him, a neighbor of his uncle's family. Every time Sun Guangjun felt wronged and hid in the corner of the community crying, Zhou Yilin quietly appeared by his side. Soft words of comfort and a small piece of candy were Sun Guangjun's only solace during his youth. Finally, on his 18th birthday, Sun Guangjun confessed his feelings under the moonlight, speaking the most heartfelt words. It was in the community garden, the only birthday Sun Guangjun celebrated after his parents' death, and the only one there to celebrate with him was Zhou Yilin. Naturally, they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Chapter 14, Farewell to Being a Simp, starting today. They say life plays tricks on people. What Sun Guangjun thought was his girlfriend was only in his mind. In reality, until the apocalypse broke out, he had never even held Zhou Yilin's small hand. In this so-called relationship, Sun Guangjun was always the one giving, yet he received nothing in return. The reason Sun Guangjun became one of the laborers who left home to work in Neon Country for 6 or 7 years was all to support Zhou Yilin's college and graduate school education. That's right, from the moment Sun Guangjun turned 18, he stayed in Neon Country almost the entire time, only briefly returning home for a few months. Most of the income Sun Guangjun earned from working was sent back home, becoming Zhou Yilin's tuition and living expenses. Sun Guangjun could earn about 14,000 a month in Neon. With the money, aside from leaving a few thousand for his own living expenses, every month he would transfer about 10,000 to Zhou Yilin. You must know that the cost of living in the Neon City is quite high. Even though he lives in a work shed, he has to take care of his own meals. The foreman wouldn't care what he eats. A few $1,000s is absolutely not enough to eat well, and Sun Guangjun has held on to living these past few years with immense perseverance. After the apocalypse broke out, Sun Guangjun, who happened to be in the country, first found Zhou Yilin and helped her through high temperatures, heavy rains, extreme cold, and long nights, selflessly giving all the hard-earned supplies he found to her family, leaving only a meager portion for himself to barely survive. Zhou Yilin's parents, as ordinary people without awakened powers, managed to survive peacefully for 10 years in the apocalypse, which must be attributed to the blood and sweat provided by Sun Guangjun. Yet, Zhou Yilin's parents continuously criticized him for being useless. Later, when abilities began to awaken, Zhou Yilin was fortunate enough to awaken water powers, and in order for her to level up smoothly, whenever Sun Guangjun acquired upgrade resources, he would always offer them to her first. The result of this was that Sun Guangjun's ability level was forever lower than Zhou Yilin's. During this time, Sun Guangjun also had to endure constant disdain from Zhou Yilin's family. Each time, he reminded himself in his heart that Zhou Yilin was doing this for his own good, and he needed to work harder to deserve such an excellent person. In his previous life, Sun Guangjun didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions, but after being reborn and reflecting, wasn't this clearly just being a devoted fool? A devoted fool, devoted until he had nothing left. Sun Guangjun's experience is the best illustration of this saying. As for Zhou Yilin's actions, they all indicate that she is a pure lotus flower, a scheming bitch, collectively referred to as a green tea bitch. Originally, Sun Guangjun had planned to ignore this little white lotus for a while, waiting until the apocalypse broke out to settle the old scores, but unexpectedly, on the first day back home, this scheming bitch came looking for him like a parasite. He didn't know when the phone ring stopped, but just a few seconds later, it annoyingly started ringing again. Sun Guangjun intended to ignore the call, but listening to the persistent ringing again and again, he couldn't withstand the other side's relentless effort and had to helplessly press the answer button. "Brother, shall we, where have you been these days? Why can't I reach you on the phone?" Once the call was connected, Zhou Yilin's voice, feigning sweetness yet unable to hide a hint of disdain, came through. "Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't contact you?" "It's nothing, I've been busy with handovers at the construction site, the foreman doesn't allow phones." Sun Guangjun said lightly, "Are you in such a hurry to find me because you have something to discuss?" How could Sun Guangjun not know what the matter was? It was the beginning of the month again, time to send money. "I'm just glad to know you're okay." Zhou Yilin's voice softened. "The outside world is not like home, you must take care of yourself. By the way, I've been accepted into our school's doctoral program and will be graduating soon. I've decided to earn my tuition for next semester this summer by my own efforts." Usually, when Zhou Yilin said this, Sun Guangjun would immediately feel immense pity and generously assure her that she didn't need to worry about tuition or living expenses, she just needed to study peacefully and be beautiful. But hearing this today, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but frown. Why did this sound so insincere? In his previous life, he was truly foolish, being deceived by such simple tricks for so many years. "Is that so?" To Zhou Yilin's surprise, Sun Guangjun said very lightly, "You're already 25. It's graduation time for graduate students again, and finding a temporary job isn't hard." "Oh, right, I just returned to the country, and last month's salary was spent on the plane ticket. Your tuition has to rely on yourself. But this is also good, consider it early training, you'll have to work someday anyway." These words made Zhou Yilin pause, and she couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with this guy? Wasn't he into this before? Has he messed up this time? Suppressing her inner annoyance, Zhou Yilin patiently put on a surprised face and said, "You're back? Really? Where are you now? Will you come to see me? Shall we go? We haven't seen each other for almost a year. You didn't even come back for the new year, you have no idea how much I've missed you." Listening to Zhou Yilin's chattering, Sun Guangjun felt a wave of nausea in his heart. It was strange for him because he used to think that listening to her was a happiness. Perhaps, this is what they call time changing and situation shifting? With the previous life's betrayal in mind, facing Zhou Yilin again, Sun Guangjun found he could be as calm as a still lake, but the small flame of hate deep in his heart was being forced down hard. After a long while without hearing Sun Guangjun's response, Zhou Yilin almost doubted he had hung up, except she could still hear faint breathing on the line. Shall we go? Are you still there? The solo performance couldn't go on, so Zhou Yilin had to tentatively ask. I'm here. Sun Guangjun said, I still have work to finish on my side. If you don't have anything else, I'll hang up now. Without waiting for Zhou Yilin to say anything else, Sun Guangjun decisively hung up the phone, tossed the mobile to the side, and turned over to sleep soundly. To hell with the sycophant, whoever wants to be one can go ahead, I'm not serving anymore. In such precious time, Sun Guangjun didn't want to waste a moment on this scheming woman, he preferred to take a nap instead. On Sun Guangjun's side, he felt quite comfortable, but Zhou Yilin on the other end of the call was dumbfounded. What happened? This fool has become smart this time, no matter how she pretends to be gentle and pathetic, he just won't take the bait. What's wrong, baby? A man on the bed, bare-chested, looked at Zhou Yilin who was angrily putting down the phone and asked softly, why are you so mad? What's wrong? What's wrong? You tell me what's wrong? Zhou Yilin was obviously fiery. I finally got in touch with that guy, but he actually went back to the country. Damn, I can't get this month's money. Why should I care about that? The man sat up on the bed, wrapped an arm around Zhou Yilin's petite waist, and cheekily said, if you can't get the money, so what? 1 month isn't a big deal, don't you have savings? Come on, baby, don't be mad, let husband spoil you well. Get lost. Caught in the moment, a concert arrived as scheduled. Chapter 15, The Villa Renovation Plan. After a sound sleep, as darkness fell, Sun Guangjun woke up leisurely. He took off his silk pajamas, stretched, and walked into the bathroom. The large temperature-controlled bath was already filled with water, with rose petals floating on the surface. Lying in the water, Sun Guangjun let out a comfortable moan, unable to help but exclaim, this 5-star hotel is really enjoyable. Life with money is great. After bathing, Sun Guangjun took out a set of clothes that fit his size from the dresser. High-end brand, Nima Ni. Ah, wait, it's Ama Ni. It must be said, it really fits well. Dressed neatly, Sun Guangjun energetically walked out of the bedroom, unexpectedly finding the Ouyang sisters sitting in the living room, each holding a cup of coffee, standing side by side by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the evening glow outside. Boss, you're awake? Hearing the noise, Ouyang Feiyu turned her head and smiled brightly, happily saying, the villa matters have already been sorted out. It cost just over 100 million, and the property deed is being processed, it should be ready in about 10 days. Looking at Ouyang Feiyu's expression of aren't I amazing? Hurry up and praise me. Sun Guangjun couldn't help but laugh inside. These two sisters truly illustrate what it means to be like ice and fire. One is as passionate as fire and lively, while the other is cold and aloof, unwilling to say even a single word more. If Sun Guangjun remembered correctly, since they met at the airport, Ouyang Feishua hadn't spoken a single word. As for this, Sun Guangjun had no objections, as long as she could help him with his work, her attitude didn't matter. One couldn't expect her not to have a bit of personality, right? As Ouyang Feiyu wished, Sun Guangjun gave her a thumbs up. You managed to get everything done in such a short time, really impressive. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Ouyang must be the legendary expert from another realm? You know, in this world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. To have such speed, it must take at least 100 years of skill, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Oh, but Miss Ouyang is so young and beautiful, how could she possibly be an old monster of 100 years? Oh, really, boss, how dare you call me an old monster? Ouyang Feiyu was amused and shook with laughter, but her mouth was still stubborn. I work so hard for you, and you don't appreciate it at all. I'm mad now. My bad, my bad. Looking at Ouyang Feiyu's playful and charming face, Sun Guangjun quickly raised his hands in surrender. Tell me, how can I get our beautiful and generous Miss Ouyang to stop being angry? Is it a promotion and a raise? Or company shares? Don't worry, those things will be there. Oh, right, you are the company's financial director, my money is all managed by you, so just write down however much you want. Boss, you're so bad. Ouyang Feiyu pouted her charming face and huffed, you dare to doubt my professional ethics? I won't talk to you anymore. Ha ha ha. Sun Guangjun laughed heartily, feeling that all his worries had vanished, leaving only a good mood behind. Alright, no more jokes. Waving his hand, Sun Guangjun said seriously, you two come over and let's discuss the work arrangements ahead. When it came to serious matters, Ouyang Feiyu stopped joking and sat down in front of Sun Guangjun, while Ouyang Feishua also put down her coffee cup, quietly waiting for him to speak. With such a professional attitude, Sun Guangjun felt it deserved a thumbs up. Since the villa has been purchased. Sun Guangjun gestured for the sisters to relax and not be so serious, saying, next, there are a few tasks that need to be started immediately. The first is about the renovation of the villa. My requirement is to renovate the villa to the highest standards, replace all doors, windows, beams, and columns with the highest bulletproof and impact-resistant levels, and reinforce the walls as well. Furthermore, we need to consider whether to install a door at the top of the stairs on the second floor and the entrance to the basement, separating the upper and lower floors into 3 independent areas. Additionally, I want to turn the surrounding vacant land into a sunroom. Tear down the existing iron fence and use I-beams as the wall framework, embedded with 3 sections of 40mm bulletproof glass, and the dome will be built to the same specifications. As for the height, let's go for 7 or 8 meters, it should cover the villa's roof inside. The dome needs to have a certain slope so that the height of the curtain wall can be slightly lowered. On both the inside and outside of the glass curtain wall, install lift rails to raise and lower 10 cm thick steel plates. The specifications for the steel plates require them to be sturdy and impact resistant. Note that the steel plates should normally be stored underground and can be quickly raised during emergencies. With that, we will involve another issue, power. I need to install a large generator set in the basement of the villa, along with a backup set, to ensure that in case of a power outage in the city, these facilities can be smoothly put into operation without any impact. Alright, my requirements for the villa are just these. The blueprints and the construction team need to be contacted by you yourselves. Oh, by the way, all projects must be completed by the end of this month. If you need to increase manpower, you will coordinate with the construction team. Listening to Sun Guangjun's words, the expressions on the Ouyang sisters' faces slowly became more vivid. Even the aloof Ouyang Feishue was shocked, her small mouth open in surprise, completely oblivious to it. Does this boss have a persecution complex? In broad daylight, how could he want to transform the villa like this? Listen to this, a 3-layer, 40mm bulletproof glass, plus 2 layers of 10 cm steel plates. Are we sure this is human speech? Generally speaking, the thickness of bulletproof glass is between 18 to 40 mm, depending on the installation situation. A typical bank lobby only has a 26 mm specification. What is this? 5 times that of a bank? Boss, are you sure about renovating the villa to these specifications? Seeing Sun Guangjun stop, Ouyang Feishue said coldly, I need to remind you that such a renovation will cost an astronomical sum, not much less than the purchase price. This is the first time Ouyang Feishue spoke. Her voice was indeed pleasant, though a bit cold, crisp and melodious, like pearls dropping on a jade plate. As for the nearby Ouyang Feiyu, she had already been shocked by Sun Guangjun's words, utterly speechless. Money is not a problem. Facing Ouyang Feishue's doubt, Sun Guangjun waved his hand dismissively, saying, there should be $300 million on the company's account, and money will continue to come in recently, with a total amount of around tens of billions. So, you don't need to worry about the expenses. Then there's no problem. Ouyang Feishue nodded and said, as long as you, boss, don't mind the expenses, no matter how high the specifications, it can be achieved, including the construction period, labor and machinery can all be increased. Alright, let's stop the villa discussion here. Receiving Ouyang Feishue's confirmation, Sun Guangjun said satisfactorily, I only need to propose requirements and spend money. How to realize it is your sister's business. By the way, you can buy another villa nearby for your convenience. This will make it easier for you to supervise the work, and the money will go through the company's account. Remember, what I want is not a shoddy and cut-corner project, but to fulfill my demands thoroughly, even exceeding my requirements. Chapter 16, Stockpiling Plan. Listening to Sun Guangjun's unquestionable words, Ouyang Feishue was left speechless, only able to silently note all the requirements. Sigh, who let him be the boss? His main selling point is that he is rich and willful. As for Ouyang Feiyu, while she rolled her eyes, she had 1,000 phrases of damn it she didn't know whether to say or not. Have the two sisters encountered a madman? It's over. I thought this new job would be challenging and promising, and would be a good opportunity, but what is this? Forget it, I'll pinch each day as it comes, let's just muddle through for a while. As for those constructive opinions and suggestions, they can only be kept to myself for now. In an instant, Ouyang Feiyu had a great realization of encountering the wrong person and boarding a pirate ship. Sun Guangjun was unaware of what the sisters were thinking and continued on, the villa project is entrusted to you two sisters. This is the first task I've given you, I hope to see a perfect result. Alright, now let's talk about the company's affairs. As an investment company, the range of businesses we can undertake is very broad. My idea is to establish a large wholesale market in Qing City, focusing on fresh products like fruits, vegetables, meat, and eggs, supplemented by various food, beverages, snacks, condiments, and baby supplies. At the same time, we can also operate some grains and outdoor products, polar cold protection gear and other products. You can communicate with the city first on this matter, and signing a memorandum is also fine. But my requirement is that while communicating with the city, the preliminary stocking work must also be carried out simultaneously. For the full range of products operated in the store, stock as much as you have, depending on the funds available in the company's account. In addition, as a reason to prepare for building the store, stock up on various building materials, steel, wood, and hardware in large quantities, with no limit on quantity. In short, my principle is that by the end of this month, I do not want to see a single penny left in the account, and all the ordered materials must be in place. Of course, you must leave enough for your salaries for next month. I don't want to be an unscrupulous boss who can't pay salaries. Unfortunately, Sun Guangjun's joke was not funny. The Ouyang sisters did not show the slightest smile, but were instead full of seriousness. Crazy, the boss is really crazy. Who opens a store like this? The store location hasn't even been chosen yet, and with nothing in sight, they just start stocking up? It's like burning money out of sheer excess. And not leaving a single penny in the account? That's 300 million US dollars, equivalent to more than 20 billion dragon coins. Wait, the boss said just now that dozens of billions of funds will continue to come in. Dozens of billions of US dollars, over 100 billion or even hundreds of billions of dragon coins. If all of this is converted into materials, how big a mountain would it create? The Ouyang sisters kept grumbling, and as Sun Guangjun's words fell, the room fell into a moment of silence. Sun Guangjun was not in a hurry, he needed to give the two sisters time to adapt. He couldn't just bluntly tell them that the apocalypse was coming and that these materials were prepared for it. If that were the case, the Ouyang sisters would probably think he was an idiot, right? No, this question should be changed into a statement. 100%. As time passed second by second, finally, Ouyang Feishue was the first to regain her senses. Boss, I have a question. If we use all our funds to stock up in advance, what about the construction of our store? Also, once those goods are ordered, where will we put them after they are transported back? This is simple. Sun Guangjun said confidently, I just said that you can sign an investment intention letter or memorandum with the city and the company's name and then slowly select the site. Remember, there's no rush to determine the store location, just find a few suitable ones, and we can decide the specifics after I come back. As for the materials that are transported back, those that need to be frozen should be sent to large cold storage, and those that do not be refrigerated should go to a large yard or warehouse. In such a large Qing city, there must be empty warehouses available, we will not run out of space for our materials. At worst, we can just spend a little more on storage fees. Boss, you are truly wise. Ouyang Feishue reluctantly gave Sun Guangjun a thumbs up, her words full of sarcasm. At that moment, Ouyang Feishue suddenly asked, Boss, you just said to determine the store location after you come back, does that mean you are preparing to go far away recently? That's right. Sun Guangjun nodded and said, I plan to take a few days off in the country and leave for America next week. This trip has been scheduled long ago, now is just a good time to tell you. I will probably stay abroad until around the 20th and will be back before the end of the month. By then, I will give you a break so you can explore the beautiful landscapes of our motherland. Of course, if you are willing, I, as your boss, would be very happy to accompany you. I think it's better to forget it. Ouyang Feishue pouted and muttered softly, what normal person would want to travel with a crazy person? Don't they fear getting infected and becoming crazy too? The beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland are indeed worth seeing, but we sisters will go by ourselves. You are still with beauty, making big snot bubbles like that. If you want such treatment, you can try in your next life. Sun Guangjun awakened his special ability early, hearing everything clearly. Ouyang Feishue's ramblings fell perfectly into his ears. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Sun Guangjun certainly wouldn't get angry with a little girl, especially since she didn't understand the situation at all. He could only silently curse inwardly, yet he was quite looking forward to it after the apocalypse breaks out. Let's see if the little girl dares to say such things again. Oof, a tiger doesn't show its power, and they really think I'm Hello Kitty. He tapped his hand on the coffee table in front of him and said, this is the current work arrangement, if you have no questions, then just execute it as I say. No problem, boss, we will definitely complete your requirements without any discount. Ouyang Feishue bit her teeth to say this sentence. Alright, it's good that you have no questions. Pretending not to see the remarkable expression change on Ouyang Feishue's face, Sun Guangjun said, by the way, if you have extra energy, you could help me with a small favor. It's like this, I have never lived in the countryside since I was a child, and I long for that pastoral life. But now, burdened with many tasks, I cannot go live in the countryside for a while. So, I intend to choose a place in the suburbs to build an ecological ranch, raising livestock such as dairy cows, fragrant pigs, and miniature ponies, as well as various chickens, ducks, and geese. If you could help me purchase a batch in advance, I would be extremely grateful. As for the location of the ecological ranch, I plan to personally choose it after I come back. What do you think, my two beautiful ladies? Are you willing to help me fulfill this wish? You are the boss, you have the final say. Ouyang Feishue rolled her eyes almost to the sky, but she did not hesitate to agree. Chapter 17, King-Level Expert. Everything was arranged. Sun Guangjun clapped his hands and said, that's enough for work, now it's off-duty time. As your boss and on the first day we meet, I should invite you both to dinner. I just checked, it said that the Shandong cuisine here is quite good, especially the seafood. I just don't know if I have the honor to invite the two beautiful ladies for dinner. Who would be a fool not to enjoy a free feast? Before Ouyang Feishue could say no, Ouyang Feishue said straightforwardly, sister, let's go. We're going to eat a big meal, let's eat and pour. This time, it was Ouyang Feishue who rolled her eyes, thinking how her silly sister had no sense of caution. It was truly a headache. After sitting well in the private room on the third floor, Sun Guangjun placed the menu in front of the two sisters and said, "Order whatever you want, don't worry about saving money for me. To be honest, this is my first time in Qing City, I'm not exactly sure what the food is like here, it's a good chance to try." "I won't be polite with you." Ouyang Feiyu seemed to have quite a bit of resentment. She grabbed the menu and quickly ordered, nearly ordering all the signature dishes before saying to the waiter, "First, order these. If it's not enough later, we'll order again. Hurry up and bring the dishes." The hotel's efficiency was quite high. In no time, exquisite and beautifully plated dishes were delivered to the table in a steady stream. Sun Guangjun picked up his chopsticks, calling to the Ouyang sisters who were whispering together after finishing their orders, "Come on, let's eat, let's eat." It must be said, these expensive dishes really had only one downside, which was that they were expensive. Today, Sun Guangjun truly experienced the meaning of this phrase. The meals served by the five-star hotel, aside from being expensive, whether in presentation or flavor, were top-notch, making him who had eaten so-called neon cuisine for so many years. He shouted in pure delight. Most of the dishes in Neon were low in oil and salt, emphasizing lightness and nutritional balance, with many raw foods. Sun Guangjun simply could not get used to it, and now that he finally had the chance to eat the delicious food of our great dragon country, he naturally intended to feast heartily. If he calculated carefully, Sun Guangjun hadn't properly enjoyed the food of Dragon Country for over 10 years, including the 10 years from his past life. In fact, even before the apocalypse in his past life, Sun Guangjun did not have the conditions to enjoy such a feast. All his money had gone to Zhou Yilin, and he could not afford such expenses. As he picked up the chopsticks, Sun Guangjun couldn't put them down. He simply opened his cheeks wide and started eating vigorously, devouring the food so quickly that the Ouyang sisters were a little scared to move their chopsticks. After a hard wait, once Sun Guangjun rubbed his belly and happily put down his chopsticks, the table was already in a state of chaos, with more than 20 dishes almost completely wiped clean. "Boss, how long have you been hungry?" Seeing that Sun Guangjun finally stopped, Ouyang Feiyu closed her mouth, which had been agape with surprise, and said speechlessly, "If one didn't know better, they would think you just came back from a refugee camp with how much you can eat. Goodness, over 20 dishes, all in such large portions, and you almost ate them all by yourself. You're bigger than a big eater." Sun Guangjun just smiled and said nothing. Who could understand the hunger and appreciation for food from someone who hadn't experienced the hardships of the apocalypse? Taking a sip of tea, Sun Guangjun spoke, "I have eaten and drunk to my satisfaction. My eating habits earlier might have been a bit frightening, I'm truly sorry." The two Ouyang ladies hardly ate. "We could open another table or find a new place for the next meal. As for me, I won't accompany you." "Alright, I'll go up to rest. If there's anything, we can communicate at any time. Goodbye." With his hands behind his back, Sun Guangjun leisurely exited the private room like a grand elder and returned to the presidential suite, leaving the Ouyang sisters looking at each other. "Sister, today was truly an eye-opener. Is there really such a boss? How does he not seem like a billionaire at all? Keep your comments to yourself. Just focus on what we need to do. What kind of person the boss is has nothing to do with us. I'm just venting a little, why do you have to take it so seriously? As your older sister, I have the duty to point out your mistakes when I see them." "What are you talking about? You're only 2 hours older than me, why act so superior? Even 2 minutes earlier, I'd still be your sister." The small argument in the private room was, of course, unheard by Sun Guangjun, who, back in the presidential suite, felt no sleepiness and opened his computer to browse. Early the next morning, Sun Guangjun left the hotel, finding a remote place to release a top-range Toyota off-road RV from the mountain river ring, taking his seat in the driver's cabin and leisurely heading to the address he had researched last night. Chejiangfang, a vehicle modification factory located in the outskirts of Qing City, was the address that Sun Guangjun had obtained from automotive modification enthusiasts online. It was said that this place, which on the surface appeared to be just an auto repair shop, could handle almost all automotive modification businesses. In Neon, Sun Guangjun had acquired tens of thousands of cars from various major manufacturers, including sedans, SUVs, off-road vehicles, RVs, pickups, and trucks, along with armored vehicles for self-defense. But these cars were somewhat unsuitable for the early days of the apocalypse. Those that could travel on public roads were not practical, and those that were practical couldn't travel on public roads. In the early days of the apocalypse, societal order still existed. Even though Sun Guangjun knew the future direction, he couldn't be too conspicuous. In this situation, the role of Che Jiangfang became apparent. "Boss, drive this way." Seeing a brand new RV approaching, the worker at the entrance skillfully guided him, directing Sun Guangjun to turn into the backyard through a small side road. "Boss, are you going to modify the car?" Sun Guangjun had just jumped off the car when a burly man holding a wrench came up to him with a big smile. "Xionglang, the king?" Seeing the enthusiastic face in front of him, Sun Guangjun's eyes narrowed. In his past life, this person was a fierce figure in the apocalypse. Xionglang was exceptionally talented, awakening his supernatural abilities ahead of time during the 100 Days of Polar Night, becoming one of the first to awaken. 3 years as a prince, 5 years as a king, he was in the spotlight for a time. But later, he was secretly plotted against, failing repeatedly to rise to royalty. Sun Guangjun never expected to encounter this future king in Qing City, and even more surprising was that this renowned person from the apocalypse would be the owner of the car modification shop.
Hello, Boss Xiong, I'm here on a friend's recommendation.
Sun Guangjun patted the cover of the RV and said, I want to modify this RV into a bulletproof version, adding crash corners and crossbeams to both the front and rear.
You can do all that, right?
The car is nice, the latest model of the top off-road RV, the first time I've seen it in the country. Xiong Lang said with a smile, modifying is fine, but this car of yours is new and hasn't been registered yet.
If we modify it, you won't be able to register it. Why not just register it first and come back?
That's all small stuff. Sun Guangjun shook his head and said carelessly, just tell me how long it will take to complete the modification according to my requirements. If it's urgent, it will take half a month, and the cost is 300.
Deal.
I'll come pick up the car in half a month. The two of them didn't hesitate, confirming the deal with just a few short sentences. After paying, Sun Guangjun got in the car. Xiong Lang sent him back in, leaving the car modification shop.
Chapter 18, Running Away with a Bucket Overnight.
At Xiong Lang's place, Sun Guangjun didn't rush to build a friendship, since they had already met through the car modification, and there would be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. Before he returned to the hotel, Sun Guangjun unexpectedly received a call from his uncle. Since turning 18, Sun Guangjun had lost the qualification to continue living with his uncle, which was also the direct reason he chose to work abroad later. As his uncle and aunt said back then, you are already an adult, it's time to learn how to support yourself. We took you in because of your deceased parents, and we have done right by you all these years.
How you live your life from now on is up to you.
A few sparse words sent poor Sun Guangjun away, without any mention of the inheritance belonging to his father and mother that they had monopolized. Now, 7 years later, it was the first time Sun Guangjun received a call from them.
Sun Guangjun didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until he returned to his hotel room that he pressed the answer button.
Xiaohui, it's your aunt, what are you busy with? Why haven't you answered my calls? As soon as the call connected, his aunt's pretentious warm voice came through. Oh, I was driving earlier, with the window down, I didn't notice the phone ringing.
Sun Guangjun casually made up an excuse to brush it off and then asked, Aunt, is there something you wanted to talk about?
What are you saying, child?
His aunt scolded lightly, I'm just checking on you, is everything okay? You know, it's been so many years, why don't you ever think about coming home to visit? Your uncle and I miss you a lot.
To be fair, it's our fault for not being able to earn more money back then, otherwise you wouldn't have had to leave home at such a young age to work abroad.
Xiaohui, are you still upset with your aunt and uncle? It's not about being upset or not. Sun Guangjun said mildly, you and your family are doing well, I don't want to disturb you too much.
Besides, I've been used to being on my own all these years.
Aunt, if there's something you need, just say it. I'm quite busy here.
This child, he has distanced himself from his aunt. Aunt seemed afraid that time would drag on, scolding lightly, then continued, Xiaohui, I heard you just returned to the country?
Sun Guangjun said, yes, I just came back yesterday.
After a moment of hesitation, Aunt said, it's like this, your brother, that is, Xiao Hao, has just found a good bride and is preparing to get married. I thought, after so many years without seeing you, this is a good opportunity for you to come home and see everyone, and we can all have a lively time together.
Additionally. Upon hearing this, Sun Guangjun knew there would be more to come, and he asked in a deep voice, additionally what?
Aunt no longer hesitated and directly said, Xiaohui, your sister-in-law wants 50,000 yuan as a bride price.
Your uncle and I can hardly gather that much. Look, could you contribute a bit?
I know you've had a tough time these years, but who told us we are so useless? Before Aunt could continue her lament, Sun Guangjun coldly said, I have no money.
How could you have no money?
Aunt seemed unable to contain herself any longer, shouting sharply, Xiaohui, what you said is truly unjust. Don't think I don't know, working in Neon, you earn at least 14 to 15,000 a month, and you hardly spend anything on the construction site. You must save at least 100 to 80,000 a year. After 7 years, you must have 50 to 60 million in your hands? You have that much money, yet you refuse to help your brother marry a wife. It's really like we raised a wolf.
A wolf? Sun Guangjun couldn't help but laugh in anger. Aunt, do you truly think you and your husband raised me those years? Isn't the inheritance my parents left all in your hands?
Moreover, you two know clearly how I lived those years.
Is there a need for me to say more?
Oh, I can't live anymore, raising someone else's child for so many years, only to raise a wolf. Hearing Aunt's dramatic complaining on the phone, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but smirk with disdain and hung up without hesitation, coming to take advantage of me, dreaming.
For that ruthless uncle and aunt, Sun Guangjun held no goodwill towards them at all.
Their son getting a bride price had nothing to do with him.
It wasn't like they invited him to be the groom, how annoying.
After hanging up the phone, Sun Guangjun ignored that peculiar family and, after resting for a while, left the hotel. This time, Sun Guangjun didn't leave empty-handed, but pulled along a large suitcase. He took a taxi and arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Qing City. He was going to order several Unimog off-road RVs. The Mercedes Unimog is undoubtedly a legend in the off-road industry, with its steel beast-like appearance and jaw-dropping price, making it a unique symbol in the off-road world. Sun Guangjun preferred the U4000 model, equipped with a 4.8-liter inline 4-cylinder turbocharged diesel engine, with a maximum output of 160 kilowatts. The interior had a large bed, sofa, washroom, stove, range hood, washing machine, and other living necessities, and the rear was equipped with a 240L stainless steel fresh water tank to ensure sufficient living water. When he was in Neon, Sun Guangjun had wanted to find a few of these vehicles, but luck wasn't on his side, so he could only make up for it now. After confirming the model, Sun Guangjun placed an order for 5 vehicles at a price of 2.78 million each, totaling 13.9 million. Of course, the full payment wasn't due right now. He first paid 5 million as a deposit, which is what was in the large suitcase he brought along, filled with 100 yuan bills. When making the payment, Sun Guangjun's actions drew exclamations from everyone in the 4S store. Goodness, people have seen cash transactions before, but who has ever seen someone drag 5 million in cash around? Is this what they call being rich and overbearing? After paying, Sun Guangjun walked out of the 4S store amidst the complex gazes of many sales ladies. The car was sorted out, and the next stop was Qilin Villa. Soon, the taxi arrived near Villa number 1 at Qilin Villa. At this point, the car couldn't go any further, the area ahead was blocked, and many workers were busy going in and out. Getting out of the car, Sun Guangjun felt emotional. The efficiency of the Ouyang sisters was truly impressive. The task was arranged just last night, and by this morning, not only were the renovation plans and construction units confirmed, but the site was also already set up. It seems the renovation of the villa will definitely be completed before the end of the month. Sun Guangjun didn't look for the Ouyang sisters and casually wandered around before leaving. To Sun Guangjun's surprise, when he returned to the hotel, he saw his uncle and aunt at the entrance, along with a tall beauty, who seemed to be Sun Hao's blind date. Sun Guangjun didn't get out of the car. Instead, he instructed the driver to take a turn and head straight to the high-speed train station. This family wouldn't leave him alone and even managed to find him in Qing City. It seemed he couldn't stay there for long. Sun Guangjun's time was too precious. He had no time to deal with this strange family. Alright, better to escape overnight with a bucket in hand. With a high-speed train ticket, Sun Guangjun rushed to Longdu, and on the train, he bought a ticket for a direct flight to Big Apple City at around 8 o'clock that night. America, here I come. Chapter 19, Made It. Does Sun Guangjun have an American passport? The answer is yes. On the last night before leaving the Neon City, Sun Guangjun asked Wu Feng to help him get a few American passports. With Wu Feng's extensive connections, a few passports were just a small matter. In just one night, before Sun Guangjun boarded his flight back home, several passports that resembled him by 50 to 60% were delivered to him, along with a green card. With these items, Sun Guangjun could freely enter and exit America without worrying about being tracked by the authorities. More than 10 hours later, Sun Guangjun appeared in Big Apple City, over 11,000 kilometers away from Qing City, and it was just past 9 o'clock local time. While waiting for his flight in Longdu, Sun Guangjun called the Ouyang sisters to tell them he had business abroad and handed over all domestic affairs to them. In fact, the various arrangements in the country, apart from the construction of the Doomsday Shelter and the renovation of Villa number 1, were of practical significance for Sun Guangjun. The gathering of supplies was merely a nice addition. If it weren't for knowing that the apocalypse would start with extreme heat lasting for half a month, causing many foods to spoil quickly in such hot weather, and the remaining supplies would mostly be washed away in the following heavy rain, Sun Guangjun wouldn't have the risk of exposing his identity to bulk buy supplies openly in the country. If the Ouyang sisters' actions in Qing City were ever doubted, it would be easy to trace back to Sun Guangjun, who was hidden behind the scenes. At that point, anyone with a motive could easily connect Sun Guangjun's financial sources back to the theft case involving the Neon Central Bank. Never doubt the power of the state. If they want to investigate, no matter where you are on this planet, they can trace your ancestries in no time. Sun Guangjun understood the development during the early stages of the apocalypse. Since the money came easily, it was better to save up more supplies for future needs. As for how far the Ouyang sisters could go, Sun Guangjun didn't care. He couldn't care less. He was alone, and with too much on his plate, the help from others was just what it was. Just a while ago, as the plane descended, Sun Guangjun admired the charm of this largest city in America through the window. Magnificent, brilliant, indeed captivating. Unfortunately, Sun Guangjun had no mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery, nor to visit those world-famous landmarks. After taking the airport bus away from the airport, he simply found a small inn to stay. Sun Guangjun only brought a small wheeled suitcase with him, completely looking like a tourist. Dragging his small suitcase into the room, Sun Guangjun hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the doorknob, then locked the door, making a pose that suggested he was weary from his journey and needed rest. Not lingering in the room, Sun Guangjun easily made his way down to the small alley behind the inn through the window. In the next moment, Sun Guangjun's figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Earthwalking technique, activate. Target, the port. New York Port, covering an area of over 3,800 square kilometers, has 37 container terminals and over 400 deepwater berths, the largest port in America and one of the largest natural deepwater ports in the world. This port has a glorious history and once held the title of the world's largest container throughput for many years. Unfortunately, due to changes in the global economic situation, it has long lost its past glory. Not to mention being number one globally, it can't even claim to be number one in America now, yet its annual cargo throughput can still exceed 160 million tons. As it neared midnight, the busy port gradually fell into silence, with only a few berths still bustling with loading and unloading. Under the night sky, no one noticed a ghostly figure quietly appearing among the vast stacks of containers. Familiar black SWAT gear, even the adhesive bandage on his arm was not torn off. Riding a Neon's latest electric motorcycle, Sun Guangjun began to roam the port in broad daylight. Wherever he passed, whether it was containers or scattered goods, they all vanished without a trace. The noise from the electric bike was minimal, even in this quiet midnight, so it didn't attract much attention until a half-loaded cargo ship suddenly disappeared, catching the eye of a worker who was burning the midnight oil at a nearby berth. Oh, my God, did I just see things? Why did that ship next to me suddenly vanish? A sharp scream suddenly rang out, as a black man held his head, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Soon, more and more terrified screams arose, as the workers fearfully realized a harsh reality: the once bustling storage area had now become empty, and those containers, whether full or empty, had mysteriously disappeared. Quickly, news of a mysterious theft at the port began to spread, police sirens blared everywhere, and members of the FBI rushed to the port like madmen. The recent string of thefts that occurred in Neon had already spread worldwide. While the people of Neon optimistically thought it was an encounter with aliens and a great opportunity for the country, the rest of the world was just laughing at the spectacle. But jokes aside, nobody wanted such a thing to happen to themselves. To be blunt, in just 1 week's time, Neon's economy had regressed by at least 20 years, with the various lost materials amounting to trillions. With Neon as a cautionary tale, the FBI quickly linked the happenings at the port to these so-called aliens. Upon checking the surveillance, the FBI soon discovered Sun Guangjun's figure, and the truth became clear: the thief had run from Neon to America, exactly looking like the way he was described online. The FBI members were infuriated. A tiny Neon could be bullied, but how dare he cause trouble in America? It's just like an old longevity star eating arsenic too impatient to live. What is America? The lighthouse of the world. How can petty thieves be so rampant? In the first moment, almost all the bodhisattvas across America sprang into action, searching for the thief's whereabouts while standing guard everywhere, vowing to make the damned thief suffer the first Waterloo on free soil. As the bodhisattvas hurriedly took action, Sun Guangjun had already arrived at the underground vault of the Federal Reserve Bank in Manhattan. This is the largest vault in the world, located over 20 meters underground, storing more than 8,300 tons of gold belonging to over 60 countries, accounting for 1/3 of the world's gold reserves. It is said that this vault has no door, but instead a solid steel cylinder that is 2.7 meters high and weighs 90 tons, reinforced with 140 tons of steel-reinforced concrete walls. There is a narrow passageway in the center of the cylinder that is 3 meters long, and with a slight manipulation of a switch, the cylinder can rotate 90 degrees to reveal the passage for people to enter and exit. The entire cylinder system is manually operated, so even in emergencies like power outages, it would not affect opening and closing. Such tight defenses were easily breached by Sun Guangjun from underground. Although Sun Guangjun was careful and stealthy enough, the moment he stepped in, his footprints were detected by sensors on the floor, and in an instant, a chilling alarm began to sound. This sudden turn of events did not affect Sun Guangjun. At that moment, he was gazing into the vault's interior with shining eyes. Wow, in a space as spacious as a football field, dense grids were arranged everywhere, each storing gold from different countries. More than 8,300 tons. This is it. Chapter 20, The Great Transformation of the Mountain and River Ring. Shock. Suspected aliens visited America. New York port was raided overnight. Anger. Manhattan underground vault was stolen. Security personnel and bodhisattvas were ineffective. Surprise. A masked thief rampaged in America. Is the end of the world coming? Bodhisattva headquarters. We will catch the masked thief as quickly as possible. Defense deployed across America. The masked thief has nowhere to escape. The White House announces the nation is under level 5 alert. Aliens abandon Neon. The Neon citizens angrily criticize the cabinet for their passive attitude. Massive protests erupt in Tokyo. Citizens are rallying in protest. Neon citizens petition. Thousands signed to urge the cabinet to bring back the aliens. In the morning, when Sun Guangjun woke up leisurely in a small hotel, the internet was already flooded with various news. Old Me's reaction was beyond Sun Guangjun's expectations. After all, they are the global leader, and they should display a clear and proper attitude. The funniest reaction was from Little Ri, perhaps due to a masochistic mindset. What Sun Guangjun did in Neon not only did not arouse their hatred, but because of his departure, the public blamed everything on the cabinet and continuously initiated protests everywhere. Humph, go ahead and make a stir, the bigger the better, no matter how much noise you make, I'm still the man you can never have. With a cold laugh, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but sink his mind back into the mountain and river ring. After collecting over 8,300 tons of gold last night, Sun Guangjun suddenly found that he could no longer enter.
The mountain and river ring no longer accepted anything.
This was also the reason he returned to the hotel to sleep, otherwise, he would have planned to search for more supermarkets and malls to loot in the beautiful night. Sun Guangjun had never encountered such a situation before, even last time in Tokyo, after collecting over 800 tons of gold reserves, the space of the mountain and river ring had changed dramatically, but it had never refused to accept any materials. However, facing this situation, Sun Guangjun felt only anticipation, with no worries at all. The mountain and river ring had been bound by blood, able to carry him back from the apocalypse and bring him back to life. It is impossible to abandon him, this master.
There is only one explanation for this situation, the mountain river ring must be upgrading.
Sure enough, Sun Guangjun only tested it, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the room and appeared inside the mountain river ring.
Hiss, quite a change.
Looking at the scene before him, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The original thatched cottage had vanished, replaced by a quaint two-story building. Through the open door and windows, one could see tables, chairs, and beds inside, full of a lively atmosphere. Strangely, on the second floor of the small building, there were stairs on both the left and right sides. The left one went up, and the right one went down, and it was unclear what they were for. The several hundred acres of land surrounding the thatched cottage had all turned into lush green grass. A winding creek flowed through the grass, with patches of flowers beautifully scattered along both sides of the stream, and beyond that were vast forests, with mountains and lakes visible in the distance. On the grass, flocks of chickens, ducks, and geese were foraging, while puppies and kittens occasionally ran by. Pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep grazed lazily on the grass outside the forest, and some went to the small lake to drink water, while various animal roars and bird calls could be heard from within the forest. In the sky, a hawk screeched and dove down, catching a rabbit from the ground and then soared into the air, flying towards the mountains. Not far behind the small building, there was a vast bamboo grove. No, calling it a sea of bamboo would be more fitting. Sun Guangjun clearly saw a national treasure swaying with its hefty body, leisurely emerging from within, cradling a large bamboo shoot in its arms.
The scene before him told Sun Guangjun that the animals he brought back from the neon lights were living well here.
But what about those crops and fruit trees? There was no trace of that vast amount of resources inside the small building. Such strange occurrences, Sun Guangjun had never seen in his past life. At that time, the mountain river ring's space was only slightly larger than before. Could it be due to the effect of those gold pieces from last night? Indeed, although in his past life Sun Guangjun was constantly collecting gold, silver, and jade, in the apocalyptic world, everyone lived hard lives, and he did not have such a large range of movement. He couldn't just go to people's gold reserves to do things. With various doubts on his mind, Sun Guangjun stepped into the small building. As soon as he entered the hall, a sudden realization flashed through Sun Guangjun's mind. So that's how it is. It turns out, all of this is truly the result of that gold. The mountain river ring has upgraded. In simple terms, whether in his past life or this life, the mountain river ring was in its first form, but now, having absorbed the vast amount of gold reserves from the Federal Reserve, it has entered its second form. In this form, the mountain river ring's internal space is divided into 3 levels. The first level is a static space, where time stands still, the space is infinite, and anything placed inside comes out exactly as it went in, but living things cannot be stored. Right now, it is filled with the resources that Sun Guangjun has collected. The entrance to the first level is down the stairs on the right side of the small building. And the upward stairs on the left side of the small building lead to the third level. The third level is a production space, with 10 times the flow of time. It not only has vast fertile fields for planting various grains and vegetables but also various barns for raising chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and other livestock. The crops and fruit trees that Sun Guangjun thought had disappeared are now planted in the fertile fields of the third level. Sun Guangjun is currently in the second level, a living space, where time is synchronized with the outside world, allowing Sun Guangjun to live here, including the spiritual well-being here as well. As for why those poultry and livestock remained on the second level and didn't enter the third level, it's because Sun Guangjun, as the master of the mountain river ring.
You haven't made a choice yet.
Life space, well, some necessary poultry and livestock should still be there, right?
Didn't we just let them grow faster on the third floor, still waiting for Sun Guangjun to make a decision?
Understanding the changes in the mountain river ring, Sun Guangjun laughed heartily. This is great. The second layer of the mountain river ring truly stands alone as a realm now. The first and third layers each have their own magical aspects, which is the best complement. With the mountain river ring in hand, Sun Guangjun can completely recreate a world after the end of the apocalypse. After taking a tour of all 3 layers, Sun Guangjun then quickly left, dragging his small suitcase, and went downstairs to settle the bill. There were still many journeys ahead.
Sir, why not stay a few more days?
The plump landlady leaned against the counter, processing Sun Guangjun's checkout while mysteriously saying, Big Apple City isn't very safe lately, running around everywhere can easily lead to trouble.
Have you heard? The masked thief from Neon has come here. It's just an alien. Sun Guangjun shrugged and said nonchalantly, I've seen the reports online, they are exaggerated.
This is a free country, no one can stop my travel.
Good luck, landlady.
Good luck to you too. The landlady handed the receipt and the change to Sun Guangjun, watching him walk out the door, muttering softly, I have to say, those Beaufort people really are finding trouble for no reason.
Aliens, what a great excuse, isn't it all just their incompetence? Chapter 21 Perfect Journey.
Amid the landlady's chatter, Sun Guangjun stepped out of the hotel door, greeted by the rising sun, merging into the flow of people on the street. Even though the Beaufort people were frantically searching for the masked thief, as free-spirited Americans, they wouldn't lock themselves up at home, the streets were still bustling with people. Finding a quiet place, Sun Guangjun followed the right method, packed his suitcase, and once again vanished underground. Big Apple City truly deserves its title as an international metropolis, there were simply too many targets to choose from. Sun Guangjun moved along one direction underground, visiting supermarkets, shopping centers, wholesale markets, factories, warehouses, logistics distribution centers, and so on. Any place storing large amounts of goods was his destination in turn. During this time, Sun Guangjun was not completely unnoticed, but now he had already changed from his previous self, not to mention, just the MP5 in his left hand and the Remington shotgun in his right looked simply badass. In the vast city, gunshots occasionally echoed, followed by news of theft coming in, leaving the busy Beaufort people at a loss.
Wow, that's a real thug. We need to report this, the alert level must be raised even higher.
No matter how the Beaufort people responded, Sun Guangjun rampaged through Big Apple City for an entire day and night, only quietly leaving the next morning, taking away a large amount of supplies along with dozens of lives. Having been tempered by a decade of apocalypse, Sun Guangjun's heart had hardened like iron, dozens of lives were just numbers to him, especially foreign lives, he felt no psychological burden at all about killing. After all, the end of the world is approaching, most of these lower-level people would not make it anyway, dying early means an early reincarnation, avoiding more suffering, how good is that? A series of thefts and even heists occurred one after another, like one slap after another, hitting the face of the American high-ups. Furious, the White House raised the alert level overnight, even the Coast Guard was mobilized, heavily fortifying inside and outside Big Apple City, vowing to catch the culprit. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Sun Guangjun was driving a speedboat, moving along the Erie Canal towards Lake Ontario.
The Great Lakes region was one of Sun Guangjun's most important targets for coming to America.
The rich freshwater resources and fishery resources here are something he could never give up. The Great Lakes, the largest freshwater lake group in the world, of which 4 rank among the top 10 largest freshwater lakes globally, truly show how abundant the freshwater resources are here. In terms of fisheries, not only are there unique American fish like whitefish, white-eyed fish, white suckerfish, king salmon, silver salmon, American red-spotted salmon, hardhead black trout, rainbow trout, lake herring, lake sturgeon, eel, rock bass, white bass, big-eyed blue bass, bass, and catfish, but also over 170 species of fish, including Asian carp and goldfish, which are nearly out of control. A distance of over 370 kilometers took Sun Guangjun an entire morning to reach the closest Lake Ontario to the Big Apple City.
Following the order from east to west, Sun Guangjun spent nearly a week exploring all 5 Great Lakes.
Of course, during this time, he also visited lakeside cities like Windy City and Motor City, and the lake area is also the dairy belt of America, so he naturally had to stop by. Leaving the Great Lakes area, Sun Guangjun switched back to his Kawasaki H2, speeding down the interstate, feeling amazed. The air in this free country is quite nice, there isn't even a single surveillance camera on the road, I can drive however I want. Along the way, he picked up different farms, ranches, factories, pharmaceutical companies, and bases as his goals. As he drove on, Sun Guangjun gradually entered the region of Nevada, where he had another important goal. The Hawthorne Army Depot, the largest military warehouse in the world, is said to store over 70 million tons of military supplies, with over 2,000 types, and the warehouse covers an area of 59,000 hectares, with a total area of 8,000 square kilometers, including places for the production and development of weapons and ammunition. This warehouse has its own production line and laboratory, capable of manufacturing and testing various new weapons and ammunition, as well as repairing and modifying old weapons and ammunition. The depot consists of over 2,000 bunkers, each packed with various advanced firearms, shells, bullets, tanks, artillery, armored vehicles, and other weaponry. It is said that the weapons inside are enough for 1 million soldiers to squander for an entire year, showcasing just how immense its quantity is. With such a massive arsenal, Sun Guangjun nearly exerted himself to the limit, managing to empty this place in just one day, then left Hawthorne and headed straight for Lake Walker along Highway 95. Lake Walker is one of the few lakes in the world where the throatcut V species survive, so since he's here, he figured he might as well scoop up a few to take back and enrich the species, to avoid not being able to find them after the apocalypse. Alas, this damned sense of responsibility, I'm truly worried about the continuation of the species. I am so great. In this self-touched feeling, Sun Guangjun with tears took away half of Lake Walker's water, along with a large number of aquatic creatures. After leaving Hawthorne, Sun Guangjun made his way to Texas. Texas, the second largest state in the U.S. and the largest in the South, has a highly developed energy industry, aerospace industry, and agriculture, and is a manufacturing center for chemicals, electronics, airplanes, and metals in the U.S. In agriculture, Texas widely grows various crops like soybeans, wheat, cotton, and corn, vigorously develops the vegetable and fruit industry, primarily raises beef cattle, pigs, sheep, and poultry, with livestock output ranking first in the U.S., and produces abundant rice, sorghum, grapes, peanuts, and watermelons. In Texas, Sun Guangjun not only visited the production bases of oil companies like ExxonMobil, Shell, Gulf, and Tesoro, but also visited various airplane manufacturing companies, and casually took a large number of fighter jets and corresponding ammunition from Lakeland Air Force Base. 2 days later, Sun Guangjun left Texas and arrived in California, and while passing through Arizona, he casually took away over 6,000 decommissioned military aircraft from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. Almost all retired military aircraft in the United States after World War II were included, and even the few active fighter squadrons stationed here were visited by him. California, as the most developed agricultural state in the United States, produces outstanding quantities of sugarcane, vegetables, fruits, cotton, and rice, and it is also an important source of meat, eggs, and milk. Special agricultural industrial clusters include wine, dairy products, and fruit, supplying the nation and even the world. In terms of industry, California's aerospace industry is as developed as its automobile industry. At the same time, California also has rich natural resources such as forests, oil, natural gas, asbestos, boron, gold, tungsten, diatoms, sand, and gravel. After searching California, Sun Guangjun set off for Siberia on July 18, using a passport from the Big Bear family. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun was well prepared, otherwise, leaving the country peacefully would have been a problem. Having suffered repeated plunders, the upper class of America was furious, raising the alert level again and again, wishing they could impose martial law nationwide to catch the damned masked thief. Going to the Big Bear family was a trip that Sun Guangjun had planned beforehand. In addition to collecting freshwater resources from Lake Baikal, he also purchased a large number of weapons and equipment from international arms dealers, totaling over $1 billion. The Big Bear family has not been doing well lately, it would be good to help a bit. These weapons were what Sun Guangjun intended to use to deal with the early stages of the apocalypse. The military equipment he had in American and Japanese styles could not be brought out before communications were completely cut off, so he could only use Russian ones to hold the fort for now. On July 21, Sun Guangjun finally returned to the city of Qing after more than half a month away, with only 10 days left before the apocalypse began. This trip, having made a large circle abroad, was perfect for Sun Guangjun, although it made the Americans suffer. They constantly shouted internationally, insisting on making the masked thief and the forces behind him pay a price. But he didn't know how long it would take to achieve this goal. Chapter 22, Contact with Bear Wave. Waking up, Sun Guangjun suddenly realized a fact: today was already July 23, not the 22nd he had thought, and it was the 9th day counting down to the apocalypse. He forgot about the time difference. Fortunately, this was not a big problem, it was just a day's time, nothing to be consumed. He got up, washed up, and went to the restaurant for a sumptuous breakfast, fried dough sticks and soybean pudding, a rare delicacy in the apocalypse. Many guests at the Hilton Hotel witnessed a strange sight in the restaurant today. A well-dressed young man, with a bowl of soybean pudding in front of him, carefully picked up a fried dough stick. He gently dipped it into the soybean pudding and took a small bite, closing his eyes slightly, savoring it as he chewed slowly, and finally swallowed it delicately. Those who didn't know would think he was eating some great feast. This young man was surely bringing everyone an eye-opening experience by making the hotel's free breakfast feel this way. Moreover, he could really eat, although he ate slowly, he wasn't shy about the portions. Sun Guangjun, on the other hand, was not concerned about others' gazes. To be honest, he hadn't properly enjoyed a meal of fried dough sticks and soybean pudding for more than 10 years. Having experienced the hardships of the apocalypse, Sun Guangjun's appreciation for food was unmatched by anyone. After enjoying his breakfast, Sun Guangjun stepped out and headed to the garage. It had been half a month, and he didn't know how the RV transformation had gone. "Hey, Boss Sun is here, please have a seat inside." Bear Wave happened to be in the shop and immediately welcomed Sun Guangjun as he walked in. This was a precious guest. When it came to payments, it was quick and delightful, so he had to treat him well. "No need for such politeness, Boss Bear." Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said, "I came today just to see how my car has been modified." "Is it finished?" "Of course, Boss Sun, this way please." Xiong Lang led Sun Guangjun into the workshop, reached out to pull off the car cover, and pointed at the modified RV, saying, "Boss Sun, please take a look."
The materials and craftsmanship are absolutely the best.
Seeing the RV in front of him indeed added some strong presence, Sun Guangjun nodded in satisfaction and said, Boss Xiong, I have a question I want to ask.
You modify a car here, if it follows this specification, what's the fastest time needed? How many can you modify at the same time?
Hearing this, Xiong Lang's eyes lit up. This meant big business was coming.
He quickly replied, Boss Sun, may I ask what kind of car you want to modify?
Different cars have different levels of difficulty and naturally require different amounts of time.
I understand.
Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said, Boss Xiong, I bought 4,000 Unimogs, and they will arrive soon.
I want to know, if I send them to you for modification, how long will it take to complete? Unimog? 5 of them?
Xiong Lang nearly dropped his jaw. This guy really was big spender. Luckily, he quickly collected himself and didn't embarrass himself on the spot. Boss Sun, if I temporarily set aside other business and fully concentrate on these 5 vehicles, I can manage it.
The Unimog is quite sturdy and not difficult to modify.
However, the skill level of the workers varies.
To finish all of them, it will take at least 5 days. And there's also the cost issue.
You don't need to worry about the cost. Sun Guangjun waved generously and said, You calculate it, give me a number, and I can immediately transfer the money to you.
Sure. Xiong Lang smiled awkwardly, knowing he was a bit overly eager.
Before he could find something to say to make up for it, Sun Guangjun directly pulled out his phone and called the Mercedes Forest shop, asking them to send someone to deliver the cars to the car modification shop, and transferred the remaining amount in front of Xiong Lang to the Forest shop. After hanging up the phone, Sun Guangjun suddenly changed the topic and said, Boss Xiong, I heard that besides being a master in car modification, you also excel in martial arts.
I wonder if there's a chance to spar with you.
In his past life, Xiong Lang had awakened a power related to strength, making him a close combat expert. With his formidable Mad Dog Fist, he carved out a place in the apocalypse. Rumor had it that before the apocalypse, Xiong Lang was a famous Mad Dog Fist master with the title, Outlawed Righteous Maniac. This referred to this person who was kind-hearted and had a strong sense of chivalry. After becoming a king-level expert, Xiong Lang was ambushed, which was also related to his personality. In Sun Guangjun's view, this future powerhouse certainly needed to be won over, but he should not be too close because, in the apocalypse, overly kind-hearted people were not to be trusted, and goodwill could lead to one's own demise. Upon hearing this, Xiong Lang's face brightened. Obviously, Sun Guangjun's words hit his sweet spot. He immediately said, So Boss Sun is also a kindred spirit. In that case, once your batch of cars is ready, I'll host everyone. I also have a few friends, we can gather together.
Sounds good.
Sun Guangjun clasped his hands, and the two began to chat. It wasn't long before the Forest shop delivered the cars. 5 tall and mighty Unimogs lined up, truly imposing. Boss Xiong, the cars are entrusted to you. Having already paid for the modification, Sun Guangjun laughed happily and prepared to take his leave. Driving the newly modified Toyota RV, Sun Guangjun headed straight to Qilin Villa. This time, he hadn't contacted the Ouyang sisters in advance, so it was just right to go check their work results. As soon as he hit the road, Sun Guangjun felt that Xiong Lang's skills were indeed impressive, the vehicle's power was even more vigorous, and the suspension was very comfortable, never feeling stiff at all. Following the mountain road, Sun Guangjun was surprised to find that the 2 villas closest to Villa Number 1 were also undergoing modifications simultaneously. Parking at the entrance of Villa Number 1, Sun Guangjun couldn't wait to check the modification results of his own villa. First, he looked over at the 2 neighbors' houses. Although both villas were surrounded by scaffolding, tightly covered by green dust nets, Villa Number 1 had the natural advantage of the terrain, and Sun Guangjun looked down, observing the renovations of both houses. The more he looked, the more strange he felt. How could this be so similar to his renovation plan? They also used several layers of glass to enclose the open space around the villa, plus a sloping dome. From the glass already installed, it should also be high-grade bulletproof glass, no doubt about it.
Who is this? Such a talented person? They actually copied me completely.
When he confirmed the purchase of Villa Number 1, Sun Guangjun had understood the situation. Qilin Mountain Villa was a community developed not long ago, and the houses here weren't selling well. In this villa area, at least 80% of the villas were still unsold, otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to buy Villa Number 1. Now it's good, he bought Villa Number 1, and then someone started copying him, with 2 houses sold at the same time. It seems he should visit these 2 neighbors soon.
Chapter 23, Villa Completion. Boss, you're back?
Sun Guangjun was lost in thought when suddenly he heard a voice filled with surprise. It was none other than Ouyang Feiyu. He turned around and saw Ouyang Feiyu bouncing out of the villa, hopping joyfully along the stone path towards him, looking as cheerful as a lark. Today, Ouyang Feiyu had taken off her professional suit and was wearing a floral dress, her high ponytail swaying behind her, her face bare without any makeup, yet her flawless pretty face was not diminished at all. She looked full of youthful vitality. Especially her little rabbit up front. No, it was clearly a big rabbit bouncing around made Sun Guangjun's eyes almost pop out. Probably noticing Sun Guangjun's gaze, Ouyang Feiyu blushed as she reached him and couldn't help but hit him with a small punch, scolding, "Boss, are you still staring? Is there anyone like you? What's there to see? It won't cost me a piece of meat." Sun Guangjun didn't dodge Ouyang Feiyu's little fist and said with a smile, "Appreciating beautiful things is a natural instinct for everyone. You should feel honored to receive my appreciation. I think you're just finding excuses for your lewdness." Ouyang Feiyu regained her composure and said boldly, "Don't you men all behave like this when you see pretty women? Boss, I thought you were different from other men, but it turns out you're all the same. I'm not talking to you anymore. I think you should still talk to me." Sun Guangjun replied playfully, "As your boss, I came today to inspect your work progress. If you keep ignoring me, aren't you afraid I'll get angry and dock your salary?" "Oh, I'm so scared." Ouyang Feiyu made a funny face and laughed proudly. "Boss, did you forget? You once said, the salaries of our sisters are handled by me as the CFO, and you only have signing authority. If you want to dock my salary, it seems like you need my sister's consent, since she's the CEO of the company. So, if you want to dock my pay, it might be tricky." Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore." Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said, "First, take me on a tour of the villa. If you do well, both you sisters will get a raise and special rewards." "What kind of rewards?" Ouyang Feiyu seemed to have quite the knack for going along with the flow. "How about you let me know the rewards in advance? Maybe seeing the rewards will boost my motivation, and I'll give you a more comprehensive introduction. This renovation project for the villa is so big, if I miss one or two things, that wouldn't be good, right? You're really a clever little thing." Sun Guangjun laughed and playfully pointed at Ouyang Feiyu's small head. Turning around, I opened the RV door and pulled down 2 large suitcases, then said, "Let's go, take me into the villa. It wouldn't hurt to reward you early." Seeing the 2 big suitcases, Ouyang Feiyu's eyes almost sparkled. Such large suitcases, even if each sister got one, that was still a lot. Moreover, Sun Guangjun had just come back from abroad. There must be good stuff inside, right? Wait, the suitcases couldn't be empty, could they? Thinking of this, Ouyang Feiyu felt a tightness in her heart, quickly stepped forward, reached to take the suitcase from Sun Guangjun's hand, and while smiling said, "Boss, how can I let you do this heavy work? Let me handle it." "Are you sure?" Sun Guangjun revealed a playful smile and did not stop her. "Wow, why is this so heavy?" Ouyang Feiyu successfully reached for the suitcase handle, but when she pulled, she couldn't lift it up. Unable to help but complain, she said, "Boss, what did you pack in here? It's so heavy." "Alright, I'll handle it. These 2 are yours." Sun Guangjun took down 2 similar suitcases from the car and then pulled out the extendable handle, dragging the first 2 suitcases towards the villa while looking at the renovation situation of the villa. The outside of the villa was still surrounded by scaffolding and dust nets, but the glass curtain walls and domes were already completed. The 2 heavy iron doors had been installed, and he still needed to carefully check other details, but generally, he could confirm that the progress was nearly complete. This could also be indirectly verified by the fact that there were not many workers on site. "Feiyu, can I ask you something?" Confirming the project situation, Sun Guangjun felt quite good and thought of the 2 neighboring villas. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who bought those 2 villas not far from us?" "I know." Ouyang Feiyu easily dragged the 2 suitcases and said proudly, "Not only do I know, but I also know them. By the way, I provided their renovation plans, including the construction team, the same one as yours. How about it, boss? Am I doing great?" Looking at Ouyang Feiyu's eager expression that seemed to say praise me, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but think bitterly, so that's what was going on? There was a traitor among them. Then he thought again, wait a minute, the Ouyang sisters had just returned to the country. Where would they have any familiar acquaintances? Besides, the sisters were assigned by Wu Feng, and their professional ethics were definitely not a problem. How could they do something that would betray their boss's interests? Even if it was for profit, that couldn't be possible. Right, Wu Feng. Suddenly, Sun Guangjun realized the key point. It was highly likely that Wu Feng had bought those 2 villas. Only this could explain the strange behavior of the Ouyang sisters. After all, Wu Feng was considered their former boss, and he knew that Wu Feng had a good relationship with himself. Sun Guangjun hadn't stated that the villa renovation plan involved any secrets, so it wasn't wrong for the sisters to act this way. When did Brother Wu return to the country? Faced with Sun Guangjun's sudden question, Ouyang Feiyu froze for a moment and then awkwardly asked, "Boss, did you figure it out? What's so hard to guess about this?" Sun Guangjun shrugged and said, "With your professional ethics, besides Brother Wu, I can't think of anyone else who would make you act this way. So isn't it obvious? Boss, you're really smart." If it weren't for the suitcases in her hands, Ouyang Feiyu would definitely have given Sun Guangjun a thumbs up. "Why does your praise sound so insincere?"
Sun Guangjun suspected Ouyang Feiyu was joking with him, but he had no evidence.
Just then, they reached the steps in front of the villa. Sun Guangjun effortlessly lifted the 200-pound suitcases, stepped up the stairs, and entered the living room. Ouyang Feiyu followed in, placed the 2 suitcases in front of Sun Guangjun, and, like a curious little kid, asked, "Boss, what exactly is in this box of yours? It's so heavy. Want to know? Open it yourself and see." Sun Guangjun casually picked up a box and laid it flat on the coffee table, then gestured with his chin toward Ouyang Feiyu, while sitting down on the sofa himself. Ouyang Feiyu wasn't about to be polite with Sun Guangjun. Confirming there was no password, she reached out to open the lock and lifted the lid.
Chapter 24, Wu Feng returns home.
"Wow, it's money." The next moment, Ouyang Feiyu exclaimed, "Smack." She quickly closed the lid and looked around like a thief. After confirming no one was watching, she patted her heaving chest and reproached Sun Guangjun, saying, "Boss, what are you doing bringing back so much cash?" As a qualified CFO, even though Ouyang Feiyu was used to managing large amounts of money for the big group company run by SGJ Sun Guangjun, she had never seen so much cash together. The visual impact was something else. On Sun Guangjun's side, he stared wide-eyed as he watched Ouyang Feiyu's small hands patting her chest, feeling quite astonished himself. The impact really was strong, and he thought he could just die from it.
"Boss, you need to tell me." Ouyang Feiyu had no idea of Sun Guangjun's dirty thoughts, quickly sitting down beside him and urging, "What do you need so much cash for?
Mobile payment is so convenient now, cash is just not safe.
And also, there's not more cash in this box, right? Oh my, what you're doing is really not wise.
What else could it be for?
It's a reward for you 2 sisters."
Sun Guangjun suppressed the urge to nosebleed and interrupted Ouyang Feiyu, saying, "You 2 sisters, no bias, each gets a box, exactly 5 million. But, I must warn you first, if you want to take this money, you have to agree to one condition."
"What condition?"
Ouyang Feiyu instinctively asked, and upon meeting Sun Guangjun's gaze, she quickly covered her chest with her hands, looking at him warily, stating, "I warn you, no dirty thoughts, I sell my art, not my body."
"What are you thinking?"
Sun Guangjun snapped his fingers and said, "My request is actually very simple. The money is given to you to spend, and my condition is that by the end of the month, you both must spend all of it. Remember, I don't care what you buy, you must spend every last penny before the month is up, otherwise, I have the right to ask you to return double."
"How about it? Isn't this condition exciting? Spend it all?"
Ouyang Feiyu's eyes looked like she was seeing something unbelievable.
"Boss, are you sure that's your condition? Spending money isn't that simple?
Just buy cars, buy houses, let alone 5 million, even 50 million wouldn't be enough. Besides, if I really can't spend it all, I could just give it to the people on the street, right? It's all cash anyway, and you wouldn't know how I spend it."
"That won't do."
Sun Guangjun quickly said, "I said to let you spend it, so it has to be spent on yourselves.
Giving it to people on the street? Do you think I have money to waste?
Remember, buying cars and houses is really not a good idea. It's better to buy more daily necessities, that's the right way."
Sun Guangjun didn't care whether Ouyang Feiyu could take in those words. He said what he needed to say, and now it was up to fate.
"Huh? So how do I spend it?"
"This is 5 million. With Sun Guangjun adding conditions, Ouyang Feiyu's little face suddenly fell.
"Alright, think about how to spend it slowly."
Sun Guangjun waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, "Get your head back in the game, isn't it time to report your work to this boss?"
"Huh?
Oh. Reporting work."
Ouyang Feiyu quickly perked up, seriously saying, "Boss, you should have seen it, the renovation of the villa is basically complete, just a few details need to be handled. Before the end of the month, it will definitely be completed. As for the supermarket, we have confirmed several alternative locations with the city, there are ready houses as well as land, just waiting for you to come back and confirm. In terms of stock, all $300 million on the account have been spent, converted into materials, and stored in several warehouses. From Boss Wu, a total of $430 billion was transferred, and now there is still $150 billion left, of which $50 billion has just arrived yesterday. Moreover, of the materials we ordered, only 70% have arrived, and that $150 billion is reserved to pay the remaining 30% of the materials. Currently, my sister is fully responsible for this matter, and our finance department is fully cooperating. For specific types of materials, you need to ask my sister for the list."
"Well done."
This time, Sun Guangjun sincerely gave Ouyang Feiyu a thumbs up. "No matter what he bought, spending the money is a victory. Go back and tell Feishue that I am very satisfied with your work. Also, the 50 billion that just arrived needs to be spent as quickly as possible. This time, we can choose suppliers nearby. After all, there are not many days left until the end of the month, and it is absolutely forbidden to delay the delivery. Of course, you should also act within your means. If you really can't spend it, then it's fine. Alright, if you don't have anything else, you can go back and help Feishue. I can take a look here myself."
"Okay."
Ouyang Feiyu nodded and said, "Boss, I'll leave the contractor's phone number with you. If you have any questions, you can contact him directly. He is currently at the 2 villas of Boss Wu, so it's very convenient for him to come over."
Got it.
After sending Ouyang Feiyu away, Sun Guangjun first called Wu Feng. Sun Guangjun's previous guess was correct. Wu Feng had indeed returned to the country. After sending Sun Guangjun off in Neon, Wu Feng was planning an assassination operation against Xiao Linda and his daughter while discreetly gathering his power, moving his foundation back to the country, and keeping an eye on Sun Guangjun's activities domestically. When in Neon, Wu Feng suspected that Sun Guangjun had some bad predictions for the future. Now, learning about his series of actions only confirmed that suspicion further. As soon as he learned that Sun Guangjun had landed in Qing City and bought the number 1 villa at Xilan Villa, and started renovation loudly, Wu Feng immediately decided to buy 2 villas here as well and obtain Sun Guangjun's renovation blueprints from the Ouyang sisters, following the same model that Sun Guangjun was using. Of course, Sun Guangjun was unaware of Wu Feng's thought process. He only knew that Wu Feng had returned to the country with Wu Yang 3 days ago and was now in Qing City, just busy dealing with some personal matters and couldn't come to see him right away. For this, Sun Guangjun had no objections. Friendship among brothers lies in longevity, and there was no rush to meet. After hanging up, Sun Guangjun began to inspect both inside and outside the villa. The construction team the Ouyang sisters found was indeed impressive. The materials used were solid and basically met the requirements Sun Guangjun had previously set. In the end, Sun Guangjun suddenly noticed a problem, which was that his shelter design scheme, although good, focused too much on defense and forgot about counterattack. In other words, the bulletproof glass curtain walls and the inner and outer layers of steel plates could indeed block others' attacks, but that only turned the shelter into a turtle shell.
Passive resistance is not Sun Guangjun's character. Moreover, he had painstakingly acquired so many weapons and ammunition. Was he just going to let them sit there and be decoration?
Since he discovered the problem, Sun Guangjun didn't wait and immediately called the contractor over, asking him to find a way to design a circle of shooting holes in the curtain wall.
Chapter 25, The Oddball Comes Again.
The contractor, being experienced, immediately understood as soon as Sun Guangjun made the request.
He quickly came up with a plan.
Sun Guangjun didn't care how things were done, as long as his requirements were met. He asked the contractor to hurry up and start work, and then Sun Guangjun left the villa. He didn't drive away in the RV, but took out a simple Honda Civic from his mountains and rivers storage in a deserted place, planning to go back to the Hilton Hotel for a rest. Back in the country, he could finally relax completely, and Sun Guangjun decided to take a good day off first. Originally, the renovation of Villa Number 1 was basically completed, and the Ouyang sisters had purchased quite a lot of high-end furniture, making it entirely livable. But Sun Guangjun always felt that moving in officially needed a sense of ceremony. Moreover, there were still some finishing touches that had not been completed in the villa. One shouldn't just casually move in.
Perhaps there is fate in the dark. This point was deeply felt by Sun Guangjun when he returned to the entrance of the Hilton Hotel, just as he was about to scan the code to enter the parking lot. Right at the lobby entrance of the hotel, Sun Maolin's family was entangled with several security guards. Unlike last time, this time it was Sun Maolin, Hu Zuifeng, and Sun Hao, but Sun Hao's blind date didn't come along. Damn it, this ghost just won't leave. Grumbling resentfully, Sun Guangjun felt a bit curious about how this family found out his exact location. With this curiosity, Sun Guangjun turned the steering wheel and drove straight to the lobby entrance. He got out of the car, tossed the keys to the valet, and pretended not to see Sun Maolin's family as he walked straight inside. Isn't this little Hui?
While being driven away by the security, Hu Zuifeng suddenly screamed, breaking free from the guard's grasp, and rushed in front of Sun Guangjun, grabbing his arm and shouting loudly, "I see clearly, this is my nephew.
Isn't he a guest at your hotel? You guys have blind eyes, dare to drive us away."
The few security guards seemed stunned, looking at each other and not daring to take action for a moment. With a triumphant snort at the guards, Hu Zuifeng turned around and put on a fake smile, warmly saying, "Little Hui, why didn't you contact your uncle and aunt when you came back? You made it hard for us to find you. Quick, tell these smelly security guards to understand some rules. Aunt, please let go of me." Sun Guangjun calmly got his arm back and turned to the guards, saying, "Sorry, gentlemen, these 3 are my relatives. They must have come to find me and caused you trouble. Here, take this money as a brotherly apology." Sun Guangjun reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of money, probably around 3 or 2,000 yuan, and handed it to the security captain, saying, "Share it with the brothers, I'm really sorry."
Little Hui, why are you giving them money?
Seeing Sun Guangjun pull out money, and it was such a thick stack, Hu Zuifeng jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on, and snatched the money back from the security captain's hand, complaining, "You really are something, having money isn't meant to be spent like this, they should be compensating us. This money, your aunt will take it first."
"Aunt, what are you doing?"
Sun Guangjun wasn't a loser. Before Hu Zuifeng could put the money away, he raised his hand and took the money back again, casually stuffing it into the security captain's pocket, saying, "You all go on with your work, I will take care of these people." Well then, Mr. Sun, since they are your relatives, we will not pursue the responsibility for the disturbance. You must restrain them, and not let them cause any further disturbances to other guests. The security captain shot a fierce glare at Hu Tsuifeng, then waved his hand, taking his men away from the lobby. Uncle and aunt, please come in with me. After sending away the security guard, Sun Guangjun finally dropped a line and entered the lobby without looking back. Cui Feng, why don't you say a few less words? Sun Maolin pulled the still shouting Hu Tsuifeng and waved to Sun Hao to quickly follow Sun Guangjun's footsteps. Once inside the presidential suite, Hu Tsuifeng's eyes nearly bulged out. The luxury here was beyond her imagination. A wave of greed surged wildly in her heart. Compared to Hu Tsuifeng's wide eyes darting around, Sun Maolin's behavior was much more restrained. The only one who remained consistently unchanged among the three was the chubby Sun Hao. Whether it was his mom arguing just now or now entering the presidential suite, this little fatty's eyes had never left the phone in his hand, his fingers constantly tapping away on the screen. Clearly, he was immersed in the world of games. So, let's talk. You all went to such lengths to find me, what do you really want? Sun Guangjun casually sat down on the sofa, showing no intention of inviting them to sit, frowning as he asked. Shall we, how can you say that? Hu Tsuifeng seemed to adapt to the environment quickly, smiling as she sat opposite Sun Guangjun, saying, We're family, knowing you returned to the country, we came to see you, this is only natural, right? How can it be seen as going to great lengths? Oh? Sun Guangjun raised an eyebrow, Auntie, if I remember correctly, I never told you I was living here. Besides, I haven't actively contacted you since I returned, how did you get the news? Auntie, I have to say, I really admire you. A housewife, yet you even have the potential to be a 007. Xiao Hui, we learned of your return from Yilin. At that moment, Sun Maolin spoke in a timid voice, she also told us you are living here. Oh, so it's Zhou Yilin who is all-knowing? Sun Guangjun found it unsurprising that Zhou Yilin had such abilities. These days, it isn't difficult for a skilled hacker to locate someone via mobile phone. It was no wonder Zhou Yilin had the resources for that, with her wide circle of friends. Waving his hand, Sun Guangjun continued, Alright, uncle, let's not waste time on small talk. Just get straight to the point, what do you want? Let me make one thing clear, if you want to get money from me, forget it. How could there be no money? Hu Tsuifeng pouted and said, Xiao Hui, are you trying to fool us? No money? If you had no money, could you be staying in a 5-star hotel presidential suite? If you had no money, could you even afford a car? I'm telling you, one must not forget their roots. Don't forget, after your parents passed away, we raised you for a full 8 years. 8 years. Don't you think you should repay us? What we ask for isn't much, just 50,000, to help your brother Xiao Hao marry a wife. Auntie, don't use my parents to manipulate me. Sun Guangjun's face darkened as he said coldly, that 8 years of affairs, I don't want to argue with you. I just want to ask one thing, what does your son marrying a wife have to do with me? If a son is marrying a wife, it is the responsibility of his birth parents to provide the betrothal gifts and buy a house. Excuse me, is Sun Hao my son? You. Hu Tsuifeng's face twisted in anger as she pointed at Sun Guangjun and shouted, Sun Hui, can you speak like that? Yes, I admit that Sun Hao marrying a wife has nothing to do with you, but the fact remains that we raised you for 8 years, right? This 50,000 is your repayment for those 8 years of raising you. You give us the money, and we will use it to help our son marry a wife, it is fair and reasonable. I'm telling you, no matter where this discussion goes, we have our reasons. Just give us a clear answer, will you give the money or not? I must tell you, the girl's side is in urgent need of the money. If you ruin your brother's good fortune, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. This money is not something I can't give. Sun Guangjun's attitude suddenly changed. His fingers gently tapped the armrest of the sofa, and he spoke slowly, Uncle, Aunt, actually, even though I didn't have a good time during the years I lived in your home, in the end, I still have to thank you. Yes, I know, you adopted me, and you were after the property my parents left behind. Don't be in a hurry to deny it, let me finish. Everything has two sides. From another perspective, a 10-year-old child like me, I couldn't and didn't have the ability to keep that property. How about this, Xiao Hao's girlfriend or fiancé, she is also in Qing City now, right? Why don't you call her over? Let's meet together and have a meal. It's perfect, I can also help Xiao Hao check things out. Hu Tsuifeng was about to retort, but was secretly pulled by Sun Maolin, who gave her a look, so she had to agree, though in her heart, she muttered, Do you really think Xiao Hao needs your help checking things out? Can you match his vision? Who do you think you are? But thinking about Sun Guangjun's suddenly soft attitude and the possible 50,000 in hand, Hu Tsuifeng swallowed her anger. Grinding her teeth, Hu Tsuifeng turned to Xiao Hao, who was playing games on the sofa, and said, Xiao Hao, stop playing, give Fangya a call, tell her to come over, your brother is treating us to dinner. You do it yourself, I'm busy. Xiao Hao didn't even lift his eyelids, completely immersed in his game world. You naughty kid.
Hu Suifeng shot a loving glare at Xiao Hao and took out her phone to dial. Not long after, Fangya, Xiao Hao's girlfriend, arrived at the private room of the Hilton Hotel's second-floor restaurant. In his past life, Sun Guangjun's first action after returning to the country was to find Zhou Yilin, and then the apocalypse began. He never met Sun Maolin's family and never met Fangya. Speaking of which, besides the time he saw her from afar last time, this was Sun Guangjun's first time seeing this so-called sister-in-law. He observed her carefully, and a doubt rose in Sun Guangjun's heart. The girl in front of him was quiet and calm, with clear eyes. She didn't seem like someone greedy for money. Besides, with her youthful appearance and curvy figure, how could she like someone like Xiao Hao? It's not that Sun Guangjun was bad-mouthing Xiao Hao, it's just that the kid really didn't have much to boast about. He was less than 5 feet 7 inches, weighed over 200 pounds, and had no height, just a round body. Besides his butt, his whole body was just waistline. Honestly, calling him a gas tank turned into a human would be flattering. Moreover, the guy had a big round face, a face full of acne scars, big ears, and when he smiled, you couldn't even tell where his eyes were. With such a clumsy and poor guy, how could he catch Fangya's eye? As soon as Fangya sat down, Hu Suifeng loudly called for the waiter to bring the dishes, then grabbed Fangya's hand, endlessly praising her precious son. Ahem. Seeing the clear signs of resistance on Fangya's face, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but cough twice and said, "Your name is Fangya, right? I heard you want a 500,000 dowry? 500,000? Fangya widened her beautiful eyes in surprise and said instinctively, "No, I want 300,000, and it's a loan. I don't care whether it's a loan or not, I don't care if it's 500,000 or 300,000. Before Fangya could finish speaking, Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, "I'll give you 1 million. But, you must promise me, cancel your engagement with Xiao Hao and marry me." "Ha?" The room was shocked. "Ha, what ha?" Sun Guangjun didn't give them time to react, stood up, grabbed Fangya's arm, and strode out of the private room. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn around and say, "Uncle, aunt, enjoy this meal, consider it as a thank you for introducing me to such a good wife." With a loud laugh, Sun Guangjun decisively left, taking with him a still-stunned Fangya. Fangya was still in a daze. Ah! It's turned upside down. After a long while, Hu Suifeng suddenly jumped up 3 feet high, crying and shouting, "Dead old man, are you just going to watch that little brat take your daughter-in-law away? And you, always playing, just know how to play that broken game of yours, do you even realize your daughter-in-law is being taken away? What? Daring to steal my daughter-in-law? Who is it? Do they even know how to write death?" Sun Hao finally took his eyes off the phone and shouted, "Mom, don't worry, is it that brat Sun Wei? I'll kill him." Sun Maolin slammed the table and yelled, "Stop arguing all of you, quickly think of a way, what should we do?" Without mentioning that they were a chaotic mess, Sun Guangjun left the private room, instructed the waiter to charge the bill to his presidential suite, and directly took Fangya away in the car. Hui, brother Hui. After the car had driven for a while, Fangya seemed to finally snap out of it, tentatively calling out. Hearing her voice, Sun Guangjun asked, "Is there something?" Fangya quietly said, "Money, can you give it to me as soon as possible?" "I don't need 1,000,000, 30,000 will do." Sun Guangjun pulled over to the side of the road and said, "Give me your card number." Fangya seemed a bit confused again. What card number?" "Your card number." Looking at Fangya's cautious appearance, Sun Guangjun laughed and said, "Isn't a card number needed to transfer money? Or do you want cash?" "That's fine, but we'll take a moment. Or, let's go with the transfer." Fangya hurriedly said, "This money counts as a loan from me, I will definitely pay you back in the future." After getting Fangya's card number, Sun Guangjun transferred 1 million right in front of her, then said, "Where to?" "I'll drive you there." Fangya simply replied, "The affiliated hospital of the medical university, thank you." Sun Guangjun set the navigation, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the affiliated hospital. All the way, neither of the two said a word, the atmosphere was quite peaceful. When they arrived, just as Fangya was about to push the door to get out, she hesitated, pulling back her hand and softly said, "Can I have your number? Give me a few days, I will fulfill my promise." Fulfill a promise? What promise? This time, it was Sun Guangjun's turn to be confused. "That is, to marry you." Fangya seemed to muster all her courage, her face flushed, her voice smaller than a mosquito. "You arrange the wedding, I have no objections. The obligations I need to fulfill, I will fulfill." "Oh, is that so?" Sun Guangjun secretly laughed, not expecting this girl, who looked shy, was actually quite bold. She clearly wanted to give herself a benefit first, an opening concert. Chapter 27, Go to the Company. Watching Fangya rush into the hospital, Sun Guangjun clicked his tongue. This girl really has no flaws, standing almost 1.70 meters tall, her figure was truly stunning, and she had a baby face, definitely the representative of youthful beauty. Thinking about such a girl actively inviting him to a concert, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but feel a warmth rise in his heart.
Speaking of which, in this life, Sun Guangjun had lived so many years and was still a genuine virgin. Don't be surprised, it's just that magical. In his previous life, Zhou Yilin always instilled in Sun Guangjun that the most beautiful things must be saved for the wedding night. Because of this saying, Sun Guangjun maintained his chastity while working in the neon lights, always dreaming of that beautiful and sacred moment. But when the apocalypse broke out, Sun Guangjun never got to have his wedding. In the apocalypse, everyone was struggling to make a living, and Zhou Yilin kept dangling Sun Guangjun with, "Now is not the time to have children," afraid of unexpected pregnancies. Thus, as a long-standing victim of this situation, our classmate Sun Guangjun, until now, had never tasted the flavor of women. Now, without Zhou Yilin's restrictions, Sun Guangjun wanted to unleash himself and be his true self. Of course, he didn't have the habit of forcing others, a coerced fruit isn't sweet. Now that Fang Ya had actively approached him, Sun Guangjun didn't mind letting this become a new beginning. Thinking of this, Sun Guangjun truly felt a bit of excitement. Looking at the time, it was a little past 1 in the afternoon, so Sun Guangjun simply drove straight to the company's temporary office. Since he had time in the afternoon, he would first put away the supplies brought back by the Ouyang sisters, freeing up the warehouse for the newly arrived goods. Upon arriving, Sun Guangjun looked and exclaimed, "Wow, the Ouyang sisters really handle things quite impressively." The office was set in the busiest commercial area of Suqing City, renting an entire floor in the best office building, with several thousand square meters of space. The elevator went directly up to the 36th floor, and both sides of the elevator hall were blocked off, with one side installed with a sensor door. Through the glass, he could see a sleek and elegant reception desk, with 2 stunning young women in business attire standing there strikingly. The company's facade is nice. The receptionist is the face of the company, and Sun Guangjun was quite satisfied with the arrangements made by the Ouyang sisters. Although they weren't as stunning as the sisters themselves, they were still quite pretty, especially with those nearly bursting figures that were truly eye-catching. Quietly giving a thumbs up to the Ouyang sisters in his heart, Sun Guangjun stepped into the company. "Hello, sir." Seeing someone enter, the receptionist immediately came over and smiled, asking, "How can I help you?" "Oh, I'm looking for your President Ouyang." Now in his own company, Sun Guangjun felt no restraint at all, saying, "You all just keep busy, just tell me where her office is." However, the receptionist didn't follow Sun Guangjun's words but politely asked, "Do you have an appointment, sir?" "Appointment?" Sun Guangjun slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that they had no idea who he was. Bursting in so bluntly and asking to see their president, it would be strange if they let him in. He quickly said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Sun Guangjun. I am, well, your boss." "Boss?" The 2 young women exchanged glances. One quickly picked up the phone, while the other calmly greeted, "So, you are President Sun? Please have a seat, President Ouyang will be here soon. Would you like some water? Tea or coffee?" Got it. With this delay, Sun Guangjun could only wait at the reception for Ouyang Feishue to come out. Fortunately, Ouyang Feishue quickly came out of her office to greet Sun Guangjun. "Feishue, quickly explain to these 2 young ladies that I really am the boss of the company, so they don't have to look at me like I'm a thief." At the sight of Ouyang Feishue, Sun Guangjun immediately raised his voice, but what he got was 2 big sharp eyes from Ouyang Feishue. "You still know you are the boss, huh? If I remember correctly, this is your first time in the company, right?" He. Embarrassed, Sun Guangjun managed to smile, saying, "I admit, as a boss, I am lacking in some areas. As compensation, everyone's salary will be doubled this month. That should show some sincerity, right? Don't worry, this decision will be announced by you later, just say it's the benefit you fought for from me, your black-hearted boss." Alright, don't look so serious, it's rare for me, the boss, to visit, shouldn't you accompany me to tour the company?" In the astonished eyes of the 2 receptionists, Sun Guangjun pushed Ouyang Feishue's shoulder and walked inside. He originally wanted to hold her hand, but considering Ouyang Feishue's temperament, if she were to shake him off, that would be too embarrassing. Is this person really our boss? Not to mention, he's quite handsome, he's my type. Give me a break, didn't you see how the boss treats President Ouyang? No chance. Hey, do you think those 2 might be dating? Is there any need to say? Our President Ouyang is usually cold as ice, when have you seen her act cute with anyone? You mean what just happened was her acting cute? No kidding, it really looked like it. What exactly the 2 receptionists whispered about? Sun Guangjun and Ouyang Feishue knew nothing, and as they turned the corner, Sun Guangjun wisely pulled his hand back. To avoid angering Ouyang Feishue. Ouyang Feishue had no intention of giving Sun Guangjun a tour of the company. With a cold face, she went straight back to her office, busy with many matters awaiting her attention. Sun Guangjun could guess a little, he was not just an idle manager, operations here felt more like a game, and as a seasoned professional manager, it was no wonder she was upset. However, compared to Ouyang Feiyu's indifference, Ouyang Feishue was not good at expressing herself, only able to show her dissatisfaction with this cold attitude. Sun Guangjun had reason to believe that if things continued on a normal trajectory, these two sisters would soon resign. Unfortunately, the apocalypse was about to begin, and whether the sisters resigned or not held little significance. It seemed that before they could quit, the end of the world would start. With two such beautiful big women who were twins, Sun Guangjun certainly did not want to see them wither away in the apocalypse. Of course, if he had the chance to bring them under his wing, Sun Guangjun would undoubtedly not refuse. Twins. Double the joy, right? Following Ouyang Feishua into the office, Sun Guangjun comfortably found a place to sit, crossing his legs and, for once, speaking some honest words. Feishua, I know you and Feiyu have been working hard during this time. I also know you two sisters have complaints about what I am doing. However, I have reasons that force me to act this way. This point, time will prove for me. Ouyang Feishua, focused on the documents on her desk, replied blandly, you are the boss, how you do things doesn't require our sisters to worry about. As for us being hardworking, didn't you provide rewards? Don't worry, even considering that 5 million, we will get the job done well. Of course, your additional conditions are a bit absurd. As she spoke, Ouyang Feishua couldn't help but roll her eyes at Sun Guangjun again. Chapter 28, Ouyang Feishua's Discovery. In the morning, Ouyang Feiyu returned to the company, bringing back 4 large suitcases, 2 of which were filled with various luxury items, and 2 large boxes full of cash. Realizing that this was the reward given by Sun Guangjun, Ouyang Feishua was initially quite happy, but upon hearing about Sun Guangjun's conditions, her good mood immediately vanished. Wow, they were so busy that they could almost hit their own heads. Now, they had to spend 5 million before the end of the month. What kind of absurd request was that? If you didn't want to give it, you should have said so earlier. What the hell is this now? Could it be that the idea was to take it back at double the amount? How unprincipled. Sun Guangjun, unaware of Ouyang Feishua's thoughts, waved his hand directly and said, alright, enough small talk, I'm here today to tell you a few decisions, take note, and carry them out immediately. First, temporarily stop all contact with Qing City, the site selection work is also paused. If they ask about it, make up some excuse to satisfy them. Second, quickly spend the $500 million currently in the account, prioritize purchasing coal, cotton, food, oil, beverages, and clothing, with a reasonable portion of polar cold weather gear added in. You decide the specific ratios. These goods can be paid in full before shipping, with the latest delivery time by the 1st of next month. Remember, the delivery time must be strictly adhered to. If not feasible, change to another supplier. Third, settle any due payments as soon as possible. We won't be the kind of people who owe money and don't pay. Fourth, if there are any funds coming in from General Wu's side, transfer all of them to my personal account. I have other plans. Aside from these, all other business of the company is to be paused, and those who need to be on leave should take leave. Time to take a break. How about it? Am I a thoughtful boss? You don't have to worry about not having time to spend that 5 million, right? That's all the business, just arrange it as you see fit. Standing up, Sun Guangjun stretched lazily and said, oh, right, call Feiyu over and let her accompany me to inspect the warehouses where the materials are stored. She knows the addresses, right? Wait a minute. Ouyang Feishua didn't respond to Sun Guangjun, instead tapping wildly on her computer. After closing the laptop, she stood up and said, let's go. Go? Not calling Feiyu? Sun Guangjun was a little confused. What's the point of calling her? Ouyang Feishua rolled her eyes and said, she's in charge of finances. It's good enough that she can help oversee the villa renovation, you expect her to manage the warehouse too? What a dream. Others are busy. If you want to inspect the warehouse, I'm the only one who can take you. My fault, my fault. Angering a woman is not a good idea, so Sun Guangjun quickly flattered her. Since that's the case, it can only be the beautiful and generous President Ouyang who takes time out of her busy schedule to show this idle person around. Humph. Ouyang Feishua ignored him, picked up a bamboo bag, and exited the office first. Sun Guangjun followed behind her eagerly. Not driving her twilight purple Cullinan, Ouyang Feishua rudely sat in Sun Guangjun's Honda Civic, taking the passenger seat. Sun Guangjun had nothing to say about it. This woman was not only cold but also domineering, and she was currently angry. It was best not to provoke her. With Ouyang Feishua's guidance, Sun Guangjun drove to a large warehouse area, which included cold storage, regular warehouses, and open storage yards. Almost all the supplies bought by the Ouyang sisters were stored here. After taking the keys from the staff and being led by Ouyang Feishua, they inspected each warehouse. Here, Sun Guangjun saw heaps of rice, flour, oil, chicken, duck, fish, meat, snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, fruits, vegetables, clothes, blankets, steel, cement, coal, wood, and more. After finishing one warehouse, Sun Guangjun would send Ouyang Feishua away, and when he was alone, he would wave his hand and transfer the full stock of materials into the mountain river ring. In this way, inspecting one warehouse and collecting from another, hundreds of thousands of tons of materials were pocketed by Sun Guangjun. At first, Ouyang Feishue didn't notice anything unusual, but as time passed, she began to suspect. Sun Guangjun needed to stay inside each warehouse for several minutes, and after coming out, he would personally lock the large door. This action seemed insignificant, but on closer inspection, it felt a bit strange. Seeing that there were only a few warehouses left to inspect, Ouyang Feishue took the opportunity when Sun Guangjun let her out again and turned back into the warehouse he had just exited. The keys were all in Ouyang Feishue's hands. It was incredibly easy to get inside. However, as soon as she entered, Ouyang Feishue was taken aback. The warehouse, which had just been filled to the brim, was now completely empty, and the piles of materials had mysteriously vanished. With her heart filled with doubt, Ouyang Feishue didn't dare to linger. After confirming with a quick glance that she wasn't mistaken, she hurriedly exited the warehouse and locked the door. She rapped her chest to calm herself down. As soon as Ouyang Feishue returned, oblivious Sun Guangjun walked out of the warehouse, personally locking the door behind him. In fact, Sun Guangjun's reckless collection of materials was also intended to give the Ouyang sisters a hint. As for sending them away, it was just an act. With the end of the world approaching in just a few days, it was alright to let the people around him know some information. In this world, Sun Guangjun could trust very few people, but during this time, the Ouyang sisters had been wholeheartedly working for him, and he already regarded them as his own. On the other hand, coveting the beauty of the two sisters, Sun Guangjun, as a normal man, also had some thoughts in that regard. Of course, it would be better if he could have them, but if not, he would just leave it to fate. Sun Guangjun had an open mind about this. In the end times, although beautiful women were also a scarce resource, for Sun Guangjun, who had plenty of supplies, wasn't it just a matter of having as many as he wanted? Thus, the two with their own thoughts finished transferring the remaining warehouses. Handing over the last key to Ouyang Feishue, Sun Guangjun said, "Feishue, I want to inform you in advance, I will transport some of these supplies elsewhere. Please let the staff know, so there won't be any misunderstandings later. After the supplies are moved out, the empty warehouses can be used for new incoming goods." "Alright, I have to go back. Are you coming with me or going by yourself?" "Oh, got it, you go ahead, I'll stay here to handle some matters." Faced with Sun Guangjun's obvious hints, Ouyang Feishue answered with little interest and fell silent. Sun Guangjun thought nothing of it, got into his small car, and left. He had many things to be busy with. Once he left, Ouyang Feishue took out the key and began checking each warehouse one by one. After several warehouses, Ouyang Feishue finally confirmed a fact: all the supplies in the warehouses were gone. Hiss. She inhaled sharply, her face becoming extremely serious. Had she unintentionally discovered a colossal secret of her boss? No, the fewer people who know about this, the better. These warehouses can no longer be used. Thinking this, Ouyang Feishue called the person in charge with one phone call, instructing him to withdraw all the company staff. Starting today, this place doesn't need to be managed for now. As for the supplies that are about to arrive, new storage places will be used. After finishing all this, Ouyang Feishue finally let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 29, Ordering Food. Leaving the warehouse, Sun Guangjun went straight back to Villa No. 1 and immediately called the Hilton Hotel, asking them to prepare a menu. He wanted to order 100 tables of fine banquet food to entertain the workers. After the call, Sun Guangjun took out more than 20 large round tables from the mountain river ring and placed them on the grass around the villa, while also setting up a few in the villa's living room. When hosting a meal, tables and chairs are a must, and this meal was something Sun Guangjun had been thinking about for a long time, wanting to treat the construction workers to a good feast. However, it wouldn't take 100 tables to host the workers, a dozen tables would be enough. The remaining ones were meant for him to secretly store, preparing to put them into the mountain river ring and enjoy them slowly after the apocalypse began. Sun Guangjun also intended to use this excuse to order meals from major hotels in the city over the next few days, all to be packed into the mountain river ring. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to have the meals delivered directly to the villa. Originally, Sun Guangjun planned to do nothing but focus on receiving various takeout and meals ordered from major hotels at home in the days leading up to the apocalypse, but Wu Feng's purchase of 2 villas next to Villa No. 1 disrupted his plans. With the 2 villas under construction, numerous workers coming and going made it difficult. If Sun Guangjun simply ordered food from restaurants and mixed in various takeouts, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It seemed that he needed to find another suitable place to complete this final stockpiling plan. The Hilton Hotel acted quickly and soon sent the menu to Sun Guangjun. Wow, the specifications were quite high, with a total of 8 cold dishes, 18 hot dishes, and 2 soups. It was a feast of chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and fresh seafood, encompassing everything. Of course, the high standards meant the prices were also quite beautiful. Such a table, not counting drinks, was a total of 18,000. Sun Guangjun smoothly transferred the payment to the Hilton Hotel, telling them to deliver it at 6 o'clock, and if the food was good, he would order again tomorrow. 180,000, such a huge order, the Hilton Hotel naturally did not dare to neglect it. Once the money arrived, they immediately notified the kitchen to start preparing the ingredients.
After the call, Sun Guangjun took out dozens of boxes of various drinks and stacked them under the villa's eaves, ready for the workers to have in the evening. Everything was ready, and only then did Sun Guangjun call the foreman, asking him to bring all the brothers over for a big dinner that night. With a free big meal, the foreman happily agreed, patting his chest to promise Sun Guangjun that the remaining finishing work would definitely be done beautifully. With some time left before evening, Sun Guangjun searched online and found a piece of old factory building nearby. He called the owner, requesting to see it in half an hour. The owner was efficient. By the time Sun Guangjun arrived, they were already waiting. After looking around inside and out, Sun Guangjun was quite satisfied and rented it immediately, with a 1-year lease and rent paid quarterly. There was no other way. Sun Guangjun had wanted a short-term lease, but the owner wasn't willing, not enough to worry about. After receiving the keys, Sun Guangjun called Ouyang Feiyu, asking her to find someone to deliver the livestock they had bought there tomorrow. Before going to America, Sun Guangjun had asked the Ouyang sisters to help him buy some livestock, and now that he was back, it was time to receive them. When Sun Guangjun returned to Villa No. 1, it wasn't long before the Hilton's delivery vehicle arrived. 100 tables of food, with 28 dishes per table, took 2 box trucks to transport. After sending away the delivery workers, Sun Guangjun first stored the extra 80 tables in the mountains and rivers ring, then arranged the remainder on the large round table, waiting for the workers to arrive. That night, the meal could be said to be enjoyed by all, with good dishes and plenty of drinks, making the workers cheerfully satisfied. As the drinks flowed, Wu Feng also managed to come over, joining the banquet. Although Wu Feng had returned home with his son, his huge business in Japan wasn't something that could be moved back domestically in a short time, plus he was busy stockpiling supplies like Sun Guangjun, with so many things to manage that he was constantly on the go. Facing Wu Feng, Sun Guangjun no longer hid but didn't say everything clearly, just insinuating that he sensed there would be a big change in heaven and earth in the near future. Preparing some supplies in advance would only bring benefits, not harms. Both were smart men. With that said, Wu Feng roughly understood, said nothing more, just raised his glass and toasted Sun Guangjun 3 times before hastily taking his leave. With the Ouyang sisters around, Wu Feng already knew the types of goods Sun Guangjun was stockpiling. Following this kind of work was extremely effortless. After sending off Wu Feng, Sun Guangjun stayed in the villa, wanting to experience the new house ahead of time, figuring if there were any unsatisfactory parts, he still had time to make changes while the construction team was there. Early the next morning, Sun Guangjun hurried to the old factory building he had just rented. After a busy day, the original scraps of metal in the workshop were cleared out and thrown into the backyard corner. The cleansed room was neatly filled with rows of tables. After tidying up, Sun Guangjun drove back to the Hilton, as he hadn't checked out of the presidential suite yet. However, this time Sun Guangjun wasn't there to check out, but directly found the catering department manager. Managerly, the meals last night were great. The workers were very satisfied. As long as you are satisfied. Seeing the very respectful managerly, Sun Guangjun smiled and said, I plan to order 1,000 more tables based on yesterday's specifications, starting from tomorrow noon, 100 tables for breakfast and 100 tables for dinner. This won't be a problem for your hotel, right? Of course, no problem. Manager Li's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, Boss Sun, don't worry, we will ensure timely delivery. Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said, Manager Li, there's a little favor I need your help with. It's about the utensils. The meals you delivered last night were all in disposable containers. While this is very eco-friendly, it's just not quite right when presented on the table. So, can you help solve this utensil issue? Manager Li was stunned. How do we solve this? Sun Guangjun smiled, Manager Li, your hotel is so big, you must have your own purchasing channels. A few tables of utensils should not be a big deal? What I mean is, could you help us order a batch of utensils for the 1,000 tables I ordered? The extra cost can be included in the total, and I will pay for it. I know the time is tight, but since these utensils are left from my side, it's fine if you don't put your hotel's logo on them. I think this task should not be difficult for you, right? Not difficult at all. Manager Li quickly replied, his heart racing. It's not just about the commission from these 1,000 tables, even just buying the utensils could easily bring him some benefits. At this moment, Sun Guangjun in Manager Li's eyes was not a client, but a stack of glowing Longwa coins. Chapter 30, Shopping Spree, Apology. After wrapping things up with Manager Li, Sun Guangjun left the Hilton and rushed to visit more than a dozen star-rated hotels, applying the same method at each place, asking them to start delivering meals from tomorrow for 5 consecutive days. Faced with such big orders presented at their doorsteps, these hotels naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, Sun Guangjun paid in cash, so as soon as they agreed, he would pay in full immediately. After a busy morning, having spent nearly 200 million, Sun Guangjun finally stopped with satisfaction. This over 10,000 tables of meals would be enough for him to eat well for several years, and he no longer had to worry about going hungry in the apocalypse. But just this was not enough. Not even bothering to eat lunch, he returned to the vicinity of Qilin Mountain Villa, starting to weave through the streets and alleys, targeting those snack shops, such as roast chicken, roast duck, marinated pork snacks, sauced beef, sauced donkey meat, fried fish, fried meat, duck snacks, red sausages, egg pancakes. He left addresses behind for how much they could deliver starting tomorrow. After leaving various deposits at each shop, Sun Guangjun began to visit street shops and roadside stalls. Pancakes with fried dough, meat burgers, fried flatbreads with pork, crayfish, lamb skewers, large plate chicken, lamb offal soup, pickled fish, boiled meat, various stir-fried vegetables, deep-fried dough sticks, baked flatbreads, buns, steamed bread, each would be ordered in hundreds or thousands. He nearly visited all the snack, cooked food, and roadside stalls within a 10-kilometer radius before finally stopping. Let's stick to these for now, the rest can be supplemented with takeout and deliveries, not afraid of running out of money. Indeed, Sun Guangjun's ultimate goal was to spend all the money in his hands before the apocalypse began. The company was managed by the Ouyang sisters, and over $4 billion had already been spent. As for the money in Sun Guangjun's own card, there was still quite a bit left. Initially, there was over 300 million Longhua coins in his card. After buying Villa No. 1 and renovations, he spent about 150 million. He spent less than 10 million on a car, leaving the rest still snoozing in his card. Moreover, Wu Feng was still continuously sending money over, and according to Sun Guangjun's requirements. But all must go to the card. Not only that, but the mountains and rivers ring also holds quite a bit of cash. When leaving Neon, Sun Guangjun left most of the foreign currency he scavenged from the Japanese bank to Wu Feng, but there were still plenty of Dragon Kingdom coins in Neon's foreign exchange reserves. This part of the cash was all kept in Sun Guangjun's hands. He had already spent some before, paying the deposit for a car and handing cash to the Ouyang sisters. All that money came from here. Although he had spent quite a lot, Sun Guangjun had even more in his hands. The apocalypse was about to begin. Having this cash was useless, so it was better to quickly convert it all into supplies. Just like today, aside from spending at those dozen star-rated hotels, Sun Guangjun basically used cash for everything. And really, the feeling of spending that large stack of money was simply exhilarating. He was getting a bit carried away. While Sun Guangjun was having a blast spending money, those snack and deli shops he visited, especially the roadside vendors, were even more thrilled. Imagine, a meat sandwich costs $5, and he just throws 10,000 at the vendor, asking for 2,000 of them. 2,000. For a vendor, selling 2,000 in 10 days would be good enough, and now they earn 10 days' worth in just one day. Can you not feel ecstatic? They would gladly endure a bit of fatigue. After a big round, Sun Guangjun returned to the old factory just as the sky was darkening. It wasn't that he wanted to come back, but someone kept calling him urgently, reminding him that there was still unfinished business here. Rushing into the courtyard, Sun Guangjun saw that the spacious yard was brightly lit, with dozens of black and white cows, over 20 old cattle, and many high-spirited horses quietly grazing. On both sides of the yard, there were hundreds of cages, with hundreds of little piglets and various colored chickens, ducks, and geese inside. Wow, no wonder Ouyang Feiyu was so angry on the phone. Those two stylish modern ladies were made to spend an afternoon with these poultry and livestock. Who wouldn't be upset? Maybe hearing the commotion in the yard, or having been keeping an eye on it, Ouyang Feiyu burst out from nowhere before Sun Guangjun's car even came to a stop, hands on her hips, yelling, "Sun Guangjun, you actually remember to come back? I'm telling you, I was stuck here with my sister for the whole afternoon. How are we going to settle this account? You must give me an explanation." Ouyang Feiyu came out too, although she didn't speak. Her silent presence beside her sister clearly showed her support. Seeing the situation was not good, Sun Guangjun hurriedly got out of the car and jogged over to the two sisters, wearing a smile and saying, "I say, two little ladies, I just got so busy that I forgot about things here. You two gracious ladies, please don't take it to heart. Come on, cool down, whatever kind of compensation you want is negotiable." Seeing Sun Guangjun's comical, low-key manner, Ouyang Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle. His jokingly submissive posture made Sun Guangjun's heart almost skip a beat. After laughing for a while, Ouyang Feiyu finally stopped and said with a serious face, "Boss, you said it yourself, whatever compensation I want is negotiable, no takebacks?" I said it. Sun Guangjun patted his chest, speaking very confidently, "Since I've already said it, I naturally won't go back on my word. I still have some credibility as your boss. Go ahead, what do you want? As long as I have it or can do it, I won't argue." "Good." Ouyang Feiyu suddenly exclaimed, pulling out her phone from behind her, waving the device and saying, "Boss, I recorded everything you just said. If you want to back out now, there's no chance." Sun Guangjun shook his hand, pretending to be helpless and said, "Why record it? Is my credibility that bad? How good do you think your credibility can be?" Ouyang Feiyu retorted, saying, "Tomorrow, we sisters will take this recording to you to cash in, so you won't play tricks then." Sun Guangjun didn't care if they wanted it now or tomorrow. As long as these two weren't causing trouble now, it was fine. Alright, I guarantee that no matter when it is, as long as you sisters come to me to cash in, I will absolutely not play tricks. So, Feiyu, can you reveal a little in advance? What exactly do you sisters want? No. Ouyang Feiyu said with a stern face, pulling Ouyang Feishu, sister, let's go. Let this smelly place be for some people to stay by themselves. With a twist of her slender waist, the two sisters left Sun Guangjun alone and walked away. Sun Guangjun didn't chase after them but instead touched his nose and smiled. At the entrance, where Sun Guangjun couldn't see, Ouyang Feiyu leaned over and whispered in Ouyang Feishu's ear, sister, how did I perform just now? Not good. Ouyang Feishu said expressionlessly, no matter what, being able to use this opportunity to get a promise from the boss is a good result. Everything is said to be at the end of the month. I want to see what will really happen at the end of the month. Sister, I think you are overthinking. We earn our salary, what do you care about him for? I don't care? I'm afraid that we sisters won't even know how we will die by then. Ouyang Feishu's voice was very small, so small that even Ouyang Feiyu, who was close by, couldn't hear it. Chapter 31, The company has no money left. In the old factory building, after Sun Guangjun confirmed that the Ouyang sisters were out of sight, he waved his hand to put those poultry and livestock into the mountain river ring. Looking at them, wow, there were really quite a few varieties. Those large livestock were nothing much to say, the quantity was there, and they couldn't play around with tricks, but those chickens, ducks, and geese had quite a mix of varieties. Chickens include black chicken, 3 yellow chicken, flower chicken, 9-pound yellow, Longdu oil chicken, Dong'an chicken, Langya chicken, Qingyuan chicken, Wenchang chicken. Ducks include Pekin duck, Muscovy duck, Longdu duck, Cherry Valley duck, black duck, white duck, mallard, redneck duck, paint duck. Geese include lion-headed goose, pot-bellied goose, five-dragon goose, Taihu goose, land goose, black-bristled goose, Magong goose, wild goose. Each variety had only a few pairs, just 3 or 2, but with such a range, there were quite a few seasoned animals inside. It was unknown how the Ouyang sisters obtained them. Fearing that Sun Guangjun wouldn't recognize these poultry species, the Ouyang sisters kindly labeled each cage with names. Since the sisters did such a good job, Sun Guangjun directly moved all these chickens, ducks, and geese to the third-floor space of the mountain river ring, with each variety in its own pen, allowing them to reproduce slowly here. With a tenfold time flow, he believed they would soon grow and scale. After finishing with the animals, Sun Guangjun cleaned up the yard. Starting tomorrow, this place would be for receiving meals, fast food, and snacks, and leaving the place in such a mess wouldn't do, it was too unsanitary. When Sun Guangjun cleaned up and was ready to lock the door and leave, as soon as he stepped outside, he saw 2 Cullinan cars parked at the entrance, one on the left and one on the right, the same model but different colors. One was the twilight purple he had seen before, while the other was coral orange. Seeing these 2 cars, even Sun Guangjun couldn't help but gasp. These 2 ladies were quite wealthy, owning cars worth over 7 million each? Before Sun Guangjun could say anything, Ouyang Feiyu had already poked her head out of the coral orange car and shouted, "Boss, come with us." Being invited by a beauty, Sun Guangjun naturally had no reason to refuse. After locking the door, he got into his little Civic, sandwiched between the 2 Cullinans, and drove back to Villa number 1 at Qilin Mountain Manor. When the car parked on the lawn of the villa yard, the scene was quite striking. Sun Guangjun stepped out of the car with a hint of disappointment, mumbling, "I thought the 2 beauties invited me to show their concern for the hard work of their boss and give me some little benefits. I never expected, I was too naive." Just then, Ouyang Feiyu, who had just gotten out of the car, overheard and couldn't help rolling her eyes as she walked over, pinching her slim waist and scolding, "Boss, what good things are you dreaming about in your head all day? Giving you benefits? Are you the boss, or are we the boss? Stop the nonsense and hurry up and come in. There's work to report to you." Oh. Upon hearing there was serious business, Sun Guangjun stopped teasing the young girl and quickly walked into the villa. When everyone was seated, Ouyang Feiyu pulled out a tea set from somewhere and brewed tea like a pro, while Ouyang Feishu, very serious, took out several folders and began her report. "Boss, according to your request, the 10 billion due has been paid to the respective manufacturers. The remaining 5 billion has officially been spent after today's last order confirmation. Except for the several warehouses you personally sealed, here is the inventory list of all remaining materials and their storage addresses. Please take a look." Handing the folder to Sun Guangjun, Ouyang Feishu continued, "As of this afternoon, the company only has $200 million that just arrived, and once the process is completed, it can be transferred to your account. Currently, the company's remaining business only involves waiting for order deliveries and arranging people to unload and store goods. How to arrange the other personnel, I asked the boss for guidance." "Well done." Taking the folder from Ouyang Feishu, Sun Guangjun quickly skimmed through it and said, "Since the company currently has no business, keeping those staff members in the company doesn't make much sense. I think, when you return to the company tomorrow, you should announce on my behalf that except for the essential staff, everyone else is on vacation. For now, let's set it at half a month. By the way, before the break, give everyone their full salary for this month, just as I told you yesterday, double it in your name. In addition, give each person an extra 100,000 yuan as a bonus, and the essential staff will get an extra 100,000. Feiyu, you tally up the numbers, and I'll give you the cash."
Additionally, take out a batch of supplies from the warehouse, distributing 100 jin of rice, flour, oil, fruits, and vegetables to each person, doubling it for the essential staff. Consider it a company benefit. As for the essential staff, besides those responsible for receiving goods in the warehouse, I also need a few here, working at that old factory we just mentioned. You two decide how to arrange it. Make sure to respect the employees' personal wishes. If they do not want to stay, that's fine, arrange for someone else. If it really doesn't work, find a security company to temporarily send a few people over.
Got it, I'll handle it tomorrow. Ouyang Feishua agreed readily.
At this moment, Ouyang Feiyu placed a cup of tea in front of Sun Guangjun and tilted her head to ask, "Boss, you've arranged for the employees, what about us sisters?
What do you plan for us? You too? Is there even a need to arrange that?" Sun Guangjun feigned surprise and said, "The company is suspending operations, not closing down.
You too, as the company's CEO and CFO, of course, need to stay and work as my right and left arms."
Feishua doesn't need saying, as the big housekeeper of the company, she has countless tasks and can't just idle because of others' vacations.
As for you, Mr. Wu is still paying money to the company account, and how to transfer this money to the country and then to my account all depends on you, the CFO, to handle.
So, what's with the sudden question? Are you too disappointed in the company and planning to take off? Who's thinking of taking off? I think it's more like you. Ouyang Feiyu shot Sun Guangjun a glare and complained, "I've never seen anyone run a company like you. Like playing house.
Oh good grief, they didn't even choose a proper store location, just bought everything chaotically. After buying, the entire company is on holiday. Those who don't know would think you have money to burn."
Feiyu, shut up.
Before Ouyang Feiyu could continue, Ouyang Feishua suddenly shouted, "The boss has his reasons for doing this. As subordinates, we just need to follow orders. Where do all these pointless complaints come from?
If you want to vent, do it when we get back. Right now, close your mouth."
"Sister, Ouyang Feiyu felt a bit wronged, but seeing Ouyang Feishua's cold gaze, the word stuck in her throat and couldn't be spoken.
Sun Guangjun glanced at Ouyang Feishua in surprise. It seems this girl has picked up on something? Good.
In times like this, having someone around who executes orders without question is exactly what's needed. Having the Ouyang sisters' support is like adding wings to a tiger.
Well, these words sound grand, but in reality, it's just an excuse. Sun Guangjun can't bear to part with the twin sisters. Chapter 32: The Last Stockpiling. On July 25th, it was the 7th day since the apocalypse began to count down.
Early in the morning, Sun Guangjun woke up in the spacious and soft large bed in the main bedroom on the second floor of the villa. This large bed was brought back from Neon. To be honest, the craftsmanship is quite good, and it's very comfortable to sleep on. With a sigh of admiration, Sun Guangjun did a fish leap and jumped directly from the bed to the floor, stretching his body lazily. After a refreshing sleep, he was full of energy. Last night, after sending off the Ouyang sisters, feeling bored, Sun Guangjun grabbed his phone and went on a shopping spree on various platforms. JD, Taobao, Pinduoduo, all major online shopping apps showed his traces. Of course, Sun Guangjun wasn't just clicking randomly, he mainly focused on food and drinks, such as cured meat, dried fruits, local specialties, snacks, health supplements, nutritious foods, milk drinks, fresh and dried fruits, and top wines. Sticking to his usual principle, eating and drinking first. By chance, Sun Guangjun discovered that these e-commerce apps had various fruit tree saplings for sale. This was like discovering a new continent, and he immediately clicked to buy. This shopping spree lasted until past 1 a.m., and by the end, Sun Guangjun had spent over 50 million, almost exhausting the remaining balance on his card. Sun Guangjun calculated that, with the speed of domestic and international companies, the things he bought online would arrive in about 3 or 4 days, which wouldn't delay anything. He could even continue shopping online over the next few days. After washing up and getting ready, Sun Guangjun drove out to find a snack shop and enjoy a comfortable breakfast before leisurely arriving at the old factory. Finding an empty room, Sun Guangjun waved and tossed out a dozen large suitcases, each containing 5 million in cash, which he had prepared last night to pay for today's balance. With $50 million in his account, which equals over 360 million Dragon Country currency, he had spent about 150 million on buying and renovating the villa, nearly 20 million on cars and modifications, paid nearly 100 million in deposits for the hotel, spent over 50 million on shopping last night, and after some other expenses, over 300 million had gone out. Now he had less than 30 million left in his card. Fortunately, $200 million would be added today, so he wouldn't be out of money to spend. After stacking the money boxes neatly, Sun Guangjun took out a table and a lounge chair, sat down, and picked up his phone again. This time, it wasn't online shopping but food delivery. He searched for all the delicious food within a 10-kilometer radius and started the buying spree again. As long as it's for sale, the minimum order was all around 100 to 80 portions. This was still a limit set by the platform, and if he ordered more, he wouldn't be able to. With Sun Guangjun's order payment confirmed, nearby delivery guys kicked into high gear.
This single order is so thrilling.
In an instant, it's over 100 items, and the delivery fee is super doubled without needing to run around. It's exhilarating. Each order costs hundreds or thousands, and Sun Guangjun spent over $1 million before he finally stopped. His hands were so sore he couldn't stand it, and more than 2 hours had already passed. Taking a breath, Sun Guangjun was still puzzled about why Ouyang Feishue's arranged company employees hadn't arrived yet when he suddenly heard the low rumble of an engine nearby. He stepped outside and saw 2 Cullinans, a twilight purple and a coral orange. The Ouyang sisters had come in person. I said, "Why are you two here?" Seeing the 2 women just getting out of the car, Sun Guangjun asked with some annoyance. "Can we not come?" Ouyang Feiyu rolled her eyes and said, "In this shabby place of yours, dirty and messy, no one at the company is willing to come. There's no choice, we 2 sisters have to take action ourselves. After we finished the company's affairs, we rushed over here right away. Sigh, while others can take a vacation, we 2 sisters are the ones suffering, exploited by you, this heartless capitalist. Alright, since you're here, let's divide the work." There was a lot of work today, so Sun Guangjun didn't have time to bicker with Ouyang Feiyu. Today's task is actually very simple. I've ordered some takeout, and it will arrive shortly. Feishue's task is to help me count the number of takeout orders as they come. And Feiyu's job is to pay the final amount with me after we verify everything with Feishue. Here's the money, it's in those boxes. Of course, not all takeout has a final amount that needs to be paid. These takeouts come from 3 sources: hotels, snack shops, and vendors, along with delivery guys. The delivery guys part doesn't need to be worried about, just make sure the quantity is correct. There's a part of my advance payment for the hotel, so I shouldn't need to pay the remaining amount today. So, today the main focus will be on those snack shops and vendors, which have the most and most varied people. It's worth noting that while today's work is not complex, it's quite tedious, and you 2 should be mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feiyu frowned and asked, "Boss, how much takeout did you order?" "I can only say a lot." Sun Guangjun shrugged and said, "I don't know the exact number, but you don't need to worry about it, just help me receive the goods and make payments." Okay, I'm really at a loss for words about you." Faced with such a wealthy and willful boss, Ouyang Feiyu had nothing to say and could only resign herself to fate. Unlike Ouyang Feiyu's strong reaction, Ouyang Feishue remained silent throughout the whole process, not questioning Sun Guangjun at all. Just after the 3 of them allocated the tasks, delivery guys started arriving outside. Now that the people were here, Sun Guangjun and Ouyang Feishue began to get busy. As time passed, the amount of takeout being delivered increased, especially with the arrival of snack shops and vendors. Even the initially leisurely Ouyang Feiyu had to dive into the repetitive tasks of counting money and paying. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun had informed the vendors in advance to have everything pre-calculated and to be whole numbers, in units of 10,000, making payments easier. But even so, there were still 3 big boxes and more, nearly 20 million in payments that left Ouyang Feiyu exhausted. Sun Guangjun had prepared several rooms to store the food. Every time one was about to fill up, he would find a chance to put it into the Shanha ring. Finally, around 1 in the afternoon, after sending off the last delivery vehicle from the hotel, the 3 of them could finally relax and catch their breath. Busy as they were, the results for the 3 of them were quite pleasing. Aside from the 100 tables of banquets at each hotel, almost all the small vendors had exceeded the orders Sun Guangjun placed yesterday. Sun Guangjun told them, "For the next 4 days, we still need to collect, let them send goods here even though they have them, cash on delivery, all in cash." With this promise, all the small bosses and street vendors returned home happily to stock up. After sending everyone off, Sun Guangjun took a short break and called the Ouyang sisters to help him order takeout. 3 people are definitely faster than 1. For 5 consecutive days, Sun Guangjun brought the Ouyang sisters along, getting up early and returning late, repeating the process of ordering food, receiving it, and paying, feeling both pain and joy, and the massive amount of food gradually gathered in the mountain river ring. The flower and fruit tree seedlings and various seeds that Sun Guangjun bought online also arrived one after another, all of which he collected. Chapter 33, The Ouyang Sisters' Request. July 30th, the second last day before the end of the world. After finishing the last batch of meals yesterday afternoon, Sun Guangjun locked the door of the old factory and said goodbye to this place for good. Today, Sun Guangjun's only task was to collect all the supplies bought by the company and then quietly wait for the end of the world to begin. Last night, some supplies stacked outdoors, such as coal, steel, wood, etc., had been collected by Sun Guangjun overnight, so his tasks today were not heavy. Around 10 in the morning, Sun Guangjun, accompanied by Ouyang Feishue, finished collecting supplies from the last warehouse. These days, Sun Guangjun has been collecting meals every day with Ouyang Feishue, and he knew in his heart that the secret of the space could not be hidden any longer. However, what puzzled Sun Guangjun was that Ouyang Feishue chose to ignore it. Every time she didn't need him to find an excuse, she would avoid it herself, giving him enough space and time. This time, Sun Guangjun simply did not avoid her. In front of Ouyang Feishue, he directly took all the goods from the full warehouse, and he didn't see any change in Ouyang Feishue's expression.
Sun Guangjun really wanted to ask Ouyang Feishue, don't you want to know where those things are going? But after thinking about it, he ultimately gave up, only secretly praising in his heart, it is said that smart women live long, Ouyang Feishue will definitely live to 100. Let's go back, let's take a good rest for 2 days, there won't be many beautiful days like this left. With a sense of nostalgia, Sun Guangjun reached out to open the car door. But just then, Sun Guangjun's phone suddenly rang with a ding-dong. A message? Sun Guangjun took out his phone and casually glanced. The bank received 687,600. Who would send me money? During this time, Sun Guangjun's bank card was almost all cash out, and the only few deposits were from Ouyang Feishue transferring from the company account, all large amounts in the millions. While Sun Guangjun was wondering, another ding-dong came. This time the message was from Fangya, Brother Hui, I transferred the extra money to you, I will pay you back the rest as soon as possible. Do you have time tonight? I want to invite you to dinner. Seeing this message, Sun Guangjun suddenly realized that this money was indeed sent by Fangya. Last time this girl said she wanted to borrow 300,000, it seemed to be true. Could it be that this girl really encountered some trouble? Thinking of Fangya going straight to the hospital that day, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The next moment, Sun Guangjun's fingers tapped quickly on the phone, let me treat you, tonight at 6 at Hilton, see you there. After sending the message, Sun Guangjun bent down and climbed into the car. In the front passenger seat, Ouyang Feishue was already seated. Back at Villa Number 1, Ouyang Feishue was already waiting there. Just yesterday, the 2 villas of Wufeng had been renovated, but Sun Guangjun made a request to the construction team, the outside barriers should not be removed, he didn't want his doomsday fortress to be exposed to the public too early. As for the scaffolding and dust nets, they were all counted into the project cost. So, the 3 villas that should have shone brilliantly under the sun. It's all still tightly surrounded, unless seen from a high vantage point, outsiders cannot truly know the real appearance of Lushan. Today the sun is shining beautifully, standing in front of the villa, Sun Guangjun looks out and can see the distant sea shimmering under the breeze, with waves gently caressing the shore. In this moment, the whole world seems exceptionally tranquil and peaceful. Sigh, after tomorrow, will I still be able to see such a beautiful view? Even if the scenery remains, how many will care to look? Gently shaking his head, Sun Guangjun turns and walks into the villa, his figure appearing somewhat desolate. Boss, my sister, and I need to talk to you. As soon as Sun Guangjun steps inside, Ouyang Feishue runs over, holding up her phone and says eagerly, you remember your promise to us last time, right? Now it's time for you to fulfill it. Oh? Have you thought it through? Sun Guangjun smiles, go ahead, how do you want to fulfill it? Is it money or goods? Neither. It was not Ouyang Feishue speaking, but the always cool and silent Ouyang Feishue. Boss, our request is very simple. We just want a room in your number 1 villa, you cannot find reasons to kick us out before we've made serious mistakes. If you think 1 room each is too much, we can share 1 room. Besides, we can handle all the housework, including laundry, cooking, and cleaning. After speaking, Ouyang Feishue raises her eyes, staring intently at Sun Guangjun's face. It's that simple? Sun Guangjun doesn't hesitate, alright then, congratulations, you now have the right to live in the number 1 villa. However, your rooms can only be on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor is my private territory and must not be invaded, this must be respected. Aside from that, there are no special requirements, we can analyze specific situations later. Don't worry, if I want to kick you out, I will give you a chance to appeal, as long as your reasons can persuade me, you can stay. Alright, you two take your time to digest this, if you find it unacceptable, you can leave, and I'll arrange other compensation for you. After saying this, Sun Guangjun stands up and walks out. Seeing Sun Guangjun about to leave, Ouyang Feishue hurriedly shouts, hey, where are you going? Going out for a stroll. Sun Guangjun waves his hand without looking back, also, I won't be back tonight, you can arrange it yourselves. Sister, look at him. Watching Sun Guangjun leave, Ouyang Feishue stamps her foot in anger and turns to complain to Ouyang Feishue, I really don't understand why you would make such a request. This villa, though sturdy, does it have any other advantages besides strength? We have the boss's promise, why not ask for something better? Why live in this cold, lifeless villa like it's prison? You better shut up. Ouyang Feishue furrows her beautiful brows and scolds angrily, how many times have I told you to observe and think more, but you just won't listen, acting like a silly girl all day. I ask you, we've been around the boss these days, accepting so much food, are you not curious where all that food went? Where else could it go? Ouyang Feishue responds defiantly, didn't the boss say he took on a catering job for a factory with thousands of people? That food must have gone to the factory. That line only makes sense to a silly girl like you. Ouyang Feishue replies in an annoyed tone, what thousands of people in a factory? Doesn't every big factory have its own cafeteria? Why would they need to order out? And who goes to a 5-star hotel to provide meals for their factory? Let me tell you, all that food was requested by the boss himself, the catering thing is just an excuse. Ha?
An excuse? Ouyang Feiyu exclaims in surprise, what does the boss want all that food for? Can you finish it? And where did he put it? How come I didn't notice? Wait for you to notice? By the time you do, the cucumber and vegetables will be cold. Ouyang Feiyu sneered, then dropped a bombshell that shocked Ouyang Feiyu even more. What if I told you that the warehouses we rented before are already empty? Would you not believe it? How about I give you the keys, and you can check for yourself? Chapter 34, The Big Spender. Sun Guangjun left the villa, this time not driving the Civic he had been using for some time, but instead took out a brand new cargo van. Driving the cargo van, Sun Guangjun rushed to the nearby fishing village docks. Qing City is by the sea, and the fishing industry is quite developed. Besides the large fishing companies, there are also many fishermen who take their small boats out each day amid the waves. These fishermen have small boats that can only operate near the shore, and the seafood they bring back is the freshest, with most still alive once it reaches the land. Once he arrived, Sun Guangjun picked the liveliest, best-looking seafood, buying a large quantity of fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs, scallops, and conch, and had them sent with seawater into the cargo bay, to be put into the mountain river ring after leaving the dock. These past few nights, whenever it was quiet and deep into the night, Sun Guangjun took his speedboat out to the open sea, finding a clean area with no one around, collecting a large amount of seawater into the mountain river ring and even diving to gather a lot of seaweed. After a few days, a distinct saltwater lake had formed in the mountain river ring, larger in area than what he had collected from the 5 Great Lakes. Moreover, when collecting seawater, he inevitably also gathered many small fish and shrimp that couldn't escape the whirlpool. Now, all the live fish and shrimp that he had scavenged from fish markets in Neon and America lived in this vast and peaceful sea area. Today, Sun Guangjun came to the fishing port to buy these fresh seafood, simply wanting to add a little more variety and quantity to his collection. After wandering through several fishing villages, Sun Guangjun finally stopped. Working in the same sea area, the catch was pretty much the same, and there was no point in continuing. Leaving the fishing village, Sun Guangjun went to the flower and bird market, entering buying mode once again, of course, the type where he paid. Various flowers, birds, fish, and insects flowed into the cargo van from the market sellers, and anything that the market had, regardless of price, became part of Sun Guangjun's collection. All day long, Sun Guangjun drove this cargo van, constantly bustling between various markets, buying all kinds of live plants and animals, even going to the suburbs and rural areas to buy a large number of poultry and livestock. As the end of the world approached, especially after the 100 days of polar night, these living plants and animals would become a rare existence, and what Sun Guangjun was doing, although driven by his own interests, could also be seen as preserving a spark for humanity's continuation. As night was about to fall, Sun Guangjun returned from the suburbs, satisfied. At this point, he had swapped the cargo van for a flashy, stylish Alfa Romeo Giulia GTM. The race version sports car roared down the road, drawing countless envious eyes, and when the car entered the Hilton Hotel lobby, Sun Guangjun even heard screams. Stepping out of the car, he elegantly tossed the car keys to the doorman. Dressed in a well-fitted casual outfit, Sun Guangjun strode into the hotel. "Xiao Hui, you've come." As soon as Sun Guangjun entered the lobby, Fangya, who had been waiting there, approached him, a bit shy and unable to look him in the eyes. "Ha, Fangya, you're here so early?" Seeing Fangya's youthful face again, Sun Guangjun felt in a great mood, laughing heartily and saying, "Let's go eat first." As for Fangya, Sun Guangjun's mind was in conflict. The body of Tong Yenju was indeed very captivating, evoking a desire to conquer, but for money, she could turn her back on her boyfriend and even sell herself. Isn't this exactly what a gold digger does? Logically, a woman like this is perfectly acceptable. If she gets serious, she becomes a fool. But what puzzled Sun Guangjun was that this woman had actually returned a large portion of the money and claimed she would repay it, as if she had some hardship. Tonight's meeting was just to see what was going on. If he could enjoy a concert, he wouldn't refuse. After all, in this apocalyptic world, who knows which bastard will end up with such a beauty? However, if she resisted and simply wanted to treat him to a meal, he wouldn't force himself on her. A concert, after all, should be enjoyable for both parties to be happy. Since it was just the two of them, Sun Guangjun didn't book a private room but asked Manager Lee to reserve a table by the window at the rotating restaurant on the 46th floor. At 180 meters high, they could dine while overlooking the city's splendid night view. Like a true gentleman, he invited Fangya to take a seat and handed her the menu. "Order whatever you want, don't be polite with me." Entering the luxuriously decorated rotating restaurant, Fangya felt uneasy, as if she didn't belong there at all. Looking at the menu again, Fangya was even more shocked. The prices were too beautiful, starting from 4 digits. Would this meal really cost over 10,000? Could it be that the happiness of rich people is so simple and unadorned? Secretly pinching her empty wallet, Fangya felt quite troubled. Although Sun Guangjun said in a text that he would pay for the meal, Fangya had already made up her mind that she would treat this time. Seeing Fang Ye holding the menu but hesitating to order, Sun Guangjun smiled knowingly and said to the waiter waiting nearby, "Bring 2 signature dishes, cold platter and seasonal vegetables, you arrange the rest, and for the wine, let's open a bottle of Lafite." Hearing this, Fang Ye's heart tightened. The wine she had seen on the menu was priced at 99.99. 10,000. One bottle of wine cost 10,000? While waiting for the dishes to be served, Sun Guangjun enjoyed the city bathed in sunset outside the window, pondering what else was missing. Life in a post-apocalyptic world is monotonous. If one has food and clothing, should they just hide in a villa and pass the days aimlessly? Looks like I need to visit the tech market tomorrow. I heard there are those high-capacity USB drives now, storing massive amounts of movies and shows, perfect for stocking up. Waiter, why are you so clueless? Bring us the best food and drink you have, hurry up. Just as Sun Guangjun was lost in thought, a sharp voice suddenly pierced his ears. Snapping back to reality, Sun Guangjun turned to see the Sun Maolin family sitting diagonally across from them. It was Hu Tsuifeng who had just been banging on the table yelling at the waiter. How did this family end up here? Sun Guangjun frowned. With such high prices, could a family that couldn't even produce a 500,000 yuan betrothal gift afford to eat here? What, are you afraid we don't have money? Just as Sun Guangjun was pondering, Hu Tsuifeng's shrill voice sounded again. Let me tell you, my nephew is a super VIP at this hotel. The presidential suite is booked for months, his presence here is worth millions. Isn't that enough for our meal? You really look down on people. What are you staring at? Hurry up and serve us our dishes. Also, that 1982 Lafite and the 30-year-old Moutai, bring us 2 bottles of each. Can't finish it? I won't take it away with me, you worrywart. With just that one shout. Sun Guangjun finally understood. It turns out the big fool is me. Chapter 35, She to Eat and Drink. As soon as he heard Hu Tsuifeng mention her nephew, the presidential suite, and several million, Sun Guangjun immediately understood, this means I have been taken advantage of? What a big surprise. Since that day he took Fang Ye away from the dinner table, Sun Guangjun had not seen Sun Maolin's family again, and they had not bothered him anymore. In these days, apart from ordering meals once, he hadn't returned to the Hilton. The presidential suite was left unoccupied. However, when the Ouyang sisters booked the room for Sun Guangjun, they booked it as a long-term rental, paying a deposit of 5 million. To Sun Guangjun, 5 million was just a small sum. Having a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel like the Hilton as a long-term rental was quite nice, so he thought nothing of it. Unexpectedly, Sun Maolin's family found a loophole to exploit. Thinking it over, Sun Guangjun realized that the trigger must have been that lunch, or he acted too familiar with Hilton staff. With Hu Tsuifeng's opportunistic personality, how could she not seize the chance when she found a loophole? What bad luck! Sun Guangjun muttered under his breath and called his room manager, Qin Xiaoluo. He didn't say much but informed her, aside from his own personal expenses at the hotel, everything else that's using his name for free meals and drinks, he would not recognize. After the call, the dishes he ordered earlier were served to the table. Sun Guangjun put down his phone and casually invited Fang Ye to eat and drink. Although they didn't have much conversation and there was some awkwardness, the meal was still quite warm. They were having a cozy time, but Sun Maolin's table was starting to embarrass themselves. Indeed, as Sun Guangjun had guessed, that day when he took Fang Ye away, Hu Tsuifeng and Sun Hao were furious, but when they chased out, Sun Guangjun and Fang Ye were already nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Sun Maolin, who came out after them, informed them that when he was about to pay the bill, the waiter told him that all the bills were under the name of the presidential suite 2801. He inquired a bit more and found out that Sun Guangjun had actually rented a presidential suite long-term. Hearing this, Hu Tsuifeng's crafty eyes twinkled, and she immediately came up with a plan. Without even looking for Fang Ye, Hu Tsuifeng turned around and returned to the Hilton. After some winding inquiries, she finally learned that not only had Sun Guangjun booked the presidential suite but also had several million in his account. At this point, Hu Tsuifeng was thrilled and immediately found Qin Xiaoluo, who was in charge of Sun Guangjun's presidential suite, claiming they were relatives of Sun Guangjun, using his name to demand the room manager arrange food and lodging for them. Qin Xiaoluo was also careless, since she had arranged that meal at Sun Guangjun's request. She truly believed this family was related to him, and since Sun Guangjun seemed urgently busy, she took it upon herself to arrange rooms for Sun Maolin's family. To be fair, it was also Sun Guangjun's fault. Although he booked the presidential suite, he hadn't actually stayed there many days, coming and going mysteriously, leaving Qin Xiaoluo clueless about the situation. For the past few days, Sun Maolin's family had been using Sun Guangjun's name to enjoy food and drinks at the Hilton. Eating well and drinking well, with comfortable accommodations. Sun Hao, this useless fellow, didn't even bother to ask for his wife. Except for eating and drinking, he just stayed in the room playing games, living a sweet life. Today, Sun Hao heard from someone that the revolving restaurant on the 46th floor was the highest-end place in the whole Hilton, and he kept pestering Hu Tsuifeng, insisting they must go up to have a look. Hu Tsuifeng treated her son Sun Hao like a precious gem, and since her beloved eldest son had made a request, how could she possibly refuse? So, the whole family grandly arrived at the revolving restaurant, only to be unexpectedly discovered by Sun Guangjun. After placing their order, Hu Tsuifeng and Sun Hao huddled by the window, pointing at the scenery outside, completely unaware that their loud voices had already drawn the displeasure of many guests. After waiting for a long time, the lavish meal Hu Tsuifeng had eagerly anticipated did not arrive. Instead, Qin Xiaoluo, with an icy expression, stormed in with several burly security guards. Being the hotel room manager at Hilton, Qin Xiaoluo was perceptive, but she never expected to have been fooled this time by the Sun Maolin family. Upon receiving Sun Guangjun's call, the thought of Hu Tsuifeng's recent arrogance filled her with rage. What an outrageous situation, being tricked right under your great-aunt's nose. It was truly unbelievable. Immediately, Qin Xiaoluo called over a few security guards and stormed to the revolving restaurant to confront the Sun Maolin family. Just these 3 people, take them away. Reaching the table, Qin Xiaoluo pointed at the oblivious Sun Maolin family and shouted angrily, "How dare you trick us right under Hilton Hotel's roof? You have some nerve. Take them down and make them pay for all the room and meal expenses from these days. If they dare not pay, I will call the police immediately." Wait. The sudden change astounded the Sun Maolin family. As they saw the robust security guards charging toward them, Hu Tsuifeng quickly screamed, "Manager Qin, is there some misunderstanding? We are staying at Hilton because my nephew arranged it. He deposited millions with you, and we have hardly spent anything these past few days. Do you really need to speak so harshly? I'll tell you, if you dare disrespect our family, be careful, my nephew will come back to settle the score with you. Humph, aren't you going to quickly bring us the food we ordered? Delaying our meal would be a price you can't afford." Ha! Qin Xiaoluo was so angered, she almost laughed. How could they still be pretending here? You probably don't know, right? With a mocking smile, Qin Xiaoluo sneered, "Mr. Sun has already called. You are neither his relatives nor arranged to stay here. It's truly a strange world, with people like you pretending to be relatives and tricking us for meals." We. Being publicly exposed, Hu Tsuifeng was so anxious her eyes darted around. However, she spotted Sun Guangjun and Fangya eating on the other side of the restaurant. Suddenly, Hu Tsuifeng leaped up like she had found a lifeline and shouted, "Look, my nephew is right there. If you don't believe me, go ask him. Come on, let's go talk to him and clear this up face to face." As she spoke, Hu Tsuifeng hurriedly rushed towards Sun Guangjun. With such a commotion, Sun Guangjun had certainly noticed and, seeing Hu Tsuifeng rushing over, helplessly put down his chopsticks and reminded the equally surprised Fangya, "What a hassle, can't even enjoy a meal in peace. Just wait, you don't need to say anything later, just enjoy the show." Before he finished speaking, Hu Tsuifeng had already come over, grabbing Sun Guangjun's arm and shouting, "Shall we, you quickly tell them we are indeed your real relatives, not scammers pretending to be family. Aunt, let's take it slow." Sun Guangjun calmly pulled his arm back and smiled apologetically at the following Qin Xiaoluo, saying, "Manager Qin, I'm really sorry, these people are indeed my relatives. But relatives are one thing, I never arranged for anyone to stay here. As for whether some people are using my name to cheat and take advantage, I know nothing, and it's not something I can decide. I think it's better for you to hurry up and call the police to handle it. Otherwise, won't the hotel losses be entirely on you?" Chapter 36, Evil Will Meet Its Own End. Sun Guangjun's words were like a reassuring pill for Qin Xiaoluo. This girl was decisive and immediately ordered, "You guys, take them away first, don't disturb the other guests' meals." Hearing this, several security guards rushed up, and Sun Maolin and Sun Hao were taken down without any resistance. But Hu Tsuifeng was smart enough to dodge behind Sun Guangjun, and the 2 late-coming security guards could only helplessly look at him. They all knew he was the hotel's real VIP and dared not confront him. Taking this opportunity, Hu Tsuifeng grabbed Sun Guangjun's arm tightly, shouting, "Shall we, you can't be so heartless. After all, we are your uncle and aunt, you can't just watch them take us away." She continued, "Besides, you are so rich, we just had a few meals from you. Is it worth being so calculative?" Sun Hao, who was being restrained nearby, shouted, "Yeah, Sun, we just ate a few meals, are you really that stingy? Don't forget, you grew up in our family. If it wasn't for my parents, you wouldn't know where you would have died long ago. Oh, now that you have money, you're starting to play the betrayal card, huh? You are just an ungrateful wolf." Sun Maolin was not as agitated as his wife and kids. He pleaded, "Shall we are still family. Even if your aunt and brother are wrong, can't you be magnanimous and let us go this once? Think about it, all those years, we didn't treat you badly. You've succeeded now, and I'm happy for your parents, but you can't ignore us poor relatives. If your parents knew you've become like this, how sad they would be." He was clean, yet he turned the tables, playing the moral high ground. Sun Guangjun scoffed, shaking off Hu Tsuifeng's grasp, coldly saying, "Uncle and aunt, you don't need to say all that nonsense, the things you've done, you have to bear the consequences. Yes, I am wealthy. But what does my wealth have to do with you? Should my money be spent on you? What a joke. You all better think about how to pay the hotel bill. Don't worry, the hotel is reasonable, as long as you pay, they won't make things difficult for you. Alright, that's all I have to say, you're on your own. Fangya, let's go. Hearing this, Fangya, who was nervously twisting her fingers, quickly followed Sun Guangjun out of the restaurant. Hu Tsuefeng wanted to chase after them and continue to entangle, but the two security guards who had been watching closely did not give her a chance, firmly holding her shoulders and preventing her from moving. She could only scream, Sun Hui, you will die a terrible death. You don't even recognize the uncle and aunt who raised you, are you even human? While she was yelling, a sudden hoarse voice called out, Sun Hui, stop right there. Fangya is my girlfriend, how dare you take her away? Do you know you are seducing your brother's wife? Fangya, you can't go with him, I am your boyfriend. Stop right there, you two scoundrels. How dare you flirt in front of me? You will both pay for it. I will kill you, kill you. Why should I? Sun Guangjun stopped and hooked his arm around Fangya's shoulder, arrogantly saying, just because I'm rich, alright? Just because you can't afford 50,000 in betrothal gifts, while I can give her 1,000,000, alright? Sun Hao, if you don't have the ability, don't talk nonsense. Be careful of the strong wind, it might flick your tongue. You, better think carefully first about how to get through this situation. Is it selling the house, or is it selling the house? Ha, the cycle of karma is fair, the heavens spare no one. This is the retribution for your family. Retribution. Do you understand? Fool. After saying this, Sun Guangjun held Fangya's trembling shoulder and laughed loudly as he walked into the elevator. Sun Guangjun didn't care at all about what kind of fate would befall Sun Maoling's family. This family had nothing good about them, they were all about eating without saving, doing nothing well, suffering losses, and taking every advantage they could. Just like this time, if it weren't for their family's greedy heart, thinking that even if they were discovered, Sun Guangjun would at least have some old feelings to consider, and with his wealth, they could just swallow their losses. If not for this, who could force them to spend at Hilton? It can only be said that everything was self-inflicted, they cannot blame others. In the restaurant, Qin Shaoluo had the security take away Sun Maoling's family, while she smiled and loudly addressed the guests in the restaurant, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry today, as some shameless people have disturbed your dining enjoyment. To express our hotel's apologies, I have just asked the manager, and today all dining costs will be at an 80% discount, plus each table will receive a bottle of red wine. Please bear with us. Finally, I wish you all a pleasant meal. With such a commotion in the revolving restaurant, the hotel executives had long received the news, but since they saw Qin Shaoluo could still control the situation, no one came out, temporarily letting her handle everything. As for the compensation given, it was nothing big, it would be charged to Sun Maoling's family later anyway, and the hotel would not suffer any loss. For the diners, not only did they get to watch a dramatic scene unfold, but they also got a discount plus a bottle of red wine, and although those who could eat here were not short on money, who doesn't like a good deal? On the other side, Sun Guangjun returned directly to 2,801 with Fangya. As soon as he entered the door, he said, didn't you eat enough just now? I'll have someone bring over some food. Let's eat in the room and avoid being disturbed by any disrespectful people. Brother Xiao Hui, let it go. Fangya shook her head and said, I'm a little tired, I want to rest for a while. Can I take a shower? Sure, the bathroom is over there. Sun Guangjun pointed to the direction of the bathroom and then asked with concern, do you have any change of clothes? Forget it, you go wash up, I'll have someone bring you a set. Fangya answered softly, her little face flushed red as she quickly entered the bathroom. She shut the bathroom door behind her, feeling her rising chest, her face showing a struggle and hesitation. After a long while, Fangya finally took a deep breath, walked to the bathtub, and started to fill it with water. Then, with trembling hands, she began to take off her clothes piece by piece, revealing her tender skin that seemed as delicate as snow. Until her entire body submerged into the warm water, Fangya's beautiful figure was still trembling non-stop. Sun Guangjun listened to the sound of water in the bathroom and revealed a knowing smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. While Fangya was showering, Sun Guangjun took out a set of top-brand women's clothing from the Mountain River Ring, estimated her size, and prepared a set of underwear for her to wear tomorrow. After doing all this, Sun Guangjun made a phone call, ordering 2 servings of steak, a lobster with cheese, a vegetable salad, and a rich cheese soup, asking the hotel to deliver it in an hour. Given Fangya's slow pace, it was estimated that taking a shower would definitely take more than an hour. Chapter 37, Exposed. What Sun Guangjun did not expect was that this time he truly underestimated the situation. The ordered meals had been delivered, but Fangya was still in the bathroom and hadn't come out yet. Until he couldn't help but knock on the door, calling out for Fangya to come out and eat something first. This little girl shyly walked out. However, as she stepped out, Sun Guangjun instantly felt like all his long wait had been worth it. After taking a shower, Fangya was wrapped in just a bath towel, revealing her smooth, jade-like arms and legs, with her lustrous, long black hair cascading down her back, approaching him sweetly. At that moment, Sun Guangjun felt a wish for time to stand still.
As the distance between them grew closer, Sun Guangjun suddenly frowned, stomped his foot hard, and without warning, lunged toward Fangya. Faced with this sudden change, Fangya was taken aback. This person had been quite polite before, how could he suddenly turn like this? What is this? Is his wolf nature unleashed? Just as Fangya's expression changed drastically, Sun Guangjun's powerful arms wrapped around her small waist, and the two of them fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Snap! Crack! Almost at the same moment they hit the ground, a series of sharp sounds echoed throughout the room. After landing, Sun Guangjun did not stop his movements. Instead, with a powerful thrust of his waist and abdomen, he rolled over with Fangya several times until they hid behind the sofa, then let go of Fangya and quietly peeked outside with a serious expression. He saw that the originally wide and bright floor-to-ceiling window now had a huge bullet hole, and a horrific web of cracks spread across the glass around it. On the living room floor lay scattered pieces of ceramics, remnants of the large vase that had been on display in the living room, which had become the sacrifice for Sun Guangjun. And on the wall opposite the floor-to-ceiling window, a bullet had struck the center of an oil painting. Sniper! Coldly spitting out a few words, Sun Guangjun spoke to the still confused Fangya without looking back. Stay here, whatever you do, don't peek. After speaking, Sun Guangjun suddenly dashed forward, moving with several quick shifts, using various items in the room for cover, and cautiously made it to the curtain in the corner, peering carefully across. More than a kilometer away from the Hilton Hotel, in an office on the top floor of the Jinyang building, a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner sat on the sofa, sipping red wine while shaking his head and saying, No, Dennis, you shouldn't have shot directly, that would alert the enemy. Damn it, on such a peaceful night, a time for enjoying fine wine, you've turned the place into a smoke-filled mess, what an eyesore. Right by the window facing the Hilton, Dennis was retracting the sniper rifle he had set up on the window frame, unconcerned as he said, Rod, do you know what I hate most about you? It's your hypocritical demeanor, pretending to be all righteous while deep down you hate it so much. I just don't get it. We have clearly confirmed that the bastard across the way stole countless supplies from us. Why not just directly inform the government of Dragon Country and demand they hand him over? Dennis, you're still too young. Rod shook his head and replied, International relations are never that simple. Until we have 100% solid evidence, we can't make any demands from Dragon Country, not even to accuse that bastard. No clear evidence? What a joke. Dennis replied discontentedly, what kind of evidence do we need? Is what we have not enough? Damn it, I really don't understand why the superior sent us here. Shouldn't proud seals be on more significant battlefields? Of course it's not enough. Rod became serious and set down his wineglass, saying solemnly, Dennis, we only targeted this suspect, Sun Guangjun from Dragon Country, based on the times he entered and exited Neon, as well as his disappearance and reappearance in Dragon Country. This alone is not enough to convict him, nor can we demand the Dragon Country to cooperate with our capture. In fact, we cannot even prove that this man has ever been to our America. I have to say, our opponent is very cunning. He has hidden all traces and left us with no direct evidence. Moreover, didn't your attack just prove that his skills are remarkable? Also, there are hundreds of missing people in our country. Although we haven't found any bodies, various signs indicate that they must have been murdered, and the killer is this man. Dennis, I must remind you, in the face of such an opponent, we need to be on high alert and give it our all, otherwise, we might face a disastrous failure. Think about the vast resources lost domestically. If this operation fails, the consequences will be unimaginable, something little people like us cannot bear. Hey, Rod, what are you talking about? Dennis is obviously an optimistic person. I was just warning that yellow-skin kid, telling him we've set our eyes on him. I didn't mean to take him out right now. Otherwise, do you think he could escape from my gun? You'd better not. Rod said, our goal is to capture him and bring him back to America, not to take his life. Don't forget, the trillion-dollar resource is still in his hands. Let me tell you a secret. According to experts back home, this person is likely to have spatial abilities or possess a large-capacity spatial tool. Spatial tool? Abilities? Dennis exclaimed, Rod, are you sure you're not joking? Is there really such a thing as superpowers in this world, like those Marvel heroes? Who knows? Rod shrugged, what's depicted in the movies, who knows if it really exists? Dennis, some secrets are not for little people like us to touch. I'm telling you this secret just to remind you, this task is not as simple as you imagine, don't overthink it. Right now, what we need to do is find evidence to prove this kid's guilt and bring him back, giving all the people in America an explanation. This time, Dennis finally put away his playful grin. Yes, Captain, I understand. Hilton Hotel, room 2801. Sun Guangjun crunched against the wall, quickly observing the situation across through the curtain's cover. The battle instinct honed over 10 years of apocalypse allowed Sun Guangjun to quickly lock onto the golden sun building a kilometer away. In the next moment, a telescope appeared in his hand. Although Sun Guangjun's speed was fast enough, as he looked through the telescope, he only caught sight of two foreigners walking out of the room on the top floor. The black-skinned one in the back was surprisingly carrying an aluminum box. A sniper rifle.
Sun Guangjun's gaze sharpened. It seemed that shot just now must have come from this black-skinned fellow. What is this? Exposed? Chapter 38, Filial Daughter. Seeing these two foreigners, Sun Guangjun realized he had underestimated the power of America. They truly deserve the title of the lighthouse of the blue planet. Their reaction speed is top-notch, managing to find him so quickly from a few clues. It seems he needs to be more careful these days. Fortunately, the apocalypse is about to start. Even if American soldiers come knocking, it's no threat. Worst case, he could just take them all out. A few deaths, what does that mean in the apocalypse? Moreover, they are foreigners' non-ethnic allies who must have different hearts. It would be best if all these foreigners appearing in the Dragon Country died. Confirming that the two foreigners have already left, Sun Guangjun scanned the entire Golden Sun building again with the telescope and, finding no danger, finally relaxed. Alright, it's safe now. As he spoke, Sun Guangjun turned around. When he saw the scene before him, Sun Guangjun's eyes widened involuntarily, and he stood frozen in place. Perhaps it was because the earlier rolling around had been too much, but Fangya's towel had unknowingly fallen away. But in her shock, Fangya did not realize that she was completely exposed. Instead, after hearing Sun Guangjun's words "it's safe now," she quickly got up from the ground. Now this was something. The mountains and valleys, the peaks and ridges, all fell into Sun Guangjun's eyes. Ah! Perhaps Sun Guangjun's gaze was too intense. Fangya felt something and looked down, and the next moment, a sharp scream suddenly erupted. I didn't see anything. The scream jolted Sun Guangjun, who had been somewhat entranced by the beautiful view. He quickly turned around, covered his eyes, and shouted loudly. Pervert! Sun Guangjun's shout made Fangya's already flushed face turn even redder. She grabbed the towel from the ground to cover her chest and hurriedly dashed into the bedroom, taking 2 steps at a time. Bang! Hearing the loud sound of the door slamming, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but turn back, looking at the empty living room with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Fangya, there are clothes by the bedside. Hurry up and change, I have something to tell you. Shouting at the tightly closed door, Sun Guangjun walked to the painting facing the floor-to-ceiling window and gently brushed his hand over the bullet holes on the wall. In the next moment, a twisted and deformed bullet head appeared in his hand. 7.62 by 51 mm NATO bullet. It seems those two people are indeed the ones. With a shake of his hand, Sun Guangjun tucked the bullet away. Before long, a flustered Fangya emerged from the bedroom, her face red as she came up behind Sun Guangjun, twisting the edge of her clothes, and said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Shall we go? What do you want to say?" "Oh, it's nothing." Sun Guangjun snapped back to reality and said softly, "Just forget about what happened earlier. It's best if you don't tell anyone." I understand. Fangya replied quietly, "Shall we go? Don't worry, I won't say anything." Sun Guangjun nodded and said, "Then you sit here for a while. I need to take care of something, and I'll take you home later." Oh. Fangya was momentarily taken aback but then nodded obediently. Her docile appearance made Sun Guangjun's heart warm. Finally suppressing his wandering thoughts, Sun Guangjun called Qin Xiaoluo and asked her to inform the hotel manager to come over. Not long after, Qin Xiaoluo and manager Chen Ping arrived at room 2801. As soon as they entered, seeing the spiderweb-like window, both Qin Xiaoluo and Chen Ping were taken aback, followed by the sight of shattered porcelain pieces on the ground, causing their hearts to tense. They exchanged glances, and it was Qin Xiaoluo who stepped forward to ask, "Mr. Sun, what happened here?" "It's nothing, someone tried to assassinate me." Sun Guangjun said nonchalantly, "I'm very sorry for involving your hotel in this. I brought you here to let you know that after I leave, please have someone clean up. Replace the broken glass, whatever it costs, bill it to me. Remember, let this matter end with you, don't let the police get involved. Don't worry, I won't check out, I'll take care of any losses during this time." Okay. Since he understood what had happened, Chen Ping relaxed and smiled, saying, "Mr. Sun, rest assured, we will do everything according to your instructions. Our hotel's policy is to serve customers wholeheartedly. Alright, you can arrange things as you see fit." Sun Guangjun waved his hand, interrupting Chen Ping's boasting, and said, "I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first." Calling Fangya, Sun Guangjun left, leaving all the mess to Qin Xiaoluo and Chen Ping. After all, he had prepaid 5 million, more than enough to compensate for the hotel's losses. 5 minutes later, the cool Alfa Romeo drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot and merged into the bustling traffic on the street. Looking back at the gradually receding Hilton, Fangya hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiaowei, what exactly was going on just now?" With a casual smile, Sun Guangjun said, "It's nothing, maybe I offended someone, and they wanted to kill me." Fangya's voice became softer. This is nothing? It really is nothing. Sun Guangjun shrugged and said, "Let's not talk about this. Where do you live? I'll take you home." Fangya gave the address, and Sun Guangjun turned the steering wheel, heading towards the destination. Soon, the car stopped in front of a small courtyard near the medical university. This is the new campus of the medical university, which has only moved here for a few years, and many one- or two-story houses can still be seen nearby.
You live here?
Seeing Fangya about to get out of the car, Sun Guangjun asked casually.
No, this is rented.
Fangya said, lowering her head, my dad came to Qing City for medical treatment, and living here is closer to the hospital, which also makes it convenient for my mom and me to take care of him. There is also a school hospital, although the conditions are not as good as the attached hospital, but it's easier to find the professors at school.
Is your dad sick?
Sun Guangjun was stunned for a moment, then he understood that this girl must need those 300,000 for her dad's medical expenses. No wonder there were both whole and broken amounts. It seems that he was wrong to think she was a gold digger earlier. Thinking of how he was interrupted by those two foreign guys earlier, Sun Guangjun felt a bit relieved that he didn't ruin her virtue, yet he also felt a bit regretful that such youthful beauty just slipped away like that. A very contradictory feeling. On one hand, Fangya is a dutiful daughter, needing money to treat her dad, and she even said it's a loan, not a request. On the other hand, he didn't want to give up such a youthful beauty. The apocalypse is about to start, better not let it benefit someone else than to benefit myself. With a firm heart, Sun Guangjun made up his mind and said, Fangya, you go home and take care of your father, we will talk about our matters another day.
Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight.
Fangya nodded with a red face, pushed open the car door, and walked into the small courtyard in front. Watching Fangya walk inside, Sun Guangjun stepped on the gas and drove away.
Chapter 39, The Fiery Rage. July 31st, the last day before the apocalypse begins.
In the morning, Sun Guangjun woke up in the bedroom on the second floor of Villa Number 1. Last night, after dropping Fangya back home, Sun Guangjun returned directly to Villa Number 1. He could no longer stay at Hilton, and besides, with the apocalypse about to begin, it made no practical sense to continue staying at a hotel. There were also many inconveniences. Sun Guangjun figured it was better to move into Villa Number 1 ahead of time. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, Sun Guangjun stretched lazily and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the calm sea in the distance.
Tomorrow, will there still be peace like today?
After a moment of sentiment, Sun Guangjun suddenly thought about how the weather will be extremely hot starting tomorrow, with temperatures reaching 50 to 60 degrees for half a month. Can Fangya's dad stand it? Although he didn't know exactly what illness Fangya's dad had, considering the treatment cost of 300,000, it must be something serious. A seriously ill patient, if not given proper care, would find it hard to survive the first wave of extreme weather. Thinking of this, Sun Guangjun quickly took out his phone and ordered 4 air conditioners, with the delivery address being the small courtyard where Fangya's family rented. He requested that the installation workers come today, with 2 units for Fangya and her parents' bedroom.
After arranging the air conditioners, Sun Guangjun ordered 2 home-use diesel generators and 3 tons of diesel.
These 2 dealers were from Qing City and promised to deliver the goods today. The generators Sun Guangjun ordered were 12 kW, consuming about 4 liters of fuel per hour. Calculated, 3 tons of diesel would be enough for a month's use. Sun Guangjun prepared 2 sets of air conditioners and engines, one for normal use and one as a backup.
In the extreme heat of the apocalypse, household appliances can easily break down due to overheating.
After doing all this, Sun Guangjun called Fangya to let her know, so she wouldn't be confused and reject the installation technician when he arrived. Besides, doing good deeds without a name is not Sun Guangjun's style. After being busy for more than half an hour, Sun Guangjun finally washed up and left the bedroom. It was time for breakfast. He opened the heavy titanium alloy door on the second floor that led to the first floor, a door he had installed himself last night to replace the original stainless steel door. As soon as he opened the door, Sun Guangjun heard the chattering and laughter coming from the living room, and he was startled for a moment, then realized it must be the Ouyang sisters who had moved in. Thinking about it, it was not so bad to have these 2 lovely girls around. Life in the apocalypse surely wouldn't be so hard after all. Indeed, turning the corner of the stairs, Sun Guangjun saw the Ouyang sisters in the living room along with several large suitcases.
You 2 Ouyang ladies are here so early? Laughing, Sun Guangjun stepped down the stairs and said, It's just past 7, I bet the 2 Ouyang ladies haven't had breakfast yet, right? I wonder if I have the honor to invite the 2 beautiful ladies to have breakfast with me? He.
Ouyang Feiyu rolled her eyes at Sun Guangjun and said, Boss, we would have liked to have breakfast with you, but unfortunately, you got up too late, we already had ours.
So? Then forget it.
Sun Guangjun wisely waved his hand and said, I see you 2 have brought your luggage, then you can stay on the first floor, and feel free to pick any room. Well, you 2 make yourselves at home, I'm going out for breakfast first. Saying this, Sun Guangjun left the villa, rode a little electric scooter down the hill, and found a breakfast stand outside the community to enjoy his favorite fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. The apocalypse is approaching, soon he will have to rely on himself for food or eat from the supplies in the river and mountain ring, and experiencing the hustle and bustle of city life would be impossible again. After breakfast, while he still had time, Sun Guangjun specifically took the van to the tech market to gather various film and television resources, buying several hundred large-capacity USB drives.
With these things, even during the 100 days of polar night, Sun Guangjun would not feel bored. Just think, outside it's a freezing world of snow and ice, and in the pitch darkness of polar night, yet Sun Guangjun could be in a warm shelter, watching various films, enjoying delicious food, and sipping drinks. How delightful that would be. However, when he returned to the villa, Sun Guangjun did not take out those resources, but instead unloaded dozens of boxes of firecrackers and fireworks from the van. Hearing the commotion, Ouyang Feiyu saw how many firecrackers Sun Guangjun had bought and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why did you buy so many firecrackers? Don't you know that these things are not allowed to be set off in the city now? If it's not allowed to be set off, then shouldn't we set them off?" Sun Guangjun said with a smile, "Today marks the day we three officially move into Villa Number 1, it's a true housewarming celebration, how can we not celebrate? As a traditional dragon country person, a housewarming celebration must have some firecrackers to disperse bad energy. Don't worry, at most, we'll just get fined a bit, and it's not like we can't afford it. Do whatever you want, as long as you enjoy it." Since she couldn't persuade him, Ouyang Feiyu said no more and dragged the silent Ouyang Feishua back to enjoy the air conditioning, leaving the boss to deal with it himself on this hot day. To Ouyang Feiyu's surprise, the fireworks and firecrackers Sun Guangjun bought were not limited to just this van load. Before lunch, Sun Guangjun set off a few strings of firecrackers that exploded with a loud bang, filling the entrance of the villa with red. Then, amid the choking smoke, he went back to the villa to eat. Ouyang Feiyu originally thought he would just set off a few for fun, but unexpectedly, not long after finishing lunch, one truck after another drove up, unloading a whole lot of fireworks. The trucks kept coming, and looking at the scene, one could hardly believe it was as if the entire stock of fireworks in Qing City had all been moved here. Inside the villa, looking at the pile of fireworks outside the glass curtain wall, Ouyang Feiyu felt a surge of anger rising within her. But just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by her sister Ouyang Feishua, who was shaking her head slowly at her. Thinking of her sister's earlier analysis, Ouyang Feiyu forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. Today was the end of the month, and she was curious to see what kind of tricks the boss was up to. Sun Guangjun had no idea that Ouyang Feiyu was holding back, getting ready to watch his joke. After receiving all the fireworks, he took out his phone and called Wu Feng. "Brother Wu, are you free tonight? So, our villa has been renovated, and I was thinking it might be time for a housewarming celebration. I checked with someone, and tonight at midnight is a good time. So, I arranged for some fireworks, planning to set them off tonight. What do you think? Do you have time to come back and join me for some fun? Alright, let's meet at 11 o'clock tonight, no excuses. Don't forget to bring my nephew, don't all kids love these things? Don't worry, I've prepared everything, you just need to bring the people with you." Chapter 40, Midnight Fireworks Show. At 10:30 at night, at Jinping Mountain, Qilin Villa. Sun Guangjun, Wu Feng, Wu Yang, the Ouyang sisters, and Xiong Lang, a large group of people stood in front of the number 1 villa, with heaps of various fireworks and firecrackers nearby. Wu Feng's more than 10 subordinates, along with 5 drivers who came with Xiong Lang to deliver the trucks, were busy arranging fireworks boxes of all sizes. Xiong Lang had brought people to Qilin Villa this afternoon. Recently, Xiong Lang had been busy modifying the 5 unimogs. He rushed to finish them just before dark today and couldn't wait to deliver them to Sun Guangjun. Upon arrival at Qilin Villa, Sun Guangjun looked at the finished off-road motorhomes and felt very pleased, even ordering a table of food and drinks from Hilton, insisting on treating Xiong Lang. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Xiong Lang had to stay. After a round of toasting and drinking, Sun Guangjun used the excuse of helping to set off fireworks for the celebration to invite Xiong Lang to stay, so everyone could have some fun together. Actually, Sun Guangjun wanted to take this opportunity to let Xiong Lang know about the coming apocalypse ahead of time, because at midnight tonight, the temperature between heaven and earth would sharply rise for the first time, marking the arrival of the apocalypse. However, the outbreak of the apocalypse is never instant and will not be immediately noticed by everyone. Only when irreversible consequences arise will people slowly realize that the apocalypse has really come, and the past days can never return. If Xiong Lang could realize this in time and respond effectively, he would have a significant advantage at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Sun Guangjun wanted to build a good relationship with Xiong Lang, even to win over this future powerhouse, but he would not easily reveal his secrets. Being able to hint at this point was already the maximum he could do for now. As for Wu Feng, although his business in Neon has started to move back to the country, with his extensive fortune, how could transferring such a large operation be easy? During this time, Wu Feng had been busy to the point of exhaustion. There are still many industries that have not been handled in time, directly copying Sun Guangjun's material reserves. Although the results are quite good, they don't even match half of what the Ouyang sisters bought. Of course, in Qing City, Wu Feng's supplies are also limited, but it's uncertain how much can be preserved in the upcoming hot weather. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Wu Feng finished his tasks and hurried over with his son, Wu Yang. After everyone gathered, Sun Guangjun cheerfully directed Wu Feng and Xiong Lang's subordinates to arrange the fireworks and firecrackers that were delivered in the afternoon in the open space between the 3 villas and even lit a large bonfire in the middle.
Because there were too many fireworks and firecrackers bought, Sun Guangjun also pulled out a large bundle of paper fuse to creatively connect the fuses of all the fireworks together. Now, the bonfire almost filled the area between the glass curtain walls of the three villas with boxes of fireworks, just waiting for the time to come for a spectacular display of blooming flowers. Even so, less than a third of the fireworks had been arranged. After one round, there were still several rounds to go. As for the bundles of firecrackers, Sun Guangjun said to just throw them directly into the bonfire pile. Since there were so many, it wouldn't hurt to be a bit rough, otherwise, they wouldn't be finished by dawn. As time ticked away, the preparations were nearing completion, and Sun Guangjun checked his pocket watch now and then. Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 1, 0, ignite. As everyone counted down together, Sun Guangjun personally ignited the paper fuse wrapped with gunpowder. Sizzle. The fire snake quickly darted, and soon the first box of fireworks was ignited. Boom. Pop. The brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, followed by countless fireworks lifting into the air, bursting open, growing larger and larger. Shilin Villa's terrain was already high. Now, almost half of the people in Qing City could see this incredibly magnificent display of flowers in the sky, and countless sleeping people were awakened from their dreams, rushing out of their homes, pouring onto balconies and rooftops to admire this rare sight. In recent years, with the enforcement of bans on fireworks in various places, even during festivals, few people set off fireworks. Now, someone dared to openly defy the norm and light fireworks in the bustling city of Qing City at night. It was a must to come out and take a look. Of course, there were also many who grumbled about the noise, complaining that it was too loud for them to sleep. Sun Guangjun certainly did not know how many people were cursing behind his back. He was busy enjoying the firework feast with great enthusiasm. For a full hour, fireworks were set off one after another, and many people in the community who had come to watch the excitement, under Sun Guangjun's invitation, joined in this midnight celebration. Time passed second by second, and Sun Guangjun's mood grew increasingly serious. It was about to start. Midnight. Without any warning, the temperature suddenly began to rise sharply, and in a very short time, it reached over 50 degrees. Qing City is a coastal city, located in the north of Long Country, and the highest temperature here in summer has never reached 40 degrees. Now, as the temperature rose, those who had stepped outside to watch the fireworks immediately felt it. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so hot? I can't stand it. I need to hurry back home and turn on the air conditioner. Who knew setting off fireworks could raise the temperature? It's not like we are starting a fire. I'm leaving. Countless voices echoed in the midnight Qing City as large groups of citizens, grumbling, rushed back home. Naturally, the people in Villa 1 also felt the change in temperature. As the crowd dispersed, Wu Feng looked seriously at Sun Guangjun and asked, "Brother, what's going on with this temperature? Do you understand?" Sun Guangjun gently nodded and said, "Wu Gu, if I am estimating correctly, the environment of this world is about to undergo a great change." What? Wu Feng was shocked. "Brother, do you mean this high temperature will continue?" Sun Guangjun shook his head, but his next words made Wu Feng's heart race again. "Wu Gu, the high temperature will not last forever. There will be continuous heavy rain and extreme cold. In short, the environment will change greatly, and it is impossible to go back to the past. This is why you hoarded." Before Wu Feng could finish, Sun Guangjun interrupted him. "Yes, Wu Gu, you guessed it right, this is the reason. I think you should have some idea about what to do next, right?" I understand." Wu Feng nodded heavily and said, "Brother, thank you. We're brothers, no need for such politeness." Chapter 41. The end times have arrived. What riddle are you two talking about? The two did not avoid others, and the nearby Xionglang felt confused, asking, "Mr. Sun, Mr. Wu, this is just a temporary change in temperature, how can it involve the world's environment? And what do you mean by can't go back? I see you should stop making alarmist remarks." He. Sun Guangjun smiled softly and said, "Boss Xiong, you are older than me, so I'll call you Brother Xiong. Instead of doubting us, it would be better to take this opportunity to stock up on supplies. Let me give you a suggestion: stock up on high-temperature resistant long-lasting food, bottled water, and buy some generators, fuel, coal, and such. I can't guarantee much, but I can assure you that it will help you live comfortably for a long time to come." "Alright, that's all I have to say. How to choose, Brother Xiong, you decide. Time will prove everything." Even if Xionglang did not fully believe Sun Guangjun and Wu Feng's previous words, the way Sun Guangjun spoke was hard to dismiss. After some consideration, Xionglang hurriedly took his leave, looking like he was going to buy various supplies overnight. Regardless of whether what Sun Guangjun said was true or false, it was better to get supplies in hand first. Even if it later turned out that Sun Guangjun was wrong, those supplies could be resold with minimal loss. "Brother, I have a favor to ask you." Once Xionglang left, Wu Feng pulled Sun Guangjun aside and whispered, "I just had someone measure, and the temperature at the foot of the mountain has already reached over 50 degrees. At this temperature, many supplies I bought earlier cannot be stored for long. Moreover, if this high temperature continues, it won't be 10 days before the city's power supply will definitely have problems. Once the power goes out, no matter how good the cold storage equipment is, it won't be useful.
So you want me to help you store some?
Seeing Wu Feng hesitating, Sun Guangjun smiled and said, no problem, I will help you store it.
Wu Ge, let me arrange my home, and I will go with you to your storage place, and we will collect everything overnight. However, this matter can only be done by us two. I understand. Wu Feng patted Sun Guangjun's arm and said, brother, your secret cannot be known by others. You can rest assured that no one around me knows about this matter except for me. Wu Ge, I trust you.
Sun Guangjun nodded and said, by the way, Wu Ge, starting today, you officially move into the Qilin Mountain Villa here, and let's be neighbors. The outside will soon become chaotic, we have food and weapons, so there is no need to go out and join the excitement at this time.
I understand.
Wu Feng said, it's just right to take the opportunity to give myself a long vacation.
Take good care of your son.
The two glanced at each other, and at the same time, they shared a knowing smile, both understanding that this break should be long enough. Since the agreement was reached, the two of them no longer dawdled and immediately started to make arrangements separately.
Wu Feng had someone take Wu Yang back home, while the rest of his subordinates continued to set off firecrackers. They couldn't let the fireworks bought by Sun Guangjun go to waste, could they?
He himself drove a modified Jeep Grand Cherokee, waiting at the intersection to head down the mountain. On Sun Guangjun's side, he called the Ouyang sisters back home, instructing them to close the door securely, telling them not to let anyone in except for him.
The sudden rise in temperature did not go unnoticed by the Ouyang sisters, which strengthened Ouyang Feishua's resolve regarding Sun Guangjun's arrangements. Naturally, she obediently followed his orders.
After arranging everything at home, Sun Guangjun circled back to the intersection, got into Wu Feng's jeep, and the two quietly headed down the mountain.
Although the supplies Wu Feng prepared were not as many as those brought back by the Ouyang sisters, they were not few, and they were scattered. The two worked until dawn before finally finishing.
This time, Sun Guangjun didn't avoid Wu Feng, but right in front of him, waved his hand to collect the towering pile of supplies. Having witnessed Sun Guangjun's miraculous abilities firsthand, Wu Feng was thoroughly impressed by this younger brother, no longer harboring any doubts about him. When the two returned to Qilin Mountain Villa, the open space outside was already devoid of people, with only a large expanse of paper scraps and cardboard boxes remaining, and all three villas had their doors tightly closed. Sun Guangjun first followed Wu Feng back to Villa Number 2, left a large amount of storable food and drinking water, before finally returning to Villa Number 1.
Boss, you're back.
As soon as Sun Guangjun stepped through the door, the Ouyang sisters greeted him with anxious expressions, worriedly asking, it's so hot outside now, what exactly is going on?
What's going on? Sun Guangjun smiled and replied, what else could it be? The weather has gotten hot. Don't worry, it's nothing serious.
We have this big villa to live in, with the air conditioning working, no matter how hot it is outside, it doesn't affect us.
Now, who among you can cook? Your boss has been busy all night and is still hungry. Boss, don't trick us sisters.
Ouyang Feishua, unlike Ouyang Feiyu, was calmer, looking at Sun Guangjun and saying, if you really didn't know anything, how could you have been stocking supplies since returning to the country?
And those supplies you bought under the company's name, where did they go? You can't really think we still don't know, right?
Boss, just tell us the truth.
I think even a death row inmate, before dying, deserves to know what's going on, right?
Exactly. Ouyang Feiyu also said, boss, do you see us as fools?
We've noticed your odd behavior, we just haven't said anything. You keep emphasizing that everything must be done before the end of the month, isn't that the most suspicious part? Now that the end of the month has passed, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Boss, consider it a request from us sisters, can you share a little of what you know with us? Sigh. Looking at the sincere faces of the Ouyang sisters, Sun Guangjun sighed deeply and said, do you really want to know?
Yes. The two sisters nodded in unison.
No regrets? No regrets. They nodded again in unison. Alright, then I'll say a few words.
After weighing it, Sun Guangjun finally nodded and said, I can't say too much, I can only tell you, the apocalypse has come.
The Ouyang sisters were stunned, the apocalypse?
Yes, the apocalypse.
Sun Guangjun nodded and said, whether you believe it or not. The end of the world has come.
The correct way to say it is that, starting at midnight today, the end of the world has officially begun. Don't be fooled by those novels, the beginning of the end of the world is not earth-shattering. As for what will happen next, you can see for yourselves and experience it yourselves.
Alright, I have told you what I needed to say, now, you sisters can decide what to do next. Don't worry, if you want to stay, I welcome you, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Chapter 42, 3 Rules. We will not leave. As soon as Sun Guangjun's voice fell, Ouyang Feishua said with determination, Boss, we sisters have decided to follow you, as long as you don't drive us away, we will never betray. Ouyang Feiyu also said, yes, we will never betray.
Sun Guangjun would not easily trust the Ouyang sisters' words, showing loyalty is useless, and what they are really like will be seen in their future actions. Nodding lightly, Sun Guangjun said, alright, I will temporarily believe your words.
In the days to come, you two sisters can stay here. However, while staying is fine, there are some things that need to be clear beforehand.
I just told you, the end of the world has begun, it is currently very hot, and there will be other extreme weather in the future. In order to survive successfully in this end of the world, I think we need to set 3 rules.
That should be the case. Ouyang Feishua nodded and said, boss, you say it, as long as your conditions are not too excessive, we sisters will never say no.
Alright. Sun Guangjun slammed the table and said, as for understanding the end of the world, you are not as knowledgeable as I am, so the first rule is, if you go out with me, my words are orders, and you must obey 100%, with no questions asked.
Is that acceptable? No problem.
The Ouyang sisters agreed without hesitation.
Good, then let's talk about the second rule.
Sun Guangjun continued, it is said that the human heart is hard to gauge, since this is the end of the world, as social order gradually breaks down, the evil deep within people will grow over time.
So, my second rule is, at any time, you must not have a savior complex, and you cannot be morally bound by anyone. In other words, even if someone dies in front of you, you are not allowed to help. Can you do this?
Boss, that's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Ouyang Feishua remained silent, frowning in thought, while Ouyang Feiyu quickly said, since you say this is the end of the world, then human life will definitely be greatly affected. In this situation, if we can help those who are barely surviving, isn't that a good thing? A good thing?
Sun Guangjun scoffed and said, Feiyu, if you hold such an idea, I can guarantee you will not live long.
Don't rush to argue, let me finish.
Yes, our ancestors once said that when one achieves success, they should help the world.
But that is under prosperous conditions and when one's own safety is ensured. Are we prosperous now?
Perhaps you think that with the supplies we prepared before, we are a prosperous group.
But do you know how long the end of the world will last?
If the end of the world continues, even if we have plenty of supplies, there will always be a day when they run out. Also, there is a saying that a favor given can lead to future resentment, and another saying that greed can lead to downfall. In the end of the world, everyone is struggling to survive, and everyone lives for themselves. If you show great kindness, the only result will be that you will be dragged down by those you saved.
Think about it, if you save someone, don't you have to take care of their food and drink? If you don't take care of them, why save anyone at all? If you provide one meal, what do you do for the next meal? Once you suggest neglecting them, those people will morally bind you.
You raised yourself high, making it impossible for you to refuse their unreasonable demands.
In this situation, do you still want to keep supporting them? If you think this way, then sorry, just leave now. I don't need a soft-hearted do-gooder by my side.
Boss, I think your thoughts are too extreme. Ouyang Feiyu said unreasonably, moreover, what I mean is to help when conditions allow, not to say we have to support those people all the time.
Feiyu, shut up.
Without waiting for Ouyang Feiyu to continue, Ouyang Feishua coldly interrupted her, you need to remember, the boss's words are orders to us, we just need to obey, not to question.
Also, those supplies belong to the boss.
How to use them is up to the boss to decide, it's not for us to decide.
If you can't accept this, you can leave now. Haven't you realized yet?
If you leave here, no one will care what happens to you.
Let me tell you, I won't leave anyway.
Ouyang Feishua had already figured it out, since Sun Guangjun knew so much and was prepared for the apocalypse, he was the thickest thigh around. As 2 weak women, if they wanted to survive in this apocalypse, they had to hold on to this thigh tightly.
Once they chose to hold on, they had to be obedient, otherwise, if they angered Sun Guangjun, wouldn't they get kicked out? As for whether to save others or not, what did that have to do with her?
If her sister couldn't bend down, then there was nothing to be done, they would just have to go their separate ways. At this moment, Ouyang Feishua even made the decision to give up her sister.
Sister, I.
Ouyang Feiyu looked at Ouyang Feishua with some grievance, but words failed her at that moment.
Feishua, don't be too quick to get angry.
At the crucial moment, it was still Sun Guangjun who stepped in as a peacemaker. Feiyu's thoughts aren't completely wrong, it just means she hasn't realized the cruelty of the apocalypse and the coldness of human nature. I believe that after a while, she will understand how naive her current thoughts are.
Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the third rule. Please speak, boss.
Ouyang Feishua shot a glance at her silly sister, then listened carefully to Sun Guangjun's next words. Ouyang Feiyu was reprimanded by her sister, and although she felt wronged, she became obedient and stood quietly to the side.
The third rule is actually very simple. Sun Guangjun said, when I agreed to let you move in, I told you to choose rooms on the first floor. You also saw that the second floor was separated into an independent area as I requested during renovation. This third rule is that without my permission, you cannot enter the second floor, that is exclusively my territory.
Of course, it's not completely impossible to go upstairs, but that's a matter for the future. We'll see how things go later. Remember, this villa is the foundation for us to survive in the apocalypse. Currently, only the three of us can live here. If someone knocks at the door, without my permission, you cannot let anyone in. Boss, we remember. Ouyang Feishue said, as long as we don't have your permission, we won't open the door to anyone, even if it's General Wu. In short, boss, just watch how we sisters perform from now on. If there's any violation, you can deal with us however you like, and we won't complain. Good. This is the attitude I want. Sun Guangjun laughed heartily. Alright, Feishue, don't be angry at Feiyu anymore. Let's not make it complicated, you two are still good sisters. So, today is considered our first day of officially moving in here. Later, we'll prepare a good meal to celebrate. Chapter 43, Fangya seeks help. At noon, Sun Guangjun took out a full feast from the mountain river ring that had been arranged earlier. 2 bottles of fine red wine were opened, and Sun Guangjun enjoyed a hearty meal with the Ouyang sisters. Full and satisfied, Sun Guangjun returned to the second floor, turned on the air conditioner, and comfortably took an afternoon nap. No, it should be called rest. Sleeping alone is called rest, but sleeping with someone else is called sleeping. Ouyang Feiyu was probably educated by Ouyang Feishue. Not only did she apologize to Sun Guangjun seriously, but during the meal, she finally returned to her previous lively self, talking and laughing. While Sun Guangjun was living his relaxed little life, outside, things were slowly starting to get chaotic. Starting at midnight, the temperature rapidly rose to 50 to 60 degrees and then stabilized. Now, no matter whether one was working or studying, as soon as they stepped out of an air-conditioned room, it immediately felt as though they were wearing a thick winter coat. This was the middle of summer, who could stand it? Some people tried to find a cooler place to escape the heat and take a vacation, but news on the internet had already spread. This sudden heat wave affected the entire Blue Star, and the situation in Qing City was relatively better. In the southern tropical and subtropical areas, temperatures even reached 70 to 80 degrees. It's important to note that when the temperature exceeds 30 degrees, people start to feel uncomfortable. When it exceeds 35 degrees, heatstroke becomes a risk. Now, with temperatures at 50 to 60 degrees, to put it bluntly, even dogs could die from the heat. How could humans survive it? As a result, everyone scrambled to crowd into air-conditioned rooms, and the city's electricity consumption skyrocketed. Even so, a large number of people suffering from heatstroke were sent to hospitals, and in no time, hospitals were packed. The country reacted quickly. Seeing that the high temperatures persisted, even though they couldn't understand the exact cause, they immediately ordered nationwide work and school stoppages. Non-essential departments were to work from home, and the electricity department was to ensure power supply for daily life. With the organization of the government, the situation in various places stabilized, and apart from the inconvenience of daily life, no riots broke out. However, as days passed, the situation worsened. At first, people thought that the sudden heat wave would soon subside. Experts continued to promote calm, advising people to avoid going outside during the hot weather, and countless individuals shared their experiences online, promoting all kinds of reasonable and unreasonable methods of staying cool. As time went on, electricity supply became more and more strained. There was nothing to be done. Power workers were also human. They too felt the heat and suffered from heatstroke. With the necessary maintenance lost, problems with the power lines occurred one after another. The power shortage weakened the effectiveness of air conditioning, and with the continued extreme heat, air conditioners running at high loads for long periods inevitably encountered issues. Some external units even exploded, leading to more people suffering from heatstroke. But in hospitals, healthcare workers were also suffering from the heat. Some medicines and equipment became ineffective due to deteriorated storage and usage conditions. The people suffering from heatstroke couldn't receive timely and effective treatment. As a result, more and more people died from heatstroke. Heat death was no longer an exaggeration, it became a tragic reality. On the other hand, water sources evaporated in large quantities. Tap water began to intermittently stop, and food, especially meat, spoiled due to the high temperatures. People's lives became more and more difficult. Even though the country used all its resources, the situation kept getting worse. Especially in cities, where most families didn't have much stored food. Once they ran out, they had to go out to buy more. Many people collapsed from heatstroke while shopping, and only a few of them received treatment. The majority, after fainting, never woke up. The number of corpses on the streets increased, and many bodies couldn't be collected in time. Under the scorching heat, they quickly rotted and emitted a foul odor. For a moment, the smell of decay spread all over the Blue Star, the air quality continuously worsened, and the whole world felt like a hellish place. Especially abroad, people in slums received little aid and could only die desperately in helplessness. In contrast, the situation in Dragon Country was a bit better. Thanks to the traditions of ancestors over thousands of years, the people of Dragon Country had an unprecedented sense of crisis that drove them to rush into supermarkets and shops to stock up on food as soon as the disaster struck. Just this habit alone made the death toll in Dragon Country half of that abroad. Sun Guangjun remembered that someone once calculated that during the first wave of high temperatures, the death rate abroad was at least 20%, while in Dragon Country it was only 10%. For 5 consecutive days, no matter how dire things were outside, Sun Guangjun hid in Villa Number 1, with his own generator, not worried about power outages, and accompanied by beautiful women. His little life was still enjoyable. During this time, Sun Guangjun got along very harmoniously with the Ouyang sisters, although they weren't at the level of holding a concert. The subtle flirtation among the three was very obvious. One day, Sun Guangjun was lounging on the big sofa in the living room, enjoying the sweet taste of chilled fruits while watching the movie projected on the screen, with the Ouyang sisters beside him, feeling utterly comfortable. Suddenly, Sun Guangjun's phone rang. Seeing the number, Sun Guangjun furrowed his brow and quickly pressed the answer button. "Brother Huai, can you help me again?" As soon as the call connected, Fang Ya's anxious voice came through. "My dad suddenly has a fever, he's already dazed. All the pharmacies outside are closed, and the hospital can't send out an ambulance. In this weather, I can't send him there. I can only ask you for help. Brother Huai, can you help me?" During this time, Fang Ya hadn't contacted Sun Guangjun, but he didn't mind. Good food is worth waiting for. Besides, with the household generator he prepared for her in advance, the situation for her family would definitely be fine during the heatwave. Fang Ya, this little flower, could not escape his grasp. Hearing Fang Ya's plea for help, Sun Guangjun quickly said, "Fang Ya, don't worry, I'll head over right away. I happen to have some medicine, and I'll bring it to you. Don't worry, Uncle will be fine." Brother Huai, please come quickly." Fang Ya thanked him profusely and hung up the phone. Putting away his phone, Sun Guangjun stood up and said to the eagerly watching Ouyang sisters, "You two stay home and wait, I'm going out to handle something, and I'll be back soon." The Ouyang sisters didn't stop him but instead told him to come back early. They stood at the living room door like a small wife seeing her husband off to work, sending Sun Guangjun out the door. These two sisters are becoming more obedient. Driving out a Unimog from the underground garage, Sun Guangjun watched the villa gate slowly close in the rearview mirror and mumbled to himself, "Looks like I'm not far from picking these two sisters." Thinking of the twin sisters, with joy doubled, Sun Guangjun felt a surge of blood boiling through him. Then thinking of the little beauty Fang Ya waiting there, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but wish to slam the gas pedal down to the floor. Chapter 44, Delivering Medicine. Driving the powerful Unimog, Sun Guangjun descended from Jingping Mountain. What he saw along the way was no longer the bustling atmosphere of the past. There were hardly any people on the road, and the entire street felt empty. With no one and no cars, and traffic lights long since gone dark, Sun Guangjun drove smoothly without any obstacles. The massive power of the Unimog was allowed to shine, and although he didn't have to climb mountains or cross rivers, he picked up speed, saying it was swift as the wind was not an exaggeration. In just half an hour, Sun Guangjun had run the distance that used to take over an hour to complete. When the car stopped at the entrance of Fang Ya's rented courtyard, Sun Guangjun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the journey was quite smooth. Although it was the start of the end times, the high temperatures had already begun to cause problems with food and water supplies, especially as supermarkets, shops, and snack stalls closed one after another, making the issue even more pronounced. In recent days, Sun Guangjun occasionally saw on the internet that in various places, there were people lacking food and water, and they had started to awaken the gene of $0 purchases. Fortunately, outside was such high temperatures that even staying indoors felt hot and uncomfortable. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, hardly anyone would brave the heat and the UV rays to go outside. Perhaps having been paying close attention to the commotion at the door, Fang Ya hurriedly opened the courtyard door as soon as Sun Guangjun jumped out of the car. In just a few steps, Fang Ya's delicate doll-like face was already dripping with sweat. "Brother Hui, you're here." She grabbed Sun Guangjun's arm and said anxiously, "Come in quickly, it's hot outside." Sun Guangjun didn't resist and was quickly pulled by Fang Ya across the courtyard and into the main room. The small courtyard that Fang Ya rented had only 3 rooms. 2 rooms on the east and west were for living, while the main room was for receiving guests, typical of a standard northern residence. As soon as they entered, a woman nearing 50 came out from the east room to welcome them, her eyes eagerly searching for Sun Guangjun without saying a word. "This must be Auntie?" Seeing the woman, Sun Guangjun hurriedly stepped forward, shook her hand, and warmly said, "Hello Auntie, my name is Sun Guangjun, I am Fang Ya's friend." I know you." Aunt Fang nodded and said, "Xiaoya has talked about you. The surgery fees for her father were borrowed from you, you saved his life. I've been telling Xiaoya to invite you over for a meal, but you've always been busy. Now that you're finally here, especially during this abnormal weather. Mr. Sun, you must not leave later, no matter how it turns out, you have to let us treat you to this meal, or else we'll feel uneasy." "Auntie, please don't be so polite." Sun Guangjun quickly responded, "Is uncle inside?" Let me first see how uncle is doing, there will be plenty of opportunities for meals later. Oh, right, right. Aunt Fong quickly stepped aside, allowing Fong Ye to lead Sun Guangjun into the east room. Uncle Fong had just had surgery, and he was clearly still in the recovery stage. Now, due to a fever, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Sun Guangjun glanced at Uncle Fong's condition. He wasn't a doctor, so he could only make a rough assessment. Fong Ye, how much do you know about uncle's current situation? Sun Guangjun didn't dare to give the old man medicine recklessly. Feeling a bit awkward, he said to Fong Ye, I do have some medicines, but I can't be sure if they're suitable. Fong Ye quickly replied, Brother Hui, I know my dad's situation well. He just had surgery, and the healing is going well, with no infections. Right now, he is weak and can't stand the changes in weather, which caused the fever. I guess it was when he went outside to use the bathroom yesterday, coming from the air-conditioned room, he couldn't handle the temperature difference that caused him to get heatstroke and fever symptoms. The problem is that there are no fever reducers at home, and all the pharmacies outside are closed, so we can't buy any medicine. I've tried all sorts of cooling methods, but nothing worked, which is why I called you. Now, I need regular fever reducers and anti-inflammatory medicines. If we have the medicines, my dad can break the fever, and then he will just need time to recover. Here are these medicines, they are all common ones and should meet your needs. Sun Guangjun took off the backpack on his back, pulled out a large bag full of various medicines, and handed it to Fong Ye, then curiously asked, Fong Ye, seeing how eloquently you spoke just now, could it be that you are studying medicine? Fong Ye gently nodded, skillfully taking out medicine to feed Uncle Fong, while saying, Shall we go? I am a medical student at the medical university, studying clinical medicine. Although I haven't graduated yet, I have interned at the hospital and have a grasp on diagnosing some common diseases. I see. Sun Guangjun nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Fong Ye was indeed a treasure. In the apocalypse, not only food and water are extremely precious, but medicines and medical personnel are even scarcer. Although Sun Guangjun had prepared a lot of medicines, he truly lacked a medical professional by his side. It seems, I need to find an opportunity to see if I can bring Fong Ye to the number 1 villa, but Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong still need to find a safe place to settle. This matter is not urgent. This is only the first wave of the apocalypse, order is still in place, no need to rush to gather people. Actually, Sun Guangjun quite liked the Qilin Mountain Villa. Qilin Mountain Villa is built against Jinping Mountain, the elevation is high enough to withstand the upcoming heavy rains without fear of flooding. Moreover, Qilin Mountain Villa has only been built for about 2 years, and the occupancy rate is not very high. Not to mention the 50 or 60 villas scattered on the hillside, even the multi-story buildings at the foot of the mountain still have more than half empty. Such a good place, easy to defend and hard to attack, as long as a little reinforcement is done and some defenses are added at key intersections, it would be an excellent base in the apocalypse. Although he suffered from teamwork issues in his past life, Sun Guangjun felt that it was mainly because he was too foolish back then, too trusting of that green TB********, Zhou Yilin, and in this life, he was not prepared to be a lone wolf. Life in the apocalypse is already hard enough, why place oneself in a situation where its enemies all around, wandering alone? The main thing is, Sun Guangjun had prepared so many supplies, just by himself, he couldn't consume them all in hundreds of lifetimes. If he didn't take the opportunity to develop his own influence, it would seem unfair to the chance he got from his rebirth. Thinking about his plans, Sun Guangjun chatted casually with Fong Ye while observing Uncle Fong's condition after taking the medicine. Indeed, Fong Ye's judgment was right. Just half an hour after Uncle Fong took the medicine, his fiery red face gradually returned to normal, and his breathing became much smoother. It seems Uncle should be fine. Before Uncle Fong woke up, Sun Guangjun stood up and said, Fong Ye, take good care of Uncle and Aunt. If you lack anything, just call me, and I will bring it over as soon as possible. Alright, if there's nothing else, I will head back now. Fong Ye nodded, then suddenly shyly said, Shall we go? Wait, when my dad recovers, I will come to find you. Chapter 45, A Rich Harvest. With Fong Ye's shy promise, Sun Guangjun declined Aunt Fong's invitation to stay for dinner, drove off in his unimog, looking very suave. However, although Sun Guangjun appeared calm on the outside, his heart was burning. Leaving the small courtyard, Sun Guangjun did not rush to return to Jinping Mountain, but instead turned the steering wheel, heading straight for the Qing City Zoo. In Qing City, Sun Guangjun did not want to indulge in zero-yuan purchases, of course, that was before the apocalypse began. Once order completely collapsed, he had no plans to stay cooped up at home, instead, he would search for supplies like other survivors, trying to make himself no different from others. Before that, he had 5 targets: the zoo, the botanical garden, the forest wildlife park, the marine park, and the polar underwater world. These 5 places contain a large amount of plant and animal resources. Not only are there a vast quantity, but the variety is also incredibly rich. If he could gather all 5 places into his collection, then Sun Guangjun's assortment would become even more colorful. It is now the 6th day since the apocalypse began.
Sun Guangjun is rushing over, and he should still be able to collect most of the plant resources. If he delays any longer, under the long-term extreme heat, who knows how much will be left. Not to mention anything else, just the ocean park and polar ocean world. Sun Guangjun wants the fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs, and other marine life living inside, not a pot of fish soup. The road was smooth, and Sun Guangjun successfully arrived at today's first target, the zoo. Qing City Zoo is a comprehensive urban ecological park with a history of over 100 years. According to records, there are more than 120 species of animals living here, totaling thousands of various animals, including precious species like the Siberian tiger, the Qinling antelope, and the baboon. Just the first and second grade animals alone amount to over 50 species. In addition to the rich animal resources, there are over 150 species and nearly 30,000 trees, along with a large number of shrubs and flowers. Due to the heat, the zoo had long been closed to visitors, and there were hardly any staff left behind. After all, when people are struggling to survive, who has time to care for the animals? The Toyota RV came to the entrance of the zoo and crashed through the electric sliding door, swaggering its way into the park. The vehicle was switched out by Sun Guangjun at an unoccupied place halfway, and he even used earth movement technique to run several blocks away. He did this to avoid leaving too many clues related to himself. Although using the earth movement technique would be more convenient, Sun Guangjun wasn't sure if there were any guards left at these targets. If he were to be spotted, it would be disastrous. This is domestic. Unlike abroad, Sun Guangjun cannot act recklessly or without restrictions. If it were abroad, running into someone would just mean giving them a bullet, but it's different here, it's all his fellow countrymen. In non-essential situations, Sun Guangjun would not easily take a life. The modified Toyota RV, reinforced by Bear Wave, was tough enough to charge straight into the park's depths under its powerful engine, ultimately stopping deep in a dense forest. Sun Guangjun opened the door and got out, waving his hand to collect the RV into the mountain river ring. Looking at the surrounding environment, Sun Guangjun quickly moved, and everywhere he passed, flowers, grass, and trees disappeared one after another, leaving only large holes behind. Since the mountain river ring was upgraded and opened a 3-layer space, it has become even more convenient for Sun Guangjun to collect things. For these flowers, grass, and trees, he only needed to reach out and lightly touch them to effortlessly bring a towering tree into the ring. With basically no one in the zoo, Sun Guangjun directly switched to a stealth mode, running back and forth in the vast park. Even if he encountered a staff member who heard the noise and came out to check, he would just knock them out. Of course, after knocking someone out, Sun Guangjun wouldn't leave them as they were. In this scorching heat, if left out in the open, they would likely suffer from heat stroke and dehydration, and possibly even lose their lives. It is said that heaven has a virtue of life preservation. Sun Guangjun took everyone into a small dark room he had already prepared inside the mountain river ring. Even if they woke up halfway, they would not know where they were. This way, after collecting the entire zoo, he could find a cool indoor place to put these people. As Sun Guangjun continued to wander, the plants and animals in the zoo became fewer and fewer. Meanwhile, in the second layer of the mountain river ring, a designated area prepared in advance by Sun Guangjun started to reveal various facilities from the zoo, allowing the animals to move to a more comfortable living space without even having to relocate their homes. Sun Guangjun really wanted to avoid such trouble, but these animals were all raised by humans. Recklessly releasing them into the wild would put their survival ability at serious risk. He could only use this place as a temporary measure, waiting until the time was right to remove these cages and barriers. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun didn't need to feed them himself. With just a thought, a large amount of supplies stored in the first layer of the mountain river ring would appear in the right places, taking care of feeding these animals. If it weren't for this, he would never have been able to manage feeding them. Those animals would surely starve to death waiting for him to do it. Covering over 30 hectares, Sun Guangjun worked for more than 4 hours before finishing. He left with a bountiful harvest, leaving behind one big pit after another, resembling the surface of the moon. This time, although some of the animals in the park died due to the high temperatures and lack of food, the basic species were still intact. On the other hand, the resilience of those plants was strong enough. Although some showed signs of wilting, only a few had actually died. Sun Guangjun silently thanked his luck that the high temperatures didn't last too long. If they had persisted for 3 to 5 nights, he estimated the losses would have been much greater. Leaving the zoo, Sun Guangjun visited the remaining 4 places one after another according to their distances, collecting a large amount of animal and plant resources as well as marine biological resources into the mountain river ring. These 5 places almost span more than half of the entire urban area of Qing City, each covering a considerable area. After a flurry of work, the time had already reached noon the next day. Sun Guangjun had long awakened his special ability, and with the mountain river ring providing a place to cool off and rest at any time, he was not significantly affected by the high temperatures, but he was still exhausted. Exiting the botanical garden, thinking about the increasingly rich biological resources in the mountain river ring, Sun Guangjun felt very satisfied as he released that Toyota camper, setting off on the way home.
Another day passed, and the situation in the city became increasingly desolate. There were no figures on the road, the flowers, grasses, and trees along the roadside all drooped, their leaves curled and yellowed, with many fallen leaves and dry branches on the ground. Recalling the bustling scenes before the apocalypse and comparing them with the current situation, Sun Guangjun felt a pang in his heart. Unfortunately, all the past can only become part of his memories. Now, he was experiencing the journey of becoming a memory. Chapter 46, Armed Ouyang Sisters. A little over 10 kilometers away from Jinping Mountain, Sun Guangjun found a secluded spot, parked the camper, and then activated the earth walking technique, returning silently to Villa No. 1 at Qilin Mountain Villa. He did this for safety's sake. In the few days since formally moving into Villa No. 1, every time Sun Guangjun walked to the rooftop on the second floor and gazed at the distant sea and sky, he had a faint feeling of being watched. This feeling was subtle and elusive. He had once used a high-powered telescope to observe everywhere but never found any suspicious individuals. For this reason, Sun Guangjun had a rough guess. Unsurprisingly, the source of this feeling should be two people from America. There was no way around it, their country had their back, still the world's strongest nation, possessing resources and power that not even one lone wanderer like him could compare to. Yesterday, when he went to deliver medicine to Fangya, the reason Sun Guangjun drove out in the prominent Unimog was to draw those two people out, hoping for a chance to eliminate them. It was best to eliminate danger in its budding stage. But to Sun Guangjun's surprise, those two people were so cunning. He had already given them so many opportunities, yet they didn't fall for it. In the basement of Villa No. 1, Sun Guangjun emerged from below. Just thinking about having two elusive enemies nearby made him. Sun Guangjun had been feeling a throbbing headache from being watched in the dark. Forget it, if I want to deal with them, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, I should just keep my head down and avoid leaving any traces that might provoke more retaliation from America. As long as I get through these few scorching days, with global heavy rains on the way, the satellites in the sky will lose their effect, and communications will start having problems everywhere. I can easily deal with those two little mice then. No, before that, I need to prepare some things. Suddenly remembering something, Sun Guangjun hurriedly got up and went to a spacious room. The renovation of Villa No. 1 mainly focused on reinforcing the ground floor. The underground level was divided into several areas, and the room Sun Guangjun entered, besides reinforcement, was mainly decorated with softening, soundproofing, and energy-absorbing materials. The room was about 10 meters wide and over 50 meters deep. Opening the heavy door, Sun Guangjun walked into the empty room, raising his hand to release various items. Before long, the room had changed dramatically. On one side of the room, close to the wall, a target was set up every 3 meters, and on the other side, 3 or 4 meters away from the wall, there was a long table with nothing on it. On the shelf behind it, various weapons were displayed: handguns, rifles, shotguns, submachine guns, military crossbows, compound bows, and recurve bows. On one side of the table, there was a large screen target device, and on the other side, there were a large number of ammunition boxes and spare weapons piled up. The batch of weapons Sun Guangjun brought out was quite a variety. Just the handguns alone included over a dozen types, encompassing both military and civilian versions from various countries. Once everything was set up, Sun Guangjun finally went upstairs to the living room. Seeing Sun Guangjun come up from the basement, the Ouyang sisters, who were chatting in the living room, showed surprise on their faces. "You too, come with me." Without waiting for the Ouyang sisters to ask any questions, Sun Guangjun waved them over and turned back to the basement. The sisters exchanged glances, feeling something was different about Sun Guangjun today, but they obediently followed him. When the three of them entered the newly set-up indoor shooting range, the Ouyang sisters were almost stunned. They had seen the villa's renovations with their own eyes and had also accepted it. How did they not know it was transformed into a shooting range? Especially the shelves full of various gleaming weapons, it simply dazzled their eyes. Could these all be the real deal? Sun Guangjun walked over to the shelf, took a few handguns, and grabbed a few boxes of bullets, then stood behind the table and said to the dazed Ouyang sisters, Feyu, stop staring blankly, this is my new setup. You two come over, today I'm going to give you a lesson called Survival and Self-Defense in the Apocalypse. Boss, are those real weapons in your hand? Ouyang Feyu looked around the room in astonishment, feeling her brain could hardly keep up. Of course, they are real. Sun Guangjun picked up a USP handgun, took it apart in a few quick moves, and said, this is the apocalypse, you must always face the test of life and death. I won't be lazy enough to fill a room with toys to play with you. Come, look at this pistol is called HK_USP, a semi-automatic handgun produced by the German company Heckler & Koch. It uses a 9x19mm parabellum cartridge, has an effective range of 50 meters, and a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. While speaking, Sun Guangjun reassembled the parts into a complete handgun, opened a box of bullets, and began to load them one by one into the magazine. Soon, the magazine was full. Sun Guangjun inserted it into the gun, racked the slide with a clack, and raised the gun to take rapid shots at the target on the opposite side.
Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed continuously in the room. Soon, the magazine was empty, and the target device next to the table made a sound. Target number 2, 15 shots fired, highest score 10 rings, lowest score 7 rings, total 139 rings. Haven't played with guns for a while, my hands feel rusty. Throwing the empty handgun onto the table, Sun Guangjun mumbled in dissatisfaction, then continued, did you see? The target is about 40 meters away, right within the range of the handgun. You too, what you need to learn today is to load bullets, chamber the gun, and shoot. Come here, let me explain the essentials to you. Remember, only by mastering enough self-defense skills can you better protect yourself in the apocalypse. If you sisters don't want to die at someone else's gunpoint one day in the future, you need to learn well. Listening to Sun Guangjun's lengthy speech, the Ouyang sisters felt as if their worldview had been shattered. Although Sun Guangjun clearly told them that the apocalypse has come, and the high temperatures in recent days have indeed been abnormal, the Ouyang sisters subconsciously did not want to believe all of it, nor did they realize the cruelty of the apocalypse. But today, Sun Guangjun actually wanted to teach them shooting, which finally alerted the Ouyang sisters. At that moment, the two sisters gathered around Sun Guangjun, listening intently to his explanations. Soon, both sisters each picked up a handgun, donned large noise-canceling headphones, and began their first shooting experience facing the target across from them. It must be said, these two sisters are indeed elite talents with high intelligence. Through Sun Guangjun's explanations and corrections, they quickly grasped the essentials of shooting, hitting the target neatly and skillfully. Seeing the sisters pick it up so quickly, Sun Guangjun revealed a gratifying smile. This was his first step in arming the Ouyang sisters. Chapter 47, Delightful. The entire day, the Ouyang sisters were at the shooting range. Even lunch was made by Sun Guangjun and brought to them there. As dusk approached, the sisters finally emerged from the basement, rubbing their sore arms. I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted. Dropping onto the couch, Ouyang Feiyu didn't care about her image, sprawled out in a starfish position, looking utterly lifeless. On the other side, Ouyang Feishua, while slightly better than Ouyang Feiyu, was not much better off. You two finally decided to come up? Hearing the sounds in the living room, Sun Guangjun walked out of the kitchen, still wearing a funny floral apron, smiling and saying, so, how was today's experience? Was it exciting? It was indeed exciting. Ouyang Feiyu replied weakly, boss, not only do I now have no strength left, but my ears are also buzzing, all ringing with gunfire. Me too. Ouyang Feishua added, fortunately, the hard work today was not in vain, we've preliminarily mastered shooting with a handgun. We can basically hit the target over 80% of the time. Just give us a few more days, and we will definitely be able to hit 100%. That's a very good achievement. Sun Guangjun gave a thumbs up, praising, to achieve an 80% hit rate on the first day of learning shows that you sisters are very talented and hardworking enough. Now, take a good rest, and later we'll have dinner. To take care of you sisters, today's main dish will be steak. Top quality A5 Wagyu beef has already been marinated, just waiting to be cooked. Come on, let's talk about how you want it cooked. Forget about how it's cooked, I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. Perhaps reminded by Sun Guangjun, a huge wave of hunger hit Ouyang Feishua, struggling to say, boss, what you need to do now is to let me eat quickly, otherwise, I feel like I'm going to starve to death. Exactly. Ouyang Feiyu echoed, boss, just show a little compassion for your two beautiful and hardworking subordinates. Hurry up and let us eat something. Wait a moment, it's coming right up. Seeing the two girls looking so starved, Sun Guangjun quickly picked up 2 pieces of chocolate from the coffee table, stuffed one into each of their mouths, and then hurried back to the kitchen. To save time, Sun Guangjun simply skipped cooking any steak, and took out the already marinated snowflake beef, placing it on the cutting board and chopping it up quickly. In less than 2 minutes, the chopped beef mixed with onion bits went into the pan, and a wonderful aroma began to fill the kitchen. Soon, the smell floated through the open kitchen door into the living room, and the Ouyang sisters on the sofa sniffed their pretty little noses, looking drool-worthy. I didn't expect the boss to have such skills. Ouyang Feiyu wiped the corners of her mouth that were about to drool and said, not to mention anything else, just smelling this fragrance tells you that it must taste good. Ouyang Feishua didn't say anything, just kept glancing towards the kitchen. Without keeping the sisters waiting, Sun Guangjun soon emerged from the kitchen carrying a large plate full of stir-fried beef cubes. Ha! Seeing the plate piled high with beef, Ouyang Feiyu said, dumbfounded, boss, is this the steak you mentioned? That's right. Sun Guangjun, shamelessly playing his part, replied, the beef is a 5-grade snowflake wagyu, marinated using the authentic filet mignon method, and the oil is also genuine olive oil. Isn't this just steak? However, to save time and to prevent you two beautiful and gracious Ouyang ladies from starving, I chose a quicker cooking method that can be said to be my unique creation. Alright, don't just stand there, hurry over and try it. Looking at the plate, which wasn't too impressive in appearance, Ouyang Feiyu felt like flipping it over onto Sun Guangjun's face, but the enticing aroma kept drilling into her nose, making her hesitate. With great effort, Ouyang Feiyu tried to sit up from the sofa, and along with Ouyang Feishui, made their way to the dining table.
But after fighting almost all day, the short rest didn't relieve their fatigue at all. Instead, it released the tiredness fully, leaving their arms feeling so sore they could barely lift their chopsticks.
Boss, my hands are sore.
After struggling for a while without being able to successfully eat the delicious food, Ouyang Feiyu pouted, looking at Sun Guangjun pitifully.
Boss, me too. The usually strong-willed Ouyang Feishui also rarely showed a childish side.
Alright, you both might as well put down the chopsticks. Sun Guangjun helplessly picked up the chopsticks and fed each of them 2 pieces of beef, mumbling, "You two really should take it easy when learning to shoot, you didn't even know to pace yourselves. It's also my fault for forgetting you two are delicate young ladies, I should have reminded you in advance. Alas, the trouble I brought on myself will eventually come back to bite me.
Imagine me, a decent boss, still having to feed you two. Is there anyone more unfortunate than me?" Hearing Sun Guangjun's complaints while eating the beef pieces he personally fed them, the Ouyang sisters blushed. The atmosphere seemed to have become a bit ambiguous. However, to be honest, the boss's cooking seemed quite good. In a meal that had a slightly flirtatious flavor, the Ouyang sisters quickly finished off everything in an aggressive manner. The entire large plate, several pounds of beef, was eaten clean by the Ouyang sisters. Looking at the beef that was originally prepared for 3 people now entirely in the sisters' bellies, Sun Guangjun inwardly gasped. He had only heard of people being able to eat a whole cow when starving, and today he had truly witnessed it. Such fighting power was unmatched. After returning the empty plate to the kitchen, Sun Guangjun came back to the living room, and the sisters had already returned to the sofa. Continuing to sit helplessly, both rubbed their little bellies, but due to sore hands, they occasionally let out soft cries. Seeing the pitiful looks on the 2 girls' faces, Sun Guangjun walked over and placed his hands on Ouyang Feishui's shoulders. Feeling someone press down on her shoulders, Ouyang Feishui's delicate body stiffened. Just as she wanted to struggle, Sun Guangjun's voice came to her ear. "Don't move, I'm going to help you with a massage to relieve your fatigue. Otherwise, with the way you two are, don't think about continuing to practice tomorrow. Don't worry, your boss is not that kind of lecher. I won't take advantage of you at this opportunity." Feeling the suitable amount of pressure, Ouyang Feishui gradually relaxed, yet her lovely face turned as red as blood. After rubbing her shoulders for a while, Sun Guangjun moved to the side and began to knead Ouyang Feishui's arms, from top to bottom, even massaging her finger joints. Especially when he was massaging her little hands, the soft feel made Sun Guangjun's heart race, almost causing him to lose his composure. Beside them, Ouyang Feiyu watched Sun Guangjun's hands constantly moving on her sister's shoulders and arms, and her sister occasionally let out soft moans, feeling both envious and jealous, with a hint of worry. Why wasn't I the first one? Sister's moaning is too embarrassing. Will he massage me later too? Can I handle it? In an instant, Ouyang Feiyu's heart raced like a startled deer, pounding non-stop. Chapter 48, Fangya in Danger. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Sun Guangjun burst back into the second-floor bedroom, eyes blazing, and directly entered the bathroom. He pulled out a huge bucket of water from the mountain river ring and dumped it over his head without even changing his clothes. 2 little vixens. Finally managing to suppress the fire in his heart, Sun Guangjun was furious. He had just shown kindness by helping the Ouyang sisters with a massage to ease their muscle fatigue, yet after getting through the initial awkwardness, the 2 of them had started to tease him. Wow, they were like in a competition, each calling out more seductively than the other. They really let themselves go. But Sun Guangjun's anger was successfully provoked, and the 2 dashed back to their rooms to rest, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter as they left. After taking off his soaked clothes, Sun Guangjun simply pulled out several buckets of water from the mountain river ring and enjoyed a thorough wash, then put on a silk pajama before returning to his large, comfortable bed. Even though it was already night, the temperature outside was still high. In a typical home, even if the air conditioning was set to the lowest 16 degrees, the temperature inside remained above 30 degrees, unable to drop. If Sun Guangjun hadn't insisted on installing powerful cooling equipment when renovating, the situation in Villa Number 1 would be similar to the outside. Since the apocalypse began, the cooling equipment had been running at full capacity. Even during power outages, a diesel generator provided electricity. Thanks to the cooling equipment, the large villa maintained a cool and comfortable temperature in the low 20s throughout its 3 floors. Pulling over a soft down blanket, Sun Guangjun prepared to sleep well because everything exists in dreams. It must be said, after turning into a pig, Sun Guangjun really started dreaming. In his dream, he held a concert on this big bed, going at it with gusto. Only, the faces of his opponents kept changing. Sometimes it was Ouyang Feishui, other times it switched to Ouyang Feiyu, and the next moment it turned into Fangya. Even the charming hotel manager Qin Xiaoluo from Hilton joined him in a duet. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Sun Guangjun was dozing off, a hurried phone ring sounded from the bedside table. Who? He picked up the phone and saw it was an unknown number, so he immediately answered. There were not many people who knew his number. At this time, there wouldn't be any boring sales calls. Since someone had come to him, it was definitely for a reason. Mr. Sun, is it?
On the other end of the phone, a hoarse voice spoke in awkward dragon country dialect, saying, "Your woman is in our hands. If you don't want your woman to be in trouble, hurry to number 9 Lanhai Road. Remember, you only have 1 hour."
My woman?
Sun Guangjun was stunned, but before he could ask anything else, the other party had already hung up the phone decisively. Number 9 Lanhai Road wasn't far from Jinping Mountain, but Sun Guangjun remembered that it seemed to be a group of unfinished buildings. A late-night call, asking him to go to a group of unfinished buildings, was clearly an enemy, not a friend. Another point was that awkward dragon country language. Without even thinking about it, he knew it must be those two foreigners who appeared at Jinyang Building that day, at least connected to them.
What puzzled Sun Guangjun was, who did he mean by my woman? The Ouyang sisters? Impossible.
With the defense capability of Villa Number 1, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary people to enter.
No, it's Fangya.
Thinking back to the feeling of being watched he had these days, Sun Guangjun suddenly realized that his feelings were not wrong. It was just a pity that Fangya had innocently been dragged into this.
No way, I have to save her.
Quickly organizing his thoughts, Sun Guangjun changed his clothes and rushed downstairs. Before going out, Sun Guangjun listened carefully at the Ouyang sisters' door, confirming that both sisters were inside, then he confidently left the house. Still that powerful and imposing Unimog, Sun Guangjun drove at full speed, directly heading to number 9 Lanhai Road. The roar of the engine echoed far into the night sky. Almost reaching the maximum speed of the Unimog, Sun Guangjun took over half an hour to successfully arrive at number 9 Lanhai Road. This was a group of unfinished buildings. The main structure hadn't even been capped before the developer ran away due to a broken funding chain. Later, with the domestic real estate market sluggish, it had been left unused for nearly 10 years, even becoming a paradise for scavengers and homeless people. Peeking through the rundown gate of the construction site, Sun Guangjun saw that the yard was overgrown with weeds and in a dilapidated state. Perhaps having discovered Sun Guangjun's arrival, a light flashed in one of the buildings, as if the other party was leading him. Humph, a cliched tactic. With a cold snort, Sun Guangjun climbed over the wall and followed the other party's guidance, walking inside. The construction site was not small. Besides 20 or 30 buildings that were halfway constructed, there were also large patches of wasteland. Sun Guangjun walked for a full 5 or 6 minutes before reaching the building where the light was. Standing at the entrance, Sun Guangjun did not rashly enter but took out his phone, dialing the strange number. "I'm here, come out and meet me." Clap, 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 Mr. Sun is indeed bold.
The other party didn't speak but quietly hung up the phone.
The next moment, a burst of applause accompanied by footsteps echoed as the blonde, blue-eyed Rod walked out of the building, standing above on the steps, looking down at Sun Guangjun.
Whether it's bold or not is debatable.
Seeing Rod's appearance, Sun Guangjun had basically confirmed his identity and said coolly, "Since you invited me at such a late hour, and insistently claimed that my woman has been invited by you, then I have to come and meet you."
TSK TSK TSK.
Rod sneered disdainfully and said, "I didn't expect the ruthless masked thief to be such a sentimental person."
Cut the crap.
Without waiting for Rod to continue, Sun Guangjun's expression turned cold as he said sternly, "I don't care who the masked thief is or who you are, immediately release her.
Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear." No, Mr. Sun, I think you've misunderstood. Rod smiled and said, "Haven't you realized the situation yet? Now, the one to make demands is us, not you. Have you forgotten that your woman is still in our hands?" "I can't forget."
Sun Guangjun sneered and said, "However, you keep saying my woman is in your hands.
Don't you want to provide a little proof? Or I need to confirm exactly who you've kidnapped? Is she alive or dead? It's simple to get proof."
Rod took out his phone, then pressed a few buttons and turned the screen towards him.
Sun Guangjun fixed his gaze.
In the video, Fangya was tied to a chair, her face unusually flushed, yet completely still, clearly unconscious.
At that moment, Rod spoke, "Dennis, can you hear me?"
The phone screen shook, and then a strange accent came through, "Hey, Rod, I'm listening.
Are we going to show Mr. Sun the current situation of Ms. Fong?" "Right away."
Then the screen turned, clearly showing the other side circling around Fangya.
"Mr. Sun, this is instant communication, not a recording. You can confirm it now, right?" Rod opportunely said, "Now, can we talk properly?" "Go ahead, what do you want to talk about?"
With Fangya in their hands, Sun Guangjun felt an overpowering sense of helplessness, like he was the fish on the chopping board.
Damn it, these two are really haunted.
They shot me the last time, and I haven't settled that score yet.
Now they dare to kidnap Fangya? They really don't know how to spell death.
At this moment, Rod and Dennis were already on Sun Guangjun's kill list, the kind where killing them twice wouldn't be enough.
"Mr. Sun, I'm very curious, what kind of means did you use to take away so many resources?" Rod looked extremely confident, smiling as he said, "Don't rush to deny it, Mr. Sunday. If we couldn't confirm your identity as a masked bandit, do you think we would act recklessly?"
Besides, you know the weather now, appearing outside without air conditioning or cooling equipment, you could easily suffer from heatstroke at any moment. So, please be honest and tell us, where did you hide all those resources? Or did you really have some boring space ability, as those so-called experts say, and all those missing resources are in your personal space? Want to know the answer? Go to hell and ask your Satan. Sun Guangjun sneered and suddenly disappeared in front of Rod. The next moment, Sun Guangjun's figure emerged from behind Rod, holding a shining long sword. Rod was already alert enough. At the moment Sun Guangjun vanished, he drew his handgun from the side of his thigh, turned, and was about to fire, but what greeted him was a flash of cold light. With a swing of the star sword, Rod couldn't react in time. A line of blood appeared on his forehead, slowly spreading down. A gust of wind blew past, and Rod's body suddenly split apart in the middle, crashing heavily to the sides, stirring up a cloud of dust. With one sword strike, Rod was cleaved in two. Sun Guangjun made no pause, vanishing from the spot. As for Rod's body, let it rot and stink here. Sun Guangjun had no time to recover his corpse. Even the Unimog outside the construction site was not collected in time. Sun Guangjun directly activated his earth-moving technique and traveled underground. In a small courtyard near the medical university, in what used to be Fangya's bedroom, Dennis was sprawled on a big sofa, casually crossing his legs, comfortably enjoying the air conditioning. The sofa was right in front of the air conditioning vent, and the cool breeze felt wonderfully comfortable blowing over him. Dennis's eyes were squinted with delight. It wasn't that Dennis lacked crisis awareness, but today's task, for him as an elite SEAL warrior, was... It's really too easy. Tonight, Dennis and Rod split up. One infiltrates the Fang family to kidnap Fangya, while the other goes to meet Sun Guangjun, borrowing his uniform, and then takes him back to America. Compared to the difficulty and danger on Rod's side, Dennis has zero challenge on his end, just three ordinary people who can't even squash a bug, all old, weak, sick, or disabled, easy pickings. And indeed, things went just as Dennis imagined. He completed the task with great ease. Now, he just needed to wait for news from Rod, then enjoy the gentle company of the young lady before retreating back home. It was a breeze and a joy. As Dennis was happily contemplating, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Before he could open his eyes, he heard a crack, and a sharp pain struck suddenly. Then, his neck twisted, and he fell silent. The one who suddenly appeared behind the sofa and broke Dennis's neck was none other than Sun Guangjun. In the video just now, Sun Guangjun not only saw Fangya but also caught a glimpse of her surroundings through the open door. It was the small yard where she lived with her parents. Having just been there yesterday and spent a considerable amount of time, Sun Guangjun remembered the place vividly. Since he was sure Fangya was safe for now, Sun Guangjun had no need to keep Rod around any longer or continue talking. He killed the guy with a single strike and hurried to Fangya. White folks are crazed. Every additional minute means more danger for Fangya. With the advantage of his earth-walking technique, Sun Guangjun silently appeared in the room and easily took out the unguarded Dennis. He waved his hand and stored Dennis's body in the mountain river ring. Sun Guangjun quickly untied the tightly bound Fangya and gently laid her on the bed. Fangya's face was flushed, and a strange sweet scent lingered in her breath, making Sun Guangjun realize that those two dead white guys had surely fed her some kind of drug. They clearly had no intention of letting her go, intending to die as lecherous ghosts. From what Sun Guangjun knew, there seemed to be only one way to resolve this spring poison. It was that something. Just thinking about the filthy thoughts of those white guys made Sun Guangjun's anger rise uncontrollably. He wished he could drag Dennis's body out and whip it 800 times. Bastard, you died too easily. After settling Fangya, Sun Guangjun didn't rush to detoxify her. Instead, he opened the door and entered another room, needing to check on Fangya's parents. Their figures hadn't appeared in the video just now, and he didn't know if they were safe. Crossing the main room and entering another room, Sun Guangjun's eyes widened in horror at the scene before him. Fangya's parents lay dead on the floor, and the dried blood on the ground clearly indicated they had been dead for some time. Damn those white guys. Looking at the two loving and kind elders who had been chatting and laughing with him just yesterday, now forever separated by death, Sun Guangjun felt an immense guilt. This was all because of his involvement. Ah, so hot. Just as Sun Guangjun placed the elders' bodies on the bed, before he could make any further moves, a soul-stirring moan reached his ears. Oh no, Fangya is awake. Cursing under his breath, Sun Guangjun hurriedly ran outside. When Sun Guangjun arrived, Fangya was tearing at her clothes, moaning unconsciously. If possible, Sun Guangjun truly did not want to end up in an indescribable situation with Fangya under these circumstances. There were still bodies of her parents in the room. He was in this room, fooling around with a girl, and this indeed was a bit beastly. But before Sun Guangjun could think of a way to respond, Fangya, hearing the sound of the door, pounced over, like a bee seeing honey. Her craziness startled Sun Guangjun. In the next moment, Fangya didn't know where she got the strength from. She forcibly pushed Sun Guangjun down onto the bed and boldly mounted him. 5,000 words omitted here. Sun Guangjun was unfortunately reversed by someone with a youthful face. This reality gave him a feeling of wanting to cry without tears. Yes, he had always been envious of Feng Ye's youthful beauty, and now the result had been achieved, but this was not the process he wanted. Chapter 50, The Villa Upgrades Again. After more than an hour of tossing about, Feng Ye's craziness finally subsided completely, and she collapsed, powerless, into a deep sleep. Looking at the deeply sleeping Feng Ye, Sun Guangjun had a strong urge to cry without tears. Goodness, you are freed, what about me? But looking at Feng Ye's doll-like face, even in sleep, could not hide the exhaustion and pain on her face, and Sun Guangjun could no longer muster any other thoughts. She was like this, and you still want to mess around? Isn't that worse than a beast? Sigh. With a sigh, Sun Guangjun gently moved Feng Ye's delicate body off of him. Just at the moment they separated, Sun Guangjun suddenly felt a huge energy explode within him, wildly rampaging everywhere. Before he could react, Sun Guangjun felt a darkness before his eyes and instantly lost consciousness. Time passed, and when Sun Guangjun regained consciousness, he was astonished to discover that he was actually inside the mountain river ring, sitting in the middle of the hall on the first floor, completely naked, in a five-heart position. Realizing his situation, Sun Guangjun's old face blushed, and he hurriedly took out a set of clothes and put them on. After getting dressed, Sun Guangjun finally had time to check his changes. First was his special ability. Since returning to life, Sun Guangjun's Earth-type ability had always remained at level 1, showing no changes, but now it had actually reached the peak of level 2, just needing to absorb a little bit of the energy of heaven and earth to advance to level 3. Next was his body. Sun Guangjun's physical strength had greatly increased, with even 8 abs appearing, no longer the slightly weak body he once had. Finally, and most importantly, Sun Guangjun discovered that a new technique had appeared in his mind, called the Qian Yuan Body Refining Technique. Although he didn't yet know its exact effectiveness, it probably wasn't something simple. After briefly looking at the changes that had happened to him, Sun Guangjun didn't have time for specific feelings. With a thought, he left the mountain river ring. Upon exiting the mountain river ring, Sun Guangjun checked the time. It was already past 5 in the morning, and the sky outside was getting brighter. On the bed, a nude Feng Ye was sound asleep, looking like she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He took out a complete set of women's clothing from the mountain river ring, carefully dressing Feng Ye from head to toe, then waved his hand, sending her into the small building within the mountain river ring. Feng's parents had died in this rental, clearly making it inadaptable for Feng Ye to continue living here. Sun Guangjun planned to take her back to the number 1 villa. As the true first woman in Sun Guangjun's past and present, he certainly wouldn't neglect Feng Ye, especially since she was a rare talent in the apocalypse. Once trained, she could greatly enhance the strength of Sun Guangjun's team. Next, Sun Guangjun prepared to tidy up the appearances of Feng Ye's parents. Put the bodies of the 2 elders into the mountain river ring as well. To handle the remains of the 2 elders, we will have to wait for Feng Ye to wake up and then make a decision. After finishing all this, Sun Guangjun locked the door of the house, left the small courtyard, and activated his earth walking technique, heading straight for Jinping Mountain. Back at the villa, Sun Guangjun settled Feng Ye in his own bedroom on the 2nd floor, then went to the backyard and began a flurry of activity. There is a large amount of military equipment brought back from America in the mountain river ring. What Sun Guangjun is doing now is to install a pair of long-distance eyes and high-power radar at Villa number 1. Sun Guangjun has no doubt that America must have learned about him taking down Rod and Dennis yesterday, and according to Rod, they have confirmed that he is the masked thief wreaking havoc in Neon in America, and knowing those foreign devils, they definitely won't let this go easily. Once the high-level officials in America become angry and reckless in their attack on Villa number 1, with the current defense power of Villa number 1, it will absolutely be unable to withstand it. There is nothing to be done. America's strength is too overwhelming, with at least 100 ways to take him down before Sun Guangjun can react. Installing radar on the villa and adding a defense system is the best method Sun Guangjun can think of. Fortunately, there is a large batch of advanced equipment that originally belonged to America and is currently in use, and if it is not used now, when will it be? Many of these devices were things Sun Guangjun had taken from their military base at that time. Now, taking them out requires only connecting a few key interfaces, and they can be put into use immediately. Moreover, with the convenience of his earth walking technique, whether digging or burying dirt, it's extremely easy. After working hard for a whole morning, Sun Guangjun finally reached a stopping point. At this moment, the security strength of the villa had already been greatly enhanced. Wiping the sweat from his face, Sun Guangjun looked at the dazzling array of weapons and equipment in the backyard with satisfaction and then returned to a sealed room on the first floor of the villa. As Sun Guangjun pressed a button, a beep sounded, the system officially started operating, and various red and green lights began to flash in the room. Looking at the radar scan image on the large screen and confirming that the system was operating normally, Sun Guangjun gently nodded. From now on, this would be his command room for operations. As someone who has returned from the apocalypse, Sun Guangjun learned a lot in his previous life, and today's chance to put it into practice will ensure that his skills are not buried. Stepping outside, Sun Guangjun took out paint and wrote Operation Command Room, no entry for unauthorized personnel on the tightly shut white door, marking a formal end to today's work. Boss, what are you doing? Before Sun Guangjun could turn around, Ouyang Feiyu's surprised voice suddenly came from the living room. When did our house get an operation command room? With just the three of us, you still want to set up a command room? Who do you plan to command? Definitely not you two sisters. Sun Guangjun turned around and looked at Ouyang Feiyu, who was rubbing her wrist, and said with irritation, with your and your sister's skills that are even worse than the basics, if I were to command you two, would I still be able to win a war? Enough, stop guessing. What's in there is some equipment I just installed for the villa's safety. You two should focus on training. Learning skills is far more important than worrying about these trivial matters. At this time, Ouyang Feishui also said, yes, Feiyu, the boss is right. Right now, apart from improving our own strength, we really can't help the boss in other areas. You have to remember that everything the boss does is to survive in this brutal apocalypse and will never harm us. Alright. Aren't you hungry? Hurry and come with me to the kitchen to cook. Are you waiting for the boss to cook for you? After being scolded by Ouyang Feiyu, although still curious in her heart, obediently followed her sister's footsteps into the kitchen. Chapter 51, Lunch. Seeing the Ouyang sisters enter the kitchen, Sun Guangjun shouted, don't cook for me at noon, you two eat by yourselves. I worked hard all night yesterday, I'm going upstairs to rest. Hey, you. Ouyang Feiyu was still curious about what Sun Guangjun was doing last night, but before her question could come out, he had already gone up the stairs. Looking back, he met his sister's teasing gaze. Sister, what kind of eyes are those? Feeling embarrassed under Ouyang Feiyu's stare, Ouyang Feiyu couldn't help but complain. You still know to feel embarrassed? Ouyang Feiyu said seriously, Feiyu, tell me the truth, do you have a crush on the boss? Ouyang Feiyu's face instantly flushed bright red, and she denied it firmly, no way. Sister, you must have seen it wrong. I saw it wrong? Ouyang Feiyu snorted coldly and said, your eyes are practically glued to the boss, even a blind person can see it. Don't rush to deny it, let me finish. Feiyu, the boss said we are in the end times. Although I haven't figured out what kind of situation this end time is, I can see some clues from the current high temperatures. If it's really like the boss said, with heavy rain and extreme cold weather to come, it's easy to imagine that the end times will be very cruel. As two weak women with no skills, my sister and I want to survive in this harsh end time, the boss is our best support. In this situation, if you fell in love with the boss, I actually wouldn't oppose it. But, dear sister, I have to remind you, no matter what happens, you must keep your identity straight and not interfere too much in the boss's personal affairs. Oh, sister, what are you talking about? Faced with Ouyang Feiyu's lengthy speech, Ouyang Feiyu couldn't take it anymore and found an opportunity to shout, quickly watch your pot, it's about to boil over. Oh no. Ouyang Feiyu suddenly remembered that there were noodles cooking in the pot and hurriedly began to scramble around. Both sisters were elite talents, sweeping through the business world like no other, however, when it came to cooking, they were both novices. A little carelessness almost led to a kitchen disaster. After finally preparing a somewhat passable lunch, the sisters finished eating, took a short break, and then went down to the basement to continue practicing shooting. Upstairs, when Sun Guangjun returned to his bedroom, Fangya had already woken up, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, blankly staring at the lawn in the villa's yard. Awake? Come over and eat something. Sun Guangjun first set a few plates of food on the table before coming behind Fangya and said softly, don't think too much, this time, you were also involved because of me. I'm very sorry about your parents. That foreign guy was targeting me, but I didn't expect he would focus on you. Don't say any more. Before Sun Guangjun could continue, Fangya interrupted him, her voice hoarse as she said, shall we go? I don't blame you, the incident was caused by that foreigner, how could it be your fault? I just want to know, where is this? Where are my parents' bodies? And, what about that foreign guy? This is Jinping Mountain. Sun Guangjun said, the community is called Chilan Mountain Villa, just built less than 2 years ago. This villa is one I bought a month ago after some necessary renovations, it's my home for now. Your parents' bodies are currently stored in a safe place. I plan to wait until you recover, ask your opinion, and then handle the situation. As for that foreign guy, I've already sent him down to accompany your parents. And his accomplices were also killed by me. Brother Xiao Hui, you killed someone? Fangya was shocked, anxiously saying, how could you kill someone? And you killed a foreigner? You should hurry and find a place to hide, don't let the police find you. Fangya, don't panic, listen to me. Seeing Fangya's anxious appearance, Sun Guangjun quickly said, don't worry, I will be fine. It's just 2 foreigners, killing them is nothing, there won't be any trouble. You may not realize it yet, but it's not the same as before. The order will only continue to collapse, it's just a few lives, no one will care. Ha? Brother Xiao Hui, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Fangya was confused, how could a bit of heat lead to a collapse of order? Aren't experts saying every day that this is just an extreme high-temperature weather for a short time, and it will pass soon? Why does Brother Xiao Hui seem to think the situation will only get worse? Fangya, this matter can't be explained in a few words. I will gradually tell you in the future. Sun Guangjun helped Fangya up, pulled her to sit by the table, and said softly, I know you can't accept my words right now, but there is still a long time ahead, and you will gradually understand. The most important thing now is to adjust your state. Don't forget, your parents' funeral needs you to handle it. Hurry, eat more, these are all good things for nourishing your body. You consumed a lot last night, you need to replenish yourself well. Hearing this, Fangya's little face couldn't help but blush. Last night, although at first, Fangya was in a daze, as the poison slowly wore off, she regained some clarity. Recalling the detestable foreigner who had fed her drugs, as a medical student, she could roughly guess what had happened to her. Now that Sun Guangjun brought it up again, thinking of her crazy behavior last night, Fangya wished she could bury her blushing face in her high breasts. Seeing Fangya's shy appearance and recalling the blossoming red flowers on the bedsheet this morning, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but feel warm inside. He quickly collected his thoughts, picked up chopsticks, grabbed a shrimp ball, and brought it to Fangya's mouth, softly saying, Don't think about too many things, just eat something first. Fangya replied softly, slightly opening her mouth to bite the shrimp ball, eating it little by little. Soon, after one shrimp ball, Sun Guangjun grabbed another dish and fed it to Fangya's mouth. It was unclear whether Fangya was still in a daze or if she was really enjoying Sun Guangjun's feeding, but she didn't even think to pick up her own chopsticks, just eating the food he brought to her mouth bite by bite. Be brother Xiao Hui, I can do it myself, you eat too. After an unknown amount of time, Fangya finally realized the impropriety of the situation and quickly refused. Then you do it yourself. Sun Guangjun indeed felt hungry, so he sat directly across from Fangya. The two exchanged glances while eating, finishing this sweet lunch together. Brother Xiao Hui, about my parents' funeral, you can handle it. After lunch, Fangya, who had accepted reality, spoke softly, with the current weather, the body can't be kept, it's better to let my parents rest in peace as soon as possible. Okay, I will handle it. After sending the unwell Fangya back to bed to rest, Sun Guangjun went downstairs to continue installing defense measures for the villa. Chapter 52, So you are this kind of mountain river barrier. The new defense measures did not increase much. After all, the area inside the glass curtain wall was limited, and there was a large basement which did not leave Sun Guangjun much room to work. The radar and missile interception systems in the backyard were only installed wherever he could manage. Even this required adding a telescopic device to the dome to ensure that the intercepting missiles could launch successfully. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun did not lack these things that were added, and having honed his skills in his past life, he completed all the work without much effort. When he reached the front yard, Sun Guangjun did not tear down any buildings, he simply installed some bases near the planned shooting holes, as it was not yet time to set up the weapons. With these bases, once the villa was attacked in the future, Sun Guangjun could easily take out various powerful firearms, leading his men to hide behind the glass curtain wall, effortlessly eliminating the enemies that came. Currently, there were only 4 people in the villa, including Sun Guangjun, so this could be considered as precautionary measures. As for installing an automated radar fire control system on the glass curtain wall, there was no need for that at this time. Before the zombies appeared, the possible enemies Sun Guangjun had to face were at most just some people with bad intentions or those who wanted to come to the villa to seize supplies. These people, aside from being numerous, did not possess much combat ability and were unlikely to have too many weapons, so such defense measures were already sufficient. In fact, if it weren't for the consideration that there were 3 weak women in the villa, Sun Guangjun wouldn't even bother to install these. After finishing the layout of the front yard, Sun Guangjun left the villa and ran to the top of Jinping Mountain, choosing a sunny and open spot to dig a grave. Since Fangya entrusted the affairs of her parents to Sun Guangjun, he could not be negligent. The necessary rituals still had to be performed, even if simplified a bit. Jinping Mountain is a rocky mountain. If it weren't for Sun Guangjun having a divine weapon like the Xingqian sword, it would have been quite a hassle to dig this grave. After digging the grave, Sun Guangjun took out a rectangular white marble from the river and mountain ring, preparing to make a tombstone for Fang's parents. After shaping the tombstone with the Xingqian sword, just as he was about to carve the characters, Sun Guangjun suddenly remembered that he did not know Fang's parents' names. Helplessly, he could only leave the name area blank and carve the other characters, considering the preparatory work for the funeral was complete. Having finished all this, Sun Guangjun quickly entered the second-level space of the river and mountain ring, preparing to cremate Fang's parents' bodies here and place the ashes inside the coffin, to be taken out and put into the grave tomorrow. Though Fang's parents' deaths were not particularly tragic, to avoid further unnecessary stress for Fangya, Sun Guangjun felt it was better for him to handle these matters himself. As for why he chose to cremate the bodies instead of directly burying them, Sun Guangjun wanted to avoid future troubles. From what Sun Guangjun knew, after the zombies appeared, many people who had died in previous extreme weather had crawled out of the ground and became zombies. Fang's parents could be considered Sun Guangjun's in-laws, and he did not want to find himself one day having to kill his deceased in-laws all over again, let alone make Fangya face such a situation. After securing the coffin containing Fang's parents' ashes, Sun Guangjun finally had time to review the gains he made in the morning.
The Chen Kuan body forging technique, just from the name, one could tell that it was a technique for strengthening the body, undoubtedly very useful for survival in the apocalypse.
Sun Guangjun first read the entire text multiple times, memorizing every word firmly, then struck a 5-heart towards the sky pose, and began his training according to the records in the technique. Sun Guangjun's special ability had already awakened, and he was about to advance to a level 3 minor master. The energy of heaven and earth in his body, guided by the technique, began to circulate within his body following a strange path. After several cycles of the Great Zhou, Sun Guangjun could clearly feel that the strength of his body was indeed continuously increasing, but what frustrated him was that between his legs there was a burning heat. It turns out to have a towering momentum. Unable to endure this change, Sun Guangjun could only stop his cultivation practice and run to the well, pouring several buckets of icy spring water over his head, finally managing to calm his little brother down.
Damn it, how could there be such a damn change?
Sitting on the well platform, Sun Guangjun felt a sense of collapse. Clearly, the emergence of Qian Yuan body forging art should have come from the change in the mountains and rivers ring, and the source of this change was last night's crazy encounter with Fangya. But based on Sun Guangjun's cultivation just now, this skill was clearly meant for dual cultivation, and it had to be a man and a woman.
What does the mountains and rivers ring want?
For a moment, Sun Guangjun even began to doubt that the mountains and rivers ring was clearly conscious, rather than just a lifeless object. Thinking about it, Sun Guangjun was able to be reborn from his past life, and the cost was the large reduction of the space in the mountains and rivers ring, along with the disappearance of the vast resources stored inside. If one were to say this was unrelated to the mountains and rivers ring, it would be too far-fetched. However, the current change in the mountains and rivers ring was nowhere near what Sun Guangjun understood in his previous life. Maybe, the mountains and rivers ring also wants me to collect a few more beautiful subordinates? Having figured this out a bit, Sun Guangjun murmured, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect that you were such a mountains and rivers ring. In my past life, I was deceived by cheap people, dying as a virgin, and now that I'm reborn, you clearly want me to be a sea king. But being a sea king doesn't seem bad, there are so many beautiful resources in the apocalypse, and I have so many supplies, rather than letting others benefit, I might as well benefit myself.
Okay, it's settled then, I will work towards this goal from now on. Later I will find an opportunity to see if I can win the Ouyang sisters first. Twins, a pair of sisters, double the happiness. Just thinking about it made Sun Guangjun almost drool. Of course, such things cannot be rushed, after all, for the sisters to be willing is the key. Sun Guangjun does not want to do anything that would ruin the mood. Having figured out some things, Sun Guangjun rested for a bit and began a new round of cultivation. He wanted to test his limits of endurance. Once again operating the Qian Yuan body forging art, Sun Guangjun desperately held back the explosive feeling until after a full 12 great circulations, he had to stop. Upon ending the practice, with a flushed face, Sun Guangjun had to rely on the spring water again to cool himself down, striving to calm his surging blood. After several attempts, Sun Guangjun found that each time, he had to stop after 12 great circulations and quickly find time to cool down. It seems my limit is 12 great circulations.
Once again stopping the cultivation, once he calmed down, Sun Guangjun said to himself, fortunately, this is in the mountains and rivers ring, with spring water to cool down anytime. If it were outside, or with someone else, after a round of cultivation, if there were no women around, wouldn't I be burned to death? Ouch, I dare not think. Just thinking about a good person dying from self-immolation made Sun Guangjun shiver. This kind of death is too inhumane. Chapter 53, What Great Authority? Since he already knew his limits, Sun Guangjun smartly chose not to continue, although he could always cool down with the spring water. Who knows what that experience feels like? Having changed into a new outfit and tidying himself up in the small building, Sun Guangjun then flashed out of the mountains and rivers ring, appearing on the mountaintop, then heading down home. When Sun Guangjun returned to the number 1 villa, the sky had completely darkened. Entering the living room, Sun Guangjun happened to run into the Ouyang sisters coming up from the basement. It seems that the two sisters have been practicing hard at the shooting range for an entire afternoon. The two sisters greeted Sun Guangjun and were about to head into the kitchen to prepare some food for themselves, but Sun Guangjun stopped them. Wait a moment, I want to introduce you to someone. Without waiting for the sisters to respond, Sun Guangjun quickly walked upstairs. A few minutes later, Sun Guangjun came downstairs with Fangya, who was dressed in plain clothes, and stood in front of the Ouyang sisters. Let me introduce, this is Fangya. Fangya, they are identical twins. This is the older sister Ouyang Feishue, and this is the younger sister Ouyang Feiyu. Get to know each other first, I'll go cook. Seeing Fangya, who clearly had some difficulty moving, the Ouyang sisters exchanged discreet glances with Sun Guangjun, and a feeling called a sense of crisis rose in their hearts. At this moment, Sun Guangjun quietly called Ouyang Feishue aside and whispered, Feishue, Fangya's parents just passed away, please help comfort her emotions. After Ouyang Feishue nodded, Sun Guangjun went into the kitchen to personally prepare a feast. Dinner felt somewhat heavy. Fangya was still immersed in the grief of losing her parents, while the Ouyang sisters occasionally exchanged glances or secretly looked toward Sun Guangjun, feeling a little tasteless about the food.
The three women hardly spoke, and Sun Guangjun didn't try to lighten the mood. Tomorrow, they would bury Fang's parents, and it wasn't the right time to say anything. After dinner, Sun Guangjun found a room on the first floor to settle Fangya down. Although he had already been intimate with Fangya, Sun Guangjun always believed it was just a transaction for her father's medical expenses. Moreover, what happened last night was even more complicated and couldn't be explained in just a few words. The main issue was that Fang's parents' deaths were caused by Sun Guangjun's actions, and he had made this clear to Fangya. In this situation, it was still uncertain where Fangya would go from here. Some people change drastically after going through extreme pain. Sun Guangjun had heard of many such cases. What if Fangya came to hate him and blamed him for her parents' death? What if she took revenge while he was asleep? That would be disastrous. After being reborn, Sun Guangjun had become someone who valued his life very much. He wouldn't put himself in potential danger before understanding Fangya's true feelings. Besides, Sun Guangjun had been practicing the Qian Yuan body forging technique in the afternoon, which had left him feeling quite hot. If he stayed in the same room with Fangya, he might really do something beastly. But Fangya was clearly still in a fragile state after what happened last night and couldn't withstand his advances again. So, it was best to arrange Fangya on the first floor. That was the most appropriate move. After leaving Fangya's room, Ouyang sisters were no longer in the living room. Ding, ding. As Sun Guangjun prepared to head upstairs to rest, the visual doorbell at the entrance suddenly rang. Since moving into Villa number 1, this was the first time the doorbell had rung, and Sun Guangjun turned towards the sound, realizing something. Who could it be? It couldn't be Brother Wu. If he was coming, he would definitely call first. Thinking this, Sun Guangjun walked to the door and pressed the answer button. The screen flashed, revealing several figures, 2 of whom were in police uniforms. Sun Guangjun's eyes lit up. The other police officer was interesting. The middle-aged male officer seemed quite ordinary, just a regular middle-aged man, but the young female officer beside him, who still held a probationary badge, was truly eye-catching. The young female officer looked to be about 20, over 1.7 meters tall. Dressed in standard summer female police attire, but that thin light blue shirt and dark long pants could not conceal her enchanting and graceful figure. Looking ahead, her chest was prominently high. Though it didn't reach the bursting point, it was undeniably impressive. Looking down, her tiny waist could be grasped with one hand, accentuated by the police belt, giving off a delicate impression that seemed fragile. Further down, she had 2 long legs that were longer than a seasoned driver's life, though the exact shape was unclear. Just the length alone was enough to take one's breath away. The young policewoman wore a hat, and due to the lighting, Sun Guangjun couldn't see her exact appearance through the screen, but that didn't stop him from making a basic judgment. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, definitely above 9 points. At this moment, a middle-aged woman at the front spoke up. Is anyone there? Is it Mr. Sun? I am Sun Guangjun. What can I do for you? Mr. Sun, this is how it is. We are from the community committee. My surname is Lin. You can call me Director Lin. We came here according to the city's requirements to register all residents in the community, so please open the door. Since they had a serious matter, and Sun Guangjun was an anti-human by nature, upon hearing this, he opened the big door and personally went to welcome them at the eaves. Before long, Director Lin and her group were welcomed into the living room by Sun Guangjun. Director Lin and everyone, please take a seat. After welcoming them, Sun Guangjun took out a few bottles of chilled drinks from the fridge, handing one to each person. In such hot weather, having cold drinks to enjoy was definitely the highest standard of hospitality. Sun Guangjun felt he was showing his sincerity, but the developments that followed were somewhat beyond his expectations. Mr. Sun, I just took a look. You have surrounded the villa yard with glass curtain walls, and there's even a dome on top. This doesn't comply with regulations. As soon as she sat down, Director Lin spoke sternly. According to our community committee records, you have made such a large modification to the villa without registering with the community and the street. In other words, you built without approval, which constitutes a violation. Normally, actions like yours should definitely be punished. At the very least, the illegally constructed glass curtain walls and dome should be completely demolished. However, this is a special time. The city, from top to bottom, is working hard to combat the extreme heat, and there's no time to manage your affairs. Let me make a decision, allowing you to keep the current modifications, and after this extreme weather passes, we will handle your situation. This is our community committee's favor to you during this special time. Don't think that just because we're not dealing with you now, everything is fine. Your actions. Hearing this, Sun Guangjun felt quite nauseated. Good heavens, I invited you in, even offered you chilled drinks, just to be met with this bureaucratic talk? What a show of power. Chapter 54, More visitors come. Not listening, the turtle recites scriptures. Watching Director Lin's big lips flapping up and down, constantly babbling, Sun Guangjun struggled to hold back his anger. Now was the early stage of the apocalypse, and these people clearly hadn't realized the actual cruelty of it, still thinking they could act arrogantly as before. What time is it, and they still want to meddle with my illegal construction? Meddling in illegal construction is a cover. The real deal is asking for benefits, right? Grumbling inside, Sun Guangjun decided to activate his ear's shielding function, wanting to see what exactly they were up to. It took over 10 minutes before Director Lin finally stopped her lecturing and began to summarize. Alright, Xiao Sun, I've explained all the reasoning you need to understand. After the extreme weather passed, you will tear down all the illegal buildings yourself and actively go to our neighborhood committee to accept punishment. Considering this is your first offense, we will only impose a small fine on you. This is already a lenient treatment, understand? Wow, just now you were calling me Mr. Sun with such respect, but now that you have something to hold against me, you immediately switch to calling me Xiao Sunday. How realistic you are. After pausing for a moment, Director Lin raised the bottle of soda in his hand and gulped down more than half of it, letting out a satisfied burp before continuing. Alright, let's get down to business. Xiao Sun, we are here to do a registration. How many people are currently living in your house, where are they from, and what are their contact details? All these need to be recorded. Here's the form, you can fill it out while I explain the reason for this. Recently, the extreme weather has caused a lot of trouble in the lives of many citizens. Some families are even facing water and food shortages. Due to the impact of high temperatures, many municipal projects cannot resume normal operations right away. To ensure the basic needs of citizens, the city has specially set aside a batch of supplies to distribute to the residents, helping everyone get through this tough time. The supplies are hard to come by, and according to city regulations, they must be distributed by headcount, with each person needing to claim them in real name. Also, please add this group, it's the group for all residents of Qilin Villa. Everyone lives in the same community and are neighbors, it's important to help each other out in the future, right? While Director Lin continued his chatter, Sun Guangjun picked up the registration form and wrote down his full name and contact information on the page for Villa number 1. As for the Ouyang sisters and Fanya, it's better not to reveal them for now. Sun Guangjun didn't lack supplies and didn't need to take the little bit of relief goods the city was distributing. Even if it were 3 more people, he could still support them. After filling out the form, Sun Guangjun shoved it into Director Lin's hands, then took out his phone and quickly scanned the code to join the Qilin Villa community group, hurriedly saying, Director Lin, I've filled out the form and joined the group, is there anything else? Sun Guangjun clearly wanted to show he was sending them off, but how could Director Lin, an old fox who had trained for 1,000 years, not pick up on that? Secretly vowing in his heart, kid, wait until the heat passes, let's see how I deal with you. Not to mention anything else, just for that illegal building, not only will I make you take it down yourself, but I will also fine you a hefty amount, and it will hurt you. I have nothing else on my side. Although he was secretly annoyed at Sun Guangjun's lack of insight, Director Lin said with a smile, Xiao Sun, let me introduce you, these two are Officer Zhang and Officer Xia, responsible for our area. Sun Guangjun quickly greeted the two officers. Hello, officers, I am Sun Guangjun. Hello, Mr. Sunday. The middle-aged male officer stood up and shook hands with Sun Guangjun, smiling as he said, I am the area police officer, Zhang Shenkang, and this is my assistant, Xia Zi. If you encounter any issues, especially any illegal activities, please notify us immediately. Then thank you, Officer Zhang. Sun Guangjun said thank you again and exchanged contact information with Zhang Shenkang and Xia Zi. After finishing all of this, Director Lin took his leave, glancing back at Sun Guangjun with a warning look. Sun Guangjun wouldn't pay attention to this old woman who couldn't recognize the situation and still tried to throw her weight around. No matter how she made trouble, it was all futile in the face of absolute strength. Even though they had only met today, Sun Guangjun could see clearly what kind of person Director Lin was. After sending off Director Lin and his team, Sun Guangjun closed the big door tightly, and just returned to the living room when he heard the sound of beep, beep again. Hey, how strange. Confirming it was the doorbell ringing again, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the past few days, no one has come to visit. Why is today like a market day, one wave after another? When he opened the screen, Sun Guangjun found that it was actually Officer Zhang Shenkang returning, but besides the young female officer Xia Zi, there were not the few from Director Lin, but 3 stern-looking capable men. Feeling puzzled, Sun Guangjun asked, Officer Zhang, is there something else? Or is there something you left here? Neither. Zhang Shenkang waved his hand and said, Mr. Sun, the few behind me need to ask you something. As it happens, we met them on our way down the mountain, so I brought them over. I hope Mr. Sun will open the door and meet them. Please come in. Since guests come to visit and they speak politely, Sun Guangjun felt it was unreasonable to turn them away, so he opened the big door and welcomed these 5 people inside. As the 5 entered the living room, Zhang Shenkang spoke, Mr. Sun, these 3 are comrades from the security bureau, they have something to find you. Everyone, please sit down. After inviting the 5 to sit, Sun Guangjun took various drinks from the fridge to offer them, then said, I don't know what the 3 have come to find me for. Mr. Sun, my surname is Wang, you can call me Officer Wang. The lead man, a 30-something man, spoke, Mr. Sun, it's like this, last night we found a body split in 2 by a sharp weapon at an unfinished building on Linhai Road number 9. The deceased is a foreigner named Luodi. Through the mobile phone found with Luoda, we discovered that the last call he made was to you.
Oh, and there was a WeChat video call made to a foreigner named Dennis. But we haven't found where this Dennis is yet. Since this matter involves a foreigner, we've come to ask, does Mr. Sun know this Luode? I don't know him. Sun Guangjun first nodded, then shook his head, saying, I guess, you want to ask if I killed Luode, right? I can tell you this, yes, I was the one who split Luode in half. And that Dennis he contacted last, I also killed him. What? No matter if they were the 2 police officers or the 3 from the security bureau, all 5 were shocked by Sun Guangjun's answer, and several even gasped in disbelief. Chapter 55, Strong, Compromise. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sun Guangjun shrugged and said with a sense of helplessness, I say, isn't it necessary to react so strongly? What's the big deal about killing 2 foreigners? What's not a big deal? Hearing this, Officer Wang's expression became stern as he said in a low voice, Mr. Sun, do you know that your behavior is very likely to cause diplomatic disputes? So if it involves foreigners, there's no small matter. Sun Guangjun curled his lips and said, is that how it is? I say, are you people so used to kneeling that you don't know how to stand up? What's so scary about foreigners? They also have 1 nose, 1 mouth, 2 arms, and 2 legs, right? Humph. Officer Wang snorted coldly and said, you make it sound easy. Mr. Sun, do you know who Luode is? I can probably guess. Sun Guangjun nodded and said, Luode and that Dennis should both be American Navy SEALs, right? You really know? Officer Wang was taken aback and then said, Mr. Sun, since you know their identities, why did you still kill them? You have to understand that once the Americans notify us and demand to hand over the murderer, we'll be in a very passive position. But you also know they came to our dragon country. What are you here for? Sun Guangjun did not answer but asked back, I killed them, of course I have my reasons for killing them. If you want to know, I can tell you. Please tell us in detail. Sun Guangjun smiled and said, specifically, I am not very clear about what they came to the country for, but just the night before the heat disaster, I suffered a long-range assassination attempt. I don't know what type of sniper rifle was used, but the bullet was a 7.62 by 51mm NATO standard round. I believe you must know better than I do which countries use this type of bullet. And just last night, one of my female friends was kidnapped, and then they called me, asking me to meet them at an unfinished building. Then you all know what happened, the murderer was Rod, and his end was that I split him in half. As for that Dennis, when Rod made a video call to him, I confirmed his location. The rest was quite simple, I rushed to the place, eliminated Dennis, and saved my friend. Unfortunately, my friend's parents suffered a terrible fate, they were killed by Dennis. Well, that's the story. I can only say that killing was forced upon me, it's self-defense. If you insist on pinning a charge on me and bringing me to America for credit, that's not out of the question. But, it depends on whether you have that ability. Sun Guangjun's words resonated with strength, he killed those 2 foreigners because they kidnapped and murdered. If you were to pursue his responsibility, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't fight back. Cough. Officer Wang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Mr. Sun, you may have misunderstood. We came only to understand the situation, not to arrest you. Moreover, we have a rough idea of what those 2 foreigners were after. This matter may be related to the recent theft cases between Neon and America. Alright, Mr. Sun, that's all I can reveal. I hope you won't take offense. Goodbye. With that, Officer Wang stood up, waved his hand, and led the way out. This time, it was Sun Guangjun who was stunned on the spot. They are leaving just like this? Not going to ask anything more? Alright, the country has indeed grown stronger over the years, and its back is stiffer than before. Coming back to his senses, Sun Guangjun quickly got up and hurriedly followed, politely seeing them out the door. Watching the heavy villa door slowly close behind him, Officer Wang suddenly let out a long breath for no apparent reason. Boss, what's wrong with you? A subordinate beside him asked curiously, since that Sun Guangjun has already admitted he killed someone, why aren't we executing the arrest task? Jiang Tao, shut up. Officer Wang snapped, saying, whatever you have to say, let's leave here first. Seeing this, the others dared not say anything more and hastily quickened their steps, getting into the car park not far away. Soon, 2 cars drove down Jinping Mountain. It wasn't until they had left Qilin Villa for some distance that Officer Wang stopped the car, turned back, and said seriously, Jiang Tao, Zhao Jie, tonight's matter must remain in your hearts, and no one can speak of it. Boss, why is that? Yeah, boss, our orders were to find the murderer of Rod and bring him to justice. Before the 2 subordinates could continue, Officer Wang waved his hand to interrupt them. Enough, this matter ends here. I know you must have a lot of questions, don't worry, I will give you an explanation. He fished out a bottle of water from the back seat, gulped it down in one go, and took a moment to catch his breath before saying, as you all know, the extreme heat has lasted for 8 days now, and it looks like it won't last much longer. Sun Guangjun just said 2 words.
Disaster, I think it describes the current situation very accurately. In such extreme weather, the primary responsibility of each country is to rescue its citizens and maintain order. Recently, America and Neon have suffered a series of thefts, losing a large amount of supplies. I believe this is why their people are coming to our country and going crazy. As for why they are targeting Sun Guangjun, it is no doubt because they suspect he is involved in this matter. You must know, if they can retrieve the stolen supplies, it would be very beneficial for America to deal with the current crisis. From this perspective, letting Sun Guangjun go is definitely an action that is more beneficial than harmful to the country. Moreover, when Sun Guangjun was making harsh threats just now, I kept watching his eyes. How should I put it? It felt like being stared at by a ferocious beast, as if I could be torn to pieces at any moment. Thus, this Sun Guangjun is definitely a master, perhaps only such a master can truly be involved in such a shocking major case. These 2 points are my reasons for giving up the capture mission. If you two still feel unconvinced, you can apply to your superiors after going back, and I will withdraw from this mission. However, I want to remind you that a master like Sun Guangjun, once he hardens his heart to resist, the damage he causes will definitely be enormous, to the point that we cannot bear the consequences. Boss, we understand your difficulties. Don't worry, what happened today, we will definitely keep it to ourselves and never speak of it. Yes, boss, we can swear to the heavens. As soon as Officer Wang finished speaking, Zhang Tao and Zhao Jie hurriedly began to pledge their loyalty. Chapter 56, The Funeral. While Officer Wang and the others happily reached a consensus, on the other side, in Zhang Xinkong's car, Xia Zi was discussing today's events with his mentor. As an intern police officer, Xia Zi had just graduated from police academy this summer, and Zhang Shenkong was his mentor after he was assigned to the unit. Today's events opened Xia Zi's eyes, especially when Sun Guangjun dared to boldly threaten Officer Wang and the others, which greatly refreshed his worldview. That was the Security Bureau, after all. In our country, as long as it involves the Security Bureau, almost no one dares to act recklessly. Does he not fear being arrested as a walking target? Compared to Xia Zi, a novice, Zhang Shenkong, who was already middle-aged, was much more perceptive. He had seen many flamboyant second-generation rich kids, even during normal days, let alone in this subtly chaotic time. Moreover, the 2 people Sun Guangjun killed were foreigners who came to our country to kidnap and kill. If it weren't for his duty, Zhang Shenkong would have almost given him a thumbs-up. After casually responding to his curious apprentice, Zhang Shenkong stepped on the gas and headed straight for the police station. On such a hot day, it's certainly more comfortable to return and enjoy the air conditioning. Zhang Shenkong, however, did not realize that because of his casual attitude today, his apprentice's curiosity about Sun Guangjun was growing stronger. It is said that curiosity killed the cat, and after this. In Villa Number 1, after seeing off 2 groups of people, Sun Guangjun locked the door and returned to the second floor to sleep comfortably. On August 9th, it was sunny, suitable for burial, interment, and sacrifice. Early in the morning, before dawn, Sun Guangjun got up early, dressed in a solemn black suit, went downstairs, and met up with the Ouyang sisters and Fangya, who had been prepared for a long time. Fangya seemed to have not slept well last night, or perhaps had not slept at all. Her face was pale, her eye sockets deep set, and she looked quite unwell. In this regard, Sun Guangjun was very understanding, amidst the end of the world, not to mention. In one night, both parents died. How heavy and painful this blow is, he experienced it personally more than a decade ago. Today is the day to bury Fang's father and mother. Last night, Sun Guangjun talked to the Ouyang sisters and asked them to play the role of relatives at the funeral. There's no other way, Sun Guangjun is considered half a family member. If it were just him and Fangya, the funeral would be too simple. With the Ouyang sisters here to create some atmosphere, even if there aren't many people, in the current apocalypse, it's somewhat alright. Fangya, put on this mourning outfit. Sun Guangjun took out a set of white mourning clothes, which he specially prepared according to local customs, with some even made by himself. Fortunately, the style of the mourning outfit is simple and doesn't require particularly good skills. He had Fangya go back to change into the mourning outfit, while Sun Guangjun took out 2 black armbands, with the character for mourning embroidered in white thread, and put them on the left arms of the Ouyang sisters, who were also dressed in black. Then, Sun Guangjun carried out a table from a room, setting up the black and white portraits of Fang's father and mother, lighting incense candles, and offering various dried and fresh fruits. Finally, Sun Guangjun brought out a single bed with the head and foot removed, placing the coffin containing Fang's father and mother's ashes on it. While Sun Guangjun was doing all this, Fangya had already changed into the mourning clothes and came out of the room, kneeling there silently crying, while burning paper money in a clay basin. You two come and light some incense. Sun Guangjun called the Ouyang sisters over to light incense, and then said to the kneeling Fangya, Fangya, come and take one last look at uncle and auntie, it's time to close the coffin. Fangya held back her grief, got up, and approached the coffin to take a look. The coffin was made of fine nanmo wood, painted red, but it wasn't as large as traditional ones. Inside were not the bodies of Fang's father and mother, but their urns. Seeing the 2 golden nanmo urns side by side in the small coffin, Fangya felt overwhelming sadness and couldn't help but cry out loud. From today on, she no longer had parents.
Please take care, once people die, they cannot return to life. Comforting Fangya, Sun Guangjun lifted the coffin lid. Watching the coffin close inch by inch before her eyes, Fangya cried even louder. At this moment, Sun Guangjun signaled for the Ouyang sisters to help support Fangya, while he took out his phone and pressed a couple of times, then shouted, "Begin the ceremony." Deep and solemn morning music began playing, and Sun Guangjun carried the basin with burning paper toward the door, while the Ouyang sisters supported Fangya, who held a mourning stick in one hand and a spirit banner in the other. "Break!" At the door, Sun Guangjun shouted again, raising the basin he was holding, and forcefully smashed it down on the steps, then signaled for the Ouyang sisters to support Fangya forward, while he quickly returned to the living room, lifted the coffin, and ran outside. Exiting the villa gate, they walked up the small road and soon reached the mountaintop. Looking at the already dug grave at the mountaintop, Fangya kneeled heavily on the ground, while Sun Guangjun carefully placed the coffin into the grave. After placing the coffin, Sun Guangjun took the flower wreath, flower basket, and paper figures he had prepared yesterday, and arranged them around the grave, then handed a shovel to Fangya. According to the rules, this first shovel of dirt must be filled by Fangya, the daughter in mourning. Fangya held back her sorrow, scooped a shovel of dirt, and sprinkled it over the coffin, then handed the shovel back to Sun Guangjun, while she returned to kneel in front of the grave again. Sun Guangjun vigorously shoveled, quickly filling the soil back into the grave in a few strokes. Soon, the grave mound rose, and the engraved tombstone was set up as well. After lighting a fire to burn the paper figures and several large bundles of yellow paper, Sun Guangjun finally said softly to Fangya, "Fangya, let's bow to uncle and aunt, then we will go back." Fangya bowed, while Sun Guangjun and the Ouyang sisters performed 3 bows. After the ceremony, Sun Guangjun personally supported Fangya, and the 3 of them descended the mountain back to the villa. It was almost noon by this time. After returning home, Sun Guangjun cooked a pot of braised pork with cabbage and tofu. This was called a white affair meal. After eating the white affair meal, today's funeral was officially concluded. To be honest, today's funeral not only had few people, but the procedures were also extremely simple. All the possible segments were streamlined. There was no way around it. During this special period, having such a funeral for Fang's father and mother was already quite decent. Just look outside, there were people dropping dead from the heat on the streets. It was not to mention a burial, there wasn't even anyone to collect the bodies. These corpses would likely be taken by the patrol personnel arranged by the city to designated places for uniform disposal. Under the impact of the high temperatures, living was already hard enough. Being able to give the dead some dignity, preventing them from being exposed in the wilderness, was already a big help from the country. Chapter 57, Hidden Jealousy. After lunch, Fangya proactively helped to clean the dishes, showing great strength. When everyone returned to the living room and sat down, Fangya looked up and said to Sun Guangjun, "Brother Xiaohui, I want to live in this villa from now on. Is that okay? You can rest assured, I will also abide by the 3 rules you discussed with the 2 Ouyang sisters." "No problem." Sun Guangjun nodded and said, "After what happened the night before last, you can be considered my woman now, so it's only natural for you to live with me. However, that day's situation was quite special and considered an accident. I will give you time to accept me and will not push you. Of course, if you ultimately choose someone else." "Brother Xiaohui, don't say that." Before Sun Guangjun could continue, Fangya interrupted him, "Although I cannot guarantee that I will definitely be with you in the end, I am certain that I will not look for anyone else. Also, yesterday I heard the 2 Ouyang sisters say they are undergoing shooting training. I want to join, can I?" "Of course you can. The apocalypse has already begun, having more self-defense skills is always good." Sun Guangjun said, "However, you haven't been resting well these past 2 days. What I mean is, it's okay for you to want to join, but it's best to start from tomorrow. What you need to do now is go back to your bedroom, get a good sleep, and work hard to adjust your state to the best. You should know that shooting training requires both mental focus and physical strength. If you don't rest well, even attending the training won't yield much effect." I understand." Fangya nodded heavily, obediently getting up to return to her room to rest. As they chatted lively, the Ouyang sisters' expressions began to change. When they saw Fangya last night, both of them felt a sense of crisis. Their boss, looking so serious, turned out to be a big flirt. How could he bring a woman home in just a few days? When they saw that Fangya was treated the same as them, both living on the first floor, the sisters secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But listening to their conversation just now, it was clear that there had already been substantial contact. What kind of situation was this? Goodness, the 2 sisters had been guarding every day, yet still, they couldn't keep their home safe. This outsider Fangya just barged in. Their boss was simply a big fool, ignoring 2 beauties at home, and yet he went out to play around. Is there such bullying? It wasn't that the Ouyang sisters must have a crush on Sun Guangjun, treating him as their forbidden fruit, but both sisters understood that in this apocalypse, besides clinging to their boss's big sturdy leg, they had no better option. The highest realm of holding onto someone's leg is to directly become the boss's own person. This is particularly advantageous for women, especially beautiful ones.
Who doesn't have the heart to become a boss lady?
It can be said that the Ouyang sisters have unknowingly built up their psychological defenses many times behind the scenes.
If one day the boss's wolf-like nature erupts and he extends his claws toward them, will they obey or obey?
At this moment, a wave of unwillingness surged simultaneously in the hearts of the two sisters.
Why is that?
Sun Guangjun, however, had no idea that the Ouyang sisters were secretly getting jealous.
Even if he knew, he would just smile proudly. Look, brother's charm is simply irresistible.
Fei Xue, Fei Yu, you two take a break before continuing your training. There's no need to put too much pressure on yourselves, a sharpshooter isn't formed in a day.
Besides, your boss has plenty of guns and ammo at hand. Even if the shooting is not accurate, we can still rely on firepower cover. Have you heard that saying?
When poor, aim precisely, when rich, rely on firepower cover.
We can't help it, we belong to the wealthy crowd now. If we encounter enemies, don't think about saving bullets for your boss. Waving his hand, Sun Guangjun brought out an ice-cold watermelon, not even bothering to disguise himself in front of the Ouyang sisters.
While cutting the watermelon, he kept on nagging, talking and talking, spewing words of vanity that made the Ouyang sisters roll their eyes.
Goodness, is this what we wanted to hear? You don't have to declare eternal vows, can't you at least give us some sweet talk? Otherwise, how are you going to make us sisters throw ourselves at you? I really don't know how a guy with such low emotional intelligence found that beautiful girl Fangya.
If it weren't for the apocalypse, with someone like you, you'd be single for a lifetime. Sun Guangjun had no idea what the two beauties were secretly mocking him about, thinking he was hilarious. Once the watermelon was cut, Sun Guangjun invited the Ouyang sisters to eat watermelon while he took a piece and walked toward the basement, saying, I'll set up a changing room beside the shooting range for you, placing some suitable outfits and gear for shooting. If you sisters have any styles you want, let me know in advance, and I'll see if I have them in my collection.
Got it, boss.
The Ouyang sisters were almost speechless. With two beautiful women, you don't flirt or accompany us, and instead go set up a changing room. Boss, you are really something.
Humph.
Ouyang Feiyu stomped her foot, let out a delicate hum, and ran back to the room to rest. Having just eaten and drunk enough, she thought she'd rest for a while before practicing shooting. Once her shooting skills improved, she must find a chance to take a shot at the boss. It would be best to kill that blind bastard.
Compared to Ouyang Feiyu's frustration, Ouyang Feishue was much calmer. So what if the boss has other women? This is the apocalypse, societal order is on the brink of collapse. Who still cares about polygamy? If this man is capable, then having more women around him is only fitting, right?
What she needs to do is to become the most outstanding one among these women, that is key. Thinking of this, Ouyang Feishue did not follow her sister's footsteps but picked up a piece of watermelon and started to enjoy it. Don't say, on this hot day, blowing the air conditioning, eating chilled watermelon, and watching the rolling heat waves outside, this feeling is just wonderful. Leisurely finishing a piece of watermelon, Ouyang Feishue elegantly wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth, tidied herself up a bit, and headed down to the basement. In the basement, Sun Guangjun had already cleared out a storage room next to the shooting range, leaning against the wall to fill it with shelves. The shelves were no more than 2 meters high and divided into 3 layers. The upper 2 layers were small, with miscellaneous items on top and shoes below, and the middle layer was spacious for hanging clothes. One wall even had a row of changing lockers placed against it. At that time, everyone would choose one to place their personal items and clothes-fitting clothes.
When Ouyang Feishue entered, Sun Guangjun was taking out various clothes and shoes from the mountain river ring. With Ouyang Feishue's participation, the two worked together, and the progress obviously began to accelerate.
Soon, the shelves on 3 walls were filled with all kinds of equipment. The clothes mainly consisted of various camouflage uniforms, camouflage vests, and bulletproof vests, while the shoes included military boots and marten boots in various sizes, high-top, mid-top, and knee-high in all styles. The miscellaneous items included various hats, helmets, flashlights, tactical backpacks, hydration packs, external cameras, night vision goggles, communication/noise-canceling headphones, goggles, chin armor, cut-resistant gloves, fingertip laser friend orpho identifiers, electronic stabilization binoculars, and so on. These items all came from active duty equipment in America and Neon, and now being used to equip their own people. Sun Guangjun felt no pity and was not worried about exposure.
After all, it was already the end of the world. Even if you knew I did it, what can you do? If you have the ability, come bite me. Chapter 58, Changing Clothes.
Looking at such a wide variety of equipment, all appearing in the changing room at Sun Guangjun's wave, Ouyang Feishue was even more in awe of her boss's astonishing methods, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed that only such a powerful man deserved her.
Feishue, thank you.
After the changing room was set up, Sun Guangjun sincerely said to Ouyang Feishue, if it weren't for your help, I think it would take a lot longer to make the changing room this organized. Speaking of which, you ladies really have a talent for tidying up at home. I'm not good at it. I think it out well, but when I get started, I become all flustered.
That's why they say men work outside while women manage the home. Ouyang Feishue softly replied, ancient wisdom is refined through practice, containing life's philosophy. Just like how men are better at fighting in distant lands. He. Rarely praised by Ouyang Feishue, Sun Guangjun chuckled twice, always feeling that today Feishue seemed a little different, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. After chatting casually for a while, Sun Guangjun said, Feishue, you should familiarize yourself with these equipments during training, mix and match according to your preferences. In the future, if you go outside, these will be standard gear. Ouyang Feishue very understandingly replied, so it's about being ready for battle at all times? Yes, that's the idea. Sun Guangjun complimented, Feishue is really ice and snow smart, quick to understand. That's right, as the apocalypse progresses, going outside will become a very dangerous thing, you will never know what kind of danger awaits you ahead. For your own safety, familiarizing and adapting to these necessary gear is a basic element of survival. Ouyang Feishue nodded and said, Boss, don't worry, I will explain this to Feiyu and Sister Fanya, ensuring they won't hold you back. Of course, I will do the same. Looking at Ouyang Feishue's charming smile, Sun Guangjun felt an indescribable thrill. Wow, unbelievable. The Ice Queen looks so beautiful when she smiles. Boss, can you step outside for a moment? Taking down a few pieces of clothing from the shelf, Ouyang Feishue playfully gestured in front of her chest, making it clear that she wanted to change clothes, and if he didn't leave, did he want to stay and watch? Alright, I'm leaving now. As Sun Guangjun spoke, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Ouyang Feishue's impressive figure. After returning from the graveyard, Ouyang Feishue had changed into casual clothes, a loose and comfortable top and pants clinging softly to her body, perfectly highlighting her beautiful curves, giving a hazy, alluring impression. Upon exiting the changing room, Sun Guangjun turned and entered the shooting range, pondering in his heart, what gear would Ouyang Feishue choose later? Desert camouflage, sea training clothes, jungle green, or digital universal camouflage? Just when Sun Guangjun was distracted, disassembling an 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, the door of the shooting range opened, and a valiant woman walked in. It was none other than Ouyang Feishue. Ouyang Feishue wore a pair of beige Racho combat boots, with ACU camouflage pants on her legs. Perhaps due to being indoors, she wore a baseball cap, with a high ponytail swaying behind the hat, and in her hand, she held a fast tactical helmet, already equipped with various attachments. The most crucial part was that the girl, for some reason, was not wearing the matching ACU combat uniform on top, but instead had directly put on a combat vest and dashed in. Goodness, a combat vest. Tight-fitting. It truly had curves where it should, and slimness where it needed, making her look like a striking in and out. With this outfit, plus Ouyang Feishue's height of just over 1.70 m, Sun Guangjun started to doubt whether, if she faced an enemy, they could end the battle without even hitting. Sun Guangjun dared to thump his chest and say, with such a figure, any man would at least be dazed for 5 seconds. Those 5 seconds would be enough for Ouyang Feishue to ruthlessly take down the opponent and then easily clean up the battlefield. The lethality was absolutely max. At that moment, Sun Guangjun shamefully saluted, and if it weren't for the increasingly tight pants reminding him, he wouldn't have noticed himself. Oh my goodness. It is not suitable to stay here for long. Sun Guangjun's old face turned red, hurriedly putting down the 416 Hong Kong dollars he was half dismantling, and muttered, train well, don't slack off, as he bent over and hurriedly left. Ouyang Feishue was puzzled at first, wondering what was wrong with her boss, who had just been staring wide-eyed at her, but now seemed ready to run. When she saw Sun Guangjun's strange posture, she finally understood. Ouyang Feishue silently chuckled, thinking her boss was sometimes quite adorable. Yes, adorable. Gently picking up the assault rifle that Sun Guangjun had dismantled halfway, she found the manual on the shelf and started to try disassembling it according to the instructions. After practicing shooting for 2 days, Ouyang Feishue had basically mastered the disassembly and shooting of handguns, and now was the perfect chance to try the rifle. The boss had placed so many firearms here, not just for display. Disassembling a gun is not something that can be completed just by looking at a picture for someone unfamiliar with the structure. Although Sun Guangjun had taken apart most of the gun already, Ouyang Feishue successfully disassembled the remaining major parts into smaller pieces, but assembling it back was a different story. After toiling for a long time, looking at the manual, and trying to assemble various parts, Ouyang Feishue finally had to spread her hands, toss the parts she held onto the table, and completely abandon this grand task, turning to pick up a complete one from the shelf. Well, if there is a good one, who wants to mess with the scattered parts? Holding an M4A1 assault rifle, Ouyang Feishue aimed at the target and steadily pulled the trigger. Did-day. A series of sudden gunshots rang out in the shooting range, and Ouyang Feishue did not expect the recoil to be so strong. As it was her first time using a rifle, she accidentally activated the automatic fire mode, which resulted in a significant setback, her body jolting backward with a stumble. If she hadn't released the trigger in time, she might have gotten hurt. Even so, Ouyang Feishue's shoulder was hit painfully, and her originally fair skin visibly reddened and swelled up. Is this thing really so hard to practice? Rubbing her sore shoulder, Ouyang Feishue muttered, "Forget it, I'd better get familiar with the handgun first." Reluctantly putting the rifle back at a distance, Ouyang Feishue picked up a Glock G19, skillfully loaded the magazine and chambered a round, beginning a new round of training. Ouyang Feishue was training, while the rested Ouyang Feiyu and Fangya arrived one after another. Seeing Ouyang Feishue's new gear, the two women could hardly hide their envy. Upon hearing that Sun Guangjun had set up a changing room with a full set of combat gear, the two women were overjoyed and quickly ran to the changing room, each selecting their favorite equipment. Before long, the two women, looking refreshed and spirited, walked into the shooting range, standing alongside Ouyang Feishue, perfectly embodying 3 battlefield roses. Chapter 59, The Green Tea Strikes Back. The 3 thorny roses gathered in the shooting range, practicing diligently. For Fangya, the newbie, the Ouyang sisters might have been annoyed that she had sneakily taken the place, but practicing shooting was serious business, related to their team's safety in the future, so the sisters graciously shared everything Sun Guangjun had taught them, as well as their own discoveries, without keeping anything to themselves. All of this, Sun Guangjun was completely unaware of, nor did he know that Fangya hadn't followed his advice to rest but had come to the shooting range to be a student of the Ouyang sisters. If he had known this situation, Sun Guangjun would probably have made a sarcastic remark about how dare the Ouyang sisters act as teachers with only 2 days of practice under their belts. Having just made a fool of himself in front of Ouyang Feishue, Sun Guangjun quietly left the basement, quickly returning to the second floor, not wanting Ouyang Feiyu or Fangya to witness another embarrassing moment. Back on the second floor, with nothing to do for a while and feeling no sleepiness, he simply took out his phone and started to mindlessly scroll. Perhaps due to a large-scale suspension of power supply for industrial and commercial use, the current electricity supply was still fairly normal, the communication network was fine, and various video apps could be used without issue. Unfortunately, all the short videos were related to the high temperatures, some showing the disastrous conditions from various places, some promoting tips for avoiding the heat, some lamenting, and others desperately seeking supplies at high prices, with plenty of wealthy individuals showing off their riches. After browsing for a while, Sun Guangjun quickly lost interest. He had already experienced all kinds of hardships in the apocalypse, and there was no need to feel others' pain here. Turning off the video app, Sun Guangjun's finger slipped and accidentally opened WeChat. This group is a bit interesting. Sun Guangjun had few friends on WeChat. In fact, there were only a handful of contacts. At this moment, at the very top of the WeChat page, a WeChat group called Qilin Villa Owners Group was glaring at him, showing 999 plus unread messages. After joining this group last night, Sun Guangjun had immediately set it to Do Not Disturb mode, being completely unaware of the group's dynamics. Now, seeing so many unread messages, he was a little taken aback. Wasn't it said that the occupancy rate of Qilin Villa wasn't high? Why were there so many people chatting in the group? Opening the group chat, Sun Guangjun scrolled to the top of the screen and began to read the messages one by one. Not to mention, it was quite interesting, everyone in the group was talented. After all, in this apocalypse, with extreme heat outside, venturing out was risky, and staying at home with nothing to do while enduring hunger wasn't pleasant. It was better to chat in the group to distract oneself from the hunger pangs. Looking at the exciting messages in the group, Sun Guangjun chuckled to himself while scrolling down. Soon, a name caught Sun Guangjun's eye. Resident of Building 6, Apartment 508, Zhou Yilin? Is it a coincidence of names or is it the same person? That profile picture looks familiar too. Sun Guangjun's heart filled with doubt, and he quickly reached out to click on the profile picture to check the detailed info. Dream Building Little Fairy. Confirmed, this is indeed Zhou Yilin's WeChat name, so it seems it's the same person for sure. Isn't this little green tea studying in Qizhou, the provincial capital? How did I end up hundreds of kilometers away in Qing City? It seems this little green tea isn't giving up after being embarrassed last time. First, she urged the Sun Maolin family to cause trouble, and seeing that it had no effect, now she is personally stepping in, ready to fight bare-skinned? Sun Guangjun chuckled coldly in his heart, worrying that he wouldn't have time to settle the score with you later, but unexpectedly, this little green tea came knocking on his door herself. If he let you go this time, he would surely regret it later. However, although the little green tea is so close, she hasn't come to his door yet. Sun Guangjun needs to come up with a way to lure her out so he can properly deal with her. Just thinking about Zhou Yilin excitedly coming to his door, only to hit a wall and be continuously toyed with by him, made Sun Guangjun feel a surge of excitement. That's it. With this thought, Sun Guangjun's eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. Currently, it was sweltering hot with temperatures daily reaching 50 or 60 degrees. What is the most valuable thing in this time? I believe that for this question, 10 out of 10 people would give the same answer: food and water. With a mischievous smile, Sun Guangjun opened the fridge, took out several bottles of soda, sliced a chilled watermelon, and pulled out several dishes from his storage, including delightful items like shrimp, crab, and beef, laying them all out on a full table. Then, Sun Guangjun took several photos of the feast and snapped a selfie holding a bottle of soda with steam coming out of the top. He posted all these photos in the group chat, and added a rather pretentious caption: "In such high temperatures, what could be more satisfying than enjoying a full table of food and sipping on cold soda?" Having laid the bait, Sun Guangjun just waited for the fish to take the hook. Once Sun Guangjun posted these photos in the group chat, it created a sensation like a deep water bomb. Goodness, the high temperature had lasted for 9 days, and everyone was struggling for food and water at home, yet here you are feasting. All alone enjoying a full table of delicacies? Why don't you just choke on it? Thus, the envious crowd eagerly tagged the owner of Villa Number 1 in the group chat, some wanting to buy supplies, some indulging in moral coercion, some cursing, and others wanting to join Sun Guangjun. A variety of people and their reactions, all unique and varied. Just as Sun Guangjun thought, Zhou Yilin was indeed in the group chat and saw the photos he posted. Since contacting Sun Guangjun over a month ago and having his disinterest lead to a phone call being hung up, Zhou Yilin felt a sense of crisis. This clingy dog was about to run away. However, despite her young age, Zhou Yilin was an expert in the art of tea and knew that rushing wasn't a good strategy. She didn't hurriedly explain things to Sun Guangjun, but instead, through her boyfriend, found out where he was located. Zhou Yilin's boyfriend just happened to have a relative working at the mobile company, who was a technical engineer. Having an insider made it incredibly easy to locate someone through their phone number. After learning the specific location of Sun Guangjun in Qing City, Zhou Yilin pretended to call Hu Cuifeng and subtly leaked the news of Sun Guangjun's return. That's right, the Sun Maolin family came to Qing City at the instigation of Zhou Yilin, and this girl kept providing Hu Cuifeng with detailed information on Sun Guangjun's location. Zhou Yilin's thoughts were quite simple. Knowing what kind of people the Sun Maolin family were, she wanted to use them to make Sun Guangjun remember the painful memories of the past, and then recall the good times with her. As long as Sun Guangjun still had a fondness for old feelings, wouldn't the money in his pocket continuously flow into Zhou Yilin's pockets? Chapter 60, Crying Out. It's a pity that Zhou Yilin's plan was quite good, but things did not develop as she designed. Sun Maolin's family did come to find trouble, but Sun Guangjun actually disappeared mysteriously for more than half a month without even showing his face. Zhou Yilin's boyfriend's relative was indeed quite capable, not only locating Sun Guangjun's whereabouts but also finding out that he frequently entered and exited the Hilton Hotel before he went missing. Upon learning this, it was not hard for Zhou Yilin to draw a conclusion. It seemed that Sun Guangjun had struck it rich. Goodness, could this be the so-called first knife to land, cutting off the ex-girlfriend first? Unexpectedly, this Sun Guangjun with thick eyebrows and big eyes turned out to be such a heartless guy. Zhou Yilin cursed inwardly while continuing to provide information to Hu Cuifeng, and she couldn't wait to rush to Qingshi, preparing to personally take action at the right opportunity. However, while Zhou Yilin was still on her way to Qingshi, Sun Guangjun had already fled overnight with a bucket, heading straight for America. Moreover, after Sun Guangjun ran away, his phone was kept in the mountain river ring, with no signal at all, so even if Zhou Yilin wanted to locate him, she couldn't find the target. To her, it seemed that Sun Guangjun had mysteriously disappeared. However, Zhou Yilin firmly believed that since Sun Guangjun chose Qingshi as his first stop after returning to the country, he certainly would not run too far. His current disappearance was merely avoiding the bloodsuckers of the Sun Maolin family. His boss was in construction, and it was not uncommon to be busy for 10 days or half a month. Thus, Zhou Yilin stayed in Qingshi, eagerly awaiting Sun Guangjun's reappearance, so she could respond at the first moment. Hard work pays off, and Zhou Yilin indeed waited for Sun Guangjun to reappear in Qingshi, following his trail to Qilin Mountain Villa. After learning that Villa Number 1 had been purchased by Sun Guangjun, Zhou Yilin understood that Sun Guangjun had absolutely struck it rich. With the thought of fishing for big fish with a long line, Zhou Yilin rented a small house in Qilin Mountain Villa, preparing to create an opportunity for a chance encounter with Sun Guangjun to win back his heart. By this time, the so-called boyfriend had already become insignificant in Zhou Yilin's heart. That was Villa Number 1. How many small targets could one afford at such a price? Since Sun Guangjun could buy Villa Number 1 without blinking and started major renovations, it only proved that he had even more money in hand, otherwise, he wouldn't spend like that. Thinking about the possibility that Sun Guangjun might have even more money than just a small target made Zhou Yilin's heart burn with excitement. Mine. Mine. It's all mine. Unfortunately, before Zhou Yilin's various plans could be implemented, the apocalypse came, and the high temperatures trapped her at home. Previously, in order to keep watch for Sun Guangjun, Zhou Yilin had almost always held a telescope to observe the community gate and inadvertently stocked up on quite a lot of instant food and drinking water at home, which unexpectedly came in handy now. She had been living on these supplies for the past few days. But now, watching the high temperatures persist, her supplies were being consumed quickly, and Zhou Yilin grew increasingly anxious. Just when she was about to go find him recklessly, Sun Guangjun popped up in the owner's group. Seeing Sun Guangjun appear in the group, Zhou Yilin was overjoyed while also salivating over the sumptuous meal in the photos. Right. Wasn't this also a good opportunity for a chance encounter? A spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. Zhou Yilin eagerly picked up her phone, first mentioning Villa Number 1's owner in the group. Brother Xiaohui, is that you? Then, she dialed Sun Guangjun's phone number.
Sun Guangjun never expected that just a few minutes after casting out the bait, the phone call from Little Green Tea came in. It seems this girl has been having a hard time lately. Seeing a benefit, she rushed over eagerly.
"Humph, just in time, I was waiting for you." With a cold laugh, Sun Guangjun swiped to connect the call. "Hello, who is it?" "Brother Shall We, you finally answered the phone." As soon as the call connected, Zhou Yilin started crying. "Do you know how hard it has been for me to find you during this time? Last time you said you were busy. After hanging up, I tried to call you the next day, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't get through. Brother Shall We, I was so anxious in my heart, afraid something happened to you. During that time, I was burning with anxiety, calling your phone every day, but every time it was unavailable. Just then, a company in Qing City offered me an internship, promising to sign a job agreement with me, and after I graduate with my PhD, I could start working immediately. So, against my parents' opposition, I resolutely came to Qing City, just to work and look for you. Heaven has mercy, today I finally got news from you, that's so great. By the way, Brother Shall We, how did you become the owner of Villa Number 1 in Qilin Mountain Village? If I wasn't also renting here at Qilin Mountain Village, I really wouldn't know when I could meet you. Brother Shall We, how are you? The weather outside is so abnormal now, the temperature has been so high, you have to take good care of yourself. Don't forget, uncle and aunt are always watching over you from above. If you're not doing well, they will be heartbroken, and I will be heartbroken too. Brother Shall We, why don't you move over and live with me? I still have some food and water saved up before the high temperatures, we can ration it, it should last us until national rescue arrives. Listening to Zhou Yilin crying about her deep feelings while also trying to present herself as a strong and independent modern woman made Sun Guangjun secretly laugh. Just you? A PhD student? Your master's degree was just a fictional persona to trick me out of my money. What a blind horse. As for Zhou Yilin inviting him to live together, Sun Guangjun scoffed at that even more. The photos I posted in the group clearly showed I'm living happily with plenty of supplies, yet you invite me to stay with you. Is that how you open your eyes to speak nonsense? And mentioning my parents, trying to morally bind me? Listening to Zhou Yilin continuously babbling, Sun Guangjun felt both angry and amused, while regretting his past foolish behavior as a sycophant. Such a little green tea, filled with contradictions, yet back then, he was like blind to his heart, believing everything she said without a doubt. Probably while she was spending his money, she still cursed him as a typical fool. Finally, when Zhou Yilin stopped for a breath, Sun Guangjun quickly said, "Yilin, how could I become the owner of Villa Number 1? I was just boasting in the group to give myself some face. Actually, this villa belongs to my friend, I just came to check on the house temporarily. As luck would have it, I got stuck here due to the extreme weather. Fortunately, my friend prepared a lot of supplies beforehand, and there's a high-power diesel generator in the villa that can ensure the power supply. You should have seen it, I'm doing fine now, so you don't have to worry. Alright, I need to go check the house since it's my responsibility to look after it, so I won't chat longer with you." After that, Sun Guangjun hung up the phone decisively and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 61, Being able to eat is a blessing. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Zhou Yilin was extremely exasperated. "Can't help but curse loudly, damn Sun We, clearly bought the villa myself, yet lied to me saying it was for someone else to guard. Is there anyone like you? Have you forgotten all the kindness I showed you before? Really a heartless ingrate." Cursed for a while, Zhou Yilin finally fell silent again. What good would more cursing do? Sun Guangjun wouldn't hear it, and even if he did, it wouldn't hurt him, she was just wasting her breath here. Thinking you can get rid of me like this, dream on. Forcing herself to calm down, Zhou Yilin needed to reflect on what went wrong, and what to do in the future to make Sun Guangjun return to her side. No, she meant the edge of her skirt. A man under the skirt? Sun Guangjun isn't even qualified for that. A lapdog is still a lapdog, no matter how rich. While Zhou Yilin was racking her brains, Sun Guangjun was overjoyed. Laughing heartily for a while, Sun Guangjun had fun enough, and started to enjoy the delicious meal on the table. Everything was out, putting it back wouldn't make sense, it was better to fill his belly to honor his stomach. Strangely, ever since being pushed by Fangya the night before last, Sun Guangjun felt his appetite seemed to grow larger. Lately every meal felt like it wasn't enough, but afterwards he didn't feel hungry. Today, with this seafood feast before him, Sun Guangjun wanted to stimulate that little green tea of Zhou Yilin, and at the same time, test if his guess was correct. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, just 2 hours since finishing the memorial meal for Fang's parents, and Sun Guangjun didn't feel hungry at all, yet the delicious food before him still made his fingers itch. In this world, the only things not to be missed are delicious food and beautiful women. The beauty was still downstairs, though he had thoughts, he still needed time, but the food was right in front of him, within reach. Without saying a word, Sun Guangjun picked up the chopsticks and began to eat wildly. Before this, when he ate, he always followed his usual habit, putting down the chopsticks when he was almost done, but today he finally opened his stomach and ate with a gust of wind. In less than an hour, this table full of food enough for 3 or 4 people was devoured completely by Sun Guangjun. Even the soup was soaked into the rice and eaten. Contented, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, then grabbed a bottle of soda and took a sip. Sun Guangjun let out a long breath, but his face grew serious. Sure enough, the energy of the world started to awaken right at the beginning of the apocalypse. In his past life, Sun Guangjun had heard a solid saying that at the beginning of the apocalypse, before awakening special abilities, it would be greatly beneficial to eat a lot. In other words, the more one could eat in the early days, the greater the advantage they would have later, and the better the attribute of the awakened abilities. But eating was not just about wanting to eat as much as possible. After all, a person's stomach is limited. Once full, even if you wanted to force more in, it wouldn't fit. Moreover, in the apocalypse, food would be scarce, and wanting to be full at every meal was itself a luxury not everyone could afford. For example, at this time in his past life, he was still suffering in the heat, running around buying supplies for Zhou Yilan's family. He originally had very little money, few shops were open in the high temperatures, and the food and water he could bring back each day was pitifully little. Most of it went into Zhou Yilan's family's mouths, and he himself couldn't eat enough. So, for this legend, Sun Guangjun had only heard of it, without any real experience. Originally, Sun Guangjun thought that even if it were true, it would only start at the time of the endless night like the legend from his past life. He scavenged so many supplies, and it was not without a sense of preparation. Whether true or false, he had to give it a try. However, Sun Guangjun never expected that not only was it true, but it also happened earlier than expected. Honestly, for Sun Guangjun, who had countless supplies, this was definitely a good thing. Moreover, through the earlier experiment, he realized one thing: his stomach was like a bottomless pit. He had eaten such a large amount of food, and yet he was only about 8/10 full, with no feeling of bloating at all. What does this indicate? It indicates that his potential is enormous, and the awakened ability in the future will definitely be exceptional. But then the problem arises. Didn't he awaken his ability early? How would he awaken again later? After thinking it over and over, Sun Guangjun couldn't grasp the complexities of it and simply decided not to worry. If he could eat, then he should eat a bit more. After all, he didn't lack food. Besides, as the old saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. Having suffered so much in his past life, often starving day by day, he should indulge himself this time. With that thought, Sun Guangjun's heart returned to his stomach. Picking his teeth, he leaned comfortably on the sofa and hummed a little tune. Using the projector, he watched a movie in the room, and when Sun Guangjun glanced outside, it was already dark. Thinking about the 3 women still downstairs, some were resting while others were practicing shooting, Sun Guangjun had an idea. Why not make a big dinner tonight and see if the 3 women had also become big eaters? He thought and acted. Sun Guangjun went downstairs to the kitchen and began bustling about energetically. Pork ribs, stewing, top-grade Wagyu beef, marinating, pig's head meat, mixing, lamb, boiling. Soon, all kinds of chicken and duck dishes were successively served on the table. There weren't many dishes, just 6 or 7, but they were all large portions, served on big stainless steel trays instead of regular plates. While Sun Guangjun was still busy, the 3 heroic women came up from the basement, arm in arm, chatting and laughing. Wow, the boss is cooking today? Seeing Sun Guangjun busy in the kitchen, Ouyang Feiyu exclaimed in surprise, it seems we're in for a treat today. Sister, Fangya, let's quickly go wash up and then come out to enjoy the boss's grand meal. It wasn't surprising that Ouyang Feiyu was so astonished. Both sisters had little cooking skills, and their food was barely edible. And Sun Guangjun, the boss, was always in and out, either eating pre-prepared meals or stored food, so eating a meal he cooked was truly rare. Watching Ouyang Feiyu rush off happily, Ouyang Feiyu smiled gently and pulled Fangya, saying, Fangya, have you had the boss's cooking? Don't say it, for a big man to have such good cooking skills is really rare. I haven't eaten it. Fangya blushed, speaking softly, my relationship with Xiaohui is just a transaction, we haven't known each other for long. He is willing to take me in now, and honestly, I am very grateful. Oh? Ouyang Feiyu was taken aback, so, Fangya, you and the boss have a story? Come on, tell your sister about it, don't be shy, we're all sisters. If Sun Guangjun saw Ouyang Feiyu acting this way, he would definitely think she was possessed by Ouyang Feiyu. Chapter 62 3 Women Drink Too Much. The 3 women chattered as they came back from the shooting range, and the noise had caught Sun Guangjun's attention. He took a moment to glance over. That single glance almost made him unable to look away. The 3 women were dressed similarly, all in military boots and camouflage pants, with tank tops, their flawless bare faces exposed. Moreover, all 3 had stunning figures, about 1.7 meters tall, with long legs and slim waists, and high ponytails. Walking with waves surging, plus practicing with a gun all afternoon, he carried a feeling as if he had come from the smoke of battle. Wow, just this noon, one Ouyang Feiyu had already made him look foolish, and now 3 of the same kind have come side by side? Feeling his nose turn warm, Sun Guangjun quickly turned back to carefully tend to the food simmering on the stove, avoiding further embarrassment.
Soon, the three women washed themselves clean and changed out of their military uniforms, stepping out of the room one after another and gathering in the dining room, while Sun Guangjun's last dish was served on the table. "Boss, what's such a good day today?" Looking at Sun Guangjun coming over with 2 bottles of wine, Ouyang Feiyu mischievously asked, "We've been living in this villa for almost 10 days, but I've never seen you this diligent. What's going on today? Are we welcoming Sister Fangya? It seems that with Sister Fangya coming, both of us sisters are going to benefit. At least the food is a whole level higher than before." "Sister Fangya, please don't be mad. I'm not using you to make a joke. You really don't know that before you came, we sisters had been living in hardship." "Sister Feiyu, you're just joking around." After an afternoon together, Fangya had already become familiar with the Ouyang sisters, and she playfully nudged Ouyang Feiyu and said with a pout. Sun Guangjun placed the open red wine in front of the three women and said, "Feiyu, it's you who talks too much. Good food can't keep your mouth shut. I really should starve you for a few meals so you know what true hardship is." "Fangya, don't listen to your sister Feiyu's nonsense. Could I really starve her? Come on, don't just sit there. You're the youngest and arrived the latest, so pour some wine for your 2 Ouyang sisters. From now on, we're all one family." "Okay." Fangya responded, picked up the red wine, and poured a third into the tall glasses in front of the Ouyang sisters, smiling as she said, Sister Feiyu, I'm new here, so I hope you both will take care of me." Seeing that Fangya had also poured some for herself, Sun Guangjun raised his white wine glass and smiled, "Come on, let's all raise this cup. Welcoming Fangya's arrival is one reason, and the other is to wish us smooth sailing in this apocalypse. Cheers! Cheers!" The three women stood up together, clinked their small cups against Sun Guangjun's, and took a sip, while Sun Guangjun downed his in one go. Putting down the small cup of 8 yen, Sun Guangjun grinned and sighed, "This Matai is truly the national liquor, it packs a punch. It goes down smoothly, a line through the throat, just as it said." After some reflection, Sun Guangjun picked up his chopsticks and pointed at the large platters filled with food on the table, saying, "Come on, everyone eat. I'm telling you, I made all these hard dishes today not just for show. My requirement is very simple. Tonight our goal is a clean-out operation. Everyone, feel free to eat as much as you can until you can't swallow anymore." "Huh? Boss, aren't you making it hard for us?" Looking at each large platter piled high with pork, beef, lamb, and whole chickens and ducks, Ouyang Feiyu exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide and said, "So many dishes, and all of them meat? You want us to finish all of it? Come on, really? How could someone be so cruel as to make such a request? Feiyu, can you say a little less?" Seeing Ouyang Feiyu getting more and more extreme in her words, Ouyang Feiyu couldn't watch it any longer and said with a serious face, "The boss worked hard to prepare all this food for us. Where do you get so much sour talk?" "Yes, the boss did say to eat it all, but he also said to eat until we can't eat anymore, right? You just eat quietly, and as for how much is left, we have a true main eater here. Is that right, boss?" Seeing Ouyang Feishua's flirtatious gaze coming over, Sun Guangjun shivered all over. This was a master. On the surface, she was scolding her sister, but every word was lifting him up. At this moment, Fangya also spoke up, "Yes, Feiyu sister, you must have misunderstood Xiao Hui's meaning. He is just afraid we won't eat enough and will go hungry later, right, shall we?" Yes, you are all correct." Sun Guangjun didn't care about how the three of them reacted. He happily ate meat and drank wine, mumbling, "Today, the focus is on quantity and satisfaction, and I also want to test just how much the three of you can eat. That way, in the future when cooking, we can arrange according to everyone's appetite. After all, in this end time, food is precious. Although we are not lacking in these things, it is still not good to waste, right? Alright, let's eat." Watching Sun Guangjun devour food voraciously, the appetite of the three women was also stirred up. After a few bites, they simply let go of their modesty and joined him in the feast. When they got into the mood, the three women even raised their wine glasses, competing in drinking with each other. A bottle of red wine is only 750 milliliters. Under the efforts of the three women, within just 20 minutes of dining, it was empty. Seeing the situation of the three women, Sun Guangjun clearly noticed they were getting tipsy and quickly got up to bring 2 more bottles of red wine. Since they loved drinking, then let them drink to their heart's content. Now the situation was lively, with the three women alternating between cups. By the end, they simply threw down their chopsticks, one hand holding a wine glass and the other grabbing big chunks of beef and lamb, eating and drinking with abandon. Watching the three women compete in drinks, Sun Guangjun cleverly stayed silent, sipping his own little drink while quietly noting how much food the three had consumed. What surprised Sun Guangjun was that as they ate and drank to the end, the Ouyang sisters' combat effectiveness gradually declined, while the seemingly unassuming Fangya became the main force, eating nearly more than the Ouyang sisters combined. Unexpectedly, this little girl's baby face really was not in vain. She indeed had a big capacity. A huge table full of dozens of pounds of meat and vegetables slowly disappeared under the efforts of the 4 people, and 3 bottles of red wine and 1 bottle of white wine were also completely finished. This wild feast finally reached its end. Probably because she had never drunk much red wine before, underestimating its strength, Fangya became the first one to collapse, followed by the Ouyang sisters who sequentially fell. Watching the three women slump in their chairs, Sun Guangjun smiled bitterly. Well, it seems I, as the boss, have to clean up the mess. Chapter 63, Moral Kidnapping. Tidying up the remaining meat and vegetables on the table, Sun Guangjun got up and carried the first to fall, Fangya, back to her room, helping her clean the grease off her hands and face. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Guangjun turned around and found Fangya was somewhat irritatedly tearing at her clothes, apparently uncomfortable in her sleep. Sighing, Sun Guangjun turned back, took off Fangya's clothes, shoes, and socks, and changed her into comfortable pajamas. After all, the two had already been honest and open with each other, since they had done even more outrageous things. What was wrong with helping her change clothes? Once the clothes were changed, Sun Guangjun covered Fangya with a thin quilt and placed a cup of warm water on the bedside table before finally leaving the room. There were still the drunken Ouyang sisters waiting to be handled outside. When dealing with the Ouyang sisters, Sun Guangjun couldn't be as indulgent as he was with Fangya. He simply sent each of them back to their own rooms, helped them take off their shoes, lay down comfortably, cleaned their hands and faces, and placed a glass of water on the bedside table. That was all he could do. However, Sun Guangjun worried that they might vomit from the alcohol and choke, so he simply stayed in the living room, listening to the noise in their rooms while sipping water. Dinner started early today, everyone ate quickly, and it's only just past 9 now. In Sun Guangjun's WeChat, there were quite a few friend requests, messages varied in style, and some even had beautiful women's avatars sending all sorts of tempting attachments. For these, Sun Guangjun ignored them all. These people, after all, were just attracted by those few photos he posted, flying around like flies drawn to a smell, hoping to gain some benefits, not worth his time. With a lot of unread messages in the group, Sun Guangjun occasionally burst into laughter. Indeed, foolish young people bring so much joy, even in difficult times, they still remain carefree. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just when Sun Guangjun was in high spirits, the screen changed, and the phone rang right after. Who is it? Calling so late? Seeing an unfamiliar number on the screen, Sun Guangjun muttered and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Xiao Sun? As soon as the call connected, a loud voice, unique to middle-aged women, came through. I said you're really busy, how come it took you so long to answer the phone? Upon hearing this voice, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust, frowning as he asked, May I ask who you are? It's me, can't you recognize my voice? The other party's speech was as fast as a machine gun. I'm the community director, Lin. Oh, right, you don't have my phone number. It's strange, I only told you to join the group yesterday, I forgot to leave you my number, it's my fault, my fault. Xiao Sun, calling you this late, am I disturbing you? Sun Guangjun patiently responded, No, Director Lin, is there something you need? Nothing, just concerned about your life, Xiao Sunday. Director Lin began chatting like old friends. Xiao Sun, we all live in the same community, it's only natural that neighbors help each other, right? You just moved into our community, you might not know, actually, the residents here are quite friendly, we all get along like a family. Besides, our country has a tradition, when one side is in trouble, support comes from all sides. Director Lin kept talking in circles, leaving Sun Guangjun confused. He had no choice but to interrupt her. Director Lin, if you have something to say, just say it, I'm quite busy here. Hearing Sun Guangjun seemed a bit impatient, Director Lin secretly cursed. After so much talking, he just wouldn't take the bait, right? Since he's so unconsiderate, I won't be polite anymore. Thinking this, Director Lin changed her tone, no longer warm, now sounding high and mighty. Xiao Sun, here's the thing, the recent high temperatures have been relentless, residents have to keep the air conditioning on 24 hours. You know, when air conditioning runs for a long time, some problems are bound to occur. Several families in the community have had their air conditioning broken for several days. If we don't find a solution soon, it could be a problem for them. After our committee's research, we decided to evacuate some of the residents in trouble to other houses with larger living spaces and fewer people. Your number 1 villa has such a large area and is only occupied by you. The house is cool enough, meeting the requirements as an evacuation point. Now, I'm calling on behalf of the committee to inform you, hurry up and tidy your house, we will arrange for the disadvantaged residents to move in one after another. Of course, as the owner of the house, you can choose the largest bedroom first. Did you understand? If you understand, get busy and prepare. Listening to these presumptuous words, Sun Guangjun just smiled coldly. You people encountered difficulties and want to requisition my house, why should I agree? And as the owner, can I choose first? What a joke. Saying so much nonsense, isn't it just to morally kidnap me? Unfortunately, I have no morals, and I won't buy into your nonsense. Xiao Sun, are you still there? Seeing that Sun Guangjun didn't reply, Director Lin felt even more dissatisfied, her voice raised by 8 degrees as she said sharply, I'm telling you, the community committee's decision is also following the city's orders, don't think you can oppose the city. This is a difficult time, we all need to unite and get through this tough period together, you can't hold us back right now. Don't forget,
you still haven't solved the issue of your illegal building. Really? Sun Guangjun could no longer hold back. This old hag was so shameless, making robbery sound so dignified. He gritted his teeth and said, Director Lin, since you've said it like this, I'll say one thing in return. If you want to arrange people to live in my villa, that's just wishful thinking. As for whether it's illegal construction or not, if you have the guts, bring people to tear down my house. And here's a piece of advice for you. Don't treat others like fools. With your dirty thoughts, I can see through them from 8 miles away. Alright, I've said all I need to say. Use whatever tricks you have. I'm ready. Xiao Sun, what kind of talk is this? Director Lin was like an old dog with its tail stepped on, bursting out at the phone. Am I doing this for myself? Isn't it for the stability and harmony of our community? You better clarify what you mean by me treating others like fools. What dirty thoughts do I have? I tell you, this is slander against me, slander against national officials, and slander against our community committee. Today, you must give me an explanation, otherwise, this isn't over between us. I will call the police to arrest you. Do as you wish. With those cold words, Sun Guangjun hung up the phone directly. Sun Guangjun, you. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Director Lin was completely furious. Chapter 64, Shameless Mother and Son. Sun Guangjun, I'm not done with you, not done. Putting down the phone, Director Lin slammed her hand on the table and yelled, You bastard, I represent the community committee, representing all the homeowners in the community to talk to you, and you dare to have this attitude, truly unaware of your impending doom. No, I must think of a way to properly deal with this arrogant guy. I can't let him live so freely. Why should everyone suffer from hunger and thirst and endure temperatures of 40 to 50 degrees, while he Sun Guangjun gets to live comfortably in a big house and eat lavish meals? In this difficult time, resources should be contributed to help residents in trouble. Director Lin was raging uselessly in her living room when the door to a bedroom opened, and a large young man rubbed his eyes and came out, grumbling, Mom, which son of a gun upset you again? Isn't it that Sun Guangjun from Villa Number 1? Seeing her big son come out, Director Lin's expression finally softened, and she began to complain to her son, De Gang, you see that Sun Guangjun, he really is ungrateful. I went to his house the day before yesterday for registration, and seeing that his conditions were good and he wasn't lacking food or drink, I hinted at him a few times, but he pretended to be confused. So today, I looked for an excuse to mess with him, but unexpectedly, he cursed me out. I'm so angry. You quickly help your mom think of a way to deal with this bastard. Mom, I think you're getting old and confused. Looking at the whiny Director Lin Dagon curled his lip in disdain and said, You don't even see what time it is, your tricks have long stopped working. Think about it, how many people are dying of heat outside? How many are starving or thirsty? I saw yesterday that Sun Guangjun was extravagantly flaunting his wealth in the group, showing off a table full of seafood. It's clearly a death wish. Don't you want to teach him a lesson? Leave this to me. I'll find a few brothers and spread the word in the owner group, saying that Sun Guangjun has hoarded a large amount of supplies. Hearing this, Director Lin asked doubtfully, Is spreading a message really effective? Why wouldn't it be useful? Lin Dagang sneered and said, At a time like this, which family isn't short on supplies? If we spread the news that Sun Guangjun has a lot of supplies, all it takes is a little spark, and those who are about to run out of resources will naturally come to Sun Guangjun demanding supplies. At that point, whether Sun Guangjun gives or not, he'll be in a difficult spot. Imagine, if he gives to Zhang San, won't Lisi ask for it too? If he gives to the Chen family, won't the Zhou family want theirs? No matter how many supplies he has, can he withstand that kind of demand? Once he realizes what's happening, or if the supplies run out, that will be his demise. On the other hand, if Sun Guangjun refuses to give a single cent, all the better, his villa will instantly become the target of everyone's anger. At that point, we just need to rally the crowd, and those starving people will surely follow us to settle the score with him. Oh dear, son, you are too clever. Director Lin slapped his thigh, nearly jumping 3 feet high with excitement, and said repeatedly, This idea is good, let's do it this way. I really want to see how Sun Guangjun meets his end. At this moment, Lin Dagang rubbed his fingers and made a universal hand gesture, saying, Mom, this task isn't hard, but to achieve the best results, we need to invest a little first. After all, if we want people to work for us, we need to give them some benefits, right? Invest a little? Director Lin widened his eyes and said, What will we use to invest? Dagang, you know our situation, the remaining supplies are barely enough for a few days. If we give some away, what will we do? Mom, don't keep secrets from me. Lin Dagang smiled and said, I already knew. The supplies from the city came down a couple of days ago, right? Director Lin's face changed drastically as he asked in shock, How did you know? It's understandable why Director Lin was startled, this matter was significant. In fact, a few days ago, the city had gathered a batch of supplies to distribute to various streets and neighborhood committees, letting them lead the distribution to residents facing difficulties. But here at Chilan Mountain Villa, Director Lin and the heads of several neighborhood committees did not follow the city's plan to distribute supplies. Instead, they secretly kept the supplies for personal distribution, giving only a small portion to close friends or those in the know. This was done very discreetly. Director Lin hadn't even informed his son, yet unexpectedly, her normally uninvolved son somehow knew. If this got out, saying the committee members were pocketing the city's disaster relief supplies, wouldn't they be torn apart by the community residents? How else would I know? Lin Dagang said proudly, "Mom, do you really think I'm just some useless fool who won't lift a finger for anything? Yes, I don't like doing housework, but that doesn't mean I don't know how many things we have at home. Just looking at the food we've had these days is completely different from before in variety and taste. What does this represent? Isn't it that you've received new supplies? How hard is it to get supplies nowadays? Even if you have money, there's nowhere to buy from. As a small neighborhood committee head, where did you get such great power to buy supplies in a time like this?" The answer is pretty obvious. It must be that the city's relief supplies have arrived. Hearing her son say this, Director Lin felt her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settle back into her stomach. Fortunately, this matter didn't spread, and there's still room for recovery. Director Lin felt relieved, but Lin Dagang was anxious as to, "Mom, you need to give me a word, get something for me to smooth things over, so we can find someone to do things for us better. Mom, you can't hold back the child and trap the wolf. Think about how big Sun Guangjun's villa is, and all the supplies in it. In the end, it will all belong to us." "Done." Director Lin slapped her thigh and spoke ominously, "Dagang, I can give you what you want. But, remember, the job must be done beautifully, not a single mistake can happen. And that Sun Guangjun must die." "Got it." Seeing his mom finally spoke up, Lin Dagang grinned from ear to ear, "Mom, you can rest assured, Sun Guangjun definitely won't survive this time. With a newcomer like him, with no roots in the neighborhood, killing him will be like playing, right? By the way, Mom, I need 5 boxes of instant noodles and 10 packs of bottled water. As soon as the supplies arrive, the plan will start immediately." Okay, I'll get it for you." Director Lin said impatiently, "Just wait a moment, and you can take it from me." Chapter 65, Taking Care of the Drunk. Sun Guangjun had no idea that Director Lin and her son were plotting against him. He was busy at that moment. He never thought that a drunken woman could be so troublesome. Moreover, one was already enough for him, and now there were 3. It was truly chaotic, and he had no moment to rest. First was Ouyang Feiyu, who suddenly became a human fountain, and by the time Sun Guangjun arrived, the girl was in the bathroom hugging the toilet for a heart-to-heart talk. In the bedroom, there were various fountain products from the bedside all the way to the bathroom door, giving off an unpleasant smell. Looking at the messy scene, Sun Guangjun could only sigh. Well, the wine was brought out by him and encouraged them to drink. He could only face his own sins and hurry to clean up. Fortunately, when he renovated the villa, the floor was tiled, not carpeted, which looks fancy but is hard to clean and easily hides dirt, so cleaning it was not too difficult. Holding his nose, Sun Guangjun cleaned up the mess, mopped the floor, opened the window to air out the smell, and replaced the sheets and bedding on the bed before starting to take care of Ouyang Feiyu still sitting in the bathroom. The young lady's clothes inevitably got stained with vomit, and no matter how much Sun Guangjun didn't want to take advantage of her, he could only suffer a great loss himself, helping her take off her dirty clothes and changing her into a dry and comfortable nightgown, carrying her back to bed while also admiring and experiencing her wonderful curves firsthand. In the end, he had to feed her a cup of warm water amidst her mumbling. After finally taking care of Ouyang Feiyu, another situation arose with Fangya. Just as Sun Guangjun closed this door, he had to rush to another scene of the incident. Fangya hadn't vomited, but this girl actually started to act drunk. Waking up halfway through her sleep to act drunk, Sun Guangjun had never heard of such a strange phenomenon. Faced with a drunken cat, Sun Guangjun could only endure patiently, coaxing and persuading her, eventually being dragged by Fangya, talking heart to heart until the middle of the night. Watching Fangya sit cross-legged on the bed, with her eyes half-closed, her petal-like lips opening and closing as she chattered about her parents' difficulties over the years, Sun Guangjun felt utterly speechless. When Fangya finally tired herself out and unknowingly fell asleep again, Sun Guangjun finally managed to pull out his arm, which had been trapped in between the giant bodies, suppressing the burgeoning anger in his heart as he left this bedroom. As a vigorous young man, having just tasted what lay beneath, heaven knows how hard Sun Guangjun had to endure just now. There's no other way. Fangya was so drunk that even if Sun Guangjun was angry, he could not do those beastly things to her while she wasn't sober. Oh, last time didn't count, that was Fangya's initiative. Although she had also been drugged, there was still an element to break the spell. Moreover, today was the day of Fangya's parents' burial. Fleeing from Fangya's bedroom, Sun Guangjun took a bottle of ice-cold beer from the fridge and downed it in one go, finally managing to suppress a bit of his anger. Sun Guangjun stayed in the living room, even going in to help Ouyang Feiyu cover up with the blanket and gave Fangya half a glass of warm water to drink. However, Sun Guangjun found it strange that while the other 2 rooms were in chaos, Ouyang Feiyu's room was quiet, without any noise at all. It was already past midnight, and with Ouyang Feiyu and Fangya finally quiet, Sun Guangjun felt relieved.
Just as he was about to go upstairs to rest, Sun Guangjun suddenly remembered that there hadn't been any action from Ouyang Feishue's side, so he thought, I should go check the situation. But just running into a young girl's bedroom like this, isn't it a bit presumptuous? Although he himself had carried her in. Still hesitating in his heart, Sun Guangjun's feet were already instinctively turning towards Ouyang Feishue's bedroom. Before pushing the door open, Sun Guangjun reminded himself, this is to care for a subordinate, without any perverse intention whatsoever. But standing in front of Ouyang Feishue's bed, looking at the beauty peacefully sleeping under the covers, his heart started to beat faster uncontrollably. Ouyang Feishue's sleeping posture was lovely, lying there quietly, her whole body hidden under the blanket, as if she was lacking a sense of security. Sun Guangjun couldn't help but smile. These two sisters were really interesting, both having identical faces but completely different personalities.
Ouyang Feishue was cold and distant, unlike Ouyang Feiyu who was boisterous and, yes, drunk silly. Suppressing the flutter in his heart, Sun Guangjun bent down and tucked Ouyang Feishue's blanket, preparing to turn and leave. But before he could straighten up, a tiny white hand suddenly reached out from under the blanket and grasped his wrist tightly. Boss, why are you in my room?
Ouyang Feishue's bright eyes were fixed on Sun Guangjun's face, seemingly still half asleep.
Did I wake you?
Sun Guangjun, completely unaware of the awkwardness, replied calmly, I was worried you might be in trouble with the alcohol, so I came to check on you.
Go back to sleep. With a sunny smile, Ouyang Feishue said, so, boss, does that mean something went wrong over with Feiyu and Fangya? I know that girl Feiyu. She's always loud and crazy, and with a bit of alcohol, she's worse. You've got your work cut out for you, boss. I'm not too bothered by it.
Sun Guangjun felt understood and began to vent his frustrations. The key point is she is making a fuss, throwing up everywhere, and after that, she just clings to the toilet.
It's really head-splitting.
And Fangya, she looks so quiet but ends up being rowdy, pulling me to chat non-stop.
Put. Hearing how amusing Sun Guangjun was, Ouyang Feishue couldn't help but laugh softly, saying, Boss, are you afraid I would be like Feiyu and cause a scene?
Don't worry, my drinking capacity isn't great, but my behavior is proper, at least I won't cause a ruckus. As long as you don't cause trouble. Sun Guangjun nodded, saying, since you're fine, I'll head back now, it's getting late, and I need to rest. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Guangjun suddenly felt a force pulling him towards the bed.
Oh good, it turned out Ouyang Feishue was still holding onto his wrist.
Before he realized it, Sun Guangjun almost fell onto Ouyang Feishue, but luckily he managed to support himself with his free hand on the bed. This avoided embarrassment at the moment, but his waist still unconsciously bent down, with his head just about to touch the headboard of the bed. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Sun Guangjun looked down and saw Ouyang Feishue's small face right beneath him, their faces only a few inches apart.
Feishue, you.
Before Sun Guangjun could say anything more, two snowy arms suddenly reached out, wrapping around his neck, and with a force, they pulled down. The next moment, silence spoke louder than words.
Chapter 66, The Great Chef Fangya.
When the first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon, Sun Guangjun slowly woke up from his sleep. As his eyes opened and closed, a sharp gleam flashed through them.
Last night, Sun Guangjun was once again tragically reversed.
No, it wasn't quite accurate to say reversed. It would be more correct to say that, under Ouyang Feishue's initiative, Sun Guangjun half pushed and half accepted. Of course, the initiative was still in his hands. This time, Sun Guangjun was full of passion, wanting to transform into a wolf and keep Ouyang Feishue, this brave little girl who dared to pull his tiger whiskers, calling until dawn.
But he never expected that such an active Ouyang Feishue would be a first-timer.
Now, even though Sun Guangjun had the heart of an experienced driver, with a new car on the road, he still had to be cautious.
When Ouyang Feishue, unable to bear the punishment, begged for mercy again and again, Sun Guangjun had to end this exploratory journey.
However, at the moment of ending, a huge burst of energy exploded within Sun Guangjun's body once again, and the familiar feeling returned. The Qi Yuan body refining technique spontaneously began to operate. What was better than last time was that Sun Guangjun didn't faint, and the result was delightful. His supernatural power had improved again, crossing the threshold of level 3, directly reaching the middle stage of level 4.
Supernatural abilities are ranked from level 1 to 9.
Levels 1 to 3 are just the beginning, and those in this group make up the majority of awakened individuals. Levels 4 to 6 are considered the backbone, the talents that all major forces and teams wish to recruit. Only those above level 7 are truly considered experts. Now, Sun Guangjun could proudly say that he was a true little expert. This advantage, especially at the beginning of the apocalypse, was absolutely unparalleled. While he wouldn't dare to face an entire army, at least dozens or hundreds of people wouldn't be able to deal with him, even without any powerful attack skills. After Sun Guangjun adapted to the changes in his body, Ouyang Feishue, who had already fallen deeply asleep, was curled up in his arms. He reached out to wrap his arm around her small waist, closed his eyes, and drifted into a contented sleep. The first time he ever slept like this, so comfortable. Just as Sun Guangjun was savoring the moment, a soft touch beside him pulled his thoughts back to reality. Looking down, Ouyang Feishue opened her bright eyes and met his gaze. With a gentle smile, Ouyang Feishue parted her lips slightly and said, "Boss, good morning." "Good morning to you too." Sun Guangjun gently tapped her little nose, smiling, "It's still early. Do you want to sleep a little more?" "No more sleep." Ouyang Feishue didn't know the difference between sleeping and resting, but she still shook her head lightly, cuddling closer to Sun Guangjun, saying, "Boss, I just want to be held by you like this a little longer. This feeling, it's really nice. It's so safe, so comforting. There will be plenty of chances to hold you in the future." Sun Guangjun smiled, "Now let's hurry up and get up. Otherwise, Feiyu and Fangya will trap us in the room." "Ah!" Ouyang Feishue screamed in surprise, suddenly sitting up. If her younger sister knew she had pulled the boss into bed, she wouldn't know how to tease her. She tossed the blanket aside, and Sun Guangjun got a full view of the scenery. The mountains, the peaks, the rivers, and the valleys, they were all right before his eyes. Then, Sun Guangjun watched. Each piece of clothing slowly covered this beautiful scene. Before long, Ouyang Feishue, dressed neatly, stood gracefully in front of Sun Guangjun, without any embarrassment, openly showcasing her beauty to him. After all, no matter how big the favor he took from her, did it really matter? As she put on her clothes, Ouyang Feishue noticed Sun Guangjun still lounging on the bed, leaning against the headboard, his gaze fixed on her, making her little face blush, and she stomped her foot, pouting, "Boss, what are you doing? Did you not see enough last night? Hurry up, get dressed and get out of bed." The Creator gave humans a pair of eyes to appreciate beauty. Sun Guangjun laughed heartily, picking up his clothes, one by one, putting them on. Hearing his words, Ouyang Feishue's eyes lit up. He was complimenting her beauty in a roundabout way. So nice to hear. It would be even better if he said a little more. Once dressed, Sun Guangjun approached Ouyang Feishue, gently pulling her into his arms, whispering in her ear, "You go wash up, and I'll make you something delicious to nourish you. If you feel unwell at all, call me to help." "Go away." Ouyang Feishue playfully pushed Sun Guangjun towards the door, saying, "If I need your help, I'm afraid it will only make things worse." He. Sun Guangjun chuckled twice, following Ouyang Feishue's push, turning and exiting the room. Upon reaching the kitchen, Sun Guangjun was astonished to find Fangya busy in there, the savory smell of porridge mixed with other delightful aromas wafting into the air. "Brother Huige, you're awake?" Hearing the door, Fangya turned around with a bright smile, saying, "Breakfast will be ready soon, you can wait outside." "Let me help you." Sun Guangjun didn't want to wait idly for food, so he approached the stove and saw Fangya had already prepared quite a few dishes: scallion pancakes, fried dough sticks, pickled vegetables, porridge simmering in a pot, and steamed dumplings in a basket, with a large plate of golden fried eggs on the side. Especially looking at Fangya's graceful movements, she really had the aura of a master chef. At that moment, Fangya set down her ladle, turned around with a teasing glare at Sun Guangjun, saying, "Brother Huige, it's said that gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen. What's a big man like you doing in here? From now on, I will take care of the cooking at home. Hurry up and go out to wait in the dining room." All right, it's all yours, just don't push me." Great, Sun Guangjun was pushed out of the kitchen for the second time this morning. As soon as he sat down at the dining table, Fangya came in with various bowls of porridge and small dishes, setting them in front of him one by one. "Brother Huige, Feishue and Feiyu are warming up in the pot, they'll have hot food when they get up. You eat first, try my cooking, and if there's anything you're not happy with, let me know, so I can improve." Perhaps having seen Sun Guangjun's appetite last night, Fangya brought him quite a lot of food. Moreover, Fangya's cooking was indeed impressive. Everything she made was colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Sun Guangjun sampled each dish, and under Fangya's hopeful gaze, he gave a thumbs up. "Fangya, really great, I didn't expect you to have such cooking skills. It seems handing the kitchen over to you is no problem at all. Thank you for the praise, Brother Huige." Fangya's little face broke into a bright smile. "Hey, Fangya, wait a moment." Seeing Fangya turn to head back to the kitchen, Sun Guangjun quickly called out to her, "Later, make a dish of goji berries stewed with old duck, and red dates stewed with blackbone chicken. You and Sister Feishue should eat more to nourish your bodies." Upon hearing this, Fangya's face flushed, then turned even redder. These two dishes are all for nourishing qi and blood, the meanings are obvious. Chapter 67, Wu Feng's Concern. For this breakfast, Sun Guangjun ate a lot and ate very slowly, while the Ouyang sisters came over one after another. Everyone was full, but he was still eating slowly. This also had a benefit. He managed to mix in 2 bowls of the old duck soup and black chicken soup specially made for Fangya and Ouyang Feishue, and in the end, he cleaned up the leftover duck and chicken meat that no one else wanted. Moreover, Sun Guangjun had a new discovery. Compared to last night, Ouyang Feishue's appetite had increased greatly, almost on par with Fangya. "Can eat? Is this a good thing? But it wasn't like this yesterday." Sun Guangjun thought for a moment and roughly understood the difference. Compared to last night, Ouyang Feishui had only one change: she had transformed from a girl into a woman. Perhaps this was the direct reason for her increased appetite, and Feng Ye's big appetite was likely related to this as well. Wow, am I really awesome now? I can help people unlock their abilities ahead of time. Just as Sun Guangjun was secretly delighting in this, Feng Ye and Ouyang Feishui were troubled. Feng Ye had drunk too much last night and didn't even notice her increased appetite. Now, like Ouyang Feishui, she wondered when she had become such a big eater. Is this a sign of becoming a big eater? Noticing the two women's unusual behavior, Sun Guangjun hurriedly showed concern. When he learned that they both were worried about their increased appetite, Sun Guangjun laughed heartily and told them, "No need to panic, this is a good thing and will be very beneficial for the future." As for what the benefits were, Sun Guangjun kept them guessing, telling them to experience it themselves later, while also advising Feng Ye to cook more in the coming days, not to worry about wasting ingredients, and not to worry about not finishing the food. Though the two women had many questions about Sun Guangjun's words, they did not delve deeper. The boss had given orders, and as employees, they just needed to follow them. After all, the boss had done plenty of mysterious things, so this wouldn't be any different. After finishing the meal, the three women worked together to tidy up the kitchen, chatting and laughing as they went to the underground shooting range to practice shooting. Sun Guangjun was just about to follow them down when Wu Feng suddenly called. In the first few days of the apocalypse, Wu Feng had followed Sun Guangjun's advice, mostly staying in Villa Number 3 and keeping a low profile, while his more than 20 subordinates lived in Villa Number 2, except for a few who stayed with their father and son. Every few days, Sun Guangjun would run to Villa Number 3 to bring supplies to Wu Feng, usually at night. Today, it was rare for Wu Feng to take the initiative to call. It wasn't yet the time for supplies. Could something have happened? Carrying this doubt, Sun Guangjun answered the phone. "Hey, brother Wu, is something wrong?" "Little brother, it's been a few days without seeing you. I've really missed you." As soon as the call connected, Wu Feng started off cheerfully, then quickly shifted his tone. "Little brother, have you offended someone recently? I heard that there are some people in the neighborhood conspiring to deal with you." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Sun Guangjun became instantly interested. "Brother Wu, tell me in detail, who are they, and what kind of methods do they plan to use against me?" "Huh? Little brother, your reaction seems off?" Wu Feng said in surprise. "Logically speaking, when you hear people are plotting against you, shouldn't you panic and quickly think of how to deal with it? Why do I hear a bit of excitement in your tone instead?" Sun Guangjun laughed heartily and replied, "Brother Wu, you should think about it. In this hot weather, besides staying home with air conditioning, what other fun can there be? These people, since they don't know how to appreciate kindness and want to come looking for trouble, might as well have some fun with them and relieve my boredom. Considering their abilities, they would probably just gather a bunch of misfits and come to my door to moralize or something. If I'm interested, I might as well entertain them a bit. Let's see what good farts they can release. I don't want to bother with them. Forget about my Villa Number 1, even with your Villa Number 2 and Number 3, with such a big yard, just ignore them. Besides, even if they really want to do something, with our brother's strength, would we be afraid of them? What a joke." Wu Feng laughed heartily and said, "Alright, little brother, what I admire about you is your indifference to life and death, your spirit of fighting back against injustice. You are right, a bunch of rabble. If they are willing, we can play along with them, just to lighten the mood. If not, we can ignore them. If those guys want to get tough, even if they can break through the bulletproof glass outside, once they come in, with the firepower we have, we won't be afraid of how many come." "Exactly, brother Wu." Sun Guangjun slapped his thigh and said, "Our strength is here, we have no need to put ourselves in a disadvantageous position. But now it's the beginning of the apocalypse, the order and laws are still in place, and it's best for us not to get our hands dirty. Even if we must, we should avoid using firearms, it's troublesome. If we really want to deal with these people, wait a few days. Once the high temperatures pass, there will be plenty of opportunities to handle them." "Ha, little brother, are you starting to teach me now?" Wu Feng laughed. "I've heard that their target this time is you. I have nothing to do with it, my brother. So, these problems should be yours to worry about. As for me, I'll stay home with my binoculars, just waiting to see the excitement on your side. By the way, when those guys come to cause trouble, don't forget to call me and let me know so I can enjoy the show." Okay, I will definitely notify you at that time." Sun Guangjun said helplessly, "Brother Wu, I never expected you to be so interested in this. Don't worry, I'll make sure to inform you first. By the way, I still have plenty of the leftover fireworks from the other day, magic bombs, fairy sticks, and so on ready for them to taste. Little brother, if you put it that way, I can't just stay home doing nothing." Hearing this, Wu Feng got excited. "So, you wait at home, and I'll take Wu Yang over to your place right now. You don't know, ever since we set off fireworks that day, for the past few days, that brat Wu Yang has been pestering me to let him do it again. Since you have stock there, it's just right to take my son to have some fun. I think you should just take a break."
Sun Guangjun rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Wu, with the hot sun outside, aren't you afraid of ruining my nephew's tender skin?" "I want to say, even if you don't care, I care about him. If you ask me, you should just stay at home. If you really want to come to my side, wait until the sun goes down, right? Don't worry, those guys aren't fools. If they want to cause trouble, they won't come out in this hot sun. I estimate they won't show up until after dark. So, when the sun sets, you can bring Wu Yang over. I'll prepare some delicious dishes, and we'll feast well. After eating and drinking enough, we can just let those guys taste the fireworks feast. This idea is good." On the other end of the phone, Wu Feng almost wanted to give Sun Guangjun a thumbs up. "Little brother, I have to say, you really are clever. So, it's settled. When it gets dark, I'll bring Wu Yang over, and we'll enjoy a great meal together. Don't be stingy, get all the delicacies, fresh seafood, abalone, shark fins, and the like ready in advance." Chapter 68, Practice Partner. This brother Wu really hangs up quickly. After hanging up the phone, Sun Guangjun mumbled helplessly and first ran to the kitchen, soaking some dried ingredients like fish fins, scallops, and fish glue. He also prepared a lot of other ingredients such as lobsters and king crabs, even pulling out a 200-pound bluefin tuna, storing everything in the small cold storage in the kitchen. After preparing the ingredients for the evening, Sun Guangjun took a look and restocked some daily ingredients in the small cold storage and storeroom. After finishing this, he finally put his hands behind his back, swaying like an old village chief patrolling his own fields, and walked into the underground shooting range. As soon as he opened the big door, the sound of bang, bang from gunfire reached Sun Guangjun's ears. Following the sound, he saw 3 women lined up behind a long table, each holding a Glock 19 pistol, rapidly shooting at the target in front of them. The Glock 19 is a compact version of the Glock G17, smaller in size and weight, making it more suitable for women with smaller hands compared to the G17. This gun uses a 9x19mm parabellum handgun round, with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, and it can also use the 17-round and 19-round magazines compatible with the G17 and G18. After a while, the 3 women finished shooting, and a clear electronic female voice began to report the scores. The results were pretty good. Ouyang Feiyu's target 1 had 120 points, Ouyang Feishua's target 2 had 129 points, and even Fanya, who had just started shooting yesterday, scored 101 points. After the scores were called out, Sun Guangjun arrived in front of them. The 3 women noticed his presence and simultaneously took off their noise-canceling headphones, seeming to wait for his praise. Sun Guangjun picked up an MP5 from the weapon rack, clapped his hands, and said, "The results of the 3 beautiful ladies are quite good. It seems you have fully mastered the essentials of pistol shooting. Next, it's time to continue improving your skills. This is not urgent, it needs time to accumulate, so you can take it slowly. Today, I will talk to you about the use of submachine guns. Everyone look at this gun in my hand, it's called the MP5 submachine gun. Like the USP pistol you used before, it is designed and produced by the German HK company. If you've watched early Hong Kong movies, you should have an impression of this gun. It was used by the Flying Tigers in those action films. This gun measures 680 mm in length, with a barrel length of 225 mm, and weighs 2.54 kilograms when empty. It also uses a 9x19mm parabellum handgun round, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, and can use a 15-round short magazine or a 100-round drum. With minimal recoil and a very high rate of fire, the theoretical firing rate reaches 800 rounds per minute, making it a standard weapon for many countries' military forces, security forces, and police. Come, let me demonstrate the shooting effect for you. Saying this, Sun Guangjun pulled out the magazine and quickly loaded the bullets. With a crisp sound, Sun Guangjun loaded the magazine and quickly chambered a round, holding the gun with both hands, aiming at the target in front of him, and pulled the trigger. Da-day-day. Sun Guangjun's shooting had a rhythm, firing in bursts of 3 to 4 rounds, but the intervals were extremely short. In just half a minute, he emptied a magazine. Target 4, 30 rounds fired, total score 300. The electronic scoring voice sounded, and surprisingly, all of Sun Guangjun's shots were 10 points. Putting down the gun, Sun Guangjun said to the 3 stunned women, "You should have seen the accuracy of this gun. In bursts of 3 to 4 rounds, the hit rate remains extremely stable, and the impact points hardly deviate. This is also a characteristic of this gun. In fact, if firing longer bursts, the 3rd and 4th shots tend to shift to the upper right, about the 2 o'clock position, which is hard to correct. If it's more than 7 to 10 rounds in a long burst, you will definitely feel the gun moving out of control. The subsequent bullets will deviate to the upper right, requiring you to stop and re-aim at the target before shooting again. You need to pay attention to this characteristic while practicing. Of course, this is a submachine gun, designed for firepower suppression. Even if the aim isn't perfect, it doesn't really matter. For fire coverage, as long as the muzzle isn't too far off, it's fine. You don't need to waste too much effort on this. So, today you 3 will first familiarize yourselves with this gun and learn how to shoot. We'll teach you how to disassemble it when we have time later. Turning around, he grabbed 2 more guns from the rack, gave one to each of the 3 women, and then taught them hand in hand how to change the magazine. How to load, aim, and fire. To help the 3 girls better grasp the essence of short bursts, Sun Guangjun provided them with MP5JS, specially made for the Neon Military Police, with the biggest feature being the 3-round burst trigger. When all 3 girls got the hang of it and unleashed a metal storm against the target with the Sun Guangjun brought over a whole box of bullets, supervising their practice while loading bullets. At first, the 3 girls were a bit clumsy, taking a long time to aim seriously before decisively pulling the trigger, then carefully aiming again. Once they became familiar, the 3 girls got excited, like they were playing with a fun toy, constantly pulling the trigger, and later switched to automatic mode, experiencing the essence of short and long bursts themselves. In no time, the sounds of D-D-D continued to echo in the shooting range, while Sun Guangjun struggled to keep up with the girls' consumption rate as he loaded bullets alone. It must be said that the recoil of the MP5 is really small, resting on the shoulder, one can barely feel it, even less than the USP of the same family. Of course, just because the recoil is small doesn't mean there isn't any, especially during 3-round bursts, the continuous impact is still quite noticeable. After each girl fired 5 or 6 magazines, their excitement faded, and they finally freed Sun Guangjun's hands. Taking advantage of the girls' break, Sun Guangjun explained the use of shotguns to them, emphasizing that it was simpler, just needing to load and fire. As noon approached, the 3 girls changed out of their military uniforms and, after washing up, all rushed to the kitchen. It seemed the 3 had discussed it. Fangya took the lead in cooking, while the Ouyang sisters helped out. Amid laughter and chat, the 3 sisters prepared a sumptuous lunch. They were to continue training in the afternoon, so none of the 3 girls drank alcohol. Even when Sun Guangjun suggested some cold beer to cool off, they unanimously refused. This time, the 4 of them ate together. Ouyang Feiyu was surprised to find that not only was the boss, Sun Guangjun, a big eater, but even Fangya and her sister had become quite gluttonous, eating enough to match 2 or 3 of themselves. Something was off. Though Ouyang Feiyu usually acted carefree, she was actually quite perceptive. After noticing the odd behavior, she immediately began to recall what her sister had been doing over the past few days. And sure enough, upon reflection, Ouyang Feiyu discovered plenty of clues. Chapter 69, Making Plans in Advance. After lunch, Sun Guangjun returned to his territory on the 2nd floor, while the 3 girls took a short break before heading back to the shooting range to practice shooting. Back on the 2nd floor, Sun Guangjun didn't rush to rest. Instead, he opened the WeChat group. Since Wu Feng said someone in the community was conspiring against him, it was highly possible that some clues would appear in the group, or even crazier, they might openly come at him there. In the WeChat group, there were the usual messages tagging Sun Guangjun, along with plenty of friend requests. Scanning through them one by one, it was mostly people wanting to get supplies from him, especially drinking water. One user claiming to be a mom earnestly told Sun Guangjun that her baby was only 7 months old and that they were about to run out of water at home, pleading with him for 2 bottles, offering anything in return. To be honest, this might sound rather touching, but at its core, her family's water shortage wasn't caused by Sun Guangjun, nor was it his responsibility. Instead of nagging him here, she should be looking for Director Lin. Sun Guangjun thought this way and acted accordingly, directly replying in the group, "If you have difficulties, please contact the neighborhood committee. Director Lin is very caring and will definitely do his best to help everyone solve their problems." Moral kidnapping, who wouldn't do it? Moreover, Sun Guangjun told others that Director Lin had once assured him that the disaster relief supplies organized by the city would arrive in a few days. Instead of waiting at home, everyone might as well ask Director Lin when the supplies would arrive or if they had already arrived but were being held back by the neighborhood committee. Well then, Sun Guangjun smoothly shifted the blame onto Director Lin. "Old witch, you want to plot against my grandfather, son? Let me take care of you first." Easily easing the brewing storm in the group, Sun Guangjun ignored all friend requests. However, Zhou Yilin hadn't made a sound after her phone call yesterday afternoon, except for sending a few messages like "rest well and eat on time." This shameless person must be hiding some big move. Knowing Zhou Yilin, Sun Guangjun didn't let his guard down, but his current strategy was to counter every move calmly and maintain stillness. With absolute strength on his side, he believed a little green tea like Zhou Yilin couldn't stir up much trouble. Having sorted everything out, Sun Guangjun started to practice the Qi Yuan body forging technique. After 12 great weeks, Sun Guangjun felt that things were a bit better than before. The feeling of being ready to explode wasn't as strong as it used to be. It seems that as his supernatural ability level increased, his endurance quietly grew as well. After finally calming his inner rage, Sun Guangjun went to bed to rest, knowing there was a great show likely to happen that night, so he needed to replenish his energy. As for sleeping, with Fangya and Ouyang Feiyu as options, he believed tonight wouldn't just be about rest. Unaware of the passage of time, when Sun Guangjun woke up, the sky was already faintly dark. Upon reaching the rooftop, Sun Guangjun gazed into the distance. The sunset reflected colorful clouds, painting the horizon beautifully, making him unable to help but exclaim, "Damn it, the heat is unbearable, but the view is still nice."
Too bad, such a beautiful scene can't be enjoyed for much longer. Similarly, Sun Guangjun's leisurely days would not last much longer either. In hot weather, it's really inconvenient to go out. Once the heavy rain comes, the temperature will return to normal, and that's when Sun Guangjun can really show his skills. Today is August 10th, there are exactly 5 days left until the high temperatures retreat, so Sun Guangjun needs to start making action plans. Going out in heavy rain can actually be quite dangerous, but Sun Guangjun has no choice but to venture out. On one hand, the scattered supplies throughout the city are waiting for him to collect, otherwise, those things will eventually be submerged in the raging flood. On the other hand, the mountain river ring is still waiting to upgrade. Previously, Sun Guangjun had only collected gold from abroad, he hadn't touched domestic gold yet. The tradition passed down from the older generation of Longwei is that every household likes to collect some gold products, mainly gold jewelry. This not only serves as decoration, but also as an investment, which has resulted in countless gold shops in Longwa. Even if each gold shop has only 2 or 3 kilograms of gold in stock, the sheer number of shops means that if they were all collected, the total would definitely not be a small figure. Moreover, the upgrade of the mountain river ring isn't solely dependent on gold, various jade and gemstones can also be included. Fortunately, while Longwa people love gold, they love flawless beautiful jade even more. Simply put, once the hot weather passes, Sun Guangjun's main task will be to go out to gather gold and gems while also collecting various useful supplies he encounters on the way. Just as Sun Guangjun was planning his future action route in his mind, thinking ahead, his phone rang. Great, no need to look, it must be Wu Feng coming over. From Sun Guangjun, one could see their father-son figures. Without even answering the call, Sun Guangjun went downstairs, opened the big door, and walked out of the villa to greet them. "Ha, little brother, you are quite clever." Wu Feng stopped his big jeep right at the steps, and even before getting out of the car, his voice came out, "You didn't even need to answer the phone to know it's us. The door is already open." Without saying anything else, just this service attitude deserves a thumbs up from me, big brother. "Come on, son, let's get out of the car, we've arrived at the place to grab a meal." Holding Wu Yang, Wu Feng dashed into the living room of the villa, still shouting, "This weather is way too hot. Just a few steps and I'm already sweating buckets. If I could, I'd rather stay in an air-conditioned room my whole life without coming out." "Little brother, it has to be you. When you renovated the villa, not only did you install several air conditioning units, but you also creatively set up cooling devices in the house. If you ask me, that's absolutely brilliant. In this weather, if we rely solely on the air conditioning, even with a few more units, it wouldn't be enough." Listening to Wu Feng's chatter like a machine gun, Sun Guangjun couldn't be bothered to respond. He picked up a plate of washed and sliced fruit, calling out to Wu Yang, "Come here, little Yang, let's eat some fruit first before the big meal." "Hello, Uncle Sunday." "Thank you, Uncle Sunday." 5-year-old Wu Yang said hello with a sweet voice, taking the watermelon handed to him by Sun Guangjun, not forgetting to say thank you. "Good boy, so polite." Rubbing Wu Yang's little head, Sun Guangjun turned to Wu Feng and said, "I say, Wu Gui, your mouth isn't rented, can we take a break? Here's the thing, let me tell you the menu. See if there's anything else you want to eat so I can make arrangements." Tonight's meal is going to focus on seafood: steamed red grouper, scallion oil big-eyed snapper, steamed king crab, spicy orchid crab, charcoal grilled conch, boiled coconut conch. Sun Guangjun listed out 2 or 3 dozen dishes, all various fresh seafood, making Wu Feng's appetite grow, and he hurriedly urged, "Little brother, don't just list off the dishes here, hurry up and bring the food out. Both of us are starving." In the kitchen, 3 beautiful chefs were working together, and the speed of serving the dishes was definitely not slow. Soon, a table full of fresh seafood was laid out in front of the father and son of Wu Feng. It must be said that Fangya, a medical student, actually had quite impressive cooking skills. Not only did all the seafood come from her hands, but there were also several dishes that required considerable skill, like charcoal grilled conch, Buddha jumps over the wall, and braised yellow croaker with fish maw and black chicken, all made excellently. Moreover, the ingredients Sun Guangjun brought out were all top quality, like bluefin tuna and wild yellow croaker, everything was available. Inviting Wu Feng and his son to sit down, Sun Guangjun reached for a steamed lobster, twisted off its head, quickly removed the shell, and placed it in front of Wu Yang, saying, "Here, little Yang, have an icy lobster first." Wu Feng, having lived in Neon for so many years, naturally knew the special status of icy lobster in Neon cuisine. Seeing Sun Guangjun casually steam several of them, he felt an urge to roll his eyes, it was wasteful. But Sun Guangjun didn't care what Wu Feng was thinking. He placed one in front of Wu Yang, took a bigger one for himself, twisted off the head, and took a bite, calling out, "For those who love lobster, help yourselves, don't be polite, there's plenty more." Compared to Sun Guangjun's way of eating, Wu Feng was undoubtedly much more elegant and refined, and he knew how to enjoy the food better. He immediately served himself a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, tasting it in small bites, and even gave Fangya a thumbs up. This culinary skill is incredible. After finishing the big lobster in a few bites to fill his stomach, Sun Guangjun finally picked up the wine bottle and began pouring wine for Wu Feng. To treat Wu Feng and his son, Sun Guangjun had prepared quite a spread. There were several types of Maodai liquor and multiple bottles of red wine that nearly included some of the best vineyards, not to mention various chilled drinks for Wu Yang and the three girls, all nicely arranged on a special little cart for easy access. The people present were not outsiders. The Ouyang sisters were introduced by Wu Feng, and although Fangya didn't know them, she quickly understood, so Wu Feng didn't hold back at all, lifting his glass to drink and enthusiastically chewing away. To be honest, such a grand feast, filled with fresh seafood, was not something easy to find even before the apocalypse, let alone in this era of scarcity. They spent more than 2 hours enjoying the meal before finally setting down their chopsticks in satisfaction. With important matters to attend to in the evening, both Sun Guangjun and Wu Feng didn't drink much, nearly 1 bottle each, which was a small amount for them. The three girls decided not to drink, having heard there would be lively events in the evening and learning from last night's experience. As for Wu Yang, being just a small kid, they wouldn't let him drink either. Sun Guangjun had the three girls clear the table of all the cups, plates, and bowls while he joined Wu Feng in the living room to sit down. "Brother, tonight's matter should only be the beginning." Wu Feng lit a cigarette, comfortably blowing out 2 smoke rings as he said, "I'm worried that, under the instigation of those with ulterior motives, your place will no longer be peaceful from now on. Although those people won't be able to break through the villa's defenses, a group coming to make trouble from time to time will be stressful to deal with." "What does Brother Wu mean?" Sun Guangjun smiled, gesturing with his hands as he said, "I guess you want to make use of this, right? You truly are a smart man, brother." Wu Feng laughed, "They're just a group of ignorant little common folks. If they really knew we had the goods, even with their boldness, they wouldn't dare come to stir trouble again. Compared to always being on guard against them, don't you think this method is more straightforward? Moreover, the official control has already dropped to nearly non-existent levels. Even if news of us having guns leaks out, it's likely no one will come to bother us." Sun Guangjun understood that Wu Feng wanted to establish authority, but that was somewhat opposite to his own thoughts. Just a group of greedy common folks, they could be allowed to fend for themselves, there was no need to take them seriously. As for their possible disruptions every now and then, he could see them as adding some amusement to this dull apocalypse. Besides, they wouldn't be able to stir trouble for long. Of course, Sun Guangjun had another intention, to let the three girls at home truly feel just how sinister the human heart was in the apocalypse by showing them the greedy, ugly faces of these people. Sun Guangjun could not hide away in Villa Number 1 forever, nor could he always stay beside the three girls. Preparing them to have a clear understanding in advance would indirectly enhance their self-defense skills. With a carefree smile, Sun Guangjun said, "Brother Wu, why be so serious with them? A bunch of little common folks, even if they're a bit greedy, they don't deserve a death penalty. After all, their main purpose is merely to survive. Why should we make things hard for them? If they come to cause trouble, just drive them away, there's no need to take their lives. As for us, we can take it lightly, otherwise, it's boring to be so serious all day. By the way, Brother Wu, since we're on this topic, I want to ask, what are your plans for the future? I can give you a hint. The high temperatures won't last too long, and in a few days, I estimate the temperature will start to drop. However, in this apocalypse, disasters come one after another, never giving people a chance to breathe. After the high temperatures, there will be heavy rains, followed by extreme cold and long nights. What I want to know is, are you prepared to live your life peacefully, raising your nephew, or do you want to embark on a new venture?" Upon hearing Sun Guangjun's question, Wu Feng fell into silence. To be honest, having gotten used to being surrounded by admirers and holding great power in Neon, Wu Feng felt somewhat unwilling to just fade into silence. Moreover, from Sun Guangjun's words, it seemed that this apocalypse would not end anytime soon. With great changes in the world and a lack of order, this environment was exactly the grand era where heroes arose. As a former powerful figure, Wu Feng definitely was not content to be beneath others, especially since he had Sun Guangjun's early warning, along with plenty of supplies and weapons at hand. With the right time and place, Wu Feng believed that, as long as the opportunity was suitable, he might as well build a strong power and carve out his own territory in this apocalypse. After pondering for quite a while and having smoked several cigarettes, Wu Feng finally said, "Little brother, your Wuga was once a person whose stomp could shake the capital 3 times. Now that the apocalypse has come and I have returned home, if I just remain silent, I really feel a bit unwilling. However, gathering a group of people is easy, maintaining it later will still need your help, little brother. You can rest assured about that, Wu Gu." Before Wu Feng could continue, Sun Guangjun offered him a dose of reassurance. "As long as you are willing to develop your power, my brother will definitely support you wholeheartedly. However, brother, I must say something rude in advance. When you are selecting your subordinates, be cautious. Those with ulterior motives, those who are extremely wicked, should be avoided regardless of their abilities." "Of course." Wu Feng smiled and said, "You can be assured, little brother, I am not that kind of person without principles." The two exchanged smiles, and everything was unsaid yet understood. Chapter 71, Bringing Warmth. The topic was briefly touched upon, and neither of them continued to delve deeper.
Right now, Wufeng only had this initial idea, with no specific plans in place. How to unfold and develop later was still a distant dream, and saying more at this point was useless. Regarding the specific developments on Wu Feng's side, Sun Guangjun did not plan to interfere much. He just needed to provide logistical support and offer the greatest backing to Wu Feng. With this alone, no matter how large Wu Feng's power grew in the future, Sun Guangjun could guarantee himself a supreme position within it, at the very least being the second in command. And this was exactly what Sun Guangjun pursued. When he first returned and had the mountain river ring in hand, Sun Guangjun only thought about stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse struck, raiding Neon and America. To put it simply, at that time, Sun Guangjun was playing the game as a lone wolf. It was during his first trip back when he stumbled upon Xiong Lang that Sun Guangjun was suddenly awakened. Being a lone wolf wouldn't allow one to last long in the apocalypse. Even if he could survive alone, he couldn't guarantee that others wouldn't discover the fact that he had a large amount of supplies. Once targeted, especially by those large powers with overwhelming numbers and countless experts, Sun Guangjun knew he could never withstand them. That was when Sun Guangjun developed the idea of forming a power. However, he did not want to directly recruit people himself and develop step by step from small to large. That would be too laborious and not worth the cost. After much thought, Sun Guangjun felt that cultivating his own agents seemed like a good path, as it would ensure his position within the power. You don't even need to worry about how to develop, and with your own massive supply of resources, it's hard not to grow. This is truly a win-win situation. Sun Guangjun has two candidates in mind, one is Wu Feng, and the other is Xiong Lang. In the previous life, Wu Feng died in the third year of the apocalypse, and by then he was already a level 5 master, while Sun Guangjun was only at level 2, which shows his potential. As for Xiong Lang, that is even more impressive, a top-level king-level powerhouse. With these two people leading the formation of a power, it's like not putting all your eggs in one basket, and both forces can cooperate, supporting each other and promoting one another. Of course, this is all just Sun Guangjun's own thoughts. Making it happen still requires stepping forward one step at a time. Bro, have a cigarette. Wu Feng took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and tossed one over, laughing. Just sitting here drinking water isn't a thing. Have one with me, brother. After catching the cigarette thrown by Wu Feng, Sun Guangjun played with it between his fingers. In his previous life, he wasn't a stranger to smoking, but cigarettes had become a luxury item during the apocalypse, and ordinary people couldn't get them. Even if they found some occasionally, they often traded them for other goods. Speaking of which, Sun Guangjun hadn't enjoyed the rich aroma of tobacco for 7 or 8 years. By the time Wu Feng nearly finished his cigarette, Sun Guangjun leisurely lit one for himself, took a light puff, and closed his eyes to savor the aroma swirling in his mouth and lungs, taking a long time to exhale. Oh, look at you, brother, not a novice. Seeing Sun Guangjun's skilled movements, Wu Feng's eyes lit up. With your style, you've got to have at least 5 years of smoking experience to reach this level. I've got a few boxes of good cigars. Let's have a cigar together tomorrow. Sun Guangjun gave a thumbs up. Wu Ge, you really are a pro, you casually throw out terms like cigar. Just as the two were chatting, the doorbell suddenly rang. Sun Guangjun stood up and looked at the screen, seeing an SUV parked outside, surrounded by 6 or 7 strong men, and a big fat man was pressing the doorbell, with a box of instant noodles and 2 cases of purified water at his feet. Is Mr. Sun at home? Lin Dagong's voice came through the speaker. We are from the community, entrusted by Director Lin to distribute materials to you. Please come out to sign for them. Wait, coming right out. Sun Guangjun casually hung up the video call, turned to Wu Feng with a smile. Wu Ge, did you see that? These guys are not fools, they even know how to play this game cleverly. With just this little bit of material, they send 7 or 8 people. This effort to deliver warmth at your door is quite impressive. Let's go out and meet them. Wu Feng nodded and said, what kind of trick are they playing? Let's go out and see. Hold on. Seeing Wu Feng lift his leg to walk out, Sun Guangjun quickly stopped him, saying, Wu Ge, I can go out alone. You take the big nephew and the 3 ladies and wait behind the door, ready to ambush. At my command, you can let those fireworks loose on them. It's a hot day, let's have a close-range fireworks show, they'll be thoroughly entertained. Calling over the 3 women, along with Wu Feng and his son, the group made their way to the front door in a grand manner. Gesturing for the others to prepare, Sun Guangjun opened a small crack in the door, just enough for him to slip out sideways. Seeing Sun Guangjun come out so unguarded, Lin Dagong was overjoyed, quietly signaling with his hidden hand while cheerfully saying, Mr. Sun, the materials are here, a box of instant noodles and 2 cases of purified water, please check them, and you can sign later. As he spoke, the several strong men around the car had already discreetly closed in. Sun Guangjun couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Pretending not to know anything, he bent down to check the pitiful supplies. Make your move. Seeing Sun Guangjun bend down, Lin Dagong felt the opportunity was as easy as blowing dust, and he hurriedly shouted loudly, rushing over to tightly hug Sun Guangjun's waist. On the other side, several big men who gathered around took out hidden weapons like clubs and wrenches and pounced on Sun Guangjun ferociously. What are you doing?
Sun Guangjun pretended to be hugely shocked, struggling hard, but in reality, he effortlessly broke free from Lin Dagong's grip, then pushed Lin Dagong into the oncoming crowd and took 2 steps back himself. At night, it was dark, and Sun Guangjun deliberately left the lights at the big door off. The several burly men rushing in could not see who was surrounded, and the clubs and wrenches in their hands fell like raindrops, beating Lin Dagong to screams of agony. Meanwhile, Sun Guangjun had quietly returned inside, not forgetting to take the instant noodles and bottled water with him. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, not to mention instant noodles and bottled water, which are highly prized items in the apocalypse. Sun Guangjun did not shut the big door. Instead, he accepted a Gatling firework handed to him by Wu Feng and lit himself a cigarette. Caught off guard and being beaten badly, Lin Dagong was stunned. When he finally remembered these were his own people, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop it, you idiots! Don't hit me!" By the time the group realized they had hit the wrong person and hurriedly stopped, Sun Guangjun had already ignited the Gatling's fuse with the cigarette butt in his hand. "Hey, look here!" In the next moment, as Sun Guangjun called out, the big men looked up, and the brilliant fireworks began to burst forth. Chapter 72, Favoritism. Sun Guangjun, not satisfied with just one firework, casually opened the big door and called for Wu Feng and his son along with the 3 women to line up, each person holding a Gatling. Wu Yang, being small in stature, could only take a magic firework and unleashed a barrage towards the 7 or 8 people. The fireworks' power was not great, nor was its range far, but it was enough to deal with Lin Dagong's ragtag group. These people had parked their car less than 10 meters from the big door, and now, they were only 5 or 6 meters away from Sun Guangjun and the others. Now, all the firework bombs were enjoyed by them without any waste. "Oh no, it burns. It hurts so much. You lot, stop it right now. Dagong, let's get out of here quick. It hurts like hell." The continuous barrage of fireworks, with one finished and another following, left Lin Dagong and his group in disarray, screaming continuously. Wu Yang, being a little kid, had never seen such a scene, and he jumped up in joy, changing one magic firework after another. Of course, lighting them still needed his father's help. Finally, taking advantage of the moment when Sun Guangjun and the others were replacing their new fireworks and the firepower weakened, Lin Dagong's group awkwardly hid behind the car, escaping the shower of fireworks. "Wu Gu, shoot at the car!" Sun Guangjun shouted strongly, leading everyone to make that SUV their target. Since they couldn't hit the people anymore, they would fire at the car and see where these guys would hide if the car caught fire. With Sun Guangjun's order, everyone turned their fire direction towards that poor SUV and opened fire with all their might. "Oh no, they want to burn the car. Lin Dagong, we came here to help you, not to get ourselves killed. Think of a way, fast." "Exactly, Gangu, if they ignite the fuel tank, we'll all be done for. Stop talking nonsense, let's run. With the car covering us, they can't hit us." I don't know who the genius cried out, and several guys turned around and ran, covering their heads in a panic. After chasing a few steps with everyone, and after firing all their fireworks, Sun Guangjun called off the attack. "They say that when the poor are fleeing, do not pursue them. For this group of people, there's little meaning in chasing them down, just drive them away." When I turned around, unexpectedly, I found a surprise. That SUV was in good condition, it didn't even catch fire, and Lin Dagong's group didn't take the keys, they were still stuck in the ignition. "Wow, a tank 300. Sun Guangjun patted the car door and said to Wu Feng, "Brother Wu, the engine has only been off for a short while, it's still pretty cool inside. You should hurry and take your nephew home, to avoid it getting hot later." Wu Feng laughed and said, "Brother, I won't be polite this time. Who would have thought, not only did I enjoy a great meal today, but I also got a car on my way out. But if I take this car, what will happen to my big Jeep? Isn't that simple?" Sun Guangjun rolled his eyes and said, "Tomorrow, when I bring you supplies, I'll bring it over, won't that work?" "What? Are you afraid I'll steal your car?" "Of course not." Wu Feng picked up his cheerful son, who was still singing with delight, climbed into the car, pressed the accelerator, and instantly returned to his villa number 3. With everyone gone, Sun Guangjun waved his hand, locked the main door with the 3 ladies, and went home. "Get some rest early, we'll continue training tomorrow." Sending off the 3 girls back to their rooms, Sun Guangjun was just about to head back to the 2nd floor when he suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. "Who?" Sun Guangjun suddenly turned around, looking in the direction of the footsteps. "Boss, it's me." At the corner appeared Ouyang Feiyu, nervously clutching her clothes, looking at Sun Guangjun with pitiful eyes. "Oh, it's Feiyu." Seeing that it was Ouyang Feiyu and not someone sneaking into the villa, Sun Guangjun let out a quiet sigh of relief. "It's so late, why aren't you resting yet?" After several attempts to speak, Ouyang Feiyu seemed to gather courage and said, "Boss, I have something to tell you." "Oh?" Sun Guangjun was taken aback, turned around, and sat down on the sofa, waving his hand to Ouyang Feiyu, saying, "If you have something to say, then sit down and talk." Ouyang Feiyu shyly came to the side of the sofa, sat down, and said with a choked voice, "Boss, you're biased." Sun Guangjun was stunned, looking at Ouyang Feiyu, whose eyes were red and on the verge of tears, feeling a bit puzzled. After the Ouyang sisters moved into the villa, Sun Guangjun believed he treated everyone equally, not favoring anyone. How could Ouyang Feiyu say such a thing? No, Feiyu, can you clarify? How am I biased? Sun Guangjun said with some confusion, are you talking about Fangya? That's not right, she's only been here for 2 days, and aside from her parents' funeral, I treated you all the same, without favoring anyone. Feiyu, if that's the issue, then I must criticize you. Boss, that's not it. Ouyang Feiyu stubbornly wriggled a bit and said, I wouldn't think you're biased towards Fangya. She's already so pitiful, with her parents just passing away. If I thought that way, I wouldn't be human. What I'm talking about is my sister. Your sister? Fei Xue? Sun Guangjun was even more puzzled. How am I biased toward Fei Xue? You sisters are only different in not sharing the same room. What else is different? Come on, tell me, if you can say just one thing, I'll accept my punishment. Boss, you still won't admit it? Ouyang Feiyu's face suddenly turned completely red, twisting for a moment, and with a bite of her lip, said recklessly, Boss, let me ask you, where did you sleep last night? Was it in my sister's room? What? About that? Sun Guangjun was dumbfounded. Wasn't Ouyang Feiyu completely drunk and out of it last night? How could she possibly know about this? Before Sun Guangjun could think of a response, Ouyang Feiyu continued, Boss, don't try to deny it, I have evidence. During breakfast today, I noticed my sister was acting strange, and you even mysteriously had Fangya make her old duck soup. Black chicken soup. Don't think I don't know what these soups are for. I also found out that, even though my sister pretends well, her walking posture is different from before. It seems she is enduring pain and doesn't dare to make any big movements. Moreover, she practiced shooting like this in the morning, but by the afternoon, her condition miraculously improved a lot, and in the evening during the fireworks, she was almost no different from before. What do these all mean? Boss, you wouldn't continue to pretend not to know, would you? Sun Guangjun's rare old face turned red. He didn't expect that Ouyang Feiyu could find abnormalities from these small clues. Is this still the carefree second Miss Ouyang? Ouyang Feiyu suddenly let out a heavy cold snort and said, What? Boss, you still don't want to admit it? Should I call my sister out for the three of us to confront each other? I tell you, don't think about making up silly excuses to fool me. I know my sister's drinking capacity and behavior. Don't tell me you stayed in her room just to take care of her. Chapter 73, Responsibility. Listening to Ouyang Feiyu's questioning, Sun Guangjun curled his lip and said, Feiyu, how can you still have the face to say that? Do you know Fei Xue's drinking capacity and behavior? Then do you know what your situation is? Good heavens, I never thought that the usually elegant and lively Ouyang Feiyu would be so difficult to serve after becoming a drunken cat. Do you know? Last night, someone was hugging the toilet, having a heart-to-heart talk that lasted half the night, and couldn't be pulled up no matter what. And also, she vomited everywhere, not only all over the room but also got it all over herself. Sigh, I really have a tough life, helped someone change into pajamas and send her back to bed, yet I was still complained about being biased. Tell me, who have I offended? Listening to Sun Guangjun's sarcastic tone, Ouyang Feiyu's small face turned redder. She also knew what kind of state she was in after getting drunk, but she didn't expect all of this to be seen by the boss. In fact, when Ouyang Feiyu woke up this morning and found she had changed into a new set of pajamas, she suspected that Sun Guangjun had changed her. When she saw the vomit-stained clothes in the bathroom, this suspicion deepened. Now being exposed by Sun Guangjun face-to-face made Ouyang Feiyu embarrassed. Her toes almost wore out the sole of her shoe, wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor and hide in it. Suddenly, a light flashed in Ouyang Feiyu's mind. Wait, it seemed the boss had led the topic astray? I came to find the boss to talk about him being biased towards my sister. How did it turn into my drunken state last night? The boss is really cunning. No, I can't let the boss lead me by the nose. I have to bring the rhythm back. You think you can fool me so easily? No way. In a sudden flash of insight, Ouyang Feiyu understood many things, and her pounding heart instantly calmed down. When Sun Guangjun paused, Ouyang Feiyu crossed her arms in front of her chest and sneered, Boss, why did you stop talking? Go on, I actually love listening to it. Isn't it just that you saw my drunken state? What's the big deal? Boss, I'm not saying your method of changing the topic is just too clumsy. I came to you to talk about your bias, about you sleeping in my sister's room, not to hear you describe my own embarrassing state. I just want to ask you, have you slept with my sister? Do you admit this matter? Sun Guangjun didn't expect that this girl, who had just been embarrassed and red like a monkey's butt, would suddenly wake up in an instant. The question she asked was piercingly sharp, directly aiming at the heart. Under the intense gaze of Ouyang Feiyu, Sun Guangjun felt exposed. Wow, when did this girl's gaze become so sharp? Seeing no way to escape, Sun Guangjun gritted his teeth and said boldly, Yes, I slept with your sister.
Now, both Fei Shui and Fanya are my women, do you have any objections? I.
Sun Guangjun admitted it just like that, throwing Ouyang Feiyu, who was originally waiting to see what kind of story he could come up with, into confusion, unable to say anything coherent.
Wow.
Feeling lost, Ouyang Feiyu suddenly cried out, collapsing onto the arm of the sofa, sobbing loudly as she said, "Boss, you were such a bully. Clearly, I was the one talking to you the most, and yet you went and did that with my sister first. And last night, you took advantage of me being drunk and took off my clothes."
Yes, you took off my clothes.
Suddenly, Ouyang Feiyu stopped crying, straightened up, glaring with her red eyes, her voice still laced with tears. "Sun Guangjun, I was completely exposed to you, don't you want to take responsibility?"
Take responsibility?
In that moment, Sun Guangjun felt like thunder struck. Had this young lady gone through all that trouble, questioning and crying, just to demand that he take responsibility?
Is there really such a good deal in this world? A beautiful woman throwing herself at him. Yes. Seeing Sun Guangjun look like a dazed goose, Ouyang Feiyu nodded and said, "You exposed me completely, shouldn't you take responsibility? If you really want to be a scumbag, not only I but my sister won't let you get away with it." Sun Guangjun gave a wry smile. "Feiyu, it's only fair that you want me to take responsibility.
What happened last night had its reasons, but I did do it myself, and I won't deny that.
However, if I take responsibility for you, wouldn't that make me a scumbag to Fei Shui and Fanya as well? And wouldn't people think you're stealing a man from your sister?"
Put.
Ouyang Feiyu looked at Sun Guangjun with disdain and said, "Boss, you don't really think I can't see through your little thoughts, do you? Let me tell you, I knew from the first time we met that you had ideas about both of us sisters.
I mean about both of us together, not just one of us.
Everyone knows about your filthy thoughts of juggling between women. A scumbag? You've been a scumbag for a long time, don't you even realize it? You think about both of us sisters while bringing back someone like Fanya from the outside. If you're not a scumbag, then who is? So don't try to cover up your actions, just honestly admit that you're a scumbag, alright? Alright, isn't it enough that I admit it?" Since everything has been said, Sun Guangjun no longer tried to hide. "I've already been this much of a scumbag, do you still want me to take responsibility for you?" "Yes."
In the face of the shameless Sun Guangjun, Ouyang Feiyu surprisingly said very decisively, "You already have both my sister and Fanya as women, what's one more added to the mix? Besides, you've always been coveting us sisters. Even if I don't take the initiative to clarify this time, sooner or later, your claws will reach out for me. My sister is right, this is the end of the world, and as a weak woman, if I don't want to struggle outside, I can only find a strong leg to hold onto, and you, boss, are undoubtedly the strongest leg around. Men are aggressive and women are attracted to strength, it's nature. I won't deny that I have feelings for you, or else I wouldn't have come to find you in the middle of the night to talk about such embarrassing topics.
Boss, now that I said all this, don't you still understand my feelings?" Ha ha ha. Sun Guangjun suddenly burst into laughter. "I understand, how could I not understand? Feiyu just saw that Fei Shui and Fanya have both become my women and is getting anxious.
And here she is, coming to me to take responsibility.
Don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility."
As he spoke, Sun Guangjun stood up tall and walked confidently to Ouyang Feiyu, bending down directly in a princess carry posture.
Embracing Ouyang Feiyu in his arms. "Let's go, I will take Feiyu to the bridal chamber." With big strides, Sun Guangjun held Ouyang Feiyu tightly and headed straight for the bridal room.
Ouyang Feiyu's wish had come true, her tender arms tightly wrapped around Sun Guangjun's strong neck, her little head buried in his chest, hiding her shy little face. The door closed, and the concert began. Chapter 74, It Rained. The next morning, at the table, there was one more big-bellied man. Though Ouyang Feiyu was a newbie and moved a bit awkwardly, she still got up at her usual time to eat, pretending everything was normal, and after tidying up the kitchen with Ouyang Feishu and Fanya, they went to the shooting range to practice shooting.
Sun Guangjun quietly left Ouyang Feiyu's room before dawn, still at her request.
This girl had a delicate face. Although she took the initiative to ask Sun Guangjun to take responsibility, she still didn't want Ouyang Feishu and Fanya to notice any hints. Since she had such a request, Sun Guangjun naturally complied. Although he had already decided not to be a simp, it was still okay to pamper his own woman a little. After breakfast, Sun Guangjun went to Wu Feng's house, returning a large cut while also helping replenish his supplies. What surprised Sun Guangjun was that the batch of weapons he left for Wu Feng and Neon had actually all been brought back home, along with some weapons Wu Feng originally had. Now, this batch of items was stored in the basement of Villa Number 3. Back at home, Sun Guangjun began his closed-door training, spending every day practicing shooting with the three women. During the day, the three practiced, and he practiced at night. The three women were all new, just starting to learn, they were in a phase of getting used to it, and surprisingly, none opposed. After practicing for several days, Sun Guangjun made a new discovery. Not only did the three women's appetites increase greatly, but their strength, speed, reaction, and even memory improved significantly. Sun Guangjun guessed that this might relate to his cultivation of the Qianyuan forging body technique. It seemed that this method was not a harmful one, but beneficial for both parties, although his benefits seemed a bit larger. With the support of the 3 women and continuous training, Sun Guangjun's extraordinary ability level barely broke through to level 5. What was more regrettable was that while cultivating the Qianyuan forging body technique, he discovered that the energy of the world had begun to recover. Though incredibly slight, it was no longer at a level that was almost imperceptible. After this discovery, Sun Guangjun taught the technique he had practiced in his previous life to the 3 women, letting them practice first, and would replace it with better methods later.
In his past life, such techniques were very common, even lacking a name. Technique, am I not worthy of a name?
Well, you're so superior, incredible, always called basic techniques. In these few days, Sun Guangjun's family of 4 a dragon and 3 phoenixes, lived quite harmoniously. However, although the 3 women knew about their relationship with Sun Guangjun, the thin layer of paper between them was never punctured, which made Sun Guangjun turn over in at least 2 rooms each night so that he could completely release. Every time Sun Guangjun sighed, it seemed that the dream of sleeping together under one blanket still required effort to achieve. Villa number 1 was calm and peaceful, with no disturbances from outside. Perhaps it was because they suffered a big loss that night. Lin Dagong and his mother, Director Lin, no longer came to cause trouble, including Officer Wang. Time passed, and 5 days slipped by. On the night of August 15th, after finishing up in the 3 rooms, Sun Guangjun walked out from Fangya's room. Behind him, Fangya had turned into a soft puddle, soon to be followed by faint snoring.
Checking the time, it was almost 11 at night. Sun Guangjun walked into the bathroom on the first floor, enjoying a comfortable bath.
When he came out again, he had already changed into a tight-fitting black rainproof outfit and was holding a black motorcycle helmet. On the coffee table in the living room, there was a note: "I'm going out to take care of some business, you 3 stay at home and behave."
Sun Guangjun opened the main door and walked straight out.
The heavy pure steel door of Villa number 1 opened once again 5 days later, and Sun Guangjun stood there with his hands behind his back, the door slowly closing behind him, fitting perfectly shut. Feeling the night breeze brushing against his face, Sun Guangjun whispered, "Sure enough, a high temperature has come to an end, and the temperature has started to drop. Although it's not very obvious, it's at least 5 degrees lower than before." Looking out at the city, the once bright lights had long disappeared. Residents responded to the national call, also to save electricity for air conditioning. Not a single light was on. All he could see was darkness everywhere. As time passed by second, he didn't know when it started, but the sky had been covered by black clouds, not a glimmer of light anywhere. The originally pitch-black night had become even darker, and it was truly a case of not being able to see the fingers in front of him.
Who? Close to midnight, a terrifying strong wind suddenly blew up.
Across Jinfeng Mountain, both up and down, all the trees were frantically shaking their heads, large patches of dry yellow branches and leaves swirling wildly in the wind, unsure of where they were taken.
It's raining!
Sun Guangjun stretched out his right hand and just caught a falling raindrop. The simple 3 words, with the last word hitting the ground, caused dense raindrops to begin to fall. In just a few breaths, the space between heaven and earth was filled with a torrential curtain of rain.
Finally, the time has come.
Sun Guangjun shouted loudly, and the next moment, a fully charged black electric motorcycle appeared beside him. He mounted the motorcycle, put on his helmet, and like a black flash of light, Sun Guangjun dashed out, quickly merging into the rain curtain, disappearing from sight. The heavy rain had just begun to pour down. Notice, it was a real downpour, not an exaggerated description. The road had not yet formed puddles, and as Sun Guangjun made his way, he met no obstacles at all, smoothly exiting Qilin Mountain Villa. Sun Guangjun's electric motorcycle, modified with many black technologies from his past life, not only had great speed but was also completely silent while running. Moreover, it was the middle of the night, and most survivors from the high temperatures were lost in dreams, so no one noticed the presence of a person and a vehicle on this deserted street. The stormy weather had just begun, and Sun Guangjun couldn't wait to start his action, with his targets being the bank headquarters in the city. Both domestic and foreign were all within his hunting range. With 15 days of high temperatures as a buffer, Sun Guangjun was already very familiar with the map of Qing City. Even in the night, he could navigate in the dark, taking the fastest routes. Soon, Sun Guangjun arrived at his first target of the day. He stopped the electric motorcycle, activated his earth-walking technique, and directly entered the bank vault, sweeping clean all the gold items and jewelry from the safes inside. As for the paper currency, in this apocalyptic world, it was worth even less than toilet paper, just a heap of trash. Sun Guangjun's ability level had reached level 5, truly going as swiftly as the wind. In just a few minutes, he'd thoroughly searched the large bank vault, and everything he was interested in had entered the mountains and rivers ring. Confirming there were no omissions, Sun Guangjun activated his earth-walking technique to return to the ground, the electric motorcycle revving up, ready for the next target. Chapter 75 Street Sweep. Since the rain had just started, Sun Guangjun had been busy, and after visiting all the bank vaults, he He came again to the city's Jewelry City, Jade Street, and Antique City. After sweeping through all these targets, it was finally time for the gold shops in the major business districts. By the time he was busy with this, the sky had already started to brighten slightly. Daylight broke, and the people who woke from deep sleep realized that the temperature had dropped, but the heavy rain that had been falling for several hours showed no signs of easing, with a thick layer of water accumulating on the ground. Needless to say about the low-lying areas, even the higher-lying Chilan Mountain Villa had water reaching the calves in the community, and there was also a lot of standing water in the yards of the villas scattered on the hillside. In short, any slightly flat place would have standing water, and there was simply no time to drain it away. It is said that water and fire are merciless, and when the weather gets hot, people cannot stand it. Heavy rain makes it even harder to bear. Especially in Qing City, although it is near the sea, the terrain is uneven, and the water flowing down has long-formed rushing rivers. If someone were to run out onto the street at this time, it wouldn't take long before they would be knocked down by the raging flood on the street, taken away to who knows where. Those lucky enough might be blocked by trees or some other obstacles and be saved, but those who are unlucky might just end up feeding the fish in the sea. The heavy rain last night came too suddenly, and the people exhausted from the torment of high temperatures hardly noticed the arrival of the downpour. Instead, the rapidly dropping temperature outside made their sleep even sounder. As a result of several hours of accumulation, the entire city was flooded, and it was already too late to go out. In this almost deserted city, it greatly facilitated Sun Guangjun. Wherever there was a road, he could zip by on his electric motorcycle, and where there was no road, he activated his earth walking technique, going back and forth with ease. If all else failed, he would just pull out a speedboat or a rubber dinghy from his mountain and river ring. No amount of water could stop his way. Entering the originally most prosperous commercial area of the city, Sun Guangjun swept through various gold shops while also stopping by large malls, supermarkets, and shopping centers to browse around. Although many foods had already rotted and smelled in the high temperatures, those rice, flour, grains, and oils were still fortunate to survive, along with bottled water, drinks, and others with sealed packaging, which were basically still edible. Of course, aside from food and water, the biggest category was still daily necessities. Sun Guangjun's time was precious, and he simply had no time to sift through each item. He straightforwardly swept everything into his mountain and river ring first, planning to pick through them slowly later when he had the time. Those that were in good quality he kept for personal use, those on the verge of spoilage he saved for future exchanges with others, and the spoiled ones he tossed into the third layer of his mountain and river ring to use as fertilizer. Don't think Sun Guangjun was being excessive. Under the continuous downpour, these items had a 9 out of 10 chance of being submerged in the water below, and even if Sun Guangjun didn't collect them, there wouldn't be many left anyway. Of course, Sun Guangjun wouldn't enter all places. He completely ignored those street-side small shops and smaller supermarkets. There were many survivors in the city, so he left these places for them, preserving a glimmer of hope for survival. In a flurry of activity, by the end, Sun Guangjun had lost his sense of direction. Whenever he saw a potential target in sight, he rushed over to have a look. When Sun Guangjun stopped again, he found himself by the sea, with his speedboat docked at a freight wharf. By the seaside, there were few places with higher terrain, especially at those wharfs, beaches, and bathing areas, which had already been swallowed up by the rising sea levels. Even some boats docked by the shore, unable to drain the accumulated water in time, sank in the harbor under the influence of wind and waves. Turning his head, Sun Guangjun saw what seemed to be a container yard in the distance, quickly steering the speedboat straight towards it. Before long, Sun Guangjun arrived up close, looking at the piles of containers getting drenched in the rain, his heart filled with joy. With a wave of his hand, the stacked containers disappeared in clusters, all entering the mountain river lock. After finishing at this container yard, Sun Guangjun decided not to head into the city. He switched to a high-powered motorboat and began sweeping along the coastline. This time, Sun Guangjun collected all sorts of boats, regardless if they were fishing boats, cruise ships, yachts, or cargo passenger ships. Even small skiffs counted. Anything that appeared in Sun Guangjun's sight could not escape the fate of entering the mountain river lock. The coastline twisted and turned. As Sun Guangjun wandered, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the northern fleet space. Unfortunately, the warships in the base had long disappeared, and even the soldiers were nowhere to be seen. It seems the troops received orders and evacuated ahead of schedule, Sun Guangjun muttered, driving the motorboat into the base and taking a spin, somehow ending up at a warehouse. The warehouse door stood wide open, still containing some army green large boxes, and there wasn't a single person inside. Sun Guangjun approached, opened a box to check, and found it was filled with 95 type rifles. Looks like this is a Marine Corps armory, he thought. He picked up one 95 type rifle, pulled the bolt, and found it was intact but not brand new. Sun Guangjun realized that these should be weapons that the Marine Corps had phased out, left behind due to the hasty evacuation where they couldn't carry everything away. A quick glance revealed about 70 to 80 boxes here, all of the same specification, estimating 10 rifles per box. That meant 700 to 800 rifles. If these were taken by someone, they could quickly raise a formidable force. With a mindset of being kind to others and utilizing waste, Sun Guangjun unapologetically claimed this batch of firearms for himself, then left the warehouse in search of compatible ammunition. Having guns without bullets isn't as useful as sticks for firewood. In the vast camp, the seawater had already submerged over a meter deep, and Sun Guangjun effortlessly maneuvered the motorboat around, looking for various warehouses. Sure enough, he really did find quite a few good things: 95 type rifles, 92 type pistols, along with a good amount of accompanying ammunition, and in one storeroom, he discovered hundreds of Type 81 rifles. Although he didn't find bullets for those, they used AK Series 7.62 by 39mm ammunition, which Sun Guangjun had plenty of. However, besides these older weapons, there were no newer or more powerful ones left. It seemed the troops were also concerned about leaving too many high-powered weapons behind. Better to leave the old equipment, as the destruction caused by those would be limited even if they fell into the wrong hands. Chapter 76, Return. After exploring the camp inside and out, Sun Guangjun didn't find anything more decent. Not only had the warships evacuated, but even the shore-based weapons had been dismantled. It seems the military had prepared for the evacuation early on, Sun Guangjun thought. The heavy rain nearly wiped away all traces, leaving Sun Guangjun unable to determine whether the fleet had evacuated long ago or left after the rain started, but that no longer mattered. The military's withdrawal signaled that true chaos was not far off. Next, how to survive in this apocalypse would rely on everyone's own means. Feeling a bit emotional, Sun Guangjun drove the motorboat away from the camp, continuing his grand enterprise of collecting supplies. When Sun Guangjun returned to Villa No. 1 again, It was already the evening of August 19th. After walking along the coastline, Sun Guangjun began to sweep through various industrial enterprises, collecting industrial equipment and raw materials, including construction materials and steel from the markets, all of which were necessary for building power and restoring order in the future. For 4 consecutive days and nights, Sun Guangjun nearly traveled everywhere in and around Qing City, exhausting 4 speedboats and consuming countless amounts of fuel. Except for short stops at each location, the speedboats were running at full power every moment, ferrying Sun Guangjun back and forth. Heavy rain had fallen for 4 days and nights, with the sea level rising almost 20 meters. Many places had turned into a watery world, no longer resembling the beautiful and peaceful coastal city of the past. Shilin Mountain Villa had a relatively high terrain, but the multi-story building area at the foot of the mountain was flooding due to its flat land. Not only were the underground garages filled with water, but there were also 2 to 3 meters of standing water in the community. Sun Guangjun rode a rubber boat slowly into the community, and had to stop as he reached the road up the mountain. The winding mountain road, once neatly paved, had now become a natural flood channel. Water flowed down from the mountaintop and converged here, rushing into the community like a roaring river. The hand-rowed rubber boat struggled to make progress against the strong current. Looking at the slope of the mountain road, Sun Guangjun doubted that even a speedboat could successfully make it up the hill. Sun Guangjun secretly cursed his poor planning. Had he known it would be like this, it would have been better to use his earth element technique outside the community and go straight back to Villa No. 1. Why bother with the disguises? Helplessly, he jumped out of the rubber boat and, after his feet touched solid ground, stowed the boat away. Earth element technique, activate. 5 minutes later, Sun Guangjun, soaked to the skin, stood under the glass dome, looking up at the sky. Unfortunately, the white felt cloth laid during the hot weather to block the sunlight was still above the dome, wetly clinging there, so Sun Guangjun could see nothing, only the sound of raindrops intensively pounding his ears. Sigh. With a long sigh, Sun Guangjun, exhausted in body and spirit, dragged his heavy steps back toward the villa's entrance. "Oh, boss, you're back?" The sound of the door opening startled the 3 women who were having dinner in the dining room. Ouyang Feiyu was the first to jump out, and when she saw it was Sun Guangjun, she immediately screamed and rushed over, diving into his arms, crying out, "Boss, where have you been these days? The phone was unreachable, and no one could find you. Do you know we were almost worried to death?" At this moment, Ouyang Feiyu and Fangya also ran over. Fangya held Sun Guangjun's sleeve, softly saying, "Shall we go? This time it's really your fault. How could you just leave a note and run off by yourself? And you ran off for so many days. It has been pouring rain." The news said this heavy rain is global, and even the sea level has risen more than 20 meters. Many places in the city have been flooded. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to go out alone? Although Ouyang Feiyu didn't speak as much scolding as the other 2, her typically cold eyes were red as she glared at Sun Guangjun, clearly trying to suppress her emotions. I'm sorry. Listening to the women's complaints, Sun Guangjun felt an overwhelming warmth. In this end of the world, there were still people who cared about you, and that feeling was so good. Releasing Ouyang Feiyu from his embrace, Sun Guangjun reached out to pull in Ouyang Feiyu and Fangya tightly, softly saying, "I admit, I ran out without informing you in advance, especially in such extreme weather. It's my fault. But I went out to handle important matters, and I had to go out. You should know that opportunities often come in an instant, fleeting, and easily missed. If I miss this time, it might never come again. Moreover, I have enough confidence in myself, such weather does not affect my actions at all." Or are you saying that you don't believe in your husband's abilities? Sun Guangjun talked and talked, taking nearly half an hour to finally calm the emotions of the 3 women. This was after he used the excuse that he had been busy outside for 4 days and 3 nights, without even having a full meal or a decent sleep, which awakened the softness in the hearts of the 3 women.
Under Sun Guangjun's deliberate display of hardship, Fang Ye and Ouyang Feiyu immediately went into the kitchen, starting to pull out various ingredients and preparing a loving big meal for Sun Guangjun.
Ouyang Feishue wanted to join them, but was stopped by Sun Guangjun.
Holding Ouyang Feishue's soft body like that, they snuggled on the sofa, quietly discussing what had happened over the past few days. On the day it first started raining, the internet and news were filled with cheers. Almost everyone was rejoicing the end of the heatwave, and many people sighed, "What a timely rain." There were even people who had not eaten or drunk for countless days, madly rushing into the rain, opening their mouths wide to drink the rainwater. But after all the madness and fun, people were surprised to discover that this rain was simply too heavy. Without their knowledge, it had submerged large areas of land and formed torrents, making it impossible to go out to search for supplies. At this moment, experts began to pop up again, saying that this heavy rain was due to the previously hot weather, which had accumulated a large amount of water vapor in the atmosphere, and now with the temperature dropping, it resulted in a short period of heavy rain. However, the water vapor in the atmosphere is limited. The heavy rain won't last forever and will stop before long, allowing people to live normally again. Unfortunately, due to the lessons learned from the previous heat wave, the credibility of the experts had decreased significantly, and hardly anyone believed them. As time went on, people horrifiedly realized that this rain seemed to be endless, and there was no sign of stopping. Now, just when people had begun to settle down, they started to panic again.
Chapter 77, Refreshing and Energetic.
Having gone through the previous heat wave, very few families had any food left. Now with the heavy rain and floods, the wish to go out to find supplies was simply extravagant. This panic, fueled by the shortage of food, grew step by step, and the government's control was continuously weakening, teetering on the brink of complete collapse.
This made the three women left at Villa Number 1 increasingly worried about Sun Guangjun's safety.
Fortunately, the three women also knew that mere worry was useless. Ultimately, it was still their lack of ability that made them unable to stay with Sun Guangjun and be his support. The so-called knowing shame and becoming braver. After realizing this, the three women began to train like mad. Although Sun Guangjun had been gone for only 4 days, the three women's shooting skills had improved significantly. Those guns Sun Guangjun had brought out, whether rifles, handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, or shotguns, they could all handle them proficiently with quite a high hit rate. After listening to Ouyang Feishue's report, Sun Guangjun calmly nodded. The further deterioration of the external situation was expected in something he had personally experienced in his past life. It was rather comforting that during the time he was away, the three women had consciously strengthened their training and enhanced their own strength. With more than 100 days left until the awakening of their powers, if the three women could awaken early, it will provide him with tremendous help. The awakening of supernatural powers indeed began on the first day after the 100 days of polar night ended, but there are some exceptionally gifted strong individuals who awaken during the polar night. As long as they do not die, their future achievements will be very high. According to Sun Guangjun, Airwave is one of the awakened supernatural beings who awakened early. He can become a quasi-king in 3 years and a king in 5 years, which is undoubtedly related to his early awakening. From the root, Sun Guangjun is very willing to have a few more early awakened beings around him, as this can help him establish a significant advantage at the beginning of the apocalypse and pave the way for future development. Of course, Sun Guangjun's situation is an exception. His awakening of supernatural powers was brought back by the mountain river ring and the star sword, and does not count as his own awakening. In fact, Sun Guangjun has been doubting whether someone in his situation would awaken in the future, and what kind of supernatural powers they would awaken to. No one can give him an answer to this question. He can only wait for the time to come, and everything will naturally be revealed.
Well done.
After praising Ouyang Feishue a few times, Sun Guangjun simply talked about his experiences over the past few days, which mainly involved running around to collect some supplies. In just a few days, he had almost gone all around the city of Qing. Thinking about the firearms collected from the naval base, Sun Guangjun said to Ouyang Feishue, "This time I went out and found a batch of weapons, all standard equipment from our country. Later, I will put some of them at the shooting range. You can take some time to learn how to use them."
As a Dragon Country person, you should be able to use your own standard equipment, right?
Familiarizing yourselves now will help you maintain your composure when you encounter other forces in the future. Especially when I am not around, after the ammunition you carry runs out, you must learn to gather materials on the spot. Seizing the enemy's equipment can enable you to fight immediately. Ouyang Feishue nodded, sat up straight from Sun Guangjun's arms, and said, "While those two are cooking, you should go take a shower and change your clothes.
Since you're home, you should be comfortable."
Sun Guangjun glanced at himself. After several days in the wind and rain, even though he was wearing a raincoat, it was thoroughly soaked, and his whole body was covered with dirt. He really was quite messy.
"Alright, I'll go take a shower first." Sun Guangjun stood up and walked towards the bathroom on the first floor.
I'll help you fill the bath."
Ouyang Feishue stepped into the bathroom ahead of him.
In the spacious bathroom, Ouyang Feishue swiftly filled the tub with water, bending down from time to time to test the water temperature, not caring at all that her graceful curves were completely visible to Sun Guangjun. Seeing this, Sun Guangjun felt a rush of blood. He was just beginning to understand matters between men and women and had been empty for several days. How could he resist such temptation? Before he knew it, Sun Guangjun had leaned against Ouyang Feishue's back and quickly stripped off his clothes. "Feishue, let's wash together, come on." "Ah." With Ouyang Feishue's surprised cry, countless water splashes erupted, and the two tumbled into the bathtub together. More than an hour later, Sun Guangjun, now refreshed, walked out of the bathroom and first helped the limp Ouyang Feishue back to her room. Only then did he cheerfully arrive at the dining room to enjoy the lovingly prepared meal by the excellent chef Fangya. Sun Guangjun sat down, and Ouyang Feiyue immediately ran over and sat right next to him. Before Sun Guangjun could even start eating, a piece of beef was sent to his mouth. Wow, this service is quite thoughtful. Sun Guangjun was in a great mood, happily enjoying the delicious food that Ouyang Feishue had brought to him. Seeing the sweetness between the two, Fangya couldn't even bear to watch. Rolling her eyes, she went back to her room to take a shower. Having just finished cooking and smelling of oil and smoke, it was time for her to clean up well. As soon as Fangya left, the two became even more affectionate. No one is watching, so you dare to do anything. During a meal, the two of them surprisingly enjoyed their food immensely. Sun Guangjun only ate until he was 70% full, then couldn't take it anymore from Ouyang Feiyue's teasing, so he simply put down his chopsticks, leaned down for a princess carry, and headed straight for Ouyang Feiyue's room. "Little enchantress, if I don't discipline you, will you turn against the heavens?" After another hour, Sun Guangjun left Ouyang Feiyue's room, turned a corner, and entered Fangya's room. "Brother Hui, I need to tell you something." No one expected that Fangya, being the youngest of the three girls, also had the best figure, and surprisingly, she was the strongest among them all. Though she seemed soft and powerless all over, Fangya still mustered the energy to say, "Since yesterday, a guy named Xiong Lang has been trying to contact you." He didn't say what it was about, but he seemed quite anxious. "Your phone was unreachable, so he kept calling Sister Feishue, saying that once you get back, you must let him know right away." "Xiong Lang is looking for me?" Sun Guangjun hadn't heard Ouyang Feishue mention this. Perhaps he was too excited to be back, and then too tired, so he ended up forgetting. While out, his phone had been stored in the mountain river ring, so there was no signal and he couldn't receive any calls. It was normal that Xiong Lang couldn't find him. But what could this guy want that's so urgent? "I understand." As Sun Guangjun was getting dressed, he said, "Xiaoya, you should rest early. I'll call Xiong Lang back and ask what he wants." As he got out of bed, Sun Guangjun felt a wave of soreness in his lower back and cursed softly in his heart. These three little enchantresses are becoming harder to manage. Indeed, after getting past the novice stage and with his body becoming stronger, the three girls were now getting better and better at this. One or two, Sun Guangjun could still handle, but if all three came at him at once, in a war of attrition, if not for the enhancement of his body from his powers, he really wouldn't be able to cope. Chapter 78, Xiong Lang seeks help. Having too many women can also be a problem. Just 3, and Sun Guangjun was already feeling overwhelmed. He really couldn't imagine what it would be like if there were 10 or 8 more. Would he even survive? It seems that his own strength is still not enough. If he could break through to level 7 right now and become a high-level ability user, not to mention 3, he'd have the confidence to take on 30. Sigh, let's not think too much, better to focus on improving my own strength. With this thought in mind, Sun Guangjun had already returned to his room on the second floor, following the stairs. Although Sun Guangjun was currently living a shameless life with the 3 girls, engaging in all kinds of intimate activities, he still returned to his own room on the second floor every night, no matter how busy he was. As of now, the 3 girls had never stepped onto the second floor. It still belonged to Sun Guangjun alone. Playing with his phone, Sun Guangjun hesitated. It was almost midnight. Should he call Xiong Lang now? For Xiong Lang, Sun Guangjun had always hoped to draw him closer, but their interactions had been limited, and he had never found a proper opportunity. Since Xiong Lang was so eager to find him this time, it was a good chance to test his attitude. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as Sun Guangjun was hesitating, a sudden urgent ringtone came from his hand. Ha, this guy really can't be forgotten. Seeing the word Xiong Lang on the screen, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but chuckle, swiping to answer the call. "Hello, is this Boss Sun?" As soon as the call connected, Xiong Lang's anxious voice came through. "Thank goodness, your phone is finally turned on. If I couldn't find you, I really wouldn't know what to do." "Brother Xiong, don't panic, take your time to explain." Although Sun Guangjun didn't know what trouble Xiong Lang was in, he could hear the urgency in his tone. This brother was indeed in a hurry, almost falling into chaos. Perhaps it was Sun Guangjun's words that had magic, or maybe Xiong Lang realized his own loss of composure. Anyway, after Sun Guangjun spoke, Xiong Lang slowly quieted down, and Sun Guangjun finally understood why Xiong Lang was so eager to find him. Speaking of which, the situation Xiong Lang encountered was not actually complex, just slightly tricky. Xiong Lang had a younger sister, more than 10 years younger than him.
Xiong Lang was nearly 40 this year, but his sister Xiong Lan just turned 22 and had just graduated from a university in Modu, finding a job in a company there. When Xiong Lan was born, Xiong father and Xiong mother were both over 40, making her a late-born daughter. Although Xiong Lan's birth was an accident, Xiong father and Xiong mother were exceptionally fond of this youngest daughter. While other families favored boys over girls, in the Xiong family it was the opposite. The one receiving the most attention was always Xiong Lan, while Xiong Lang could only come fifth. Yes, Xiong Lan first, Xiong mother second, their pet Rottweiler third, and Xiong father fourth. 3 years ago, Xiong father was stricken with a severe illness, and by the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stages. He passed away within a few months. After Xiong father left, Xiong mother, who had a close relationship with him, immediately fell ill and, unable to endure for a year, followed him. Before the elderly couple passed away, they held Xiong Lang's hand tightly, repeatedly urging him that no matter how difficult life became, he must not neglect his sister, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace underground. Xiong Lang was deeply immersed in martial arts, spending his days either in his workshop or practicing with a group of brothers and apprentices, and he still hadn't married, let alone have children. In fact, since Xiong Lan was born, not only did Xiong father and Xiong mother pamper her, but Xiong Lang, as her brother, spoiled her so much that she became the apple of his eye. He could be touched, but if anyone dared to touch Xiong Lan, Xiong Lang would fight with all his might. In other words, Xiong Lang essentially raised Xiong Lan as his daughter, and like Xiong father, he was also a daughter slave. On the night the apocalypse arrived, Xiong Lang received a reminder from Sun Guangjun and hurriedly purchased a lot of supplies, even renting several high-power generators, all placed in his workshop. With this first-mover advantage, Xiong Lang did not find it particularly difficult to survive in the scorching heat, and he was surrounded by a few good brothers and a group of apprentices. But Xiong Lang was just careless, forgetting to inform his sister, perhaps subconsciously believing Sun Guangjun's words weren't that trustworthy and that it wasn't necessary to get his precious sister involved in unnecessary trouble. Xiong Lan did not receive any warning from Xiong Lang, so naturally, she was unprepared. Fortunately, having graduated, Xiong Lan had rented an apartment. Being freshly graduated, she was a bit unaccustomed to the fast-paced work life, often not having time to eat, so she stocked up on quite a few biscuits, bread, instant noodles, and plenty of bottled juice and water. Thanks to these supplies she had prepared in advance, Xiong Lan mistakenly managed to get through the initial, toughest period of the apocalypse. When the heat ended and the rains began, Xiong Lan reported she was safe to her brother and refused his suggestion to find a way back to Qingshi quickly. Xiong Lan's thinking was somewhat naive. She only saw the heat ending, believing the disaster was over, and that as long as the rain stopped, work could resume, and she would be able to return to normal work. But the scale and duration of this rain exceeded Xiong Lan's expectations. In the first 2 days, Xiong Lan held on, still stubbornly claiming to be fine when Xiong Lang contacted her. But Modu is too low-lying, with an average altitude of only 2.19 meters. The highest point in the downtown area is even less than 100 meters. As sea levels began to rise, the sea started to overflow the beaches and break through the levees. The flood poured into the Magic City. In just 3 days, the apartment building rented by Xiong Lan was submerged up to the 6th floor. Although Xiong Lan lived on the 17th floor, still more than 30 meters away from being flooded, the constantly rising water level made this young woman, who had never faced adversity, panic. After receiving another call from Xiong Lang, Xiong Lan finally couldn't hold on any longer and begged her brother for help, asking him to find a way to get her out of the Magic City. She wanted to go home. Hearing his sister's anxious voice on the phone, Xiong Lang's heart twisted into a knot, and he repeatedly assured Xiong Lan that he would arrive in the shortest time possible to take her home. But after hanging up the phone, Xiong Lang found himself in a bind. He had food and brothers around him, which was good, but those could only help him survive. Thinking of traveling thousands of miles to the Magic City to pick someone up was easier said than done. After exhausting all the methods he could think of, Xiong Lang helplessly realized that getting to the Magic City by himself was simply impossible. With no other choice, Xiong Lang then turned his attention to Sun Guangjun. Thanks to a previous reminder to Xiong Lang, Sun Guangjun now appeared to Xiong Lang not only as a wealthy person but also as someone capable. Perhaps the things he couldn't achieve by all means could be a trivial matter for Sun Guangjun? Holding on to this idea of hoping for the best, Xiong Lang had been calling Sun Guangjun for the past 2 days, trying to beg him to find a way to go to the Magic City to help him bring his sister back. Chapter 79, Agreeing to the Request. In the end, Xiong Lang's voice nearly broke into tears. "Boss Sun, I know you are incredibly powerful, you must have a way to make a trip to the Magic City. Don't worry, as long as you can help old Xiong safely bring my sister back, whatever you say will go. I will follow you, Boss Sun, without a second thought, whatever it takes, I will go through fire and water." When Xiong Lang spoke of his deep feelings for his sister, Sun Guangjun roughly guessed what he wanted to do. To be honest, Sun Guangjun did want to take a trip to the Magic City, but not at this moment. As the largest, most developed, and affluent city in Long Country, one of the world's famous financial centers, how could Sun Guangjun pass up the Magic City? However, the things Sun Guangjun needed were not daily necessities. Leaving them there for now was fine, and later he could take out some stored supplies to trade with the survivors in the Magic City. It would be easy to obtain those things. As for how troublesome it would be to get those things, it wasn't something Sun Guangjun needed to consider. All he needed to do was set a suitable exchange price, and naturally, someone would take care of it. In a post-apocalyptic world where people couldn't be well-fed or warmly clothed, is there anything more important than food and drink? What Sun Guangjun presented were real rice and flour, and wanting anything else wasn't impossible. Everything has its price. Based on this, Sun Guangjun actually didn't have plans to rush to the Magic City in the short term. But since Xiong Lang had made a request, it indicated that he had reached a point where he had no choice. Sun Guangjun became somewhat tempted. This was a great opportunity to win over Xiong Lang. To say win over seemed a bit opportunistic, but by gaining Xiong Lang's gratitude through this, Sun Guangjun could open a cooperative relationship between them, which was very feasible. With his mind made up, Sun Guangjun stopped Xiong Lang from continuing. Brother Xiong, to be honest, I do have a few boats that can go by sea to the Magic City. But you know, it has been raining heavily every day. Sailing out to sea in such conditions is dangerous. Besides that, the land route is obviously impassable, and flying is out of the question. Boss Sun, I understand it's difficult for you. Xiong Lang said awkwardly, if possible. Can you lend me your boat? I'll go to Devil City myself. Brother Bear, you misunderstood my meaning. Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said, what I mean is, to bring our sister back, there's only the sea route to take, and I don't know how many dangers there will be along the way. So, can you not follow me this time? Don't worry, I will personally make this trip, and no matter what, I will bring our sister back. But I don't know if you can trust me, Brother Bear? I trust you, of course I trust you. Hearing Sun Guangjun ease his doubts, Xiong Lang eagerly said, I know the kind of person Boss Sun is. If I didn't trust you, how could I have said this? But, Boss Sun, isn't it a bit risky for you to make this trip alone? It's better to bring a few people with you. Although I, Xiong, don't have much skill, I can fight a bit. If we run into something on the way, I can help out some. Brother Bear, you'd better forget it. Sun Guangjun replied, it's about 400 nautical miles from Qing City to Devil City by sea. I'm using a SV-17 high-speed patrol boat, which can reach a maximum speed of 53 knots. Even at top speed, it will take over 8 hours to reach Devil City. Considering the rain and the factors of entering and exiting the city, this time will be even longer. However, this speedboat has a range of less than 1,300 kilometers, which is about 700 nautical miles. The fuel tank on board is simply not enough. I can only store fuel on the boat, and the more, the better. Because no one can predict what kind of accidents we might encounter on the way, it's better to be prepared than not prepared. Brother Bear, you wouldn't want me to find our sister and then have to swim back halfway because of running out of fuel, right? So, on this trip, we have to minimize the number of people while preparing as many supplies as possible. Don't misunderstand, I'm not asking you for supplies, I have plenty of those myself. I'm just explaining why I can't take you along. Sun Guangjun's words sounded clear enough, but he deliberately ignored one issue. He didn't say he would bring anyone else along, giving Xiong Lang the false impression that he had others helping him. Alright then. Sun Guangjun was so clear that Xiong Lang had no choice but to give up his plan to go along. He said, Boss Sun, I'll send the address of my sister to your phone in a moment. No problem. Sun Guangjun nodded and said, Brother Bear, I just got back from outside today. I'll rest for a night and set off tomorrow morning. You can rest assured, I will definitely bring our sister back safe and sound and hand her over to you personally. Boss Sun, I will remember your great kindness forever. Xiong Lang had just begun to express his gratitude when he was interrupted by Sun Guangjun. Brother Bear, we're family, so don't be so formal. However, since you're not coming with me to Devil City, don't be idle here in Qing City. What I mean is, take this opportunity to see if you can gather some trustworthy people and strengthen your own power. This way, when our sister comes back, you can better protect her, right? Of course, this is just my suggestion. How to do it is up to you, Brother Bear. Alright, I have to go prepare supplies and gather people, so I won't talk more with you, Brother Bear. After we bring our sister back, we'll have a good drink together. Brother Bear, just wait for my good news. After ending the call with Xiong Lang, Sun Guangjun thought about how this trip to Devil City might take several days, so he had to settle things at home before leaving. He couldn't just leave a note like last time, leaving the three women at home feeling anxious. He got up and went to the first floor, found a large empty room, and took out many clothing items and supplies he had scavenged from the commercial street, including many big-name luxury goods. The jewelry in the gold shop. After entering the mountain river ring, only gold and jade are absorbed. Other items like platinum, silver, gems, diamonds, etc., will be kept intact. Sun Guangjun picked out some beautiful ones, too. After filling this room almost completely, Sun Guangjun went to the storage room connected to the kitchen and the small cold storage to replenish a batch of ingredients. The three girls now have a large appetite due to their body enhancements. Sun Guangjun did not want them to go hungry. Finally, Sun Guangjun arrived at the shooting range. In addition to taking out a few newly acquired domestic weapons, he also replenished some previously taken weapons, especially ammunition, which was more than sufficient. With this batch of weapons and equipment, Sun Guangjun was confident that even when he was not home, if someone attacked the villa, the three girls could fend off the enemy's assault. Moreover, with Wu Feng guarding nearby, the three villas arranged in a triangle could form crossfire. As long as the attackers did not deploy heavy weapons, it would be extremely difficult to break through such defense. Chapter 80, Arrival. Early the next morning, when Fangya got up early to prepare breakfast, she found that Sun Guangjun was already busy in the kitchen. Seeing Fangya come in, Sun Guangjun hurriedly said, "Xiaoya, I'll make breakfast today, you go back to your room and rest a little while. I'll call you when the food is ready." Fangya did not leave as Sun Guangjun requested. Instead, she walked to the stove to help him. But when Fangya looked, besides the seafood porridge still cooking, Sun Guangjun had already prepared buns, fried dough sticks, sesame pancakes, steamed dumplings, and other common breakfasts, along with a good amount of sliced sauce beef, pig's head meat, sausages, roast chicken, and many side dishes. Looking at this dazzling array of dishes, Fangya gently smiled, knowing that Xiao Wei wouldn't honestly cook, and indeed, except for that pot of porridge, almost everything else was ready-made. Did he really think others wouldn't notice? As the saying goes, see through but don't say through, Fangya did not expose Sun Guangjun's laziness but helped him carry the neatly plated dishes and staples to the dining table outside. When the seafood porridge was ready, the Ouyang sisters had already finished washing up and came to the dining room one after another. Since it started raining, it was the first time the family sat so neatly together for breakfast. While enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, the three girls felt a bit strange. Today, Sun Guangjun seemed unusually honest, just sitting there quietly eating, almost as if abiding by the rule of no talking while eating, no speaking while sleeping. But the three girls clearly knew that this guy was not a rule-abiding person and had never been this honest during meals before. Could it be that something significant was about to happen? Seeing that the three girls seemed to have discovered something, Sun Guangjun did not wait for them to ask but took the initiative to say, "Don't think too much, nothing is happening. You three remember, the most important thing for you now is to fill your stomach and train well. By the way, I've put some things in the empty room on the east side of the first floor. When you have time, organize it and see if there's anything you like, pick it yourself. Also, there are some new weapons I placed in the shooting range, get familiar with them as soon as possible." Seeing Sun Guangjun talk without stopping, as if he was making arrangements for later, Ouyang Feishue had a serious face and coldly asked, "Boss, why are you arranging everything so detailedly? Are you planning to leave us sisters behind and run out by yourself?" "Hee hee, you found out?" With a dry laugh, Sun Guangjun said, "Actually, it's not as you think. Feishue, do you still remember that Xiong Lang has been looking for me these past 2 days? My reason for going out this time is at the request of Xiong Lang. Help him save a person. You can rest assured, this time going out won't take long, I'll be back soon." After a simple explanation, Sun Guangjun wisely closed his mouth. The more he said about such matters, the more mistakes he would make. The three women were all exceptionally smart, and it was easy to slip up and let them find a flaw, so it was better to be cautious. Despite this, Sun Guangjun was still surrounded by the three women who nagged him for quite a while, finally signing countless unequal treaties before he could escape smoothly. Of course, the most important thing was that Sun Guangjun had promised the three women that this time he would not be unreachable like before, he would at least call once a day to report his safety. A few days ago, when Sun Guangjun went out, he visited several communication stores and got quite a few phone cards, the kind that could be used right after being inserted. He happened to have countless mobile phones in hand, with any kind he wanted. After a long, interrupted meal, it was already past 7 in the morning. Sun Guangjun reminded the three women a few more times and then stood up and left the villa. At the entrance of Villa 1, the three women stood under the glass dome, watching Sun Guangjun, dressed entirely in black and wrapped up tightly, get on the rubber boat and paddle down the mountain using the accumulated water on the ground. After a long time, until he disappeared from sight, they closed the big gate and returned to the shooting range to continue practicing their shooting. Sun Guangjun paddled the rubber boat effortlessly down the original winding mountain road, and at that moment, the river was like a small waterfall flowing down to the foot of the mountain, then exiting the community and heading straight for the seaside. During the days spent wandering outside, Sun Guangjun met quite a few people searching for supplies, most of them in small boats, and some adventurously sitting in large plastic basins that they had managed to get out in. Each time he met someone, Sun Guangjun would keep his distance. His goal was different from theirs. They were out for survival, while he was heading towards factories and enterprises, so it was better to avoid encounters. Jinping Mountain was not far from the sea, and now there was standing water everywhere. Sun Guangjun's rubber boat swayed as it entered the ocean. In an empty dock, Sun Guangjun switched the rubber boat for a WP-18 tactical strike boat, instead of the SV-17 high-speed wave-piercing patrol boat he had previously discussed with Xiong Lang. In fact, whether it was the SV-17 or its related model SV-11, Sun Guangjun had them all. These were brought back from America, from a military vessel research center, as well as some other models of military speedboats. Many of these speedboats were not active equipment from America. For example, the SV series was equipment from the Irish Navy. The reason for choosing the WP-18 was not only because this speedboat had a maximum speed of 65 knots and a range of 400 nautical miles, but also because it had a streamlined wave-piercing hull and a stealthy exterior, along with the striking power of a 30mm cannon. Entering the cockpit, Sun Guangjun started the ignition. With the deep rumble of the engine, the 18.6-meter-long speedboat slowly sailed out of the dock and began to accelerate. Soon, the stern kicked up a large spray of waves as the speed reached its peak, heading straight out to sea. Once he reached the open sea, Sun Guangjun roughly identified the direction and maneuvered the speedboat to turn south. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents, but the sea was surprisingly calm. Apart from the sound of raindrops hitting the water with a pitter-patter and the engine roaring loudly, there was nothing else. It had been 20 days since the apocalypse began, and there were no workboats on the sea. The distant cargo ships had long disappeared. One could say that aside from some derelict boats drifting on the surface, there was only Sun Guangjun's boat on the vast sea, and he wouldn't have to worry about crashing even with his eyes closed. Facing the endless water surface for a long time was a dull and boring task. After setting the boat to autopilot, Sun Guangjun took out a tablet, placed it on the dashboard, and began to enjoy watching a movie. After driving for more than 5 hours, Sun Guangjun estimated that he should be near the waters of the Magic City. He then took out a brand new phone, inserted a SIM card, and turned it on. Opening the navigation app, Sun Guangjun adjusted his heading under its guidance and sailed toward the coastline of the Magic City. The Magic City, a place famous far and wide, was where Sun Guangjun would set foot on its land for the first time in this life and the last. Chapter 81, Meager Gains. Faced with the Magic City looming nearby, Sun Guangjun did not rush to enter but instead steered the boat close to the sea, patrolling along the coastline before finally choosing an abandoned dock to moor the WP-18. With satellite remote sensing technology so advanced, Sun Guangjun feared someone might track him via satellites, so he chose this covered spot for some concealment. After shutting off the engine, Sun Guangjun released a speedboat made of fiberglass with an electric engine, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 35 knots, allowing him to swiftly traverse the water almost silently, even in shallow areas. Sitting in the speedboat, Sun Guangjun took out some instant fast food that he had saved earlier, paying tribute to his own hunger. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Sun Guangjun stored the now-cooled WP-18 back into the mountain river ring before starting the engine and maneuvering the speedboat out of the dock towards the Magic City. Sun Guangjun had the exact address given by Xion Lang, and his phone also held Xion Lan's location, but he did not hurry to find her. Instead, he headed towards a target he had long set in his mind. It was the 5th day of rain. Xion Lan's residence was on the 17th floor, at least 50 meters above sea level. Calculating that the water level rose about 5 meters daily, she should be safe for at least 5 days. Of course, Xion Lan might face some hardships, depending on her supplies, as well as whether she encountered difficult neighbors. But Sun Guangjun believed that as the sister of Xion Lang, the mad dog boxing master, Xion Lan would not be a helpless young lady and must possess some self-defense skills. As time passed, when Sun Guangjun entered the city area, the sky had already turned dark. Along the way, Sun Guangjun occasionally saw 1 or 2 rubber boats passing by, and even the duck boats in the park proudly navigating through the streets. Generally, there were more than one person on the boats, some paddled while others scooped water out and searched for possible shops around. Upon discovering a target, 1 or 2 people would slip into the water and soon return to the boat with varying amounts of supplies. There was no choice. The Magic City's terrain was too low, and most shops were on the ground floor of buildings, which were completely submerged underwater. Without entering the water, it was truly impossible to retrieve supplies from those low-lying buildings. As for the packaged food floating on the water's surface, it had long been picked clean by others. Regardless of whether it had been soaked in water or not, during such a time, finding something to eat was a tremendous stroke of luck. Otherwise, one would just have to wait to starve. Seeing Sun Guangjun pass by, the people on the boats would show alert expressions. Though they did not draw weapons or adopt aggressive postures, their hands were concealed under their clothes or in unseen corners of the boat, clearly ready to spring into action at any moment. Whenever faced with such scenes, Sun Guangjun would actively wave his hand, signaling that he posed no threat, then adjusted his course to increase the distance between them, avoiding potential conflict. It seemed the situation in the Magic City was quite dire. Having encountered several such situations in a row, Sun Guangjun secretly sighed. These people must really be struggling to survive, which is why they banded together to search for supplies. And their vigilance should have stemmed from having experienced or witnessed the scenes of evil people running rampant in the end times. In comparison, those who could find a boat were somewhat lucky. At least they still held on to the hope of survival, much better than those who couldn't find any food and waited at home for rescue, only knowing how to complain about the heavens. Once in the city, Sun Guangjun didn't need to consult any map. He just had to drive towards the places where high-rise buildings were concentrated, as residential buildings and commercial towers were distinctly different and easily identifiable. Additionally, most of the low buildings had already been submerged underwater, so navigating the boats faced almost no obstacles. Soon, Sun Guangjun found the major banks' headquarters in the Magic City one after another, whether domestic or international. The underground vaults of these places had all been visited by him.
However, Sun Guangjun was clearly a step too late. The gold reserves and cash in the underground vaults had been transported away at some unknown time, leaving behind only empty vaults flooded with water. This was the case in several banks. Sun Guangjun was greatly disappointed, as he had hoped to score big from the Magic City, but unexpectedly faced this outcome. It seemed he had underestimated the national power. The speed at which these valuable items were moved was indeed fast. Unfortunately, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Whether it was gold, silver, or cash, in the end times, they actually held little significance. They would come to understand this result sooner or later. Since he had found nothing at the banks, Sun Guangjun turned to the busy commercial areas, especially the jewelry district and antique market. However, most of these places were submerged in water, and searching for items inside was quite labor-intensive for him. After visiting several spots, Sun Guangjun's gains were minimal. It wasn't that there were no items, but that everything was submerged, and retrieving anything required too much energy and electricity, making the cost-effectiveness far too low, forcing him to give up. As daylight approached, after spending the whole night like this, Sun Guangjun could only steer the boat towards the address given by Xion Lang. A day had passed, and the water level had risen several meters again. It was time to meet Xion Lan. At Wanhai Garden Community, in an apartment building, 3 young women were staring nervously at the thin door, huge muffled banging sounds echoing in their ears. This apartment stretched over 100 square meters but was in chaos, as if it had been ransacked. Big items like sofas, refrigerators, washing machines, microwaves, and so on, were piled at the door. Each of the 3 women held a weapon. One had a kitchen knife, another a frying pan, and the last one amusingly gripped a cooking spatula with both hands. Aside from the one holding the kitchen knife, who remained relatively composed, the other 2 were trembling, hands and feet shaking, revealing just how tense they were. If Xion Lang were here, he would undoubtedly recognize the woman with the kitchen knife, her face resolute. That was his precious little sister, Xion Lan. Wanhai Garden Community was a large residential area, featuring both commercial apartments and high-rise housing, with dozens of villas located at the side and back of the community, housing tens of thousands of residents. After graduating, Xion Lan lived in an apartment here. Xion Lan's family was well off, with parents and an older brother who treated her like a precious gem. She had never lacked money since childhood, and when renting a place, she only considered whether it was comfortable, without needing to worry about the price at all. The apartment she rented was not only spacious but also fully furnished with high-quality appliances provided by the landlord, which helped Xion Lan successfully survive the first wave of disasters in the end times. However, now facing the second wave of calamity, Xion Lan clearly couldn't hold on any longer, especially after she took in 2 women. Chapter 82, Man-Made Disaster. Sun Guangjun did not know that Xion Lan had not told Xion Lang the truth, or at least not all of it. As early as the day after the rain started, Xion Lan took in 2 guests who originally lived in the villa area, those 2 beautiful women holding weapons and shaking with fear. It was these 2 women's arrival that brought great danger to Xion Lan. During the half a month of high temperatures, Xion Lan kept hiding at home, trying not to make any noise, working hard to create the impression that no one was home. Even though some neighbors had come knocking, asking to borrow food and other things, with no response, those people thought no one was really home and gave up. Bored out of her mind, Xion Lan's biggest pastime was chatting in groups, school groups, work groups, owner groups, all kinds of groups. However, this girl was quite clever. She had changed her WeChat name in advance, especially in the owner group, secretly changing her room number to an empty unit above, and she hardly spoke in the group. This little caution allowed Xion Lan to successfully avoid detection up to this point. When the rain first started, Xion Lan thought the natural disaster was over, that order would quickly return to normal, so she acted a little foolishly, celebrating in all the major groups, rejoicing that the disaster had passed, even changing her name back. However, on the second day of the rain, Xion Lan unexpectedly received a rescue request from a friend. Though called a friend, Xion Lan had never actually met this person. They had only chatted a few times on WeChat, so they were familiar strangers. They became friends through the owner group, possibly both thinking the other was quite interesting. It is said that beautiful appearances are countless, but interesting souls are rare, and through just a few messages in the group, they formed a friendship. With Xion Lang, a vigilante of justice, as her brother, Xion Lan, while not overly warm-hearted or righteous since childhood, could still take a knife for her friends. Upon receiving her friend's plea for help and learning that the villa where they lived was about to be flooded to the second floor, and that there were only 2 weak women, Xion Lan's heart softened, and she agreed to let them come to her place for shelter. Those 2 women were also desperate. With no boats and no one to help, they bravely swam over from the villa area, successfully entering Building 6, climbing up more than 10 flights of stairs, and finally reaching Xion Lan's home, exhausted. Of course, they had no choice but to give their all. Staying in the villa would only mean being swallowed by the flood, and even if they could swim, they wouldn't last long. But just as Xion Lan opened the door, the neighbors discovered that there were people in her house. At that moment, due to 2 waves of natural disasters seamlessly connecting, many families in the building had already run out of food and could no longer cook. In fact, even before the high temperatures had passed, significant changes had already occurred in the building. On the 29th floor lived a resident named Luo Xiaojiao, who was the building leader, certified by the neighborhood committee. The so-called building leader is someone who usually helps the neighborhood committee maintain order, issue notices, and collect property fees and sanitation fees, but has no real power. However, in the apocalypse, the role of the building leader became prominent, especially for some ambitious individuals with ulterior motives. Luo Xiaojie was in her 30s, both she and her husband were local to the city, but at over 30, they still had no children, although her younger brother, Luo Junjie, often came to visit. This Luo Junjie fell into the category of unemployed drifters, spending his days doing nothing, hanging out with street punks. When he ran out of money, he came to his sister and brother-in-law for help. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Luo Junjie was starving for 2 days, and he couldn't take it anymore, so he ran to his sister's house to mooch food and drink. Usually, Luo Junjie would just eat and drink a bit, but this was the end of the world. He was a young man taking advantage of his sister's hospitality, and even if his sister loved him, his brother-in-law Gulei had objections. However, Luo Xiaojie was always strong-willed at home, so even if Gulei had objections, he had to hold them in. But as the food and drinking water at home became scarcer, even if Luo Xiaojie wanted to continue spoiling her brother, she had no way to do so. With no food at home, how could she spoil him? Knowing that this couldn't go on, Luo Xiaojie felt a bit anxious. If the family ran out of food, wouldn't the three of them starve to death? At the critical moment, it was still Luo Junjie who gave his sister an idea, which was to use her position as the building leader to implement temporary control and hopefully gather all the supplies from everyone in the building for centralized management. As long as they could do that, wouldn't their family no longer worry about having food to eat and water to drink? Hearing her brother's brilliant idea, Luo Xiaojie's eyes lit up. She was the building leader, why not use this identity now? So, Luo Xiaojie discussed it thoroughly with Gulei, and enriched the framework proposed by Luo Junjie with more details. Once they agreed on a plan, Luo Xiaojie privately contacted the neighborhood committee director, suggesting that given the current emergency situation, it was the right time to utilize the role of the building leaders. Why not let each building leader implement temporary control in their buildings, gathering supplies together? This would avoid waste and also help families who were short on food and water, uniting everyone to get through this tough time. Sure enough, Luo Xiaojie was quite eloquent. After she spoke her righteous words, the neighborhood committee director, who was at a loss, actually accepted her suggestion. Thus, the neighborhood committee issued a notice to implement temporary control in the entire Wanhua Garden community. Now, Luo Xiaojie had gained great authority. On the day the notice was issued, she mobilized people to take action. Where did these people come from? It was Luo Xiaojie and Gulei, plus Luo Junjie, and a group of good buddies Luo Junjie found from their building. The group gathered together and started from the top floor, knocking on doors one by one to collect supplies from people's homes. As soon as they opened one family's door, they would leave a small amount of supplies for the family and take everything else. Their approach was not much different from bandits invading a village. In just a few days, Luo Xiaojie managed to gather a considerable amount of supplies. Fortunately, Luo Xiaojie did not dare to go too far. After all, the neighborhood committee's notice was shared in the group, and everyone knew. She was also afraid of inciting public anger. Whenever she encountered families lacking food or clothing, as long as they spoke up, Luo Xiaojie would allow them to come to her for a bit of food supplies. I don't know if it's because the employees in the Magic City were used to enduring hardships in their companies and workplaces, but this high-pressure policy executed smoothly even though some people had slight objections. Under the praises of those who benefited, everyone quickly quieted down. Thus, under the pretense of righteousness and with the neighborhood committee's tacit approval, Luo Xiaojie and her family shamelessly fed off the entire building, and somehow they were living comfortably. No wonder some would say that man-made disasters often cause more harm than natural disasters. What Luo Xiaojie and her group did was the beginning of a man-made disaster. Chapter 83, When Joy Leads to Sadness. The supplies Luo Xiaojie collected were limited, and not every household would respond when they knocked on doors. After struggling to get through the high temperatures, Luo Xiaojie and her group basically ran out of supplies as well. As for those struggling individuals who came to her asking for supplies, Luo Xiaojie always provided a little help to others to disguise herself, while singing her own praises and emphasizing that resources were scarce, asking everyone to understand. Truth be told, although Luo Xiaojie's actions were excessive and selfish, she did manage to help quite a few people survive. After the heavy rain started, Luo Junjie somehow got his hands on 2 rubber boats, and a group of people took the chance while the water was still shallow to go out and scavenge for supplies, finally easing their immediate crisis. However, Luo Xiaojie remained vigilant and felt that the little resources they had were not safe enough. Because of the previous temporary restrictions, people came to her every day asking for supplies. Although the supplies given to each person were not much, the population was too large, and together it added up to a significant number. Therefore, after some secret discussion, Luo Xiaojie came up with a new plan. She organized the residents of the building to team up and search for supplies, providing rubber boats as the building leader, in exchange for 30% of the resources they brought back. In simple terms, these 2 rubber boats had now become Luo Xiaojie's money-making tools, and the rent was ridiculously high.
Of course, under the banner of righteousness, the 30% of supplies collected were not for her, but were left in the building for unified distribution to help the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. As for the young and strong individuals, no one was allowed to be idle. They took the initiative to form teams and take turns going out. The building did not support idlers. With supplies continuously sent to their door without any work, the Luo family began to enjoy life in the apocalypse again, while Luo Junjie gathered his group of friends to act tough in the building every day. What could a group of 20-something young delinquents do unchecked? It was unimaginable how bad things could get. As the heavy rain continued without stopping, the water on the ground gradually decreased, making it more and more difficult to search for supplies outside. At this time, another problem began to surface. The residents of the lower floors were gradually getting their homes submerged and could only helplessly move their valuables to higher floors. But people couldn't stay in the hallways forever, even if they could tolerate it. It was inconvenient for the original residents of the floors to come and go, leading to an increasing number of problems. It is important to know that Building 6 is a large commercial and residential building in the Wanha Garden community, standing 40 stories tall, with dozens of households on each floor, so there were quite a few people living here. There's an old saying, too many chickens don't lay eggs, too many people just create chaos. With only 2 rubber boats available, only a few people could go out to search for supplies, while the majority stayed in the building. As the people in the hallways increased, everything became chaotic, and various conflicts arose every day. Luo Xiaojiu did not care about the various situations in the building. As long as these people still had the energy to argue, it meant they weren't starving yet. However, as more and more floors became submerged and the number of people moving to the high-rise hallways grew larger, Luo Xiaojiu had to come up with a temporary solution: to count the vacant rooms in the building and try to let those whose homes were flooded move in. Therefore, Luo Junjie and his friends once again showed off their power, knocking on doors one by one. If no one responded, they would pry them open or smash them, searching the rooms for anything useful and valuable, leaving the empty ones for Luo Xiaojiu to handle. Of course, how these rooms were distributed was entirely up to Luo Xiaojiu and her group. If there were benefits to be gained, they'd arrange for the good rooms first, while those without benefits, especially the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, would be left to later, cramming several families into one room. Having a house to live in is already something to be thankful for. What more do you want? A bicycle? No matter how you put it, with those vacant houses, the chaotic days in the building finally returned to a momentary silence. Having witnessed all the chaos in the building, Xionglan feared that her 3 weak women would suffer greatly. Plus, the supplies at home were soon to run out, forcing the previously stubborn young girl to send a desperate message for help to her older brother. There was no choice. When the supplies ran out, Xionglan absolutely refused to bow her head to Luo Xiaojiu and her mother. She had seen all the chaos in the building over these past few days. No matter how grandly Luo Xiaojiu spoke, Xionglan saw right through her hidden schemes. Moreover, the gang of rogues led by Luo Junjie had not done many good deeds these days. Several young girls who had been bullied did not even dare to say a word. Xionglan did not believe that the 3 beautiful women on her side would fare any better if discovered by Luo Junjie. Yesterday morning, Xionglan received a reply from Xionglang, saying that he had found an expert to come pick her up by boat. With such good news, Xionglan was, of course, overjoyed. But as expected, trouble was about to come. Perhaps it was because she was finally about to escape this apartment building, which was about to turn into a man-eating den. Xionglan couldn't help but feel a little triumphant. Last night, Xionglan brought out all the little supplies they had at home: a bit of instant noodles, spicy sour powder, and snail noodles, and the 3 women happily enjoyed a meal together. But this meal turned sour. These instant foods were indeed delicious, especially in this eat-and-drink scarce end-of-the-world scenario, but they had one drawback: the smell was too strong, especially the snail noodles. It was overwhelming. In the time before, whether Xionglan was alone or later when she took in 2 friends, they had only eaten biscuits and bread. Once those were gone, they would rather gnaw on instant noodles without cooking, fearing that the smell would attract attention. But now that they were leaving, why bother caring about that? Due to the rising sea levels, the Magic City was almost entirely flooded, and the power supply had long been cut. To enjoy this meal, Xionglan and her friends even dismantled some wooden furniture at home to use for boiling water. The outcome was predictable. Their actions were akin to courting disaster, a perfect example of joy leading to sorrow. When the smell wafted into the hallway, it immediately attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, and soon, Luo Junjie and his group rushed over. Outside the door, smelling that tempting aroma, Luo Junjie and his group were drooling. Initially, these rascals pretended to nod politely, wanting to use sweet words to trick them into opening the door. Once the door was open, no matter how many people were inside, they would undoubtedly run rampant. Xionglan and the others weren't foolish. They knew what would happen if they opened the door. When Luo Junjie arrived, they not only didn't open the door but also moved heavy objects to block it. During the process, the 3 women inevitably made some noise, and upon hearing it, Luo Junjie exclaimed, "Oh, there are young women inside," and it made him even more eager to break down the door. Chapter 84, in a critical moment. Luo Junjie was not a good person to begin with. Having tasted the sweetness of the apocalypse recently, he was gradually becoming like a chaotic demon king. Moreover, this guy was a hungry ghost in love. These days he had taken advantage of the beautiful single women in the building by using rubber boats and his supplies. Hearing the voices of young women inside, Luo Junjie became even more interested. After asking a few neighboring residents, it didn't take long for Luo Junjie to learn that this house originally housed a beautiful college student who had just graduated. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had never shown her face, and just a few days ago, it was revealed that she had been hiding in her home all along. A couple of days ago, two women, both beauties, suddenly appeared and moved into her house. Upon hearing this news, Luo Junjie was overjoyed. It was truly a delightful surprise. He originally planned to gather some supplies, but he didn't expect three stunning women to be waiting for him here. It seemed like heaven was on his side. Although he was eager, Luo Junjie still had some sense left, understanding that there were too many people on this floor, and it wasn't the right time to act boldly. At the very least, he couldn't just barge in and start causing chaos right away. So, after knocking for a long time without any response, Luo Junjie decided to retreat for now, but before he left, he made a threat, stating that he would return tomorrow, and next time, he wouldn't be so polite. Xion Lan wanted to seek help from Xion Lang again, but her phone was already dead, turning off automatically without even letting her make a call. The other two women had swum over and lost their phones long ago, not knowing where they had gone. Now, the three women were completely helpless. They could only reinforce the door as much as possible, each grabbing a handy weapon, preparing to fight back when Luo Junjie broke in. And so, the three women spent a restless night in anxiety and unease. When daylight finally broke, the inevitable came. Luo Junjie returned to the 17th floor, heading straight for Xion Lan's residence. This time, Luo Junjie wasn't empty-handed. He brought along tools for breaking in, including crowbars and a few fire axes. As usual, he knocked on the door, shouted a few words, and when he received no response, Luo Junjie shouted loudly, "Dear neighbors, take a good look, room 1709 has not responded to knocking." What does this mean? It means there's no one inside. According to the community committee's arrangements, and at our floor leader Luo's request, we are taking control of unoccupied homes. This morning, the 7th floor was flooded, and the 8th floor has started taking in water. In order to arrange for the residents of the 7th and 8th floors, I will now lead my team to forcibly open the door of 1709. Is anyone opposed to this decision? In the 17th floor corridor, apart from a few onlookers, the rest were Luo Junjie and his subordinates, so no one raised any objections. Especially the onlookers, they all thought that it didn't concern them. They just wanted to watch the show without making a sound. They didn't want to draw the attention of these thugs to themselves and risk losing their homes. It wasn't that no one knew about Luo Junjie's gang's evil deeds, but as long as it didn't affect them, it was someone else's problem, who cared about others' lives. Seeing that there were no objections, Luo Junjie waved his hand triumphantly. "Brothers, let's go, break the door." And so, a group of burly men holding fire axes surged forward, ready to force their way in. Inside, the three women who had trembled all night finally fell into a drowsy sleep only to be awakened by the loud noise. Once they figured out what was happening outside, the three women understood that it truly seemed like the final moment had come. Xion Lan forcibly calmed herself and called the other two women over. The three huddled together, nervously watching the door, waiting for the moment their enemies would break in so they could fight back. Sun Guangjun, following the address given by Xion Lang, found his way to the Wanha Garden community. As indicated on the map, Sun Guangjun arrived at Building 6, only to find that the building's entrance had long been submerged underwater. This type of commercial residential building was different from ordinary residential buildings. The stairs were inside the building, while there were windows at both ends of the corridor, allowing entry and exit. Otherwise, he would have to break a window to enter someone else's home. However, the flood had already risen high, so it didn't matter where he got in. After all, the lower floors close to the water were mostly uninhabited. Randomly breaking a window, Sun Guangjun jumped inside the room. Turning around, he deflated the rubber boat and carefully folded it, placing it into the backpack on his back, which was actually stored in the mountain river ring. Then, he twisted open the door and stepped through the water into the corridor. Through the signs in the corridor, Sun Guangjun discovered that this was the 8th floor. Finding the stairwell, Sun Guangjun stepped up the stairs. The more he climbed, the more puzzled he became. Something felt off about this building. The residents on the lower floors seemed to have moved out, yet many doors were smashed, likely broken in with blunt tools like axes or hammers. Suddenly, a loud banging on a door reached Sun Guangjun's ears, causing a wave of unease to rise in his heart. Could it be so coincidental? It shouldn't be Xion Lan's home that's being smashed. Silently reassuring himself, Sun Guangjun quickened his pace. Regardless, the situation in this building was clearly very bad, and it was better to find Xion Lan quickly and take her away. They say one should be loyal in fulfilling a trust. Since Sun Guangjun accepted Xion Lang's request to help bring his sister back, he could not give up halfway, nor could he let Xion Lan face any danger. Almost taking 2 steps at a time, Sun Guangjun quickly reached the 17th floor. Upon pushing open the door to the stairwell, Sun Guangjun's eyes nearly popped out. This was indeed the 17th floor where the incident occurred, and many people were gathered at the door of room 1709.
At that moment, Sun Guangjun felt a rush of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Although Xiong Lan's situation was bad, it wasn't the very last moment, though it was close. Sun Guangjun was certain that if he had not come today, given the current situation, no matter how capable Xiong Lan was, she would likely not have escaped a disaster. Everyone shut up! Without thinking further, Sun Guangjun shouted loudly and stepped forward, pushing through the crowd, getting close, and scolding, "A bunch of bastards, are you all so bored you have nothing better to do than to smash doors here? Get the hell out of here! Otherwise, I'll make you regret coming into this world." From the low whispers of the crowd just now, Sun Guangjun had a rough idea of who these people were. They were the building manager's brother and his flunkies, one of the actual controllers of this building. Sun Guangjun had no goodwill toward these people at all, and he certainly had no intention of speaking to them nicely. Oh ho! Seeing someone dare to stop them, Luo Junjie stepped out from the crowd, swaggering over to Sun Guangjun, and said frivolously, "What are you pretending to be in front of me? Trying to make me regret coming to this world? What a big talk! Come on, show me what you've got to say such things." Sun Guangjun reached back to his waist, pulled out a steel spring baton, and coldly laughed, just because of this. Taking a step forward, Sun Guangjun swung the baton toward Luo Junjie. Luo Junjie had never expected that Sun Guangjun would dare to take action without provocation. He was caught off guard and instantly suffered a great loss. As he saw Sun Guangjun's baton slicing through the air with a whoosh toward his head, Luo Junjie was startled and tried to dodge. Unfortunately, his reflexes were a bit too slow. He barely avoided his head, but his shoulder took a solid hit. Sun Guangjun was now a level 5 superpower user, his body enhanced countless times. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had immense strength. This strike, while not using all his strength, was still formidable. With a crack, the sound echoed, followed by Luo Junjie's pig-like scream that reverberated through the corridor on the 17th floor as his collarbone was broken by Sun Guangjun's blow. Ignoring Luo Junjie, who was rolling on the ground in pain, Sun Guangjun seized the opportunity and lunged into the group of thugs who were smashing the door. With punches and kicks, wielding clubs and smashing, a few small delinquents cried for their fathers and mothers, their wails unending. In just a few breaths, the once fierce group of people had no one left standing, all of them lying on the ground. Like a god of death, Sun Guangjun appeared, and the onlookers who had come to watch no longer dared to stay, all fleeing in silence. Soon, in the hallway, besides Sun Guangjun and the fallen Luo Junjie and his gang, there were no more shadows to be seen. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you. Get the hell out of here!" Sun Guangjun shouted, kicking a few fallen delinquents who were hugging their heads. Hearing this, the delinquents hurriedly helped Luo Junjie up, neglecting their own pain, and awkwardly escaped into the stairwell. After driving away Luo Junjie and his gang, Sun Guangjun finally approached the door, knocking and calling out, "Xiong Lan, are you in there? Your brother Xiong Lang sent me to pick you up. Hurry up, pack your things, and come with me." The commotion in the hallway, filled with cries and roars, was clear even through the thin door, and Xiong Lan and the others inside heard everything. But the three terrified women, hearing Sun Guangjun's voice, did not open the door. They were scared, afraid this was a trap to lure them out, with endless disaster awaiting them outside. The three women exchanged glances, nodding in unison, resolute in one idea: this door would not be opened today, even if it meant death. Sun Guangjun shouted for a long time outside, but found that there was no response from within. There was not even an echo. Understanding the situation, Sun Guangjun could only shake his head helplessly. Looks like he had to be a bit more forceful. He raised a foot and kicked the door hard, only to be surprised that the doorframe shook, yet the door did not open. Sun Guangjun would not naively think that this was due to the quality of the door and lock being too strong. It seems that the sister of brother Xiong has some wit. Knowing to block something behind the door, he muttered to himself. Taking a step forward, Sun Guangjun grasped the doorknob, using his strength to yank it outward. This time, the whole door along with its frame was pulled down by Sun Guangjun. It wasn't that Sun Guangjun's strength was so great that he could remove the door with a single kick and pull. Rather, this door had been violently broken by Luo Junjie before and was already battered, so now, he was merely the last straw on the camel's back. Of course, this last straw was indeed quite sturdy. Throwing away the door, Sun Guangjun looked at the various pieces of furniture, appliances, and clutter piled almost to the ceiling, and couldn't help but feel a headache. He thought that this sister of Xiong really had boundless energy. What effort must it have taken to create such a mess? While sighing, Sun Guangjun began dragging the clutter into the hallway, amusingly pondering whether this counted as him heroically saving a beauty. He just didn't know what this big sister of brother Xiong looked like. Could she be called a beauty? Brother Xiong was really careless, sending me to pick someone up without even sharing a photo. After working hard for nearly half an hour, Sun Guangjun finally managed to open a passageway. Ah! Die! With the last obstacle pushed down, Xiong Lan suddenly shouted angrily and rushed forward wielding a kitchen knife. Sun Guangjun was startled by the sudden scream. Before he could react, a figure dashed forward, wildly swinging the knife in her hand. The key was, she was screaming while chopping and even had her eyes closed.
Taking a small step back, Sun Guangjuan easily dodged the incoming attack, letting the kitchen knife slash back and forth just 5 centimeters away from him. A whole speechless situation. Alright, let's save some energy. With a light reach, Sun Guangjuan easily snatched the kitchen knife from Xionglan and tossed it aside. As his hands felt lighter, Xionglan finally opened his eyes, and when he saw only Sun Guangjuan in front of him, he trembled and asked, "Why, you're really sent by my brother?" "You could say that." Sun Guangjuan rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "You are Xionglan, right? Your brother, Xionglang, entrusted me to bring you back to Qing City. Well, considering your situation here doesn't look too good, you should hurry up and pack, and come with me. By the way, if you don't believe me, you can call your brother to confirm." As he spoke, Sun Guangjuan took out a phone and handed it to Xionglan, teasing him, "You didn't forget your brother's number, did you?" "Of course not." Surprisingly, in response to Sun Guangjuan's teasing, Xionglan quickly returned to normal, and while taking the phone, he even shot Sun Guangjuan a big dirty look. Xionglan ran off to one side to make a call, and only then did Sun Guangjuan realize that there were actually 2 women in the room, trembling and hiding in the corner. Didn't Xionglan say he only had one sister? Why are there 2 more? Not understanding what was going on, Sun Guangjuan couldn't be bothered. Anyway, what he promised Xionglan was to bring back his sister. The others had nothing to do with him. Sun Guangjuan was not a saint, much less a do-gooder. He agreed to help Xionglang bring Xionglan back, partly to win Xionglang over, and partly to take this opportunity to see the Magic City. Now that both goals were achieved, he just wanted to take Xionglan back quickly without any more complications. Sun Guangjuan had it all figured out. After Xionglan finished the call and confirmed, he would just take her away, and those 2 could take care of themselves. Looking at this empty house, everything must be used to block the door, so there was no need to tidy up much. Xionglan only needed to take her clothes. Actually, in Sun Guangjuan's mind, Xionglan didn't even need to take her clothes. After returning to Qing City, Xionglang could help her find some. Chapter 86, In Distress. Having already delayed long enough at the door, Sun Guangjuan didn't believe that the group of thugs from just now would let it go so easily. They might have already gathered people, waiting for him on the floor near the water. He wasn't afraid of Luo Junjie coming for revenge. What could a larger crowd do? At worst, he would just pull out his gun and fight his way out. Anyway, once he picked up the person, he would leave. He wasn't planning to hang around in the Magic City, so he wasn't afraid of being noticed. Given the current traffic situation, even if the authorities received a report and sent someone to catch him, by the time they arrived, he would have long since run off to the sea. Not to mention whether the officials could even operate effectively now was a question. But no matter how one puts it, what Sun Guangjuan feared was that Xionglan didn't seem to have learned any skills from her brother. Such a delicate girl, if she got hurt in a conflict, that would completely go against Sun Guangjuan's intention. You come to pick someone up, and end up bringing back an injured person? While Xionglan was still on the phone, Sun Guangjuan finally had the chance to take a good look at this big sister that Xionglang was so worried about. Xionglan's height was estimated to be over 1.75 meters. If she wore high heels, she would be taller than Sun Guangjuan, who was 1.8 meters. However, despite her height, Xionglan looked perfectly coordinated. Her posture was very straight, especially her long legs wrapped in tight jeans, slim and straight, with an enticing figure. Her slender waist was like a deadly knife, drawing the attention of anyone who looked. Her face, perhaps due to the stressful situation, was covered in sweat, leaving marks all over. It's hard to tell how she looks, but from her face shape, eyes, and that long swan neck, it's clear she's definitely a beauty. A chance glance revealed to Sun Guangjuan that the 2 women hiding in the corner looked somewhat familiar. I don't have any acquaintances in the Magic City, do I? Sun Guangjuan felt puzzled and couldn't help but look more closely, and the more he looked, the more familiar they became. At that moment, Xionglan had probably finished her call and finally confirmed Sun Guangjuan's identity, stepping out of the room. However, Xionglan did not walk towards Sun Guangjuan. Instead, she happily ran to the corner, grabbing the 2 women and excitedly shouting, "Sister Zishi, Sister Fengjiu, we're saved, we're saved. Did you see? That's my brother sent to pick me up back to Qingshi. I just confirmed it with him. You 2 should come back to Qingshi with me. My brother said this person is very capable and can definitely safely escort us back to Qingshi." Really? That's great. The older woman, addressed as Sister Zishi by Xionglan, finally stood up, and Sun Guangjuan finally got a clear look at her appearance. Isn't that her? Even though her face was covered in dirt, Sun Guangjuan still recognized her. The name sounded familiar, and she turned out to be a big star. In his previous life, when Sun Guangjuan worked in Neon City, he would occasionally watch domestic movies and TV shows, never expecting that a star he could only admire on screen would appear right in front of him. Now that he knew the true identity of this Zishi, the Fengjiu mentioned by Xionglan must also be another big star from the same company. Life is truly wonderful. Sun Guangjuan merely sighed in amazement, but frowned at Xionglan's decision. What did that girl just say? To bring these 2 stars back to Qingshi? Is she thinking too naively? Did she seek his agreement?
Alas, she's ultimately just a newly graduated girl, too well protected by her family. Her actions are rather childish and presumptuous. At this moment, the three women who were celebrating together finally remembered that they shouldn't linger here, quickly stopping their celebration and coming hand in hand to Sun Guangjun. You are surnamed Sun, right? It's unclear how Xion Lang communicated with Xion Lan, but she boldly said to Sun Guangjun, my brother already told me that you are specifically here to pick me up. Let me ask, how did you come from Qingshi? By boat. Sun Guangjun coldly spat out a word. He really didn't want to deal much with these sheltered flowers, just wanting to complete Xion Lang's commission as soon as possible. That's great. Xion Lan seemed not to notice Sun Guangjun's cold attitude, happily saying, where is your boat docked? Hurry and take us over. You can. Sun Guangjun continued to speak tersely, they too cannot. What did you say? Sun Guangjun's answer took Xion Lan by surprise. The girl flew into a rage, glaring with wide eyes and questioning, surnamed Sun, what do you mean? My brother is the one who sent you to pick me up, my words are orders to you. What, can't you follow what I said? I tell you, today I must take these two sisters with me, and no one can change that. If you don't want to be held accountable by my brother when we get back, you'd better do as I say. Sorry, I can't do that. Sun Guangjun coldly said, Miss Xion Lan, I will give you 2 more minutes to gather your personal belongings, we leave in 2 minutes. Remember, only you alone. I'm here on your brother's commission to pick you up, others are not my responsibility. Of course, if you insist on staying with them, you can do that. It's your choice to go or stay, decide quickly. How dare you? Xion Lan almost jumped 3 feet high. Shouting at the top of her lungs, Son, can't you tell the difference between big and small cards? As my brother's subordinate, how dare you not obey my orders? I think it's you who can't tell big from small. Sun Guangjun really couldn't hold back any longer. I was only entrusted by your brother to pick you up, not anyone's subordinate, and I don't need to listen to anyone's orders. In one sentence, are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, then I'm not staying. You. Xion Lan felt extremely furious, her chest rising and falling uncontrollably. Now she finally understood that her brother always said the person coming was an expert because he wasn't his subordinate at all. Thinking about it, with the love her brother had for her, if he really had that capability, he would definitely come to Moto himself, instead of looking for such an unreliable guy without understanding human feelings. It seems this guy isn't lying, he really is not her brother's subordinate. What to do? Seeing things stuck in a deadlock, Xion Lan was worried and troubled. Deep down, she really wanted to take Zishi and Fengjiu with her, but Sun Guangjun's attitude was so firm. Did she really have to leave them behind and escape alone? Stay in Modu? Don't even think about it. In just these few days, Xion Lan had truly witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse. She absolutely did not want to be left here alone. Even with these two accompanying her, it didn't matter, they were both weak women without combat power. What good would 3 of them together do? Wait for death together? Chapter 87, The Big Star. 2 minutes quickly passed, and Xion Lan was filled with all kinds of entanglements, unable to truly make up her mind. It seems Miss Xion cannot make a decision. When the time was up, Sun Guangjun turned around and walked out without any hesitation, saying as he walked, then I'll make a decision for Miss Xion. If you want to leave, just follow me, but only you alone. If you don't want to leave, then stay here. Remember, there is no third choice. Wait a minute. Just as Sun Guangjun was stepping over the scattered items and was about to reach the door, Zishi suddenly spoke up, Sir, may I take a few minutes of your time? I have a question. Why are you unwilling to take us with you? You know, we are weak women who can't even tie a chicken, we pose no threat to an expert like you. In this situation, you still won't take us, I want to know the real reason. Reason? Sun Guangjun sneered, replying, you must be the new Zishi from Daming, right? Boss Zishi, you're also a strong woman in charge of a company, don't you understand the law of the jungle? You just said that both of you are weak women who can't even tie a chicken, so if I take you with me, you will only become my burden and provide no help at all. Of course, Miss Xiong is also a burden, but she is someone I was asked to come to Moto to pick up, so even if I find her unpleasant, I can only accept it. Furthermore, taking you with me means I have to take responsibility for your safety and provide for your food and drink. Sorry, in the apocalypse, any food is precious, I don't have the habit of providing food for strangers. One last point, taking you with me, I see no return whatsoever. Now, do you understand? Apocalypse? You mean it's the apocalypse now? Zishi's focus seemed a bit strange, or she was stunned by the information revealed by Sun Guangjun. Mr. Sun, is the apocalypse you speak of the same as in the novels? It's pretty much the same. Sun Guangjun shrugged and said, you know, those novelists haven't really experienced the apocalypse. What they describe is just their imagination, so it's naturally very different from reality. However, the endless natural disasters of the apocalypse are indeed in line with the current situation. Now, Boss Zishi, do you understand why I'm doing this? Understood. Zishi's ability to accept new ideas was strong. Within just a few sentences, she quickly calmed down and said, Mr. Sun, since you say this is the apocalypse, shouldn't we follow the rules of the apocalypse? The rules of the apocalypse? Sun Guangjun became interested. This was a name he had never heard before, and it was quite fresh to him. Boss Zishi, why not elaborate on what these apocalypse rules are? It's very simple. Zishi said, as long as Mr. Sun is willing to take us with him, when we reach a safe place, we will pay the corresponding price. Whether it's money or supplies, as long as Mr. Sun states a suitable number, we will never go back on our word. An equivalent exchange, isn't that the rule of the apocalypse? So this is what you're talking about? Sun Guangjun nodded in understanding and then sneered, saying, Boss Zishi, can I understand that your words were just giving me an empty promise? When we reach a safe place? What is safety? Is there a specific standard for judgment? And who will be the judge? Additionally, before you are safe, do you expect me to support you all the time? Don't tell me that you can provide enough supplies for yourselves to eat and drink right now. This. Zishi blushed. Her previous words indeed had the suspicion of making empty promises. Looking at the speechless Zishi, Sun Guangjun said, Boss Zishi, I've given you the answer you wanted. If you don't have enough reasons to convince me, I think it's time to say goodbye. Xionglan, come with me. Sun Guangjun had acted as if he was going to leave, but in fact, he was just trying to scare Xionglan, hoping to make her stop being so nagging and quickly follow him. After all, Sun Guangjun came to the magical city to help Xionglan bring his girl home. If he really walked away like this, wouldn't he be betraying Xionglan's trust? Wait a moment. Seeing that Sun Guangjun had grabbed Xionglan's arm and was about to forcibly take her away, Zishi suddenly said, Mr. Sun, I have a new condition for exchange. Can you delay for just one more minute to let me finish? Speak. Receiving Sun Guangjun's response, Zishi quickly organized her words and said, Mr. Sun, I can pledge my loyalty to you, become your subordinate, and from now on, whatever your orders are, I will follow without question. What I seek is simply the safety of my sisters and me. How does this exchange sound to you, Mr. Sun? That's a bit interesting. Sun Guangjun smiled coldly and said, having a beautiful celebrity like you as a subordinate is indeed quite challenging and sounds impressive. But it's not enough. Boss Zishi, let's be straightforward. Your condition can only guarantee your safety. If you want to bring your sisters with you, it's still insufficient. As I said before, in the apocalypse, I cannot waste precious food to support someone useless. Furthermore, you have no right to decide someone else's life for them. If you want me to bring your sister along, then the conditions must be the same as yours. But be clear, being a subordinate to me is not easy at all. He. At the end, Sun Guangjun deliberately revealed a lewd smile, leaving the meaning for her to understand. I believe Zishi is a smart person and will figure it out. Sure enough, after listening to Sun Guangjun, Zishi said nothing and pulled Fengzhou aside, where they whispered a few words. Before long, the two women returned to Sun Guangjun, bowed respectfully, and both stated their willingness to become his subordinates, ready to follow his orders from then on. Sun Guangjun knew that this so-called loyalty born of coercion was merely a temporary measure from Zishi and the others. Once they found a suitable opportunity, they might immediately turn against him. But all Sun Guangjun wanted was the satisfaction of having two big celebrity subordinates. Whether they are sincere or not, it really doesn't matter. With their combat power that is weak to almost none, does Sun Guangjun really expect them to charge into battle for him? Let's forget it, he has no interest in forcing his subordinates to serve as cannon fodder. Sun Guangjun has already figured it out, bringing back these two big stars is like keeping two pets. Anyway, he has so many supplies that he doesn't mind caring for two more people. As for the previous refusal to take the two away, would they obediently be his subordinates if he didn't do that? In this day and age, if you want to take in a subordinate, isn't it too low to not play a few tricks? Chapter 88, Blocking People. Since the three have reached an exchange agreement, Sun Guangjun did not hesitate. He took out two revolvers from his backpack and handed them to Zisha and Fengzhou, saying, as my subordinates, you will use these two guns temporarily. Keep them hidden, don't show them off foolishly. It's not the time to take out such things openly yet. And this is just for your self-defense temporarily. Once we get back to Qingshi, I will find someone to give you systematic training. Then, based on your personal characteristics, you will choose what kind of weapons to use. Come, let me briefly teach you how to use this thing. Understood. The two girls nodded in unison, and after Sun Guangjun briefly explained a few points, they carefully tucked the guns away. What about mine? What about mine? Seeing that Sun Guangjun and the two girls were ready to go, the usually overlooked Xionglan became anxious. Why do they both have weapons, but I don't? Looking at Xionglan's pale little hand stretched out in front of him, Sun Guangjun rolled his eyes unceremoniously and said, What's yours? The gun.
Xionglan anxiously said, Sister Zisha and Sister Fengjiu both have guns, why don't I have one? Son, you should be fair and give me a gun too. After all, we are leaving together, facing danger together. What should I do if you both have guns? You don't need one. Sun Guangjun said, with me protecting you, you won't need that thing. Besides, I gave them to them because they are my subordinates, it is for their self-defense temporarily, and I will take them back once we leave here. As for you, let your brother find a way after we get back. Alright, stop the nonsense and hurry up. Don't forget to take the things you want to bring. Once we leave, who knows when we can come back here. Upon hearing this, the three girls inevitably felt a bit sad, especially Zisha and Fengjiu, who were already staying at Xionglan's place. Thinking of the hardships of these days and now having to leave home and everything, how could they not feel heartbroken? Seeing the sadness on the faces of the three girls, Sun Guangjun cleared his throat twice and said, don't just focus on being sad, let's hurry and leave. There's probably trouble waiting for us downstairs. There's trouble downstairs? As expected of someone who was a boss, Zisha was the first to react, saying, Boss, you mean that the group that came to break the door earlier will be blocking us downstairs? Exactly. Sun Guangjun nodded and said, these people have obviously already established their authority in this building, saying they are a tyrant in the building is not an exaggeration. They suffered a significant loss just now, not only did they fail to achieve their goals, but their leader also had their collarbone broken by me. They will definitely not let it go easily. Given their style of doing things, it would be strange if they didn't come looking for revenge afterward. Moreover, I already shouted outside that I was here to take Xionglan away from here. Their group must have their own ears within this floor. In other words, they know that we will definitely go downstairs, so blocking us on the floor close to the water surface is undoubtedly the easiest way to do it. I even suspect that this group of people might have guns in their hands, which is also one of the reasons I gave you both guns. Remember, such things are not uncommon in the apocalypse, this is just the beginning, and you will see more scenes like this in the future. Yes, boss, I understand. Jishi nodded sincerely at Sun Guangjun's explanation. Being clever as she was, how could she not know that Sun Guangjun was taking the opportunity to teach them some survival skills in the apocalypse? At that moment, the three women quickly packed their belongings, namely, it was Xionglan who wanted to take some personal items, and then led by Sun Guangjun, they all streamed out of the room and headed downstairs. Soon, the four arrived at the 10th floor. As expected, the staircase on the 9th floor was already crowded with people, completely blocking the way down. At the front of the crowd, Luo Xiaojiao stood with her hands on her hips, glaring upwards with a piercing gaze. Flanking Luo Xiaojiao were two people in police uniforms. Judging by their bulging waist, they clearly had weapons. Sun Guangjun observed the situation downstairs through the gaps in the stairs and promptly halted the trio's steps. In the next moment, Sun Guangjun made a few hand signals, indicating for the three women to silently exit the 10th floor staircase and enter the corridor. The number of people on the other side was a bit beyond Sun Guangjun's expectations, also blocking the essential path down. If they still chose to retreat from the 8th floor, a conflict was inevitable. Although he had what could be considered infinite firepower equipment in hand, it was still just the beginning of the apocalypse. Sun Guangjun had not thought about going on a killing spree. After all, they were all citizens of Long Country, and there was no grudge between them prior. It felt wrong to take lives just over a small conflict. As for whether these people were a menacing threat or had blood on their hands, that should not be a concern for Sun Guangjun. Moreover, in the apocalypse, it is survival of the fittest. Countless people had died, and Sun Guangjun could not and would not be responsible for those innocent lives lost. He simply could not manage it. Boss, what's the situation? Entering the corridor, Jishi, who was originally responsible for guarding the rear, approached Sun Guangjun and whispered, is the way down already blocked by them? Yeah. Sun Guangjun lightly nodded and said, I just took a glance, the entire staircase is filled with people, and there are also two police officers who seem to be armed. Jishi frowned and asked, what should we do now? Simple. Sun Guangjun shrugged nonchalantly and said, since they are blocking the 9th floor, we can just bypass it. Don't forget, outside it's all water, we can easily jump into the water from any room. They think they can block us? In their dreams? Huh? Jump into the water? Jishi's face turned pale. She clearly thought of some unpleasant memories, while the usually silent Fengjiu spoke candidly. Boss, are we really going to swim out of Magic City? Don't you have a boat? Can you send the boat to pick us up? I really don't want to be soaked in water again, that feeling is too awful. Sun Guangjun shook his head and said, my boat can't enter the city, it can only dock at the seaside. Moreover, this time I came to Magic City alone, so to get on the boat, we'll have to figure it out ourselves. As he spoke, Sun Guangjun found a slightly ajar door and pushed it open to walk inside. The heavy rain continued to fall. After the residents of the 7th and 8th floors moved to the upper levels, most of the residents on the 9th and 10th floors had also left early, which oddly benefited Sun Guangjun and the others. Chapter 89, Return Journey. Looking down from the window, Sun Guangjun discovered that the height from here to the water surface was only about 4 meters.
He took out a neatly folded rubber item from his backpack and opened the packaging. He casually tossed it out the window, and with a soft bang, the rubber quickly expanded and turned into a rubber boat. Then, Sun Guangjun took out a rope and tied it to the window frame. He tested the knot's strength before saying to the three girls, "You all know how to tie an Italian half-hitch, right? If not, come here, and I'll teach you." Clearly, the three girls were all pampered young ladies who had never handled such escape techniques, so they obediently gathered around Sun Guangjun, listening to his explanation with seriousness. Fortunately, the Italian half-hitch is simple and easy to learn. As long as you have a steel half-hitch and a rope, anyone can learn it easily. After confirming that the three girls had mastered it, Sun Guangjun was the first to slide down, landing accurately in the rubber boat, then waved for the girls to hurry down. As before, Zishi stayed last to provide cover, while Xionglan and Fengjiu slid down one after the other. When Zishi came down, Sun Guangjun shook his hand, pulled open the live knot of the rope, coiled it up, and packed it into his backpack. Then he took out a few folding aluminum paddles and handed them to the three girls, urging them to start rowing. The three girls were very curious about Sun Guangjun's backpack. Wow, it was almost like Doraemon. Just from such a not-so-big backpack, there was everything inside, which was remarkable. Sun Guangjun didn't care what the girls thought. He urged them to hurry up and row while he took back the two revolvers from Zishi and Fengjiu, staying at the boat's stern, keeping an eye on everything around them and occasionally correcting the girls' course. Perhaps the urgency of escaping kicked in. Under the threat to their safety, the three girls almost unleashed their little universe, vigorously swinging the paddles. As for Sun Guangjun, after leaving the Wanha Garden community, he simply sat down and watched the three girls sweat while he leisurely hummed an unknown tune, almost ready to pop open a bottle of liquor and take a couple of swigs. Seeing this, Zishi and Fengjiu were okay. They had just pledged allegiance to Sun Guangjun and recognized him as their boss. This was their opportunity to show themselves, and even if they had complaints, they could only suppress them. But Xionglan was different. When had this young lady ever endured such hardship? The initial burst of energy had deflated, and she immediately felt her arms and legs weaken, unable to hold back her complaints. "I say, some people really have a huge face, pretending to be here to rescue my brother when they're actually acting like a big boss. Why is the one who's being rescued doing all the hard work while the rescuer gets to lounge around? Is there any justice in this?" Sun Guangjun didn't indulge her, immediately retorting, "Oh, Miss Xiong, you really are precious. You've only been rowing for a few minutes, and you can't do it anymore? Ah, who told you to have a good brother? In this apocalypse, you can still think about enjoying life. Hey, Zishi, you and Fengjiu can take a break, I'll take over for you." Xionglan was almost furious. "Well, you could clearly see I was the one struggling, yet you wanted her to rest? What kind of person is this?" Then she thought, although Big Sister Zishi and Big Sister Fengjiu used to be on her side, now they had become Sun Guangjun subordinates, it did make sense for him to help his subordinates a bit. Xionglan was in a dilemma. But what made Xionglan even more exasperated was that Sun Guangjun actually rummaged through his backpack, eventually pulling out a small external electric motor for the boat, attaching it to the back of the rubber boat. He gave the switch a gentle twist, and the boat glided through the waves swiftly, moving much faster than the three of them had just rowed. The rubber boat Sun Guangjun had just pulled out was the F-470 model used by the U.S. Marine Corps. It could not only expand quickly but also had excellent maneuverability, and the engine was the latest electric engine. Small in size, powerful in energy, and long in endurance, it is very suitable for quick infiltration breakthroughs in medium to short distances. To be honest, bringing out such specialized equipment at this time really feels like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Seeing this scene, Xionglan was almost driven mad. With such useful equipment, why didn't they bring it out earlier, instead of hiding there to watch her make a fool of herself? This guy is just too hateful. If they weren't still on the boat, fearing that too much movement would capsize it, and relying on the engine in Sun Guangjun's hand to hurry along, Xionglan would have charged over to battle Sun Guangjun like there was no tomorrow. Don't think wrongly, it was not to fight until dawn, but a fight to the death. The journey went smoothly. Even when encountering other boats searching for supplies, the other side saw only one man and three rather disheveled women, with little supplies on board, and had no ill intentions. Even if someone wanted to target the three women, with Sun Guangjun accidentally revealing the revolver he always held in his left hand, they obediently backed off. They have a gun, clearly not to be underestimated, so it's better to retreat and stay safe. This woman is great, but one's life is more important. They didn't encounter any reckless outlaws, and the rubber boat quickly left the magical city area, arriving at the abandoned dock by the sea. Sun Guangjun told the three women to wait on the rubber boat while he swam into the dock. This time, Sun Guangjun did not continue to use the WP-18 that they came in, but released a Pike SV-17. The Pike SV-17 has a maximum speed of only 53 knots, not as good as the WP-18, and is nearly 2 meters shorter, but it has a spacious interior, with a separate crew cabin and combat personnel cabin, capable of carrying 3 crew members and 10 combat personnel, equipped with 7.62 or 12.7 mm machine guns and a 40 mm grenade launcher, all remotely controlled by operators inside the boat, with powerful and precise firepower. After taking the boat out of the dock, Sun Guangjun picked up the 3 women and settled them in the crew cabin, then secured the rubber boat and entered the cockpit, starting the engine, heading out towards the sea. An hour later, the Pike SV-17 traveled north at maximum speed. After setting it to autopilot, Sun Guangjun went to the crew cabin. He took out some bread, cookies, and bottled water from his backpack and distributed them to the 3 women, telling them to fill their stomachs a bit. If they wanted something better to eat, they would have to wait until they returned to Qing City. Before today, the 3 women were still strangers to Sun Guangjun, so he would never reveal the secret of the mountain river ring space in front of them, otherwise he wouldn't have carried a big backpack everywhere, which was his shield for disguise. After calming the 3 women with a few words and telling them they would arrive in Qing City in a few hours, Sun Guangjun returned to the cockpit to focus on driving. The rain kept falling, although the sea was calm. Who knew what kind of situation might arise, so it was better to be cautious. After all, being careful never hurts. Sun Guangjun didn't want a ship to appear out of nowhere and create a collision scene, so it was best to stay honestly in the cockpit. Chapter 90, Embraced on Both Sides. To be fair, Sun Guangjun's decision was not without reason. Along the way, although there were no drifting ships coming towards them, Sun Guangjun had the fortune of witnessing the huge humpback whale leap out of the sea, a shocking scene welcoming the pouring rain. At that time, the humpback whale leaped out of the water only a few dozen meters away from the speedboat. It was only because Sun Guangjun noticed the unusual movement on the water in time and made a quick turn that he narrowly avoided being rammed into the sky by the humpback whale. There were no major problems on the road, just constant small issues, but overall it was still going smoothly. When dusk arrived, the boat finally returned to the sea near Qing City. It took almost 2 days and nights for the round trip, and Sun Guangjun was quite satisfied with this journey. It's just me, if it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to set sail in such weather. Feeling quite proud and narcissistic, Sun Guangjun made a phone call to Xion Lang, telling him that he was about to arrive at the coast of Qing City, and to be prepared to pick up his sister and take her home. Delivering goods to the door is not something Sun Guangjun would do, not to mention anything else. Just because of Xion Lan's attitude toward him, he was unwilling. Moreover, before this trip to the magical city, Sun Guangjun had left behind several rubber boats and motorboats for Wu Feng, asking him to share some with Xion Lang, so he didn't need to worry about Xion Lang not making it to the coastline. After waiting for almost an hour, Xion Lang arrived at the beach on a motorboat. Finally seeing her big brother, Xion Lan was so excited, but who knew that when she ran to her brother's boat, the first thing she did wasn't to catch up, but to firmly report Sun Guangjun's wrongdoings. Yes, she was reporting him, in person. Listening to his sister continuously criticizing Sun Guangjun for not wanting to bring along her friends, forcing her to be his subordinate, not giving her a gun, a long list of complaints. In Xion Lan's mouth, Sun Guangjun was a wicked big bad guy, the truly terrible kind. As for Sun Guangjun, the one being scolded, he didn't seem to mind at all, but it made Xion Lang very embarrassed. While being dragged by his sister to hear her grievances, he could only shrug his shoulders and show his helplessness to Sun Guangjun. Sun Guangjun simply waved his hand, telling him to quickly take his sister home to avoid more noise here. Xion Lang originally wanted to discuss some matters with Sun Guangjun, but with Xion Lan's interruption, he could only wait for another opportunity. Waving to signal his subordinates to hurry up and set sail, Xion Lang managed to avoid a situation of being caught in the middle. Watching Xion Lang and his 2 glass fiber motorboats slowly leave, Sun Guangjun finally steered the boat back to the dock where he had left. But when he got there, Sun Guangjun was shocked to find that in just 2 days, the dock, which could still be easily accessed, was already submerged, leaving only the rooftop and completely unusable. With no other choice, Sun Guangjun could only search for a new place to hide. After going around in circles, Sun Guangjun finally found a suitable factory, originally several kilometers from the shore, and drove the SV-17 into it. After placing the rubber boat from his own ship, Sun Guangjun called 2 newly recruited beautiful subordinates to board the ship. After exiting the factory, he made an excuse that he needed to reinforce the big door to prevent the boat from being stolen, and quietly returned alone to put away the boat. No place is safer than the mountains and rivers watch. Moreover, the water level is continuously rising. In just a few days, this factory will also be submerged, and leaving the boat here is really not a good idea. Back on the rubber boat, Sun Guangjun took the engine, turned on the switch, and headed straight for Qilin Mountain Villa. The 2 new female subordinates were unexpected. Sun Guangjun had already thought about it on the way, temporarily not taking them back to Villa number 1, but finding an empty villa nearby to settle them down first. To put it simply, Sun Guangjun took in these 2 women, one because of the other's identity as a big star, and the other, simply because he found her attractive. However, he already had 3 women at home, all of whom he had had real contact with. Sun Guangjun didn't want to just bring the 2 new women back without reason, as this might stir up jealousy and trouble. If these 2, who he hadn't even gotten involved with yet, ended up causing unhappiness among the 3 at home, that would be a big problem. Wouldn't Sun Guangjun be suffering more than he gains? Such matters must still be approached slowly. The most important thing is that Sun Guangjun cannot currently determine the loyalty levels of Zishi and Fengzhou. Who knows what other intentions they might have once they settle down? All of this requires time to verify. When he had just bought the number 1 villa, Sun Guangjun had investigated, and found that the occupancy rate of the Kirin villa was not high. Almost 1/3 of the villas had not been sold, and even those that were sold had many that were empty, with no one living in them. In fact, Sun Guangjun had previously been eyeing these vacant villas and observed them closely after the apocalypse had arrived, roughly knowing which ones were empty. Because of the geographical features of Qing City, not all areas were covered with standing water along this route, patches of ground would occasionally show through. Whenever the water route came to an end, Sun Guangjun would call the 2 women to disembark and drag the inflatable boat onward, until they reached a watery area again to continue their journey by boat. After a series of stops, the group finally returned to Kirin Villa at around 9 o'clock in the evening. The rain poured ceaselessly, flooding the entire city, and the power supply in Qing City had long been cut off. The community was almost completely dark except for a few scattered candles and flashlights. Taking advantage of the night's cover, the 3 of them attracted almost no one's attention, quietly returning to the community. The road up the mountain had already turned into a river, with particularly fierce rushing waters. Sun Guangjun, with 2 untrained and weak women, could only give up the mountain path and instead look for some flatter areas where the water wasn't too deep, dragging and pulling the 2 women up the hill. Lower down from the number 1 villa, 5 or 6 villas away, was the number 17 villa, which was also a target Sun Guangjun had identified a long time ago. The straight line distance from Villa 17 to Villa 1 was not far. From the entrance, both families could greet each other. Previously, Sun Guangjun had observed for quite some time and had taken advantage of the earth walking technique to personally check inside, confirming that there were no signs of anyone having lived there. This was the place he intended to temporarily house the 2 big stars. After traversing the path, when they finally arrived at Villa 17, the 2 women were already exhausted to the point of being worn out. There were several times in between where, if not for Sun Guangjun pulling in the middle, the 2 women might have been swept away by the rushing waters. Sun Guangjun also felt helpless. He hadn't expected the 2 women to be so weak. In the end, he could only wrap an arm around each of their waists, using his own strength to bring them to their destination. If an outsider unfamiliar with the situation had seen this scene, they might have envied Sun Guangjun for such treatment, embracing 2 ladies, a man's dream, right? Chapter 91, Settling In. At the door, Sun Guangjun freed one hand, took a thin iron wire, and with a few twists, he fiddled the lock open, then pushed open the door, crossing the courtyard's standing water, finally half embracing and half carrying the 2 women to the relatively dry porch. You both rest here for a bit. Allowing the 2 women to slump down on the ground, panting heavily, Sun Guangjun walked over to open the door and said, "This house has been vacant for quite some time. I'll go in to tidy it up first, and then I'll bring you in." Zixi and Fengjie were already so exhausted they could barely speak, both of them soaked from head to toe, could only lean against each other, watching Sun Guangjun walk inside. This villa should still be unsold. It had only been simply renovated inside, a cement floor and white walls painted lightly. After Sun Guangjun confirmed that no one was living here a while back, he cleaned up a bit, nearly dusting off and placing some simple furniture. Now that they needed to arrange for someone to move in. The 2 stunning and charming female stars were living here, so Sun Guangjun naturally had to arrange this place well. In the Mountain River's guard, there were too many high-end furniture and belongings. Casually taking out a few pieces could decorate this empty villa to a high standard. Entering the villa, Sun Guangjun first changed into a fresh outfit before pondering how to arrange the villa. Not knowing the taste of the 2 women, Sun Guangjun just organized the furniture and appliances a bit, then found an empty room to use as a storage, laying out some sheets, blankets, clothes, and shoes, leaving them to choose later. Time was tight, so Sun Guangjun only arranged the first-floor living room and the 2 south-facing bedrooms on the second floor before stopping. Then, Sun Guangjun went to the basement, took out a diesel generator, and connected it to the villa's power system. Of course, before starting the generator, Sun Guangjun carefully pulled up all the thick double-layer velvet curtains on the villa's windows, ensuring that the light inside could not be seen from the outside, and then he stopped. The villa had a separate water supply system, which Sun Guangjun had modified in advance by placing a large water tank in the attic and connecting it to the villa's existing water supply pipe. After finishing all this, Sun Guangjun started the generator, plugged in the temporarily installed water heater in the bathroom, and then went out to bring the 2 women in. After resting for a while, the 2 women had barely regained a bit of strength, helping each other as they walked into the house, almost shedding tears at the sight of the warm light. How many days had it been? This was the first time they had seen light. They had never realized that such simple light could be so warm. Closing the door tightly, Sun Guangjun said, "Boss Z, during this special time, conditions are limited, so please make do for now. The 2 south-facing rooms on the second floor can accommodate people. You 2 decide who stays in which room. By the way, the first room on the north side of the second floor has a lot of clothes and bedding. You 2 go up and pick a few pieces, take a hot shower in your rooms, and I'll get you something to eat." "Thank you, boss." Zixi very perceptively thanked Sun Guangjun, struggling to help Fengjie as they slowly made their way upstairs. Watching the 2 women go upstairs, Sun Guangjun had no intention of helping. They were going up to shower and change clothes, and what purpose would he serve following them?
Although he felt tempted by their bodies, there was no need to be that anxious. Entering the kitchen, Sun Guangjun took out some kitchen utensils, all electric. The municipal water, electricity, and gas had long been cut off, so now wanting to cook meant using electricity or making a fire. The thought of making a fire in a high-end villa was unbelievable to Sun Guangjun, although such things would become quite common when the extreme cold arrived. As for what to feed the two women, Sun Guangjun thought for a bit and ultimately took out 2 buckets of instant noodles, beef flavor, a classic that never goes out of style. He boiled a kettle of water to soak the noodles, poured a cup of hot water for each of the two women, and placed them on the dining table before returning to the living room to sit down. Sun Guangjun did not prepare too much food for the two women, only leaving 2 boxes of instant noodles and a few large barrels of purified water in the kitchen. It didn't take long for the two women to come down, they must have simply rinsed and changed into fresh clothes. Though Sun Guangjun hadn't prepared any special treatment for the two in terms of food, only instant noodles, he didn't skimp on clothing. Everything he brought out was from top brands, including Valentino, Balenciaga, Hermes, and Chanel. These items were collected by Sun Guangjun during the few rainy days in the commercial district of the city. Since they were of no use to him, it was just right to give them to these big stars who loved luxury brands, making it not a waste at all. After taking a hot shower, the two girls' complexions improved significantly. No longer the pale faces from being drenched by the rain, they transformed back into rosy lips, white teeth, and bright, expressive eyes. Seeing the two girls walk over gracefully, Sun Guangjun felt a rush of emotions. Wow, the superstar's charm is indeed no joke. With just a few steps, their allure was fully displayed. Please, have a seat. With some calm, Sun Guangjun greeted, Boss Z, time is tight, so it's only instant noodles for now, let's make do with it. You two can eat while listening to me. Even though you are already my subordinates, I currently don't have any power of my own or anything for you to do, so you can only temporarily settle here. There are instant noodles and purified water in the kitchen. If you're hungry, just make some to eat yourself. In the next couple of days, I will bring you some supplies: rice, flour, meat, vegetables, eggs, and milk. Take this phone, it has my number. If you encounter any situation, you can contact me anytime. However, while staying here, you need to pay attention to something, especially at night. It's best to keep the curtains close to block the light, so no one notices that someone lives here. This is unavoidable. Now the entire city has cut off water, electricity, and gas, and the electricity here is supplied by a household diesel generator. In such times, the ability to use a generator means something to those who are suffering from hunger and cold. Boss Z is a smart person, I believe I don't need to say much. Additionally, if you change your mind, you can leave anytime, I won't stop you. Alright, that's all I have to say. After eating, get some rest early. After speaking, Sun Guangjun stood up and walked toward the door, and just before he left, he added, apart from me, it's best not to open the door to any strangers, safety is the most important. Wait. Just as Sun Guangjun's hand was on the doorknob, Zishi hurriedly spoke to stop him. Unexpectedly, Sun Guangjun raised his hand without looking back and said, Boss Z, you are in a completely unfamiliar place, it's best to adapt first. We have plenty of time to talk later, there's no need to rush. I'm leaving. This time, Sun Guangjun showed no hesitation, he opened the door and quickly disappeared into the rain. Chapter 92, Where is Home? Sun Guangjun left with great ease, leaving the two girls a bit dumbfounded. Especially Zishi, who thought that her little thoughts were well hidden, but didn't realize he was clear about everything in his heart. Look at how well he just spoke, leaving whenever they want. Zishi asked herself, if she were in his shoes, she would not be able to be as magnanimous as Sun Guangjun. Of course, there is another possibility, this guy might be fishing with a long line, or he is simply fearless. Suddenly, Zishi recalled a word Sun Guangjun kept mentioning, end of the world. Could it be that the end of the world has truly come? While Zishi was frowning in thought, Fengjiu was energetically eating instant noodles. Soon, an entire bucket of noodles was in Fengjiu's stomach. Licking her lips, Fengjiu, still wanting more, turned her gaze toward the bucket that belonged to Zishi. Honey, why aren't you eating? Are you not used to it? If not, should I help you with some? With her eyes fixed on the bucket emitting an inviting aroma, Fengjiu stole glances at Zishi's reaction, cautiously reaching her little hand over. Just as Fengjiu was about to succeed, Zishi suddenly came to her senses and slapped her hand away. Ouch! Failing at the last moment, Fengjiu couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Zishi and saying, Honey, I just saw you not moving for a long time and thought you weren't used to this junk food, wanted to help you. Look, your hand has turned red from my slap. It deserved it. Who said I wouldn't eat? I was just thinking about something. Zishi didn't even glance at the whiny Fengjiu. This is just a foodie, as long as there is food, nothing else matters. Looking at Zishi pulling the instant noodles closer and eating them with a fork, Fengjiu's mouth almost watered, and she pouted, saying, if you won't share, then don't share, why eat so forcefully? Ignoring Fengjiu's quiet mumbling, Zishi quickly finished the noodles, even drinking a couple of sips of soup from the bowl before saying, all you do is eat all day, you won't even know when someone sells you off.
Can't you use your brain a little more? Look at what you're saying, sister me.
Faced with Zishi's scolding, Fengjiu felt no shame but rather pride, saying playfully, Sister me and I are always together, why do I need a brain? Whatever happens, I just follow your lead. Seeing the innocent Fengjiu, Zishi couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows, then relax again. Forget it, this silly sister of mine, I've known her long enough not to expect any big changes from her. No longer paying attention to Fengjiu, Zishi took the 2 cups of instant noodles to the kitchen. She intended to throw them in the trash but thought again, who knows how long they would stay here or how much food they had left. Better to save the soup for now, perhaps they could use it tomorrow morning. Saving 1 bite today might just save a life in the future. Back in the living room, Zishi calmly said, Fat Joe, I think we need to have a serious talk. Oh dear, sister me, you're so annoying, calling me Fat Joe. Fengjiu pouted, wanting to continue complaining, but seeing Zishi's serious expression, her voice unconsciously lowered, Sister me, if you want to talk, then let's talk, but can you not be so serious? I'm scared. Sigh. Zishi couldn't help but sigh, smoothing Fengjiu's shiny black hair, and said, Fat Joe, sometimes I can't help but envy you. All you do is eat and sleep, not worrying about anything, living such a simple life, how nice that is. But unfortunately, I don't have that blessing. I am born to be a hard worker, it's impossible for me to relax. Sister me, I don't understand what you're saying. Fengjiu said with a confused expression, aren't we safe now? Besides, that guy named Sun also said that if we change our minds and don't want to be his subordinates anymore, we can leave any time, isn't that great? He's too easy to fool, we're just putting on a show, and he believes it? What a complete fool. Sister me, didn't he leave you a phone? Let's hurry and contact the people from the company, okay? I really don't want to keep floating around outside. As long as we get in touch with the company, we can return to Longdu, back to our own home. No matter how good it is outside, it's never our home. Company? Home? Zishi smiled sadly and whispered, where is there a company? Where is home? Zishi and Fengjiu appeared in the Magic City because they had just finished all their work and had a rare break, so they went to the Magic City to relax. The Wanhiyuan community has a villa belonging to Zishi, which she bought shortly after debuting. After arriving in the Magic City, they had been living here. Unexpectedly, when the apocalypse began, the scorching heat broke out, and they found themselves trapped in the Wanhiyuan community. Bored, Fengjiu started to flirt in the owner group chat and ended up meeting Xionglan. 2 people with the attribute of being funny came together, and naturally, with shared interests, they quickly became good friends who could talk about anything, even without meeting each other. From the scorching heat to the torrential rain, although Zishi possessed billions in wealth, she couldn't buy any supplies. Even after saving every bit, the meager supplies in the villa were soon exhausted. After being hungry for several days and calling out to the heavens without response, and calling out to the earth without any reply. As the 2 were about to run out of strength from hunger, Fengjiu suddenly suggested seeking help from Xionglan. Like a drowning person grabbing a rope, Zishi was overjoyed to learn that Fengjiu had made such a friend in the community, and quickly urged Fengjiu to get in touch. Thus, Zishi and Fengjiu found a way out of desperation and stayed at Xionglan's home, getting through the hardest days. However, Xionglan's supplies were limited, while the 2 avoided starving to death, they still couldn't get enough to eat, especially Fengjiu, the foodie, who found it very difficult to bear. Thankfully, Sun Guangjun arrived just in time, took them away from the Magic City, and gave them some bread and biscuits on the boat, and after just having a bowl of instant noodles, it seemed to ease Fengjiu's cravings a bit. Having not eaten enough for so long, otherwise, how could Fengjiu, a big star earning tens of millions to billions a year, care about a bucket of instant noodles? She probably wouldn't even want to take a glance at it. What Fengjiu didn't know was that before the heavy rain, Zishi had contacted the company and its staff countless times, but faced with the continuous high temperatures, the company had long shut down. Even if Zishi managed to contact those staff, the easygoing ones could comfort her a bit, only to say they couldn't help with their predicament, but those with bad tempers would immediately curse and insult, forcing her to hang up quickly to spare her ears from further suffering. It was precisely because of experiencing countless setbacks and having nowhere to turn that made Zishi realize a truth: things were really different now than before. Chapter 93, A Hammer's Final Decision. Perhaps in Fengjiu's view, when Zishi said to rely on Sun Guangjun, working for him, it was just a temporary measure due to the situation, but only Zishi knew that her words were not entirely false. She was testing him. If Sun Guangjun was truly a trustworthy person, then what if she really relied on him? As a woman, no matter the time, it was always important to find someone to lean on. Zishi had been a strong woman before, otherwise, how could she have earned the title of a fierce woman? Before the apocalypse, she was the boss of a company, but what was the result? Just a body full of scars. Tired. Zishi truly felt exhausted. From the apocalypse until now, it had been 21 days. 21 days of hardship was enough for Zishi to recognize part of the reality. She was not carefree like Fengjiu, having someone to shield her from the wind and rain, allowing her to take things as they came. Now, she too wanted to live without so much difficulty, and she wanted someone to protect her from the wind and rain, to be the one being cared for. While Zishi contemplated her future, rarely showing such a vulnerable side, Sun Guangjun had already returned to Villa number 1. Unlike going to number 17, which was so difficult, as soon as Sun Guangjun's feet touched the ground, he could activate his earthwalking technique and return to Villa number 1 without anyone noticing. When Sun Guangjun pushed open the villa door, he was surprised to find that the girls who usually crowded in the living room were nowhere to be seen, leaving the spacious living room looking empty. He checked his watch and then realized it was already past 1 in the morning. In this apocalypse, for ordinary people to struggle for survival is truly a difficult task. With a self-deprecating smile, Sun Guangjun hadn't anticipated that taking Zishi and Fengjiu on such a journey would take so long, while the 3 girls at home had lived very regularly during this time and had long since gone to sleep. Since the 3 girls were asleep, Sun Guangjun did not wish to disturb them. Besides, he was pretty tired himself and should rest on the 2nd floor. After a good sleep, when Sun Guangjun woke up, it was already bright outside. Stretching comfortably, Sun Guangjun washed up and dressed before heading downstairs to find something to eat. As expected, the 3 girls should have already had breakfast and had gone to the shooting range to practice shooting. Sun Guangjun did not find any leftover food in the kitchen, so he had to take matters into his own hands. After a hearty meal, Sun Guangjun hummed a little tune and swayed over to the underground shooting range. As soon as he opened the door, 3 guns were pointed at him almost simultaneously, giving Sun Guangjun a huge scare. When they recognized it was Sun Guangjun, the 3 women finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowered their guns, and gathered around him to ask how he was doing. Sun Guangjun told them that everything went smoothly on his trip, and he had successfully completed Xiong Lang's request by bringing back his sister from the magical city, emphasizing that nothing unexpected happened. When the 3 women learned that Sun Guangjun had returned last night, they rolled their eyes in unison. After all, it was his choice to live alone on the 2nd floor and even set rules that no one could go up, so it was only natural that no one paid attention to him when he got home. Seeing that the 3 women had started practicing with automatic rifles, Sun Guangjun thoughtfully made a suggestion that they should simply practice in the yard since the underground range was less than 50 meters, which was too close for rifles but fine for handguns and submachine guns. Hearing Sun Guangjun's suggestion, the 3 women cheered. The shooting range was underground, and while the ventilation system was good, they still came out smelling of gunpowder at the end of the day. If it weren't for their determination to improve their skills, they would have long given up. Immediately, the 3 women sprang into action, each carrying their chosen weapon along with ammunition, eagerly heading to the yard. Sun Guangjun stood up a target on one side of the yard, while the 3 women practiced on the other side. Although there was no target reporting system, the conditions in the yard were definitely much better than underground. The 3 women could practice kneeling and lying positions, unlike when they were underground where they could only practice standing. Moreover, the heavy rain outside drowned out almost all noise. Even if gunfire erupted in the yard, there was no need to worry about others hearing it. Perhaps due to the fresh environment, the 3 women were very enthusiastic about their practice, while Sun Guangjun transformed into a bullet-loading robot, helping them load ammo nearby. Before long, the morning passed in this manner. During lunch, the 3 women chatted casually, and Ouyang Feiyu suddenly said, "I wonder if the wildlife will go extinct due to continuous natural disasters? What about those in zoos?" The thought of never seeing various conserved animals again made her feel heartbroken. Hearing this, Sun Guangjun felt a stir in his heart. He was still thinking about that national treasure at the Kobe City Prince Zoo, the only one left of its family. How lonely it must be. Forget it, there's no time like the present. Since Ouyang Feiyu brought it up today, let's arrange a trip to Neon. Just right, I haven't checked out a few military bases in America yet, so it's also a good opportunity to make up for regrets. At that moment, Sun Guangjun cleared his throat twice, and said, "Ladies, you've been cooped up in the villa for a while now, haven't you all gone a little stir-crazy?" Ouyang Feiyu huffed, "Boss, are you actually aware that we're stuck in the villa? Have you developed a conscience, or are you planning to take us out for some fresh air?" Bingo! Sun Guangjun snapped his fingers and smiled. "Haven't seen you for a few days, Feiyu, your IQ has clearly gone up, you can guess this? That's right, your boss is planning to step out of the yard, but I don't know if you 3 lovely ladies are interested in joining?" "Really?" The 3 women exclaimed in unison, looking at Sun Guangjun in disbelief. Under the hopeful eyes of the 3 women, Sun Guangjun wiped the playful smile off his face and solemnly nodded, saying, "This time on the trip, I plan to go by boat. The destination is Tokyo Bay and Neon, and we'll pass through Kyushu Island, Sasebo, Wugon, Yokota, Kobe, and other places. If you 3 want to go along. Just right for practical training. While on the boat, we can also practice shooting skills and tactical movements on the sea. This is much better than shooting targets at home. So, who is willing to go? Raise your hands to sign up now." Swish! Almost at the same time, the 3 girls raised their arms high, saying in unison, "Me." All right, put your hands down, put your hands down." Sun Guangjun was clearly pleased with the girls' reaction, but he did not forget to warn them, "This time out, the greatest significance for you is to experience real combat.
My only requirement for you is that when you encounter the little devils, you must not show any mercy. Remember, the little devils are animals, killing them does not require any psychological burden.
Of course, murder is not something you can just talk about, I can give you time to adapt. But if you cannot do it once or twice, then you cannot be soft-hearted 3 or 4 times. Once I see that you truly are not suited for this, then you cannot blame me for not taking you along in future actions.
Now tell me, do you still want to go?
Yes, yes. Hearing about the possibility of killing, not only did the 3 girls show no reluctance, but Ouyang Feiyu even seemed eager to try.
Good.
Sun Guangjun made a decisive call, then you pack up today, and we will set off early tomorrow morning.
Chapter 94, Showing Loyalty.
After resting at noon, the 3 girls continued to practice shooting in the yard. Packing luggage could wait until the evening. After all, they just needed to bring a few sets of clothes, and everything else could be arranged later. They could ask Sun Guangjun for it then. Sun Guangjun did not continue to act as their practice partner in human ammunition machine in the yard. Instead, he prepared some simple supplies and went alone to Villa 17. When Sun Guangjun arrived, Zishi and Fengjiu were chatting casually. Perhaps because of the mindset of, since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Zishi was not as gloomy as yesterday, she seemed brighter and was at least able to joke and laugh with Fengjiu. Seeing Sun Guangjun come in with a load of bags, Zishi hurriedly got up to greet him. The things Sun Guangjun brought were not many: several packets of noodles, a small bag of rice, 2 pieces of cured meat, plus some ham sausages, marinated eggs, pickled vegetables, and a box of milk. The quantity was not large. After handing the food to Fengjiu to put in the kitchen, Sun Guangjun comfortably sat down on the sofa. Compared to Sun Guangjun's relaxed demeanor, Zishi seemed much more restrained. She stood beside him, not taking a seat. Sun Guangjun raised his hand to signal Zishi to sit down and said, "Boss Zishi, I will be going on a long trip tomorrow. I don't yet know the return time, but it won't be less than 5 days. The things I brought, along with the instant noodles already in the kitchen, should be enough for you two to get by. Of course, if you, Boss Zishi, make any new decisions before I return, then it will be even more than enough. However, before you regret it, you both are still nominally my subordinates. Take this for self-defense." Saying this, Sun Guangjun pulled out 2 P230 handguns from his backpack, placing them on the coffee table along with their holsters, then took out 2 boxes of bullets. Looking at the 2 small and exquisite handguns, Zishi tried to pick one up and then gasped in surprise, her little voice changing pitch. "Boss, you actually have this?
Is this the real deal?"
"Of course it's the real deal."
Sun Guangjun smiled and said, "I wouldn't give you 2 toy guns for self-defense, would I?
This is the P230 police pistol produced by Sig Sauer, with a caliber of 9mm, an overall length of 168mm, and a weight of 460 grams when unloaded, with a magazine capacity of 7 rounds. There aren't many bullets, only 16 rounds per box, so make sure to use them sparingly."
Zishi's reaction was somewhat unexpected for Sun Guangjun.
She quickly grabbed a towel, preempting Fengjiu who was coming out of the kitchen. Pack up the gun and the bullets on the table, and said softly, "Boss, come with me for a moment." Watching Zishi carry that towel upstairs, although Sun Guangjun was surprised, he quickly followed her up. Reaching the stairs, Zishi suddenly raised her voice to Fengjiu, who had just come out of the kitchen, saying, "Fat Jiu, I'm going upstairs with the boss to discuss some matters, you stay down here for a while."
"Oh."
Fengjiu was overjoyed by the things Sun Guangjun had just delivered. After more than 10 days, she hadn't seen these once ordinary supplies, and just thinking about it made her mouth water.
"Sister Me is going upstairs with the boss? That's great, maybe I can take the chance to sneak a bite?"
If Zishi knew the inner thoughts of Fengjiu right now, she would probably want to slap this girl to death. At a time like this, still thinking about eating.
Soon, Sun Guangjun followed Zishi's steps and went up to the 2nd floor, directly entering Zishi's room.
In just one night, the originally spacious room had changed drastically. Not only was there a simple bed sheet and neatly folded quilt on the mattress, but there were also some small decorations added to the room.
Wow! As soon as he entered, Sun Guangjun was amazed. "Boss Zishi has good taste, very cozy."
Zishi smiled slightly. "Since we're going to live here from now on, some simple decorations are quite necessary. Life is not just about getting enough to eat and keeping warm, a necessary sense of ritual in life is important.
Otherwise, how are people any different from beasts?" Listening to Zishi's characteristic soft voice, Sun Guangjun felt his heart tingle, as if someone was softly brushing it with a gentle little brush, but he said, "Can I take this as you indirectly pledging loyalty to me, Boss Zishi? How you choose to think is your business."
Zishi smiled, "I just feel tired and want to let myself rest for a while.
As for the future, who knows what will happen? Right, boss?"
Looking at the charmingly smiling Zishi, Sun Guangjun's heart warmed, suddenly stepping forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her soft body into his embrace, and said, "Aren't you afraid I, your boss, will leave you with nothing to eat?"
Then what can I do?" Zishi sighed gently and said, "I'm just a weak girl, helpless in this end of the world. Even if someone eats me to the bone, it can only be my fate."
"You're really a dangerous little enchantress." Sun Guangjun murmured, and with a sudden force, he hugged Zishi and fell onto the soft, white bed. After a long while, Zishi nestled in Sun Guangjun's arms, her small hand unconsciously drawing circles on his chest, softly saying, "Boss, do you still doubt my loyalty now?" "Of course not." Sun Guangjun enjoyed the warmth of the beautiful young woman for the first time, feeling an unprecedented comfort, secretly lamenting, indeed, when young, one doesn't know how good an older sister is, mistaking a girl for a treasure. It's very smooth. Gently patting Zishi's beautiful back, Sun Guangjun said, "Go, I have cigarettes in my pocket, help me take them out." Lifting the thin quilt off, Zishi didn't mind her wonderful figure being exposed to the air. She got out of bed, took Sun Guangjun's pants, and pulled out the cigarette box and matches from the pocket. Taking out a cigarette, Zishi skillfully put it in her mouth, lit it, took a puff, and then handed it to Sun Guangjun's lips. Neither of them spoke again, just nestled together, taking turns smoking until the cigarette was finished. Throwing away the cigarette but, Zishi suddenly said, "Boss, can you tell me where you're planning to go tomorrow?" "It's fine to tell you." Sun Guangjun said, "Tomorrow I want to go to Neon City. Kobe City Prince Park has one of our national treasures. I plan to bring the national treasure home." "You're just joking." With a charming glance at Sun Guangjun, Zishi said, "If you want to acquire a national treasure to raise, why not just go to Sichuan and Chongqing? Why run so far? It's obviously a scam." "Boss, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to lie." "Why would I lie to you?" Sun Guangjun said, "The national treasures from Sichuan and Chongqing are like our own families. No matter if they are wild or have ended up in someone else's hands, they should not benefit outsiders. But over there in Neon, it's different, those are our own treasures lost outside. Since we have the conditions, we must definitely bring them back." Zishi wanted to say more, but Sun Guangjun turned over and whispered, "It seems you have recovered, let's continue." "Ah, no." Chapter 95, Caught in the Act. Around 5 in the afternoon, Sun Guangjun, dressed neatly, came down from the second floor, greeted Fengjiu, who was bored in the living room, and left Villa 17. In Zishi's room on the second floor, the beautiful girl, limp as a rag, bit her back teeth and cursed angrily, "Bastard! Are you a donkey? Truly a beast." After cursing for a while, feeling a bit more energetic, Zishi finally mustered the strength to sit up and weakly walked into the bathroom. As her delicate body submerged into the warm water, Zishi muttered to herself, "Why is this guy so cautious? Even now, he still won't reveal any key information. I can't even go out with him. What a guy, up till now, all I know is his last name is Sun, and I have no other information. What kind of situation is this? Bastard, if you dare to use me up and then ditch me, I'll make sure to drag you down with me." Though she said this, thinking about the reality brought her a sense of helplessness. She didn't even know where he was. Even if she wanted to take him down with her, there was no chance. Just now, no matter how tender and sweet their interaction was, or how soft her pleas were, Sun Guangjun still refused to take them both to Neon, only telling them to rest at home well, promising that they would have plenty of chances to go out later. Naturally, Sun Guangjun had his reasons for this. Both Zishi and Fengjiu were ordinary people who had not undergone any training. Bringing them along would just be carrying two burdens. After all, this journey wasn't exactly safe. This time, Sun Guangjun was taking 3 women on a journey to Neon, and he planned to stop by Jeju Island along the way. His goal, besides bringing back the national treasure panda, was actually aimed at those American bases. In other words, bringing the national treasure home was just an excuse Sun Guangjun gave himself. Although the apocalypse had lasted for over 20 days, the soldiers from Neon and America were not completely dead. Once the two sides encountered each other, a battle would be inevitable, and that would be the true test of the 3 women's training results. If a fight really broke out, Zishi and Fengjiu wouldn't just be unable to help, they could even become a burden. Moreover, the 3 women still didn't know about the existence of Zishi and Fengjiu. Recklessly bringing them together would be like asking an old man to eat arsenic, wishing for a quick end to his long life. Not to mention anything else, just the noise alone would be enough to give him a headache. Returning to Villa Number 1, Sun Guangjun simply prepared the supplies he might need for this trip and went back to bed to regain his strength, not even going downstairs for dinner. The 3 women had long since gotten used to Sun Guangjun's mysterious comings and goings. After a quick phone call confirmed he was on the second floor, they relaxed and left him alone. At Villa 17, Zishi enjoyed a comfortable hot bath and came down from upstairs, revitalized. She didn't see Fengjiu in the living room, but from the rustling sound in the kitchen, it was easy to figure that the girl was probably sneaking snacks in there. Sigh, this apocalyptic time has been tough on her, such a greedy person had to endure hunger every day. Now, with plenty of supplies sent by the boss, after so many days of starvation, she could hardly bear it. "Ah, Mijia, when did you come down?" Just as Zishi sat on the sofa, quietly pondering life, in fact, recalling the wild moments just before, Fengjiu walked out from the kitchen. Seeing her, she couldn't help but exclaim, hurriedly hiding the things in her hands behind her.
Zishi turned her gaze in the direction of the voice and saw that Fengjiu was holding a bowl of freshly cooked instant noodles, quite luxuriously adorned with braised eggs, ham, and pickled vegetables. In her heart, Zishi sighed, realizing this girl knows how to eat, but she put on a stern face and said with displeasure, "What are you hiding for? I caught you red-handed, and you still think you can hide? You silly girl, always thinking about your own food. Have you ever thought about showing some gratitude to your Mijie? Mijie, what are you talking about? This is for you, to help you replenish what you used up earlier." Despite feeling reluctant in her heart, Fengjiu still obediently placed the fragrant bowl of instant noodles in front of Zishi, then looked at her with a pitiful expression. Listening to Fengjiu's words, Zishi remembered the noise made upstairs earlier, and couldn't help but blush. This girl had heard everything. Damn, it's all that Sun guy's fault. Yes, all the responsibility is on him. Quickly finding the scapegoat in her heart and looking back at the pitiful Fengjiu, Zishi rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "What are you standing there for? Go get a bowl from the kitchen, let's eat together. You really think your Mijie is like you? With such a big bowl, how can I eat it all? Ah, great. Thank you, Mijie." With a cheerful cry, Fengjiu excitedly ran to the kitchen and quickly brought out a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Soon, with their joint efforts, an entire bowl of noodles was completely devoured. After putting down the bowls and chopsticks, Zishi contentedly let out a big burp, while Fengjiu dutifully cleaned up the table, taking the bowls and chopsticks back to the kitchen. When Fengjiu returned, Zishi suddenly spoke, "Fat Jiu, what are your plans for the future?" "Plans?" Fengjiu blinked her innocent big eyes and cutely said, "I just want to follow Mijie. Wherever Mijie goes, I will go too. We're good sisters, and we will never part." Then, after hesitating for a moment, Zishi said, "What if I say I want to stay here, to forget all past identities and statuses? Will you still stay with me?" "Of course I will." Fengjiu still looked innocent and said, "Did the boss not say that it's already the end of the world? What use is former identity, status, or even wealth now? Since they're useless, we should forget them if we need to and let go if we must. As people, we should look forward. Past things have passed, and they have become history." Zishi was shocked, not expecting this girl, seemingly carefree, to have such a broad and clear understanding of life. In just a few simple sentences, she contained countless philosophies of life. "Mijie, is there anything wrong with what I said?" Seeing Zishi silent, Fengjiu stuck out her little tongue and said, "I just feel that since it's the end of the world, those things from before definitely no longer matter. The hardships we've faced during this time prove that. As two weak women, how can we survive in this end of the world? Since the boss can provide us with food and a secure, comfortable place to live, following him is not an unsuitable choice. Moreover, Mijie, since you're already with the boss, do you still want to run away? Mijie, you're not young anymore, you're 29, and it's rare to meet someone who suits your heart, so just go with it." "Oh, you little girl, you dare to mock me, huh? You're not young either." Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Zishi furiously lunged at Fengjiu, and the two girls began to roughhouse on the sofa. Sigh, women, age is always a taboo topic, and female stars are no exception. Chapter 96, Someone is Following. The next morning, the sky was just dawning. The door of Villa Number 1 opened, and three women dressed in strong outfits stepped out one after another. The three women were similarly dressed, all in black leather jackets and pants, wearing flat-heeled tall boots, black motorcycle helmets on their heads, and each holding a delicate small backpack with hands clad in black leather gloves, looking like biker girls. Behind the three women was Sun Guangjun, dressed almost the same, carrying an inflatable boat out. He placed the inflatable boat into the water collected at the door, beckoning the three women to board the boat. After everyone was seated, he picked up the oars and gently tapped them on the surface of the water. Although Villa Number 1 is located at the highest point in the community, so there is no worry about flooding, the rainwater that fell along with the water pooling down the glass dome gathered in the empty space at the entrance, leading to nearly half a meter of standing water, allowing the inflatable boat to easily float on the surface. The little boat set off, swaying slightly, and soon arrived at the intersection going downhill, then was carried downstream by the water current. With Sun Guangjun personally steering at the bow, even though the current became increasingly rapid and the temporary river twisted and turned, the little boat still smoothly entered the gentle area of the community at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Sun Guangjun took out a small electric motor from his backpack and handed it to Ouyang Feishua at the stern, allowing her to control the boat as they headed towards the beach after exiting the community. The heavy rain had fallen for 7 days. Even in a high and well-drained area, there was a significant amount of water accumulated, and the inflatable boat faced almost no obstacles as it smoothly left the city and entered the area that originally belonged to the seaside. Following Sun Guangjun's instructions, Ouyang Feishua steered the inflatable boat to a very hidden area. This was originally a seaside cliff with a lighthouse, but the rising sea level had submerged the base of the lighthouse. However, there were still some trees and houses around that could serve as cover. Using the surrounding obstacles for concealment, Sun Guangjun released the SV-17 fishing boat again. Calling the three women to board, Sun Guangjun secured the inflatable boat and then entered the cockpit, starting the engine. As the engine started, the SV-17 slowly sailed out of the hidden area filled with obstacles, heading southeast. However, strangely, Sun Guangjun did not drive at the maximum speed right away. Instead, it seemed to be only less than 10 knots, cruising leisurely. As soon as the three women entered the cabin, they began to change clothes, taking off their leather jackets and pants, replacing them with a full set of ACU camouflage uniforms, putting on bulletproof vests, and wearing fast tactical helmets with various attachments. Only the flat-heeled tall boots remained unchanged. Soon, the originally alluring biker girls transformed into heroic and spirited female warriors. Once they were done changing, the three women finally had time to observe the situation outside the cabin. Looking at the slowly retreating scenery, Ouyang Feiyu exclaimed, "Did the boss not say this speedboat could reach over 50 knots? Why does it look nothing like that now?" With Ouyang Feiyu's reminder, Ouyang Feishue and Fangya also noticed the anomaly, but they didn't react as dramatically as Ouyang Feiyu. Ouyang Feishue even calmly said, "If you don't understand something, just ask the boss directly. Go ask. What are we afraid of him for?" Ouyang Feiyu, being the active one, couldn't hold back and dashed to the cockpit to ask, "Boss, aren't you in a hurry to bring the national treasure home? At this slow pace, when will we arrive?" "It's Feiyu." Once on the boat, Sun Guangjun had already taken off his helmet, turning back with a bright smile, and said, "Hurry is hurry, but some things still need to be handled in time. Otherwise, who knows if there will be any trouble in the future." "Trouble?" Ouyang Feiyu keenly sensed the doubt, her expression serious, and asked, "Boss, is someone following us? What do you need me to do?" Don't worry, just a little trouble, very easy to solve." Sun Guangjun waved at Ouyang Feiyu and said, "Come, Feiyu, I'll teach you how to drive the boat. When you learn, we can go wherever you want, and you will be the one at the helm. Then you will be Captain Ouyang." "Oh, no way." Ouyang Feiyu pouted and said, "Captain Ouyang? There are two people with the surname Ouyang on this boat, who knows which one you're talking about? Then let's call you Captain Feiyu." Sun Guangjun chuckled and said, "How about I change the boat's name to Feiyu, then you, Captain Feiyu, will truly deserve the title." "I don't care about that." Ouyang Feiyu was typically one who complained but was straightforward, acting bravely despite her words. She walked into the cockpit, and under Sun Guangjun's guidance, began to learn seriously. Just like this, one taught and the other learned, hand in hand, and soon more than an hour passed. Looking ahead, they had already traveled nearly 20 nautical miles when Sun Guangjun suddenly handed the steering wheel to Ouyang Feiyu, whispered a few words, and quietly moved to the door of the crew cabin. Seeing Sun Guangjun's cautious movements, Ouyang Feishue and Fangya, who were chatting, became tense as well. The two women instinctively picked up their assault rifles and were about to come towards Sun Guangjun. Sun Guangjun waved his hand to signal them to stay calm while he took out a fishing net, the kind you throw by hand. Quickly organizing the net, Sun Guangjun gestured several times to Ouyang Feiyu in the cockpit. Since taking over the steering wheel, Ouyang Feiyu had been gradually reducing the speed. Now receiving Sun Guangjun's signal, she immediately stopped the engine, and the boat, losing power, could only coast forward slowly due to inertia. Sun Guangjun quietly opened the cabin door, his eyes scanning the rear side of the sea surface, searching for clues amidst the sound of heavy rain hitting the water. "It's you!" At one moment, Sun Guangjun shouted, moving his body out of the cabin, twisting, and effortlessly throwing the fishing net, which spread out into a big circle, covering the sea below. After the net sank for a while, the sea suddenly began to churn, and the rope in Sun Guangjun's hand started to shake violently. Seeing this, Sun Guangjun quickly reeled in the line, and when he felt the struggle, he sped up even more. Soon, a human form tightly wrapped in the fishing net was pulled out of the sea by Sun Guangjun. "Get up here!" With a loud shout, Sun Guangjun used all his strength to pull the net along with the humanoid creature into the cabin. Phew, really heavy. He casually threw the net rope onto the floor. Sun Guangjun had no intention of opening the fishing net. Only then did Ouyang Feishue and Fangya realize that the one pulled up by Sun Guangjun was, in fact, a person, someone dressed in a full set of diving gear, carrying a small propulsion device in addition to an oxygen tank on his back. "Boss, what's going on?" Ouyang Feishue asked in surprise. "This person is. There are indeed people following us." Sun Guangjun shrugged nonchalantly, even taking the time to open the refrigerator to grab a bottle of Beibinjiang soda, leisurely saying, "It's just that the follower was a little foolish, easily exposing their tracks, and I effortlessly caught them in my net. What do you think, Officer Xia?" Chapter 97 Capture the Follower. "Officer?" Hearing Sun Guangjun's words, both Ouyang Feishue and Fangya were shocked. This follower wrapped like a dumpling would be an officer? Ouyang Feiyu, who had run over from the cockpit, directly asked, "Boss, who is Officer Xia? When did you get to know the police?" "Officer Xia is this one lying on the ground." Sun Guangjun squatted down, humorously speaking to the person on the ground pretending to be dead. "Xia Zi, Officer Xia, shouldn't you meet everyone now?
As he spoke, Sun Guangjuan reached out to pull apart the fishing net and yanked off the mask and hood from Xia Zi's face. Suddenly, Xia Zi's elegant face appeared in front of the three women, looking both sultry and charming. However, at that moment, Xia Zi tightly shut her eyes, but her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Clearly, she was not unconscious.
Come, let me introduce you all.
Sun Guangjuan moved quickly, swiftly removing the fishing net tied around Xia Zi while casually confiscating the weapon, a Type 64 pistol, hidden in her waterproof bag at her waist.
He then said, "This is Officer Xia Zi, an intern officer, and the apprentice of our district's local police officer, Zhang Shenkong. However, what puzzles me is, Officer Xia, as a local officer and an intern, where did you get so much energy to come enforce the law at sea? You say you enforce the law, but secretly following us, what's that about? Come on, stop pretending, open your eyes and give us an answer. Otherwise, I might throw you into the water. I really want to see how you would swim back to Qing City without diving gear and a propeller. That's tens of nautical miles, enough for you to swim half a day. TSK, if there's a strong wind or if you encounter a shark, I guess such a beautiful Officer Xia would have to go serve the King of Hell. No wait, it'd be serving the Dragon King of the Sea." Shut up. Under Sun Guangjuan's mocking threats, Xia Zi finally opened her eyes but angrily shouted, "Attacking law enforcement officers and stealing weapons, do you know what crime that is?"
"Sun Guangjuan, if you are smart, quickly return my weapon and let me go. I can still let this go. If you continue on the wrong path, your end will inevitably be catastrophic." Watching Xia Zi trying to appear fierce yet clearly scared, Sun Guangjuan found it amusing.
This girl doesn't seem to have realized the reality?
At this moment, Ouyang Feishuo suddenly took a step forward, pointing her 416 Hong Kong dollars at Xia Zi, coldly saying, "Boss, I think this is a problem we should resolve quickly. At our ship's speed, we can reach international waters soon. I suggest that once we reach international waters, we deal with her and tie her up with heavy objects and throw her into the sea, ensuring no one knows a thing. Feiyu, hurry up and set sail at full speed." Ouyang Feiyu obediently replied, "Yes," and turned back to the cockpit to start the boat. This duet between the sisters made Sun Guangjuan exclaim in excitement, "This damned tacit understanding must be a twin's natural talent." Looking at Xia Zi, indeed, upon hearing Ouyang Feishuo's emotionless words, her face immediately turned pale.
What kind of people are on this ship? She looks like a delicate beauty, yet why is she so quick to kill? Where did the equipment in her hand come from? It doesn't look like it's made domestically. And, where did all these women around Sun Guangjuan come from? The last time she registered at his place, wasn't he living alone?
At this moment, Xia Zi was truly afraid, especially with the cold gun barrel pointed at her. She had no doubt that with Ouyang Feishuo's decisive and ruthless demeanor, if she dared to make any small movements, she would shoot her without hesitation.
Sigh, why is my life so hard?
Suddenly overwhelmed with sadness, combined with extreme hunger and exhaustion, Xia Zi could no longer hold on, swaying a couple of times before collapsing to the ground.
Ouyang Feishuo was taken aback. Is my few words really that powerful?
Fortunately, Ouyang Feishuo quickly realized that it shouldn't be her words that scared him, but rather that this person had already reached their physical limit and could collapse at any moment. At this moment, Fanya leaned forward, tested Xia Zi's breath, opened her eyelids to take a look, and checked her carotid artery, then turned to Sun Guangjuan and said, "Brother, shall we? She has fainted.
I checked her condition, and it's not good.
She must have not rested properly for a long time and is suffering from lack of food and water. If we are going to keep her, I suggest we give her intravenous therapy right now."
Fanya didn't say the rest.
If they didn't keep her, there would be no need for such trouble, they could just toss her into the sea. With Xia Zi's current state, even with diving equipment and a propeller, it was likely she wouldn't survive to get back to shore. Sun Guangjuan had discovered someone following him when he was leaving the lighthouse by the sea. It was also Xia Zi's poor tracking skills. Despite having a full set of diving equipment, she kept surfacing to observe the direction of the SV-17, then diving back down to quickly catch up using the propeller. The reason Sun Guangjuan had been slowly sailing earlier was actually to fish. He didn't expect to catch a mermaid, albeit one in poor condition. Looking at the unconscious Xia Zi, Sun Guangjuan felt his head swell. It was clearly impossible for him to just throw her into the sea and leave her to fend for herself, but taking her along to Neon wasn't very appropriate either. After thinking for a long time, Sun Guangjuan finally nodded helplessly and said, "Then let's keep her for now. We will see what happens when she wakes up. Feishuo, find some clean clothes for her to change into. Being all wet isn't right, and it's not only uncomfortable but she could catch a cold or something worse. Fanya, after the clothes are changed, you give her the 4." Saying this, Sun Guangjuan took out some 4 equipment along with nutrient solution and saline, letting Ouyang Feishuo and Fanya take care of Xia Zi while he went back to the cockpit to take over the driving work from Ouyang Feiyu. Soon, under Sun Guangjuan's control, the SV-17 sped forward at maximum speed, leaving a large plume of mist behind the boat. Before long, Ouyang Feishuo entered the cockpit and said, "Boss, Sister Fanya has already given Officer Xia the 4, and her condition is relatively stable, she is not in life-threatening danger. As long as she's not dead, that's good. Sun Guangjun nodded and said, Feishua, when she wakes up, you talk to her and see if she might be willing to join us. If we find out she is not on our side, then when we arrive at Jeju Island, just leave her there. If she's willing to join, then take her with us to Neon and let her join in fighting the little devils. Consider this a test for her joining us. Chapter 98, Offshore Teaching. Okay, boss. Ouyang Feishua nodded and then changed the subject, saying, however, boss, I think things don't actually need to be that complicated. I suspect that Officer Xia has encountered some changes, hiding at the lighthouse, and happened to encounter us, which is why she followed us. In my view, she caught up with us mostly to seek help and had no malicious intent. In other words, you might have misunderstood her intentions and then took a series of more radical actions, leading to the current situation. If everyone had been more calm from the beginning, it would certainly have been very different. Boss, do you think there's a possibility that Officer Xia actually has a crush on you? What are you talking about? Sun Guangjun glared at Ouyang Feishue and said, until today, we've only seen each other twice, and it was all in one day. To be precise, she visited our house twice in 1 hour. Do you remember? It was the day of Fang Ye's parents' funeral, and she went with Director Lin of the community to register the permanent residence. After leaving with Director Lin, she came back with a few people from the security bureau to ask me to confirm some things. We've only met twice, and we didn't say much. Talking about love seems a bit forced, doesn't it? Boss, that's because you don't understand women. Ouyang Feishue smiled widely and said, that day when you talked with Officer Wang from the security bureau, I overheard a few words. I estimate that it was then that Officer Xia became very curious about you. They say curiosity killed the cat. For a woman, curiosity often marks the beginning of falling in love. Otherwise, why would she, hiding well at the lighthouse, rush after you the moment she saw you? I think when she wakes up, you should be the one to talk to her. And it shouldn't be on the boat. Boss, let me give you some advice, don't be in a hurry to decide her fate. Wait until you reach Jeju Island, and then find a good place to talk things over. Don't worry, I don't mind having one more sister. Drawn in by Ouyang Feishue's little gaze, Sun Guangjun felt a mix of desire and countless ripples rising in his heart. Yes, who can refuse the temptation of a stunning little policewoman? Sun Guangjun had to admit, shamefully, that he felt moved. Alright, I accept your suggestion. Under Ouyang Feishue's teasing smile, Sun Guangjun conceded, Feishue, why don't you go back to rest? We still have nearly 10 hours to our destination. But, unexpectedly, Ouyang Feishue did not leave. She took a few steps forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with him and said, Boss, you just taught Feiyu how to drive, so I want to learn too. You can't just favor Feiyu alone. When the ice beauty acted cute, even Sun Guangjun's toughest resolve melted away, and he hurriedly said, teach, teach, teach. As long as you want to learn, I'll teach you right now. I just ask one thing, please tone down that high-pitched voice of yours. I'm afraid if you say a few more words, I'll accidentally shake and capsize the boat. He. Ouyang Feishue laughed but didn't use her charm again. Instead, she quieted down and listened carefully to Sun Guangjun's explanations. After teaching Ouyang Feishue the key points of driving and letting her have a try, Sun Guangjun called over Ouyang Feiyu to take the wheel, while he guided Ouyang Feishue to familiarize herself with the boat's weapons system. The SV-17 boat is equipped with a remotely operated 12.7mm heavy machine gun, two 7.62mm machine guns, and a 40mm grenade launcher. It's powerful and precise. These weapons are all remotely controlled by the crew from inside the storage. In fact, the boat originally needed 3 people to operate, but Sun Guangjun did not have that many hands, and since he didn't need to consider attack capabilities, he managed alone for now. And so, the Ouyang sisters took turns driving, while the other followed Sun Guangjun to get familiar with the weapons system. Fang Ye served as a temporary caretaker for Xia Zi in the passenger cabin, and the 3 of them had distinct roles. By noon, Sun Guangjun called for Ouyang Feishue to stop the boat for lunch. Xia Zi, having been on the floor for some time, was already waking up. Fang Ye gave her some chocolate and a cup of milk tea, and her complexion slowly improved. However, after waking, Xia Zi remained silent. Sun Guangjun was busy all morning and didn't pay her much attention. Now it was time to eat, and taking into account that Xia Zi was there, Sun Guangjun only took out some ready-to-eat food, sausage, ham, and a platter of marinated dishes, along with a bowl of instant noodles for everyone. He brought all the food to the passenger cabin and placed it on the folding table, then called out to the women, come on, the meal is ready, hurry over to eat. Officer Xia, you should join us too. Here, this bowl of mushroom stewed chicken, noodles, is for you. With limited conditions outside, just make do with it. Looking at the instant noodles Sun Guangjun placed in front of him, Xia Zi almost cried. For 5 or 6 days, apart from eating those nearly rotten and smelly breads and biscuits pulled from the water, this was the first time he had hot food in front of him. Moreover, the Sun Guangjun in front of him didn't seem as arrogant and indifferent as he had before. He saw that everyone else was having braised beef noodles, and only she had mushroom stewed chicken noodles.
It seemed he knew she had been hungry for a long time, afraid of irritating her stomach, so he let her eat something light first. In this self-moved emotional state, Xia Zi picked up her chopsticks and, tears in her eyes, took the first bite of noodles. As the noodles entered her mouth, Xia Zi let out a satisfied hum, and she could no longer control herself, gobbling down the food. Soon, an entire bowl of instant noodles was devoured by Xia Zi. When her chopsticks were about to reach for the other dishes on the table, Fang Ye suddenly stopped her. "Officer Xia, your stomach function hasn't fully recovered, and it's not suitable for you to eat a large amount right now, so please hold back for a while. I have some chocolate here, if you feel hungry, you can eat a piece." As she spoke, Fang Ye placed several pieces of chocolate in front of Xia Zi. Although there was delicious food in front of her, and she couldn't enjoy it, which disappointed Xia Zi greatly, Fang Ye's words were reasonable and considerate of her health, so she could only resist her cravings, silently standing up and going to a corner of the cabin. Looking back at Sun Guangjun and the others, although the main food was just a bowl of instant noodles, there were quite a few dishes on the table, especially various braised delicacies, all packed in large sealed boxes, filled to the brim. Others were enjoying sweet food while she could only watch with her eyes wide open, which made Xia Zi feel deeply wronged, so she could only turn her head to look at the corner, forcibly diverting her attention from the dining table. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun and the others might have noticed Xia Zi's emotions. Knowing it was best not to stimulate her too much at this time, they quickly cleaned up the food on the table and folded the table again. Finally, without the temptation of food, Xia Zi felt much more at ease. Chapter 99, Huge Gains. After lunch, Sun Guangjun let the Ouyang sisters rest first, while he took over the steering wheel, navigating the speedboat quickly across the sea. Qing City is about 350 nautical miles away from Jeju Island in a straight line. At the speed of SV-17, it would take about 7 hours to arrive, but with delays on the way, time inevitable stretched a bit longer. It wasn't until dark that the speedboat brushed past the southwest corner of Jeju Island and turned towards Siagwipo City. Siagwipo City is not only a tourist city, it also has a naval base comparable in scale to Yokosuka, which belongs to America and can dock large aircraft carrier fleets. Sun Guangjun parked the speedboat about 20 to 30 nautical miles off the coast of Siagwipo Naval Base, leaving the Ouyang sisters on the boat while he went into the sea alone, and only after moving away from the speedboat did he quietly release a small submarine. This small submarine was produced by a research firm in Neon, designed for a single occupant, operating in waters less than 50 meters deep, with an underwater cruising speed of over 30 knots. It was originally a rather useless product, with the only advantage being that it was electrically powered, allowing for silent operation, plus it was small and had stealth paint, making it basically undetectable. The current situation at the naval base is unknown, whether there are vessels docked, how many people are guarding, these are all uncertainties. Under these circumstances, Sun Guangjun dared not take the 3 girls with him to take risks. Daring to stroll in boldly was out of the question. That would show no regard for the American soldiers, and it could easily lead to fatalities. Soon, the small submarine approached the naval base from underwater. Sun Guangjun approached a surface ship from a depth of 7 or 8 meters, quietly surfacing. At a glance, wow, there were indeed plenty of warships. In addition to nearly 70 or 80 vessels belonging to the home nation, such as the Dokdo-class amphibious assault ship, Type 3 destroyers, Type 4 frigates, Type 3 submarines, missile boats, the Jiayan-class supply ship, tank landing ships, and training vessels, there was also a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, which appeared to be the Reagan, accompanied by 3 Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruisers, 4 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 2 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines, and a supply ship. Looking at the densely packed vessels, Sun Guangjun felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. What had provoked America and its ally to gather so many warships here? It's important to know that 70 or 80 warships accounted for nearly half of the Allies' naval power, and with a fully equipped aircraft carrier strike group, what were they planning to do? What Sun Guangjun did not know was that he was a significant part of the reason for the current situation. After all, America was the world's superpower. With so many interconnected thefts, they quickly traced the clues back to him. To recover the lost vast resources and fearing a strong reaction from the Dragon Nation, America only deployed a few Navy SEALs to secretly infiltrate and investigate Sun Guangjun. Of course, capturing Sun Guangjun and uncovering the secrets he held was one of America's key targets, indeed the most important one. While arranging for covert investigations, America was also prepared to go to war with the Dragon Nation at any moment. The naval base at Siagwipo was one of the designated assembly points set by America. For this, they not only deployed a full aircraft carrier strike group but also gathered over half of the military forces from their ally. What Sun Guangjun saw now was only a part. Many vessels had sunk in the harbor due to the heavy rain and now lay at the bottom of the sea. America had planned well. Once they found solid evidence, they would strike simultaneously from several assembly points, believing that under the pressure of their forces, the Dragon Nation would have no choice but to surrender the culprit. As long as Sun Guangjun was in their hands, they would find a way to uncover all his secrets and use him for their own purposes. However, the arrival of the apocalypse caused America's plans to falter and come to an abrupt halt. Due to the series of natural disasters, many of the gathered ships had sunk, and the remaining ones were not in good shape either. A large portion had severe water accumulation, listing dangerously, and were at risk of capsizing at any moment. Sun Guangjun knew none of the twists and turns. Seeing so many ships concentrated together, he was thrilled, thinking of how much hassle this would save him. At this moment, Sun Guangjun started his grand undertaking of collecting ships with his small submarine. For each ship, Sun Guangjun would first check the first layer of the Shanhua ring to see if he could store it. If he could, it meant no one was on board. If not, he would put it in a pre-prepared space on the second layer. To ensure the successful collection of the vessels, Sun Guangjun had prepared many independent spaces on the second layer of the Shanhua ring, each measuring 400 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 50 meters high. His plan was that if anyone was on the target warship, he would first store the ship in these enclosed spaces and then return later to deal with the soldiers on board. When he arrived at the mountain river barrier, still in an enclosed space, for Sun Guangjun, it was too easy to kill them. As he continued collecting, Sun Guangjun reached the shallow sea area, and suddenly discovered that there seemed to be quite a few warships lying on the seabed, and from time to time he could see corpses in military uniforms around him. He then realized that there was still more here. Now, Sun Guangjun's motivation was even stronger, and he quickly accelerated his collection speed. Soon, all the ships still floating on the water surface were collected by Sun Guangjun. The once crowded sea surface was now empty, with not even a small boat in sight. Among the hundreds of ships, nearly one-third had people inside, who were thrown into the second-level space by Sun Guangjun, to sit in jail for a while. After finishing up with the surface ships, Sun Guangjun operated the small submarine and headed straight for the seabed, where there were still many sunken warships that he couldn't let go of. These warships were mostly intact except for some scratches from when they sank. If he brought them up and drained the water, they should still be usable. At worst, he would just replace the weapons and equipment on them. After all, Sun Guangjun had an unlimited stockpile and didn't care about a little consumption. After counting, Sun Guangjun had acquired more than 100 ships, all the most advanced models currently in service from these two countries. Not only did he collect the ships, but Sun Guangjun also found their matching ammunition depot. Regardless of whether it had been soaked in water or not, as long as it was ammunition, he would take it. Just one word: collect. After sweeping through the entire Shigue Port naval base, Sun Guangjun left the sea area with satisfaction. The only thing that made him a bit regretful was that at the airport near the naval base, all the fighter jets had already moved. Perhaps they were moved urgently to avoid being submerged. With so many ships now, Sun Guangjun was even more excited than when he emptied the Hawthorne warehouse. Don't forget, there were still several naval bases in Neon, and the warships there were even more than here. Chapter 100, Just Want to Survive. With a bountiful harvest, Sun Guangjun happily returned to the location of SV-17. The naval base was too vast, and he still needed to search the areas submerged in water. Back and forth, Sun Guangjun wasted quite a bit of time, and by the time he returned, it was already past midnight. The three women had already finished dinner, and fortunately, Sun Guangjun had left plenty of food for them before he left. Otherwise, the three women with large appetites would likely have been starving. When Sun Guangjun came back, all three women were waiting for him. Only Xiazi was too weak to hold on and had gone to bed early. After securing the small submarine, Sun Guangjun entered the cabin of SV-17. He originally wanted to set off directly for Neon, but upon seeing the sleeping Xiazi, he suddenly remembered that he still needed to settle this little police officer before going to Neon. Starting the speedboat, Sun Guangjun followed the coastline, using the cover of night to find a deserted spot to steer toward. When Sun Guangjun parked the boat, the bumpy ride also woke Xiazi up. Sun Guangjun left the cockpit and approached a corner of the passenger cabin, expressionless, and said, "Officer Xia, I think we should have a good talk." "Talk? About what?" Xiazi shrank a bit, speaking in a low voice. "If you want to ask me why I was following you, I can only tell you it was an accident, and I only want to survive." Things really turned out just as Ouyang Feishua had guessed. Xiazi had previously been hiding at the lighthouse by the sea and accidentally discovered the arrival of Sun Guangjun and his group. For some unknown reason, Xiazi had set her sights on the only man among the four, who happened to be Sun Guangjun, whom she had met twice, even though Sun Guangjun was covered from head to toe at that time. Especially when Sun Guangjun waved his hand and released a nearly 20-meter-long speedboat, it further strengthened her conviction. Originally, Xiazi wanted to ask Sun Guangjun for help, but before she could speak, Sun Guangjun and the others boarded the boat and left. With no other options, Xiazi, holding onto a sliver of hope, put on the only diving gear she had and followed in the direction where Sun Guangjun and the others had gone. Rather than saying she was tracking them, it would be more accurate to say she was chasing after them. The reason Xiazi was hiding in the lighthouse by the sea dates back to just a few days after the rain began. Since the heatwave started, Xiazi and her co-workers had been maintaining their normal work schedule, but most people, especially the singles, were required to stay at the office so they could quickly respond to any incidents and prevent things from getting worse. However, as the heat persisted, order was quietly slipping toward complete chaos. Their insistence was more symbolic, as they struggled to manage the various situations that could erupt at any moment.
On the night of the second day after the rain began, a gang of thugs from nearby neighborhoods gathered, and under the cover of darkness, they stormed into their office with the aim of raiding the weapons store for guns and ammunition. From the director down to interns like Xiazi, no one expected such a sudden turn of events. Already exhausted from the heat, they simply couldn't resist the overwhelming number of thugs, and quickly got scattered. Fortunately, the limited weapons in the office had been distributed before the assault, and even new recruits like Xiazi had received an old Type 64 pistol, but with only limited ammunition, there was just one spare magazine. Under the guidance of her mentor, Zhang Shenkong, the two managed to escape amid the chaos, but not far from the office, they were swept away by a torrent of water. Xiazi was a good swimmer. She fought against the rushing water and swam across the street that had become a river, but Zhang Shenkong was swept away to who knows where, and they lost each other. Unable to find any trace of Zhang Shenkong and clearly unable to return to the office, Xiazi, a recent graduate from out of town, could only wander aimlessly in the vast city. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps fate's design. Xiazi eventually found herself at the lighthouse by the seaside cliff, where she temporarily took shelter. There was no way back to the office, even if things calmed down there. With her physical condition and the difficulties she had faced, it was already too late to go back. Fortunately, the lighthouse had some food stored and a set of diving gear with a small propulsion device, likely left by the previous keeper or a diving enthusiast. It was through this little food and occasionally salvaged supplies that Xiazi had survived until now. After listening to Xiazi's ordeal, Sun Guangjun shrugged and said, "Officer Xia, I truly sympathize with your situation. However, you must understand that sympathy does not equate to action. I can only express my inability to help. Alright, no more talk. You can get off the boat now. This is Jeju Island. Although it is just a small island, it is high enough that you don't have to worry about being flooded by the sea. Given your training experience, I believe you can survive here. Lastly, good luck." "What? You're going to kick me out?" Xiazi's expression changed drastically, and she replied firmly, "I won't leave. Mr. Sun, you just said I have received formal training. You need to trust me. I will never be a burden to you. I can help you with many things. And my request is very simple, just to survive." Facing Xiazi's plea, Sun Guangjun said lightly, "Officer Xia, the pursuit of survival is what every person who has survived in an apocalypse constantly seeks. But I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding between us. You might as well know that our final destination this time is Neon. According to the plan we booked before setting out, once we encounter any surviving Neon people, we do not rule out the possibility of a massacre. So, do you still want to follow us?" "Yes." Xiazi looked determined. "Isn't it just killing people? Although I have never really killed anyone, I have watched executions up close at school and have long been accustomed to the sight of dead bodies. So, Mr. Sun, you don't need to worry that I won't be able to handle that kind of scene. Moreover, we will be killing only the invaders, so I will have no psychological burden at all. You can fully trust me on this. Mr. Sun, although I haven't seen your methods, I have a guess. Are you threatening me?" Before Xiazi could continue, Sun Guangjun's face darkened, and he said, "Officer Xia, it's better not to casually say some unfounded things, or it might invite disaster." "I understand." Xiazi nodded knowingly and said, "But to be honest, I personally admire what you have done, Mr. Sunday. I have a suggestion that could make Mr. Sun willing to take me in without worrying about my betrayal." "Oh?" A smile appeared at the corner of Sun Guangjun's mouth as he said, "I'm all ears." "That is for me to become your woman." Xiazi said, "If I become your bedmate, would you still worry about my betrayal?" Chapter 101, In the Spotlight. Hearing such a suggestion from Xiazi, Sun Guangjun looked at her in surprise. To be honest, this girl is indeed beautiful and has an attractive figure, so this suggestion is quite tempting. But for a top beauty who has only seen you twice and exchanged no more than 5 sentences, suddenly saying she wants to marry you sounds so magical. What's even more magical is that this beauty seems to have a complicated background. She is a police officer and has had contact with Security Bureau personnel, knowing that he has killed 2 foreign spies and likely having witnessed his spatial abilities. While Sun Guangjun was hesitating, Xiazi suddenly leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Sun, I know your worries about the secret of your spatial ability being exposed. Once this news leaks, with what you did before the disaster, many people will focus on you. Not to mention, both Neon and America will endlessly follow you. Your strength may be strong, but in the end, a person is just a person, and 2 against a country is still not enough to see. So, I think it's better for you to accept my suggestion. I could also kill you." Looking at Xiazi, who seemed to have made up her mind, Sun Guangjun gritted his teeth and said, "That would be a more straightforward way, after all. There's nothing safer than death when it comes to keeping secrets. You won't." Xiazi suddenly stuck out her small tongue, lightly licking Sun Guangjun's earlobe, then quickly retreated, revealing an alluring smile as she said, "Mr. Sun, you are going out with 3 beautiful women and are clearly going to Neon. This shows that you, Mr. Sun, are definitely a person who cherishes beautiful things. And I, personally, think I'm quite attractive.
Would you have the heart to be rough with a great beauty like me?
Moreover, although I am inexperienced, I have touched on quite a bit in that regard. Our police academy has a major called identification, and they have countless resources, much more than what you can find on the market. Coincidentally, I have a senior in that major, and with her help, I can say I have seen countless films, specializing in infantry and cavalry. So, I definitely can win your affection more than these three sisters. Most importantly, I have undergone professional training. Besides those things, I can also help you in other ways, like helping you build a qualified security team.
As he spoke, Xia Zi suddenly broke down and shouted, Sun Guangjun, are you even a man? People have put aside their pride and humiliated themselves to beg you, yet you are still hesitating? I just want to live, to live. Looking at Xia Zi squatting on the ground, holding her head and crying like a helpless child, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but feel a pang of pity in his heart. Yes, she just wants to live, what's wrong with that? If he killed her just like this, or left her alone on this unfamiliar Jeju island, it would be rather cruel. In contrast, keeping her by his side seemed to be a better choice. Now, with the heavy rain pouring down, all the communication stations, even if they could still barely function, wouldn't last for many days. With communication cut off, even if he was guarding her every day, she wouldn't be able to send messages out anyway. After weighing the pros and cons quickly, Sun Guangjun sighed and patted Xia Zi's shoulder, saying, Alright, I agree to your suggestion, can you stop crying now? Really? Xia Zi turned her sadness into joy, looking up at Sun Guangjun. Just as she wanted to smile, a big snot bubble suddenly popped out of her nose, making her look particularly funny with the still drying tears. Alright, since we are all family now, let's not be so distant. Ouyang Feishue perfectly came out to lighten the mood, gently pushing Sun Guangjun, then turned around to help Xia Zi, who was still squatting on the ground, saying, Boss, you are really something, how could you even think about killing such a beautiful sister, who is also a little policewoman in uniform? If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. And laughing, do you think you are very proud to see the little sister make a fool of herself? Officer Xia, right? I'll still call you Zi sister, let's ignore him. With Ouyang Feishue here to ease the atmosphere, the awkward Xia Zi finally felt a little better, while Sun Guangjun quickly walked back to the cockpit, starting the speedboat and turning toward the deep sea. Since the trouble with Xia Zi was temporarily resolved, Sun Guangjun decided not to delay any longer, heading straight for Neon, with his first stop at Sasebo. Sun Guangjun's plan was to use Sasebo as a starting point, visiting the bases of Wugang, Etsuji, Yokosuka, and Maizuru one by one, and when passing near Kobe, to take a detour to bring the giant panda home. The SV-17 sped across the surface of the sea, and by the time they reached the vicinity of Sasebo, the sky was already dimly bright. The four women stayed behind on the speedboat, while Sun Guangjun used a small submarine to enter from underwater. Everything was going smoothly, but what surprised Sun Guangjun was that there were actually two aircraft carrier formations docked here, along with a large number of warships belonging to Neon. What Hyuga class, Izumo class, Kongo class, Atago class, Maya class, Abukoma class, Asajiri class, Murakomo class, Kajiro class, Akazuki class, Asahi class, Mogami class, Oizumi class, Jyota class, Surya class, Daikya class, and so on, all were present. Oh boy, what are the foreigners trying to do? Looking at the scale of the fleet before him, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but complain, two aircraft carrier formations, plus almost half of Neon's navy gathered here, this is a rhythm for something big. And with the previous Siagipo base, it seems that the foreigners' ambitions are not small. Complaints aside, Sun Guangjun didn't delay in getting to work. Just as he was about to take action to seize the vessels on the water, a sudden change occurred. He saw a Mogami-class destroyer, which was already wobbling, suddenly tilt sharply to one side and crash into the sea. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the massive hull smashed into the water, and dozens of black dots were thrown from the ship, scattering across the near and far sea. Hiding in the shadow of a cruiser, Sun Guangjun watched clearly through the submarine's porthole. What was clearly thrown away were big living people, just a bit shorter. Perhaps it was because the battleship's original condition was already poor, most of the people on board had already moved, but there were still about 50 or 60 remaining. These people fell into the water like dumplings, plop, plop, landing right where Sun Guangjun was. And the other ships seeing the situation were quick to release lifeboats, the faster ones already approaching the area between the two ships. Now this was a problem. Sun Guangjun, who had just pulled open the hatch and was about to place a hand on the Izumo-class helicopter carrier, was suddenly exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Look over there are people underwater. It was unclear who yelled, but the scream traveled far in the wind and rain. Chapter 102, Robbing Openly. Sun Guangjun never thought that one day he would be so blatantly discovered. But he was originally underwater, having just surfaced, and could never have imagined that the unfortunate ship would capsize at this moment. Seeing that those speedboats, originally intended to save people, were already turning their rudders toward him, Sun Guangjun made a quick decision. He reached out to grasp the Izumo class and then quickly pulled the hatch shut, controlling the submarine to dive down.
But after diving only 2 or 3 meters, Sun Guangjun suddenly remembered that the Neon Sea's self-defense forces were known for anti-submarine warfare. After all, the famed US 7th Fleet's anti-submarine unit did not earn its reputation for nothing. Diving down so recklessly, especially in a military port where the water was only about 40 meters deep, was foolish. Oh, wait, the sea level had risen. Even the shallowest part of the Sasebo military port was now around 50 meters, and the deepest parts reached about 80 or 90 meters. But in this less than 100-meter distance, there was no need for anti-submarine helicopters to take off. Just the anti-submarine weapons on those destroyers were enough to blow him to bits. Damn it, this is forcing me to fight for my life. Sun Guangjun angrily slapped the dashboard, instantly becoming resolute. In this water where he could neither rise nor fall, Sun Guangjun's earth walking technique couldn't save him. Entering the mountain river space wasn't impossible, but he would still end up in the same place. There were military ships all around him. It would be like waiting for them to encircle him. Moreover, outside the military port, 4 girls were waiting for him on speedboats. Dragons of circumstance now left Sun Guangjun with no choice but to charge forward. Damn it, this time I'm going to rob all your ships right under your noses. Let's see what you can do about it. Quickly calculating in his mind, Sun Guangjun waved his hand, and the submarine beneath him suddenly disappeared, while he himself appeared in the water. In the next moment, a running motorboat appeared beneath him. Gripping the handlebars with both hands, Sun Guangjun forcefully lifted up, revving the throttle and springing out of the water. Fortunately, he had only plunged about 2 or 3 meters deep, making it easy to surface without worrying about the motorboat stalling. What Sun Guangjun did before he dove stunned everyone who witnessed it. Whether they were enemy soldiers or foreigners, each one was dumbfounded until someone shouted, "God, it's the masked bandit." A stone caused 1,000 layers of waves. With so many warships gathered here, the soldiers to varying degrees knew something about the events that had occurred between the two countries, and how could they not be shocked when they saw the real scenario unfold before them? With various cries of surprise echoing, almost all the soldiers on the warships learned the shocking news. The masked bandit had visited Sasebo and already taken one of their ships. In the next moment, almost everyone became alert, thinking they might catch the masked thief in their hands. Thus, constant speedboats were put into the water, and well-armed soldiers boarded the boats, surrounding the direction where Sun Guangjun had disappeared. Sun Guangjun had no idea about these changes on the water. As soon as he surfaced, he slammed the throttle, and the jet ski accelerated abruptly. At the same time, an MP5 submachine gun appeared in his left hand, firing at the soldiers splashing around on the sea. In just a few dozen meters, under the high rate of fire of the MP5, several enemy soldiers were quickly turned into sieves, while Sun Guangjun rapidly broke through the blockade of several speedboats, charging toward the nearest warship. In his own military port, with a torrential downpour, none of the soldiers who had fallen into the water or those coming to rescue them carried any weapons, catching them completely off guard as Sun Guangjun struck. By the time they reacted, the jet ski was gone, sending up waves of water as it sped away. However, Sun Guangjun soon found himself in trouble again. After taking down 2 warships and 1 destroyer, the encircling speedboats finally completed their position. Seeing himself trapped in a circle, Sun Guangjun maneuvered the jet ski quickly on the sea while putting away the empty MP5 and switching to an M249 machine gun. The ammo box was right at his feet, and relying on his incredible arm strength, Sun Guangjun held the gun with one hand, unleashing a rain of bullets toward the approaching speedboats and their soldiers. Faced with Sun Guangjun's stubborn resistance, the enemy soldiers hesitated. After all, to them, Sun Guangjun was like an alien. Living was certainly more valuable than dead. But the American soldiers held no such reservations. One Mark 6 boat coming straight at him was equipped with 2 7.62mm machine guns, quickly spitting fire towards Sun Guangjun's position, while the SEALs on the boat aimed and shot in his direction. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun's movements were agile enough, utilizing the jet ski's small size to the fullest, and with the confined space of the military port, he managed to evade being shot to pieces. Instead of confronting several speedboats head-on, Sun Guangjun swerved, finding a gap between 2 of the warships. Moreover, he cleverly brushed past one of the ships, dodging the heavy fire while quickly taking another warship into his grasp, then diving behind another ship. It's worth noting that with so many warships parked closely together, it actually worked to Sun Guangjun's advantage. He had countless excellent shields to hide behind. Even if a few enemies made it close, he could instantly deal with them. Can't deal with them? Then retreat is the best plan. After all, with him being the only friend here, everyone else was the enemy, and there was no concern about harm to allies. In this way, Sun Guangjun played with his pursuers like a cat with a mouse. While appearing to be forced into a corner, warships from the joint fleet continued to disappear from the sea. On an amphibious assault ship with a displacement of nearly 20,000 tons, a general with 2 stars on his shoulders gripped his binoculars tighter, his knuckles turning white without him noticing. Watching his fleet's vessels vanish one after another, along with the soldiers aboard them, while not knowing their fates, filled Major General Thomas with pain and anger, yet left him with a deep sense of helplessness. Signalman. Understanding that this couldn't continue, Major General Thomas quickly made a decision: notify all ships to start immediately, choose directions and disperse at will. At the same time, all on-board helicopters looked for opportunities to take off.
Launch an attack on the masked thief.
General, I'm afraid it's too late. Before the messenger could finish recording the order, a serious-looking lieutenant colonel spoke. The ships need time to start. At the current speed at which the ships are disappearing, we won't make it in time to scatter. As for helicopters taking off, with weather conditions like this, it's not a realistic thing to do either.
Chapter 103, A Circle of One. Wang Defa. General Thomas yelled angrily, Colonel Kevin, do you think I don't realize what you're saying? What do you want me to do? Should I just sit here and watch my fleet disappear one ship after another, only to be completely wiped out in the end, all of our soldiers gone? Sorry, I can't do that. I can only make the best decision I think is right within my authority. And you, what you need to do is not question my decision, but to execute it. Got it? Fool. Kevin stood there honestly, taking the scolding. Who could blame him after making such a stupid mistake?
The messenger who had been stopped by Colonel Kevin wisely slipped away, taking the signed order from Thomas to distribute it.
Kevin, record the message.
After venting his anger, Thomas finally calmed down and said in a deep voice, send a telegram to the Naval Headquarters, the Ministry of Defense, and Congress.
Our joint fleet was attacked by the masked thief on the morning of August 24th.
This person uses strange methods and is suspected to have spatial abilities, capable of making ships disappear silently. Currently, we've suffered significant losses, with over 20 ships missing. I have ordered the entire fleet to evacuate immediately, with all ships launching speedboats and helicopters to intercept the masked thief. Additionally, I vow to live or die with the fleet. General, this is not advisable. After recording the telegram dictated by Thomas, Kevin said urgently, General, there's an ancient saying in Longwa, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no worry about firewood. This saying is equally applicable to our current situation. This masked thief is very strange, clearly not someone we can deal with using conventional methods. It might be better if we retreat along with the fleet and preserve our strength for the future.
Yes, General, the overall situation is more important.
With Kevin leading the charge, all the officers and staff in the command room came up to persuade him.
No need to persuade me.
Thomas waved his hand, stopping everyone, his face grim as he said, as the fleet commander, I cannot just sit and watch my fleet be destroyed by this masked thief. Now, I am issuing the final order as the commander, the flagship must retreat immediately.
Leave one speedboat for me, and I will personally intercept the masked thief. You don't need to say anything. Just carry out the orders.
After speaking, Thomas took an assault rifle from the cabinet by the wall, loaded a few more magazines onto his belt, and with a loud click, chambered around. He pushed past the people in front of him, striding out of the command room and boarding a speedboat that was about to be lowered.
General, wait for me.
Colonel Kevin suddenly shouted, grabbed a rifle, and hurriedly followed him. Seeing the remaining people preparing to come over, Thomas quickly stopped them, saying, your task is even more important. You need to take the flagship and leave here, avoid the masked thief's claws. Remember, after retreating to a safe distance, order all the ships we can contact to cover this area with maximum firepower.
Even if I die, I'll make sure the masked thief accompanies me to the grave. General.
Amid the mournful cries of his subordinates, the speedboat carrying General Thomas and Colonel Kevin slowly descended, soon reaching the sea surface.
Not to mention the tragic moment unfolding with Thomas here, Sun Guangjun quickly noticed the unusual movements of the fleet.
The large ships, which had been silent on the sea, all began to ignite their engines and slowly move towards the open sea.
They're trying to run? What a foolish delusion. Seeing the duck about to grow wings and fly away.
When Sun Guangjun became fierce, he simply stopped entangling with those speedboats and instead used the cover of the big boats to head straight to the outskirts. Upon reaching the outermost area, Sun Guangjun drove the jet ski in large circles, causing all ships in the vicinity to vanish. As for those chasing speedboats and the constantly firing naval guns and close defense guns, they could only follow behind Sun Guangjun, swallowing plenty of seawater. According to Thomas's orders, the helicopters that were forced to take off were wobbling and could barely gain speed, with the risk of crashing at any moment. There was no way around it. With such heavy rain, even the most advanced helicopters faced the risk of stalling at any time, and that was when there were no winds or thunder. If there was wind and thunder, the number that took off would be the number that crashed. Watching the first two Apaches crash into the sea one after the other, bursting into two fireballs, the remaining helicopters that had not taken off or had just taken off hurriedly returned to their motherships, no longer daring to ascend. With no threats from above, Sun Guangjun relied on the speed and agility of the jet ski to evade the pursuers behind him and interceptions from other directions, continually reducing the radius of his circle. It could be said that now the joint fleet was essentially surrounded by Sun Guangjun alone. Time slowly passed, and fewer vessels remained on the water, while the Japanese soldiers and foreign soldiers grew increasingly desperate. When the last warship entered the Sanha Ring, Sun Guangjun let out a long breath. Now it was good, he could finally have some fun with those annoying pursuers. Under the cover of a rain of bullets, Sun Guangjun boldly launched a counterattack, charging violently at those chasing speedboats. No one knew that with his powers reaching level 5, he had already gained basic body protection functions, and coupled with the multiple layers of bulletproof vests he wore, he could use his super high reaction speed to absorb bullets and shells into the Sanha ring space. With the combination of favorable conditions, Sun Guangjun was unharmed as he entered and exited the enemy line 7 times, and although he did not possess the invincible might of Zhao Zilong of Changshan, his achievements were quite magnificent. Wherever Sun Guangjun passed, floating on the water were only those soldiers, there were no others left. Soon, the vast naval base became empty, with only heads bobbing up and down on the water remaining. Seeing the dead and dying sailors, Sun Guangjun laughed heartily. He had single-handedly taken down an entire large joint fleet, which included 2 complete aircraft carrier groups. This was truly an unprecedented achievement since the dawn of time. The rest was simple. Sun Guangjun had a gun in one hand and the throttle in the other, constantly weaving across the water, where colorful blood flowers bloomed on the surface at the gun's aim. From time to time, Sun Guangjun would also pull out a Gustav recoilless gun or RPG rocket launcher and fire at the group of sailors gathered together. Slaughtering those sailors who had lost the protection of their warships, Sun Guangjun felt no psychological burden at all. Not my kind, their hearts must differ. Furthermore, most of the ones he was killing were small Japanese. If word of this spread, Sun Guangjun would surely earn the title of a national hero. Under Sun Guangjun's relentless efforts, the number of soldiers still alive on the water dwindled, while the freely flowing blood stained the sea red, the stench of blood attracting many sharks that tore at the corpses. After circling a few times from a distance, confirming that there were no living people left, Sun Guangjun finally changed direction, leaving the now empty naval base behind. Chapter 104 Continuous Misses. After successfully returning to the speedboat, Ouyang Feishue and the others all gathered around. Concerned questions about why Sun Guangjun took so long arose, as it had not been like this before in Siaguapo. Sun Guangjun did not want his woman to worry about him, so he casually made up a reason to bluff them. However, when he was left alone, the more he pondered, the more something felt off. With America, Neon, and the Koreans gathering so many ships, it definitely wasn't just for show, and there must be some big move planned. It seemed that the sudden disaster of the apocalypse had disrupted their plans, which surprisingly benefited him now. Regarding this reality, Sun Guangjun felt both satisfied and fortunate. He had figured it out. Combining Rod and Dennis, the actions of these 3 countries were likely aimed at him. Fortunately, the apocalypse came just in time. Otherwise, when those foreign soldiers closed in, the Dragon Country would probably have to take action against him. No, we have to speed up. Sun Guangjun made up his mind and called the Ouyang sisters, letting these 2 newbies who just learned to sail join him, with the 3 of them taking turns driving the boat, directly moving through the standing water on land, almost in a straight line towards Wugong. Earlier, there hadn't been much on the sea, but once they reached land, they often encountered Neon people paddling small boats out to search for supplies, either solo or in groups. His attitude towards these people was simple: open fire, shoot to kill, and sink their boats. All the supplies collected on those boats were taken away. The tide had turned. Now it was Sun Guangjun's turn to wipe out and loot the little devils. It was just a pity it was raining heavily and he couldn't set anything on fire. In this way, the SV-17 made its way violently to Wugong. However, this time Sun Guangjun was clearly disappointed. He had expected another great haul, but here, apart from a few supply ships loaded with materials and ammunition, there wasn't a single decent warship. Despite his disappointment, Sun Guangjun still accepted the supplies from the few supply ships, not even letting go of those sunk at the bottom of the harbor. A mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat, and he certainly couldn't leave the supplies for the little devils. Leaving Wugong, Sun Guangjun headed straight for Kobe. When he arrived at the Prince Memorial Park, Sun Guangjun was dumbfounded. Being close to the sea, the entire park had long been submerged under the rising sea levels. As for the only national treasure left in Neon, he had no idea where it had gone. Sun Guangjun searched several rounds around Kobe and grabbed a few survivors to inquire, but he just couldn't find a trace of the giant panda. There was no sign of it alive or dead. Considering the urgency of the trip, by today, August 25th, there were only 5 days left until the heavy rain would end, and Sun Guangjun had to make a regrettable decision to abandon the search for the giant panda and leave Kobe for Tokyo Bay. He continued to charge through places with standing water. The SV-17 advanced rapidly on land, and when he encountered impassable sections, Sun Guangjun would choose other modes of transportation, like hovercraft or amphibious armored vehicles, before returning to the SV-17 when reaching water. After nearly a day and night, on the afternoon of the 26th, Sun Guangjun and his group arrived at the Atsuji Naval Air Base in Kanagawa Prefecture, but it had already turned into a waterlogged marsh, and the originally stationed aviation squad was nowhere to be found. Sun Guangjun, having found nothing, did not feel discouraged. Since there was nothing at Atsuji, there was still the famous Yokosuka ahead. Atsuji wasn't far from Yokosuka. He would arrive in just over an hour. Speaking of Yokosuka, as the mother port of aircraft carriers, it was home to a whole aircraft carrier group, following the 2 aircraft carrier fleets and almost a third of a naval fleet that had stopped at Sasebo. There is a naval self-defense force stationed with a scale almost equal to Sasebo. However, all these warships are on high alert, with countless speedboats darting around the waters near the port. Standing on a mountaintop a few kilometers away from the port, Sun Guangjun witnessed all this and couldn't help but frown deeply.
Damn!
He punched the big tree beside him hard and muttered, I should have thought of this sooner.
After such a big commotion in Sasebo, they must have been prepared. Fortunately, it's not absolutely necessary to capture these ships.
Once the extreme cold and polar night come, no matter how powerful these ships are, they will be frozen on the sea surface, unable to move an inch, losing their original deterrent capability. By the time the polar night passes, the neon lights will be almost at the verge of extinction, no need to worry about them at all.
A single aircraft carrier, a few dozen surface vessels, it's nothing to give up, right?
Forget it, a head-on clash is pointless, it's time to prepare to go home. After comforting himself, Sun Guangjun made a difficult decision again, there was no need to go to the Maizuru base, just head directly home.
But to return empty-handed, Sun Guangjun felt a bit unwilling.
If it were him alone, he wouldn't hesitate even to clash head-on with the fleet at the port. Now that he had 4 women beside him, it made him feel constrained, bringing them along was a mistake this time. However, when all was considered, Sun Guangjun's trip already had significant gains. He had seized 3 entire aircraft carrier battle groups, over 100 large and medium-sized surface ships, and more than a dozen submarines. In any aspect, this trip could not be considered a failure, it could only be said to be slightly regrettable, not perfect enough.
Since he had already made a decision, Sun Guangjun no longer hesitated and turned to the 4 ladies beside him, saying, Beautiful ladies, I regret to inform you that our journey to the Neon Land must come to an end here. Next, we will embark on our return journey.
However, to make up for the regrets you may have, I've decided to change our mode of transport for the next part of the trip, crossing Honshu and then taking the sea route home. This trip is expected to take about 3 days, so please prepare for a scenic adventure. Now, may I ask the 4 ladies to change their clothes? Traveling means we should look the part, wearing military uniforms all the time doesn't quite fit the occasion.
Boss, is what you said true? Ouyang Feiyu looked at Sun Guangjun with delight, are we really going to have fun while heading back?
Of course. Sun Guangjun nodded and said, we'll find a place to rest for a night, and set off bright and early tomorrow to start our journey.
Woohoo, long live.
Upon receiving Sun Guangjun's confirmation, especially having one more night to rest, the 4 women cheered in unison. Ouyang Feiyu even wrapped her arms around Sun Guangjun's neck and planted a big kiss on his face. Watching the excited 4 women, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but smile. They had hardly had any sleep during the past few days of rushing, and they were indeed worn out, in need of a good rest.
Chapter 105, Search.
Since the 4 women did not oppose his suggestion, Sun Guangjun immediately took them down the mountain. When they reached a place with water, he took out a speedboat and headed towards a tall building that was jutting out of the water. Before long, Sun Guangjun and the others arrived at their destination. It was an office building, approximately 10 stories above the water surface, with all glass curtain walls outside. Sun Guangjun piloted the speedboat to within a few dozen meters of the outer wall, then waved his hand to pull out a Remington M870 shotgun and fired at the curtain wall.
With a loud bang, a large hole was blown out of the glass curtain wall.
Shattered fragments of glass flew everywhere, then gradually fell into the water. It was pouring rain, and Sun Guangjun was not worried at all about how far the noise might travel.
After all, even if someone hears it, so what?
Kill as many as we can, there's plenty of firepower. To be honest, Sun Guangjun actually hoped someone would come to investigate, which would give the 4 women behind him a chance to practice. Along the way, even though they encountered quite a few neon people, Sun Guangjun basically took action himself to deal with them to keep moving, using the mounted machine gun of the SV-17, which didn't provide any training for his team. What disappointed Sun Guangjun was that, despite the huge commotion, by the time he cleared the hole he made and maneuvered the speedboat inside, finding the location of the stairs, not a single person came over.
Looks like this building is pretty empty.
Holding his shotgun, Sun Guangjun signaled the 4 women to go upstairs, saying, let's go up a few more floors, to avoid being flooded in the middle of the night, that would be troublesome.
Moreover, who knows what might be in the water? In the dark, if a monster shows up, even if it doesn't bite, it would still be scary.
Hearing Sun Guangjun talk about monsters, Ouyang Feiyu couldn't help but hug her arms and shiver, saying, Boss, don't scare me, I'm most afraid of monsters. Before Sun Guangjun could respond, Ouyang Feiyu rolled her eyes and said, Feiyu, only you would believe that.
What monsters could be in the water? At most, it's just the fish and shrimp from the sea running over with the rising water, what's there to be afraid of? Exactly. Fanya also said, Sister Feiyu, the boss is clearly just trying to scare you.
I don't know when it started, but Fanya began to call Sun Guangjun boss too, only when the 2 were alone did they call him Xiao Weiguo. Hearing what the 3 said, Sun Guangjun, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and turned his head serious, saying, what you 3 said has some truth, but this situation only applies to now. Right now, we are just at the beginning of the apocalypse, the first 2 waves of disasters have yet to pass. Once the 100 days of polar night ends and abilities begin to awaken, who knows what kind of mutations the surviving creatures will undergo. At that time, we need to be cautious of everything we encounter. Moreover, this is Neon, with the little devils openly dumping nuclear waste into the sea. Who knows how many dirty deeds they have done behind our backs. Maybe they really could create a few monsters. Of course, I'm just giving you a warning in advance, so you don't end up suffering a huge loss later. After what Sun Guangjun said, the three women exchanged glances, their hearts heavy, then began discussing what kinds of monsters might appear. The quiet Xia, however, secretly flashed a gleam in his eyes, thinking to himself, this Sun Guangjun really knows a lot about the apocalypse. It seems he might have sensed the coming apocalypse beforehand, otherwise he wouldn't have had the audacity to continuously rob two countries. As they spoke, the five of them had climbed several stories up the staircase. Sun Guangjun felt they were far enough now, over 10 meters high, the rising water couldn't threaten this place, and after closing the fire door of the stairwell, there was no worry about anything getting in. Even if something did come in, the loud noise from breaking the door would give them enough time to prepare for a fight. Alright, let's stay on this floor. Pushing open the door to the hallway, Sun Guangjun said, Fei Shui, you stay at the back, don't forget to lock the door behind us. Then let's split into two directions and search the entire floor. Let's see if there are any survivors hiding here. You three form a group, Officer Xia follows me. Officer Xia, is that okay? No problem. Xia Zi answered immediately, but instinctively asked, what should we do if we encounter survivors? What to do? Sun Guangjun smacked the Remington shotgun in his hand and said, of course, we directly eliminate them. Otherwise, are we going to let them celebrate the new year? Xia Zi was shocked and couldn't help but say, those people are just hiding here, they haven't harmed us at all. Why should we eliminate them? Upon hearing this, Sun Guangjun's brows furrowed immediately. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Sun Guangjun waved his hand at Ouyang Feishui and the others, indicating them to search the floors first. The three women quickly raised their assault rifles, broke into a combat formation, and covered each other as they walked to the left along the corridor. At each doorway, the three women would open the door, two would enter to search, while one kept watch. Watching the three women perform the trained tactical moves so well, Sun Guangjun nodded in satisfaction. Once the three women turned a corner and disappeared from view, Sun Guangjun turned to Xia Zi, looking seriously at him, and said, Officer Xia, have you forgotten the cruelty of this apocalypse after enjoying good food and drink on the ship these past few days? Where are we right now? Neon. Do you think the people we might encounter are friendly? Wrong, they are our former enemies, enemies of the Long Kingdom, and will be fighting us for living space and seizing our resources in the future. For such people, what is there to be sorry about killing them? On the contrary, they should thank me for ending their suffering early. You must remember, this is an apocalypse, not a peaceful era of song and dance, and my principle is to eliminate all enemies. Maybe you would say, those people are just struggling to survive at the moment and show no hostility towards us. I can only tell you, even if they are potential enemies, they must be eliminated in their infancy. If you cannot accept my philosophy, you can leave now. Don't worry, I won't shoot you in the back. Although I, Sun Guangjun, am not exactly a paragon of virtue, shooting a woman in the back is something I cannot do. Sun. Mr. Sun, did you misunderstand? Seeing Sun Guangjun's serious face as if he was about to drive her away, Xia Zi became anxious and hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. I just haven't adjusted yet. You know, I am a police officer, and some concepts take time to change. But you can rest assured, I will adapt quickly. Really? Chapter 106, Hot Pot. Seeing Xia Zi's firm tone, Sun Guangjun's heart softened and he said, then I'll give you another chance. Here, take this. You'll go in front, and if you encounter anyone, let's see how you perform. As he spoke, Sun Guangjun took a kukri knife, commonly known as a big dog leg, and handed it to Xia Zi. Taking the kukri, Xia Zi was quite surprised and shot Sun Guangjun a glance, then quickly drew the knife from its sheath, slashing twice and said, it feels quite handy. She led the way and began searching along the right side of the corridor. Sun Guangjun followed closely behind, step by step. It's not that he wanted to make things difficult for Xia Zi, but this little policewoman clearly hadn't adapted to the apocalypse mindset yet. Since she wanted to stay by his side in the future, she needed to adapt quickly. Soon, the two teams met at the center of the circular corridor, having checked all the rooms without finding any signs of other people. At that moment, Sun Guangjun chose a corner far from the staircase and elevator hall. It was a spacious room, with only some office desks and chairs inside. It's quite clean. Sun Guangjun brought 4 girls, and everyone worked together to clear the tables and chairs to one side of the room. Then Sun Guangjun told the 4 girls to change out of their wet clothes. Although everyone was wearing raincoats, the inflatable boat had no cover, and being drenched in such heavy rain, everyone's clothes were already soaked through, so they definitely needed to change. Once the 4 girls finished changing, Sun Guangjun re-entered the room and set up 5 tents along one side of the wall, laying mattresses inside. This would be the 5 people's beds for tonight. Alright, great job done. After finishing everything, Sun Guangjun clapped his hands and said, next, it's the main event of today, eating.
Come, everyone, what do you want to eat? Meat. Vegetables. Can we skip instant noodles? As soon as Sun Guangjun's words fell, the Ouyang sisters and Xia Zi each expressed their opinions. Except for Xia Zi's request being so simple it seemed a bit humble, the Ouyang sisters had quite a disagreement. One wanted meat, the other wanted vegetables, completely not on the same page. At this moment, Fangya timidly said, "Boss, how about we eat hot pot? There's meat and vegetables, which can satisfy everyone's needs." Sun Guangjun nodded in agreement and said, "Hot pot sounds good, let's eat hot pot, okay with you too?" Agreed. The Ouyang sisters said in unison, with Ouyang Feiyu hugging Fangya's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Sister Fangya is thoughtful, we'll have hot pot. However, I want to eat from a copper pot, electric ones are boring, also setting up a generator is too troublesome." "No problem, we'll have a copper pot." Sun Guangjun decisively made the call and immediately called everyone to help prepare the place. Soon, a large table was set up in the center, with a huge copper hot pot placed on it, and the fiery charcoal was already burning. This was a inyang pot, one side with thick broth made from old hen, floating a few red dates and goji berries, and the other side with a spicy red oil base. Surrounding the hot pot were plates loaded with various fruits, vegetables, and meats: lamb rolls, beef, shrimp paste, tripe, duck intestines, fish slices, various meatballs, morels, chicken mushrooms, bamboo fungus, and other mushrooms, lettuce, spinach, baby cabbage, all kinds of leafy greens, as well as wide noodles, potato slices, frozen tofu, etc., all essential ingredients for hot pot, filling the large table to the brim. On the outer edge of the table were prepared sesame dip sauces, and on the adjacent table were various seasonings that could be added to personal taste at any time, along with a large pile of beer, drinks, bottled water, of various brands and flavors, at least dozens of bottles. The charcoal fire was burning vigorously, and the broth soon began to bubble up with steam. Come, everyone dig in." The pot was ready. Sun Guangjun picked up his chopsticks and dropped the fatty and tender lamb rolls into the pot, while reminding, "Don't be polite, just dip whatever you want. When it comes to hot pot, you have to do it yourself. If you don't eat enough, don't blame others. If you need more food, we can always add more, just say what else you want to eat, we'll have enough today." Looking at the steaming copper hot pot before him, with the aroma of food lingering in the air, Xia Zi felt like she was dreaming. Is this still the apocalyptic world where no one has enough to eat and people are starving? Even if it changed to before the apocalypse, wanting to eat such a feast would still be extravagant, right? In the past few days on the speedboat, Xia Zi had seen Sun Guangjun's face and knew he could pull out delicious food at any time, but that was mostly some vegetarian fast food. She never expected this guy could be so wealthy to this extent. "Zi sister, what are you daydreaming about?" Sitting next to Xia Zi, Ouyang Feiyu, seeing her lost in thought, quickly nudged her, and kindly placed a chopstick full of lamb and the dipping sauce in front of her, saying, "Hot pot should be eaten while hot, if it cools down, it won't taste good." "Thank you, Sister Feiyu." Xia Zi felt like crying, especially when the lamb rolls dipped in sesame sauce entered her mouth, and the aroma exploded on her taste buds at that moment. The authentic taste, Xia Zi dared to say, was more delicious than all the hot pots she had eaten before combined. Looking at the others at the table, whether it was Sun Guangjun or the three girls, they were all chewing heartily, eating mouthful after mouthful. Influenced by this atmosphere, especially with the delicious food in front of her, Xia Zi finally let go of her restraint and began to eat heartily like them. Eating is like this: seeing others enjoy their food naturally makes one's own appetite increase unconsciously. Soon, Xia Zi put down her chopsticks with a satisfied face, involuntarily reaching under the table to rub her slightly bloated belly. How long has it been? Since the apocalypse began, Xia Zi had never been as satisfied as she was now. Sure enough, being full is the happiest thing in the world. No wonder our ancestors always said that food is the most important thing for the people. But the next moment, Xia Zi was shocked to find that while she was full, the other four at the table showed no signs of stopping. Whether it was meat or vegetables, they kept adding plate after plate into the pot, and after cooking, the four quickly divided it up, like a whirlwind, eating even more than Xia Zi had just done. The key was that these four had been eating like this from the very beginning. How could they still not be full now? It was one thing for a big man like Sun Guangjun to eat a lot, but the Ouyang sisters and Fangya were slim and petite, their waists could be easily grasped. How could they keep up with a big eater like a fat man? At this moment, the dishes Sun Guangjun had initially brought out were almost gone, and what followed next left Xia Zi dumbfounded. She saw the guy wave his hand and take away the high stack of empty plates, and then a new plate filled to the brim appeared on the table. Another whirlwind of eating began, and the food disappeared even faster than before. Xia Zi couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she stood up to help them put more meat and vegetables into the pot, barely keeping up with their pace. Finally, more than an hour later, Xia Zi witnessed firsthand that these four people had completely demolished 3 large tables of dishes before they gradually put down their chopsticks. They sure can eat. Chapter 107, Midnight. Do you all usually eat like this? Seeing Sun Guangjun clearing the dishes and plates from the table, the Ouyang sisters and Fangya were chatting and laughing, showing no signs of being full. Xia Zi said incredulously, "With your eating habits, how much food do you have to consume?" Oh, it's a small matter. Ouyang Feiyu patted Xia Zi's delicate shoulder and said boldly, Sister Z, the boss has plenty of food, just the few of us couldn't eat him poor in 10 lifetimes, so you don't have to worry. No. Xia Zi said, Sister Feiyu, what I mean is, how can you all be so? You mean to say we can eat, right? Before Xia Zi could continue, Ouyang Feiyu laughed, you might not know, but the boss said, being able to eat is a blessing, so we don't have to worry and can eat freely. But why we can eat so much, I can't say for sure, for specific reasons, you might have to ask the boss. Xia Zi looked curiously at Sun Guangjun, but before she could say anything, Sun Guangjun had already spoken, alright, we've been busy for several days, everyone should take a break. There's no way, how could Sun Guangjun explain this? Should he tell Xia Zi that he is the legendary ability bottle opener, and as long as they did that with him, there was a possibility of unlocking their abilities in advance? Moreover, this reason is just his guess, with only 3 samples so far, whether it's true is still to be verified. Watching Sun Guangjun enter the outermost tent. The 4 girls chattered for a while and then returned to their tents. Having drifted at sea for several days, sailing and traveling, the 4 girls had not slept or eaten well, and their bodies and spirits were already reaching their limits. Once everything quieted down, with their stomachs finally full, fatigue quickly washed over them. Before long, the 4 girls slowly drifted into dreamland. Noticing that there was no longer any sound from the 4 girls' tent, only the faint sound of snoring, Sun Guangjun moved. He quietly left the room, first patrolling the entire floor, making sure to close and lock all the fire doors in the stairwell, and then opened a window and jumped straight into the water. Sun Guangjun was always haunted by the aircraft carrier fleet and dozens of warships in Yokosuka harbor. Returning empty-handed was simply not his style. It was this unwillingness that led him to decide to rest here for a night. He actually just wanted to go out again at night to see if there was a chance to take something. As for how to approach the heavily guarded port, a small submarine would definitely not do. While it was small, it was still a submarine, and compared to the anti-submarine equipment on the warships, it was still too big a target. So, Sun Guangjun finally decided that a personal underwater propulsion device, like the one used by Xia Zi before, would be pretty good. Once he smoothly entered the water, Sun Guangjun quickly donned his diving gear and propulsion device, strapped on the oxygen tank, and started heading towards the naval port from underwater. Sun Guangjun thought he was being undetected, unaware that in this very building, 2 people had discovered he had quietly left for 5 or 6 hours. Fanya's sleep had always been light. After eating and drinking her fill last night, she unknowingly thought of her parents. In a daze, she suddenly heard some noise coming from Sun Guangjun's side. At first, Fanya thought that Sun Guangjun could not resist his loneliness and wanted to sneak into someone's tent to steal a kiss. Thinking that she was sleeping in the tent closest to him and could likely be the one Sun Guangjun was looking for, Fanya couldn't help but feel her face flush and her heart race. What should I do when Xiao Wei comes over later? Should I refuse or should I refuse? After all, both the time and place were wrong, and Fanya really couldn't bring herself to engage in something with Sun Guangjun in this environment. But while wanting to refuse, Fanya also deeply missed the intoxicating feeling of being in Sun Guangjun's arms and couldn't help but feel a bit of longing. To Fanya's disappointment, Sun Guangjun did not go to anyone's tent but quietly slipped out the door instead. Thinking Sun Guangjun had gotten up to go to the bathroom, Fanya patiently waited for a while, but after waiting and waiting without seeing him return, curiosity began to build in her. What could Xiao Wei be doing at this late hour? Curiosity got the better of her, so Fanya quietly got up, first leaned on the door to listen to the sounds outside, then opened the door and, imitating Sun Guangjun, tiptoed outside. After walking around the entire floor several times, Fanya still did not find any trace of Sun Guangjun, and she began to realize that Xiao Wei was probably sneaking off to do something at night. Remembering Sun Guangjun's undisguised disappointment this afternoon while on the mountain, Fanya seemed to understand. Xiao Wei had come to Neon specifically for those warships. The naval port was right in front of him, but unable to act, he must have been unwilling to accept it, so he snuck out at midnight to do something. Since she guessed where Sun Guangjun was headed, Fanya felt relieved. In her mind, Xiao Wei was an all-capable being, smart and capable, he surely would be fine going out this time. With a happy mood, Fanya returned to her room, but as soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. In the dark room, a pair of dazzling Casilon eyes stared at her without blinking, standing less than 3 feet from the door. Who? Startled, Fanya couldn't help but ask softly, her hand already reaching for the handle of the pistol hanging at her waist. It's me, Sister Xiaya. A deliberately lowered voice came from the darkness, and only then did Fanya let out a sigh of relief, quietly pulling her hand away from her back. Sister Xiaya, where did you and the boss go in the middle of the night? Just as Fanya had just relaxed, Xia Zi leaned close to her ear and whispered, could it be that you couldn't resist a secret meeting? You see, you two really. Don't you think about the current situation? Couldn't you have waited? What nonsense are you talking about? Fanya, feeling annoyed, gave Xia Zi a little punch and said, the boss secretly went out to handle some business without telling us. I was just worried about him and secretly followed him to take a look. How did it turn into that in your mouth? You're so young, but already thinking like this, really filthy. Being scolded by Fangya, Xia wasn't angry. Instead, she grinned and leaned in closer, putting her arm around Fangya's shoulder, half pushing and half pulling her out of the room. She didn't forget to gently close the door behind her, speaking as she did, Sister Xia, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Come on, let's find a place to chat. You can tell me more about the boss, what he likes, what he dislikes, so that next time I don't accidentally offend him. Xia begged in a soft voice, and the gentle Fangya couldn't be angry with her. She could only half push and half follow her into the next room. The two sat down at a table, whispering in the middle of the night, chatting away. Chapter 108, The Clarity of Thoughts. Sun Guangjun shows a stopping point not far from the naval port, separated by a small mountain. Once around the foot of the mountain, the straight-line distance to the Joint Fleet's warning area was less than 5 kilometers. When approaching the warning area, Sun Guangjun turned off the engine of the propulsion device and swam underwater using only his physical strength, boldly entering the warning zone. Without any mechanical assistance, Sun Guangjun believed that even if he was detected by the sonar on the warships, they would probably treat him as a dolphin or shark that accidentally wandered into the area. Actually, Sun Guangjun was being overly cautious. With such heavy rain falling, there were sound signals everywhere. Even with advanced sonar on the warships, it would be hard to distinguish such a small target. Soon, Sun Guangjun reached the area where the warships were clustered. Quietly rising to the surface of the water, confirming the target was correct, Sun Guangjun began his zero-cost shopping spree. Regardless of whether there were people on the warships or not, once Sun Guangjun got close, they were sure to be sent to the mountain prison and locked in a small darkroom. As the warships above the water began to disappear, the ever-alert Joint Fleet quickly noticed the change, but Sun Guangjun stayed underwater, never giving them a chance. A major general aboard the flagship saw that the previously set-up defense measures were useless and realized the enemy must be from underwater. He hurriedly ordered the ships to deploy frogmen. As the frogmen were successively sent into the water, things below the surface of the water became lively. Seeing someone entering the water, Sun Guangjun immediately took out an ADS amphibious assault rifle. This was the most advanced underwater combat weapon from Big Bear, no longer using long, space-occupying sword-shaped underwater bullets, but instead using underwater bullets that were the same size as regular rifle bullets. The 5.45 by 39mm PSP underwater rifle bullets could use a 30-round plastic magazine from the AK-74M. This gun had a range of about 200 meters above water and a range of 25 meters underwater at a depth of 5 meters. When the underwater depth is 20 meters, the range is 18 meters. Sun Guangjun had almost unlimited ammunition and didn't need to worry about changing magazines. He would just switch to another one when he ran out, and with the incredibly sharp star sword in hand, whether it was long range or close combat, he would be unstoppable. Moreover, there were no allies underwater, anyone he saw was an enemy, so he could freely unleash his wrath and go on a killing spree. Soon, wave after wave of frogman troops were killed by Sun Guangjun alone, bodies piling up, and blood starting to stain the water's surface. One lifeless body after another floated to the surface or sank to the seabed. Dozens of vessels, even though they were in a vast area, kept disappearing one by one due to Sun Guangjun's relentless efforts. The patrol boats on the periphery arrived one after another, but they could not stop Sun Guangjun's actions. Anyone he encountered would instantly experience a trip to the little black room. This time, Sun Guangjun was ruthless, aiming to leave no trace. Aside from those soldiers who jumped into the water, every single ship was to be taken away. After finishing with all the vessels, Sun Guangjun finally leaped out of the water, released a motorboat, and began hunting down those sailors. Like in Sasebo, Sun Guangjun operated the motorboat with one hand and wielded the M249 with the other, darting across the sea, firing at anyone he saw. He circled this area for dozens of laps. Although Sun Guangjun could not guarantee that no fish slipped through the net, anyone who managed to escape his chase was indeed lucky. After rampaging for 4 to 5 hours in this vast water, Sun Guangjun finally stopped with satisfaction, flipped back into the water, and began his return trip. A few kilometers distance later, when Sun Guangjun returned to that office building, it was just past midnight. When he came back, the 4 girls' tents were quiet. He thought they were all sound asleep, completely unaware that he had sneaked out to do something significant. Unbeknownst to him, only the Ouyang sisters remained inside. Perhaps he was really tired earlier, as Sun Guangjun did not notice missing 2 people. Feeling refreshed, he returned to his tent and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Well, his thoughts finally settled, and tonight he could sleep well. No, it was time to rest well. Sun Guangjun slept comfortably until the bright morning light, waking up amidst the sounds of laughter and chatter. In his ears were the happy voices of the girls. The mountain river ring was full of treasures. Sun Guangjun blissfully stretched his limbs, unzipped the tent, and poked his head out. But as soon as his head emerged, Sun Guangjun was taken aback. He had only brought 4 girls here yesterday, yet what was this situation now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were a full 7 girls inside. What's going on? 7? Are they the 7 fairy maidens? These 3 women were equivalent to 1,000 ducks. Now there were 7, which was like thousands of ducks. No wonder it was so noisy just now. Sun Guangjun felt a headache watching the scene before him. After a while, he slowly stretched out a hand and weakly said, "Can anyone explain to me what is going on?" Only then did the girls, who were engrossed in a heated discussion, finally notice that the only male in the room had woken up and was looking at them in confusion. "The boss is awake?" Ouyang Feishue greeted Sun Guangjun with a smile and then pushed Fangya lightly, saying, "Xiaoya, this is your and Z's masterpiece. You should report to the boss. I'll take these 3 sisters to eat something first." In the Ouyang sisters and Fangya's backpacks, aside from their personal belongings, there were food and bottled water. This was because Sun Guangjun was worried that they would not have enough food when he wasn't around them. Don't let them go hungry. The food is very simple, just some compressed biscuits and dried meat, which Ouyang Feishue and the others have now taken out, inviting the 3 newcomers to eat and drink. Seeing Fangya walk over with a conflicted expression, Sun Guangjun crawled out from the tent and called out, "Xiaoya, let's talk outside." The 3 newcomers are busy eating and drinking, so Sun Guangjun can't discuss their background and whereabouts in front of them. It's more appropriate to understand the situation in a different place. Following Sun Guangjun next door, Fangya struggled for a while before saying, "Brother Xiaohui, this matter is my fault. I brought 3 people back without your permission. However, these 3 people are all from our country. They came to Neon to travel, but encountered a natural disaster and were forced to stay here. I think they are quite pitiful, which is why I brought them back. They have had a particularly hard time lately, truly. When the Neon officials organized the evacuation, they only took their own nationals and foreign guests, completely disregarding our Dragon Country people's lives. They could only be forced to stay in this almost empty city, struggling to survive." Fangya spoke a bit incoherently, and Sun Guangjun could only rub her little head and gently say, "Xiaoya, don't worry, take your time." Chapter 109, The 3 Goddesses. Through Fangya's narration, Sun Guangjun finally understood the whole story. It turns out that last night, Fangya was asked by Xia Zi to talk more about Sun Guangjun, and the 2 got so into the conversation that they lost track of time. Fortunately, both of their voices were very soft and the door was tightly closed, so they were not discovered by Sun Guangjun, who had returned in the middle of the night. When the 2 finally finished chatting and felt sleepy, and were ready to go back to their room to continue sleeping, as soon as they stepped outside, they heard faint voices coming from the stairwell. After confirming in the room that Sun Guangjun and the Ouyang sisters were sound asleep, the 2 couldn't help but wonder if there were other survivors in the building. Thinking that last night they had only searched this floor and hadn't gone up, Fangya's heart tightened, and she quickly pulled out her pistol, leading the way toward the stairwell. Xia Zi, in her rush, didn't forget to grab the big dog leg that Sun Guangjun had given her, closely following behind Fangya. The 2 silently made their way to the doorway of the stairwell where the voices were coming from. There were 2 fire doors in the stairwell, both locked from the inside by Sun Guangjun. The voices outside sounded hoarse and low, and Fangya and Xia Zi couldn't hear clearly, but one thing they could confirm was that there was more than one person outside, and they were speaking Mandarin. Most importantly, they seemed to all be women. Unable to resist, Fangya forgot what Sun Guangjun had said before and, together with Xia Zi, they opened the fire door, finally seeing 3 disheveled women in the corridor. When the sound of the fire door opening echoed, the 3 women outside had already heard the noise. After all, they had struggled to find this place, coming here in search of a hope for survival, so it was impossible for them to hide. Thus, when the second fire door opened and the bright beam of the flashlight shone on the 3 of them, they appeared calm, even exuding a sense of tranquility. There was no way. The 3 women had been hiding in this office building for over half a month, and during that time, they had experienced the wave of mass evacuation organized by the Neon officials, witnessing the various shades of human relationships and the dangers of the human heart. To be honest, if it weren't for a pet food e-commerce company that happened to be located in this office building, storing a lot of pet food, they would not have been able to hold on until now. Although the dog food is incredibly hard to eat, and the 3 women were notable figures before the apocalypse, at the moment of life and death, they couldn't care less about face or pride. Surviving came first. Speaking of which, the reason the 3 women came down was due to the hot pot from last night that stirred up trouble. After all, the amount of dog food was limited, and many had gone bad in the high temperatures. The 3 women had actually reached the point of running out of supplies. Last night, they were discussing what to do next when suddenly a strong and enticing hot pot aroma wafted through the hallway. The familiar scent teased their taste buds and made them realize that someone had arrived, likely from Dragon Country. Suddenly, they saw a glimmer of hope and wanted to go down, but the youngest one, the only foreigner among them, suddenly asked what would happen if the newcomers were not good people. This made things worse. The already anxious 3 women dared not easily reveal themselves. After some discussion, and being unable to withstand hunger any longer, the women waited until the night grew deep and quiet before heading down to quietly observe the situation. The 3 women had a solid plan. If the newcomers didn't seem malicious, they would ask for help. If they looked untrustworthy, they could retreat, perhaps even sneak away some supplies while they slept. After all, anyone who could still think about enjoying hot pot at this time surely had plenty of supplies on hand. So, with hearts pounding, the three women cautiously descended the stairs, only to find the door guarded like a fortress. Exhausted, the women couldn't open the locked door at all. Knowing that people were right on this floor but unable to see them, the women felt disheartened and temporarily lacked the strength to climb back up, so they had to wait helplessly outside. As a result, Fangya and Xia Ziyi heard the noise and came to investigate. Perhaps realizing that continuing like this wasn't far from death, the three women felt a bit resigned. They wouldn't hide anymore. Whether they lived or died, they would leave it to fate. So, when they heard the sounds coming from behind the fire door, the three women remained calm, ready to face whatever fate awaited them. After the intense training at Villa Number 1, Fangya showed good tactical awareness. The last door was opened by Xia Ziyi, who held a knife, and the moment the door was opened, Fangya shone her flashlight, quickly stepping out with her gun pointed at the target. However, upon seeing the faces of the three women, Fangya was quite surprised. These three were all public figures. In the middle was Lu Tianxian, known as the Fairy Sister. On the left was Yang Tianbao, a famous star in the domestic film industry. On the right was Lin Zhenna, the foreigner known as the world's most beautiful woman. If it were before the apocalypse, any one of these three would draw crowds wherever they went. Seeing the three familiar faces that had appeared countless times on television, Fangya got so excited that she forgot about Sun Guangjun's previous words and hurriedly called Xia Ziyi to help the nearly collapsed beauties back inside. At that moment, Sun Guangjun was fast asleep, completely unaware that Fangya and Xia Ziyi had secretly pulled off such a big thing. After hearing Fangya's story, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It was his carelessness last night that led to this. After returning home, he had assumed the four women were all asleep without noticing he had gone out for a round. Then, there was also the lack of vigilance. Fangya and Xia Ziyi brought back three stunning beauties. He also took out food and water for them, and although he deliberately lowered his voice, there was still some noise, but Sun Guangjun was sleeping too deeply to notice. Or rather, he noticed but thought it was just the four girls beside him making the noise, so he didn't pay it much mind. Fortunately, Fangya and her friends encountered three weak women who were on the brink of collapse and were familiar faces. If they had met some ill-intentioned people, who knows what kind of chaos could have ensued. It seems I've been a bit reckless during this time, thinking I was extremely familiar with the apocalypse, with skills that made me feel like I could conquer the world. Self-reflection is necessary. In the apocalypse, every step is fraught with danger. Having a careless attitude is definitely a path to death. If this continues, I will surely suffer a great loss. After quickly completing his self-criticism in his mind, Sun Guangjun had to face the follow-up to this matter, which was the fate of the three beauties. Should he bring them back to the country and then let them go? What a joke! Those are the three goddesses in the hearts of countless otaku. He couldn't just let them go. Looks like there's only one path to take. Ding! Congratulations to Sun Guangjun, the Harem Plus 3 achievement is about to be completed. Chapter 110, Journey Home. Since he had decided to take the three girls back to the country and indulge in his not-so-impure little thoughts, Sun Guangjun couldn't be too harsh on Fangya for her reckless behavior last night. After all, even though Fangya didn't follow the rules agreed upon when they moved into Villa 1, the outcome was quite good, and she didn't put herself in danger. To put it plainly, Sun Guangjun's so-called rules were meant to establish his position, but the biggest goal was to prevent the girls from getting hurt because of good intentions. After a moment of thought, Sun Guangjun said to Fangya, "Xiaoya, to be fair, your actions this time were very reckless and dangerous. Think about it, if what was hiding outside the door were enemies, and their weakness was all an act or manipulated by someone with ulterior motives, what would the consequences be? Because of your recklessness, it could have put all of us in danger. However, let's consider it overlooked this time. You saved 3 big stars, which is like making a contribution. So, let's call it even and not hold you accountable this time. But you need to learn your lesson, you can't be so reckless in the future. If we encounter a similar situation again, the best way to handle it is to come back and call for help, rather than checking it out yourself. Do you remember?" "I remember." Fangya obediently nodded her little head, smiled at Sun Guangjun, and said, "Shall we go? Thank you. No need to be so polite with me." Sun Guangjun wrapped his arm around Fangya's shoulder and said, "Let's go, since the heavy clouds have dispersed, we need to hurry up and pack our things to get back home as soon as possible." "Okay." Fangya actively reached out to wrap her arms around Sun Guangjun's waist, leaning into his embrace, rubbing her little face against his chest. The timing and place were wrong, the two only enjoyed a brief moment together before holding hands and returning to the room they were in moments ago. Looking at the three goddesses whose color had somewhat recovered, Sun Guangjun clapped his hands, and when all the girls looked over, he spoke loudly, "Ladies, we've been resting here for a night, it's time to head back home. Of course, our team keeps growing, the 3 newcomers aren't in the best condition, so we'll need to divide the work. Thus, Fei Shui, you two take them downstairs to wait for me at the speedboat, and put on your raincoats. Xiaoya, stay back with Officer Xia to help me pack things up. Time is tight and tasks are heavy, let's eat breakfast only after getting on the boat. Everyone, please endure a bit. Let's get moving."
Yes. As Sun Guangjun's words fell, the Ouyang sisters and Fang Ye responded in unison, then began to split up and take action. After the Ouyang sisters took the three girls away, Sun Guangjun, with the cooperation of Fang Ye and Xia, packed up the tent, mattress, pots, bowls, and pans in the room, then rushed to the window to set out a huge air cushion boat on the water. This air cushion boat that Sun Guangjun possessed was the famous Buffalo landing craft, one of the spoils he acquired during the $0 shopping spree in America. As one of the existing large military air cushion ships in the world, this vessel can reach a maximum speed of 60 knots, carrying 140 combat personnel and equipment, as well as 130 tons of supplies, and can sail steadily in water conditions with waves up to 2 meters high and wind speeds of 12 meters per second. Sun Guangjun chose the air cushion boat as the vehicle for their upcoming journey because he noticed that it had certain amphibious qualities, allowing it to travel short distances on land even in areas without water. Of course, the ample space was also a contributing factor. The Buffalo features a closed transport design. Unlike ordinary air cushion landing boats that are open air, its cargo hold is as large as 400 square meters, ensuring plenty of room even at sea, making it much more comfortable compared to the small speedboat used earlier. Once everything was done, Sun Guangjun took Fang Ye and Xia and leisurely went down the stairs. Including Sun Guangjun, there were a total of 8 people, and the fiberglass assault boat fit them all perfectly. Following the rising water inside the building, the assault boat reached the glass curtain wall, where, as usual, one shot of buckshot solved all problems, and the small boat floated gently out of the office building. As they turned the corner and saw the colossal vehicle parked on the other side of the building, not only the 3 newly arrived women but even the Ouyang sisters who had come down earlier were astonished with their mouths agape. They knew their boss would definitely change vehicles, but they never dreamed it would be such a huge one. Following the open front hatch of the Buffalo, the assault boat accelerated right inside, and then the hatch, looking like a big mouth, slowly closed. Sun Guangjun let the 4 women first take Lu Tianxian and the others to the passenger cabin to settle down before following him to operate the boat. Soon, the massive Buffalo kicked up a cloud of mist, starting to race across the water's surface. While driving the boat, Sun Guangjun took some ready-made food from the mountain river ring, shared breakfast with the 4 women, and didn't forget to send some to the 3 goddesses in the passenger cabin. Once the air cushion boat steadied, Sun Guangjun taught them some simple driving skills, leaving 2 to steer while the other 2 accompanied him to familiarize themselves with the boat's fire control system. The Buffalo is equipped with 2 AK-6 36-barrel 30mm automatic cannons, which are quite formidable close-in weapons capable of targeting anti-ship missiles, surface vessels, air defense, amphibious land support, and mine-sweeping among other diverse targets. With these 2 lethal weapons, Sun Guangjun felt very pleased. If they encountered a gathering of little devils on the way, they could directly open fire, and if there were fewer people, he would let the 4 women practice their shooting skills. The Buffalo air cushion landing craft sailed smoothly along the water, heading southwest, and would slightly detour around areas that were elevated and not flooded. Overall, the speed was not slow. After more than an hour and almost traveling in a straight line, the Buffalo passed under Mount Fuji, and through his binoculars, Sun Guangjun discovered that wherever there was even a slightly flat area on the mountain, it was filled with tents. Clearly, this was a relocation site for the Neon people, and judging by the size of those tents, there were likely over 100,000 people here. With so many people and evident signs of military presence, the 2 small cannons on the Buffalo would clearly not be able to shake them, and even if Sun Guangjun wanted to cause trouble, he could only retreat in light of the vast disparity in power. Circumventing Mount Fuji, the Buffalo continued to traverse the entire Honshu Island, taking nearly 4 hours. Just completed a straight distance of 220 kilometers, driving from Ishikawa Prefecture into the Neon Sea, then turning southwest towards the East Sea of Long Kingdom. Not being able to personally destroy a few gathering places of the Little Devils was a significant regret for Sun Guangjun, but besides himself, there were 7 women on the ship, so for their safety, he could not recklessly shout and kill. However, Sun Guangjun did not need to worry about these people living comfortably. In just a few days, after the heavy rain ended, the extreme cold would teach these little devils, who could only rely on flimsy tents, what it meant to survive. Chapter 111, It Wouldn't Be Happening, Right? Today is already August 27th, and there are only a little more than 3 days left until the heavy rain ends. Sun Guangjun must ensure he returns to Qing City before the rain stops. Because right after the rain comes the extreme cold and long nights. If he gets stuck at sea and has to hurry back in the dark, who knows what could happen. Additionally, Sun Guangjun's sudden urgency to return was also because he remembered one thing. Since the Ouyang sisters and Fang Ye had started their path of awakening abilities ahead of time, their appetites had greatly increased, and there were no signs of awakening abilities yet. Sun Guangjun had humorously given himself the title of Ability Opener. These past few days the 3 women had been with Sun Guangjun, so he didn't have to worry about them being hungry. But this morning, upon seeing the 3 goddesses brought back by Fang Ye, Sun Guangjun suddenly remembered that there were 2 big stars hidden at Villa 17 in Shilin Mountain Villa. Most importantly, one of the 2 women, Zixi, had had direct contact with Sun Guangjun. If she experienced the same changes as the 3 women, the supplies he left for the 2 would not be enough for just her. Not to mention, there was also a foodie, Fengzhou, there. Recalling that he had told them this trip would take at least 5 days, and the supplies he had left were enough for a normal person for 5 to 6 days, Sun Guangjun felt increasingly worried. They had already relied on him and even expressed their loyalty with their bodies. It seemed a bit unfair to let them suffer from hunger. Furthermore, if Zishi experienced a surge in appetite, it would be good news, meaning she had a great chance of awakening her abilities before the extreme night ended, becoming a powerful ally in the future. Sun Guangjun did not want to delay her awakening process because of his mistake. Before today, Sun Guangjun had been silently arranging positions for the women around him in his heart. With Sun Guangjun's current strength and resources, establishing a large survivor gathering place would be easy. But in his past life, Sun Guangjun was just a small person struggling at the bottom. He didn't think he had the talent to manage a large group of people, which was why he had secretly cultivated Wu Feng and Xiong Lang's powers. However, as the number of women around him increased, Sun Guangjun had to start considering their futures, especially since the arrival of 2 big stars, Zishi and Feng Jiu, made him face this issue for the first time. Before the apocalypse, the 2 women were both prominent figures, and Zishi even owned her company. A person crowned like a queen, lacking in management skills was not an option. Her strategies were indeed sharp. As for the Ouyang sisters who had always been by his side, they were high-end elite talents who had made their mark in the business world for many years. As for Fangya and Fengjiu, although their talents were average or even could be seen as lacking, it did not mean they were useless. For example, one important reason Sun Guangjun kept Fangya was because of her identity as a medical student. In any force or team in the apocalypse, medical power is indispensable. With so many good virtuous helpers around, isn't it a waste not to use them? When the future base is established, Sun Guangjun himself will naturally be the leader, and Ouyang Feishue will become his assistant, helping him manage the daily affairs of the base. To put it simply, Sun Guangjun will continue to be a hands-off manager, letting Ouyang Feishue handle the small and large matters of the base. As for Ouyang Feiyu, she will be the logistics supervisor. She previously managed finances, so her expertise is suitable. The newly joined Xiaozi can fully be responsible for the base's daily security situation, making good use of the skills she learned in police school. At the very least, being a personal bodyguard for Sun Guangjun is not a problem. As for Fangya, a medical officer or family doctor is a good position, and she can also be the beautiful little chef. As for Boss Z, she can be Sun Guangjun's assistant, managing the daily affairs of the base alongside Ouyang Feishue. Look, the arrangements are perfect, right? What? There's still Feng Jiu left? That girl can only eat, nothing else. She can just stay by Sun Guangjun's side as a source of joy. If she could awaken special powers, that would be even better. With proper training, she could become a high-end combat force at a critical moment. With the assistance of these women, Sun Guangjun believes that his future base holds great promise, and it's not impossible to create a new world in the apocalypse. But all of Sun Guangjun's considerations and plans are based on the assumption that all the women smoothly awaken their powers and have enough self-protection capabilities to proceed successfully. It is precisely for this reason that Sun Guangjun changed his plan at the last minute. He clearly said yesterday that they would leisurely ride along the mountains and rivers back, but today he has been hurriedly rushing on the road. Of course, even though Sun Guangjun claims to be in a hurry, he's not that anxious. After all, Zishi, the Ouyang sisters, and Fangya have a significant difference. She has been with Sun Guangjun before. Sun Guangjun can't quite understand why his superpower only seems effective for women experiencing it for the first time, or if it applies to all. He'll have to wait until they return to verify. Moreover, the 3 beautiful girls who just arrived today haven't officially joined him yet, so it's too early to talk about arrangements. What Sun Guangjun doesn't know is that at this very moment, in Villa number 17 at Qilin Mountain, Zishi and Fengjiu are sitting opposite each other, both frowning, with a bowl of instant noodles between them. Sister Me, still can't reach the boss? Fengjiu rubbed her little belly, looking pitiful as she said, this is the last pack of instant noodles. There's so little here, it isn't enough for 2 bites. If we can't reach the boss, what are we going to do? Zishi dejectedly put down her phone and said, how would I know what to do? It's all your fault for thinking about sneaking a bite every day. Now look at the consequences. It's my fault? Fengjiu pointed at her own nose, astonished, and said, Sister Me, have you lost your conscience? If you hadn't suddenly started eating so much, would the supplies the boss left for us have been exhausted so quickly? Hey, Sister Me, you wouldn't be pregnant, would you? I've heard that pregnant women can eat a lot. You big-headed ghost. Zishi poked Fengjiu's forehead that had leaned in, saying with annoyance, for the last few months, we've been together, you know very well I have no man, right? Where would I get that from? Hydroponics? No. Fengjiu shook her little head, very seriously saying, the day before the boss left, you 2 stayed upstairs for half a day. Do I need to say what happened? Pa. Zishi's face turned red as she spat and said, that was just a few days. How could there be such a quick reaction? Use your little brain to think carefully. It's something absolutely impossible. Stop the idle chatter. What we need to think about now is, after finishing this last pack of instant noodles, what should we both do next? What should we do? As soon as the serious topic was brought up, Fengzhou's face immediately fell, looking at the pouring rain outside and said, Sister Me, what can we do? We are halfway up the mountain, and everywhere is flooded, we can't go down at all, and we're in a completely unfamiliar place. Sigh. Fengzhou couldn't continue speaking, and Zishi could only let out a long sigh. Chapter 112, The Three Confused Girls. While Zishi and Fengzhou were worrying about their future livelihood, a conversation was also taking place in the passenger cabin of the Wild Bull hovercraft. Sun Guangjun was with the 4 girls in the cockpit, learning how to drive the boat while familiarizing themselves with the weapon systems. The 4 girls were all encountering the AK-636 barrel 30mm automatic cannon for the first time, and they were having an absolute blast. After getting Sun Guangjun's permission, they took turns shooting a few rounds. This was great, no one was learning how to drive anymore. They split into 2 groups gathered around the cannon control panel, occasionally firing a couple of rounds and having even more fun. In the passenger cabin, the 3 goddesses who had eaten breakfast and taken a nap gradually woke up. The Wild Bull hovercraft has several passenger cabins, each with 2 rows of army beds fixed to the walls, leaving a passage over a meter wide in the middle. The cabin width is only a bit over 3 meters, distributed on both sides of the ship, to leave as much space as possible for infantry fighting vehicles or main battle tanks. This layout resulted in the army beds being less than 1 meter wide, and sleeping on them was indeed not comfortable. However, the 3 goddesses had endured the apocalypse for nearly a month, and they were so exhausted that they couldn't be bothered about that, especially after a full meal, their tiredness magnified, and they quickly fell into a deep sleep. They slept for 4 to 5 hours, and Lu Tianxian woke up on the narrow army bed. She lowered the guardrail, rolled over, and got off the bed, stretching comfortably without caring that her beautiful curves were fully exposed. It had been more than 20 days since the apocalypse began, and Lu Tianxian had never felt so at peace as she did at this moment, but along with that peace, there was a hint of confusion about the future. After moving her muscles a bit, Lu Tianxian sat back down on the army bed, unable to help but let out a long sigh. Sister Xian, what happened? Yang Tianbao, who was on the bed next to her, suddenly sat up, smiling and asking, We finally left that place where no one answered to heaven or earth, and now we are about to go home. Sister Xian should be happy, why are you sighing? Have you been awake for a long time? When Yang Tianbao spoke, Lu Tianxian immediately shot her a glare and said, You woke up and didn't say a word, hiding to watch me make a fool of myself? Sister Xian, how dare I? Yang Tianbao chuckled and said, I was just captivated by Sister Xian's figure, so deeply engrossed that I forgot to speak. Speaking of charm, you aren't far behind, baby. Alright, Sister Xian, let's stop teasing each other. Before Lu Tianxian could continue, Yang Tianbao gave in and said, Thinking about how we were starving yesterday, and today we can sit on a comfortable big boat on our way home, it really feels like a different world. Isn't that the truth? Lu Tianxian also said, This trip to Neon has been a deep lesson. If it weren't for a lucky chance to meet good-hearted people, we might have ended up buried in a foreign land. I swear, I will never travel abroad again, I will just stay at home and go nowhere. Isn't that right? There's nowhere better than home. Yang Tianbao agreed, but then shifted the topic. However, Sister Xian, you say we met good-hearted people, isn't that statement a bit debatable? Looked at Yang Tianbao with confusion, Lu Tianxian said, You mean? That's right. Yang Tianbao nodded and said, The Miss Fong and Officer Xiao we met last night, they are indeed kind people. But as for the others, that might not be the case. I feel the same way. Lin Zhenna, who had been silent on the side, suddenly sat up and said in agreement, The ones who saved us should be mainly led by that gentleman. But this morning, after he saw us, although he didn't say anything, he called Miss Fong out right away, obviously to ask about us. After coming back, he directly announced departure. From morning till now, there hasn't been any communication between us. This kind of situation makes me wonder, how does he plan to deal with us? You two are a bit better, after all you are from Dragon Country, for the sake of being fellow countrymen, maybe he won't treat you badly, but I'm a foreigner, and I came to your Dragon Country with no support at all, the ending is easy to imagine. Nana makes sense. Yang Tianbao said very much in agreement, someone like you, so pretty and also a public figure, which man wouldn't want to keep you as a private treasure? But you said maybe our situation will be a bit better, I don't really agree with that. Men, they are all the same, deep down they are all big pig trotters, it's impossible they don't have dirty thoughts when they see beautiful women. Don't mention others, just Sister Xian's beauty like a fairy, she's the goddess in the hearts of countless men, do you think he would let her go so easily? Aren't you the same? Lu Tianxian said, let's not talk about each other, probably our endings will be the same. Don't forget, now it's the end times, order has long been out of control, and we are in other people's hands, afraid we can only be slaughtered. Sisters, aren't you being too pessimistic? Just as the atmosphere in the cabin started to become heavy, Lin Zhenna, who first started this topic, smiled and said, although I just said, my ending is easy to imagine, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. Think about it, since order is already out of control, we few weak women, and also former public figures, probably no matter who we meet, the result is about the same. Since this is already destined, why don't we take it easy? At least, this one I don't find annoying, young, has strength, looks so but still okay, following him doesn't seem to be a loss. You sure think it through. Lu Tianxian complained, sometimes I really have to admire you Simi de, always able to live happily in your own world. You say he's young, I agree, but how did you see that he has strength? Isn't that simple? Lin Jinna said, able to brave such heavy rain, drive an air cushion boat from your dragon country to Neon, how could he do it without strength? Also, don't tell me you think he came all this way just to pick us up? Surely there's something else, needing us was just an accident. These days, who isn't busy just trying to survive, yet he can go so far to stir things up, that proves strength. And also, didn't you notice, including Miss Fawn, those 4 women, all obey him a lot, that means he has completely conquered those 4 beauties. Also, the equipment on them, that's not from your dragon country, but standard American type. I know clearly, in your dragon country it's forbidden for civilians to own guns, and those people don't look like soldiers, yet they have such good gear, what does that mean? Chapter 113 Clear-minded in the human world. Stop. Facing Lin Jinna's endless words, young Tianbao really couldn't listen anymore. Nana, all in all, what you mean is, we should accept our fate? You could say accept fate, but I prefer to actively try to accept it. Lin Jinna nodded seriously and said, facing a powerful man, falling in love with him seems not so hard to understand. You may not imagine how shocking it is when standing on a speedboat, watching him hold a powerful shotgun and shatter the glass curtain wall with one shot. Perhaps you will say I admire strength, but hasn't it always been the case to follow the strong? When the gods created humans, they divided responsibilities, with men responsible for being strong, conquering lands, and fighting battles, while women only need to be good subordinates to men. I remember there is an old saying in your dragon kingdom, men work indoors, women work outdoors, doesn't that mean the same? Nana, your thinking is quite dangerous. Yang Tianbao said seriously, of course, this may be related to our different educational backgrounds. The education I received teaches us that men and women are equal, and women can hold up half the sky, not like what you said, where men are superior and women are subordinates. So, I cannot agree with your statement. Even if the order has collapsed now, I don't believe we must rely on men to survive, we can certainly be self-reliant and carve out our own paths. Perhaps. Lin Jinna shrugged casually and said, Sister Yang, what you said may be true, but have you thought that the self-reliance you believe in isn't actually feasible now? To be blunt, if it weren't for that man whose name we still don't know, we would probably be trapped in that office building, without food or drink, just waiting to die. Moreover, to rely on ourselves to struggle and become strong takes time and requires a foundation. Unfortunately, we currently do not possess those. Furthermore, even if we had everything ready, that would still be a path destined to be exceedingly hard. Since there is a ready-made road to success, why should we choose to walk a rocky and difficult path? Of course, whether this road is truly a road to success, I do not know, I can only take it step by step. Anyway, no matter how you two choose, I have already made up my mind, as long as that man asks me to stay, no matter what way he uses, I will stay. After saying this, Lin Jinna stood up and walked out of the cabin, leaving Lu Tianxian and Yang Tianbao staring at each other. For a long time, Lu Tianxian finally spoke, baby, I feel she seems to have some point. Facing an unpredictable future, why should we choose a path that is bound to be extremely difficult? Let's think about this, following him back to our country, we don't know the exact docking place and can't expect him to take us where we want to go. So, in what may be a strange environment, in a situation where water is flooding everywhere, we seem to have no choice but to stay by his side. Even if we take a step back, he is a good person willing to take us anywhere, but where can we go? To our homes before the apocalypse? With so much water, our home might already be submerged. To rely on relatives or friends? Who can we find? Where are they? Are they still alive? How do we contact them? These are all problems we must face. That man, no matter how good-tempered he is, cannot accompany us aimlessly searching for someone who is likely no longer around, right? We cannot hold such unrealistic hopes. So, I think we should consider what Nana said, perhaps, staying is indeed a good choice. Yang Tianbao frowned and said, Sister Xian, I hear from your words that since we can't resist, we might as well enjoy the situation. Lu Tianxian replied with a question, baby, what do you think? I remember you weren't a female boxer before, why do you talk as if you're always fighting now? If this were before the apocalypse, maybe fighting wouldn't matter, no one would care about it anyway. But what time is it now? It's the end of the world. I can only say, you'd better keep that way of thinking to yourself, it's not good for you. With a glance that seemed to say get lost, Lu Tianxian stood up and left the cabin, running to the spacious middle area to move around. But soon, Lu Tianxian came back into the cabin. There was no choice, the little breakfast had long been digested, and hunger returned.
What puzzled the two was that after Lin Jina left the cabin, she disappeared, and Lu Tianxian hadn't seen her outside either.
What the two didn't know was that since Lin Jina had decided to stay by Sun Guangjun's side, she swiftly took action without hesitation. Just after coming out of the cabin, Lin Jina quickly turned and found a passageway. This girl was quite brave, entering without a second thought. In the cockpit, Sun Guangjun was bored, steering the ship. The White Sea was nothing but a curtain of rain blocking his view. Thanks to his physically enhanced abilities, he didn't need to pay much attention and could simply rush forward. However, even though Sun Guangjun was idle, his eyes were wide open, glowing with excitement. There was no choice. The four girls playing with the automatic cannon was definitely a stunning sight. Especially after getting on the big ship, the three girls might have felt safe and taken off most of their gear, especially the heavy bulletproof vests and the rain-soaked camouflage outfits. All were taken off. Just imagine, for beautiful young girls wearing only tight vests, carrying 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, chattering and playing with artillery right in front of you, the temptation was simply overwhelming. You could say that only 1/10 of Sun Guangjun's attention was on the wild buffalo's course. The remaining 9/10 were used to appreciate the beautiful scenery before him, like enjoying an ice cream sundae. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Sun Guangjun's heart was igniting with excitement, he had to force himself to suppress it. The door of the cabin was suddenly knocked on. Turning his head, Sun Guangjun saw a flower-like smiling face through the glass, standing outside the door, with a snow-white hand playfully waving at him. Not wanting to disturb the girls' fun, Sun Guangjun set the autopilot and approached the cabin door. Opening the cabin door, Sun Guangjun asked sternly, "Miss Lin, is there something you need?" "Appa, do you know me?" Lin Jina exclaimed in surprise, covering her heart, revealing a smile that could enchant anyone. "Oh, my God, I am so happy." Chapter 114, Making It Official. After cheering for a moment, Lin Jina stopped before Sun Guangjun and showed any displeasure, seriously extending a hand, saying, "Appa, I am Lin Jina, please take care of me." "I haven't asked yet, how shall I call you, Appa?" "Sun Guangjun." Sun Guangjun grasped her fair little hand, giving a gentle shake before releasing it, and said, "Miss Lin, why aren't you resting in the cabin? What brings you here?" "Appa, don't get me wrong." Lin Jina hurriedly said, "I was bored in the cabin and wanted to come out for a walk." "Appa, can I join them?" As she spoke, Lin Jina pointed to the four girls in the cockpit. Seeing Lin Jina looking shy yet curious, Sun Guangjun had to admit, this woman really knew how to win hearts. Every smile radiated charm while her words never made you feel uncomfortable. However, Lin Jina's request confused Sun Guangjun. Joining them? In what way? Sun Guangjun wasn't so confident as to think, on their very first meeting. Beauty of Lin Jina's level would take the initiative to throw herself into someone's arms. After a moment's thought, Sun Guangjun made way and said, "Miss Lin, the four of them are learning to operate the AK-636 barrel 30mm automatic cannon. If you're interested, you can watch from the side. However, with your current physical condition, along with your lack of professional training in this area, you cannot try it out for now." "Thank you, Appa." Having fulfilled her wish, Lin Jina deeply bowed to Sun Guangjun and said seriously, "I will remember your guidance, Appa, and will only watch from the side. I won't operate it on my own." So, Lin Jina followed behind Sun Guangjun and entered the cockpit, focusing on watching Ouyang Feishui and the others train. The four girls were actually just playing and not very focused, naturally noticing Lin Jina's arrival. Fangya, who was closest to her, quickly greeted her. However, Xiaozi, after playing enough with the automatic cannon, asked Fangya for her 416 Hong Kong dollars and stood at the window, starting to rain bullets outside. Sun Guangjun had countless ammunition and did not mind Xiaozi's obvious wasteful behavior. Instead, he looked at her with admiration. It must be said, Xiaozi was clearly trained properly, and her shooting was quite decent. At that moment, Ouyang Feiyu walked over, rubbing her stomach and said cutely to Sun Guangjun, "Boss, I'm hungry. When can we eat?" "Want to eat?" Sun Guangjun smiled playfully and said, "Seeing how happy you all were just now, I thought you weren't hungry. Come, you can steer the boat, and I'll go prepare food for you." As he spoke, Sun Guangjun handed the wheel to Ouyang Feiyu, while he called Ouyang Feishui and Xiaozi to leave the cockpit together. Soon, in an empty cabin, Sun Guangjun took out a lot of ready-made food and asked Xiaozi to call Lu Tianshan and Yang Tianbao over for dinner, while he returned to the cockpit to take over steering from Ouyang Feiyu. Before long, the cockpit was left with only Sun Guangjun, while the seven women gathered in the temporary dining room, happily eating and drinking. Perhaps realizing it, Lu Tianshan and Yang Tianbao quickly began to get along well with Ouyang Feishui and the others. After finishing their meal, the seven women happily held hands and came to the cockpit. Whether they would learn to steer the boat was unclear, but looking at the scenery outside was definitely much better than staying in the confined passenger cabin. Soon, the Wild Bull hovercraft crossed the Tsushima Strait, then turned westward, starting to cross the Jeju Strait, as the sky turned dark. After passing through the Jeju Strait, what was left was a direct path to the northwestern city of Cheng. There was nothing happening on the sea, and Sun Guangjun once again handed the wheel to Ouyang Feishua while he went to the temporary dining room to set out a large table of various delicacies. Although the three goddesses vaguely expressed their willingness to join, Sun Guangjun did not want to reveal his secret to them before everything was settled. A secret is a secret because few know it. If everyone knows, can it still be called a secret? Hurrying all the way, they finally arrived in the Qing City area in the early hours of the 28th. This time, there were too many people, and Sun Guangjun did not plan to change to rubber boats or assault boats in nearshore areas like before. Instead, taking advantage of the cover of night, he directly drove the hovercraft into the city. However, to avoid detection, Sun Guangjun turned off all the lights on the boat. Even if survivors noticed them passing by, apart from hearing the loud noise, they would see nothing but darkness. The Wild Bull hovercraft was 57.3 meters long and 25.6 meters wide. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to navigate within the city, but now everywhere was a watery landscape, making passage easy. Before long, the gigantic airboat entered the Qilin Mountain Villa, charging straight up the winding mountain road towards the summit. Sun Guangjun didn't want to struggle like last time, pulling himself through water and mud. This straightforward approach was much better. In the end, the Wild Buffalo airboat roared to a stop in the empty space at the door of Villa Number 1, the ramp lowered, and 7 beautiful women led by the Ouyang sisters stepped out one by one. Before docking, Sun Guangjun had instructed Ouyang Feishua to take the girls back to the villa first while he stayed outside to handle a few things. Ouyang Feishua understood he didn't want to expose himself in front of the three newcomers and gladly accepted this cover mission. Sun Guangjun waited on the boat until Ouyang Feishua and the others had all entered the villa, then the lights in the living room began to light up, and he jumped down from the boat. After tidying up the boat, Sun Guangjun didn't rush home. The supplies at home were sufficient, and with the Ouyang sisters there, he believed that these 4 newcomers, including Xia Zi, would be properly taken care of. Worried about Zishi's situation, Sun Guangjun didn't even go home, but ran over to her place overnight. Though water flowed freely everywhere in the mountains, it posed no hindrance to Sun Guangjun. He quickly arrived at Villa Number 17 without issue. Entering the hall, Sun Guangjun noticed that the lights upstairs and downstairs were off, indicating that Zishi and Fengzhou had already fallen asleep. Well, it was already the early morning, they must be resting for sure. Not in a hurry to go find Zishi, Sun Guangjun first entered the kitchen. To understand the situation, sometimes it isn't necessary to directly ask. Seeing how much food they had left could yield similar results. Soon, Sun Guangjun reached a conclusion that his ability to open bottles might really be established, as there wasn't a single grain of rice left in the kitchen. It was so clean that even a mouse would cry walking in. Sun Guangjun didn't replenish the kitchen with new supplies but instead took out some ready-made meals and placed them on the dining table, then leisurely went upstairs to find Zishi. Chapter 115, Almost Mistaken Someone. Though he had only been to Zishi's bedroom once, and it was completely dark inside, Sun Guangjun still found his way to the door effortlessly. Reaching out to turn the doorknob, it wasn't locked. Sun Guangjun felt a surge of joy. Was this left open for him? Carefully opening the door, Sun Guangjun walked right in. Zishi's bedroom was drawn with thick velvet curtains, completely dark. Even with Sun Guangjun's extraordinary eyesight, he could only see a vague figure on the bed. Looking at the graceful silhouette wrapped in a thin blanket, Sun Guangjun felt a warmth in his heart. At that moment, Sun Guangjun's hands were quicker than his brain. Before his mind made a decision, his hands instinctively stripped off his clothes. Lifting a corner of the blanket, Sun Guangjun naturally slipped into the warm bed, his hands instinctively wrapping around the soft waist. In the next moment, Sun Guangjun's movements suddenly stiffened. He heard the person in his embrace mumble in her dreams, "Hey, honey, don't mess around, I'm sleepy." "No, wait, honey. Why are your hands so hot?" "But it feels quite comfortable when laying over the waist." "Hee, honey, how did you get smaller?" "With the size you are now, I guess you can't be called big honey anymore." "Wait, how did you get smaller and yet harder?" Sun Guangjun only felt a soft little hand caressing his chest, and with the intermittent whispers, how could he not understand that this was a case of mistaken identity? He thought the one in bed was Zishi, but unexpectedly, it was Fengzhou. Cursing inwardly, Sun Guangjun instantly dared not move, although he had long been drooling over Fengzhou. After all, he had not made it clear. What the heck was going on now? Sneaking over in the middle of the night to steal a kiss? If someone found out, how could he still show his face? Trying his best to hold his breath, Sun Guangjun moved his hand away from her slender waist, quietly lifted the blanket, and was ready to get out of bed. But before he could complete his movement, Fengzhou suddenly turned over and fiercely crashed into his embrace, her hand naturally wrapping around him. "Oh no, honey, when did you have the habit of sleeping naked?" Fengzhou suddenly exclaimed, then realized, "No, you're not honey." In the next moment, the bedside lamp suddenly lit up, and Fengzhou's clear big eyes drowsily stared at Sun Guangjun's awkward old face. "Ah, boss, it's you?" When she clearly saw it was Sun Guangjun, Fengzhou sighed with relief and said, "I thought a thief had come in." "Boss, you finally came back. If you hadn't returned, honey and I might have starved to death."
Oh no, wait.
Suddenly, Feng Jiu screamed, her small face turning bright red. Boss, you came to find honey, right?
Well, sorry to interrupt, goodbye.
As she spoke, Feng Jiu suddenly sat up, lifted the blanket, and was ready to get out of bed, but on one side lay the sleeping Zishi, and on the other side was the naked Sun Guangjun, and to get down, she had to cross over Sun Guangjun's bare body.
But as a young girl, when had she ever seen such a scene?
Seeing Sun Guangjun's body, completely unclothed yet exuding a strong hormonal presence, Feng Jiu felt her whole body go weak, her outstretched hands and feet completely unresponsive, and without paying attention, she directly fell onto Sun Guangjun. Fortunately, Sun Guangjun caught her in time, otherwise, Feng Jiu would have rolled to the floor.
With the commotion on their side, Zishi also groggily woke up. Oh, hubby, you're back? Upon seeing Sun Guangjun, Zishi suddenly chuckled and said, what are you two doing, playing human tower?
Seeing Zishi catch him red-handed, Sun Guangjun felt like dying. The key point was that he hadn't done anything at all, it was truly unlucky. In a flurry, he moved Feng Jiu's soft body away from himself, and without saying a word, he rolled out of bed, picked up the scattered clothes from the floor, and bolted out of the room. Only when the door closed behind him did Sun Guangjun finally breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly put on the clothes he had just taken off shortly before.
After getting dressed, Sun Guangjun opened the door, greeting casually, ladies, since you're awake, shouldn't we go downstairs to eat? Oh, there's food?
Feng Jiu, being a seasoned foodie, couldn't care about anything else upon hearing there was food. She happily shouted, leaping out of bed, forgetting to wear her shoes, and joyfully rushed out of the room, darting downstairs. Until Feng Jiu disappeared from sight, Zishi then leisurely got off the bed, tidying up her nightgown, and shot Sun Guangjun a glare, chiding, running over in the middle of the night to steal a kiss. Hubby, you really have quite a taste.
It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding.
Sun Guangjun, thick-skinned, replied without turning red, I didn't know you both would sleep in the same room, I thought it was just you alone.
This time apart is sweeter than a newlywed reunion. I just wanted to freshen things up with you, but who knew there were others here too? Oh, you're feeling wronged now?
Zishi shot a glare, her queenly aura fully revealed, it's all your fault. You disappear for so many days without a trace and leave just a little food. If you had come back 2 days later, I guess you and Fat Jiu would have been called to collect my body. As she spoke, Zishi walked into the bathroom to start washing up.
When the issue was brought up, Sun Guangjun really felt awkward.
He quickly followed her in, leaning against the bathroom doorframe, and explained, speaking of this, it is indeed my fault, I didn't consider everything. When I left you supplies, I was only thinking from an ordinary person's perspective and forgot about the changes you might undergo.
So you mean my sudden increase in appetite is something you understand now?
Zishi, without any shyness, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and used the toilet in front of Sun Guangjun.
Hearing his words, her emotions didn't change much, she replied blandly, tell me more, what exactly is going on?
Sun Guangjun said, the root of this situation should be with me, it might be related to the cultivation technique I practice. Any woman who has had a relationship with me will undergo a series of changes. But this is a good thing, so there's no need to worry.
Chapter 116, Time Flows Gently.
After Sun Guangjun explained that the increased appetite was related to the awakening of special abilities, Zishi suddenly understood, so this is actually a good thing, being able to awaken special powers in advance.
Special powers? I didn't expect that I would have a chance to become a superpowered individual, thinking about it is really exciting. However, dear husband, you said that the more I eat, the more powerful my future awakened abilities will be, doesn't that put a burden on you?
After all, I can only depend on you for support, and all my food and drink come from you. Sun Guangjun laughed heartily, don't worry, your husband may not have much, but food and drink are guaranteed.
I say, can you hurry up? I've prepared a big feast in the dining room, if you take too long, don't blame it if Fat Joe eats it all. Oh no. Reminded by Sun Guangjun, Zishi gasped, I really forgot. That girl is such a foodie, once she sees good food, how can she resist? I have to hurry.
Saying this, Zishi grabbed a towel to wipe her face and didn't care about putting on makeup anymore. She dashed downstairs, shouting, Fat Joe, stop eating, leave some for me.
Sun Guangjun found it amusing as he followed behind, not forgetting to adjust his hastily put on clothes. When he reached downstairs, Sun Guangjun saw the two women sitting on either side of the dining table, happily devouring their food. Especially Feng Jiu, who was holding chopsticks in her right hand and a big drumstick in her left, stuffing her mouth full, hardly a trace of a goddess remained. It seemed they were really starved. The two women were enjoying their meal, and rather than join the fun, Sun Guangjun sat in the living room, pulled out a cigarette, and began to smoke leisurely. Sun Guangjun didn't have a strong craving for cigarettes, he was the type that could take them or leave them. However, this moment gave him a sense of peacefulness akin to enjoying the quietness of life, and not smoking seemed a bit lacking. After lighting a cigarette, Sun Guangjun was about to put the pack and lighter away when he suddenly remembered that Zishi seemed to know this skill too, so he put them on the coffee table instead.
In the dining room, Fengjiu, though a foodie, belonged to the type with a big appetite but a small stomach. Faced with so many delicious dishes, she quickly gave up, rubbing her bulging belly, only able to watch as Zishi leisurely continued to enjoy her meal. Tsk tisk. Watching Zishi's mouth open and close, the food on the table disappearing steadily, yet she showed no sign of stopping, Fengjiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister me, I really envy your insatiable stomach. I can't take it anymore. Clearly, there's delicious food in front of me, but the capacity of the stomach is limited, and there's only enough to watch. Are you envious?" Zishi glanced at Fengjiu with pride and said, "Too bad, dear sister, your skills are something you can't envy. You should just honestly watch me enjoy this feast." Have you forgotten what you said yesterday? It's my fault that I have a big appetite and finished everything? Think carefully, who ate more, you or me? I'd rather starve than not save something for you, and in the end, I get complaints. Now you want to envy my appetite? It's too late. Fengjiu pouted sadly, wanting to pick up her chopsticks and fight with Sister Me again. But her bulging stomach told her that their power was on different levels, and it was better to surrender quietly, rather than embarrass herself. Without Fengjiu saying anything, Zishi let her off the hook and continued to enjoy the delicious food before her. Although Zishi's speed wasn't fast, her little mouth was always busy, and slowly but surely, she finished most of a table full of dishes. So comfortable. Putting down her chopsticks, Zishi stood up, stretched contentedly, and as she walked towards the living room, she said, "Fat Joe, I'm too full now, I don't want to move. Here's your chance to shine. Clean up the table properly, and take the dishes to the kitchen to wash." Ha! Fengjiu was stunned, and Zishi's words hit her like a heavy blow. After watching her eat for so long, now she had to be responsible for cleaning up? Where's the fairness in that? But faced with Zishi's usual dominance, Fengjiu wanted to resist but didn't have the courage. After struggling for a while, she finally chose to obediently wash the dishes. You. Zishi went to the living room and naturally sat next to Sun Guangjun, who greeted her with a pampering smile. "Boss Z, I didn't expect you to have this skill, you really manage your subordinates well." With a proud smile, Zishi leaned back on the sofa and said, "Of course, if I had no skills, could I deserve the title of Boss Z? Who are you two?" Seeing Zishi's proud little face, Sun Guangjun put his arm around her shoulders and joked, "Have you forgotten how you begged for mercy? Do you want to go upstairs and reminisce about it now? What, are you feeling sorry for that little girl and want to get revenge?" Zishi clearly didn't buy Sun Guangjun's act, leaning her head on his shoulder with a smile and saying, "Honey, are you really moved by that little girl? Do you want me to help create an opportunity? By the way, when you mistook her for someone else just now, did you touch her? How did it feel?" "What touch?" Sun Guangjun scoffed and said, "I just wrapped my arms around her waist, and that girl woke up, complaining nonstop. I was confused when she realized something was wrong, and then you woke up." "And that was it?" Zishi rolled her eyes at Sun Guangjun. "You men never have enough. Then shouldn't you satisfy your husband a bit?" Leaning close to Zishi's ear, Sun Guangjun whispered, "Just now that girl almost intercepted me, and now you're full. Shouldn't we really take out some weapons and practice? Virtue." Zishi rolled her eyes again and said softly, "Honey, wait a moment, I'm too full and don't want to move right now. If you insist on messing around, be careful not to throw up all over yourself. You so disgusting." Sun Guangjun disdainfully waved his hand in front of his nose, bending down to grab a cigarette from the coffee table, lighting one and offering it to Zishi, saying, "Here, Boss Z, have a post-meal smoke, it's like living as a divine being." You're really serving me well." Taking the cigarette and taking a puff, Zishi sat up straight, striking a queenly pose, and said, "Since you've performed so well, I will reward you well later." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Sun Guangjun responded eagerly. Being with Zishi gave Sun Guangjun a very relaxed and comfortable feeling. As if unloading all burdens, everything is at peace with time. The two of them are sweet together, while Fengjiu in the kitchen is watching, gritting her teeth, scrubbing a bowl, her eyes occasionally glancing into the living room, muttering quietly, "Scoundrels. It's truly blinding. Oh, I can't bear to look." But when she finally cleaned up the kitchen and stormed into the living room to confront those two heartless people, the room was empty, and their figures were long gone. It drives me crazy. With the people gone, Fengjiu could only see the impotent rage, not daring to storm upstairs to drag those two out. What if she saw something inappropriate for children? I can't think about it, I've got a picture in my mind. Chapter 117, All Talents. When the sky was dimly bright, in the second-floor bedroom, Zishi's crimson little face lay on Sun Guangjun's chest, her snow-white little hand wandering over his 8-pack abs, gritting her teeth and saying, "What a beast." "A beast?" Sun Guangjun, holding a post-coital cigarette, laughed and said, "But you weren't saying that a moment ago, weren't you begging me for it?" "Don't say that." Zishi covered Sun Guangjun's mouth with her hand, propping herself up to look down at him, fiercely saying, "If you dare say any more nonsense, be careful, I might bite you."
Okay, I won't say anything. Sun Guangjun's gaze was fixed on the wonderful view from her, bending over, laughing. If someone wants to be an ostrich, what can I do? I can only cooperate. He. Amused by Sun Guangjun, she softened her body again, resting her head on his chest, gently saying, hubby, can we talk about how you plan to arrange for me and Fat Joe in the future? You can't possibly let us stay here forever, waiting for you to pamper us like your little canaries in a golden house, right? That won't happen. Sun Guangjun extinguished his cigarette but in the ashtray on the nightstand, saying seriously, I was just about to tell you about this. You should know, this is just a temporary place I found for you to stay. You can't blame me, after all, when I took you away from Demon City to Qingshi, I couldn't be sure if you were genuinely willing to join me, so I had to be cautious. However, now it's certain that you, the boss Z, will not be fickle. As for that girl Fengjiu, she's just your subordinate, her opinion isn't in the consideration range. What are you talking about? She lightly hit Sun Guangjun, unsatisfied. Fat Joe is still a living person, she should at least have basic human rights. How did she suddenly become my subordinate in your mouth? It sounds like I'm being very tyrannical. Aren't you tyrannical? Sun Guangjun laughed and said, if you weren't tyrannical, how would you get the title of Queen Honey? Alright, no more teasing, let's get back to business. Once it's light out, you two pack up your things and come home with me. Home? She was shocked, so sudden? Am I going to meet the parents? Will uncle and aunt have any objections to me? Seeing Zishi's sudden panic, Sun Guangjun unfeelingly just looked at her until she couldn't help but pinch his waist, and then he said, what's there to panic about? I'll tell you, my parents have already passed away for over 10 years, even if you want to meet them, you can't. But? What but? Hearing Sun Guangjun's words, Zishi felt a bit relieved and quickly asked, you're not going to tell me that there's a legitimate wife at home, and I'm the home-wrecking mistress, am I? What are you talking about? Sun Guangjun rolled his eyes in annoyance, saying, I'm not even married yet. It's just that, now it's the end times, as you know. And I have some ability, so what? Looking at Sun Guangjun's hesitation, Zishi understood something, rolling her eyes and saying, isn't it just that there are more beautiful women around you? What's there to hesitate about? Alright, I already know. Just a few little foxes, how could I lose to them? Boss Z is mighty. Looking at the imposing Zishi, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but give a thumbs up, then shifted the topic and said, but let's make it clear from the start, bringing you home isn't for palace intrigue. Let's put it this way, I have many women around me, and if you start fighting among yourselves, it won't be a good thing, understand? In my plan, you all are not just my women, in the future, you will also take on more important roles and tasks. So, I'm not asking you to love each other, but a surface harmony is necessary, and absolutely no plotting against one another behind the scenes. Got it. Hearing Sun Guangjun's endless chatter, Zishi angrily got up, lit a cigarette for herself, took a hard drag, and then gritted her teeth and said, Boss Sun, don't you mean that since we're already in the apocalypse, those rules and morals have all become a thing of the past? And you, Boss Sun, are capable. So you want to establish a harem. And we, the people in this harem, can't openly or secretly fight, but must diligently assist you as your capable helpers. I'll say Boss Sun, you really know how to play the game, gathering a bunch of beauties, enjoying yourself, and wanting to be a hands-off boss. So clever. Truly clever. I find that those landowners and fat cats are far behind you, Boss Sun, by 10 streets or more. Alright, stop praising me. Seeing Zishi getting more and more exaggerated, Sun Guangjun hurriedly interrupted her and said, just tell me one thing, can you accept it or not? You heartless one. Zishi suddenly reddened her eyes, constantly pounding her little fists on Sun Guangjun's chest, crying and saying, are you telling me that if I can't accept it, then I should just go away and be by myself? Is there anyone like you? The pants aren't even up yet, and you're ready to deny it? I just wasn't prepared for this, can't you let me adjust a bit? Wow, we barely talked, and you're already handing down an ultimatum? What are you talking about? Sun Guangjun grabbed Zishi's wildly swinging little fists, pulled her into his arms forcefully, and said, when did I say I'd let you fend for yourself? I'm telling you, Zishi, are already my Sun Guangjun's woman, so forget about shaking off that title. Suppressing Zishi's dissatisfaction, Sun Guangjun finally softened his tone and comforted her. What I meant to say earlier was, if you can't accept it, then just stay here temporarily and not meet with them. But, based on what I know about you, Boss Z, you're not one to run away. I know you resist the idea of other women around me, but you have to understand, this is the apocalypse, everything is different from before. The reason I want you to come back with me is that I'm worried if you and Fengjiu are here alone, if danger arises, I might not be able to take care of it. In this apocalypse, danger is everywhere, gathering together ensures a bit more safety. Also, in this apocalypse, compared to those who merely survive, we can use our advantages to achieve something great. And you, in my future plans, will be my right-hand person. Zishi pointed uncertainly at her own nose and said, "Am I really that important?" "Of course."
Sun Guangjun smiled confidently and said, "Talent must be allocated to the right person. If you fall into the hands of a slacker or those male chauvinists who have lost their minds in the apocalypse, you might just become a tool for their release. But I have one strength, and that is being good at discovering the strengths of those around me.
So, you, or rather, you all, will become an important part of my team." Chapter 118, The Meeting of the Ladies.
With great effort, Sun Guangjun finally persuaded Zishi to put aside her grudges and return home with him. There was no way out. Sun Guangjun played a perfect mix of big stick and carrot, and Zishi couldn't resist, so she had to reason with him, spending quite a bit of effort to showcase her eloquence and skills, ultimately signing the pact under the city.
As for Fengjiu, her opinion did not matter.
Well, not only did Sun Guangjun feel this way, but Zishi also felt the same. At 8 in the morning, when the sun should have been rising and brightening the sky, the continuous heavy rain left the whole sky dark. In the living room, Fengjiu, who was waiting anxiously, finally saw Sun Guangjun and Zishi come down the stairs, and she let out a sigh of relief. However, to her surprise, Zishi was carrying a large pink suitcase.
"Wow, pink, my favorite."
Looking at the suitcase, Fengjiu's beautiful big eyes almost turned into little hearts. Remembering that she used to have many such suitcases and bags, but couldn't retrieve them due to the apocalypse, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Alas, fate has the final say, so much is beyond our control. Fortunately, Fengjiu's sadness was only a momentary thought. She quickly gathered her emotions and walked over sensibly to take the suitcase from Zishi, curiously asking, "Sister Me, why are you carrying a suitcase? Are we moving?" Compared to the last time when she was limp like mud, this time, Zishi's state was much better, and even she was amazed by her own stamina.
"Ha!" Upon hearing Fengjiu's words, Zishi was surprised. "Fatjiu, why are you so clever today?" "That's right, we are moving. Look, I've packed your belongings, you just take it." "Ha? This is mine?" Fengjiu was taken aback, then asked, "What about your things, Sister Me? It can't just be me moving, right?" "Sister Me, don't. You can't abandon me for having old master as a husband. If you do that, people will say you prioritize." "Prioritize what?"
Before Fengjiu could finish, Zishi snorted lightly and said, "Prioritizing love over friendship, right?"
"I admit it, I do. What can you do to me?" "Fatjiu, who would have thought that I treat you so well, and you talk behind my back like this?" I misjudged you."
Seeing Zishi's reaction, Fengjiu immediately realized she had said something wrong, hurriedly becoming humble and saying, "Oh, Sister Me, I just misspoke.
Why are you making such a big deal about it? Besides, this thing can't be blamed on anyone. Who told you to say we are moving but only took your own suitcase down? Just tell me, where's your luggage?" "I don't need luggage." Zishi leaned against Sun Guangjun's arms and said boldly, "I have a husband, and that's enough. What do I need luggage for? How about it, Fatjiu, are you envious?" I won't talk to you."
Feeling directly shown off and stuffed with dog food, Fengjiu was upset, turning to Sun Guangjun and saying, "Old master, can't you uphold justice?
Are you just going to watch Sister Me bully me like this?" "Wrong."
Sun Guangjun, looking very serious, raised a finger and shook it at Fengjiu, smiling as he said, "Fengjiu, I'm not just watching Zishi bully you.
Didn't you notice we are clearly in this together? Ha ha ha." In the next moment, Zishi and Sun Guangjun both burst into laughter shamelessly. "You two bad guys."
Fengjiu realized she was clearly being teased by both of them, so she immediately turned around and unleashed her ultimate move, ignoring you guys. Actually, Zishi's luggage had already been packed. It was just tucked away by Sun Guangjun in the mountain and river ring. Even the big bed in the bedroom and other furnishings were all put away at Zishi's request. From Sun Guangjun's perspective, since he wanted Zishi to be his capable assistant, it was quite necessary to appropriately show some skills. Indeed, seeing Sun Guangjun magically make everything disappear, Zishi, although not like Fengjiu with stars in her eyes, was also extremely shocked and even more convinced of Sun Guangjun's words. Zishi and Sun Guangjun ignored the temperamental Fengjiu, quickly putting on their raincoats, rain boots, and rain hats. Then they joined hands and walked out of the villa door. Standing under the eaves, looking at the pouring rain, Zishi frowned and said, "Honey, it's raining so heavily, how are we going to go?" "How to go? Just look at your husband." With a wave of his hand, a jet ski abruptly appeared in the water gathered at the steps. "Look, isn't this the best ride? Come, wife, please get on the boat." Helping Zishi sit properly on the jet ski, Sun Guangjun started the engine, twisted the throttle, and the jet ski roared through the open courtyard door, kicking up misty water towards the number 1 villa at the top of the hill. Soon, the jet ski arrived smoothly at the entrance of the number 1 villa. After placing the jet ski on the empty space at the door, Sun Guangjun opened the door and took Zishi into the yard. "Wow, husband, this place is so cool. Looking at the large yard covered by glass curtain walls and domes, with not a single drop of water on the ground, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What a genius design! Honey, I see there's still scaffolding outside, so these glass curtain walls were built recently? Of course, do you even know who your husband is?" Sun Guangjun smugly boasted for a moment, then continued, "Let's go, you might meet a few familiar faces." Familiar faces? Jishu was taken aback, wanting to ask more, but then promptly closed her mouth. It was only a few steps, and soon the mystery would be revealed. Why waste words with this arrogant guy here? It must be said that Jishu was smart and strong, successfully shaking the show off Sun Guangjun a bit. Feeling a bit awkward, Sun Guangjun scratched his nose. Before long, the two arrived under the eaves and were just about to climb the stairs when the villa's door opened, and led by the Ouyang sisters, all the women in the villa suddenly surged out. Ah? She? Baby? Seeing the two former good sisters who were clearly standing at the edge, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. No wonder that arrogant guy said we would meet familiar faces. It turned out to be these two. I didn't expect the guy to really have some skills to bring them back too. Wait, who is that? The number one beauty from the Sweet family? Indeed. Just when Jishu was having intense thoughts, the two edge figures on the steps also recognized her. Me, is that you? Sister Me, I miss you so much. With two cries of surprise, the two girls rushed over, grabbing Jishu's arms, crying and shouting. Originally, Jishu was wearing a full set of rain gear with her hat pulled low, and for a moment, the girls didn't see her face clearly, but her cute little voice was so recognizable. As soon as she spoke, Lu Tianxian and Yang Tianbao immediately recognized her. Especially Yang Tianbao, who was very close to Jishu as her best friend. Meeting familiar faces in a foreign land, especially good friends, the excitement of the three girls was unimaginable. Seeing Jishu and the other two so excited, it was clear that they didn't have time to pay attention to anyone else for a while. Sun Guangjun smiled and, with the company of the Ouyang sisters, entered the villa. More and more women gathered around Sun Guangjun. It would be impossible for the Ouyang sisters not to have opinions about it, but they also knew. The sisters only rely on Sun Guangjun to survive, and they have no right to meddle. At first, the two sisters had not adapted, but now they were gradually becoming numb. Forget it, I had known the boss wasn't a good person long ago, and in this apocalypse, let him be, as long as he doesn't play the only hearing the new people laugh routine. Besides, I have only been with the boss for a few days, right? By all accounts, I am still part of the new people. Since we are all new people, and there are even aspiring new ones, what is there to be afraid of? Don't forget, we are sisters, and double the happiness, right? Thinking this way, the Ouyang sisters felt a little less hurt inside. As for Fanya, Sun Guangjun lent money to her dad for surgery, and then sent medicine and arranged for the funeral. The young girl's heart was already tied to Xiao Weiguo. As long as he had her in his heart, nothing else mattered. The three women each completed their internal strategies, and when Sun Guangjun returned, he faced no scrutiny at all. Instead, he sat comfortably on the sofa like a master, while beautiful ladies served him tea and water. Especially Lin Jina, who probably felt lonely and outnumbered in a foreign land, practically clung to Sun Guangjun, flattering him. If it weren't for Sun Guangjun still having some self-control and the presence of so many people nearby, he would have likely swept her into the room to make a happy ending and forget everything. For a moment, the entire number one villa was filled with laughter and joy, just like a New Year's celebration, a rare sight in this apocalypse. Happy times passed especially quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon. Knowing that the women had just returned yesterday and were exhausted from the journey, Sun Guangjun personally cooked, actually bringing out 2 tables full of the feast he had ordered from Hilton, inviting everyone to have lunch together. Once everyone was seated and their cups filled with fine wine, just as they were about to start eating, Zishi suddenly said, "Wait, husband, it seems we forgot something. What could be more important than eating?" Sun Guangjun, not yet realizing, carelessly replied, "The sky is big, the earth is big, but eating is the biggest. Our home doesn't have many rules, everyone eats and drinks as they please, no need to wait for anyone. Come on, everyone, let's dig in." "Oh, wait." Zishi, anxious, stood up and said, "Husband, Fengzhou, we forgot about Fengzhou. That girl is still waiting for you to pick her up." "Well, as soon as I saw Chanshan and baby, I forgot about her." "Oh right." Sun Guangjun finally remembered and quickly put down his chopsticks, saying, "You all eat first, I'll be right back. Hey, Zishi, explain it to everyone." Saying this, Sun Guangjun quickly walked out, and soon outside, the roar of a jet ski could be heard. It was not until Sun Guangjun disappeared from view that the women reacted, and Yang Tianbao curiously asked, "Mimi, what did you just say?" "Fengzhou? Have you been with Fengzhou all this time?" Zishi nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, saying, "Seeing you both so happy just now, I got too excited and completely forgot about that girl." Ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Tianbao and Lu Tianxian burst into laughter simultaneously. Yang Tianbao laughed even harder, saying, "Mimi, you usually seem so smart and capable, yet you made such a silly mistake, it's truly laughable."
While they were filled with laughter, in Villa 17, Fengzhou felt like she was waiting endlessly, her days dragging on like years. Zishi and Sun Guangjun had been gone for several hours. If they hadn't said they would come back for her shortly before leaving, Fengzhou would really have thought that those two had left her alone to find their own fun and live their shameless little lives. She wanted to go out and check on the situation, but Fengzhou had no idea where Sun Guangjun actually lived. Moreover, it was pouring rain outside, and letting her go out aimlessly to search was hardly better than sending her directly to her doom. Just as Fengzhou was becoming increasingly anxious and on the verge of losing control, a faint roar of a motor suddenly came from outside. With a rush of joy in her heart, Fengzhou hurriedly grabbed her suitcase and jogged out of the villa, standing on tiptoe under the eaves to look out. Once outside, the sound of the motor became clearer. Before long, a jet ski burst through the villa gate with a spray of water, stopping right in front of Fengzhou as she watched in surprise. At the sight of Sun Guangjun, Fengzhou felt tears almost streaming down her face as she choked out, "Boss, you're finally back. I thought both of you had abandoned me." Seeing Fengzhou's aggrieved expression, Sun Guangjun chuckled and said, "Fengzhou, I'm really sorry. But this isn't really my fault, it's all your sister me. She ran into two acquaintances and got so caught up in catching up that she completely forgot about you. Look, it's almost mealtime, and only when I asked did she remember she hasn't picked you up yet. Come on, put on this raincoat, you don't want to get soaked." Meanwhile, Zishu, who was chatting with young Tianbao and the others, had no idea that a big black pot was silently being placed on her head. Over here, Sun Guangjun jumped off the jet ski and carefully draped a raincoat over Fengzhou. This tiny gesture moved Fengzhou deeply. She felt overwhelmed with affection. In comparison, it seemed the boss was much more reliable than Sister Me, being gentle, considerate, and attentive. Oh my, the advantages were just too many to count. After Fengzhou put on her full set of rain gear, Sun Guangjun even thoughtfully helped her to sit properly on the jet ski before starting the engine, taking her back to Villa number 1. When the jet ski stopped again, Fengzhou was surprised to find that there was only a small distance between the two villas. At this moment, Fengzhou's intuition kicked in, making her deeply question just how much of what the boss had said was true and how much was false. Sun Guangjun wasn't going to give Fengzhou a chance to ponder further. After docking the jet ski, he led her directly into the dining room. Seeing a large round table surrounded by 8 beautiful women and several familiar faces, Fengzhou was stunned, and her earlier doubts vanished into the clouds. Sun Guangjun's expert distraction technique was successfully deployed. Chapter 120, Old Huang. After greeting 2 senior figures in the industry and exchanging a few pleasantries, Fengzhou obediently sat down next to Zishu. This girl seemed to be clear-headed, knowing who she was with. She didn't drop the ball at a critical moment. Seeing Zishu's smug little expression, Yang Tianbao and Lu Tianxian felt secretly annoyed, but unfortunately, they were all solo acts, unlike Zishu who had her own company and couldn't even bring a little sister to support her. At this time, Sun Guangjun had already returned to his seat, and seeing that the girls had not touched their chopsticks, clearly waiting for him, he quickly said, "I told you not to wait, aren't you afraid of starving? Come on, hurry up and eat, we have other things to do after the meal." At Sun Guangjun's urging, the girls finally began to eat. Soon, the 4 with smaller appetites, Lu Tianxian, Yang Tianbao, Lin Zhina, and Xia finished their meals one by one, followed by the foodie Fengzhou expressing she was full as well, leaving the remaining 4 to feast with Sun Guangjun, finishing all the dishes from the 2 tables. After dinner, Sun Guangjun invited the ladies to the living room to take a seat. Once everyone was seated, Sun Guangjun addressed the 3 new stars, saying, "Ladies, now that you are back in the country, what are your plans? If you want to leave, just wait a few days until the heavy rain stops before you can go. At that time, I can arrange a car for you, and the rest will be beyond my help. However, there is no need to rush into a decision, everything will be discussed after the rain stops. For now, you might as well stay here for a few days and train with a few of the other girls. In this apocalyptic world, having more skills brings more hope for survival." After finishing, Sun Guangjun turned to Ouyang Feishue and said, "Feishue, please work hard for a bit and take the girls to the shooting range to get a few short guns and teach them. Xia, you have received specialized training, so follow Feishue and be a temporary instructor. Alright, if you have no questions, take a break and start when you're ready. By the way, Feishue, don't forget to arrange rooms for Zishu and Fengzhou." After saying this, Sun Guangjun got up and returned to his second-floor territory. With so many women downstairs, let them solve things by themselves, they will gradually get familiar with each other. Back in his second-floor bedroom, Sun Guangjun took a good rest. While the Ouyang sisters could take turns to rest, he had suffered the worst, almost sleepless. Now that he was back home, he naturally needed to recuperate. He slept until after 4 in the afternoon before Sun Guangjun slowly woke up. Leaving the bedroom, Sun Guangjun didn't rush downstairs but sauntered into a room on the second floor. The first villa had only 2 floors for the lower part. Due to the high ceiling in the first-floor living room, the second floor was noticeably smaller than the first, just over 1,000 square feet. On both sides of the first-floor living room's high ceiling part, one side was Sun Guangjun's bedroom, while the other side had been left empty, with no renovations done. In fact, until today, Sun Guangjun had barely entered this room a few times. An empty room held little interest. As soon as he entered the room, Sun Guangjun's figure flashed and vanished from the spot. In front of the small building of the mountain and river ring on the second floor, Sun Guangjun's figure suddenly appeared, startling the big yellow dog that was playing in front of the door. When it recognized Sun Guangjun, the big yellow dog wagged its tail and ran over, circling around him and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. This big yellow dog was raised by Sun Guangjun before the apocalypse. After receiving 800 tons of gold and silver, he had kept it in the mountain and river ring. After a long time apart, Sun Guangjun greatly missed this dog. And this time, he came to take the big yellow dog out. After giving the dog's head a few pats, Sun Guangjun turned to look at the little companion that had been playing with it. He saw a chubby little creature, entirely black and white, with a snow-white head topped with 2 black ears and wearing a pair of large sunglasses, looking like a cool hip-hop star. However, this fellow didn't have the aura of a cool star. Instead, it looked adorably clumsy, with eyes revealing a clear and silly innocence like a college student. Indeed, the little companion of the big yellow dog was a national treasure, the famous iron-eating beast, the giant panda. Judging by its size, this giant panda was still in its juvenile stage. Standing up, it wasn't even half a meter tall, and it was unclear how it became good friends with the big yellow dog, as they crossed species. Upon seeing Sun Guangjun, the little panda showed no signs of fear. It curiously glanced a couple of times, found no interest in the two-legged beast, and promptly turned around to rummage out a bamboo shoot, chewing on it fiercely. Heh, quite the character. Sun Guangjun chuckled to himself and leaned down to the big yellow dog, saying, "Old Huang, when it comes to close relationships, you still take the prize. Well, say goodbye to your little friend. I'm planning to take you to a different living environment." Old Huang is the name of the big yellow dog that has accompanied Sun Guangjun for these years. It also successfully completed the upgrade transition from Little Yellow to Big Yellow, and then to Old Yellow. Old Yellow seemed to understand Sun Guangjun's words, running over to low growl a few words at the little giant panda, as if saying a final farewell. While these two were being all clingy, Sun Guangjun pulled out a Lijo Red, a snow mastiff, and 2 Shiba Inus from the grass nearby. These dogs were what Sun Guangjun planned to raise outside. Sun Guangjun remembered that in his past life, there was a big dog owner who was lucky enough to awaken a wolf dog, gaining great influence with the help of that wolf dog in a pack of dogs, eventually being called the Dog King. However, in the apocalypse, food was scarce, and people couldn't even fill their own bellies, let alone a pack of big-eating fierce dogs. At first, the Dog King could loot and rely on stolen supplies to feed himself and his large pack of fierce dogs. But as time went by, the available supplies became increasingly scarce, and the Dog King had no choice but to turn to his loyal dogs. This led to a cycle where soon, the fierce dogs under the Dog King gradually ended up in his belly, leaving only the wolf dog that had awakened its powers. On a stormy night, driven by unbearable hunger, the Dog King finally turned on his most capable assistant. The wolf dog watched helplessly as its master thrust a knife toward it, not making a sound until death. Without the wolf dog's assistance, the Dog King quickly fell from grace, never to return to his former glory, eventually dying in an unknown corner. Sun Guangjun had recalled this incident in the past few days, and now, he was lucky enough to have plenty of small animals, including a big yellow dog that had accompanied him for several years. He wanted to see if he could also cultivate some cats and dogs with awakened powers. No need for many, just one that successfully awakens would be like adding wings to a tiger for Sun Guangjun. Moreover, compared to people, Sun Guangjun was more willing to trust these small animals. As long as he treated them well, he wouldn't have to worry about them betraying him. Chapter 121, The 3 Bullies in the Village. Sun Guangjun was prepared, and Old Yellow had also finished its farewell ceremony with the little giant panda. But just when Sun Guangjun was about to take them away, the others were fine, but Old Yellow was special, tugging at Sun Guangjun's pants leg and dragging him to the side of the small building. When he saw a yellow dog smaller than Old Yellow, with a round belly, Sun Guangjun suddenly realized that this guy had been living a family life in the mountain ring for 2 months, completely leaving behind the single life. TSK, Old Yellow, you old rascal, you're living a life that almost catches up with mine. Ruffling Old Yellow's fluffy big head, Sun Guangjun teased, in just a few days, not only do you have a wife, but you're also about to become a dad. With your wife's belly like that, having several pups in one go is unavoidable. Alright, expanding the Old Yellow family so quickly is a good thing. Wait a minute, you little rascal are living even better than I am. I may have several women, and both quality and quantity are better than yours, but my progress is far behind yours. You're about to be a dad, and I haven't even had a hint of movement on my side yet. Alright, stop looking at me with your innocent little eyes, take your wife with you, that should be fine, right? Woof woof. In response to Sun Guangjun was Old Yellow's barking and the tail wagging so fast it looked like a windmill. Clearly, Sun Guangjun's agreement to let it bring its family along made Old Yellow very happy. Back in front of the small building, Sun Guangjun gathered the selected dogs with Old Yellow and his wife, preparing to leave when the usually aloof little round thing suddenly dropped the half-eaten bamboo shoot and rolled over, coming running. Holding onto Old Huang's dog's leg, it wouldn't let go. What's this? you want to follow along too? Laughing at the silly little ball of fluff, Sun Guangjun said, old Huang should bring his wife, but what does it mean to bring you, little ball? You should just stay here quietly. Go back home and find your mom. As he spoke, Sun Guangjun grabbed the little ball's scruff, preparing to pull it away. However, no matter how much strength Sun Guangjun used, the little ball clung to old Huang's dog's leg, refusing to let go, showing strength that even made Sun Guangjun admire it. Sun Guangjun couldn't use too much force either, whether it was the little ball or old Huang, damaging either would hurt his heart for a long time. With no other choice, facing the stubborn little ball, Sun Guangjun had no choice but to compromise. Alright, can I bring you along then? I really don't know who you learned this from, being such a little trickster already. Complaining aside, Sun Guangjun took the 6 dogs and the little rogue out of the mountain river bracelet and back to the room on the second floor. You guys, stay here for now. After letting the dogs adjust to the empty room, Sun Guangjun said, I'll find a larger place for you to stay later. After settling the dogs, Sun Guangjun left the room and went to another room on the shady north side, then entered the mountain river bracelet space again. Besides these dogs, Sun Guangjun also planned to take out a few other animals for experimentation. Of course, the more materials, the better. This time, Sun Guangjun chose a few majestic roosters and a large white goose. These, along with old Huang's dog, truly gathered the 3 rulers of the village. Besides these 3 rulers, Sun Guangjun didn't take out any other animals. Although there were many animals in the mountain river bracelet, pigs, horses, cows, and sheep were too large, and their later cultivation value was limited. Even if they might awaken special abilities, Sun Guangjun didn't plan to cultivate them. As for the wild animals, they were all tough to tame. Either they had no attack power, or they were fierce beasts or birds of prey, so even if he wanted to release them, now wasn't the time. After fixing these 2 rooms, Sun Guangjun prepared the remaining empty rooms by laying down soil, creating several plots of land, and planting some common vegetables and fruits, each in small quantities, but with many varieties. He was busy for several hours. By the time Sun Guangjun came down from the second floor, the ladies had already finished dinner and most had gone back to their own rooms to rest. Nobody called him for dinner, but Sun Guangjun didn't mind. He could provide for himself and would have a big meal later on the second floor. After wandering around downstairs, he could vaguely hear joyful laughter coming from a room. Sun Guangjun knew this surely meant familiar faces had gathered to chat. For this, Sun Guangjun had no need to interfere. The ladies were not his accessories, and it was normal for them to have a bit of personal interaction privately. Strolling out of the villa, Sun Guangjun's gaze fell on the figure at the temporary shooting range, who was taking aim seriously with a gun, shot after shot. In Villa Number 1, Sun Guangjun didn't have much cover, nor did he draw tight curtains like in Villa Number 17. Of course, the defense levels of the 2 villas were not on the same scale, so it was not comparable. Now that night had fallen, the villa courtyard was still bright with lights. The diesel generator below was providing ample power steadily. At this moment, only one person was at the temporary shooting range, holding a handgun with both hands, aiming steady and firing smoothly. Soon, after finishing one magazine, the person ran over to change the target paper, then ran back to their position, loading bullets while studying the fired target paper, frowning in thought. Officer Xia. What are you thinking? So serious? As he spoke, Sun Guangjun had already come up behind Xia Zi, peeking at the target paper, and smiled. Nice results, they're mostly above the 8 ring, only a few shots are below the 8 ring. The sudden voice startled Xia Zi, nearly causing the gun to point in his direction. Once he saw Sun Guangjun's big face, Xia Zi patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief, saying, Boss, do you know that scaring people can kill? Oh my, luckily my reaction was fast enough. What if it were someone else? What would you do if I shot a few rounds at you? It's because you were too focused. Sun Guangjun shrugged and said, I walked over in plain sight, you just didn't notice. Officer Xia, you have good results, why the frown? Oh, you mean this. Xia Zi raised his Glock G19 and said, I am handling this model for the first time today. I understand the principles but can't grasp the key points when shooting. Look, I've shot hundreds of rounds this afternoon, yet I still can't hit precisely. Officer Xia, is it really this that's troubling you? Sun Guangjun laughed, it seems you're losing sight of the big picture. A handgun is a weapon for close combat, its strength lies within 20 meters. For greater distances, we can use submachine guns or assault rifles. If those fail, there are still machine guns or sniper rifles. But your shooting distance has almost reached the maximum range of 50 meters, a little inaccuracy is fine. Remember, here in our place, we value firepower coverage, there's no need to pursue precision strikes. Chapter 122, Diligent Young Policewoman. Hearing Sun Guangjun's unreserved bravado, Xia Zi rolled his eyes in dismay, saying, Boss, I know we aren't lacking a few bullets, but firepower coverage is something used when facing enemies. Now is my practice time, how can I be careless? My instructors in the police academy always emphasized that practicing shooting accurately increases your chances of survival in real combat. So, I hold myself to strict standards, it's not being tangled up, nor is it being pretentious.
As my boss, you should be encouraging this behavior, not dampening my enthusiasm. Looking at this stubborn young policewoman, Sun Guangjun shook his head with amusement. He reached out, took the G19 from her hand, and said, G19, although designed to be smaller for women, still has recoil. To shoot accurately, it boils down to 2 points, vision and hand strength. As long as you have enough hand strength, grip it steadily, and combine that with your vision, there's no way you can't shoot accurately. As he spoke, Sun Guangjun raised the handgun, nearly without aiming, and began firing at the target. He emptied a magazine in one go and turned to Xia Zi, saying, Go, bring back the target paper. Oh. Xia Zi obediently ran over, took down the target paper, replaced it with a new one, and then jogged back. While running, Xia Zi was amazed to see that the target paper had only one bullet hole, slightly larger and a bit irregular, which proved that Sun Guangjun had fired all 15 rounds of the magazine at one point with almost imperceptible deviation. Such an astonishing marksmanship was something Xia Zi had never seen before. Even the best shooting instructors from their police academy couldn't achieve this result. Boss, how did you do that? Returning to Sun Guangjun's side, Xia Zi looked at him with admiration and a hint of eagerness, and asked, Can you teach me? Didn't I just tell you? Sun Guangjun laughed, I just mentioned. As long as you have strong hands, keen eyesight, and can shoot a gun, there's no way you can miss. You have received formal training at the police academy, now your eyesight is sufficient, and your feeling for the gun is not lacking, but your hand strength is slightly lacking. When your hand strength does not keep up, you cannot offset the impact of the recoil, and naturally, you cannot shoot as accurately as I do. So, what you need to do now is not to desperately practice your shooting skills but to find a way to enhance your core strength. Of course, enhancing strength is not something that happens overnight, it is a long-term accumulation process. Is there really no quick method? Xia Zi said with distress, Boss, it's so chaotic outside, I don't want to be the useless one by your side, nor do I want to become your burden. I want to become stronger, and I want to do it as quickly as possible. It's not that there is completely no way. Sun Guang pondered for a moment and said, If you want to enhance your strength as quickly as possible, it may have been impossible before, but this is the end of the world, anything is possible. As long as you awaken your abilities, your body will receive a significant enhancement. At that time, will you be afraid that your strength won't increase? From what I know, in the coming days, there will be 2 opportunities to awaken abilities, it depends on whether you can seize them. The first one is the polar night that will begin in 2 days. As long as you eat as much as possible during this time to gain abundant energy, there is a chance to awaken abilities ahead of time. Of course, this probability varies from person to person and overall is not large. And the second opportunity will be on the day after the polar night ends when a magical energy will appear between heaven and earth. As long as you absorb it, there's a high chance of awakening abilities. Now, do you know what to do? Got it, go back, rest well, and then eat more. Xia Zi said excitedly, then asked, But, boss, a person's appetite is limited. Even if I don't care about getting fat and eat a lot, what if I can't fit any more in my belly? Appetite is indeed a matter of personal talent, you can only do your best and let fate decide. Sun Guang also had no way to deal with this, he couldn't exactly tell the little police officer, sleep with me, and your appetite will increase, right? No. Faced with Sun Guang's helplessness, Xia Zi suddenly said, Boss, the 2 Ouyang sisters, Fangya, and the sister Zishi who just came today, their appetites are all very large, much larger than ordinary people can understand. I once secretly asked Sister Ouyang, although they didn't say it explicitly, I can also guess a little. Their relationship with you is not simple. Although Sister Zishi just came today, she is already calling you husband. So, the reason why these 4 can eat so much must be related to you. Boss, back when we were on Jeju Island, they already said they could be your women, do you still want to hide this from them now? Come on, let's go back to the room now. Watching Xia Zi go from looking pitiful to fiercely determined and pulling on his sleeve to return to the room, Sun Guan was almost dumbfounded. This girl, can she change her expression so quickly? Although Sun Guan was very tempted by the little police officer's warm invitation, it was late at night, and he didn't come to the yard to play, there were important matters to attend to. But before Sun Guang could think of an excuse, Xia Zi burst out with strength that was completely unmatched by her size, forcibly dragging him toward the room. Since the young girl was already like this, Sun Guang couldn't keep his cool any longer. As for the so-called important matters, it seemed there was no rush, and it wouldn't be too late to take care of them tomorrow. Soon, under Sun Guang's half-resistance, Xia Zi successfully dragged him into the room. When the 2 of them met honestly, Xia Zi's courage suddenly vanished completely. The little policewoman, who finally came to her senses, remembered what it meant to feel shy. Seeing this scene, Sun Guangjun could only take the initiative and become the master. However, what Sun Guangjun did not expect was that, despite Xia Zi's bold words and rich theoretical knowledge, she was still just a novice on the road. With no other choice, Sun Guangjun had to once again become a pioneer, carefully steering this brand new vehicle.
Luckily, as an experienced driver, Sun Guangjun's driving skills were quite excellent, and having been a novice several times before, he quickly got through the initial adjustment period, and the two gradually got into the groove. What surprised Sun Guangjun even more was that although the little policewoman's physical strength was average, her endurance was exceptionally strong. Now, the two of them were evenly matched, like chess pieces meeting worthy opponents, a thunderstorm igniting fire, and after a fierce battle, it ended in a draw. Chapter 123, Settling the Three Bullies. This battle lasted for over an hour before finally coming to an end. It was because Sun Guangjun saw that Xia Zi was a novice, worried that she would suffer tomorrow, otherwise, the two of them would have fought 300 more rounds. After coaxing Xia Zi to sleep, Sun Guangjun did not stay in her room, nor did he go to anyone else's room, but went to the yard to work on carpenter tasks. In the yard, Sun Guangjun took out some small wooden houses and placed them near the east glass curtain wall. These small wooden houses were prepared for old Huang's dogs, as Sun Guangjun had no intention of letting these little guys live on the second floor, not to mention anything else. That smell alone was unbearable. There were a total of 4 small wooden houses, 1 large and 3 small. One housed 2 Shiba Inus, chosen solely for their appearance and silly cute looks. The Tibetan Mastiff and the Lijo Red each had their own room. The largest and most luxurious one was reserved for old Huang and his wife. Compared to the 3 small houses that were under 2 meters tall, old Huang's house was a towering 2.5 meters high, with length and width more than twice that of the other 3 houses. After all, the couple was about to become parents, and old Huang had been by Sun Guangjun's side the longest, so a little special treatment was only appropriate. To give these dogs their own space to move around, Sun Guangjun did not place the 4 wooden houses together, but separated them by some distance, then secured them to the ground with foundation bolts, lining the interiors with soft clean straw. Looking at the neatly arranged 4 doghouses, Sun Guangjun clapped his hands, feeling quite satisfied with his work. With such comfortable doghouses, he believed those pups would definitely be happy living here. Turning back to the second floor of the villa, Sun Guangjun brought all 6 dogs downstairs and assigned them their respective residences, then said with a smile, "You little ones, from today on, you will live here." These dogs, old Huang and his wife's 2 Shiba Inus, adhere to the excellent tradition of the Chinese rural dog, truly being models of warmth and humility, and with Huang's wife being pregnant, Sun Guangjun did not impose any restrictions, allowing them to roam free. The 2 Shiba Inus had little aggression, at most barking a few times to scare people. However, the Tibetan Mastiff and the Lijo Red were not easy company. Since Sun Guangjun wasn't too familiar with them, fearing they might harm the few girls in the house, he had to chain them up, allowing them to only move around near their doghouses. But Sun Guangjun planned to train them well over the next few days, and he was confident that in no time, they would be obedient. After settling the dogs, Sun Guangjun placed 2 more wooden houses on either side of the yard gate, surrounded by a circle of bamboo fence. Soon, 2 large white geese and 5 roosters would join the scene, moving into their new homes. Now, among the little animals brought out of the mountain river ring, only a black and white ball remained unarranged. For this little guy, Sun Guangjun felt a bit troubled. It had the title of a national class 1 security, although it wasn't much in this apocalypse. After all, the outlaws like Zhang San have said that in emergencies, even a national class 1 can be killed. But this guy could walk in the world not because of the fear brought by its title, but because its looks were simply too stunning. Especially for this cub that hadn't even entered its teenage years yet, with those silly, cute eyes, just one glance could melt hearts. After thinking for a long time, Sun Guangjun ultimately couldn't come up with a way to arrange this little one. He could only let it stay on the second floor for now, waiting until tomorrow brightened up to bring it downstairs. Maybe some talented girl would come up with a way to arrange it. When he went to the second floor to help the big white goose move earlier, Sun Guangjun also went to check on the little guy. It seemed tired from playing, as the little thing was curled up on the ground, sleeping soundly. For such a carefree creature, Sun Guangjun could only sigh in helplessness. In the end, he had to take a few bamboo shoots from the mountain river ring and place them beside the little thing, afraid that it might go hungry. Actually, Sun Guangjun was just a typical case of saying one thing but meaning another. He pretended to be disdainful of the little ball, but in his heart, he liked it a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken a special trip to the neon lights just to bring the national treasure home. After finishing in the front yard, Sun Guangjun went to the backyard. At the side and back of the villa, there was a separate room that Sun Guangjun specifically requested for the boiler room during the renovation. The heavy rain was about to end, and it was time to prepare for the extreme cold and long nights coming soon. After checking the boiler and confirming everything was fine, with the pipes already filled with water, he just had to ignite it to officially start the heating system. Sun Guangjun took out a pile of coal and piled it in the coal storage box in one corner of the boiler room. This boiler system was quite advanced, capable of automatic coal feeding. As long as the coal in the storage box wasn't exhausted, it could run continuously by itself. Sun Guangjun installed such a system because he was worried about the lack of hands in the villa. After all, he couldn't spend every day shoveling coal in the boiler room himself. After a busy time, it was already a bit past 3 in the morning. Sun Guangjun checked the front and backyards and confirmed there was nothing more to do. Only then did he return to the second-floor bedroom.
By morning, Sun Guangjun was still sound asleep, while the ladies who got up early had already started their busy new day. As usual, Fanya was cooking, with the Ouyang sisters helping her to make a hearty breakfast. However, this morning there was an extra big eater at the table, the little policewoman, Xia Zi, who was powerful both actively and passively last night. Of course, at this point, Xia Zi had already taken off her uniform and changed into camouflage clothes, just like the Ouyang sisters. After breakfast, the ladies went to the underground shooting range to get their weapons and appropriate ammunition, preparing to continue training in the yard. According to Sun Guangjun's arrangement, the Ouyang sisters, Fanya, and Xia Zi practiced various long gun uses together, while also guiding the 5 stars in their pistol training. But as soon as the ladies stepped outside, they heard a series of woof woof and quack quack sounds. Following the sounds, they immediately discovered the newly added wooden houses and fences in the yard. "Oh, there are puppies!" Ouyang Feiyu cheered, happily rushing over to hug a Shiba Inu and started to pet it. Seeing these dogs, the ladies felt a sense of freshness, as they hadn't seen these once common pets in nearly a month of the apocalypse. For a moment, the 6 dogs received unprecedented treatment, surrounded by 9 beautiful women, hands all over them. Don't even mention the cute Shiba Inu and the seemingly harmless old couple, even the fierce-looking Tibetan Mastiff and Lijo Red had someone boldly reaching out to touch them. Surprisingly, the dogs showed their appreciation, quickly sinking into the warm affection after their initial discomfort. Chapter 124, The Excitement of the Women. Seeing the dogs, the women had no time to practice shooting, just these 6 dogs were enough to captivate them. However, even when they discovered the other 2 major figures of the village, the big rooster and the big white goose, they surprisingly showed no interest. At most, they stood at the fence and glanced a couple of times before returning to gawk at the dogs. What could they do? The 2 creatures looked fierce and intimidating, nowhere near as understanding as the dogs. Sun Guangjun slept until the sun was high in the sky. Of course, just in terms of time, the sun was hidden behind dark clouds. The first thing he did after getting up was to go to the bathroom to relieve himself and wash up, then he honored his own stomach. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Sun Guangjun, while burping and picking his teeth, casually wandered into little Tuanzi's room. Little Tuanzi did not sleep in like Sun Guangjun, it had already woken up and devoured the bamboo shoots left by him. When Sun Guangjun entered, the bored little Tuanzi was practicing rolling forward. One, another one more. Unfortunately, little Tuanzi was still small and could only count to 1. Perhaps disturbed by the sound of Sun Guangjun opening the door, little Tuanzi lost focus and experienced failure for the first time. Unable to control itself, little Tuanzi's head hit the ground, its back legs pointed up, forgetting to push on. In the next moment, with a bang, little Tuanzi's plump little butt crashed onto the floor, lying sprawled out. Tilting its head to look at Sun Guangjun at the door, little Tuanzi felt a wave of grievance, blaming this 2-legged creature. If it hadn't barged in suddenly, little Tuanzi wouldn't have fallen so painfully, would it? Ouch, that hurt. Looking at little Tuanzi's helplessness, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but laugh. Did this guy inherently have a cuteness gene? However, Sun Guangjun didn't go over to help little Tuanzi up but took out a fat bamboo shoot, waving it toward it and saying, "Want to eat? If you want to eat, come with me." Upon seeing the food, little Tuanzi forgot all its grievances and immediately flipped over, crawling like a little dog with its legs on the ground, rolling and running towards Sun Guangjun. So, Sun Guangjun walked ahead, hands behind his back like an old man, with a rolling black and white ball following behind. The black and white ball ran quickly, and when it reached behind Sun Guangjun, it would jump up with all its might, yet each time it was a few centimeters short of reaching the bamboo shoot in Sun Guangjun's hand. Once it landed, the black and white ball dazedly discovered that the delicious treat had already walked several meters away with the 2-legged beast, quickly scurrying after it with its 4 short legs. The 2 of them repeated the same actions, soon exiting the villa and arriving at the yard. Seeing the women all gathered around the dogs, their guns tossed over their shoulders or tucked into their waists, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but grin. These dogs were brought out for guarding the house and performing supernatural awakening experiments, not for the women to entertain themselves. In just a brief pause, the black and white ball that had been closely following Sun Guangjun finally mustered all its strength and leaped, successfully getting the bamboo shoot it had longed for. For the little group's sneak attack, Sun Guangjun simply did not mind. After all, he was just playing with it, right? Ahem. After a heavy cough, Sun Guangjun raised his voice and said, "I say, ladies, are you being a bit foolish? This wonderful time, instead of training hard to improve yourselves, you're here playing with cats and dogs? Oh, giant panda." Sun Guangjun's voice attracted the attention of all the girls, but their reaction was far beyond his expectations. Without any embarrassment or shame from being caught slacking, they instead fixed their gaze on the little group munching on bamboo shoots at Sun Guangjun's feet. Some even squealed and rushed towards Sun Guangjun. With someone leading, others soon followed. In no time, all 9 girls came running towards Sun Guangjun, screaming as they ran. But listening to what they were shouting, Sun Guangjun could tell with a flick of his toe that they were definitely not coming for him. Feeling quite speechless, he rubbed his nose and took a few steps aside. He did not want to be rushed into by the girls. He guessed they might even complain that he was in the way later. Watching the excited girls going wild, Sun Guangjun shook his head. Well, let them relax a bit. The apocalypse is already tough enough, even training doesn't need to be rushed at this moment. Thinking this, Sun Guangjun simply opened the yard gate and left the villa alone. He was all set here, and there were 2 more villas over at Wu Feng's place. Without anyone holding him back, Sun Guangjun didn't even use the inflatable boat, he just held an umbrella and waded through the water to villa number 3. He rang the doorbell on the metal door, and after a moment, Wu Feng came running out personally and opened the door for him. Brother, why did you walk over? After opening the door, Wu Feng gave Sun Guangjun a big hug, laughing heartily as he said, I saw the lights in your villa 2 nights ago, so I figured you'd come over soon. But I never expected, you didn't show up at all yesterday, I really missed you, bro. Wu Ge, are you blaming me for coming late? Sun Guangjun laughed and said, no choice, brother had his reasons. After going to Magic City last time and this trip to Neon, I brought back a few more people, yesterday was just spent arranging things for them, which delayed a bit of time. So, your supplies should still be sufficient, right? Sufficient. Wu Feng smiled and said, you send a batch of supplies over every few days. How could there be a shortage? But, this trip to Neon lasted 6 or 7 days, I was just worried about your safety. So, how was the trip? Was it smooth? Of course it was smooth. Sun Guangjun smiled and said, Wu Ge, you just don't realize who I am, those little devils can't stop me, right? But this time, I made a big discovery. As they spoke, the 2 had already entered the hall and taken a seat on the sofa. Wu Feng threw over a cigarette, smiling and saying, little brother, if you have any discoveries, don't hold back. It's nothing much? Sun Guangjun blew a smoke ring and said, it's just that America gathered the 2 countries of Simide and Neon, concentrated a large number of warships spread across several military ports. It looks like they mean no good. However, meeting me is their bad luck. To tell you the truth, Wu Ge, the 200+ warships they gathered have become trophies for my brother. Really? Wu Feng was pleasantly surprised and gave a thumbs up, saying, little brother, your methods are truly superb. They gathered so much power, yet in the end, they ended up making clothes for you. If this gets out, those 3 would be laughed at until their teeth fall out. Chapter 125, Sending Supplies. In the apocalypse, who cares about that anymore? Listening to Wu Feng's teasing, Sun Guangjun waved his hand and said, Wu Ge. Brother, I came here today not only to bring you a batch of supplies, but also to discuss something with you. No hurry. Wu Feng chuckled and said, first, tell me about your trip to the Neon City. What interesting things did you encounter, and what did you gain? Don't mention it. As soon as the topic of gains came up, Sun Guangjun's face immediately fell, and he said helplessly, aside from some worthless scrap metal, there really wasn't anything valuable. Uncle Sun, you're here? Come and play with me. While the 2 were casually chatting, Wu Yang, who was studying upstairs, heard the commotion and ran down, insisting that Sun Guangjun play with him. Yes, that's right, 5-year-old Wu Yang was indeed studying. Wu Feng had brought in one of his secretaries specifically to handle Wu Yang's education, preparing a large amount of teaching materials and study resources for him. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, most of Wu Yang's time had been spent on studying. In the end, Wu Yang's wish couldn't be fulfilled. Sun Guangjun only played with him for a few minutes before the arriving tutor took him away. Watching Wu Yang being dragged upstairs by a neatly dressed tutor, who held him by the collar and looked back with a pleading glance around the corner of the stairs, Sun Guangjun could only shrug helplessly, showing a look of helplessness. There was nothing he could do. The education of children is a sensitive issue for all parents and a taboo area for outsiders to touch. As an outsider, it was better for him not to comment. With Wu Yang taken away, Wu Feng seemed to lose interest in chatting with Sun Guangjun and got up to take him to the warehouse. Sun Guangjun left a large amount of supplies for Wu Feng and also left behind a lot of rice, flour, cooking oil, and convenience food in an empty room. Next, Sun Guangjun took Wu Feng to the boiler room and brought out a dozen tons of coal. Brother, is something about to change? Seeing that Sun Guangjun had taken out coal, Wu Feng quickly asked, according to what you said before, after the heavy rain, it should be the polar night. Does that mean the polar night comes with extreme cold? That's right. Sun Guangjun nodded and said, Wu Ge, the 100 days of polar night is not that simple, there are many uncertainties. The most important thing is that with the polar night comes extreme cold of several degrees below zero. At that time, the continuous heavy rain will turn into heavy snow, gradually tapering off until it stops completely. At the same time, the temperature will drop quickly, and within just a few hours, the standing water will turn into hard ice. This change is too rapid, and without preparation, it's easy to suffer big losses. So that's how it is. Wu Feng quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If Sun Guangjun hadn't explained in advance that the extreme cold would come with the polar night, it would have really been tough without preparation. Suddenly remembering something, Wu Feng said to Sun Guangjun, brother, there's one more thing. You also know that with these days of rain, the ground is seriously flooded. Now not only has the city's power supply system failed, but even the communication base stations can't be used. In the past, we could still rely on satellite communication, but in recent days, the satellite signal has been unstable. Once communication is cut off, it will be a problem for us to contact each other in the future. No worries. Waving his hand, Sun Guangjun said, Wugu, part of the reason I came today is to address this issue. Later I will leave you a batch of walkie-talkies, all military versions, with a communication range of up to dozens of kilometers. In the future, we can rely completely on these walkie-talkies to communicate. Even if you need to go out, I estimate that this communication distance of dozens of kilometers will be enough for us to use temporarily. That's good, that's good. Wu Feng was caught off guard. Said, brother, there's also this traffic issue. Before Wu Feng could continue, Sun Guangjun raised his hand to interrupt him. Wu Gu, first find me a large enough empty warehouse. Wu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly led Sun Guangjun to a spot near the wall in the backyard. Although villas number 2 and number 3 were copied from Sun Guangjun's design by Wu Feng, he wasn't as wealthy as Sun Guangjun, who could even set up a military radar in his own backyard. At the time of the renovation, Wu Feng felt the backyard was too empty, so he had a row of bungalows built next to the glass curtain wall. These bungalows could be used as warehouses, and if there were too many people, they could be temporarily turned into dormitories. It was a backup plan Wu Feng made for himself. Yes, a precautionary backup. He opened one of the bungalows, stepped inside first, and said, brother, do you think this one is enough? If not, the nearby ones can also be used. It's about right. Sun Guangjun took a glance. The warehouse was about 100 square meters, which was sufficient. Reaching the back of the warehouse, with a wave of his hand, snowmobiles appeared one after another inside, arranged neatly. They brought out 30 to 40 vehicles before Sun Guangjun stopped, took out 5 large cardboard boxes, all filled with America's most advanced military walkie-talkies. After finishing up inside, Sun Guangjun came outside and took out more than 10 off-road vehicles, all neon models like Land Cruisers and Prado. Finally, he pulled out a Unimog modified by Bear Lang, then clapped his hands, marking the end of today's work. Turning around, Sun Guangjun saw Wu Feng staring in disbelief, and he smiled. Wu Gu, the ones inside are snowmobiles, used for short-distance assaults. These off-road vehicles are for your long-distance missions. And this one, it's a command vehicle I'm giving you. However, one thing to note, except for this Unimog, the other neon vehicles are right-hand drive, so pay attention and get used to it when driving. Fortunately, in this apocalypse, there aren't many vehicles able to roam around, whether left or right-hand drive doesn't matter much. Aha, brother, I knew that. Wu Feng patted Sun Guangjun's shoulder and laughed, you forgot, I've lived in the neon for over 30 years. How could I not know their cars are right-hand drive? Moreover, most of my people followed me back from the neon, there's no adaptation problem, so don't worry. I can't believe I forgot that. Sun Guangjun slapped his forehead and said, I've probably been too busy lately and forgot about this. Wu Gu, with these vehicles, combined with those you already have in your garage, not to mention anywhere else, in Qing City, few can match your strength. Of course. Wu Feng displayed a rather smug smile and proudly said, just look at who I am. Other powerful leaders still need to find and gather little by little, whereas I can sit back and wait for the fruits. Ha ha ha. They exchanged a glance and both burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 126, The Ambition is Great. After leaving plenty of fuel for Wu Feng, Sun Guangjun went with him to the second-floor study. Wu Feng's study was decorated with great style, ancient and elegant, with a large tea table carved from a massive tree root in the center, surrounded by 6 smaller stools made from tree roots. Inviting Sun Guangjun to sit on the stools, Wu Feng skillfully boiled water and brewed tea. Once 2 cups of steaming fragrant tea were set before them, Wu Feng finally asked, brother, you said you have something to discuss with me, are you planning something big? Surprised, Sun Guangjun looked at Wu Feng and smiled, oh? How did you see through that, Wu Gu? Is that even hard to see? Wu Feng suppressed the urge to roll his eyes fiercely. With a huff, he said, you suddenly ran over today without saying hello, and immediately released such a large batch of supplies. Your intentions are just like Sima Zhao's heart. If I can't see through this, then the decades of wandering in the Jianghu have been wasted. Hurry up, little brother. Tell me what you're planning to do? I won't hide it from you, big brother, I have been so idle these days that I eagerly wish you would give me something to do. Ah, so I really have come at the right time? Sun Guangjun laughed heartily, then said seriously, Brother Wu, since you put it this way, I won't be polite. Let's not talk about anything else. Whether we brothers can live well in this apocalypse depends on your performance moving forward. Oh, you want to pin this on me? Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Sun Guangjun with a smile, and said, I've long heard that you have a tendency to avoid responsibility, and seeing it today, it really is so. However, those of us in the business aren't afraid of a big belly customer.
Whatever arrangements you have, just let me know and see how I can execute them.
I'll remember that, there's no backing out. Sun Guangjun saw an opportunity and continued, with a serious expression, Brother Wu, it's not like I want to squeeze you, it's just a matter of knowing the situation.
Let's not talk about anything else.
Building our own power and being a suitable negotiator, this is something I can't match up to you at all.
I say, good talent should be well used, and capable people should take charge.
Brother Wu, you are a prominent figure in both the legal and illegal realms, isn't this the perfect time for you to showcase your abilities in this apocalypse?
Stop flattering me.
Wu Feng glared at Sun Guangjun, saying, hurry up and get to the main point.
Got it.
Sun Guangjun's expression turned serious, saying, Brother Wu, as I mentioned before, the storm is about to end.
Today is already the 29th.
To be exact, midnight tomorrow, the heavy rain will suddenly turn into heavy snow, and the temperature will drop sharply, which also means the official start of the 100-day polar night. The first two waves of natural disasters in this apocalypse were extreme heat followed by continuous heavy rain.
Honestly, neither of these weathers are suitable for going out. If it weren't for survival needs, who wouldn't want to stay at home and be honest in such weather?
And the upcoming polar night, though lacking light, will indeed restrict people's movements to some extent, but at least people can go outside.
What I'm thinking is once the ground freezes up by the morning after tomorrow, you, Brother Wu, can take the lead to investigate the entire Qilin Mountain Villa from top to bottom. In this villa area, we need to determine which villas still have survivors, and then negotiate with them, offering some supplies in exchange for them moving down the mountain to live. Once you have cleared out most of the people here, I will arrange defenses at various passes up the mountain, and a new wall will be erected at the bottom. By that time, this villa area built against the mountain will truly become our main base. After completing the first step, the next job is to expand our manpower. The Qilin Mountain Villa has a high elevation.
Except for the underground garage being flooded, the water on the ground isn't too deep, at most just about a meter deep.
This ensures that the proportion of survivors in the entire community will definitely be higher than in other parts of the city.
But these survivors, like those in other places, face the problem of lacking food and clothing, which is where our advantage lies. Given this, we can completely recruit personnel from among the survivors, expanding our own strength while gradually forming the idea that Qilin Mountain Villa is led by us.
Of course, even to recruit people, we can't take just anyone. We must have some screening, and I believe that's not a challenge for you, Brother Wu. The people we recruit can temporarily be used as our external forces.
Maintain the order of the community and do some basic security work, slowly discover usable talents during the work, and promote them later. At the same time, those professionals or special talents should also be given appropriate protection, and a little preferential treatment is enough. They must develop the habit of exchanging labor for resources. As for those without much strength, the elderly, weak, women, and children, some suitable work should be found for them so they can eat and not starve. Of course, those who steal, scheme, only think about relying on others, and even engage in moral coercion should not be tolerated. We are not an official organization, nor are we here for disaster relief, but to become rulers. Once the community is basically settled, we can start expanding outward, conquering nearby neighborhoods one by one. I believe that as our territory grows larger, it won't be long before the news of our abundant resources will spread wildly among the survivors, and countless people will come to us. Once this situation arises, it will be both an opportunity and a crisis. Regarding the opportunity, we can effortlessly find talents that meet our needs, continuously expand our strength, and when manpower and power are sufficient, we can try to restore industry. These things cannot be rushed, we can only take it slow, bit by bit. As for the crisis, our development will inevitably attract the attention of other forces. In the apocalypse, order is lost, and many people adhere to the law of the jungle, the weak are prey for the strong. Since they have caught a whiff of our scent, it is impossible for them not to feel tempted. When faced with such invading enemies, it's time for us to show our claws.
My requirement is that no matter how many enemies come, we must fight back decisively. By then, I and those around me will also participate in the counterattack to ensure that our base remains safe.
Hiss. After hearing Sun Guangjun's account, Wu Feng took a deep breath and said, Brother, your ambitions are quite big.
Of course they are big. Sun Guangjun rolled his eyes and said, if I just wanted to survive in this apocalypse, why would I go through so much trouble to gather so many resources? Brother Wu, I can guarantee one thing, if you want grain, I'll give you grain, if you want guns, I'll give you guns, just give me a clear answer, can my demands be met? Does that even need to be said? Of course it can.
Wu Feng patted his chest and said boldly, with so many favorable conditions added together, if I can't achieve something, then I'm really going backwards in life. Don't worry, brother, with our combined efforts, no one else will have a say in Qing City.
Chapter 127, Planting Flowers and Trees.
After talking with Wu Feng for a long time and having a meal at his place, Sun Guangjun wobbled back home after being well fed and watered. On Wu Feng's side, he is only responsible for making suggestions and ensuring logistics. How to plan and implement it is Wu Feng's business. As for Xiong Lang, Sun Guangjun hasn't decided how to incorporate him yet. He can only gradually make contact, believing that one day Xiong Lang will join him. Surviving in the apocalypse is difficult, especially since Xiong Lang still owes him several favors. When he got home, the women were probably resting after lunch, and no one was in the yard practicing shooting. Only some dogs were around, but little Tuanzi was missing. It seems that with little Tuanzi's incredibly high looks, not only could Sun Guangjun not resist, but none of the women in the house could either. Sun Guangjun felt a bit envious of the root-carved tea table in Wu Feng's study. After searching for a long time in Shanhajia, he finally found a larger one. This tea table is made from an entire redwood tree root, nearly 2 meters long and close to 1 meter wide. It looks quite impressive when placed on the ground. However, unlike Wu Feng, Sun Guangjun's tea table was not placed in the study. He didn't even have a study, nor was it in the living room. Instead, it was set directly in the yard, right next to the temporary shooting range. If one could sip tea while watching the ladies practice shooting and catch a whiff of gunpowder in the air, the atmosphere would surely be quite wonderful. Sun Guangjun was very pleased with his sudden whim. After setting up the tea table and stools, he took out a set of fine purple clay tea utensils, connected the wires, and finally placed the water pipe into a large bucket of mineral water. There! All set! With joy, he boiled some water and made himself a cup of tea guanyin tea. After taking a couple of sips, he found it a bit awkward. This yard used to be a lawn, and because of the glass dome above, it was impossible to plant tall trees. All those trees had been dug up and moved elsewhere during the renovation. Now, with such a large tea table placed here, it appeared especially out of place, completely mismatched with the surrounding environment. After thinking for a moment, Sun Guangjun took out 2 pots of iron trees and 2 pots of money trees, placing them 3 meters away from the tea table. Now it had some charm. On a whim, Sun Guangjun simply moved a lot of flowers from the second layer of the mountain river ring space, planting them directly in the yard's original lawn without using flower pots. When the ladies finished their afternoon break and came out of the house with the little dumpling, they saw Sun Guangjun bending down with a pickaxe, digging pits in the yard, with plenty of flowers and saplings lying on the ground beside him. "Oh, hubby, why are you so hard-working today? Are you doing some greening?" Zishi ran over to Sun Guangjun's side, smiling and saying, with you doing this, the yard really does have a bit of a lively atmosphere now, unlike before when it was so empty. Let me see, this is a rose, this is a crabapple, this is a gardenia, oh, and there's a chrysanthemum. Listening to Zishi's surprise, Sun Guangjun felt 2 black lines appear on his forehead. Just a few common flowers, was it really necessary to make such a big fuss? With your performance, Boss Zishi, it's a pity you aren't acting in a palace drama. Giving Zishi a glare, Sun Guangjun said irritably, "Speak properly, stop being so pretentious in front of me. Let me ask you, how has your practice been these past 2 days? I will test you later." "Ha? A test?" Upon hearing this, Zishi's face immediately fell. She didn't know how, but she really had no shooting talent. Since Sun Guangjun gave her those 2 SIG P230s before heading to Neon, nearly 10 days had passed, and she still hadn't grasped the essence of shooting. Even with the guidance from the Ouyang sisters and Xia Zi, it didn't help. Seeing Zishi's expression, Sun Guangjun knew her shooting performance must not be good. He could only say, "I don't have high demands for you, hitting 80% on the target at 30 meters with a pistol and 60% at 50 meters is fine." "Oh, that's a bit more manageable." Despite Sun Guangjun lowering the standards, Zishi still felt a bit burdened. Her shooting results these past few days were really quite pitiful. "Alright, you all should hurry up and train. Once I finish up here, I will give you a periodic evaluation." Seeing the girls approaching, Sun Guangjun quickly waved his hand to signal them to get back to what they were doing. Upon hearing about the evaluation, except for the Ouyang sisters, Fangya, and Xia Zi, the other girls all showed looks of difficulty. They hadn't been practicing shooting for long and hadn't grasped the tricks yet. Taking a test now would surely lead to embarrassment. No, they must take advantage of the time left and train hard. Sharpening the knife, not cutting wood. All the girls obediently returned to practice, while the little dumpling finally escaped from the encirclement of delicate arms and legs, happily running over to Sun Guangjun, curiously watching him dig. When Sun Guangjun turned his gaze over, little dumpling suddenly showed a wronged expression, both chubby front paws holding its little belly, constantly rubbing it. "Little guy, are you hungry?" Seeing little dumpling's actions, Sun Guangjun immediately understood that he had eaten at Woofing during lunch, and the small amount of bamboo shoots he left for little dumpling in the morning must have been eaten a long time ago. This little one was probably hungry after not eating much at noon and had come to complain. You see, a big panda spends at least more than 10 hours a day eating. This creature is a typical example of eating a lot and pooping fast. Looking at his muddy hands, Sun Guangjun turned around and went into the villa, and soon came out holding several thick bamboo shoots. Throwing the bamboo shoots to little dumpling, Sun Guangjun said, "Go eat over there, don't disturb me from working." With food, little dumpling was too lazy to pay attention to him and dragged several bamboo shoots to the tea table, sitting on the ground against a tree stump and started to eat heartily. Without little dumpling's interference, Sun Guangjun focused on his work and quickly planted all the flowers and saplings he had taken out before. With ladies nearby, Sun Guangjun couldn't directly take water from the space, so he carried a bucket and ran to a water tank beside the villa to fetch water. After running back and forth several times, he finally watered the newly planted flower seedlings. After finishing the temporary little garden, Sun Guangjun moved the big tea table to a suitable spot, then clapped his hands in satisfaction and ran back to wash his hands and face. Unbeknownst to him, his effortless action of moving the big tea table alone had startled quite a few people. That big tea table looked like it weighed several hundred pounds, and he just easily carried it back and forth? This was too magical, right? Perhaps not believing what their eyes saw, Yang Tianbao took the opportunity to come over and try when Sun Guangjun went back to wash his hands. He lifted it up hard, only to almost hurt his little waist. This result forced Yang Tianbao to give up, awkwardly sticking out his little pink tongue. Chapter 128, Temporary Assessment. Sun Guangjun originally just wanted to wash the mud off his hands, but seeing his dusty face in the mirror, he decided on a whim to take a shower and change clothes. By the time he came out, more than half an hour had passed. With this half-hour buffer, Sun Guangjun didn't notice the little movements behind the ladies. Sitting happily by the tea table, Sun Guangjun enjoyed sipping his tea while admiring the ladies who were training hard. Occasionally, he could appreciate the flowers and grass. His little life was simply too carefree. While the ladies were training diligently, Sun Guangjun was enjoying life, two completely different worlds in the same courtyard. The Ouyang sisters were a bit better since they were used to their big master's ways and just did their own thing. However, the newcomers couldn't help but glance enviously at Sun Guangjun's side from time to time, which led to constant mistakes, and the more mistakes they made, the tenser they became, resulting in a vicious cycle. Sun Guangjun had no intention of disturbing their training. He leisurely sipped his tea until it was almost 5 o'clock, and the sky was about to get dark. Then he put down the little clay pot and slowly stood up. With his hands behind his back, he took on the posture of a rural old man inspecting his own fields and leisurely walked around the ladies. Every time he passed by someone, he would stop to observe their shooting actions and then quietly moved on. But this quietness stirred the hearts of several people, causing them to become flustered. Even the movements they had mastered before began to distort. Especially the 5 newcomers, including Zishi, originally had clumsy movements and poor shooting skills. Under his gaze, their performance became even more dreadful. After a round, Sun Guangjun had a general understanding of the training state of the girls. It must be said that the Ouyang sisters and Fangya had trained for over 10 days, and the results were quite impressive. Despite using assault rifles, their hit rate at 50 meters was very high, and the bullet distribution was relatively even, almost all around the target center. As for Xiaozi, there was no need to mention her. After all, she had received formal training. Although her hand strength was a bit lacking, shooting with the MP5 submachine gun, her results were still quite good. The most important point was that Xiaozi had the most standard tactical movements among the girls, and her attitude was very correct. Whether it was standing, kneeling, or lying down, each movement was precise. In contrast, the 5 newcomers were far behind, especially whenever Sun Guangjun walked nearby. Perhaps due to nervousness, even their previously good tactical movements became off. Clap, clap, everyone pause for a moment, let me say a few words. Lightly clapping his hands, Sun Guangjun said, the 4 of you using long guns, stop training for now and go prepare dinner. You 5 come with me, our assessment is about to start. Leading the 5 girls to the underground shooting range, Sun Guangjun pointed at the weapons on the rack and said, each of you choose the weapon you want to use. Keep 5 rounds in the magazine. This assessment will look at your performance with these 5 shots. Despite feeling nervous, the 5 girls still chose their preferred weapons from the rack according to Sun Guangjun's request. In fact, they didn't have much of a preference since they had just started shooting, and the only firearms they had used were just one type. Sun Guangjun looked at the weapons chosen by the 5, besides Zishi's P230JP, the others all picked Glock G19. Watching the 5 girls load their magazines correctly and place their guns on the table in front of them, Sun Guangjun said, before we begin the assessment, I want to share a few words with you. I know you have just started shooting, your movements are not yet familiar, and you don't grasp the key points well. These are all factors affecting your shooting performance. However, the real purpose of this so-called assessment is not to evaluate you, but to help you discover your own weaknesses and shortcomings so that you can improve. So, during the upcoming assessment, remember not to get nervous, relax your mind, and show your best state. Alright, if you're ready, let's start the assessment. Appa, I'll go first. No one expected that the first to jump out would be Lin Jinna. Under Sun Guangjun's gaze, Lin Jinna raised her gun with both hands, seriously aimed at the target, and solemnly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot suddenly echoed in the shooting range, but what left Sun Guangjun dumbfounded was that at the moment she pulled the trigger, Lin Jinna actually closed her eyes. The next moment, Lin Jinna, with her eyes still closed, emptied the magazine with bang bang bang. Target number 2, hit 3 shots, highest 2 rings, lowest 1 ring, total 4 rings.
As the electronic female voice reported the results, the shooting range fell into a brief silence. Having opened her eyes, Lin Jinna had a flushed face, awkwardly looking at Sun Guangjun. This was a 30-meter target, and scoring this with 5 shots was really hard to put into words. It really didn't do justice to her earlier courage in asking for the assessment first. Speechlessly rubbing his forehead, Sun Guangjun said, "I mean, Miss Lin, you were just shooting at a target, not killing someone. Was it necessary to close your eyes? However, hitting 3 shots with your eyes closed is somewhat impressive. I just don't know if you were lucky. Come here, and I will properly teach you the shooting skills." "Thank you, Appa." Although Lin Jinna felt embarrassed, she still bowed to Sun Guangjun and quickly came to his side to start loading the bullets. "Raise the gun." Sun Guangjun stood at Lin Jinna's side and pointed to the sight and the front sight, saying, Here, with your eyes, form a straight line of 3 points. As long as you aim, you can gently pull the trigger." With Sun Guangjun's almost hand-on-hand patient guidance, Lin Jinna finally began shooting again. A whole magazine was quickly emptied, and a female electronic voice began to announce the results. Target number 3, hit 11 shots, highest ring 6, lowest ring 3, total 39 rings. "Not bad at improving." Sun Guangjun praised, then said, "Okay, you can go back to the yard and continue practicing. Come, the next one." Soon, the remaining 4 girls completed their tests under Sun Guangjun's supervision, and after each test, he would point out their discovered shortcomings and deficiencies. Perhaps because Sun Guangjun did not lose his temper during Lin Jinna's test, the 4 girls' anxious hearts finally relaxed. Their performances were quite good, at least they did not blindly shoot with their eyes closed. What surprised Sun Guangjun the most was that the little foodie, Fengjiu, actually scored 29 rings with 5 bullets, taking the first place. Although to be honest, that score really wasn't great, Sun Guangjun was still quite pleased, finally having one that was more normal. These 2 days of training hadn't been in vain. Chapter 129, Watching the Snow Fall. The test ended, and regardless of the results, all the women at home began to actively strengthen their training, even the Ouyang sisters who did not participate in the test. Privately, the Ouyang sisters, along with Fangya, begged Xiaozi to teach them the grappling and fighting techniques taught in the police academy. For this, they even found Sun Guangjun, asking him to tidy up a fighting room next to the underground shooting range, which opened for practice that very evening. The next evening, after dinner, Sun Guangjun unusually did not return to his second floor but instead observed the women's fighting training. After that, he went to the yard, sat in front of the tea table, brewed a pot of fragrant tea, and slowly savored it. Although the women were puzzled by Sun Guangjun's actions, after a whole day of heavy training, they were already exhausted. Each returned to their rooms to wash up and quickly fell into a deep sleep. No one came to disturb him, and Sun Guangjun enjoyed his peace, taking out a reclining chair, occasionally having some snacks and sipping tea while looking up at the dark sky outside the glass dome. Unknowingly, it was already midnight, and the rain pouring down was gradually turning into heavy snow. Through the light shining in the yard, Sun Guangjun saw the first snowflake gently falling. "It's snowing." Sun Guangjun stood up, did not rush to go out, but first went to the boiler room in the backyard, ignited the fire, turned on the water, and ensured that the temperature in the house would not drop suddenly before he leisurely walked to the front door and pulled open the heavy door. When the villa was renovated, Sun Guangjun had instructed to lay enough floor heating pipes in the yard. Now that the boiler was running, not only would the indoor temperature not drop, but the outdoor temperature would also slowly rise enough to counteract the sudden drop in temperature. Even if it were to be freezing cold outside later, the glass curtain wall would guarantee warmth like spring inside. Otherwise, Sun Guangjun wouldn't have planted so many flowers and trees in the yard yesterday afternoon. If a drop in temperature killed them, wouldn't the efforts put in yesterday be in vain? Outside the door, the accumulated water more than half a meter deep had formed a layer of ice, and the ice layer was gradually thickening. The first falling snowflakes melted a layer, mixing with the thin ice. The thickening ice layer is gradually covered by a layer of accumulated snow. Sun Guangjun's powers have now reached level 6, just a little bit away from the peak he once longed for in his past life, level 7, which ultimately led to his demise. With the enhancement of his abilities, Sun Guangjun's body is no longer afraid of the cold or heat, yet he can still feel the temperature changes outside. Starting the fire and igniting the boiler took a bit of time, and by the time Sun Guangjun came out, the temperature had already dropped to minus 20 or 30 degrees and was still falling rapidly. In just a few minutes since Sun Guangjun stepped out, the temperature had dropped another 2 or 3 degrees. It seemed that soon it would reach a severe cold of 50 or 60 degrees. Sigh, I wonder how many survivors will unknowingly die in their sleep under this harsh cold. With a sigh, Sun Guangjun turned back into the courtyard. What cannot be done, should not be forced, it is not wisdom. Sun Guangjun knows he does not have the ability to be a savior, so he can only watch everything happen helplessly. He closed the big door and was originally planning to go back inside for a good sleep. In this freezing weather outside, where is it more comfortable than a warm bed? But just as he stepped down the stairs, he suddenly had a thought and took out his phone. The phone Sun Guangjun uses is the advanced Huawei, still the latest model, equipped with satellite communication functions. Even though most ground stations have already disappeared, it still doesn't affect calls.
Unfortunately, it won't be long before the satellites in the sky will also stop working. When that happens, even the most advanced phone will just become a decoration. Plus, if there is a power outage everywhere, a phone that cannot be turned on will probably even be looked down upon as a brick. He opened the contacts and dialed Xiong Lang's number. Xiong Lang has people and supplies. Although he is constrained by the external environment and cannot expand his power greatly, he is still doing relatively well, enough to not lack a phone with satellite communication. Sure enough, just after he dialed the number, Xiong Lang's rough voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Brother Sun?" "It's me." Sun Guangjun replied calmly, "Brother Xiong, it's been a long time, how have you been recently?" "Good, of course good." Xiong Lang laughed heartily. "Speaking of which, I must thank you, Brother Sun, for your reminder that night. If it weren't for your invitation to set off fireworks and your special hint, I wouldn't have been able to get ahead and stockpile a large amount of supplies, allowing me to survive in this end times. By the way, last time you went to the Magic City to help me bring the girl back, I haven't thanked you yet." Seeing Xiong Lang babble on endlessly, Sun Guangjun had to interrupt him. "Brother Xiong, those are small matters, not worth mentioning. I'm calling you today because I suddenly remembered to remind you to get up and go out to pee. You're already a grown man, please don't wet the bed." "Go out to pee? What does that mean?" Xiong Lang was confused, and then he rejoiced. Could it be that the rain has stopped? But unfortunately, what greeted him was Sun Guangjun's indifferent reply. "You'll know if you go out and take a look." "Alright, Brother Xiong, I won't delay you from going to pee." Before Xiong Lang could say anything else, Sun Guangjun had already hung up the phone first. Listening to the dial tone of the phone, Xiong Lang felt caught off guard. This Brother Sun really didn't want to hear his thanks for his gratitude. And he just hung up? Suddenly recalling Sun Guangjun's words, it seemed that the heavy rain had really stopped. Xiong Lang quickly leaped out of bed, rushed down the stairs, and flung open the door. Outside, even without any light shining, Xiong Lang could see the snowflakes drifting down, not to mention the bone-chilling coldness striking him. Temperature drop? Snowing? Xiong Lang was alarmed. This was not good news. In the next moment, Xiong Lang shouted loudly, "Gather everyone! Everyone get up and hurry to the lobby on the first floor." Xiong Lang is a martial artist, and his voice is already loud enough, but in this urgent moment, he almost uses all his strength. This loud shout can be heard by almost everyone in the building. With a flurry of chaos, Xiong Lang's friends and brothers, along with his apprentices, all gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Even the sleeping Xiong Lan was woken up and hurried over behind several women. The place occupied by Xiong Lang was once a club, not far from his carpenter's workshop. This is a 5-story building covering nearly 1,000 square meters. Since the apocalypse started a few days ago, Xiong Lang thought the conditions at the workshop were too poor and forcibly took over this place. Of course, most of the people in the club had already hurried away when the apocalypse began. Returning home, only a few outsiders were left here due to the high temperature. For these people, Xiong Lang didn't make things difficult. He let them stay here. The men went out to search for supplies, while the women did some washing and cooking. To be honest, compared to those who escaped, they were living relatively comfortably. Chapter 130, Eternal Night, Frozen in Ice. The lobby on the first floor was noisy. Xiong Lang stood firmly with his back to the door, not saying a word. Even when the first people arrived and asked him why he called everyone up in the middle of the night, Xiong Lang only waved his hand to tell them to wait until everyone was present to explain. The insulation of the club was quite good, even though it was already minus 40 or 50 degrees outside. Due to the short duration, the people inside only felt the temperature had dropped, colder than before, but they didn't think much of it, assuming it was due to the continuous rain. Most of the people under Xiong Lang were those who practiced martial arts with him, and they were quite capable and very loyal to him, following orders well. In just a little over 10 minutes, everyone had gathered. However, this was not an army. With dozens of people gathered, they started to chat and gossip with each other, causing quite a ruckus. After taking a rough glance and feeling that most people had arrived, Xiong Lang cleared his throat and spoke loudly, "Everyone, shut up. I know some of you might be unhappy about being called up in the middle of the night. However, there is certainly a good reason for getting you up so urgently." As he said this, Xiong Lang suddenly turned around and forcefully opened the tightly shut door. As the two big doors burst open, a gust of cold wind, accompanied by snowflakes, rushed violently into the room. "Ah, why is it so cold? It's snowing? What's going on? Boss, quickly close the door, it's too cold. What the hell is this? How is it snowing in the middle of summer?" The warm indoor air clashed violently with the frigid outdoor air at the entrance. The people inside felt as if they had suddenly gone from a spring-like warmth to the frozen poles. Dressed only in thin summer clothes, they were utterly stunned. Seeing that everyone felt the change outside, Xiong Lang finally closed the door and said solemnly, "You all saw it, the heavy rain is over, but the disaster is not. It has turned into severe cold and heavy snow. I woke you up because I was afraid this sudden drop in temperature would cause you to die of hypothermia in your sleep. Alright, hurry back to change into warmer clothes, then check the whole building, make sure that all the doors and windows that should be closed are tightly shut. Zhang Quan, take a few people to the garage and start the vehicles, we can't let them freeze up again." Also, the tires that were taken off can be put back on. When daylight comes, we need to go out and search for supplies just like the other survivors. We haven't prepared enough food, firewood, fuel, or coal, and we need to get ready for all of this. I just went outside, and it's already below -30 degrees. The time is still short, and the impact is not yet visible. But once it gets frozen solid, the indoor temperature will inevitably drop, and keeping warm is the primary problem we have to face. Xion Lan, later helped to check who was lacking warm clothing and blankets, looked to coordinate with each other. If there really isn't enough, then the few of you ladies will have to work hard and quickly make some more. After making a series of arrangements, Xion Lang returned to his room, put on a sweater and long johns, wrapped himself in a thick jacket, called a few disciples, and went out to the carpenter shop. The heavy snow had been falling for over an hour, and the thick accumulation of snow, along with the continuously thickening ice surface, could bear the weight of several people. Although it was a bit difficult to walk, it did not affect traveling. Since the apocalypse began, besides occupying that former clubhouse, Xion Lang had not given up on his carpenter shop. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The carpenter shop is Xion Lang's escape route, as well as his backup base and important warehouse. The carpenter shop is located on higher ground and has not been flooded, only the yard inside and outside had over half a meter of standing water. As he arrived at the entrance, Xion Lang's expression became serious. The standing water had frozen, and the heavy iron gate was also frozen shut, impossible to open. With no other choice, Xion Lang could only lead the team to climb over the iron gate, find tools, and begin to clear it while the ice was still not completely frozen. A few people bent over and worked hard for several hours, and finally, after much effort, they broke up the ice near the heavy iron gate and shoveled it away, ensuring it could open normally, sweat beading on their brows as they paused. Phew, we made it just in time. Leaning on his shovel, Xion Lang said thankfully, if we had waited until morning to come, it would have taken at least twice the effort to open the gate. Now, at least, we've saved our second base. Master, have you noticed a problem? At that moment, a disciple named Gaosu suddenly said, I just took a look, it's almost 6 o'clock, but why is it still so dark outside? A tall fellow named Jian Bin next to him said, what do you understand? It's snowing heavily and cloudy, it naturally gets bright later. Not right. Before the two could continue to argue, Xiong Lang raised his wrist to check his watch, then looked up at the sky, and said seriously, even on a cloudy day, it should be somewhat light at 6 o'clock this season. Besides, it had been raining for days, and that was still gloomy, right? Yet now it remains pitch black, almost impossible to see your hand in front of you. This is a bit strange. So, let's work harder, clear the ice in the yard quickly, and then hurry back. With that, the group stopped talking and resumed working diligently with their tools. Fortunately, the workshop had a roller door, and the entrance also had a slope. The impact from the ice layer was not too severe. They only needed to clear the ice accumulated on the doorhead, and that should be about it. After all the work was completed, the sky still showed no sign of brightening, and at this point, both Xion Lang and his disciples realized something was definitely wrong. At this moment, in a tall building nearly 10 kilometers from Jinfeng Mountain, a dozen white-skinned or black-skinned foreigners were huddled together, shivering and murmuring about something. The leader, a white-skinned man, rubbed his shoulders in an attempt to warm himself and said in a trembling voice, "Everyone, you must have noticed, it's snowing outside, and the temperature has dropped to more than -40 degrees. This temperature is enough to freeze the standing water on the ground. Combined with the falling snow, I think the opportunity for us to act has come." Last time, Captain Rod suddenly lost contact, and it was later confirmed that he and Dennis had died at the hands of a dragon countryman named Sun Guangjun. This feud, we cannot let go without revenge. However, we came to the dragon country this time with a mission. To avenge Captain Rod and Dennis, it must be based on completing the mission first. So, for this operation, everyone must remember the task requirements. Alright, everyone check your equipment, we will depart in 10 minutes. Chapter 131, Stubborn Little Dumpling. At Villa Number 1, after Sun Guangjun reminded Xion Lang to get up and use the bathroom, he happily stepped up the stairs. Indeed, playing a little prank could brighten one's mood. Humming a little tune, Sun Guangjun pushed the door open and walked inside. However, it was a mystery who turned off the lights. The living room was dark, which felt like two different worlds compared to the brightly lit courtyard. As Sun Guangjun suddenly walked into the dark, before his eyes could adjust, a shadow rushed towards him. Not paying attention, Sun Guangjun stumbled, but the person opposite him wrapped their snake-like arms tightly around his neck. A fragrant scent wafted over, and Sun Guangjun momentarily could not figure out who was daring enough to ambush him. "Honey, what have you been busy with these days?" A familiar baby voice rang out, and Sun Guangjun finally recognized who it was. Freeing one hand, he playfully rubbed her delicate nose and smiled. "I thought it was some bold guy who dared to ambush me at home, but it's you, my little fairy." "Are you asking what I've been busy with?" "Of course, I've been busy figuring out how to let us live comfortably." "Don't say that." Zixia breathed softly in Sun Guangjun's ear. "I don't know what's going on, but it suddenly got hot in the house." "Honey, could it be another heat wave coming?" "Just the opposite."
Sun Guangjun embraced Zixio's small waist, brought her to sit on the sofa, and said, "It's not heat, but the extreme cold and long night are coming. Don't believe me? Why don't you go outside and take a look? It's snowing heavily out there. As for why the temperature in the house has risen, it's because I turned on the boiler. The cold hasn't yet frozen the house, but the warmth has already been provided, so it's normal to feel a bit hot." "What? It's snowing?" Zixia was startled, suddenly leaving Sun Guangjun's warm embrace, then lazily lying down, snuggling up to find a comfortable position, and said, "Rain or snow, it doesn't matter, my husband will take care of everything, so there's nothing to worry about." "Honey, it's late, shouldn't you sleep holding your fragrant wife?" Sleep." Sun Guangjun laughed heartily, lifted Zixia's soft body and prepared to go to her room. "Who knew?" Zixia tilted her head, her little tongue licking his earlobe, seductively saying, "Honey, take me to your room. There are so many people downstairs, it would be embarrassing if someone hears." "Okay, let's go to the husband's room." Sun Guangjun had no reason to refuse this request, there was nothing secret upstairs, so why not go up? Besides, Zixia was right, with more and more people in the house, there were hardly any rooms left on the first floor, making it really unsuitable to play too wildly here. But just as Sun Guangjun carried the beauty to the staircase, a fluffy little dumpling suddenly sprang out from the corner of the last step, tightly grabbing his little leg and refusing to let go. "Is this little one again?" Looking at the little dumpling hanging on him like an ornament, Sun Guangjun helplessly said, "With so many places at home, can't you sleep anywhere else? Why do you have to stick with me to go upstairs? That room is just for you to stay temporarily. It's not like it's given to you, we can't hold on to it forever, can we? Besides, there's nothing in the house, what do you even want?" Sun Guangjun was also at a loss. Last night was like this. The little one was happy to roam around during the day and didn't show any signs of anything unusual during the nap, but when it came time for bed, this little guy ran to the door on the second floor, pounding and banging with its small paws, insisting on getting in, and no one could persuade it otherwise. In the end, with no choice left, Sun Guangjun had to open the door for it. Once inside, the little one boldly returned to the original room, taking over the large space without a care in the world, and only after avoiding Sun Guangjun did it finally accept a few pieces of bamboo shoots. Tonight, Sun Guangjun stayed in the yard, waiting for the snow while also trying to avoid the little one. When he first entered, he didn't hear any noise, so Sun Guangjun thought the little one had settled down, but unexpectedly, it was waiting here for him. Faced with Sun Guangjun's questioning, the little one just blinked its big, clueless eyes, making soft noises, but didn't show any direct attitude. Sun Guangjun really had no way to deal with this silly, adorable little guy. He could only open the door again and throw several fat, big bamboo shoots onto the ground. As soon as its goal was achieved, the little one quickly let go of Sun Guangjun's pants leg, grabbed a bamboo shoot, and with its chubby little bottom wiggling, dashed back into the room. Soon, the little one came running out of the room again, with a very clear target, the few bamboo shoots lying at the doorway. Sun Guangjun held Zixi, and the couple stood at the door, watching the little one work tirelessly, making trip after trip until it finally carried off the last bamboo shoot and slammed the door shut. With a loud bang, the couple exchanged glances, both eyes sparkling with laughter. The little one was just too cute. "Honey, can I ask you a question?" Zixi suddenly said sweetly, "Does this little guy have a name? If not, can I give it a name?" Sun Guangjun shook his head and said, "It doesn't have a name, I've just been calling it Little One or Little Dumpling casually. If you want to name it, that's a good thing. But it's best if you talk to it, after all, it's its name, and it should have a say." "Alright, I'll discuss it with it tomorrow." Getting Sun Guangjun's permission, Zixi said excitedly, "I believe I can give the little one a lovely name." "Let's hope so." Sun Guangjun knew how stubborn the little one was, after all, he had a deep first-hand experience these past 2 days. But now wasn't the time to dampen Zixi's enthusiasm, he would wait until she faced a setback to say anything. He glanced at the tightly closed door of the little dumpling, chuckled softly, and said, "Dear, the little dumpling has fallen asleep, shouldn't we hurry up?" "You rascal." Zixi shot Sun Guangjun a charming glare and said, "It's still in your arms, it can't run away. Isn't it up to you where you want to take it?" She gently pinched his chest and said, "Do you really need to ask about this? What can I say about you?" Sun Guangjun, tough-skinned and thick-skinned, didn't care about the pinch. With a quick move, he closed the big door on the second floor and, with laughter, carried Zixi back to the bedroom. He tossed Zixi onto the huge bed that was over 3 meters wide and immediately pounced on her. Chapter 132, Hiring. On August 31st, at 8 in the morning. A dark sky covered the land, showing no signs of brightening at all. Last night's sudden drop in temperature woke many people from their sleep, while many others remained fast asleep. The survivors of Qilin Mountain Villa woke up in the middle of the night, anxiously searching for cotton clothes and quilts, wrapping themselves tightly, and then waiting in anxiety for dawn. Finally, the rain stopped. Although heavy snow was falling outside and the temperature was painfully low, it was still more acceptable to run out than to face a day of pouring rain when you couldn't go anywhere.
In this apocalyptic month, many people's homes had run out of food and water. If they didn't find a way to replenish soon, they would have to wait for starvation. Moreover, with the sudden drop in temperature, besides warm clothing, finding some firewood to keep warm was also a necessity. Otherwise, over time, they would either freeze to death or starve. However, waiting left and right, many people started to panic. Could it really be that it would always be night? The good news was that the heavy snow, which had fallen for 7 or 8 hours, finally stopped. Some who were too cold could only dismantle their wooden furniture at home to start a fire, warming their frozen hands and feet. As one person started, others followed, and soon enough, the survivors began the most primitive act of making fire for warmth. With the warm flames, the unbearable cold finally became less frightening, and the whole community began to shine a little because of the ever-burning firewood. The flickering light not only brought warmth but also briefly dispelled the gloom in people's hearts. As time passed, someone couldn't hold back any longer. They ran out of their home with a homemade torch, rushing out of the community to begin a difficult journey to save themselves. At 8 o'clock sharp, a dozen snowmobiles suddenly rushed down from the hillside of the villa area, dominating the entrance of the entire community amidst the roar of engines, and began to set up deer antler barriers at the already toppled gate. Then, 2 off-road vehicles drove into the center square of the community, and a powerful amplifier was set up, with a loud voice coming from the 2 large speakers. Good news, good news. Shilin Mountain Villa community is starting to recruit workers. We need several strong laborers, with the job of clearing away the accumulated snow and ice in the community. Work time, 8 hours a day, with 1 meal provided. Compensation, 1 pound of rice or white flour per person per day. Those interested and willing to accept 3 shifts, please hurry to the community center square to sign up. Limited slots are available, and recruitment will stop once full. We are hiring. We are hiring. Currently seeking 2 female cooks, ages 45 and under, with proficiency in essential cooking skills such as frying, boiling, and stewing. Food and accommodation provided, with a monthly salary of 50 pounds of rice. As the recruitment announcements were released and played on loop, the entire community was in an uproar. At present, all survivors had come to understand a cruel fact: waiting for rescue from the state was unrealistic. If anyone wanted to survive, they could only find ways to save themselves. And the emergence of these recruitment messages, though the conditions were extremely harsh and the rewards pitiful, still acted like a beacon of hope for the people. Finally, they didn't have to just stay at home waiting to die or risk the unknown to search outside for supplies that might not even exist. Just by stepping out of their doors, they could earn food to survive. The recruitment not only offered 1 pound of rice but also provided a meal. Under normal circumstances before the apocalypse, everyone would have turned up their noses at such terms, but now, it felt like a godsend for survival. As long as one was hired, they could survive on the provided meal, and the earned rice and flour could be taken home for their families to eat. Although they might still not be full, it was much better than having nothing to eat. So, many people who were hiding at home, trembling with cold, began to pour out of their houses, braving the freezing weather to come to the central square, eager to secure this precious job at the first opportunity. While recruitment was in full swing, those who wanted to leave the community were informed that Shilin Mountain Villa had been taken over by the Fingwan group. When leaving the community, one can come and go freely, but to enter, a certain entry fee must be paid. What residents gain is the peace and stability of the community. When issues arise, they can seek help from the Fingwa group, and all problems will be dealt with fairly and justly. Faced with this sudden show of power, many people felt it was unfair, but when they tried to resist, they found that those occupying the entrance were not only strong and burly but also armed with rubber sticks, batons, and even weapons like machetes and large knives. Looking at their own thin and emaciated hands and feet, thinking about how many days they had gone without a full meal, they realized they simply could not resist these clearly powerful individuals, and people were left with no choice but to compromise. The big show was, of course, masterminded by Wu Feng, which he confirmed after discussing it with Sun Guangjun. Of course, Sun Guangjun only provided a framework. The specific content was worked out by Wu Feng and his advisors. The hiring was mainly to give those who survived in the community a hope to live on, and it was also to find a group of useful hands for Wu Feng and Sun Guangjun. In this regard, Sun Guangjun had relatively small demands. He only needed to find a few workers for his villa number 1. As the number of people at home increased, adding more chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats, along with a clingy yet stubborn little lump, Sun Guangjun was not going to let the women in his household just keep tending to these small creatures. They still needed time to improve their strength. So, a qualified chef, plus a couple of laborers, became the pressing issue that Sun Guangjun needed to resolve. This same problem was also faced by Wu Feng, as he needed even more chefs and laborers due to the larger number of people on his side. Just right, this time Wu Feng was hiring, so they could solve the issue together. In Wu Feng's plan, the vast majority of people in the community were destined for the huge project of clearing the community. Of course, while working, Wu Feng's people would also scout for suitable talents to absorb into his team. Although these individuals could only be peripheral workers at the start, with gradual training, they could still take on important roles in the future.
Moreover, through this large-scale public recruitment, Wu Feng could get a sense of the residents' capabilities. If there were individuals with special talents, they would need to be protected appropriately, as they would be needed to shine later when the base was established. At the central square, as the first person signed up, more and more people were accepted, taking tools and being led to various parts of the community to start shoveling snow and breaking ice. Just within a day, in the entire Qilin Mountain Villa, except for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and children who couldn't lift tools, almost all survivors had joined the ranks of labor. The entire community, whether on the mountain or down below, had almost turned into a large construction site, where people worked hard under the glow of burning torches. Chapter 133, The Little Lump Can Really Eat. Sun Guangjun was woken up just after 7 in the morning. Last night, or rather early this morning, Zishi had come to him willingly, and the two had rolled around on the big bed in the second-floor bedroom, which was over 3 meters wide, for nearly 2 hours. Finally, they stopped because Zishi was exhausted and kept pleading. But just when he was embraced by his beauty, sleeping soundly, a series of dull knocks suddenly rang out at the door. Shaking his dizzy head, Sun Guangjun's gaze turned to the quivering door, and he held his head in pain. This little lump is really annoying. On the second floor, only Sun Guangjun was living there. At this moment, the only one who could come knocking was little Tuanzi. Listening to the persistent knocking that came in waves, Sun Guangjun could only struggle to move the wrapped pink arms and jade legs off himself, get up, put on his pajamas, and did not forget to cover Zishi with a blanket. Although little Tuanzi was still a child, it was better not to see what shouldn't be seen. When Sun Guangjun angrily opened the door, little Tuanzi, who was leaning against the door, waving his arms and trying hard to knock, accidentally fell to the ground. This little guy was surprisingly nimble, flipping over and lying on his back with all fours in the air, his innocent big eyes looking up at Sun Guangjun's big black face looming over him. As if realizing he had done something wrong, little Tuanzi rubbed his little paws on his belly, showing a pitiful gesture towards Sun Guangjun. Oh no, this little guy must be hungry again. Sun Guangjun was genuinely at a loss. Was this guy a bottomless pit? Just a few hours ago, he had given it several large bamboo shoots, which almost matched its own weight. Had it really eaten all that? You really are a foodie. Shaking his head helplessly, Sun Guangjun grabbed little Tuanzi by the scruff of his neck and carried him to his room. The room had no furniture, only a patch of cat litter in the corner, which Sun Guangjun had specially prepared as a toilet for little Tuanzi. After all, this guy had always eaten a lot and produced even more. In the room, aside from a pile of bamboo shoot skins, there was almost nothing else, and even the cat litter box was very clean, with hardly any waste. This was puzzling. Sun Guangjun looked at little Tuanzi in his hand, who was straining to turn his head and sneakily glance at him, wondering if this guy had mutated genetically. The bamboo shoots were all eaten, but there was hardly any waste. Had it all been absorbed? But that didn't make sense. If pandas had such a good absorption and digestion efficiency, their ancestors wouldn't have spent more than 10 hours a day eating. Suddenly, Sun Guangjun's heart stirred, and he flicked little Tuanzi on the head, saying irritably, "Little guy, it seems you're about to embark on the path of evolution, huh? Well then, since I've taken you in, taking care of your needs to eat, wear, and stay warm is an obligation I can't escape. Come, eat up." Sun Guangjun casually tossed little Tuanzi onto the floor, but the little guy gracefully landed on his feet, raising his hand to catch a large bamboo shoot that followed. This time, in addition to taking out a good number of bamboo shoots for little Tuanzi, Sun Guangjun also brought out some tender arrow bamboo, spiny bamboo, bitter bamboo, and white folder bamboo, all foods that pandas love. To test his hypothesis, Sun Guangjun also prepared some meat, fruits, and vegetables, placing them in several bowls within reach of little Tuanzi. After thinking for a moment, he even fetched a bowl of milk and a jar of honey. After doing all this, Sun Guangjun finally left the room that belonged entirely to little Tuanzi. Downstairs, even though it was still dark, Fangya had already risen early and prepared most of the breakfast. In the living room, several women were busy with a new day's work. What surprised Sun Guangjun was that Zishi, he didn't know when, had already come down, playfully winking at him. Today, the women's appetites for breakfast were much larger than before, specifically, almost doubled from the usual amount. This phenomenon was not only observed in Fangya and the others who had already begun their path of special abilities, but it was a common occurrence. The suddenly increased appetite surprised everyone, especially the three newcomers along with the little foodie Fengjiu. There's no need to be surprised. Seeing that the women were hesitant to pick up their chopsticks, Sun Guangjun lightly tapped the table and said, "You should have already noticed, it snowed heavily last night, the temperature has dropped sharply, and it's still dark outside. These are the signs of the end of the world entering a whole new stage. And this stage can be described with one word: eternal night and frost. In simple terms, it means extreme cold and extreme night have arrived together. For people, this means a significant increase in appetite compared to before, but you don't need to worry about this, just cook more when it's time to eat. Moreover, this period won't be short, so you need to be prepared mentally." Giving the women a few minutes to digest this news, Sun Guangjun seized the opportunity to drink a bowl of rice porridge, wiped his mouth, and then continued, "There's one more thing I need to tell everyone.
I have entrusted Brother Wu to help find a few workers, including a cook and some miscellaneous workers, in the community. Since there will be outsiders at home, your training cannot stay the same as it is now. After all, some things are not suitable to be seen by others. So, starting today, all the training you are doing must take place in the underground shooting range. Of course, I mean shooting training. For fighting and cold weapons training, you can still do those in the yard. Even if it gets spread, it won't matter too much. Later, you all should take the firearms, ammunition, and targets from the yard back to the underground shooting range. Alright, those who haven't eaten enough can continue, those who are full can go do whatever they need to do. By the way, Lu Tianxian, Yang Tianbao, and Lin Jinna, you three stay behind. You've been here for several days, and it's time for us to have a good talk. Ah? The three women all looked puzzled, wondering what they needed to talk about. Upon reflection, they understood, since returning from Neon, Sun Guangjun had been elusive, and there had been no clear statement about their stay, even communication had been almost non-existent. They really should have a good talk. A thought flashed through the minds of the three women at the same time. The choice of fate was right before them. Following Sun Guangjun to the living room, the three women sat down nervously, sitting up very straight. Until Sun Guangjun was about to say his decision, it was false to say the three women were not anxious. Why are you all so nervous? Seeing their unease, Sun Guangjun smiled and said, we have experienced something together in Neon, and for the three of you, I will naturally provide a proper placement plan. Don't worry, how it will be executed will depend on your own choices. Come, have a sip of tea and listen to my plan. Chapter 134, Choices. Pouring each of the three women a cup of tea, Sun Guangjun smiled and said, ladies, before the end of the world, you were all public figures in the spotlight, and this is well known, so I won't elaborate further. This time, your unexpected situation in Neon led me to bring you back home by chance. Let me clarify my position first. I have great respect for the three of you. Now, we have been back from Neon for about 3 or 4 days, and the continuous rain outside has finally stopped. In these few days, your physical state should have improved a bit, and it's time for you to make a decision about your stay or leave. What I mean is, if you want to leave, I will send you off. After all, everyone has parents and family, it's understandable to want to reunite with your family. In the yard, I have prepared 3 vehicles, fully fueled, with snow chains on the tires, and also spare fuel and some daily necessities. If you wish to leave, just take a key and you can depart later. However, as you can see, I have limited manpower here and cannot arrange someone to escort you, so I hope you can understand. As he spoke, Sun Guangjun took out 3 car keys and placed them on the coffee table, continuing, the cars are all new, any of them is fine. You can choose whichever you like. The 3 women exchanged glances but did not take the keys from the table, silently waiting for Sun Guangjun to continue. Sun Guangjun was not in a hurry. Taking out a box of thin cigarettes, he lit one for himself and gestured to the several girls, feel free to take one if you want. Perhaps feeling nervous, Yang Tianbao picked up the cigarette box, lit one for himself, took a deep breath, and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Sun, if we choose to stay, what do we need to do? Stay? Sun Guangjun seemed to be savoring these 2 words, and after a long time he pointed to the several girls in the yard who were busy gathering firearms and ammunition, saying, ladies, I won't lie to you, these 6, except for Fengjiu, are all my women. Though he had already anticipated this situation, Yang Tianbao's expression still changed, and he trembled as he spoke, so, if we choose to stay, we also have to become your women? What if we don't agree? Don't agree? Simple. Pointing to the car keys on the table, Sun Guangjun said, anyone who disagrees can take a car key and leave right now. Why? Yang Tianbao's voice suddenly became sharp, Mr. Sun, you know it's doomsday now. After half a month of heavy rain, with the temperature dropping and snowing, the roads are gone. You want us few weak women to just go out like this? Isn't that sending us to our deaths? Mr. Sun, the world is already so difficult, surviving in this apocalypse is not easy for us, why must you make it harder for us? Make it harder for you? Sun Guangjun smiled and said, Miss Yang, why do you say that? I brought you back from Neon, saying that I saved your lives is not an exaggeration. After coming back, I treated you all well. Is that making it hard for you? Do you think, Miss Yang, that I should just provide for you at home, offering without complaint? Is that not making it hard for you? Ridiculous. You are not mine, what right do you have to live in the shelter I built myself, enjoying fine wine and food that the outside survivors crave, living comfortably every day? Remember, no one is obligated to selflessly support you. This is not the time before the apocalypse, there aren't that many eager sycophants. If you want to gain something, first look at what you can give. Rights and obligations have always been reciprocal. Wanting to enjoy without wanting to pay, where do you think such good deals come from? Miss Yang, I regret to inform you, just based on your few words just now, you are no longer suitable to stay here. Please leave. As he spoke, Sun Guangjun picked up a car key and threw it in front of Yang Tianbao. Mr. Sun, please don't be angry.
Seeing Sun Guangjun's stern face, Lu Tianxian was also confused about how things had turned around so swiftly and reached this unmanageable state. She hurriedly advised, Baba didn't mean it that way, she just isn't used to this change yet. After all, the apocalypse came so suddenly, and we went through so much hardship in Neon, have seen too many treacherous human hearts.
Treacherous human hearts? Sun Guangjun raised his hand to interrupt Lu Tianxian, saying with heavy sarcasm, Miss Lu means to say that my rescuing you back to the country was insincere, right? Ha, I really didn't know that doing a good deed could go wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. Lu Tianxian hurriedly said, Mr. Sun, I really didn't mean it that way, I really should have thought before I spoke. What I meant to say is that it's not easy for everyone to survive. Can we try to understand each other? I never said I wouldn't understand. Sun Guangjun said, haven't I already arranged a car for you? You can leave whenever you want. At this point, I can say I have been more than accommodating. I have done nothing wrong to you. Alright, no need to say more. Since Miss Yang has made her choice, Miss Lu and Miss Lin, what are your decisions? Please speak out together. Appa, I choose to stay.
From beginning to end, Lin Jinna was the calmest one. After hearing Sun Guangjun's words, Lin Jinna immediately said, whether it's Neon or Dragon Country, to me, it's all foreign land.
Now that I can't go back, I'd rather stay here. Moreover, can going back really be better than now?
When we were in Neon, what we experienced could only be described as a tragedy of human life.
To survive, we relied on that e-commerce selling dog food. Anyway, no matter what they think, I definitely don't want to continue eating dog food.
Saying this, Lin Jinna picked up a set of car keys from the table, respectfully handed them to Sun Guangjun, and said, Appa, you should keep this car key.
I think I will never use it. That's not necessarily true.
Sun Guangjun smiled and took the key, saying, the end times are tough, no one can stay in the shelter forever. When it's time to go out, a car is an essential means of transportation. Of course, when the time comes, we can talk about what car to use.
Lin
Jinna nodded heavily and said, no matter what, I believe in you, Appa.
By the way, Appa, since I am going to be your woman, when does that start? How about tonight? Stop.
Seeing Lin Jinna suddenly wanting to turn into a flirt, Sun Guangjun quickly interrupted her, let's talk about this later, for now, let's see what Miss Lu chooses.
I choose to stay too.
As Sun Guangjun and Lin Jinna both looked at her, Lu Tianxian's little face turned red, and she stammered, I've thought it over, staying here is pretty good, even if.
Feeling shy, Lu Tianxian couldn't continue.
She shyly glanced at Sun Guangjun, and in that moment, her charm was so overwhelming that even Sun Guangjun, with his experience, could hardly bear it.
Chapter 132, Expulsion.
Since Lu Tianxian and Lin Jinna had made their choices, Sun Guangjun immediately put away the last set of car keys on the table and said, since both of you decided to stay, then go out and help them.
After you're done, hurry to the shooting range for training. Remember, this home does not lack for food and drink, but it doesn't support idleness, everyone needs to contribute their value. Hearing this, the two women stood up in succession and went to help in the yard. Before leaving, Lu Tianxian looked back anxiously at young Tianbao, who was sitting there in silence.
Yang Tianbao's face was dark, Sun Guangjun's words were very clear, she was not welcome to stay here any longer.
Three women came together, leaving two while driving her away. What does that mean? Is it because I am not good enough? Aren't I just complaining a little? Does it have to come to this? What's the big deal? As Yang Tianbao's mind raced with countless thoughts, Sun Guangjun suddenly stood up and said coldly, Miss Yang, please. You really want to kick me out?
Yang Tianbao looked at Sun Guangjun's cold face in disbelief and said, Mr. Sun, if it's because of my earlier offense, I apologize.
Is that okay? In this environment outside, I really can't leave alone. No need to keep talking.
Sun Guangjun said, Miss Yang, I hope you understand one thing, everything has a price, it's just a matter of big or small. Alright, saying too much is useless, since a choice has been made, don't regret it and don't keep entangling, that's meaningless.
No. Yang Tianbao said urgently, Mr. Sun, can we negotiate? No. Sun Guangjun decisively refused, Miss Yang, don't make me look down on you. Or if you insist on not leaving, I wouldn't mind getting rough. Do you dare? Yang Tianbao was furious, pointing angrily at Sun Guangjun and shouted, Sun Guangjun, dare you lay a finger on me? Let me tell you, I am not to be trifled with. Whether you are easy to deal with, I don't know. I only know this is my territory, I call the shots. Looking at young Tianbao, who is still overbearing now, Sun Guangjun got angry too. I speak to you nicely, do you think I'm afraid of you? Damn it, have you been spoiled too much? He grabbed young Tianbao by the shoulder and without saying a word, dragged her outside. Let go. Let go of me. Someone help, there's a pervert. Sun Guangjun actually made a move, which greatly surprised young Tianbao. Feeling the iron-like hand on her shoulder and the unstoppable power, she was genuinely panicked. Out of desperation, she instinctively pulled out her usual tricks. Unfortunately, these were just child's play to Sun Guangjun. Even when the women in the villa heard the commotion, none came to intervene, not even to check the situation. For such a brainless woman, Sun Guangjun really couldn't be bothered. He dragged her all the way out of the villa to the parking lot in front of the building. There were already 3 city SUVs parked here. They weren't great cars, a Honda CR-V was among the many spoils of Neon. Yang Tianbao struggled all the way, already having lost her keys. Sun Guangjun directly took out a set from his pocket. Anyway, there were 3 cars, any of them would do. Pressing the remote, Sun Guangjun roughly pulled open the rear door of the middle car, and with a rough shove, he stuffed Yang Tianbao inside. Then he jumped into the driver's seat and started the car. "Let me go. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here." Amid Yang Tianbao's persistent cries, Sun Guangjun turned the steering wheel and slammed the gas pedal. In just a few seconds, the car sped through the alloy gate, crushing the snow at the entrance, almost drifting down the winding mountain road. Sun Guangjun's driving was so rough that it nearly scared Yang Tianbao, who was shouting loudly. Being tossed around, she no longer dared to shout and could only hold onto the door handle tightly, trying to stabilize her constantly swaying body. Feeling as if her heart would leap into her throat, Yang Tianbao was very anxious, filled with confusion about the unknown road ahead, resentment toward Sun Guangjun's ruthlessness, and not lacking a feeling called regret. No pain, no gain. Am I being too presumptuous? As Yang Tianbao was lost in thought, the car had already sped down the slope, keeping up its speed as it turned a right angle, heading straight for the gate. I have to say, Sun Guangjun's driving skills were really solid. Even though the car leaned at a sharp angle, it was still safe, despite the danger. At the gate, a few of Sun Guangjun's men were setting up deer horns. Seeing the car rushing towards them like a madman, they were startled and quickly stepped aside to clear the road. As the car whizzed past, kicking up a cloud of snow, the big drift entered the main road. These guys finally snapped back to their senses, cursing maniac, and then returned to their work. Yang Tianbao didn't know if Sun Guangjun was doing it on purpose. Driving felt like bumper cars to her. She could feel that even though she was holding the door handle tightly, her body was still being tossed back and forth, and she was all over the place, her head about to explode. Plus, Sun Guangjun hadn't turned on the headlights, and it was pitch dark outside. She couldn't tell the direction at all. About half an hour later, the car suddenly slammed to a stop. Sun Guangjun unfastened his seatbelt and said without looking back, "Up ahead is the highway entrance. Although the road is flooded, many signs are still there. You can find your way from the signs. Miss Yang, let's part ways here. It's best if we don't meet again in the future." After saying that, Sun Guangjun opened the door and jumped out of the car. Striding into the snow and wind, he soon disappeared into the darkness. Dizzy and dazed, Yang Tianxiao had not yet reacted when Sun Guangjun had already left decisively. Without knowing when, heavy snow began to fall from the sky again. Yang Tianxiao huddled in the back seat, finally catching his breath after a long time. With trembling hands, he opened the car door, stumbled out, and looked around. Everywhere was pitch black, quiet, and deep, as if eternal. Woo! Despairingly kneeling on the ground, Yang Tianxiao buried his head in his arms and cried out. As time passed second by second, suddenly, his crying stopped. Yang Tianxiao got up from the ground, wiped his face with what he didn't know was snot or ice from tears, and angrily said, "Sun Guangjun, what's so great about you? Isn't it just taking advantage of having stored some supplies in advance, that you dare to recklessly bully our sisters? You are nothing but a standard scum, a villain. Just wait, one day I will repay you twice for what you put on me today." Starting the car, Yang Tianxiao didn't dare to turn on the lights or get on the highway. Instead, he turned around and headed directly into the city. Chapter 136, Encountering a Robbery. After Sun Guangjun threw Yang Tianxiao at the highway entrance, he took out a snowmobile and started heading back to Qilin Mountain Villa. For sending Yang Tianxiao away, Sun Guangjun had no regrets at all. She was just an average-looking beauty, not a rare find in the apocalypse. Given what he had now, wasn't it easy to find any kind of beauty he wanted? For those who can't see clearly, letting go is simpler. There's nothing to mourn. With someone like Yang Tianxiao, if he stayed, he would only become a troublemaker in the future. If one can't recognize their own position, everything is pointless. To be honest, the weather today was quite nice. There was no wind, and the only sound in the air was the soft falling of snowflakes. The more he entered the urban area, the more people Sun Guangjun encountered. The heavy rain finally stopped, and the accumulated water on the ground had turned into a thick layer of ice. People who had been forced to stay home for nearly a month, struggling to survive, could finally step out of their houses to search for a living. This was unavoidable. In the apocalypse for a month, apart from those like Sun Guangjun who had prepared early, or those with great wealth and loyal followers, who among the common folks was not out of food. If one didn't rush out to find food, the only outcome was starvation.
Moreover, with the weather suddenly turning cold, and with no electricity or gas, it was necessary to go out to gather firewood for warmth. Life was hard for everyone in the apocalypse, everyone was just trying to survive. Without the burden of young Tianxiao this time, Sun Guangjun felt no worries. The snowmobile's headlights were bright, illuminating the snow in front, inevitably attracting the attention of survivors. In this heavy snow, a nimble snowmobile was truly a vital tool for survival. Not far away, a team of over a dozen young and strong men, searching for supplies in a nearby building, began to set their sights on Sun Guangjun. Hearing the roar of the engine from afar, the leader looked through the broken window and easily spotted the light coming from a distance. Seeing the moving light, the leading man turned around to see his brothers gathering around and unhappily said, "Brothers, it's just a motorcycle, what's so interesting? Quickly, go find supplies. Do you want to keep going hungry?" A young man beside him said, "Tiger brother, this isn't just any motorcycle, everyone is just watching." With a quick smack to the back of the young man's head, Tiger brother shot back irritably, "What's so special about it? A motorcycle is just a motorcycle, nothing more. No matter how good it is, it can't compare to a car. Let's find a high ground that hasn't been flooded, get a few cars, isn't that better than this broken motorcycle? Enough, let's all get to work." "No, boss." Little Yellow Hair covered his forehead and said, "From my experience, this should be a snowmobile." "Boss, think about it, outside it's all ice and snow, under these road conditions, a regular motorcycle can't even move, not falling is already good enough, how can it run so fast?" "Boss, such a good thing, logically speaking, should belong to someone like you with status and rank. I say, let's go downstairs now and intercept him, that way you can have a ride in the future." "That makes sense, boss, look at the direction he's headed, it should be toward us, we can still get him if we go down now." "Right, boss, hurry up and give the order, my baseball bat is itching to get to work." "Exactly, boss, having this thing would add so much face. It would also be more intimidating when we fight for supplies, wouldn't it?" A few little brothers chattered excitedly, and it would be a lie to say that Tiger Bro wasn't moved. As he saw the motorcycle's lights getting closer, Tiger Bro gritted his teeth, "Damn it, let's do it. Let's go downstairs and intercept that guy on the motorcycle. We're not here to take his life, just to borrow a motorcycle and have some fun for a couple of days, I'm sure he won't refuse, right?" Right, boss is right, we are borrowing, not taking. Ha, in the future when our team goes out, those nearby will definitely have to retreat respectfully." "Exactly, who can be as awesome as our boss?" A group of little rascals shouted and rushed down from the upstairs, standing grandly in the way of the snowmobile, rolling up their sleeves and getting ready to borrow it. Just as they set up their formation, Sun Guangjun was already within 100 meters. Under the bright headlights, Sun Guangjun spotted the blurry figures from afar and couldn't help but sneer. "Daring to stir up trouble in my territory, these guys really don't know how to die. Anyway, I have nothing to do today, just play with these little lowhands. On a rainy day, hitting kids, idle time is still idle." With that in mind, Sun Guangjun began to slow down his speed. When he got close, Sun Guangjun stopped the motorcycle, lazily sat on the seat, and said, "Everyone, on such a snowy day, not staying home to warm by the fire, but here blocking the road, really quite leisurely." Little Yellow Hair stepped forward, holding a baton, nose in the air, and said, "Kid, stop the nonsense. Let me tell you, this is the territory of our Weihu Hall. No matter who it is, passing through our Weihu Hall's territory has to pay a toll. However, in this apocalypse, life is not easy, we don't want to make it hard for a small person like you. Here's the deal, I'll take charge and keep your snowmobile, let our boss ride it for a few days, and you can leave." "Weihu Hall? I still ride Mount Eagle." Sun Guangjun chuckled, disdainful, and said, "You want my snowmobile, huh? I'm okay with that, but I'm afraid my fifth brother won't agree." "Your fifth brother?" Little Yellow Hair stretched his neck and looked hard behind Sun Guangjun, not seeing anyone, puzzled he said, "Kid, what do you mean, there's obviously only one person, where does this fifth brother come from? Let me tell you, if you're smart, hurry up and get off, or you might just see how flowers bloom red." "Want to meet my fifth brother?" Sun Guangjun swung his leg off the motorcycle, rubbing his wrist and said, "My fifth brother said, as long as you defeat me, he will naturally come out to meet you. But if you can't even beat me, then it means you're just a bunch of cowards and have no right to meet him. Come on, Little Yellow Hair, you've always been the one making noise. How about we have some fun first? Kid, you're looking for death." Provoked by Sun Guangjun, Huang Mao angrily cursed and did not forget to turn back and ask the boss, "Tiger, this kid is quite arrogant, let me go teach him a lesson?" "Sure, go ahead." Tiger nodded with great authority and said, "Remember to hold back a little, don't cause any trouble." "Yes, boss." Huang Mao, pretending to be serious, clasped his hands toward Tiger, then rushed at Sun Guangjun with a baton in hand. Chapter 137, Gather a Few Underlings. Sun Guangjun found it amusing to watch the antics of this group, making a name for themselves as the Weihu Hall, really thinking of themselves as heroes of the underworld?
He loosened his wrists and ankles, assumed a boxing stance, and began to jump around skillfully. On the other hand, Huang Mao bared his teeth and made a fierce face, swinging the baton wildly without any technique. As he got closer, Huang Mao shouted, "Kid, you'd better lie down." He raised the baton high and swung it diagonally toward Sun Guangjun's shoulder. Seeing Huang Mao's off-kilter movements, Sun Guangjun knew this kid definitely hadn't trained before. At most, he was using the street fighting tactics, which posed no real threat. Easily dodging Huang Mao's determined swing, Sun Guangjun casually cocked his left fist and punched Huang Mao's cheek as he lost his balance. Sun Guangjun used barely 1/10 of his strength, fearing that if he hurt Huang Mao, the fun would be over. The light punch hit Huang Mao's cheek squarely, causing him to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. After landing a hit, Sun Guangjun did not pursue the attack but took 2 steps back and waved at Huang Mao, saying, "Come on, let's continue." Just having taken a punch right off the bat, Huang Mao was a bit lost, and his anger began to rise. As for the fact that he had been beaten, Huang Mao clearly believed that this kid was not adhering to the martial arts code. He had been careless and didn't dodge. "Ah!" Huang Mao roared, swinging the baton up and down in a chaotic flurry, striking wildly at Sun Guangjun. However, what drove Huang Mao to despair was that every strike could be easily dodged by Sun Guangjun, who then countered with a punch. In Sun Guangjun's view, the punches were light, but for Huang Mao, they were a heavy blow. He wasn't seriously injured, but it was enough to hurt for a while. This one-sided assault went unnoticed by Huang Mao in the midst of the fight, but Tiger and the others watching from behind clearly saw that Huang Mao was not going up to teach a lesson. He was merely serving as a human punching bag, getting beaten up. "Stop!" Seeing that Huang Mao had taken more than 10 punches, Tiger could no longer watch and shouted loudly to stop. Huang Mao still wasn't convinced, trying to continue the fight, but Sun Guangjun landed a punch on his ribs, knocking the wind out of him, and he fell to the ground clutching his stomach, completely unable to fight. Seeing that the two had finally stopped, Tiger stepped forward and said, "Hero, thank you for your mercy. My brother here is no match for you, we surrender willingly. This time we were presumptuous, we hope for your forgiveness. Brothers, clear the way." It's no wonder this boss with a strong air of the underworld surrendered so quickly. Even though his fighting abilities were limited, he was still sharp-eyed. Just by watching Sun Guangjun's relaxed demeanor, he understood that the guy was just toying with him. Huang Mao was not a match, and they certainly wouldn't fare any better. Even if they wanted to rely on numbers, it was unlikely they would win. There was no way around it. Having only eaten sporadically for almost a month, everyone's physical condition was not great, and they barely had the strength to fight. Sun Guangjun didn't expect that this boss with a strong air of the underworld would back down so quickly. It surprised him and made him begin to take an interest in this team. He clasped his hands towards Tiger and Sun Guangjun asked, "May I ask how this big boss is called?" "I am Sun Jian." Brother Tiger said nervously, "Thank you, brothers, for your esteem, and giving me the title of Sun Laohut. My little brothers call me Brother Tiger." "So you are from the same family?" Sun Guangjun smiled and said, "Sun Laohut, tell me about your Weihu Hall." "I embarrassingly laugh, let the heroes laugh." Sun Laohut said awkwardly, "We were originally a group of brothers who got along well on the street. Then the end of the world came, and we were about to starve, so we could only huddle together for warmth. At first, we just went out together to find supplies and had conflicts with many people. Later, we thought, if we want people to be afraid of us and not dare to act easily, we need a loud name. So my brothers discussed and named the Weihu Hall. But don't worry, we might have this name, but we don't dare to bully the weak or do evil like Suishandiao. Fighting with people while looking for supplies sometimes happens, but we have never robbed others openly." "I see." Sun Guangjun was moved and said, "I see you guys don't seem like cruel guys. I wonder if you've thought about whether you want to keep living like this or look for a bigger force to rely on. Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. In these times, it's good to lean against a big tree for shade. If your own abilities are limited, finding a strong leg to hug isn't necessarily a bad thing." "We have thought about it." Sun Laohut scratched the back of his head, embarrassed, and said, "But we brothers really don't have any skills to show. Even if we find a big force to lean on, they might not want us. How about I introduce a place to you?" Sun Guangjun said, "Have you heard of a person named Xionglang?" Sun Guangjun felt that Sun Laohut and his gang were decent, had some principles, and it wouldn't be bad to recruit them to strengthen his own power. However, people with such a strong gang style might not fit in well with Wu Feng. Wu Feng and his group were managing the community and building a base, and bringing in some former small thugs too early could easily cause chaos. In comparison, Xionglan's place was much better. He himself was a gangster, and his subordinates were all his martial arts students. Introducing Sun Laohut's group to him would truly be a good thing for him. At the same time, Sun Laohut and his people could learn more skills from following Xionglang. As for whether what Sun Laohut said was true and if there were any bad characters in their group, it would be up to Xionglang to distinguish and deal with them later. Sun Guangjun was just the introducer. Whether to keep them or how to use them was something Xionglang would have to consider. "Are you talking about Master Xionglang of Mad Dog Fist?" Upon hearing Sun Guangjun's question, Sun Laohat's eyes lit up and said, "We have naturally heard of Master Xiong's name, just that we have never had the chance to meet. I heard that Master Xiong is a true expert. If we could follow Master Xiong, it would be a blessing for us brothers. That makes things easier." Sun Guangjun smiled and said, "Xiong stronghold was originally on Songling Road, in an auto modification factory called Chejiangfang. After the end of the world began, they occupied a nearby club called Honglingman. If you really want to follow Xiong, you can go to Honglingman to find him, and just say I introduced you. Of course, whether you can stay will depend on Xiong's wishes. I'm just playing the role of the introducer." Of course. Sun Laohat said gratefully, "It's already enough for us to be happy that you can introduce us. Rest assured, as long as we see Master Xiong, we will definitely rely on our own skills to stay. I just wonder, how do you prefer to be addressed?" Sun Guangjun said, "I just told you, we are family. When the time comes, just tell Xiong. Mr. Sun introduced you to the past, he naturally knows who it is." Thank you very much." Amidst Sun Laohu's endless gratitude, Sun Guangjun started the snowmobile and left with grace. Chapter 138, Little Green Tea ran away. After temporarily taking in Sun Laohu and his group, Sun Guangjun's next journey became much smoother. It wasn't that he didn't encounter any people with ill intentions trying to block the way, but Sun Guangjun had lost interest in playing with them. Whenever someone appeared right in front, without saying a word, the Remington shotgun was directly in his hands. To be honest, having this big weapon in hand was quite intimidating. As long as he didn't meet anyone foolish, there would basically be no accidents. Without anyone blocking the way, Sun Guangjun's speed was not affected at all. However, he did not go directly back to Qilin Mountain Villa but first came to Xiong place. Since he was going to introduce someone to Xiong here, he naturally needed to greet him first. Moreover, he hadn't seen Xiong for over 10 days, so it was proper to come and check on his situation. According to Sun Guangjun's plan, Wu Feng was going for the community takeover and a steady-based development model, while Xiong method was different. He only needed to recruit enough manpower to establish a strong combat force, similar to a mercenary existence. That way, one force was active while the other was passive, one internal while the other external, complementing each other. However, Xiong hasn't pledged allegiance to Sun Guangjun yet. All of this was just Sun Guangjun's own calculation, or one-sided wishful thinking. But Sun Guangjun had enough confidence that in the face of absolute power, even though Xiong was still a free man now, one day he would honestly become his right-hand man. Upon arriving at Honglangman, Sun Guangjun learned that Xiong had gone to the car mechanic workshop late at night and hadn't returned yet. Xiong, who was busy shoveling snow and removing ice in the mechanic workshop yard, was very happy to see Sun Guangjun, but he was currently too busy to properly entertain this benefactor-like presence. Sun Guangjun didn't mind. He just pulled Xiong aside and told him about the extremely cold and long night situation, then informed him that if the supplies on hand were insufficient, he could go to Qilin Mountain Villa to find Wu Feng. Whether for borrowing or giving, he would definitely not let him down. Xiong had previously received supplies from Wu Feng, and with what he already had, it was no problem to last for a while. However, regarding some weapons and equipment, although Xiong had some, the number was small and couldn't outfit a large number of people, and these were what Sun Guangjun lacked. Since Sun Guangjun wanted to train this force, he naturally had to provide some support in this area. When he was about to leave, seeing Xiong staring at the Remington shotgun on his back, Sun Guangjun simply gifted it to him, leaving him with about 100 or so shotgun shells. Watching Xiong hold the gun and continuously caress it with affection, Sun Guangjun felt amused. It seemed that even a martial arts master couldn't escape the love for firearms. Starting the snowmobile, Sun Guangjun headed straight for Qilin Mountain Villa. Just as he was about to arrive at the gate, Sun Guangjun suddenly remembered that Zhou Yilin also lived there. Since she popped up during the high temperature period, this little green tea had disappeared without a trace, and he didn't know whether she was alive or dead now. However, Sun Guangjun believed even more that she was still alive. After all, good people don't live long, and disasters live for 1,000 years. No, since he thought of it today, he would go take a look. What if this woman was really alive? Sun Guangjun wouldn't mind giving her a ride. This kind of disaster should be sent to the underworld as soon as possible, to trouble the king of hell instead. By the way, where does Zhou Yilin live? Sun Guangjun racked his brain for a long time before finally remembering. Building 6, room 508. Yes, that's right, Building 6, room 508. At that time, Zhou Yilin's WeChat name in the owner group was this, so now he should go find her. At the entrance, Wu Feng's men recognized Sun Guangjun and quickly moved the barriers aside to let him in. Once inside the community, the atmosphere here was completely different from outside. Groups of residents were everywhere, vigorously clearing the snow and ice from the ground under the direction of Wu Feng's men. Wu Ji's speed is still pretty fast. Looking at the bustling community filled with people, the excitement almost rivaled that before the apocalypse, and Sun Guangjun couldn't help but feel emotional. According to the plan, Wu Feng's manpower was divided into 3 groups. One group was responsible for controlling the community's entrance, essentially taking control of the area. Another group led the newly recruited people to clean the community, and the last group was in charge of hiring, going door to door to register the surviving population. Sun Guangjun understood these plans, and now seeing nearly everyone busy around the community, he wondered if Zhou Yilin was among them. Not wanting to look around blindly, Sun Guangjun ran straight to the central square and found the 2 people in charge of hiring, getting the list of all applicants from them. After a careful search, Sun Guangjun discovered that Zhou Yilin's name was not on the list. It seemed that the little green tea didn't care for this laborious work that could only earn a pitiful reward. Leaving the snowmobile at the central square, Sun Guangjun headed straight for Building 6. Since Miss Zhou looked down on the compensation that Wu Gu offered and didn't want to work for food, then I'll personally deliver warmth to you and ensure you have a satisfying meal. Building 6 was not far from the central square, it took just a few steps to reach it. Most people in the community had been hired by Wu Feng and were busy outside. The entrance of Building 6 was quiet, and Sun Guangjun's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. The elevator had long stopped working, so Sun Guangjun pushed open the stairwell door and walked up the steps without any obstruction to the 5th floor. Building 6 had a double-unit structure with an open corridor connecting the middle, with each unit containing 4 households. It's unclear what the developer was thinking, as the numbering was 1 to 8 instead of 1 to 4 for each unit. Standing at the door of room 508, Sun Guangjun knocked on the door. Strangely, there was no response from inside. Sun Guangjun was certain that with his current sensitivity, he would be able to hear any sound coming from inside. Under these circumstances, there could only be 2 possibilities: either no one was home, or the person inside was dead. After waiting 5 minutes, Sun Guangjun lifted his leg and kicked the door. The heavy security door couldn't withstand the sudden force and flew open. Stepping over the fallen door, Sun Guangjun walked into the room with a new Remington shotgun in hand. The room was small, structured with 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with good ventilation from both sides. He looked around a few rooms but didn't find Zhou Yilin's shadow. However, Sun Guangjun noticed some issues. There was half a pot of noodles in the kitchen, and judging by the freshness, it must have been from last night. The wardrobe in the bedroom had its door ajar, and there were hardly any clothes left inside. It appeared that Zhou Yilin must have left room 508 this morning, taking her belongings with her. This surprised Sun Guangjun. Did this little green tea have other acquaintances in Qing City? And this acquaintance had to be someone powerful, otherwise, it would have been impossible to survive a month into the apocalypse and still have the capability to pick Zhou Yilin up right after the rain stopped. Chapter 139, Rare Leisure. Returning empty-handed, Sun Guangjun could only grudgingly put away the Remington shotgun. It looked majestic and powerful. It might be a bit shocking, so it's better not to show it off in the neighborhood. It would be bad if we scare the kids. After leaving Building 6, room 508, Sun Guangjun returned to the central square to get his snowmobile back. But when he reached the foot of the mountain and was about to head up, Sun Guangjun was dumbfounded. On the winding mountain road, everywhere was bustling with community residents holding tools, working energetically, while most of the snow on the ground had been shoveled to the side, leaving a thick layer of ice cracked and uneven. With this road condition, no matter how powerful the snowmobile is, it can't run at all. There's no choice, Sun Guangjun had to turn around and directly drive the snowmobile to the neighborhood entrance. Guarding the entrance was Tian Zhanghauer, a trusted aide of Wu Feng, whose real name is Zhao Zixing. This guy, at a young age, followed his family to work in Japan, but after his parents and family all died in a violent conflict, he, filled with rage, tore up his passport and embarked on a path of revenge. Unfortunately, for a young man who couldn't speak the language, being in a foreign land made this path of revenge extremely difficult. Later, through a fortunate coincidence, Wu Feng encountered Zhao Zixing, who was battered and bruised, and out of pity, decided to save his life. What Wu Feng didn't expect was that this momentary act of kindness would find him a loyal subordinate. After recovering, Zhao Zixing joined Wu Feng's side, gradually climbing to a high position in the group, becoming Wu Feng's right-hand man, and with Wu Feng's help, he avenged his family by wiping out all his enemies. Since then, Zhao Zixing changed his name and identity to Tian Zhanghauer, and with Wu Feng's help, he obtained legal status in Japan, always staying close to his lifesaver, diligently assisting him. This time, when Wu Feng returned to his homeland, the solitary Zhao Zixing consistently followed him, even reverting to his original name after returning home. Now, Wu Feng's first step to conquer the neighborhood was entrusted to Zhao Zixing to execute. Zhao Zixing was not a stranger to Sun Guangjun. The two had already met when Sun Guangjun first went to negotiate with Wu Feng, although they hadn't communicated much at that time. As Sun Guangjun became more familiar with Wu Feng, Zhao Zixing also grew closer to this mysterious person. Just now, when Sun Guangjun entered and exited the neighborhood, Zhao Zixing had actually recognized him, but Sun Guangjun moved too quickly, so they didn't greet each other. Now, seeing Sun Guangjun come and go, Zhao Zixing came out of the guard room with a smile. Sun Guangjun greeted him and then left the snowmobile there. Anyway, it looked like he wouldn't need the snowmobile in the neighborhood moving forward. Leaving it at the entrance would be convenient for later use, especially since the road outside the gate was still covered with thick layers of ice and snow. After leaving the snowmobile, Sun Guangjun strolled back to Villa Number 1. In the yard, the shooting equipment had already been cleared away, and besides old Huang, who was wandering around with his wife, and 2 silly Shiba Inus, there was no other movement. The roosters and white geese were pecking at the vegetable leaves in the fence, while the snow mastiffs and Lijo reds lay quietly at the entrances of their respective houses, occasionally glancing at the chains around their necks, looking utterly lifeless. Closing the big door behind him, Sun Guangjun came to the side of the snow mastiffs and Lijo reds, bending down to have a short conversation with them, then unfastened the chains from their necks. Perhaps because they had spent some time in the mountains, after arriving at Villa Number 1, the snow mastiffs and Lijo reds did not show their ferocity, but instead displayed a surprising level of understanding. Sun Guangjun also saw that they had been performing well these past 2 days, and since he felt familiar with his family, he finally released them from their restraints. Little White, Little Black, from now on the responsibility of guarding the house is up to you too. With his arms around the 2 strong dogs, Sun Guangjun smiled and said, remember, in the future, regardless of who comes into this yard, just bite them hard, unless they are our family. Woof woof woof. The 2 dogs nodded seriously, as if they understood Sun Guangjun's words. After playing with the 2 dogs for a while, Sun Guangjun didn't go down to check on the girls' training, but instead returned to his tea table and leisurely made himself a cup of fragrant tea. Little green tea was nowhere to be found, matters in the neighborhood were being handled by Wu Feng, and Xiong Lang's side was also developing smoothly, so there seemed to be no foreign enemies for now, making this a rare leisure period for Sun Guangjun. In the basement, the girls were divided into 2 groups, with Zishi and her group still practicing using pistols, while the Ouyang sisters and Fangya, under the guidance of Xiaozi, were training martial arts in the fighting room just arranged by Sun Guangjun. The Ouyang sisters had greatly increased their appetites for some time now. Along with their growing appetites, their physical fitness was also steadily improving, with significant increases in speed, strength, and reflexes. Although Xiaozi had just begun to improve, her foundation was the best among all the women and was the only one who had undergone formal training, so now teaching the Ouyang sisters was quite impressive. The girls trained fervently, and soon it was noon. Ouyang Feishui, who was quietly becoming the leader among the girls, saw that the time was about right and called everyone to stop training. The girls returned to the first floor, and after washing up, started helping Fangya prepare lunch. In a moment, the fairly spacious kitchen somehow felt narrow, filled with the joyful laughter and voices of the girls. Zishi walked out of the storage room holding 2 big cabbages and coincidentally bumped into Lu Tianxian, who seemed a bit distracted. Seeing the slightly furrowed brow of Lu Tianxian, Zishi immediately understood the reason. After handing the big cabbages to Fengzhou, Zishi pulled Lu Tianxian to the living room. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Zishi calmly asked, Qianqian, are you worried about the baby? How can I not worry? Lu Tianxian rolled her eyes at Zishi, saying, the baby was just driven away like that, it really took me by surprise. I really didn't expect this Mr. Sun to be so harsh, turning against them at the slightest disagreement. Sai, the baby, a weak woman, was just kicked out to fend for herself, the hardships ahead are unimaginable. Zishi pursed her lips and said, Qianqian, I think you should worry more about your own situation. Although I don't know exactly what you talked about this morning, or what the baby said to make Sun Guangjun angry. However, from what I know about Sun Guangjun, he is not unreasonable. The baby's outcome today is simply of her own making. There's a saying, right? No pain, no gain. Chapter 140, Calm Seas. Upon hearing Zishi's words, Lu Tianxian knit her brows even deeper and couldn't help but retort, Mimi, the baby just wants to fight for more rights, how could that be considered a case of no pain, no gain? More rights? Zishi scoffed at Lu Tianxian's words, I ask you, Qianqian, do you still not see reality? Have you not set your position correctly? This is the end of the world, it's no longer the flourishing times, and we are no longer the big stars that everyone watched before the apocalypse, just a part of many survivors. We just happened to be lucky, encountering Sun Guangjun. Not only did we move into such a comfortable and cozy shelter, with endless food to eat, but we could also receive various skill training. You weren't unfamiliar with the outside, so do I really need to say how it is out there? To be blunt, if it were outside, forget about such conditions, even if we wanted to protect our innocence, it would be extremely difficult. I know you still care about Sun Guangjun coveting your beauty, thinking he is no different from those stinky men outside. But think carefully, does he have the obligation to selflessly support you and me without asking for anything in return? No. And what do we have to repay him? Besides this body, is there anything else? Compared to being forced by others, at least Sun Guangjun has discussed it with you, right? Xian, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but at this point, stop being so pretentious, and don't get tangled up. I believe that your decision to stay, instead of being kicked out like Bao Bao, must have been carefully thought out. Now that you've made a decision, don't regret it, and definitely don't hesitate, that will only put you in an awkward position. As for the lives and deaths of others, we are already too busy taking care of ourselves to worry about that. Alright, that's all I have to say, think it over yourself. After speaking, Zishi got up and returned to the kitchen, not only helping out but also earnestly following Fangya to learn cooking skills.
The sound of Zishi's signature sweet voice blended perfectly with the laughter in the kitchen. Watching her figure shuttle back and forth in the kitchen, Lu Tianxian felt a bit confused. Could it be that Bao Bao was really wrong? Forget it, can't think too much. Thinking this, Lu Tianxian felt that Sun Guangjun didn't seem like a bad person, although the conditions he offered were quite excessive, even harsh. At least he was open about it. Even if you disagree, he treated you kindly and sent you out with respect. He didn't turn hostile. As for Yang Tianbao's experience, she wanted too much without wanting to give anything. Zishi was right, in this world, there is no such thing as getting something for nothing. Wanting to enjoy comfort here while not wanting to pay any price and then criticizing others' actions is just pure nonsense. In an instant, Lu Tianxian felt she understood. Thinking back, on the boat back, Lin Jina had said, no matter what excessive demands Sun Guangjun made, she would stay. Looks like she is the one who truly sees through this. As for Sun Guangjun, he's not a good person, but he's not a villain either. He retained at least the basic respect for them. Standing up from the sofa, Lu Tianxian walked into the kitchen, trying to fit in with the other women. Slowly, she began to feel that this life was quite good. Villa number 1 returned to tranquility. Actually, saying that is not entirely accurate. Besides the little commotion caused by young Tianbao in the morning, Villa number 1 had been quite peaceful. On the second day of the polar night, Wu Feng personally sent 3 middle-aged women in their 40s to Villa number 1. One was a chef, and the other 2 were laborers. With these 3 people in place, Fangya was finally freed from the heavy labor in the kitchen, and all the women could devote almost all their energy to various training. For 7 consecutive days, the arrival of the 3 workers made the villa even more organized, and there was a feeling of tranquility. Every day, after waking up, the women could enjoy delicious meals and then choose their training projects according to their wishes. As for Sun Guangjun, he spent his days in the yard drinking tea with the little dumpling. He had nothing else to do, as if he were glued to the tea table. What puzzled Lu Tianxian was that even though Sun Guangjun made such demands, but for the past few days, he had not come to find her in Linjana, which made her a little curious. Unbeknownst to her, although Sun Guangjun had good physical strength, he was not made of iron. With 8 women at home, he did not have enough energy and strength to take care of everything. Before soothing the 5 he had already been in contact with, the remaining 3 had to be put off for later. Especially the Ouyang sisters and Fangya, who were the earliest to follow Sun Guangjun, needed to be properly comforted. Although they did not compete for affection, they were considerate, and Sun Guangjun could not be inconsiderate, could he? In these 7 days, even though Sun Guangjun seemed to be idle, sitting there drinking tea and occasionally smoking a little, it was just a surface phenomenon. He was actually not resting. Staying at home did not mean that Sun Guangjun was unaware of anything. With Wu Feng and Xion Lang around, news from outside continually reached Sun Guangjun. Especially Xion Lang, as he was out working hard with his subordinates, he came into contact with many people and naturally received a lot of news. The arrival of the polar night, although bringing great inconvenience to the survivors, ultimately made their living environment much more relaxed than before. At least they could go out to search for survival supplies, rather than being trapped at home by endless floodwaters as before. During these days, various survival bases of all sizes have been set up across the entire Qing city, and the survivors in adversity finally realized the importance of sticking together for warmth. At the same time, a very small number of people who had a large amount of supplies before the apocalypse became important figures in various bases, and many bases were even established under their leadership. According to the news received by Xion Lang, the current number of survivors in Qing City was around 1 million. Compared to before the apocalypse, this number was less than 1/10. In other words, in over a month of the apocalypse, the population of Qing City could be said to have barely survived. Now these survivors mostly gathered in various bases, and of course, there were also many people like Xion Lang, who gathered a group of manpower, going out early and returning late in search of survival supplies. It can be said that under pressure for survival, the previous existence based on family units had basically collapsed. Even small teams of 10 or so people faced enormous pressure at all times. This was also the reason why various survivor bases were growing stronger. After all, relying on the base and finding some valuable supplies outside could be exchanged for basic survival supplies, barely allowing them to survive. Moreover, some fortunate ones could find a job under the base's leadership. Although the pay was meager, it was still enough to earn a meal. However, beneath this calm surface, there lay intense conflicts that could erupt at any moment. Chapter 141 Surveillance. Outside Villa Number 1, not far from the mountain peak in a hidden corner, 2 figures were pinned to the ground like rocks, already covered in thick snowflakes. Not far behind them was a makeshift path leading straight to the shady side of the mountain. At the edge of a large forest, right against a stone wall, several tents had been set up. In the empty space between the tents, a large bonfire was burning, and the aroma of rice wafted through the air. Surrounding the bonfire, a dozen old, crooked faces were illuminated by the firelight, each holding a jar, slurping up porridge. Everyone was silent. Apart from the sound of sipping porridge and the crackling of firewood, the entire camp was quiet. After a long while, the leader, a man with a fair complexion, put down his jar and expressionlessly commanded, "Robert. Mike, you two go swap Scott and David back.
continue to strengthen the monitoring of Villa Number 1.
Captain Antonio, does this make any sense?
Robert, whose name was called, was a tall black man. This guy was chewing on a small twig, like he was chewing gum, and said impatiently, "Since the first day when it started cooling down and snowing, we have been here monitoring Villa Number 1, yet until today, it has been 7 days, and still we have gained nothing. I think we should change our approach instead of passively waiting here."
Robert, shut up.
A single sentence seemed to ignite the anger in Antonio's heart, and this guy exploded, pointing at Robert's nose and whispering angrily, "Damn it, I don't want your opinion, but my own.
Do you think I don't want to rush into the villa and catch that damn yellow-skinned monkey directly?
But we checked it up close before. Those glass walls use the highest level of bulletproof glass, 3 layers thick, more than 10 centimeters. The villa's front door is made of pure steel, and it is just as thick."
Damn it, what is this Dragon Country person thinking? Why would he make his home as tough as a turtle shell?
With the firepower and means we currently possess, it's simply impossible to break through such defenses.
Understand? We can't do it. And on top of that, he has dogs in the yard.
As soon as we get close, those sensitive-nosed dogs will find out we are there.
With that damn Dragon Country person's caution, do you think he would only defend and not have any counterattack methods? Don't forget, he likely possesses a lot of weapons. If we can't rush in and catch him, what can we do? Besides waiting here for an opportunity, is there any other way?
The more Antonio spoke, the lower his voice became, and in the end, he hugged his head, continuously cursing. The difficulties of the apocalypse, combined with the fruitless efforts of this time, had pushed Antonio to the brink of collapse.
This situation obviously caught Robert by surprise.
Facing the captain's anger, he could only stand up, pat Antonio on the shoulder, and then silently walked out of the camp with Mike, taking their gear for a shift change.
"Captain, I think Robert has a point."
When Antonio's emotions calmed down a bit, a team member suddenly said, "We have been here for 7 days.
Through these observations and the information we had before, we can conclude that this Sun Guangjun is a typical recluse." Of course, recluse was a term from before the apocalypse, which isn't entirely accurate.
To be precise, Sun Guangjun possesses countless resources and a solid shelter. In this harsh apocalyptic environment, it is inevitable that he would become a recluse.
It's like a billionaire. Can we expect him to live like an ordinary person and work 9 to 5 every day? The answer is no.
So, if we stay here waiting for Sun Guangjun to come out and hope to forcibly take him away, this may not be a viable path.
Then what do you suggest we do?
Antonio blared with bloodshot eyes and said in a deep voice, "I know, my method is the dumbest way, but if we don't do it this way, what should we do?
The task given to us from above, plus Captain Rod's revenge, are we to just give it all up? Simon, tell me, should we give up?" "No, no, no."
Simon shook his finger at Antonio and said, "Captain, I'm not saying we should give up on Captain Rod's revenge or our mission, but we indeed need to change our thinking. I believe that continuing to hold our position here. It is indeed possible to wait for an opportunity, but no one knows how long this time will be. The more critical point is that we are still uncertain about Sun Guangjun's combat power. This is a problem we must face, one that we previously overlooked. We all know Captain Rod's strength, and Dennis is also quite strong within our little team. Yet, these 2 skilled fighters died silently at Sun Guangjun's hands. We all know how Captain Rod died, split in 2 by a sharp weapon, while Dennis had his neck snapped without any signs of struggle before his death.
What do these indicate? They indicate that Sun Guangjun's personal strength is very strong.
As for how strong he is, we currently do not know, but it is certain he is no ordinary fighter.
Facing such a fighter with unknown strength, can we ensure a hit that lands and successfully take him down?
I feel we cannot, at least, I do not have that kind of strength.
Simon, say what you need to say clearly.
Antonio said impatiently, "I certainly know Sun Guangjun's strength is strong, otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent us such an elite team.
But if the opponent is strong, do we just give up? That's not the spirit of our Navy SEALs. Captain, I'm not saying we should give up." Simon ignored Antonio's impatience and continued slowly, "What I mean is, can we change our approach? For example." "For example, what?"
Seeing Simon's hesitation, Antonio urgently said, "Simon, stop beating around the bush, hurry up and say it." It's not surprising that Antonio is so anxious, he knows his own situation well. This elite team from the Navy SEALs originally had Rod as the captain, Antonio was just the deputy. After Rod died at Sun Guangjun's hands, he was thrust into the role of captain. However, more than a month of apocalyptic disasters has made this team struggle to survive. Being the captain puts a lot of pressure on Antonio. Not to mention, while monitoring Sun Guangjun on this mountain for the past few days, their accumulated supplies are about to run out. If the mission cannot make progress, they might find themselves powerless to continue. To be honest, at this point, Antonio would welcome any good ideas to help them out of the current predicament. In Antonio's eager gaze, Simon leaned close to his ear and whispered something. The more he spoke, the brighter Antonio's eyes became, as if a great road opened up before him. When Simon finished, Antonio waved his hand decisively and ordered, "Everyone, grab your gear and supplies, let's move." Chapter 142, The New Situation in the Courtyard. Sun Guangjun's seemingly calm life did not last long and was soon shattered. Almost at the same time that Antonio quietly led the elite team away, Wu Feng arrived at Villa Number 1. In recent days, Wu Feng had been busy with the integration and settlement of the neighborhood. With nearly 30 strong personnel and the massive supplies provided by Sun Guangjun, Wu Feng already had the conditions necessary to conquer the entire neighborhood. Compared to the emaciated survivors in the neighborhood, Wu Feng's subordinates had not gone hungry. Instead, with a month of rest, their strength was even greater than before the apocalypse. With the guarantee of force, Wu Feng's recruitment in the neighborhood was actually another form of labor relief. The benefit of this approach was that it could rescue the survivors, who were nearly broken, while also ensuring they did not waste time enjoying the benefits brought by Wu Feng. Not only can we clean up the community environment, but it also subtly forms a situation led by Wu Feng in the entire community, achieving 4 goals with one effort. During this process, there were indeed people trying to stir up trouble, especially that community director named Lin, who attempted to morally blackmail Wu Feng by saying he should contribute supplies so that everyone could get through tough times together. Unfortunately, all of this was merely child's play to Wu Feng, and it couldn't create any waves at all. No matter how much Lin and his group stirred up trouble, the bottom line was simple: if you work honestly, you will have food to eat. Don't work? Starve. Facing Wu Feng's authority, Director Lin had thought about resisting, but no matter how many people he mobilized to protest, or how many he contacted behind the scenes to forcibly requisition the supplies delivered to the central square every day, each time his efforts ended in failure. There was no choice. When Wu Feng's men revealed a hidden handgun at their waist, instead of the sticks and machetes they had shown before, the elderly folks who had finally gathered together after much courage chose to quietly back down. They say the old are cunning, and these folks waving banners behind Director Lin were only following him because Wu Feng's labor for food policy was unfriendly to them, considering they were old and weak, and after being hungry for over a month, they simply lacked the strength to participate in labor for food. To put it bluntly, these people were just relying on their age, clinging to the old ways of respecting the elderly and loving the young in pre-apocalypse times, wanting something for nothing. Now, faced with a life and death crisis, these folks wisely chose the path that was most beneficial to themselves. After all, there are young people back home, and the 1 kilogram of rice or flour they brought back each day could be cooked into a thin porridge to get by for the day. Though it wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, it was better than starving to death. After repeatedly hitting walls, the visibly decreasing number of followers around Director Lin forced her to give up reluctantly, roll up her sleeves, and join the labor team. If you can't beat them, join them. Smart people always choose this way. As for whether Director Lin was really giving up and wouldn't cause trouble anymore, that was simply not what Wu Feng was concerned about. All conspiracies and schemes are nothing but insignificant trifles in the face of absolute power. A woman over 50, how much chaos can she really stir up? Moreover, as the community became more stable, even if she wanted to cause trouble, she had lost her foundation and soil to do so. Having initially settled the community and gotten the vast majority of survivors to join the cleaning effort, Wu Feng began the next step of his plan, to strengthen defenses. Under Zhao Zixing's command, the cleared snow and broken ice were piled around the original iron fence, and after pouring water on them and layering them up, they became a new wall that was smooth and difficult to climb. The several kilometers of wall posed a considerable project for the survivors in the community, but under orderly command, the project was progressing steadily. Today, Wu Feng, who had rarely shown himself in the community, received a new message that forced him to give up the leisurely time spent with his son and personally come to Villa Number 1. Entering the yard of Villa Number 1, Wu Feng discovered a brand new light steel structure building added on the side of the villa, and in the yard, a clearly young black and white ball was being chased around by a majestic rooster. The new light steel building in the yard was provided by Sun Guangjun for the 3 workers to live in. The building was only 2 stories tall. The 3 workers lived on the second floor, while the first floor was a storage room, the kitchen and the dining room. That's right, with the workers in position, the villa's kitchen and dining room were temporarily closed and moved to the steel-framed small building. There are many secrets in the villa that only the family knows, although they are not particularly remarkable. Sun Guangjun felt uncomfortable with outsiders coming and going inside, so he made this change. You could say that now, the villa has become a private space for Sun Guangjun and 8 women. Without Sun Guangjun's permission, no one would disturb them. Every day, the women train, relax, and live in the villa. Even if they occasionally wear lighter clothes, they don't have to worry about being seen. Compared to the privacy inside the villa, the courtyard is lively. The women go out to exercise every day since there is a lot of space, unlike being cramped indoors. With more space, wouldn't their mood be better? At the same time, after this period of training, Sun Guangjun has confirmed that the 3 bullies in the village will not pose a threat to his family, so he removed the fence that used to surround the chicken coop and goose house, including the chains of the snow mastiff and Lijo Red. The notorious 3 bullies in the village were completely freed. Now, besides following Sun Guangjun or being the third wheel for the big yellow couple, the little dumpling suddenly had many more playmates.
At first, the little dumpling chased chickens and geese, and it was quite impressive. But the good times didn't last long. After getting used to the little dumpling's bluster and superficial strength, the two bullies, who were originally bullied, began to fight back. Although the little dumpling has a very strong genetic inheritance, it is still in its youth. It may scare people a bit, but when it comes down to it, it's just a standard weakling. Thus, the ecological chain in the yard gradually formed. Besides two silly and cute Shiba Inus, the few dogs are at the top of the ecological chain, and no one usually dares to provoke them. The second layer of the ecological chain consists of the big rooster and the big white goose, two strategic partners that transcend species. As for the bottom layer, there is no one else but the chubby and unruly little dumpling. However, the little dumpling does not just endure bullying, at least it has a backing, and if it gets truly angry, whether it's old Huang or Sun Guangjun, they will definitely stand up for it. So every day, the little dumpling is either being bullied or looking for trouble with its backing by its side. Chapter 143 Two Messages. Wu Feng stood at the main entrance, witnessing a chase scene. In the end, under the relentless pursuit of the two powerful roosters, the little dumpling broke through their encirclement, ran to the tea table, and buried its head under Sun Guangjun's legs, refusing to come out again. Seeing that the little dumpling had found its support, the two roosters, who had failed to succeed, did not dare to clash with Sun Guangjun's might and had to return in defeat, full of resentment. No, they were strategically retreating, avoiding the protective big boss Sun Guangjun. As the play concluded, Wu Feng laughed heartily and came to sit opposite Sun Guangjun at the tea table. He spontaneously picked up a cigarette from the table and lit one for himself, laughing as he said, "Little brother, sometimes I really envy your leisurely life. Tell me, in this apocalypse, how can someone like you still enjoy such peace and tranquility? That's something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of." "Brother Wu, are you making fun of me?" Sun Guangjun smiled and poured a cup of tea for Wu Feng, using small tweezers to place it in front of him, laughing as he said, "If I had a successful chubby son like you, I wouldn't be here watching a silly little dumpling show off. Speaking of which, while others are worrying about what to eat for the next meal, you, Boss Wu, are worried about whether your son's homework is finished today. What kind of experience is that? Come on, Brother Wu, share your feelings. Stop talking nonsense with me." Wu Feng rolled his eyes at Sun Guangjun and said, "What's there to be envious of me? If you really envy me, hurry up and make a little one with your women. Speaking of which, you have quite a few women at home, and your body looks strong, so why haven't you taken action yet? Hey, you better tell me the truth, is it that you're not capable? Get lost. No one is better than me." Sun Guangjun laughed in annoyance and said, "Brother Wu, the joy of youth is not something you old folks can understand. As for having kids, it's just not the right time yet. When it's stable, making a little one will be a matter of minutes, right? Brother Wu, just prepare a few big red envelopes, and you won't miss out on your share then." "Ha, you brat, just being stubborn." Chuckling, Wu Feng nodded at Sun Guangjun and then said with a serious expression, "Little brother, I came here today to tell you two things. First, the 508 in Building 6 that you asked me to keep an eye on has some activity. Just around 10 o'clock this morning, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class entered our community, and then there was light coming from 508 in Building 6. According to Zhao Zixing's report, there were two people in the car, one male and one female, both young. When they entered, they paid the entry fee according to our rules, and it didn't seem unusual. You know, although we have basically taken control of the community now, we are not managing it in a closed-off way, we only collect a certain entry fee. So, Zhao Zixing and the others couldn't refuse their entry." "I understand." Sun Guangjun nodded and said, "Brother Wu, the matter with 508 is just a personal grudge I have, I can handle it myself, no need for you to intervene. By the way, can you tell Zhao Zixing to inform me promptly if they want to leave the community? Don't worry, I won't make a move on them in the community, I won't ruin the rules you've set. Now, let's talk about the second thing." Wu Feng didn't know the specifics of the conflict between Sun Guangjun and Zhou Yilin, but he had a general idea and saw that he had his own plans, so he didn't say much more. After putting out his cigarette in the ashtray, Wu Feng continued, "As for the second matter, to be exact, it has gone beyond the scope of our community. Here's what happened. In the past few days, Zhao Zixing selected a group of people from the community to supplement the management team. So, during their training, a kid lazily went to the back mountain to pee and accidentally saw a firelight near the mountain top. This kid is clever. After that, he reported it to their captain. When Zhao Zixing learned about it, he personally took a few people to check it out. And guess what? There are actually more than 10 foreigners setting up a temporary camp in the forest near the mountain top. According to Zhao Zixing's observation, they were likely carrying weapons and may not come with good intentions. You know, if Zhao Zixing and his team face ordinary people or common gang members, they won't have any problem, but if it's trained military personnel, they'll be powerless. I'm worried that these people could be coming for you. So, I rushed over to give you a heads up." "Foreigners?" Sun Guangjun immediately became alert. A group of armed foreigners setting up camp in the back mountain is certainly not good news. It seems they have ulterior motives.
Nodding at Wu Feng, Sun Guangjun said, "Alright, brother Wu, I got it. You sit here a bit longer, I'll go take a look at the situation." Wu Feng nodded gently, watching Sun Guangjun stand up and return to the villa. Sun Guangjun went straight to the bedroom on the second floor. After arming himself well, he pushed open the window, jumped directly to the back of the villa, and activated the earth walking technique, heading straight for the back mountain. This was not to avoid Wu Feng, but because Sun Guangjun was worried that those foreign devils had already secretly begun watching Villa Number 1. Although there were still scaffolding and dust nets outside the glass curtain wall that had not been torn down, Sun Guangjun knew that a red infrared telescope could solve the problem. When he arrived at the place, Sun Guangjun felt frustrated, having forgotten that his earth walking technique could only operate underground, but now there was a layer of ice on the ground, and this technique could not traverse through it. With no other choice, Sun Guangjun had to take out the star sword, carve a big hole in the ice, and then leap up from underground. After a couple of turns, Sun Guangjun successfully found the camp where Antonio and his team were located. Unfortunately, the original camp had vanished, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Looking at the still smoldering bonfire that should have been at the center of the camp, Sun Guangjun confirmed that these people must have just left not long ago. He wanted to follow the traces to track them down, but Sun Guangjun thought that since they had chosen to withdraw, it didn't seem meaningful to pursue them. If they wanted to continue causing trouble, they would eventually expose themselves, and then it would be time to deal with them. Most importantly, Sun Guangjun's earth walking technique was not advantageous in this icy cold, and solely relying on speed might not allow him to catch up to those well-trained experts. However, these people had been lurking here for who knows how long, and he still needed to investigate what their purpose was. Easily, Sun Guangjun found the traces of these people climbing to the mountaintop. Following the traces around the mountain, standing at the spot where these foreign devils were monitoring the villa, Sun Guangjun looked up and could see the entrance to his own villa. Great, that said everything. These people had a clear target, they were coming straight for him. Most likely, they were the remnants of Rod's gang. Chapter 144, Provocation at the Door. Standing at the top of the mountain and observing for a moment, Sun Guangjun headed down the mountain and returned home. Returning empty-handed, Sun Guangjun did not feel any dissatisfaction or discouragement. After all, even if these people were undeterred, they had no way to breach the defenses of his villa, so there was nothing to worry about. Back at the villa, when Wu Feng learned that those people had retreated, he couldn't help but sigh in regret. It seemed a pity to let such hostile opponents just escape. According to Wu Feng, it was best to eliminate all dangers at their roots, and now it felt a bit like letting a tiger return to the mountain. However, Wu Feng also suggested that they expand the defensive perimeter of the community to include the back slope of Jinping Mountain. In this regard, Sun Guangjun had no objections, he just felt that Wu Feng would probably be busy for a while. Expanding the defensive perimeter was not just about some facilities, the biggest challenge was manpower. Recruiting people and training them would require time to build up. As for extending the walls, that was simple. In this freezing cold of -50 or 60 degrees, they could just pile up enough trash to a sufficient height and then pour water over it, and before long it would freeze solid, making the best natural wall. After seeing Wu Feng off, Sun Guangjun checked the time. It was just past 3 in the afternoon. Now that the matter with the foreign devils was temporarily resolved, only one little green tea remained. From what Sun Guangjun knew about little green tea, she definitely had ulterior motives when she returned. Most likely, she was here to show off. In these days, the changes in Qilin Villa would not go unnoticed. Knowing that the community had a new manager, with little green tea's temperament. Clearly, they will never come back to suffer hardships and be controlled. They say that Qing City is a place of evil. Whoever you mutter about will appear right in front of you to bother you. Sun Guangjun was pondering how to deal with the little green tea when she took the initiative to come knocking. When the doorbell rang, Sun Guangjun looked up and saw a big Mercedes G-Class parked boldly on the open space at the gate. A man over 1.85 meters tall was leaning against the front of the car, casually shaking the car keys in his hand, looking rather laid back. As for Zhou Yilin, Sun Guangjun did not see her figure, but the doorbell kept ringing, so she was probably standing at the gate, blocked by the steel door. Sigh. Since you took the initiative to come for some punishment, if I don't satisfy you properly, wouldn't that be disrespectful to all you've done over the years? With a sigh, Sun Guangjun stood up and walked towards the gate. He pulled the gate open just a crack, slipped out, blocking Zhou Yilin's view as she peered into the yard, subtly closing the gate with his hand behind his back, and said solemnly, "What do you want?" This was Sun Guangjun's first time seeing Zhou Yilin since his rebirth, but there was no longer any warmth between them. Instead, there was a hint of tension. "Oh? Sun Hui, haven't seen you in a few days, and you have perked up?" Finally seeing Sun Guangjun, Zhou Yilin said sarcastically, "Didn't you say this villa belongs to your boss, and you're just taking care of it? Why does it look like you're even better than the boss?" "Ha, I said it, men's mouths are nothing but lies. No matter how sweet the words come out, when it really comes to the point, everything is exposed, right? Sun Hui, don't be so quick to deny, I've already asked someone to check, this villa is under your name. What's wrong?"
Can't speak now?
I knew it, all your good deeds to me before were just pretenses.
You say so, then it's like that.
Sun Guangjun shrugged indifferently and continued, Zhou Yilin, I am not interested in arguing about who is right or wrong in the past.
Now, tell me the purpose of your visit today. Oh, so you're playing the heartless card. Zhou Yilin said mockingly, Sunui, do you really think you are so special that I, Zhou Yilin, can't live without you? You asked me why I came today, right?
Then I will tell you, I have no other business, just to let you know, I am living well now, at least not worse than you.
Besides, I want to inform you that your good days are numbered. That's it, goodbye. Oh, and it's best not to meet again.
After that, Zhou Yilin turned around and left decisively, with no hesitation at all. This decisiveness left Sun Guangjun completely dumbfounded.
Goodness, I truly want to exclaim goodness. You went out of your way to come back just to tell me you are doing well and that I have few good days left? Wait.
Unable to understand Zhou Yilin's clouded intentions, Sun Guangjun shouted before this little green tea got into her car, Zhou Yilin, you better make it clear, or I won't mind ending your so-called good days right now.
Threatening me?
Zhou Yilin turned back, giving Sun Guangjun a disdainful glance, then stepped forward to hook her arm around that laid-back man's arm, and then smugly said, Sun Wei, let me introduce you, this is my fiancé, the young master of Jinyang Group.
You probably didn't know, did you?
The Qilin Mountain Villa you're in is developed by Jinyang Group, and here, many houses belong to Jinyang Group.
I know, right now someone occupies the whole community, ruling here like a king, but do you think they will last long?
I tell you, in front of Jinyang Group, they are nothing but paper tigers. A rabbit's tail won't be long before it's discovered.
When the Jinyang Group comes back again, do you still think you can have a good life?
If you are smart, kneel down and beg for mercy. I might, considering our past relationship, spare your life, but otherwise, Looking at Zhou Yilin, who was full of herself, Sun Guangjun finally understood that this little green tea didn't know how to cling to the rich, and had somehow attached herself to the developer of Qilin Mountain Villa, which gave her the confidence to come back and challenge him.
I understand.
With a somewhat mocking smile, Sun Guangjun nodded at Zhou Yilin, threw down a take care, no need to see off, and turned to enter the gate.
You.
Not getting the desired outcome, Sun Guangjun's indifference deeply irritated Zhou Yilin, making this little green tea stomp her feet in anger. Unfortunately, the cold iron gate was closed tight, and with the scaffolding and dust net obstructing her view, the little green tea couldn't see the situation inside the glass curtain wall, so she could only rage helplessly here.
Sunui, I see you are just jealous that I am living better than you now.
Pointing at the gate, the little green tea cursed, you bastard, just wait.
It won't be long before you will be like a dog, kneeling in front of me wagging your tail and begging for mercy.
After a long while, the carefree one finally spoke, Yilin, he is just a poor guy who suddenly became rich, is it worth it to get so angry?
Alright, cool down. We should head back.
Zhou Yilin immediately changed her face, turned around, and hooked her arm around the carefree one, almost pressing half her body against him, sweetly saying, Jiming, you are so good to me.
Chapter 145, Assassination.
The little green tea and the carefree one were outside the gate, openly being affectionate for a while, sweet as honey. Finally, after enough of their antics, perhaps because it was too cold outside, the two reluctantly got into the car. With a press on the gas, the Benz G-Class violently turned around on the spot and rushed down the mountain. The ice on the mountain road had long been cleared, and the tires of the Benz were fitted with anti-slip chains. Even though the ground was a bit slippery, it couldn't stop the furious power.
Soon, the car exited the community, heading towards the city.
In the passenger seat, Zhou Yilin took off her bulky down jacket, revealing her beautiful body curve. Probably recalling Sun Guangjun's attitude earlier, the little green tea crossed her arms, angrily leaning back on the seat, and said indignantly, Jiming, is what you said true?
Will Uncle come in a few days to take back control of Qilin Mountain Villa? What do you mean by uncle? That's my dad, you have to call him dad too. The carefree one, driving, flashed a wicked and wild smile, disdainfully saying, just a bunch of ignorant little citizens, seizing the opportunity in this apocalypse, thinking they found some weapons and can claim power? What a joke! What shining group! Look at that unfortunate name they picked. Let me tell you, little citizens will always be little citizens. Even if they are momentarily successful, it won't last long. My dad said, in less than 3 days, Qilin Mountain Villa will definitely be taken back, so you can rest assured. While saying this, the carefree one couldn't help but sneakily touch Zhou Yilin a couple of times. Jiming, you're so bad.
Zhou Yilin had no intention of resisting the salty pig hand that reached out, instead sweetly calling out and actively leaning over, wrapping her arms around the carefree one's arm and rubbing against him with her curves. The carefree one enjoyed holding the steering wheel with one hand, smiling and saying, if I'm so bad, then why are you still following me?
I like it.
Zhou Yilin, acting coy, indirectly said, Jiming, today that Director Lin also said, the group occupying the community is armed with guns.
Do you think our dad can smoothly take back control?
Of course.
The carefree one patted his chest. With those few small handguns in their hands, what good are they? Let me tell you, when the fleet stationed in Qing City withdrew, they left behind a large batch of weapons and ammunition. At least 30% of these weapons are in our home. How about that? Are you still worried about their pitiful firepower? Really? Zhou Yilan's eyes widened in surprise, then she said worriedly, Brother Zhiming, just having guns probably isn't enough, right? I just saw that bastard Sun Hui turned Villa number 1 into a turtle shell. The glass curtain walls are 3 layers and at least 10 centimeters thick. Such thick glass walls, you can't shoot through them, right? Guns won't work, but aren't there cannons? Dao Erlang said casually, do you think those weapons and ammunition are just guns? To be honest, besides various firearms, there are also quite a few rocket launchers and explosives. When we successfully take over the entire community, that one villa won't be a problem at all? Don't worry, this time you'll definitely get your revenge happily. That's good, that's good. Zhou Yilan patted her heaving chest and said hatefully, facing the weaponry left by the regular army, that bastard Sun Hui is doomed this time. Humph, just thinking about how he deliberately posted food photos in the community group while ignoring my pleas makes me uncomfortable. I wish I could kill that bastard. Brother Zhiming, as long as I can get my revenge this time, I'll do anything you ask. Really? Dao Erlang's eyes lit up. He suddenly reached out to press Zhou Yilan's head, pushing down hard, and said, then I'll take some interest first. Wha? Hiss. Dao Erlang inhaled sharply, grinning widely in satisfaction. However, the car was swerving all over the place. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road, and the nearly 100-meter-high road was wide enough, or there would have definitely been an accident. Driving freely, Dao Erlang wasn't in a hurry to go back. He wanted to enjoy outside for a while first. Unbeknownst to Dao Erlang, less than a kilometer ahead in his direction, a tall figure stood on the parapet of a tall building by the roadside, holding an M24 sniper rifle, expressionless as he stared through the infrared scope. That person was none other than Sun Guangjun. Just now, when Xiao LVT and Dao Erlang were flirting at the entrance of Villa number 1, Sun Guangjun returned to the yard and activated his earth movement technique, arriving directly at the community gate where he had parked his snowmobile. He asked those guarding the gate the direction Xiao LVT and the others came from, and then rode the snowmobile to choose a high point near their route. Since Xiao LVT dared to show up and come over, how could he let her leave comfortably? Don't forget, just a few days ago, Sun Guangjun was searching the world for Xiao LVT to give her a lesson, but unexpectedly, she ran away first. It's one thing to run away, just let nature take its course, but what's with the flaunting when she comes back? Fine, since you're looking for death, I can bury you myself. What good is finding a backer? People shouldn't let the small-minded rejoice. Through the infrared scope, 2 figures, one crouching and one sitting, were clearly visible. A faint cold smile appeared at the corner of Sun Guangjun's mouth. Xiao LVT's true nature was finally revealed. In the past life, she pretended to be pure and innocent in front of me, with a myriad of excuses, yet she was proficient in all sorts of skills in front of others. What a mockery. Before long, the swerving Benz G-Class arrived nearby, quickly passing by not far from the building. Sun Guangjun's gun barrel moved along with the Benz G-Class. At a moment, Sun Guangjun's right index finger gently pressed the trigger. With a soft bang, a brilliant spark exploded from the muzzle of the M24, and the 7.62mm NATO bullet, carrying fierce flames, shot out in a straight trajectory, aiming directly at the head of the slacker lying lazily with his belly exposed. Just as Sun Guangjun fired the shot, coincidentally, the little green tea lifted her head and flashed a charming smile at the slacker, who had momentarily entered a sage state. The bullet raced through the air, but it did not hit the intended target. Instead, it struck a protrusion that was about to weaken. The next moment, a scream echoed within the confined space of the car, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class crashed into the side of a half-built building like a wild horse losing control, creating a thunderous sound. Chapter 146, Hard Bite. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class plunged headfirst into the building, completely losing power and finally coming to a stop. However, inside the car, the slacker, bound by the seatbelt in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel tightly, letting out earth-shattering screams. In the passenger seat, the little green tea, who had not fastened her seatbelt, had been thrown beneath the seat into a narrow space, her head and face covered in blood, with her mouth stuffed with a bloody, half-eaten piece of something. Looking at the slacker, his crotch was already stained red with blood, and a fist-sized hole had blown open in his right thigh, blood gushing out continuously. Sun Guangjun hadn't expected that his seemingly fail-proof shot would lead to such a dramatic outcome. Not only did he miss the target, but he also implicated an innocent party. With this shot, the slacker not only faced complete ruin but also had nearly destroyed his leg. Even with timely medical attention, amputation would be a lenient outcome, and if help came too late, his life could be at risk. Through the infrared sight, Sun Guangjun was quite frustrated to discover that the little green tea was still alive. Damn it, what incredible luck! Sun Guangjun couldn't help but admire how the little green tea indeed had some luck on her side to survive in such a situation. However, although that shot didn't hit the little green tea, it was evident from the previous angle that the slacker in the driver's seat must have suffered serious injuries. Sun Guangjun wanted to take another shot, but he had already lost his shooting angle. Even if he forced it, it probably wouldn't yield good results. Thinking about this, Sun Guangjun suddenly felt amused. Hitting the slacker by accident wasn't actually a bad thing. According to the information hinted in the little green tea's earlier words, the slacker appeared to be the young heir of the Jinyang group, and now, entangled with Zhou Yilin, he not only was injured but also had a car accident. Regardless of how serious his injuries were or what the slacker thought, the boss of Jinyang group, Mr. Chen, would definitely not let the little green tea off the hook for causing all of this. Just thinking about the potential repercussions the little green tea might face made Sun Guangjun feel a wave of satisfaction. Since he couldn't kill you, watching you suffer a bit was still nice. With that thought, Sun Guangjun's mood brightened. Putting away the M24 in his hand, Sun Guangjun hummed a little tune as he went downstairs, happily starting the snowmobile and heading back to Qilin Mountain Villa without even checking the scene. In the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the slacker screamed in agony for a long time but finally gritted his teeth against the pain, trembling as he pulled out a satellite phone from his body, dialing and crying out, "Dad, I've been shot, come save me." Speaking of Mr. Chen's speed, it was indeed impressive. Within just 20 minutes, a long convoy raced in, including an ambulance. Once the convoy arrived, they immediately began rescue efforts for the people inside the car. Soon, the slacker, who had already lost half his life, was rescued. The ambulance was dispatched immediately, and the medical staff began the emergency rescue at once. 10 minutes later, the boss Chen, who personally rushed to the scene, finally learned from the medical staff that his precious son had been saved, but upon hearing his son's condition, Chen Jinyan was filled with fury. He only had one son, whom he treasured like a gem. His heart truly wished for the stars, but little did he expect that today he almost lost him and had to suffer such torment. Investigate. Find the murderer for me. Through gritted teeth, Chen Jinyang issued the command, still seething with anger as he continued, "Bring that filthy woman who harmed my son to me. I want her dealt with properly." On the other side, after Sun Guangjun returned to Qilin Mountain Villa, he, like last time, threw the snowmobile at the entrance. Just as he was about to ask Zhao Zixing where Wu Feng was, Sun Guangjun suddenly discovered that Wu Feng had actually come out of the guard room, grinning and greeting him. "Little brother, back already? How is it? Did you avenge the great hatred? Is your heart feeling quite refreshed?" Hearing Wu Feng's teasing, Sun Guangjun's face fell, and he bitterly smiled. "Don't mention it, what great vengeance and all, I didn't even hit him. By the way, Wu brother, how come you're here?" "How come I'm here?" "I'm here to clean up your mess." Wu Feng spread his hands, beckoning Sun Guangjun to come in and sit down before saying, "I've inquired. The young man who came today is Chen Zhiming, the only son of Chen Jinyang from Jinyang Group. You rushed out in such a hurry, isn't it obvious that you were looking for trouble with young Master Chen? Regardless of whether you got a hit or not, this time, you've definitely offended young Master Chen. From what I gathered, this young Master Chen is not easy to deal with. To say he holds grudges is an understatement. And Chen Jinyang is extremely protective, he treasures his son like his own eyeball. It doesn't matter if you offend young Master Chen, Jinyang Group will definitely seek revenge. So, I need to quickly arrange the defenses for the community, otherwise, if they really come for us, we will suffer a great loss." "Oh?" Sun Guangjun raised an eyebrow and said, "So, Wu brother, you know a lot about this Jinyang Group?" "Not to say I know a lot, but..." Wu Feng laughed. Before the apocalypse, Jinyang Group was one of the largest corporations in Qing City. Almost no one in Qing City is unaware of this. Their businesses cover real estate development, property management, warehousing and logistics, large supermarkets, grain and oil processing, machinery manufacturing, and so on. By the way, this community we are currently in is developed by Jinyang Group. Considering Chen Jinyang's strength, after the apocalypse arrived, it goes without saying that he has been living much better than others. Now, one of the largest survivor gathering places in Qing City was organized by him, Chen Jinyang. Moreover, I also heard that just when it rained, Chen Jinyang somehow acquired a large batch of weapons and ammunition, which is one of the reasons he holds power in the South City area. How about that? Aren't you a little scared now? You are provoking a truly formidable opponent. What's there to be afraid of?" Sun Guangjun shrugged, disdainfully saying, "Just a local tyrant, thinking he's something special just because he got some weapons. Wu brother, don't worry, if this so-called Jinyang Group dares to come looking for trouble, I'll make sure they trip and fall hard." "You?" Wu Feng pointed a finger at Sun Guangjun and said, "Do you really think one person can compete with a large group?" "Yes, I admit that in this apocalypse, no matter how strong Jinyang Group was before, they're not as powerful now. But don't forget, even a rotten boat still has 3 nails. Brother, when facing possible revenge, we cannot let our guard down. At the very least, this time, we cannot let those who have just joined our community down. So, just watch how I arrange things." Chapter 147 Double Kill. Less than 20 kilometers in a straight line from Qilin Villa, there was once a forest park built on a small hill. However, in a corner of this forest park, the most beautiful scenery had long been enclosed before the apocalypse to build a private manor, complete with a private mountain road, wherein outsiders could hardly step inside. This was where Chen Jinyang, the chairman of Jinyang Group, lived daily. This private manor covered over 100 acres, not including the large areas of mountain forest that were also enclosed. Such a large place, built in a majestic manner, cost an astronomical sum. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Chen Jinyang centered his collection of various materials from the group around this private manor, gathering a large number of people. Especially after the heavy rain had ended, these people had seemingly become the rulers of this place. Based on the large amount of resources originally owned by Jinyang Group, Chen Jinyang was among the first few to establish a survivor settlement, and he and his subordinates quickly transformed into the managers, local emperors of this settlement. This time, his precious son suffered a great loss, losing 1.5 legs, and even the happiness of the rest of his life was gone. The Chen family faced a fate of being cut off from descendants. How could the usually dominating Chen Jinyang not be furious? After returning to his lair, Chen Jinyang, still angry, issued a series of commands one after another. Soon, a large number of people gathered at the manor, and boxes of firearms and ammunition stored deep in the warehouse began to be distributed. Chen Jinyang had made up his mind. This time, no matter who hurt his precious son, once found out, the other party must pay a price, a blood price. By around 8 in the evening, Chen Jinyang finally received news. The person sent out to gather information returned with a report. The young master went to Qilin Villa today and was ambushed on the way back, resulting in severe injuries. Currently, Qilin Villa is controlled by a force called Fingguan Group, which has gathered all the survivors in the community under their command and is now cleaning up the environment and building walls. According to the analysis of the current information, it seems the young master had a conflict with someone at Qilin Villa, most likely due to the woman who was with him. As for the young master's injury, it was obviously retaliation from them. Qilin Villa? Fingguan Group? After receiving the news, Chen Jinyang gritted his teeth in rage. What a Fingguan Group! They not only took over my community and drove out my property staff, but now they dare to lay such a deadly hand on my only son? They're truly overstepping their bounds. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot endure. After venting his anger, Chen Jinyang recalled the little green tea and commanded, "Go ask if the woman with the young master hasn't finished being interrogated yet? Tell the people below, no matter the means, I just want that woman to speak." "Yes." His subordinate responded and quickly walked out. Soon, the subordinate responsible for interrogating the little green tea reported, "Boss, it's been clarified that the woman with the young master is named Zhou Yilin, who was personally brought back by the young master on the day the heavy rain just stopped. According to Zhou Yilin, she has an old acquaintance with Sun Guangjun, the owner of Villa 1 at Qilin Villa. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Sun Guangjun flaunted his wealth in the owner's group at Qilin Villa, and there was a conflict between him and Zhou Yilin. This time, the young master went to Qilin Villa. It was encouraged by Zhou Yilin, aiming to confront Sun Guangjun to vent some anger. As for the Sun Guangjun, it is said that his real name is Sun Hui, and he has known Zhou Yilin since childhood, seemingly having had a past relationship. Since turning 18, Sun Guangjun has been working in Neon, and just before the apocalypse broke out, he returned home and purchased Villa number 1. The information I have at present is limited to this. Other details still need to be verified. However, according to Zhou Yilin, the one who ambushed the young master on the way is very likely this Sun Guangjun. After hearing the report, Chen Jinyang furrowed his brow and asked, "A person who works in Neon, after returning home, could buy Villa number 1? I find that hard to believe. If I remember correctly, Villa number 1 costs more than 100 million. Can a mere worker afford that? Even if he took out a loan, a down payment of several tens of millions is still an astronomical number for him. Just from this point alone, this guy named Sun Guangjun is suspicious. And where did he get the weapon to shoot Jiming? You must understand, getting firearms in our country is not an easy task. Did Zhou Yilin not provide any explanation for these matters?" "Boss, no." The subordinate shook his head honestly and said, according to Zhou Yilin, before this trip back home, Sun Guangjun had been in Neon for a year and a half. In other words, Zhou Yilin had not seen him for a year and a half. During Sun Guangjun's time working abroad, he had been sending money to Zhou Yilin. In other words, Zhou Yilin had been sucking Sun Guangjun's blood. The subordinate believes that perhaps Sun Guangjun discovered Zhou Yilin's blood-sucking behavior and, in a fit of anger, chose to sever ties with her. And the young master getting hurt this time could very likely be a result of Sun Guangjun seeking revenge on Zhou Yilin, with the young master just being a collateral damage. "I don't care about collateral damage or anything else." Chen Jinyang bellowed, "All I know is my son has been seriously injured, and his life is ruined. All of this is thanks to these 2 dog men and women. I will not spare Sun Guangjun, and Zhou Yilin should not expect to be unscathed either. You go down and lock Zhou Yilin up for me. I am heading out now to take down Qilin Mountain Villa and capture Sun Guangjun. By then, I will deal with these 2 dog men and women together." "Yes." The subordinate took his orders and left. Chen Jinyang suppressed the fire in his heart and commanded his men to prepare the first team, set to move out in half an hour to flatten Qilin Mountain Villa and capture Sun Guangjun.
For convenience in management, Chen Jinyang divided his team into 3 battalions, with the 2nd battalion being the garrison forces of the villa, simply put, guarding Chen Jinyang's old nest. The 3rd battalion was reorganized from the properties and security teams of Jinyang Group, responsible for defending the territories Chen Jinyang just took over. While the 1st battalion was Chen Jinyang's most elite combat force, dedicated to expanding his territory. This time, Chen Jinyang was truly enraged, calling upon the elite 1st battalion to mobilize fully. One must say, Chen Jinyang is quite capable. In just over a month of the apocalypse, he had organized his forces neatly, and even during the few days of rain, he managed to reclaim many communities and office buildings under Jinyang Group. Now, Chen Jinyang was also preparing to achieve 2 goals at once, not only to avenge his beloved son but also to take back Qilin Mountain Villa effortlessly. Chapter 148, Ambush. Half an hour later, a huge convoy made up of more than 30 off-road vehicles surged out of the villa, heading straight for Qilin Mountain Villa. Chen Jinyang's 1st battalion consisted of just over 100 people. However, the equipment of these 100 or so people was not to be taken lightly. Each one was armed with a Type 95 assault rifle and also carried a handgun for close combat. One could say that this equipment is not something that many in Qing City can possess. The survivor base established by the Qing City official team, its defensive power may not even compare to Chen Jinyang. This is unavoidable. The defensive forces of the official base are mostly made up of police teams from before the apocalypse, equipped with ordinary police gear, primarily handguns and submachine guns, alongside a small number of shotguns and sniper rifles. With this kind of equipment, facing those assault rifles has no real advantage. The convoy moved quickly, encountering almost no obstacles along the way, and smoothly arrived at the foot of Jinping Mountain. Chen Jinyang, feeling strong in his power, did not bother to stop as the convoy reached the mountain base, crashing straight ahead towards the gate of Qilin Villa. In the blink of an eye, the massive convoy had reached more than 100 meters from the community, and under Chen Jinyang's orders, they fanned out into a semicircle, surrounding the community's gate. All the vehicles came to a halt, their bright headlights converging together, illuminating the community gate as if it were broad daylight. With this imposing force at the gate, however, there was not a sound from inside Qilin Villa. The bright lights revealed an empty entrance, marked only by 2 barricades made of steel pipes amidst the vast expanse of ice and snow, and there was not a single person in sight. Sitting in a Hummer H2, Chen Jinyang looked at the scene before him, a trace of disdainful cold laughter hanging at the corner of his mouth. Is this it? They dare to occupy my community? It seems that without the tiger in the mountain, the monkey takes the crown. The next moment, a loudspeaker suddenly blared from an off-road vehicle. Listen, people from the Fengguan Group, we are the developers of Qilin Villa, Jinyang Group. You have 10 minutes to drop your weapons and come out to surrender. Don't hold any illusions. In the face of absolute power, your pitiful numbers and weapons are nothing to fear. Now, the countdown begins. Hearing the voice from the loudspeaker, Chen Jinyang smiled with pride. This way of speaking was, of course, his idea. In a battle between 2 armies, winning minds comes first. Chen Jinyang made such a grand show, fully intending to first create great psychological pressure before delivering another announcement. With this smooth little combo, they would have to surrender immediately, right? Previously, when reclaiming communities occupied by others, this tactic had proven effective countless times, often capturing terrified opponents without firing a shot. However, the tactic that had always worked for Chen Jinyang failed today. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the once silent Qilin Villa remained eerily quiet. No one walked out from the empty gate. It seems these people are stubborn, unwilling to surrender. Chen Jinyang chuckled, pulling out a thick cigar, lighting it leisurely, savoring the aromatic smoke, and lightly ordered, "Tell the 1st and 2nd squads to attack immediately. Kill without mercy for any resistors." Yes. The assistant in the passenger seat grabbed the walkie-talkie and relayed Chen Jinyang's orders. With a series of slamming car doors, a group of armed black-clad men surged out from several vehicles, numbering around 40 to 50, excitedly rushing towards the community's gate. These men laughed and joked, completely unaware of the formidable enemy they were facing, still thinking it was like before. Once they entered the community, they wouldn't face any real resistance. Did they? Just as they had charged out a few meters, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, from the thick ice on both sides of the gate, 2 dark gun barrels emerged, followed by a rapid burst of gunfire. Chen Jinyang's men had not anticipated that the seemingly empty gate. There was an ambush waiting, and in an instant, they suffered a huge loss. By the time the people who rushed out retreated in a panic, hiding behind the convoy, there were already over 10 bodies lying in the open space at the entrance, along with 5 or 6 wounded, crying in agony. In just a few seconds, there had been such significant casualties. This was unprecedented for Chen Jinyang's men. To put it simply, these were just ordinary people who had never undergone any military training. They could scare people with guns normally, but when faced with real danger, they hardly displayed any combat effectiveness. The sudden gunfire stunned Chen Jinyang, who was sitting in the back seat of the Hummer. Watching his men, who were shot at and fleeing in disarray, Chen Jinyang didn't even notice his cigar dropping to the carpet. With the illumination from the headlights, Chen Jinyang quickly discovered what was going on. It turned out that the thick ice layers on both sides of the gate were not just randomly piled up, but were solid ice fortresses, merely disguised on the outside. Now, the enemies were hiding inside the ice fortresses, pouring firepower toward them. Yes, even though Chen Jinyang's men had retreated, the gunfire from the opposite side showed no signs of stopping. Instead, the firepower extended, aimed at their convoy.
Is that a machine gun?
The continuous gunfire quickly made Chen Jinyang realize one thing: the opposing side was definitely not using ordinary assault rifles, but battlefield killers, machine guns with high rates of fire and long ranges.
How could the people from the Guangfeng group have machine guns? Where did they get their machine guns? Didn't they say they were just a group of ordinary people relying on a bit of force to forcibly occupy Qilin Mountain Villa? A series of questions instantly appeared in Chen Jinyang's mind.
In the next moment, Chen Jinyang suddenly went mad and snatched the walkie-talkie from his assistant, shouting frantically, "Retreat, retreat immediately! All vehicles turn off their lights! Hurry up, hurry up!" But in the few seconds that Chen Jinyang was dazed, 2 off-road vehicles had already been shot, their fuel tanks exploding in loud blasts, turning into 2 fireballs. There was no other choice. After all, Chen Jinyang's convoy was just more than 100 meters from the gate and had arranged their vehicles in a fan shape. This distance, for machine guns with ranges of over 1,000 meters, was simply too close. The ice fortresses on both sides of the gate easily formed crossfire. The continuous explosions, along with Chen Jinyang's orders, finally snapped the stunned men back to reality. The drivers who hadn't exited the vehicles hurried to turn off their high beams, started their engines, and began to retreat in a flurry. In an instant, the originally bright entrance returned to darkness. Besides the 2 vehicles, which had their fuel tanks exploded and were still burning, only the shooting ports of the ice fortresses were still dazzling with brilliant sparks.
Chapter 149, Retreating in Disarray. Chen Jinyang's retreat order was issued too hastily, and his men had never encountered such a situation before. Over 30 vehicles started simultaneously, but, in the pitch-black environment, some headed east, some west, some forward, and some turned around in place. This was disastrous. The sounds of engines, brakes, and various collisions echoed continuously, mixed with the intense gunfire, creating a chaotic cacophony. Almost in an instant, at least a dozen car accidents occurred right under Chen Jinyang's nose. Witnessing everything unfold, Chen Jinyang was absolutely furious. But now was about saving his life. He couldn't afford to care about these things. Although his Hummer looked big and powerful, it was not a bulletproof version. If it came under fire from 2 machine guns, how would he still have a life left? Fortunately, Chen Jinyang's driver was relatively capable, and the position of the Hummer was also further back.
He quickly burst out. Once he was out of the machine gun fire range, Chen Jinyang began to calm down. Listening to the crashing sounds around him, Chen Jinyang realized that he had just issued an extremely terrible command. "Turn on the lights, everyone turn on the lights." At this moment, Chen Jinyang was no longer calm. He grabbed the intercom in the car and shouted angrily, "All drivers, don't just drive blindly, look at the road clearly. Everyone in the car, don't just sit there, fight back, fight back." With the car lights turning on again, the convoy finally regained some order. Although they had to endure the sweeping fire of machine guns, at least they no longer had to run around like headless flies. The people in the car hurriedly stuck their guns out the windows and fired back randomly. For a moment, the sounds of gunfire erupted at the entrance of the community. It was like fireworks. When all the movable vehicles had retreated, Chen Jinyang was horrified to discover that in such a short time, at least 6 or 7 cars had been left across from the gate. Those subordinates who didn't make it to the cars, apart from a few who were still hiding behind the cars, nearly all had been turned into bloody messes. It could be said that this time, Chen Jinyang's first squad had suffered at least a 1/3 loss. Without time to feel sorry for these losses, Chen Jinyang quickly calculated the gains and losses in his mind. With the manpower and weapons he brought today, it seemed impossible to break through the block of 2 machine guns. For now, the only option was to retreat temporarily. Damn it, these bastards! He slammed his fist on the seat in frustration and reluctantly issued the order for a full retreat, not even caring about the subordinates who hadn't died but were left behind, ending today's operation in such a half-hearted manner. There was no choice. Chen Jinyang was perhaps very talented in business, but when it came to marching and fighting, he truly lacked that ability. Bullying the weak was fine, but fighting this kind of tough battle, he himself didn't have confidence. Soon, the stopped convoy set off again, lacking the grandiose air from before, instead exuding a sense of shame. On the way back, Chen Jinyang leaned against the back seat with vacant eyes, his heart surging with waves of emotion. Today's events were a setback for him, even more so a humiliation. Over 100 people had gone to attack, only to return defeated without even seeing the enemy's face. This was absolutely unacceptable for the ambitious Chen Jinyang. What Chen Jinyang didn't know was that not long after his convoy came down from the mountain, a SUV quietly followed at the back. This car did not turn on its lights and quietly kept following until the convoy returned to the estate. Just when they were about to enter the gate, it quietly turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Throughout the process, not a single person in the convoy noticed.
It wasn't that Chen Jinyang's subordinates lacked vigilance, rather, the disastrous defeat had left everyone who was once proud with a dazed feeling. Plus, many people in the team were injured, and the sounds of pain and groans distracted most of their attention. Upon returning to the estate, Chen Jinyang arranged for the treatment of his injured brothers and sent people to investigate the situation regarding Qilin Mountain Manor and Fingguang Group. Only then did he return to his study, sitting down in a gloomy mood. The matter seemed to be coming to a close, but the more Chen Jinyang thought about it, the angrier he got. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. Unable to suppress his anger, he simply rolled up his sleeves and went to the jail in the estate. Chen Jinyang's estate was quite large, with 7 or 8 independent villas alone, along with a couple of 2-story buildings for workers to live in and store tools. After the apocalypse, Chen Jinyang transformed a small building into a prison, used to hold some misguided servants and captured enemies. When the little green tea Zhou Yilin was brought back, she was locked up here. Now, Chen Jinyang was in a bad mood and immediately thought of the little green tea as the main culprit. She was here to be a punching bag. As a prison, this small building was reinforced, and Chen Jinyang pushed open the heavy door and strode into an interrogation room. Before long, Zhou Yilin was shoved and jostled inside. To Chen Jinyang's surprise, Zhou Yilin showed no signs of injury. Her clothes were clean and neat, completely unlike the disheveled state when she was dragged from the Mercedes G-Class. Chen Jinyang could never have imagined that the little green tea valued her life, knowing that this time she caused Chen Zhiming to be injured and have an accident. Her father would definitely not let her off easy, so she was quite cooperative during the interrogation. When she was just interrogated, before Chen Jinyang's men even spoke, Zhou Yilin began to spill everything like peas from a pod. Of course, given the nature of the little green tea, she surely pushed all the blame onto Sun Guangjun. As for her, she was just an innocent bystander caught up in it all. Because of Zhou Yilin's cooperation, Chen Jinyang's men not only didn't make things difficult for her, but also found her a set of clean clothes to change out of the dirty ones that had a foul smell. Looking at the clean Zhou Yilin, and then thinking of his son lying in bed missing a leg, Chen Jinyang's anger surged. "Are you Mr. Chen?" Before Chen Jinyang could ask, Zhou Yilin looked up, putting on a pitiful pose, and tearfully said, "Mr. Chen, I truly didn't mean to hurt Brother Zhiming. This is all the damn Sun Hui's fault. That guy who shot at him out of nowhere must definitely be him. By the way, Mr. Chen, how is Brother Zhiming now? Is he okay?" Chen Jinyang let out a heavy cold snort and said coldly, "Whether Zhiming is okay or not has nothing to do with you anymore. Right now, you just need to honestly answer my questions, otherwise, I won't mind letting you suffer a bit. I ask you, what exactly is the deal with the Sun Hui you mentioned?" At once, Zhou Yilin recounted her past with Sun Guangjun, but of course, all the mistakes were certainly Sun Guangjun's. How could the little green tea take any blame on herself when it concerns life and death? Chapter 150, The Tactics of Little Green Tea. After hearing Zhou Yilin's account, the old fox Chen Jinyang understood her beautifully crafted words completely. This was clearly a bottomless gold digger. Not to mention anything else, just from the fact that most of Sun Guangjun's earnings from working in Neon over the years went into her pockets shows this. With a plan in mind, Chen Jinyang pondered briefly and said, "You say Sun Hui works in Neon, and you also say he shot at Zhiming, so let me ask you, how could a mere worker afford such a big operation? Where did his gun come from?" "Mr. Chen, how would I know?" Zhou Yilin said with an aggrieved expression, "I've known Sun Hui for so many years, but since he turned adult, he went to Neon, and we hardly see each other once a year. I truly know nothing about what kind of people he has met or what he has done in Neon. By the way, he returned to the country 2 months ago, bought Villa number 1 at Qilin Mountain Villa, and even lied to me saying he had no money. I think he was preparing to abandon me back then. What a heartless bad seed. He returned 2 months ago?" Chen Jinyang suddenly turned to his assistant and said, "I remember, when Villa number 1 at Qilin Mountain Villa was sold 2 months ago, the real estate side said it was a full payment, right?" The assistant quickly replied, "Yes, that's correct. Mr. Chen." At that time, people in real estate said that, during a downturn in the property market, it was quite rare to find someone who could suddenly take out over 100 million to buy a villa. By the way, I remember shortly after that, Villa number 2 and Villa number 3 were sold together, and it seemed like the buyers also returned from Neon. Yes, they were businessmen coming back from Neon. However, I also heard from the property company that the buyers of these 3 villas were quite strange. After buying the villas, the owners immediately started renovations, and they were basically all the same style. "Mr. Chen, wait a moment, I'll check, it's been so long that I don't remember clearly." Saying this, the assistant prepared to walk out. "No need." Chen Jinyang raised his hand to stop the assistant and said with a serious face, "You said the renovation plans for the 3 villas are basically the same, is that right?" "Yes." The assistant nodded and said, "The head of the property company and I are on good terms. Once, during a casual chat, he mentioned this to me. I just didn't take it seriously at the time. I only knew they bought the houses one after another and then renovated them. As for the specific renovation plan, I'm not very clear on that."
I just remember that at the time he seemed to say that the owners of those 3 houses acted like they were sick. It was a perfectly good villa, but they insisted on surrounding the courtyard with bulletproof glass, just like they had paranoia about being persecuted. Truly a waste of money. What? Hearing this, Chen Jinyang stood up abruptly and said, "Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier?" The assistant gave a helpless smile and said, "Boss, I only remembered it while we were talking. I really hadn't paid attention before." "Boss, is this information very important?" "Important?" Chen Jinyang glared fiercely at the assistant and said irritably, 2 months ago, that was about a month before the apocalypse broke out. To buy a villa at that time and go through the trouble of surrounding the courtyard with bulletproof glass, is that something an ordinary person can do? Moreover, the buyers of the villas all returned from Neon, and the renovation plans are quite similar. This already says a lot. By the way, you just said that villa number 2 and number 3 were bought by the same person, right? In my opinion, these 2 people must have known each other before returning home. They definitely got some news in Neon and came back to take refuge. Their renovations for the villas clearly follow the method of building a shelter. Go, you immediately check for me. What is the name of the buyer of villa number 2? Buying 2 villas at once, this person is very likely that Wu Feng from Fengguan Group. I have to say, Chen Jinyang has been able to dominate the business world for so many years, still has his skills. In such a short time, with limited clues, he quickly pieced all the information together. Understood. The assistant responded and quickly walked out. As the assistant left, only Chen Jinyang and Zhou Yilin remained in the room, which suddenly fell into silence. Chen Jinyang frowned, pondering the information just received, while Zhou Yilin obediently curled up in the corner, like a small quail. The situation was stronger than the person. The little green tea knew very well that her life and death now hung on Chen Jinyang's thoughts. At this moment, it was better to behave obediently. As long as she cooperated well and pushed all the responsibility of Chen Zhiming's injury onto Sun Guangjun, then Chen Jinyang would have no reason to kill her. At worst she would just have to suffer a bit. After all, Chen Zhiming was already crippled. It was better to change tactics and tightly hug this thicker thigh of Chen Jinyang. Thinking this, Zhou Yilin deliberately began to emit her charm. I have to say, Zhou Yilin had some capital to toy with Sun Guangjun in her previous life. This deliberate act was truly one to be pitied. It stirs a strong desire to protect. Chen Jinyang thought for a long time. With limited information at hand, all his current ideas were guesses, and it was better to wait for his assistant to return and get solid evidence before acting. Once he relaxed, Chen Jinyang felt waves of exhaustion. After all, Chen Jinyang was in his 50s, although he usually had plenty of energy, today had been full of ups and downs, with great sorrow, joy, and losses all hitting him at once. If it weren't for his sheer willpower, he might have already collapsed. Leaning back in the chair, Chen Jinyang tilted his head back and closed his eyes wearily. Zhou Yilin, curled up in the corner, saw Chen Jinyang's appearance and immediately thought this was a chance. So, the little green tea bravely stepped forward a few paces, came behind the chair, gently placed her hands on Chen Jinyang's head, and said, "President Chen, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. When I was at home before, I always helped my parents massage when they were tired." Feeling the cool little hands on his temples, gently pressing and kneading, Chen Jinyang felt all his fatigue slowly dissipating. He let out a soft HM, and relaxed into enjoyment. So confident, Chen Jinyang had long seen through the essence of the little green tea, just a girl looking to gain, daring to be against him in his own territory? Seeing that Chen Jinyang did not object, the little green tea felt secretly delighted. This was definitely a good start. Gently shifting Chen Jinyang's head, Zhou Yilin pushed her chest forward, letting her height rest against the back of his head, and worked hard with her hands to massage him. Before long, Chen Jinyang surprisingly fell asleep, even letting out soft snores. Chapter 151, Follow. Seeing that Chen Jinyang had actually fallen asleep, Zhou Yilin felt even happier. It seemed she had made President Chen comfortable, otherwise, how could he sleep so quickly? Still in the chair. While Zhou Yilin was secretly rejoicing, the door on the other side creaked as Chen Jinyang's assistant pushed it open and entered. Shoo! Zhou Yilin raised a finger to her full lips, signaling to the assistant who was stepping into the room. The assistant was just puzzled. How could Zhou Yilin, a subject of interrogation, be standing behind the boss with him having his eyes closed? What kind of fairy tale was this? Now seeing Zhou Yilin's signal, the clever assistant quickly understood. Zhou Yilin was trying to please her boss, and the boss seemed to enjoy it. Moving lightly, the assistant tiptoed into the room, lowering his voice to Zhou Yilin's ear and said, "When the boss wakes up, tell him the owner who bought villas 2 and 3 is named Wu Feng. It should be that Wu Feng from Glory Group." Both villas were paid for in full at once. Seeing Zhou Yilin nod, the assistant turned around, tiptoeing out of the room, and kindly closed the door softly. Standing on the steps outside the small building, the assistant took out a cigarette and lit it, deeply inhaling and letting the white smoke slowly drift from his nostrils before letting out a long sigh. The assistant's surname is Chang, with the single character Bin as his name, and he is 37 years old this year. Chang Bin had been by Chen Jinyang's side for over a decade, considered to be one of his most trusted aides. During these years, Changbin had seen all the comings and goings around Chen Jinyang, witnessing countless intrigues and unscrupulous tactics. In Changbin's view, Zhou Yilan's actions today were quite normal, just a girl trying to survive. When facing life and death crises, it's natural to find ways to preserve one's own life first. What he couldn't understand was how Chen Jinyang, knowing that this was his precious son's woman, could still directly destroy a half leg. Especially that half. Don't look at it being just a few centimeters, but it concerns a lifetime of happiness and the future of the next generation. Changbin knew that although Chen Jinyang had many women, this old man had one good point: he didn't have any illegitimate children or daughters. He said it was because he feared that when he got old, someone unsatisfied would come home to fight his good eldest son for the inheritance. In other words, Chen Jinyang's training of Chen Zhiming was entirely based on the level of being a successor, and he even took the initiative to cut off any future troubles. Comparing the past and present, what's going on now? Sigh. Shaking his head slowly, Changbin looked back at the tightly closed interrogation room door and said softly, "It seems that with the injury of the young master, the boss's thoughts have already changed. In the future, we still have to be a bit more careful." Throwing away the cigarette butt in his hand, Changbin wrapped up in his thick-down jacket, facing the unknown falling snowflakes, and stepped away from the small building. Chen Jinyang was asleep, but as his assistant, Changbin still had a lot of work to do. Let's not mention anything else, today's mess still needs to be cleaned up. Outside the manor, the off-road vehicle that had left the convoy had already turned around and driven away. Only after completely leaving the manor's range did the vehicle turn on its headlights and speed back to Qilin Mountain Manor. When the car stopped beside the guard shack, Sun Guangjun opened the car door and jumped out. That's right, driving this car, secretly following the convoy, arriving at Chen Jinyang's old nest unnoticed, and then quietly leaving was done by Sun Guangjun. Wu Feng had long anticipated that Chen Jinyang would come to Qilin Mountain Manor to help his good eldest son reclaim honor, while also dealing with this audacious man who dared to snatch away his property. For this, he had already made preparations. In fact, Wu Feng's preparations had begun the day he gained control over the community. The method was simple: on both sides of the community entrance, he used steel pipes as a framework to create 2 ice fortresses with water, and then piled some ice and snow on the outside for concealment. Inside each ice fortress, Wu Feng had arranged 3 M249 light machine guns. However, when Chen Jinyang attacked, only 2 light machine guns fired simultaneously, with the remaining 4 kept in reserve. This arrangement was made because Chen Jinyang's people were not many, and it was intended to use the gap when the machine guns ran out of bullets as a transitional firepower. But unexpectedly, Chen Jinyang's men were too weak and ran away before the 2 machine guns had even finished a 250-round ammunition belt. Not being able to fully utilize the firepower advantage, it must be said that this was a regret. While Wu Feng commanded his men to drive back Chen Jinyang, Sun Guangjun was already prepared at the fork in the road below the mountain. Originally, Sun Guangjun wanted to ambush at Chen Jinyang's flank, using the crossfire from the 2 ice fortresses to completely keep Chen Jinyang and his subordinates here. But Wu Feng directly rejected his proposal, believing it was unnecessary to hit too hard at once. One must leave some room for Chen Jinyang to breathe. Sun Guangjun thought about it and understood Wu Feng's intention. This clearly meant to use Chen Jinyang as a whetstone. Wu Feng had less than 30 subordinates, and even with the new recruits, the total was less than 100. With so few people, it is worth noting that none of them had undergone formal military training. Though there were a few retired special forces among Wu Feng's subordinates, their strength in a large-scale battle was quite limited. Therefore, strengthening overall strength as soon as possible was the immediate priority. And the quickest way to gain strength was to train through real combat. This is also the most important reason why Wu Feng doesn't want to kill Chen Jinyang with one blow. On the other hand, Wu Feng's actions are also to avoid killing too many people. After all, Chen Jinyang's subordinates are also fellow countrymen. Even if both sides are now at odds, there is no need to be too harsh. Perhaps, after defeating Chen Jinyang in the future, these people might also be his subordinates. This is similar to the years ago when our army fought against Baldi. After fighting back and forth, except for the stubborn leader, they all eventually became our own people. In comparison, instead of recruiting ordinary people and training them from scratch, it is better to utilize these guys who already have some foundation. You must know, Wu Feng and Sun Guangjun are going to lead the entire Qing city in the future, so it is acceptable to leave themselves with more manpower. Because of these considerations, Wu Feng rejected Sun Guangjun's proposal. However, this did not stump Sun Guangjun. If Wu Gu doesn't let me fight, then I just won't fight. I'll find something else to do. Thus, when Chen Jinyang attacked in full force, Sun Guangjun left the community alone and went to lay an ambush at the foot of the mountain. Having followed the convoy to find Chen Jinyang's lair, Sun Guangjun aimed for the resources in Chen Jinyang's hands. In the apocalypse, maintaining a force depends heavily on resources, and Chen Jinyang is no exception. Sun Guangjun planned to take action before Wu Feng completely destroyed Chen Jinyang, to secure all of Chen Jinyang's resources first. That way, it would be much easier to accept Chen Jinyang's subordinates later on. Chapter 152, Old Chen is a player. Seeing Sun Guangjun jump down from the car, Wu Feng in the guardroom couldn't wait to rush out, rolling his eyes and saying, "I say, little brother, you finally came back. I thought you followed Chen Jinyang into his old lair and forgot about home." Hearing Wu Feng's sarcastic tone, Sun Guangjun smiled and said, "Wu Ge, you can't blame me for that. You don't know, compared to us, that Chen Jinyang is truly a player." "Oh?" Pulling Sun Guangjun back into the guardroom, Wu Feng curiously asked, "What do you mean by player? Explain it to me." "Explain what?" Sun Guangjun shivered all over, his eyes almost rolling to the ceiling. "Hey, Wu Ge, aren't you ashamed? What is there for two grown men to explain? Thinking about that image gives me goosebumps. Stop chattering." Wu Feng was also grossed out and punched Sun Guangjun on the shoulder, saying, "Hurry up and speak, let's learn from Chairman Chen well." I'm telling you. Sun Guangjun bared his teeth and rubbed his shoulder, saying, "Wu Ge, we've only taken one small community, altogether, we have barely over 1,000 people. But that Chen Jinyang? In his manor alone, there are at least 5 or 6,000 people. This old guy doesn't know where he got a large number of human power generators. Out of those 5 or 6,000, at least 80% are workers generating electricity for him. What do you think? Compared to our recruiting efforts to clean up the community, isn't his method much smarter?" "That is true." Wu Feng nodded, he knew about human power generators. To put it simply, it's just a bicycle without wheels, with a chain connected to the power generation equipment. Through human pedaling, the equipment generates electricity. Such devices may not be much with just one, as the power generation is extremely limited, but when the quantity increases, the power output can be quite considerable. Moreover, in the apocalypse, acquiring resources is difficult. Compared to diesel generators, human power generation does not require fuel, it only needs a large workforce. So, as long as Chen Jinyang provides a little bit of food to ensure that those electricity workers don't starve, he can obtain a continuous power supply. It must be said that Chen Jinyang's approach is a good way to maintain power generation in the apocalypse. Watching Wu Feng nod, Sun Guangjun smiled proudly and said, "Brother Wu, do you think this is the end? Let me tell you, I also saw that in Chen Jinyang's manor, a glass greenhouse is being built, similar to our villa. However, his greenhouse is connected to the villa, not enclosing it inside. Moreover, the materials he used are definitely not as sturdy as ours, but for leisure and enjoyment, it's more than enough. That's nothing unusual." Wu Feng laughed and said, "With Chen Jinyang's background, building a glass greenhouse is not difficult at all. And we are ahead of him, we built our greenhouse before the apocalypse broke out, and it's the highest standard. From this perspective, old Chen is just copying our homework, it's really nothing impressive." "You can say that." Sun Guangjun shrugged and said, "I'm just speaking from an ordinary person's point of view, old Chen really knows how to have fun and enjoy life. In comparison, none of us brothers have as many crooked thoughts as he does. However, I think his human power generator is quite good. Once we take care of old Chen in the future, we can take over his generator. We do have a lot of oil and coal, but these will run out eventually, even if we can find some in the city later, it won't be enough. We really need to find a replacement plan as soon as possible." "That's true." Wu Feng nodded and said, "Brother, actually, I have thought about these things before. However, we just took over the community, our manpower is limited, and our strength isn't at that level, so we will have to set these plans aside for now. Since we have now gotten involved with old Chen, not only can we train our soldiers well, but after we take him down, we can also inherit his massive estate. Just thinking about it makes me happy. This time, we brothers need to make a big leap forward. As long as we can smoothly take over the forces under old Chen, we can definitely ride the fast track to growth and development. Alright, brother, according to the time, it's already late at night, you've been busy for so long, you should go back and rest early. Don't worry, I'm here at the community, nothing will happen." Okay. Although Sun Guangjun didn't feel tired, staying here wouldn't help, so he decided to go home and rest. After saying goodbye to Wu Feng, Sun Guangjun didn't drive his off-road vehicle but strolled back up the mountain. To be honest, Wu Feng's work these past few days has been quite effective. The ice covering the community roads has almost been cleared, including the winding mountain road, where basically no ice remains. However, the heavy snow that falls from time to time still needs to be cleared, which has become the main job for the workers these days. In Villa 1, the lights in the yard had long been turned off, leaving only a few small lights under the eaves, radiating a faint cold light. When Sun Guangjun walked into the villa, he was surprised to find that someone was still watching TV in the living room. Probably hearing the door, a tall and beautiful figure jumped up from the sofa, excitedly running over while shouting, "Appa, you're back. I've been waiting for you for so long. It's Nana." Without needing to see her face, the call of Appa already revealed the identity of the person. Sun Guangjun opened his arms and embraced Lin Jinna's delicate body, smiling, "Why are you waiting for me at this late hour?" Lin Jinna wrapped her arms around Sun Guangjun's neck, acting coy, and said, "Appa, you don't know how miserable I've been today. I was just waiting for you to come back to comfort me." Sun Guangjun held Lin Jina's slim waist and sat down in front of the sofa, smiling as he said, "How are you miserable? Tell me." Lin Jina leaned on Sun Guangjun's chest, pitifully saying, "I've been learning combat with Officer Xia these past few days, but I originally thought I was quite skilled, but unexpectedly, after comparing with a few sisters today, I found out I couldn't beat anyone." "Isn't this miserable?" "Oh, that is indeed miserable." Sun Guangjun rubbed Lin Zena's flowing hair with pity and said, "Didn't you say you have been learning taekwondo since you were little and already have the strength of a black belt? How could it be that you can't beat anyone?" "As far as I know, others are one thing, but Fangya and Fengzhou really don't have much talent in fighting." "You can't even beat them, right?" "That's not the case." Lin Zena replied, "Fengzhou probably knows her strength is lacking and didn't participate in today's contest at all. But that Fangya, she's actually a wolf in sheep's clothing." "Appa, you said she has no talent in fighting. I thought I could regain some face from her." "Who would have known, even though her moves aren't impressive, she has a strange kind of strength. Her strength is unmatched, so naturally, I couldn't beat her." Chapter 153, The Sense of Ceremony. Listening to Lin Zena babbling about her tragic experiences today, Sun Guangjun found it amusing. This girl had boasted during training that she had been learning taekwondo since she was young, claiming she had the strength of a black belt in her teens and would surely perform well in fighting. Who would have thought that after competing with several people today, she ended up losing to everyone? This miserable outcome was indeed a heavy burden for Lin Zena's little heart to bear. However, for something so trivial, to block people here late at night, Sun Guangjun didn't think she was here seeking comfort, but rather, she probably had some other intentions in mind. Regarding this, Sun Guangjun didn't mind. After all, she would be his woman sooner or later, whether early or late, what did it matter? After a while, Lin Zena finally calmed down for a moment, and Sun Guangjun said with a smile, "Nana, I really sympathize with your experience. But you should know that fighting is sometimes not just about talent but also about effort. Since you can't beat them now, learn from this lesson and spend more time practicing. As long as you keep at it, you will definitely make great progress." Lin Zena suddenly sprang up, tugging at Sun Guangjun's arm, swaying it left and right, and said in a squeaky voice, "Appa, you have to help me." Facing this manipulative little sprite, Sun Guangjun felt completely defenseless, his body swaying along with her movements, and he could only indulge her by saying, all right, just stop swaying, I'm getting dizzy." "Come on, tell me how you want me to help you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zena became excited and cheerfully said, "Appa, the few of us are currently training with Officer Xia. We have all learned similar things, so since the moves are similar, it naturally can only be determined by strength in the end. So, I was wondering, can you teach me a few powerful moves? That way, the next time we compete, I can surprise them and smoothly win first place to regain my honor." Seeing Lin Zena's proud and dreamy expression, Sun Guangjun found it funny. Was it really worth making such a fuss over something so trivial? However, he was willing to see her focus her energy on winning instead of being jealous, which was better than the latter. Oh, wait, Lin Zena didn't qualify to be jealous yet. Seeing Sun Guangjun only smiling and saying nothing, Lin Zena grew anxious. This was something she had painstakingly planned, and she could not return empty-handed. In the next second, Lin Zena initiated her charm offensive again, shaking Sun Guangjun's arm and sweetly saying, "Appa, you have to agree to help me. How can you bear to see me being bullied? Oh my god, please, can't you just agree?" All right, I agree, is that good enough?" Faced with the relentless pleading, Sun Guangjun could not resist and surrendered quickly. He raised his hand in defeat and then said, "All right, I've agreed, now can you let go of my arm? Well, you should go rest first, and I'll find a chance to teach you a few moves later." "No way." Sun Guangjun's agreement made Lin Jina happy, but as soon as she heard that he'd teach her later, she immediately became unhappy. She pulled him up forcefully and said, "Appa, what opportunity are you talking about? I think right now is perfect. Let's go, we're going to the fight room now, you're going to teach me." In this way, Sun Guangjun was dragged by Lin Jina to the fight room next to the underground shooting range. The fight room was set up by Sun Guangjun himself. It wasn't large, about 100 square meters, with soft mats on the floor. One wall was mirrored, while the other 3 walls were lined with cold weapons like sticks, swords, and shields. As soon as they entered, Lin Jina suddenly pushed Sun Guangjun towards the center and said, "Appa, you wait here for a second, I'll go change clothes." "Change clothes?" Looking at Lin Jina in her hot pants and t-shirt, Sun Guangjun asked in confusion, "It's just teaching you a few moves. Is there really a need to change clothes? Besides, this outfit is simple, but for practice, it should be fine, right? Why not?" Lin Jina gave Sun Guangjun a playful glare, looking very flirtatious, and said, "Appa, life needs to have a sense of ritual. Whatever you're doing, you should dress accordingly, don't you think?" Without waiting for Sun Guangjun to say anything more, Lin Jina turned and left for the changing room next door. Well, since she said so, what could Sun Guangjun say? Anyway, it wouldn't take much time, so he decided to wait. It didn't take long for Lin Jinna to return, pushing the door open. When Sun Guangjun saw her, he nearly had a nosebleed. Originally, Sun Guangjun thought that since she came from a taekwondo background, changing clothes probably meant putting on a martial arts uniform. But who would have thought she was so playful? Lin Jinna had already been wearing something quite revealing, a pair of denim hot pants and a white t-shirt, showing off her smooth, long legs, which was already enough to turn heads. But now, not only were her hot pants shorter, but she also changed into a tight, short crop top, barefoot, hopping and skipping as she ran back in. Well, now she was even more eye-catching. Seeing Sun Guangjun's stunned expression, Lin Jinna secretly smiled, feeling a bit proud and a bit dissatisfied. Goodness, she had boldly agreed to be his woman, but it had been almost 10 days, and while she had been preparing every day, he hadn't made any move at all? What kind of thing was this? Appa, how do I look in this outfit? Skipping in front of Sun Guangjun, Lin Jinna twirled around and asked with a smile, do I look good? Good looking. Although Lin Jinna's beauty had traces of artificial work, Sun Guangjun had to admit, she was indeed quite good at it. This artificially created beauty was truly a feast for the eyes. Really? Lin Jinna jumped into Sun Guangjun's arms, hugging his arm and cheerfully said, Appa likes it, I'm so happy. Looking at the bouncing little rabbit in front of him, Sun Guangjun quickly pressed her shoulders down, and he felt a smoothness in his hands. By this point, Sun Guangjun had figured it out. All this talk about teaching a few moves, and the sense of ritual, was just a setup. The real purpose was clear. Laughing, Sun Guangjun suddenly bent down, picked up Lin Jinna, and said, Nana, I see your real intention tonight wasn't about the moves at all. Lin Jinna wrapped her arms around Sun Guangjun's neck. The small face pressed against his chest, murmuring softly, it's all your fault. Yes, it's my fault. Amidst the laughter, Sun Guangjun hugged Lin Jinna and went straight upstairs. Chapter 154, The Filthy Monster King. At around 6 in the morning, the girls woke up, had breakfast, and were getting ready to start a new day of training when they suddenly realized that one person was missing. Xiazi, as their instructor, rushed to Lin Jinna's room to call for her, but naturally, he couldn't find her. Just as the girls were hurriedly preparing to search the entire villa for her, Sun Guangjun came down from the second floor. The all-nighter from last night had hardly drained Sun Guangjun's energy, especially since Lin Jinna seemed warm and cheerful, unexpectedly just a pathetic fighter, quickly overwhelmed and falling into a deep sleep. To Sun Guangjun's surprise, although Lin Jinna's fighting ability was severely lacking, she had many tricks up her sleeve, excelling at singing and playing various instruments, each one proficiently. After a series of smooth little combos, Sun Guangjun wasn't really affected, but Lin Jinna ended up completely worn out. Compared to Lin Jinna, who was still in a deep sleep, not even waking up during thunder, Sun Guangjun had only slept for about an hour before waking up. There was no way around it, after many years, his biological clock had formed. Although the polar night would not bring dawn, at this time, Sun Guangjun naturally woke up. Moreover, there was a little creature on the second floor that served as an automatic wake-up call, so even if Sun Guangjun wanted to sleep in, he couldn't do it. Since forcibly occupying the room on the second floor, the little creature had a very regular life, waking Sun Guangjun up for free every morning without fail, insisting on not leaving until a door was opened. After a hearty meal, the little creature would unhesitatingly leave Sun Guangjun behind, going outside to play with cats and dogs, frolicking and spending a joyful day. After dinner, it would wiggle its little bottom back upstairs to rest. With such a carefree and shameless demeanor, Sun Guangjun couldn't help but give a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. In fact, to prevent the little creature from constantly seeking him out, Sun Guangjun even left the door to the second floor wide open every day, so that when the little one wanted to come upstairs, it would have to check in with him first. With the door to the second floor wide open, the ban on the girls going up there naturally became meaningless. In reality, during these days, the fruits and vegetables planted in the north room on the second floor had all been tended to by the girls. As for Sun Guangjun, as a Grand Master, he didn't bother with anything, just focused on the killing without burying principle. Coming down the stairs, Sun Guangjun saw the girls gathered in the living room and couldn't help but curiously ask, "What are you all doing here? At this time, shouldn't you be starting training?" "You don't say." Zishi rolled her eyes at Sun Guangjun and said, "We were supposed to train, but when everyone gathered, we found that one person was missing. Isn't it a strange thing? A living person has just vanished in our villa. So, we were getting ready to split up and search for her, when you, the big man, just came down. Could it be that this missing person is the work of you, Mr. Sun?" Hearing Zishi's sarcastic tone, Sun Guangjun stepped forward and slapped her on the backside, then domineeringly kissed her just as her lips were pouting, before saying, "Do you dare to speak to me in such a tone? You've grown bold, haven't you? Do you want me to teach you a lesson right now?" "Ah." Zishi, caught off guard, lost both offensive and defensive ground, and couldn't help but gasp, her small face immediately turning red, and she dared not say anything strange anymore. After forcefully suppressing Zishi, Sun Guangjun said, "The missing person you're talking about is Lin Jinna, right? She's sleeping on the second floor and should be out for a while.
You all go do what you need to do. Forget about her.
After hearing Sun Guangjun's words, the girls finally felt at ease, and then they all scattered, busy with their own affairs. However, the girls' gazes towards Zishi, who had suffered 2 sneak attacks and had been taken advantage of, became a bit complicated, some envious, some sympathetic, and some with flushed cheeks and racing hearts. Zishi, passively becoming the focal point of the crowd's attention, didn't care at all. Instead, she felt a sense of exuberance.
Look at me, I'm so cool. Let all of you envy me.
Watching the fairy walk somewhat dejectedly towards the basement, Zishi suddenly dashed over, grabbed her arm, and pulled her into the yard. When the two stopped, the fairy broke free from the hold and said annoyedly, "Mimi, why did you pull me out?
It's training time now, I can't improve like you so quickly."
Oh, why do I smell something sour in the air? Before the fairy could continue, Zishi interrupted her with a pout. "I say, Shen, we've known each other for so many years, you don't need to pretend in front of me, right?
Come on, tell me, are you envious?
I mean, look at Lin Jina, even if she's a bit of a show-off, her ability to act is no joke. You both came together, she's already succeeded, and you, fairy, still regard yourself so highly?"
Oh, Mimi, what are you talking about?
Being teased by her best friend, the fairy pushed Zishi away and then changed her tone, saying, "Can I be blamed for this? I've already promised that jerk to be his woman, yet he never comes to find me. What can I do? So, this is why you can't compare to her." Zishi patted the fairy's shoulder and said matter-of-factly, Shen, listen to your sister, these days, having thick skin is much better than being too shy. You always put yourself on a pedestal and wait for others to make a move. How can that work? Let's not even mention anything else, just the fact that Lin Jina is sleeping on the 2nd floor right now. Who do you think was proactive? I'll tell you, it was definitely Lin Jina who took the initiative. I noticed last night that she was in the living room at midnight. On the surface, she was watching TV, but who doesn't know her intentions? She was just waiting for the right moment. Shen, I must remind you, these things are best done sooner rather than later. The later it gets, the more unfavorable it is for you. Who's being shy like you? The fairy rolled her eyes at Zishi and said, I heard your fat Joe say that the day after someone was taken back to Qing City, they took her to bed right away. Now, are you trying to give me advice? Let me tell you, I don't need it. With those little tricks of yours, I'm not interested. If we want to play, none of you are a match for me. Lin Jina just moved a step faster than me, it's no real advantage. Just wait, I'm really going to take a chance today. That's more like it. Zishi clapped her hands and said, Shen, it's rare for you to come to this realization. Let me tell you, compared to Lin Jina, she really has no advantage. Just a modified show-off, she's nothing in front of our long hair. After all, every man from the Dragon Kingdom wants to be a Dragon Knight, right? What Dragon Knight? That sounds terrible. The fairy's face turned crimson, unable to hold back a scoff. Mimi, you're simply becoming a pervert, I can't discuss this with you anymore. Looking at the fairy's back as she turned to leave, Zishi smiled slightly and murmured, You're just stubborn. One day, you will thank me. Chapter 155, The Little Dumpling Gets Beaten. Perhaps carrying a bit of anger, after leaving Zishi, the fairy didn't head to the fighting room to start a new day of training as usual, but directly went to the restaurant. She grabbed Sun Guangjun's arm. The fairy did not say a word, just pulled at him with all her might, a stance that said she wouldn't give up until he stood up. Sun Guangjun was slurping his spicy soup when the fairy attacked unexpectedly, nearly flipping the bowl in his hands. Seeing the fairy with a flushed face and a stubborn look, Sun Guangjun had no choice but to put down his bowl and cooperatively stand up. However, being passive was not Sun Guangjun's style. As soon as he left the dining room, Sun Guangjun turned the tables and grabbed the fairy's little hand, bringing her to the tea table. Watching Sun Guangjun confidently lean against the tea table, sitting on a stool, the fairy prepared to sit down beside him. Before the fairy could move, Sun Guangjun suddenly and domineeringly wrapped his arm around her waist, and with a tug, accompanied by the fairy's surprised "oh," she was already sitting on his lap. In the next moment, Sun Guangjun held the fairy and turned around, one hand holding her while the other started boiling water to brew tea. Hey, let me go. Although there was no one in the courtyard, Sun Guangjun's actions made the fairy's little face turn red, and she couldn't help but leave little punches on his chest, pouting, Sun Guangjun, they're all here. Oh? Sun Guangjun raised an eyebrow, grinning as he said, Are you saying that as long as they are not here, it's all fine for us to be like this? If that's the case, I might have to. Before Sun Guangjun could finish speaking, a cold little hand covered his mouth, and the fairy shyly said, Why are you like this? Can't we sit down and talk nicely? Why do you have to hold me like this right away? It's too embarrassing. Sun Guangjun couldn't help but chuckle. This woman, nearing 30, surprisingly still had the mentality of a little girl, enjoying a gentle and poetic approach. Seeing her embarrassed, Sun Guangjun had no choice but to release his hold, allowing her to sit down beside him. Finally escaping Sun Guangjun's clutches, the fairy felt a sense of relief, yet inside, she felt a bit lost. If she had followed her earlier thoughts, she would have pulled Sun Guangjun and directly returned to the room without a second thought. After all, it was as simple as closing her eyes and going for it. Who knew this guy would not play by the rules? She had been so proactive, yet he brought her here to drink tea. While the fairy's thoughts were tangled, a cup of steaming fragrant tea appeared in front of her, and she heard Sun Guangjun's gentle voice beside her, "Drink up, this is top-quality Dongding Oolong. It's still a bit cold in the courtyard, let's drink some tea to warm you up." The fairy finally calmed down and took a shallow sip from the teacup. Sun Guangjun casually brought up a topic and started chatting with the fairy. This peaceful atmosphere was exactly what the fairy liked, and as time slowly passed, the two found themselves getting along more and more. They were sitting there, seemingly engaging in deep conversations about life, love, and whatever they felt like, but suddenly, things took a turn in the courtyard. The origin of the incident lay with the little dumpling. Early in the morning, after providing Sun Guangjun with a wake-up service, the little one successfully received its favorite treat, a bunch of large bamboo shoots. After a hearty meal, the little dumpling ambled down from the second floor, holding the last bamboo shoot, and went into the courtyard, starting its daily routine. Swaying into the territory of the big white goose, the little dumpling was ready to show off, but unexpectedly, the big white goose decided to strike first today. Perhaps tired of being disturbed by the little dumpling every day, the big white goose formed a group today. Out of nowhere, several big white geese rushed forward, not attacking the little dumpling but working together to snatch the large bamboo shoot it was holding. To have the bamboo shoot snatched away right in front of a panda, how disgraceful! Little dumpling was furious and bravely charged into the encirclement of the big white geese, attempting to snatch back its precious dumpling. Faced with the three tyrants of the village, little dumpling might not fear anyone in a one-on-one fight, but today it was up against the most formidable, the big white geese, and in such a large group, how could it ever hope to win? So, under the siege of the big white geese, little dumpling faced a disastrous defeat and had to break out of the encirclement, starting its desperate escape once again. However, today this group of big white geese seemed to be particularly fierce. Not only did they take little dumpling's bamboo shoot, but as it tried to flee, they chased after it relentlessly, showing exceptional ferocity. Most importantly, these big white geese weren't just mindlessly running after it, they started using tactics, dividing into several groups to surround and intercept little dumpling. Quickly, little dumpling found itself trapped once more, surrounded by a flock of big white geese. Perhaps having had enough of little dumpling's antics, several big white geese today went all out, using their sharp, long beaks to viciously peck at little dumpling's body. At this point, little dumpling found it impossible to fend off so many attackers and suffered a significant loss. A number of times, little dumpling desperately tried to break through the encirclement, but thanks to the concerted effort of the big white geese, each attempt ended in failure. So, little dumpling had no choice but to cover its head and endure the beating, being unable to organize any proper resistance. The pain kept coming, and feeling anxious, little dumpling wanted to find shelter like before, but the big yellow couple had gone for a stroll in the backyard, and the Tibetan Mastiff and Shandong Red showed an indifferent, aloof attitude, completely ignoring the situation. As for the two Shiba Inus, they usually played well with little dumpling, and at this moment did wish to help. But the big white geese also had their friends. At that moment, two big roosters stepped in, blocking the way for the Shiba Inus. If it were the big yellow couple, these two big roosters would have been no match, but the Shiba Inu wasn't very capable in combat, being either silly or cute, truly lacking in fighting power. As for Sun Guangjun, he was deeply engrossed in a romantic chat with an angel. Thus, little dumpling fell into a state of isolation, seeming to have no other way to escape but to passively endure the beating. However, as the old saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance, even a clay figurine has some fire in it. After being beaten for a while, with the big white geese showing no signs of stopping, little dumpling's inherent ferocious nature, a legacy from its ancestors, began to explode. Roar! A shocking roar suddenly echoed through the yard. Surrounded by the big white geese, little dumpling suddenly surged up, its body swelling at an incredible speed, as if being inflated. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 2 meters tall, like a mountain of flesh standing there. As it looked down upon the stunned big white geese at its feet, little dumpling, no, it was now big dumpling, raised its two sturdy bare paws and pounded its chest with a few hard blows, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Chapter 156, The First Awakener. No one knew exactly what had happened. Little dumpling had suddenly transformed into a majestic big dumpling, even more robust and taller than the average giant panda. Not to mention anything else, just big dumpling's current height and size could easily convince someone that it weighed 500 pounds, standing upright and roaring at the sky, truly resembling a deity descended to earth. Moreover, the roar emitted by big dumpling was soaring and passionate, quite captivating. This sudden change stunned the big white geese that were attacking little dumpling. For a moment, 6 big white geese stood there in a daze, completely forgetting to retreat. Given their limited brain capacity? I really can't understand, how did the little guy that used to be so easily managed suddenly turn into this gigantic creature, as if it had eaten fertilizer? Just when the big white geese were in a daze, the big blob suddenly bent down, and like a pair of thick tree trunks, its bear-like arms launched a sweeping attack. With arms over a meter long sweeping across, the display was already frightening enough, and now with both arms coming together and attacking from different angles, it was just a disaster. This was bad. The big white geese that were still dazed were in for a tough time. The two bare arms nearly swept across a full 180 degrees right in front of the big blob, and the first three big white geese didn't even have a chance to react before they were hit directly. There were three muffled thuds almost simultaneously, and the bodies of three big white geese flew high into the air, crashing down several meters away. With a successful strike, the big blob swiftly turned, splitting its joined arms to the sides, grabbing the necks of two big white geese quickly and fiercely. Almost without any effort, the two big white geese, caught by the neck, rolled their eyes and didn't even have time to make a sound before their heads tilted and they fell silent. Effortlessly crushing the two big white geese, the big blob forcefully tossed its claws upward, sending the two big white geese's bodies flying high, and with a push off the ground, it lunged toward the last remaining big white goose. After witnessing 5 of its companions brutally killed, the last big white goose finally reacted and thought, "Oh my, this guy in front of me is no longer the little blob that just took beatings. This is clearly the Grim Reaper come to collect a life. The city is too dangerous. I need to go back to the countryside." Facing such a powerful opponent, the big white goose no longer had the dominance of the 3 bullies in the village and shamefully chose to run away. With a quick turn, the big white goose flapped its large wings, squawking loudly, twisting its body awkwardly as it began its escape. Unfortunately, the big white goose was just too heavy. Its 2 webbed feet could barely support its nearly 20-pound body, and even with the flapping wings, it couldn't boost its speed. Before the big white goose could run far, the big blob approached swiftly and agilely, a speed completely unfit for its massive body, extending its bare arms and grabbing the goose's neck, choking its fate. If the little blob could speak, the most fitting words would be, "Come here, kid. Stop." The commotion in the yard was so loud that how could Sun Guangjun, who was flirting with a fairy, not notice? But by the time he shouted to stop, it was too late. He saw the big blob grinning menacingly. With its left paw, it lifted the big white goose, and with its right paw, it suddenly grabbed the goose's head and yanked hard. With a poof, a light sound, the big white goose's head was easily pulled off, and a splash of goose blood shot up into the air, splattering the big blob's head and face. Now looking at the big blob, with its left paw holding the headless big white goose and the white feathers stained with blood, it stood there terrifyingly, tilting its head to look back at Sun Guangjun. "Little blob, put down the big white goose's body." Sun Guangjun rushed to the big blob's side, looking up at the giant, and sternly said, "This was all just for fun. Why did you go so hard?" Perhaps finally recognizing Sun Guangjun as its owner, the fierce aura of the big blob disappeared in a second. It obediently dropped the goose's body that was split in half, scratching its head awkwardly, looking around as if it couldn't understand what had just happened. With 6 big white geese dead, Sun Guangjun didn't feel much sorrow, but the little blob's transformation indeed brought him a sense of surprise. The body suddenly became gigantic, with immense strength, impervious to blades and bullets. This was clearly the awakening of supernatural abilities from a past life, most commonly seen in beasts, and also the ultimate skill of a physical-type supernatural being, frenzy. Sun Guangjun never expected that among so many people and animals at home, the first to awaken would be little Tuanzi, the youngest, the most harmless, and the one who only eats rice. Thinking back, little Tuanzi ate so much, just like its ancestors who were all guts, eating more and more, which was itself a sign of supernatural awakening. He stretched out his arm and, with great effort, patted big Tuanzi's shoulder. There was nothing else he could do right now. Sun Guangjun put away his sternness and gently said, "Little Tuanzi, the danger is gone, you have vented your anger, and there's no need to stay this alert. Come on, try to relax, and then you can return to your original form." Big Tuanzi tilted its head and thought for a while, finally lowering its guard, dropping its limbs to the ground, and nuzzling Sun Guangjun's waist with its head. Yes, the waist. At Big Tuanzi's current height, although it was on all fours, its head was still above Sun Guangjun's waist. Even if it lowered its head, it could only rub against Sun Guangjun's waist. Imagining the previous times when it rubbed against Sun Guangjun's pant leg, the current situation was simply impossible for Big Tuanzi. However, if this action was done by the previous little Tuanzi, it would be seen as cute, but now, with the fierce temperament of Big Tuanzi, especially since it had a head full of blood, it was just too out of place. Sun Guangjun squatted down, hugging Big Tuanzi's sturdy neck, and said softly, "Little Tuanzi, the changes happening to you are actually a normal phenomenon and a good thing. Look, you were never a match for those 6 big white geese before. But now? You can easily take them all down. What does this show? You have become stronger. From now on, you won't be bullied anymore. But I need to tell you, we're at home, and everyone is just playing around. There's no need to be so serious. Just think about it, poking eyes while playing, does that make sense? Today, you just awakened your power and aren't yet used to the changes it brings, so I won't blame you. But you can't do this again in the future. Remember, once you've mastered this power, if you encounter enemies and can't win, then transform and defeat them. But at home, absolutely no doing that. Understand?" Big Tuanzi nodded, laying down, with its big head nestled beside Sun Guangjun, looking very obedient. "Now that's good.
Sun Guangjun rubbed Big Tuanzi's fluffy head and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I will help you adapt quickly. You won't stay this big for long, you will turn back soon. By the way, after you little guy got big, you really don't look good." Chapter 157 Shocked Girls. While Sun Guangjun was chatting and bonding with the transformed Big Tuanzi, the few girls in the underground fighting room had all rushed up. There was such a huge commotion in the yard. Aside from the fairy who had almost witnessed the entire event up close, the three workers were, of course, also attracted over. But since the fighting room was underground, when the girls first heard little Tuanzi's roar, they didn't think much of it. But as little Tuanzi continued to roar louder and louder, it became impossible for the girls to ignore. They first thought the villa was under attack by some powerful figure. The girls didn't even have time to change clothes and rushed up with their weapons in hand. But as soon as they stepped out of the villa door, the girls were stunned to find Sun Guangjun squatting in the yard, holding a giant black and white creature, seemingly having a conversation. Looking around, they saw. Good heavens! The girls exclaimed in astonishment. Is this an alien invasion? In the yard, there were a total of 6 big white geese, and now 5 of them were scattered across the ground within a radius of over 10 meters, their heads, necks, bodies, and wings all twisted in extremely unreasonable ways, looking as if they were dead beyond recovery. The worst off was the one closest to Sun Guangjun and the little dumpling. Its head and neck were separated, ending up decapitated. Just as the girls were in shock, the little dumpling, held by Sun Guangjun and clutching its head, suddenly began to shrink slowly, like a massive creature somehow becoming smaller. Then, magically, a familiar little dumpling appeared before everyone, except it had a dark red mark on its head, resembling a half-face mask. This magical transformation left everyone in the yard, except for Sun Guangjun, dumbfounded. Watching the little dumpling finally return to its normal size and exit its frenzy, Sun Guangjun finally let out a long sigh of relief. If this sudden awakening had happened to an adult version of the little dumpling, Sun Guangjun wouldn't have worried so much. Although the dumplings weren't particularly clever, the adult form had already matured. After going through the initial panic, it would quickly calm down and gradually master the newfound abilities. But with the little dumpling, it was different. This little guy was only just over half a year old, still a child, suddenly facing such a huge change and entering the transformation in a state of rage. Could one expect it to adapt quickly? Honestly, Sun Guangjun was genuinely worried the little dumpling would remain in a frenzied state, with only one ultimate outcome: exhausting itself, collapsing, and dying. Even if it miraculously survived, its powers would take a significant hit, even putting its ability level at risk. In his past life, Sun Guangjun had witnessed many awakened beasts quickly fall right after awakening. Those who survived were often never able to progress again. This was also the first major hurdle every awakener faced after gaining powers: how to control their new abilities. Of course, as humans, the creatures at the top of the food chain, they could adapt quickly, unless they lost their minds. Now, under his calming presence, the little dumpling finally settled down, which, to be honest, was a stroke of luck for both it and Sun Guangjun. But what gave Sun Guangjun a headache was that with the little dumpling being so small, even if it awakened its abilities, controlling them would probably be an issue. Forming reliable combat power would still take a long time. Sigh, having the first awakener should have been a good thing, the best thing ever, but the awakened one was a young dumpling. Wasn't this just a joke? Letting out a quiet sigh, Sun Guangjun reached out, grabbing the skin on the back of the little dumpling's neck and lifting it up, instructing the 3 workers still standing by, "You 3, hurry up and clean up the yard. Since those big white geese are dead, let's not waste them. Boil water and pluck the feathers. We'll have stewed goose and iron pot for lunch today." As he spoke, he playfully flicked the little dumpling on its head and jokingly scolded, "You little guy, what you did today wasn't all bad. At the very least, you can help everyone improve their meals, right? Tell me, should I give you some praise?" Perhaps sensing Sun Guangjun's mood, the little dumpling struggled to turn its head, giving him a silly smile. Looking at the innocent little dumpling, Sun Guangjun thought, forget it, it's still a child. What more could you expect? Even if it couldn't quickly form combat power, it didn't matter. There were so many people at home. How could he possibly expect a young dumpling to expand the territory and battle enemies? Moreover, with the little dumpling setting a good example. In the future, when all the girls train, won't they be more energetic? Only at this moment did all the stunned girls, including the celestial being, finally come to their senses and swarm towards Sun Guangjun, asking with many voices what had happened. How could the little dumpling have such a big change just now? Surrounded by the girls, Sun Guangjun helplessly said, "If you want to know what happened, ask the celestial being. She saw it all from beginning to end. Now, I need to give this troublemaking little one a bath. With blood all over its face, how can I let it go unwashed?" The girls who came up from the fighting room then realized that the dark red half-mask on the little dumpling's face was actually blood. The girls were all smart and began to understand that the hellish scene in the yard was likely all caused by the little dumpling. To be precise, it was after the little dumpling had grown big that this all happened. Recalling what Sun Guangjun said earlier, the girls surrounded the celestial being again, eager to have her quickly tell them about what she had just seen and heard. What could the celestial being say?
She was just getting into the mood with Sun Guangjun when suddenly the little dumpling let out a wild roar and, in the blink of an eye, completed the extermination of 6 big white geese. To be honest, the celestial being didn't even see how the little dumpling did it with such agility just now. But the girls were waiting eagerly, so the celestial being could only try to recall and describe what she had just seen, doing her best to make it sound exciting. After hearing the celestial being's account, the girls all gasped in shock. This little dumpling, after suddenly growing big, actually had such power? Living in the same villa, the girls had often seen the scene of the little dumpling being chased around by big white geese. Not to mention, a single big white goose was certainly not something the little dumpling's short arms and legs could handle. They never expected that today the little dumpling could complete a stunning counterattack against 6. It's not an exaggeration to say that the contrast is shocking, right? While the girls were still in a state of shock, the celestial being dropped a line, "I'm going to help the little dumpling take a bath. If you have any questions, wait until Sun Guangjun comes back to ask him yourself." By the time the girls reacted, the celestial being had already slipped away without a trace. Chapter 158, Giving the Little Dumpling a Bath. Taking advantage of the girls' stunned moment, the celestial being quietly slipped away. Hurrying into the villa, the celestial being quickly found Sun Guangjun in the large bathroom on the first floor, where he was running water. Sun Guangjun had remodeled the villa, so every bedroom had its own bathroom, but there was still a large, private bathroom on the first floor, featuring a surf bathtub that could accommodate several people. However, Sun Guangjun wouldn't use the surf bathtub to bathe the little dumpling. If he did, how could others use it afterward? He would only be scorned, right? Finding a large iron basin, he filled it with warm water and just pushed the little dumpling into it. Although dumplings can swim, due to their living environment, very few of them like to soak in water. This was especially true for the little dumpling. Sun Guangjun had bathed the little dumpling before, but each time the little guy had resisted fiercely, wriggling its awkward body and fighting back. This time, perhaps because it knew it had done something wrong and felt guilty, the little dumpling was quite obedient. Being pressed into the water, the little dumpling struggled to float to the surface, gripping the edge of the iron basin with its 2 little claws, bobbing in the water while looking pitifully at Sun Guangjun. Sun Guangjun didn't care about the little dumpling's act. This little guy was cunning, clearly pretending to look pitiful. If he truly felt soft-hearted, that would be falling for the trick. Pressing down on the little dumpling's neck, Sun Guangjun stirred the water, starting to clean the goose blood off the little one's head. Washing this stuff had to be quick, otherwise, it would harden into clumps, mixed with bare fur, making it incredibly difficult to clean. Perhaps Sun Guangjun's movements were too rough, and after enduring a few moments, the little one couldn't hold back anymore, suddenly shrinking its whole body down into the water. Sun Guangjun didn't expect the little one had this trick. For a moment, he let his guard down and the little creature successfully escaped his grasp. 2 seconds later, the little one popped up from the other side of the iron basin, lying on its back with its small belly facing up, blinking its black bean-sized eyes at Sun Guangjun. Just as Sun Guangjun was about to chase after the little one that dared to provoke him, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind. "Mr. Sun, being so rough is not good. The little one is still small, you need to be a bit patient." Sun Guangjun had noticed the fairy enter earlier but was busy with the little one and didn't greet her. Hearing her words now, he awkwardly replied, "How about you give it a try?" Perhaps Sun Guangjun's tone wasn't very friendly. The fairy misunderstood him and thought he was suggesting a challenge. "I'll do it." With a serious expression, the fairy rolled up her sleeves, squatted down by the iron basin, grabbed the little one, and gently began to wash it. Strangely enough, the little one, who hated baths, surprisingly behaved well in the fairy's hands, cooperating nicely. When the fairy took the shower gel and rubbed a whole bunch of bubbles on the little one, even a layer of foam floated on the surface of the water. The little creature excitedly started splashing the surface with its paws, sending water flying everywhere. As the fairy was cleaning the little one, she inevitably got splashed with quite a bit of water herself. All the women had been training with punches and weapons these past few days, all wearing tight-fitting clothes, and the fairy was no exception, wearing something like yoga attire. Now, with the tight outfit splashed with water, the thin fabric clung to her body, becoming almost transparent. Standing right across from the fairy, Sun Guangjun's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected the fairy to be so well endowed. While she might not be at the level of bowing her head to see her toes, she was pretty close. To be honest, the fairy wasn't the skinny type of beauty, but she also wasn't plump. She fell somewhere in between, a little bit chubby but not thin. Alongside her height of 1.7 meters and her calm, easygoing nature, she emanated a fairy-like aura. This was also one of the reasons she was called a fairy by others. Perhaps stung by Sun Guangjun's fiery gaze, the fairy looked up and shot him a glare, but her little face involuntarily turned red to the nape of her neck. Caught sneaking a peek, Sun Guangjun felt a bit embarrassed and could only clear his throat a couple of times. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he thought to himself, "Wait a minute, soon she would be my woman, what's wrong with looking? Besides, you, fairy, dragged me in like this today, clearly wanting to fulfill your promise, right? Why are you unwilling for me to look at you now? No way, I'm going to look."
With that thought, Sun Guangjun became more confident, leaning against the doorframe of the bathroom and openly watching. The fairy never expected that her earlier glare would have no effect. Instead, it seemed to switch on a button, allowing the smelly guy in front of her to act without restraint. Unable to think of a way to deal with Sun Guangjun, the fairy could only suppress her embarrassment and speed up her movements. Soon, the little one was washed clean, but it seemed to have become addicted to play and refused to come out of the water. The fairy tried several times to fish it out, but the little creature had awakened some hidden abilities today, no longer as clumsy as before. Every time, they could skillfully dodge the goddess's hands, while making funny faces. After several failures, the goddess was getting angry. The key was that the shameless guy in front didn't come to help but was instead enjoying the show and even sneaking smiles. Yes, sneaking smiles. Don't think I'm too busy catching pandas not to notice. Teased by the little dumpling and laughed at by Sun Guangjun, the goddess was furious. She slapped the little dumpling's head and said angrily, "Since you don't want to come out, just stay in the water, I'm too lazy to bother with you." After saying that, the goddess stood up and was ready to leave the bathroom. However, just as she reached the door, she awkwardly realized that guy Sun Guangjun was lazily standing there, blocking most of the doorway. If she tried to squeeze past, it would inevitably cause some friction. Feeling very irritated, the goddess was about to say something when suddenly, Sun Guangjun's big face rapidly enlarged in front of her. In the next moment, the goddess felt a warm sensation on her lips. When Sun Guangjun's big face pulled back, the goddess finally realized she had been forcefully kissed. Unable to hold back, she said angrily, "Sun Guangjun, you. What's wrong with me?" Sun Guangjun said with a mischievous grin, "Goddess, you have already agreed to be my woman. What's wrong with what I did? Oh, why is your face so red? Could it be that you're shy? Haha, who would have thought, the famous goddess, at almost 30, is still a virgin. Get away from me." As Sun Guangjun continued to say more inappropriate things, the goddess didn't know where she got the strength from, suddenly pushed him away, and hurriedly escaped the bathroom, running toward the room. Sun Guangjun laughed, threw a line at the little dumpling, "You've played enough, go back to the second floor by yourself." Then he leisurely followed behind the goddess, swaggering into her room. Chapter 159, Seventh Sister. The girls were waiting in the yard for Sun Guangjun to come out, wanting to ask what had happened with the little dumpling. However, they waited left and right but didn't see any sign of Sun Guangjun. Later, even Lin Zhina, who had been sleeping on the second floor, ran down, but still, there was no sign of Sun Guangjun. What was even worse was that not only was Sun Guangjun missing, but the goddess was also nowhere to be seen. Zishi was smart, seeing that both of them had disappeared, she thought for a moment and understood what was going on. She secretly spat, "These two shameless dogs." Though she was angry, one was her determined husband in support in the apocalypse, and the other was her dear good friend. Zishi could only force herself to endure and help them cover up. Finding an excuse, she said that Sun Guangjun might be dealing with the aftermath caused by the little dumpling. Zishi told everyone to continue their training for now since they would find out what happened sooner or later, it wasn't urgent at the moment. Although the girls still had doubts in their hearts, Zishi's reasoning was sound, and since they didn't know where Sun Guangjun went, they could only helplessly go to the fighting room to train under Xiazi's call. With the people gone, the villa gradually returned to silence. In the goddess's bedroom, it was obvious that a storm had just passed. As the wind stopped and the rain ceased, the blushing goddess, her skin emanating a pink glow, lay quietly in Sun Guangjun's embrace. Sun Guangjun was contentedly leaning against the head of the bed, smoking a post-incident cigarette. He truly didn't expect that the goddess would be a first-timer. Having been in a certain circle for over 10 years, it was miraculous that she could still maintain her innocence. Just after that moment, Sun Guangjun felt a huge energy enter his body. But strangely, with this energy's addition, his ability, which had been stuck at the peak of the 6th level, showed no signs of leveling up. This wasn't the first time, Lin Zhina from last night was the same way. Sun Guangjun had previously speculated that he should still have a chance for another awakening, but he didn't know what kind of superpower would awaken this time. He hoped it wouldn't be something useless like earth walking technique. I have to say, after Sun Guangjun was reborn, this earth walking technique had indeed made significant contributions, but after the apocalypse, everywhere was either a waterlogged area or covered with thick ice. No matter how useful the earth walking technique was, it was now useless, unable to go down or come up. Moreover, Sun Guangjun also knew that after 100 days of polar night, although the ice layer would gradually melt, the world's environment would have changed drastically, and various natural disasters would follow continuously, greatly reducing the convenience of earth walking technique. After being reborn, Sun Guangjun did not treat himself unfairly in any aspect. This time's awakening of superpowers should go smoothly. Just as Sun Guangjun was lost in thought, the heavenly fairy, having caught her breath, rubbed her small face against Sun Guangjun's strong chest and softly said, "Husband, what happened to our little dumpling today? Can you tell me?" When she called him husband, the heavenly fairy felt a bit shy, but thinking about the even more embarrassing things they had just done, she became less tangled. "Of course I can. Sun Guangjun lovingly leaned down and gently kissed the heavenly fairy on the forehead, saying, "Didn't I tell you before? We are currently in the third wave of natural disasters in the apocalypse, the ice-sealed polar night, also known as the 100 Days of Polar Night. The most prominent feature of this phase is that a handful of lucky individuals will awaken their superpowers ahead of time. Unfortunately, our little dumpling has become the first one I know to take the plunge." The heavenly fairy said in surprise, "Is little dumpling that powerful?" "Of course." Sun Guangjun replied, "Those who can awaken their superpowers early are exceptionally gifted, and their future achievements won't be low. Little dumpling becoming the first awakener in less than 10 days since the start of the 100 Days of Polar Night, how can that not be impressive? It's just that this little guy is too small, compared to humans right now, he's like a 2 or 3-year-old child. I don't know if awakening is a good thing or a bad thing for him." "Of course, it's a good thing." The heavenly fairy smiled brightly and said, "No matter what, little dumpling is in your hands, he will definitely become a great help to you in the future. As for you worrying about him being too small, I think you don't need to worry so much. So what if he's small? Isn't there always a time to grow up? If you think about it this way, little dumpling is already this powerful at such a young age, when he grows up, won't he be even more powerful? I know you're worried that little dumpling might not control the power he just gained because he's too small, but aren't you here? And we have a whole group of sisters. With so many of us teaching together, little dumpling will definitely not go astray." Looking at the heavenly fairy's confident demeanor, Sun Guangjun gently nodded. Well, what's the use of worrying? All he needed to do was to do what he should on little dumpling's path of growth. How high little dumpling could grow depended on his own fortune. During lunch, the heavenly fairy came to the dining hall alone, walking with a slightly staggering gait. Just as she sat down and hadn't eaten much, the girls who had finished their training entered, talking and laughing. As soon as they saw the heavenly fairy starting to eat, Zihuan teasingly said, "Oh, isn't this our seventh sister? Why are you eating alone? Didn't you call your husband to eat with you? What's it to you?" The heavenly fairy was not going to tolerate her, rolling her eyes and sternly asking, "Big honey, what do you mean by that? What seventh sister? From where is that ranking? You don't know this?" Zihuan sat down beside the heavenly fairy with a grin and said, "Of course it's ranked according to the order of entering the door, otherwise, did you think it was by age? Then what number are you?" The celestial maiden raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess, is it the 5th one?" "Ha, you're disappointed, I'm the 4th one." Zishi suddenly leaned close to the celestial maiden's ear and whispered, "I've done my investigation, Fang Ye and the Ouyang sisters were the first, then it's my turn, and next is our officer Xia. As for you, you fall just behind Lin Jina, so you can only settle for being the 7th. What's wrong with being the 7th? The celestial maiden rolled her eyes and said, "I actually enjoy being the 7th, can you control that? You talk about being early or late, do you think being the 6th sounds nice?" "That's true." Zishi stuck out her tongue and laughed, "The title of the 6th really doesn't sound good, our Chanxian is definitely not the 6th. Anyway, today's lunch is quite lavish, do you want me to help you finish some?" Before the celestial maiden could respond, Zishi's paw like a goblin already grabbed a plump goose leg from the plate and swiftly dashed away to get more food. Seeing her shameless friend, what could the celestial maiden say? 6 big white geese had been stewed into several bowls, was it really necessary to snatch from others? How uncouth. Sadly, the celestial maiden seemed unaware that grabbing food is what makes it taste better. Chapter 160, A Request from Xiong Lang. As soon as Zishi ran off, the other girls had already brought the prepared dishes to the table, surrounding the celestial maiden and chattering away, asking for the answers they hadn't gotten before. The celestial maiden roughly relayed the information that Sun Guangjun had just told her, and the girls finally understood that the little group had actually become the first awakeners. This first was most likely without any doubt. When Sun Guangjun was in his past life, the earliest awakeners he had heard of appeared more than a month after the polar night began, and there were none before that. Originally, after the polar night started, Sun Guangjun had been staying quietly at home, waiting for his own second awakening, but he didn't expect the little group to unexpectedly take the lead. Sun Guangjun's current ability came from the Star Sword and was acquired even before the end of the world, so logically, he should not be counted among the awakeners. And in this life, compared to the previous one, Sun Guangjun's foundation was undoubtedly much thicker. In the harsh survival environment of his past life, he still managed to awaken successfully when constantly harassed by the green tea family. There's no reason why he wouldn't in this life. However, Sun Guangjun wasn't a hermit who could calculate everything, he couldn't even specifically say when he would awaken, so he had to choose to wait passively at home. Anyway, the earlier one awakens, the better. After the girls got the answers they wanted, they suddenly realized that the big shot Sun Guangjun was nowhere to be seen. Through the celestial maiden's explanation, they learned that he had been called away by Wu Feng using a walkie-talkie. Everyone present knew Sun Guangjun was capable and mysterious, so they didn't pay much attention to his sudden departure. After joking and finishing the meal, they all dispersed.
Just a moment ago, Sun Guangjun was still lying on the soft bed, holding the celestial maiden's soft body. The next moment, he was struggling alone, facing the cold wind and snow, heading to the guardroom. Earlier, Wu Feng had called for Sun Guangjun over the walkie-talkie but didn't mention any specific issue. He just asked him to hurry to the entrance. Once he entered the guardroom, Sun Guangjun took a look and, wow, there was no sign of Wu Feng at all. Instead, there was a subordinate of Xiong Lang, whom he had seen before, named Zhang Quan, looking anxious beside the fireplace. Great, no need to ask. This must be something Xiong Lang needed from him, and Wu Feng was merely the messenger. With that judgment in mind, Sun Guangjun turned around to close the door and asked, "Is something wrong over at Brother Xiong?" Zhang Quan naturally knew Sun Guangjun, and upon hearing this, he quickly said, "Mr. Sun, my master asked me to come find you. Please, you must take the time to come over." Not mentioning what the matter was, but insisting he come over, this is no small deal. "Alright, I understand." Nodding his head, Sun Guangjun said, "Just right, I have nothing much going on now. It's better to go now than another day. Let's go right away. You are called Zhang Quan, right? How did you come here?" Zhang Quan quickly replied, "I drove over." "Then let's take your car, let's go." Sun Guangjun patted Zhang Quan's shoulder, and the two men walked out, one after the other, out of the guardroom. Getting into the SUV that Zhang Quan had driven, Sun Guangjun didn't ask anything. Since the other person hadn't said anything, he didn't need to dig deeper. Anyway, he would understand everything when he met Xiong Lang later. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Han Langman. After getting out and entering the hall, Sun Guangjun discovered that Xiong Lang was indeed talented. He had even built a new fireplace in the hall, which was currently burning wood. With the bright red flames reflecting, the entire hall felt warm and cozy. However, compared to the temperature in the hall, the faces of Xiong Lang and those sitting around him were much colder. Xiong Lang was seated directly facing the main door. As soon as he saw Sun Guangjun enter, Xiong Lang promptly stood up, walking forward enthusiastically, forcing a smile, and said, "Brother, you finally arrived. If you didn't come soon, I think within a few days, we wouldn't be able to meet here again. Brother Xiong, what exactly has happened?" Sun Guangjun grasped the hands that Xiong Lang extended, asking with confusion, "Why did your people rush to find me? And upon meeting, you're saying such things, what's going on?" Don't mention it." Xiong Lang pulled Sun Guangjun to sit down, patting his thigh and saying, "Old brother, it's because I really had no other way left, that's why I had them find you. The matter is like this." Through Xiong Lang's explanation, Sun Guangjun finally understood the situation. Xiong Lang's experience seemed to fit the meaning of sitting at home, only to have disasters come from the sky. Since the apocalypse began, Xiong Lang had taken Han Langman as his stronghold. Recently, various forces in Qing City began to establish bases, popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Not far from Han Langman, a fairly large base was built. This base was established by a force called Minghua Group. Before the apocalypse, Minghua International was as powerful as Jinyang Group, both being well-known large companies in Qing City. Unlike Jinyang Group, Minghua International's main business did not involve real estate but specialized in machinery manufacturing and the import-export of grains and oils. Because of its business connections, Minghua International owned several large grain and oil warehouses in Qing City. After the apocalypse erupted, Minghua International lost quite a bit of resources in the heavy rain but still managed to save two of the largest warehouses. Once the extreme night began, Minghua International's boss, Wu Minghua, used these two warehouses as a foundation, occupying two nearby residential areas and starting to build his own survivor base. With resources and manpower, Wu Minghua's base was established smoothly. In just a few days, he had attracted a large group of survivors around him. Wu Minghua was a very aggressive person. In the business world, his methods were extremely sharp. In the apocalypse, this guy's inherent warlike nature had fully exploded. After establishing the base, Wu Minghua greatly expanded his armed forces. Almost all survivors in the base with a bit of strength were pulled into the newly formed army. Moreover, Wu Minghua also acquired some weapons and equipment left behind by fleets during their retreat, which made his armed forces swell rapidly.